Chapter 1. Transmigration to the continent. A wave of dizziness enveloped him. The infant gradually opened his eyes, pondering, where am I? Wasn't I at home, reading a web novel about tomatoes? This place is. As he was consumed by confusion and attempted to rise and survey his surroundings, he soon realized he had transformed into a mere baby. Any attempt to articulate his thoughts resulted in nothing but incoherent babbling. The infant thought, what? Have I really transmigrated? And into the body of a little child, no less? Where exactly am I? Is there supposed to be a system accompanying this? Yet here I am, stranded in the wilderness, with no one around. Is the heavens conspiring against me right from the start? Overwhelmed by despair, he began to wail. Just as he was lost in his emotional turmoil, a voice broke through the air, belonging to a middle-aged man. What is that sound? Did you hear it? A middle-aged man with white hair was seated in a carriage, peering out of the window, inquiring of the coachman about the source of the cries. It seems to be the sound of a child crying, my lord, the coachman replied. Having also heard the wailing, stop the carriage, let's investigate, the man commanded. Yes, my lord. As the carriage came to a halt, the white-haired gentleman followed the sound, discovering an abandoned infant crying beneath the shade of a century-old demon-eye tree. The infant thought, someone is coming. Ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me. But why is it still crying? I am not crying, I am laughing. I am joyous. Whoa, my lord, it appears to be a child, seemingly abandoned, remarked the middle-aged man, who was none other than Qianmo, the current elder of the Spirit Hall, a 99th level limit. Angel, his long white hair cascaded down to his waist, framing a face of striking elegance devoid of any impurities. His bright, penetrating eyes exuded a mature aura that belied his youthful and handsome appearance. Dressed in a robe of platinum hue, he emanated an otherworldly presence. What a handsome man, the infant mused internally. Could you take me in? I promise to be obedient and well-behaved, and I shall ensure your comfort in your old age. Please, do not abandon me. However, what Qianmo heard was merely the infant's wails. The infant lamented, oh no, this is the end. Wait, if I act adorable and raise my arms, perhaps I can charm him into holding me. If not, I might as well be doomed. Well, here goes nothing. The infant raised his arms, seeking affection. This child is surprisingly fearless. Most would shy away from me, but this little one, he seems to share a special bond with you. My lord, you find him quite endearing. Let us take him back to the Spirit Hall. I have no wife or children in this life. He may as well be my son. Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring a son, the coachman exclaimed, immediately kneeling in flattery enough of the pretense. Let us return to the hall, Qianmo said, cradling his newfound son and heading back to the carriage, a broad smile gracing his face. He, too, had a son now, albeit not by blood. As he walked, he conversed with the coachman. The coachman reminded him, my lord, we are heading toward the Heavendo Empire. Return to the hall. I have my own plans, Qianmo said softly while playfully teasing the child in his arms. Let us name you Qian Yuhan as my son. I shall endeavor to cultivate you into the finest of individuals, though I am uncertain of your martial soul. If it possesses potential, I shall nurture you to become a top-tier soul master. If your martial soul proves inadequate, we shall turn to politics and strengthen the martial soul Hall. Qian Yuhan. Martial soul? Martial soul hall? Have I traversed into the world of Douluo continent and joined the martial soul hall? How exhilarating! Qian Yuhan babbled joyfully, beaming at Qianmo with an innocent smile. Qianmo took Qian Yuhan back to the martial soul hall, and shortly thereafter, he publicly announced Qian Yuhan's existence and identity as the son of Qianmo, the 99th level limit, Douluo, an elder of the martial soul Hallis, a newly minted father. Qianmo embraced his role as a doting caregiver, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the nanny with a bottle to feed Qian Yuhan. Initially, the people of the martial soul hall were taken aback by this development. The once dominant figure of the soul master realm, Qianmo, had transformed into a caregiver. It seemed utterly inconceivable, however. As time passed, the novelty wore off, and they grew accustomed to it in the blink of an eye. 8 years had elapsed, and the once swaddled infant had blossomed into a spirited young boy. At the age of 4, he tugged at Qianmo's sleeve, eager for instruction in martial techniques. Qianmo, filled with pride at his son's potential, began rigorous training. Today marked the day of Qian Yuhan's martial soul awakening. He had turned 8 years old in celebration of his birthday. Qianmo designated the day they met as the day of his birth. In the Douluo continent, every child awakened their martial soul at the age of 8 at the martial soul Hall. Yuhan, do you have confidence in awakening a formidable martial soul? Qianmo inquired softly as he led Qian Yuhan towards the awakening platform. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan released Qianmo's hand, assumed a horse stance, and playfully threw 2 punches at Qianmo, exclaiming, of course, Dad. Just look at my punches, I am full of confidence. The gentle taps of Qian Yuhan's small fist against Qian Mo felt like mere tickles to him. Yet he feigned immense pain, good lad. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul Part 1. Qian Yuhan was gently guided by Qian Mo towards the awakening platform atop. The platform stood a man clad in purple robes, holding a crystal ball. Upon noticing Qian Mo and Qian Yuhan's approach, he quickly knelt on one knee and respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to your highness, the angel." Then, turning to Qian Yuhan, he said, "Greetings." Young Yuhan. Qian Yuhan nodded and replied, "Hello." Uncle, having spent most of his time in the Elder Hall of the Martial Soul Hall, he had only encountered his father and a few elders, so meeting this unfamiliar yet warm uncle made him feel slightly shy. Seeing the bashful reaction of Qian Yuhan, Qian Mo smiled and addressed the kneeling figure in purple. "Come now, Xiao Hui, today, my son's martial soul awakening relies on you." "Your Highness, I shall do my utmost," Xiao Hui responded, bowing respectfully before Qian Mo, who nodded and stepped aside. "Yuhan, first drink this cleansing liquid." "What is cleansing liquid?" "The essence of cleansing can be regarded as a precious tonic upon consumption. It flows through your bloodstream, permeating every limb and sinew, unblocking and purifying the meridians, thus aiding in your subsequent awakening and alleviating stress." After listening to Xiao Hu's explanation, Qian Yuhan took the essence of cleansing from his hand, uncapped the vial, and drank it in one gulp. As the elixir entered his mouth, Qian Yuhan felt a warm sensation envelop his entire body. It was as if every limb and organ was wrapped in a gentle force, and soon thereafter, a dark substance began to seep from his skin. This dark material, drawn from Qian Yuhan's body, dissipated into the air. He radiated a soft white light that lasted for about half an hour before gradually fading, allowing him to slowly open his eyes. "Ah, I feel significantly more comfortable now. The soreness that plagued me after training with the seventh offering, Tian Wei Douluo, has almost entirely vanished. The flow of my soul power feels much smoother." "Yuhan, let's commence. Please place your hand upon the crystal orb," Xiao Hui instructed, following his guidance. Qian Yuhan gently placed his hand on the crystal orb. "Excellent. Now slowly channel your soul power into the orb." Xiao Hui continued. Qian Yuhan activated his soul power, allowing it to circulate throughout his body before gradually transmitting it through his palm into the crystal orb. The reason for this preliminary circulation was simple. After cleansing himself, he experienced an exquisite sensation and wished to savor it once more. As the soul power entered the orb, it began to emit a flickering glow, which steadily intensified. Witnessing this transformation, Xiao Hui felt a surge of joy. The presence of light that grew stronger indicated that this was certainly not a useless martial spirit. It was evident that Qian Mo's son could not be trifled with. Qian Yuhan had been taken in by Qian Mo, a fact known to very few within the Spirit Hall. Only Qian Mo, the 6 offerings, the coachman from that day, and a few attendants were privy to this information. Of course, they were all instructed by Qian Mo to keep it confidential, and none dared to defy him, resulting in a vow of silence. Even Xiao Hui was unaware of this. As for the reason behind this, patience is required at that time. Qian Mo intended to attend to some official business in Tiando and, out of nostalgia, decided to take a rare carriage ride. Otherwise, he would not have encountered Qian Yuhan. The light continued to strengthen, while Qian Yuhan closed his eyes to attune to the resonance of his martial spirit. Unconsciously, he extended his left hand as the glow intensified. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a sphere of light. "What is this?" Xiao Hui remarked, focusing intently on the luminous orb in Qian Yuhan's left hand. "Is it merely a ball of light? This cannot be a favorable martial spirit," he stated dismissively. "Silence. There's no need for such chatter." Hearing Xiao Hu's words, Qian Mo furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with his remarks. "Why, wise, I spoke out of turn. I beg your pardon, Your Grace." Xiao Hui quickly apologized, sensing the tension in Qian Mo's demeanor. Qian Mo ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Yuhan on the platform. "What is happening? Why does my martial spirit?" Xiao Hui mumbled, perplexed. "What has happened to your martial soul?" In the Grand Hall, there were only 3 individuals present, and aside from Xiao Hui, no one uttered a word. Qian Mo naturally overheard Xiao Hu's murmurs. "Your Highness, my martial soul has trembled. It seems to be sensing an impending threat." Xiao Hui explained. "Your martial soul is the Azure Dragon Sword. What could it possibly fear?" Qian Mo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Qian Mo was indeed perplexed, as Xiao Hu's Azure Dragon Sword was an unparalleled martial soul, its might rivaling that of the Haotian hammer. He had been the one to awaken Xiao Hu's martial soul and had kept a watchful eye on his development. Reaching the title Douluo realm at the age of 60 was a commendable achievement. Although his strength had stagnated at level 96, he was still capable of contending with peak Douluos and could ensure his safety against even the most formidable opponents. Wielding top-tier martial soul, Qian Mo had not released his own martial soul. His six-winged angel martial soul was a divine-level entity that could impose suppression upon the Azure Dragon Sword. However, since he had not activated it, only one possibility remained. Qian Yuhan's martial soul must have suppressed Xiao Hui's Azure Dragon Sword. Then, could it be that Your Highness, Xiao Hui began, glancing towards Qian Yuhan. Qian Mo nodded in agreement. It can only mean that Xiao Han's martial soul has exerted its dominance over your Azure Dragon Sword, but, Your Highness, isn't Yuhan's martial soul merely a sphere of light? How could it? Xiao Hui's voice trailed off, and Qian Mo's expression darkened. Must it solely be a sphere of light? Why are you so enamored with that orb? Silence, and observe with that reprimand. Xiao Hui ceased to speak. The oppressive aura emanating from Qian Yuhan towards the Azure Dragon Sword only intensified, even causing a slight tremor in Qian Mo's six-winged angel martial soul. At that moment, the sphere of light in Qian Yuhan's left hand began to coalesce rapidly, its brilliance increasing until the entire awakening hall was illuminated, and the residual light spilled out through the doors and windows. The radiance grew ever more resplendent. Both Qian Mo and Xiao Hui, positioned closest, shielded their eyes from the dazzling glow. The Hall of Worship and the Awakening Hall were situated atop the Martial Soul Mountain, while the Hall of the Pope was located at its base. The Martial Soul Hall itself resided within Martial Soul City. Even the inhabitants of Martial Soul City beheld the luminous sphere emanating from the mountaintop. This extraordinary phenomenon also roused the attention of other worshippers and elders who were in quiet meditation. Noticing the commotion in the Awakening Hall, they all swiftly teleported to the scene. The sphere of light in Qian Yuhan's hand gradually dissipated, revealing a platinum sword that radiated an ethereal aura, its blade adorned with faintly glowing runes. You have arrived, Qian Mo stated, standing with his back to the gathered worshippers and elders, his gaze fixed upon Qian Yuhan. Greetings, great worshipper. Salutations, judgment, elder. The elders and worshippers bowed respectfully to Qian Mo. In the worship hall, he held the title of great worshipper, while in the elder hall, he was known as judgment elder. Few held dual positions across different halls, and he was among the very few. Greetings, Your Holiness. Xiao Hui is indeed the contemporary Pope of the Spirit Hall. The identity of Qian Yuhan as the young master was appointed by him, the Pope. His utmost respect for Qian Yuhan stems entirely from the fact that he is the son of Qian Mo, who could be regarded as his mentor during his cultivation. Qian Mo provided him with the most guidance as his teacher. He holds great affection for Qian Yuhan. Your Majesty, look at the sword in Yuhan's hand. Xiao Hui exclaimed upon hearing Xiao Hui's words. Everyone turned their gaze towards Qian Yuhan. What is this? Chapter 3. Awakening of the Martial Spirit Part 2. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment after the initial surprise. An eerie silence enveloped the Grand Hall. Before them, the light sword in Qian Yuhan's hand suddenly expanded, its blade measuring approximately 80 centimeters, levitating into the air, pointing towards the assembly. I am named Radiance. For over a millennium, I have traversed the Douluo continent under the dominion of my master, the God of Light, and have attained the status of the God of Light. Thus, I have ascended to an artifact of divine caliber, bestowed with the title of God, and henceforth, mankind refers to me as the God of Light Sword. Today, as this child awakens me as his martial spirit, I shall assist him in achieving greatness and restore everlasting light. The majestic and sacred voice resonated throughout the hall, shaking the souls of all present. The sheer force evoked a desire to prostrate in reverence. It was the power of the divine, the true essence of godly strength. At that moment, both Qian Mo and Xiao Hui understood why the Qinglong sword trembled with fear. This martial spirit was indeed a genuine divine-grade artifact, intricately connected to the God of Light as the leader among them. Qian Mo quickly suppressed his astonishment and addressed the crowd. In the name of the elder and high priest of the Spirit Hall, I hereby declare that this matter is of the utmost secrecy within the Spirit Hall. No one is permitted to divulge even a whisper of it. Should anyone be discovered, I shall enact severe retribution. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. They were filled with shock and exhilaration. Such a prodigy could only bring joy to those within the Spirit Hall. Qian Yuhan's future was boundless, destined to become an extraordinary figure standing atop the realm of spirit masters. Suddenly, the Grand Hall trembled as a crimson aura surged towards Qian Yuhan on the awakening platform. Qian Mo sensed impending danger and rushed towards Qian Yuhan. Just as he was about to reach him, Qian Yuhan opened his eyes, revealing blood-red irises that exuded a chilling and murderous intent. A blood-red barrier enveloped him, effectively repelling Qian Mo. What is happening? What is wrong with the young master? The young master, what has happened to him? The crowd murmured among themselves, their hearts a whirlwind of emotions. They were both concerned for Qian Yuhan's well-being and astonished that he could repel the high priest Qian Mo, the last one to do so was a member of the Haotian sect. Now, another had emerged within the blood-red barrier. Qian Yuhan gazed at them with his crimson eyes, surveying them before closing his eyes once more. His right hand reached out into the void, and a blood-red, long sword materialized in his grasp. The hilt of the sword was black and red, featuring a tightly shut eye nestled between the hilt and the blade, surrounded by black-red spikes. Golden runes adorned the blade, which shimmered in a silvered hue, evoking the feeling of divine judgment dual martial spirits. The crowd gasped in shock. Once more, I am known as the Azura Demon Sword, having assisted my master since the day of his birth in the divine realm. Now, at the behest of my master, the illustrious Azura God, I am here to aid Qian Yuhan in his growth. I am aware of your connection to him. There is no need for alarm. I shall not bring him harm, and I kindly request that you keep my existence a secret from him, as well as refrain from bestowing any soul rings upon me. Focus solely on cultivating the divine sword. Marshal Suli remained concealed within his body, awaiting the moment he unleashes my power, at which point I will guide him to fulfill the mission entrusted to me by the Azura God. Remember, secrecy is paramount. Do not forget. As the voice faded away, the blood-red, ominous aura that had pervaded the hall returned to Qian Yuhan's body. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, even Qian Mo, a formidable figure, stood frozen in disbelief. Why is everyone just standing there? What has occurred? Surely I haven't awakened a worthless martial soul, and you're all deliberating on how to sell me off, Qian Yuhan remarked with a playful tone. His eyes, now returned to their unique sapphire blue, surveyed the stunned faces around him. The crowd gradually regained their composure. Qian Mo swiftly appeared beside Qian Yuhan, meticulously examining every aspect of his son. Concern clouded his brow and eyes, embodying the essence of a worried father. Father, what troubles you? Qian Yuhan, puzzled by his father's uncharacteristic display of anxiety, noted the stark contrast to Qian Mo's usual composed demeanor. Ah, it's nothing, my son. How do you feel? Qian Mo, realizing his own lapse in composure, hastily redirected the conversation. I'm quite well. It seems I just had a dream, Qian Yuhan replied. A dream? Yes, a silver-white sword spoke to me, stating that its power is sealed by the laws of the world, and that only by transcending the limits of this realm can I unlock its full potential. It urged me to strive diligently in my cultivation. Moreover, it mentioned that my physical prowess has significantly improved, and the absorption period for my spirit rings could be extended. Increasing the absorption period for spirit rings. While Qian Mo understood that the duration of spirit rings could indeed be enhanced, his own rings, for instance, comprised a ratio of 6 black and 3 red. A result of receiving a reward from the angelic red level 8 examination at the Spirit Hall, he struggled to comprehend how his son could potentially absorb rings beyond his current level on his very first attempt. Nonetheless, he chose to place his trust in his son. He gently patted Qian Yuhan's head and said, Good son, when the time comes for your first spirit ring, we shall journey to the Star Doe forest to procure it for you. For now, let us measure your spirit power. All right. Qian Yuhan once again placed his hand upon the crystal orb, channeling his soul energy into it. The numbers displayed upon the orb began to rise. 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, in innate full soul power. Wow, level 10. Father, I have reached level 10. Upon seeing the display indicate level 10, Qian Yuhan realized he had attained innate full soul power and joyfully called out to Qian Mo. However, the reactions of those around him, apart from Qian Yuhan, were not as exuberant. Instead, they exhibited a sense of expectation, as if it were a matter of course. Qian Mo nodded towards Qian Yuhan, affirming, Indeed. You are my son. However, there is still room for improvement. Qian Yuhan inquired, Father, what does this mean? Place your hand atop this crystal ball. Its maximum capacity is level 10, while this one can reach level 20. Give it a try. As Qian Mo spoke, another crystal ball identical to the first materialized out of thin air, beckoning Qian Yuhan to approach. Place your hand on it. The numbers swiftly climbed to 10, then 11, 12, 15, 16, and 17. Could it be another? I believe it is highly probable. The Grand Offering possesses a divine-level martial soul, as does the young master. Their capabilities should be quite similar. The number gradually ascended to 18 and continued to rise. 19. There is hope. Indeed. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the soul power crystal ball. A minute later, the entire crystal ball transformed into a resplendent golden hue, followed by a beam of light shooting skyward. 20. a congenital full soul power of level 20. Yet another with innate level 20 soul power. The prospect of angelic inheritance is promising. Observing the ascension of the level 20 soul power beam, Qian sighed, feeling both joy and anxiety. He was elated that his son had become yet another individual with a full innate soul power of 20. Yet anxious about whether he should allow Qian Yuhan to undergo the angel assessment. However, given that his martial soul is the radiant divine sword, the influence of divine power on the angel assessment would undoubtedly be significant. Nevertheless, it is still early. Chapter 4. If you are the young master, then I shall be the angel Douluo. Once the awakening ceremony concluded, the high-ranking officials of the spirit hall dispersed. Qian instructed them that aside from Qian Yuhan's first martial soul, which could be disclosed, all information regarding innate soul power must be publicly declared as level 10 and treated as top secret, forbidden from dissemination. Qian Yuhan is aware that he possesses a full innate soul power of level 20, with his primary martial soul being the radiant divine sword. However, his secondary martial soul remains entirely unknown to him, and he has not yet perceived its existence. Qian advised him to maintain a low profile in the outside world, emphasizing that a humble and unassuming approach could mitigate numerous troubles. He should refrain from casually disclosing the name of his martial spirit, and it sufficed to claim that his innate soul power was at level 10. Qian Yuhan has always been obedient, and he invariably heeds Qianmo's words. "Father, will you take me for a stroll in the spirit city?" he said, approaching Qian and playfully tugging at his hand with a charming demeanor. He is acutely aware that his father is easily swayed by such antics, and they are always effective. "Very well, as you wish." "Oh yay, shall we set off now? Let us depart." Since the arrival of his son, Qian has felt a profound sense of fulfillment, experiencing a happiness and satisfaction in these 8 years that he had never known in his century of life. Each time he emerges from the training chamber, he transitions from initial surprise to a sense of eager anticipation. Awakened from his meditative state, he is greeted by the sight of a porcelain doll-like child rushing towards him. Seeking a hug, what a heartwarming sensation it is. The marketplace in Wuhuan City is renowned across the Douluo continent, rivaling the Lantern Festival in Yelin City. Upon entering the bustling market, Qian Yuhan exuberantly dashed about. "Father, I want that," he exclaimed, pointing at a golden bracelet. "Very well, let us purchase it." Qian replied with a smile. "Good sir, what catches your eye?" inquired the shopkeeper, noticing a lavishly dressed middle-aged man accompanied by a child. Immediately discerning that they must be the scion of a wealthy family indulging in a leisurely outing. "How much for this bracelet?" Qian asked. Few had seen him before. Outsiders knew his name, but not his visage. 1,000,000 gold soul coins, came the response. 1,000,000 for a mere bracelet? That seems rather exorbitant. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Ah, you may not be aware, but there is a reason for the high price of this bracelet. I assure you, I would never deceive someone of your standing. I simply wish to make a friend. This is undoubtedly the best price. To be frank, I would not profit much at this rate." Intrigued by this revelation, Qian inquired further, "Then I am most curious to know why it is so costly." "Sir, the gold used to craft this bracelet is no ordinary gold, but an extremely rare variety. There are many types of gold, yet the Dragon God iron gold is nearly non-existent." "Oh, are you suggesting that this bracelet is made of Dragon God iron gold?" "To be precise, it is crafted from the extracted golden essence of Dragon God iron gold. Moreover, this bracelet is not merely a trinket. Observe." The shopkeeper lifted the bracelet for Qian to examine closely. "Is this Hanshin purple crystal?" Qian remarked, impressed by its rarity. "Indeed, your discernment is commendable. This crystal is essential for the crafting of storage soul tools, possessing the ability to store items. Among crystals, the purple variety is the finest, and Hanshin purple crystal is exceedingly hard to come by. This bracelet contains no fewer than 10 pieces, which speaks volumes about its value. If the bracelet is indeed made of Dragon God iron gold and features Hanshin purple crystal, it may justify the price. But how does such a small shop come into possession of such treasures?" Qian questioned. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan remained transfixed on the golden bracelet, his eyes wide with wonder. "Qian, this fellow possesses quite an admirable taste, haha. To be frank, esteemed guest, my employer is somewhat of a notable figure on the mainland. He came into possession of this item by chance, hence its presence here for sale, as it bears no significant distinction from ordinary storage soul-guiding bracelets. And given that he feels unworthy of possessing it due to its serendipitous acquisition, my employer has decided to offer it here in hopes of finding a worthy owner." Do you not think he is somewhat unhinged? The innkeeper whispered discreetly into Qian Mo's ear, wary of being overheard by others. Upon hearing this, Qian Mo found the boss rather intriguing. He chuckled, uncertain whether to label him as eccentric. Subsequently, he produced a banknote and declared, "All right, I will take it. Please hand it over." "Certainly, esteemed guest," the attendant replied. "By the way, where is the bracelet?" "Father, I have taken it. Hurry and settle the payment. I wish to explore other places for a while." Qian Mo, this mischievous lad. As he stepped out of the shop, Qian Yuhan had already vanished from sight. Qian Mo shook his head with a wry smile and remarked, "This boy is at that age of playful mischief." Qian Yuhan adorned her left wrist with a newly gifted bracelet from Qian Mo, while in her right hand, she held a leg of a century-old salted deep-sea magic crab. In her other hand, she grasped a piece of charcoal-roasted giant ape meat that had been prepared for a decade, merrily skipping through the bustling market. "Qian Yuhan, my father is quite wealthy. There are checks for 10,000 soul coins casually placed in the cabinet, all belonging to me." "Hey, stop right there." A voice resonated from directly in front of Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan looked up to find a rotund man, gnawing on a chicken leg, clad in a gray tank top that struggled to contain his considerable girth. His black trousers, riddled with several tears, hung loosely around his ample frame. Flanked by two scrawny companions, he stood defiantly before Qian Yuhan, his head held high, casting a disdainful gaze in her direction. "This mountain is mine. These trees are planted by my hand. If you wish to pass through, you must leave a toll," the hefty man declared. The two thin lackeys beside him chimed in. Indeed, pay up." Qian Yuhan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to savor his roasted giant ape meat, walking forward unfazed. The portly man, feeling slighted by Qian Yuhan's indifference, simmered with indignation. His two lackeys beside him remarked, "Boss, he completely ignores you. This is utterly audacious. Let's show him a thing or two." Infuriated by their encouragement, the rotund man retorted, "Did you not hear me? I'm calling you." Qian Yuhan continued to stride forward, unperturbed. Suddenly, as he approached, a rotund fellow, in a fit of mischief, knocked the skewered giant ape meat from Qian Yuhan's grasp, sending it tumbling to the ground, while a sharp skewer grazed his lip, drawing blood. Staring at the soiled meat that now lay unappetizingly on the ground, Qian Yuhan could no longer contain his fury. He glared at the rotund figure and growled, word by word, "You owe me my skewer." Amused by Qian Yuhan's ire, the hefty man chuckled, "Little one, I shan't return it. What will you do about it?" Not only would he not return it, but he also spat disdainfully upon the fallen skewer and raised his stubby thumb in a mocking gesture, subsequently turning it downward in a derisive manner. "Do you think this young master is easily intimidated?" Qian Yuhan's face flushed with rage as he shouted. The rotund man, seemingly entertained, scratched his ear and lazily replied, "What? I didn't quite catch that. Did anyone hear what he just said?" "Boss, it seems he claimed to be a young master, and that he has not to be trifled with." The two lackeys chimed in, chuckling. "Ha ha. If you are a young master, then I am the angel Douluo," the rotund man jeered. Just as he continued his raucous laughter, a resonant voice interrupted. "Oh? You are the angel Douluo, then who am I?" Chapter 5. Only by becoming powerful can one avoid being bullied. "Oh, you are the angel Douluo, then who am I?" A voice that resonated with authority pierced the air, captivating the attention of all present. "My heavens, who is he? So handsome!" exclaimed a voice filled with admiration. "Look at him. I could gladly bear your children." Many onlookers, enchanted by the striking figure that had emerged beside Qian Yuhan, fell into a reverie. "Daddy, you've arrived," Qian Yuhan exclaimed, gazing up at the man beside him who affectionately ruffled his hair. "You little rascal, you run off so quickly. Did you think you could just take the money and flee?" Qian Yuhan scratched his head and chuckled. "Ah, I've been found out. I assure you. It won't happen again next time." "Qian Mo? At that moment, the stout man bellowed, "Hey, who are you to meddle in my affairs? Let me make it clear, I am a level 32 soul master. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, I shall mar your visage." Qian Mo furrowed his brow momentarily, but it quickly smoothed out as he chuckled. "What a sharp-tongued little rascal you are. I am the father of the boy you have been bullying. Tell me, should I intervene? And what about your family? Huh, how dare you inquire about mine? Just look at you, dressed to impress yet lacking substance. Let me enlighten you. My father is Lu Daorong, the commander of the 10th Legion of the Soul Defense Army in Soul Master City, a formidable soul saint of level 76. What do you think? Are you intimidated now?" Qian Mo nodded, realizing it was indeed him. He should be in the city guard's barracks. Well, I shall search for him. With that, Qian Mo closed his eyes. A minute later, Qian Mo opened her eyes, realizing you were here. Hey, have you finished your performance? Acting all mysterious. If you have the ability, before the plump man could finish his sentence, Qian Mo waved her hand, and a rift in space quietly manifested. Reaching into the void with her right hand, she extracted a man clad in armor from the abyss. Oh, goodness. The sheer prowess of this individual ignited astonishment in the hearts of every onlooker. Lu Daorong, who had just been toasting with his comrades, found himself suddenly transported here. Turning around to discern the identity of the bold individual, his expression turned to one of sheer horror upon recognizing the face of the person who had seized him. Lu Daorong clearly recognized Qian Mo. 20 years prior, she had been the adjudicator elder of the Spirit Hall, leading another elder and a contingent of Spirit Hall's defensive army to fend off a beast tide. He had encountered this legendary figure of the continent once while standing atop the city walls. The memory was indelibly etched in his mind. The terrifying pressure emanating from the beast tide had cast a shadow over the skies, and dark clouds loomed over the city. Just when he thought he would sacrifice himself for the hall, the angel Douluo descended upon the city gates, and a squadron of reinforcements joined the fray. This defensive army was none other than the Spirit Hall's elite 1st Brigade. Qian Mo, along with another elder and the 1st Defensive Brigade, had instantly turned the tide of the battle. Qian Mo had slain the bloodthirsty crocodile, the leader of the beast tide, a formidable creature that had reigned for 100 millennia. Recalling the scenes from 5 years ago, the individual who had lifted him was none other than the angel Douluo. The angel Douluo, Lu Daorong, spoke with a tremor in his voice. You must be the father of that little chubby boy. Am I correct? He gestured towards the direction of the chubby child. It was then that Lu Daorong noticed the figure and replied, Ah, yes indeed, that is my son. May I inquire if he has inadvertently offended you in any manner? Qian Mo released his grip, causing Lu Daorong to crash to the ground, striking the earth. He seemed to feel no pain, immediately kneeling before Qian Mo. This rascal has wronged my son. As his father, you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, Qian Mo's gaze turned icy, fixing a cold stare upon Lu Daorong. The kneeling Lu Daorong could not help but tremble. My lord, I acknowledge my transgressions. It is I who failed to educate him properly. Please grant me another chance. I shall diligently supervise and discipline him, ensuring he never errs again. Lu Daorong stammered nervously. The oppressive aura radiating from Qian Mo bore down upon him entirely. The pressure of a level 99 limit Douluo was not to be trifled with. Your son has been using your position as the commander of the city defense army to bully the weak. This cannot be a singular incident. Is it not your indulgence that has led to this behavior? It is my fault. I willingly accept punishment. Please, my lord, show mercy this once. As he spoke, Lu Daorong repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Enough. Considering your years of diligent service in the city defense army, I shall relieve you of your command. You have one day to take your family and leave Wuhuan City, never to return. Should you be found here again, your life shall be forfeit. Ah, please, my lord. Do you have any objections? And no, I shall leave at once. Lu Daorong wished to say more, but the weight of Qian Mo's words left him no choice but to acquiesce, lest he lose his very life. Let us return home, Qian Mo said, turning to gaze affectionately at his son, who stood there, blood trickling from his mouth and tears welling in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the two vanished from sight. As Qian Mo and Qian Yuhan departed, the onlookers also dispersed, leaving behind Lu Daorong and his plump son. Lu Daorong knelt, muttering to himself. It's all over, it's all finished, while the chubby boy stood there, lost in a daze. The sight of his once mighty father kneeling before another like a dog was a reality he struggled to accept. Dad, the boy timidly called out to his bewildered father. Lu Daorong snapped back to reality, rising and approaching his son, delivering a resounding slap. You wretch. It's all your fault. You've ruined our family. I disown you. You good for nothing. With each word, his anger swelled, and he struck harder. You fool. Meanwhile, in the Judgment Elder Hall, Qian Yuhan sat in deep contemplation, staring blankly at the radiant divine sword he wielded. Qian Mo approached and squatted before Qian Yuhan, gently ruffling his hair as he said, Child, do you understand what kind of world this is? Qian Yuhan looked up at his father before him, shaking his head in silence. My child, this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. Strength is the true currency of your existence on this continent. Only by becoming formidable yourself will you avoid being bullied. Do you understand? Dad, I aspire to grow stronger, to be as powerful as you. No, even stronger than you. I refuse to be subjected to the whims of others. Qian Yuhan fixed his gaze upon his father, glancing at the radiant divine sword hovering beside him, then turned his resolute eyes to Qian Mo, declaring with unwavering determination, "Very well, such ambition is commendable. Ha ha ha, I eagerly await the day of your triumph." His father exclaimed, "To grow stronger is not solely for oneself, but also for those whom you hold dear." He patted his son's shoulder and continued, "Tomorrow, Uncle Tianwei will escort you to the Douluo forest to acquire your first 2 soul rings. Prepare yourself. I must take my leave now. Rest well." Chapter 6. Arrival at Douluo. As dawn broke, titled Do Tianwei arrived at Qian Yuhan's residence and knocked on his door. No answer came. What is going on here? Tianwei mused, perplexed. Just then, someone struck him from behind. Who? Tianwei shouted, spinning around, bracing for an ambush. Simultaneously, he unleashed his formidable titled Douluo aura. "Uncle Tianwei." "It's me, Qian Yuhan." The sudden pressure sent Qian Yuhan to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Upon realizing the visitor was Qian Yuhan, Tianwei withdrew his overwhelming aura, allowing Qian Yuhan to breathe freely once more, narrowly avoiding suffocation. "You audacious little rascal. Ha ha ha. I like your spirit. It has been years since anyone dared to jest with me in such a manner, not even your father." Tianwei continued. "No wonder the old man has become so lackadaisical in his training since he had you. He is always in a hurry to return, claiming there are numerous matters to attend to in the Elder Hall. Humph, I am only in my 80s. I shall find a lovely lady and have some fun in due time." Meanwhile, in the Judgment Elder Hall, Qian Mo sat cross-legged beneath a sacred 6-winged angelic projection, immersed in meditation. Achoo! A sudden sneeze disrupted his training. It has been decades since I last sneezed. What could this be? Qian Mo rubbed his nose and resumed his meditative state. Above, a white tiger with black wings soared swiftly through the sky. This was the soul beast of tidal Douluo Tianwei, the shadow-winged white tiger, a top-tier variant soul beast. The attack power and speed of a soul master wielding the shadow-winged white tiger were astonishing, and their physical strength, nurtured by the soul beast, was equally formidable. The name of Tianwei echoed throughout the Douluo continent. His robust physique, muscular arms, and powerful fists could severely injure an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Furthermore, his strong thighs granted him remarkable acceleration, allowing him to swiftly reposition himself to strike at the enemy's vulnerabilities with full force. Little Han. Just ahead lies the Douluo forest. In this operation, the high priest instructed that you should undertake the entire process of capturing the soul ring by yourself. I shall not participate, but will only be responsible for transportation. Exercise caution. Tianwei Douluo solemnly advised Qian Yuhan. Understood, uncle. Qian Yuhan nodded in response. "Ah, by the way, your father mentioned that it would be best if the first 2 soul rings comprised 1 offensive soul skill paired with 1 speed soul skill. Pay close attention to the capabilities of the soul beast during combat and select those that suit you as your soul rings," he added. "Okay, uncle." The mini white tiger landed on a clearing at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Qian Yuhan dismounted from the white tiger and retrieved a piece of giant ape meat from the Hanjin Dragon God Gold bracelet that Qian Mo had purchased for him, offering it to the white tiger. The white tiger glanced at Qian Yuhan, nudged his hand holding the meat with its head, and swiftly bit down on the morsel, swallowing it whole. The giant ape meat, once consumed by the white tiger, would ultimately transform into spiritual energy and be transmitted to Tianwei Douluo's body. "That boy is quite courteous," Tianwei Douluo remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback, for it was indeed a rare sight to see Tianwei Douluo smile. After returning Qian Yuhan to his residence yesterday, Qian Mo earnestly reminded him to place all the prepared items into the golden bracelet storage soul guide that he had purchased before setting off. He also mentioned the true name of the bracelet, the HNXNL SHNJNju. Upon hearing such a formidable name, coupled with its formidable storage capabilities, Qian Yuhan became utterly enamored with the HNXNL SHNJNju. After bidding farewell to the heavenly Might Douluo, he made his way directly into the Douluo forest. The heavenly Might Douluo watched as Qian Yuhan departed, reflecting on the events of the previous night. After Qian Mo escorted Qian Yuhan back to his residence, he conveyed a message to Tianwei Douluo, summoning him to the Hall of Offerings. Upon receiving the message, Tianwei Douluo hurriedly arrived, and, upon seeing Qian Mo, clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Elder brother, what is it that you require of me?" Tomorrow, you shall accompany Xiao Han to the Douluo forest. I request that you ensure he reaches the outskirts of the forest. The task of hunting for soul rings will be left to Xiao Han himself. Unless his life is at stake, refrain from intervening, merely provide covert protection. Elder brother, Yuhan does not possess a single soul ring, without any soul skills. And given Xiao Han's martial spirit is suited for close combat, this is tantamount to engaging in hand-to-hand combat with soul beasts. Qian Mo raised his hand to interrupt Tian Wei's words. Xiao Han is perfectly fine. I have faith in him. This time is primarily to train him in confronting soul beasts and to practice the techniques and swordsmanship I have imparted to him. I understand, brother. This can be regarded as a practical assessment of his progress, with you serving as the examiner. Very well, brother. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, go ahead. As Tian Wei Douluo reflected on the matter, he continued to gaze in the direction where Qian Yuhan had vanished, saying, Yuhan, let me witness the fruits of your training over the past few years. Do not let us down. Oh, this tree is oozing sap. What is this? It's sticky and utterly disgusting. Uncle Tian Wei, how could you leave me in such a repulsive place? Truly, Qian Yuhan, with one hand trembling as he attempted to rid himself of the viscous substance clinging to it, used the other hand to wipe the sticky residue from his face, all the while grumbling as he walked. This was his inaugural journey away from home, and at the tender age of 8, his insatiable curiosity was in full bloom. Poking and prodding in every direction, he rendered himself thoroughly unkempt, embodying the essence of a wild child. Lacking even a hint of the demeanor befitting the heir of the spirit hall, he traversed the forest with a gait that seemed to disregard all familial ties. Qian Yuhan was still perplexed by the fact that no spirit beast had attacked him along the way. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely due to the cold heart dragon god bracelet adorning his wrist. This bracelet harbored a trace of dragon god power. And as soon as the spirit beasts on the outskirts of the Douluo forest approached, the oppressive aura stemming from his bloodline compelled them to keep their distance from Qian Yuhan. Despite being merely 8 years old, these lower-tier spirit beasts dared not approach him. As he ventured further, the smaller creatures became increasingly scarce, giving way to medium-sized spirit beasts. From the nearby thicket, the sounds of rustling foliage could be heard. Qian Yuhan turned around, gripping the sword of radiance, and slowly advanced towards the source of the sound. The bushes emitted a series of rustling noises. Just as Qian Yuhan was within 5 meters of the thicket, a ghostly tiger suddenly leaped forth, pouncing directly onto him. The ghostly tiger opened its gaping maw, but Qian Yuhan reacted swiftly, piercing the creature's skull with the sword of radiance. The blade penetrated deeply, impaling its head. And with a final roll of its eyes, the beast collapsed atop him. A yellow soul ring materialized above the ghostly tiger. Chapter 7. Fierce Battle with the Millennium Radiant Golden Winged Lion, Part 1. Is this a century-old soul ring? Qian Yuhan gazed at the shimmering yellow soul ring suspended in the air, lost in thought. So this is what a soul ring truly is. Before traversing to the Douluo continent, Qian Yuhan had read a novel by a certain author wherein the Douluo continent was mentioned, stating that a yellow soul ring signifies 100 years. It seems that the Douluo continent he now inhabits bears a striking resemblance to the world depicted in that novel. Qian Yuhan felt a lingering sense of inadequacy regarding the age of his soul ring, convinced that he could absorb something far more formidable. In this realm, where the spirit hall exists, the grand priest is not Qian Douluo, but rather Qian Mo, indicating that this cannot be the era of Tangsan. Does this imply that the ice and fire duality I and the opportunities of Sea God Island are still extant? It seems likely, almost certain. He decided to venture further to explore if there were any suitable soul beasts for him. There was no urgency in acquiring those opportunities at present. Both the ice and fire duality I and Sea God Island are guarded by titled Douluos, even limit Douluos. He is merely 6 years old and should focus on nurturing his growth for now. He pondered about his father's strength in this world. The other day in the Spirit City marketplace, he had frightened the commander of the city defense to such an extent. And since he is a brother of Uncle Tian Wei, who is a titled Douluo, it stands to reason that his father is of similar caliber. A titled Douluo father, how exhilarating. In truth, Qian Yuhan remained unaware that his father, Qian Mo, is one of the foremost powerhouses in the contemporary world. He merely perceived his father's strength to be slightly superior to that of His Holiness Pope Xiao Hui, for in a world where strength reigns supreme, his father must be stronger than Xiao Hui. Qian Yuhan was not mistaken in his thoughts, however. He did not anticipate that his father would be far more formidable than Pope Xiao Hui. As he was appointed as the young master of the Spirit Hall by Xiao Hui, he felt a profound obligation to live up to the expectations placed upon him. He constantly recalled Qian Mo's teachings, to remain humble and self-disciplined, to refrain from provoking others unless provoked, and to retaliate with unrelenting force should he be wronged. Though merely 6 years of age, Qian Yuhan possesses the intellect of a teenager, exhibiting a notable maturity and understanding. The vibrant aura of light envelopes him, and the radiant divine sword resonates harmoniously with this essence. After walking for an hour, he spoke to himself, acknowledging the rich atmosphere surrounding him. Summoning his radiant divine sword, he instinctively gripped the hilt with both hands, lifted it slightly upwards, and plunged it directly into the ground. The sword greedily absorbed the surrounding light energy, causing golden radiance to shimmer around its blade. Following this, Qian Yuhan sat cross-legged beside the sword, entering a meditative state. Observing from the periphery of the Douluo forest, the titled Douluo was acutely aware of the unfolding events. This boy has entered a meditative state, he mused. Meditating in such a place as the Douluo forest is perilous. However, his talent is indeed astonishing. One does not simply slip into meditation at will. Within this meditative state, Qian Yuhan's consciousness transitioned into a peculiar realm. He found himself standing on a small island, surrounded by an expansive azure ocean. The nearby aura of light was exceedingly gentle, nurturing his being. At the island's edge, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the cerulean waters. "Excuse me, may I inquire where this place is?" Qian Yuhan approached the enigmatic individual. He observed the mysterious figure, clad in a robe of platinum hues, exuding an ethereal presence, devoid of any detectable soul power. The stranger turned, nodding slightly and offering a faint smile. Suddenly, Qian Yuhan felt himself being pulled backward, distancing himself from the figure, who appeared to beckon him with a wave. As his consciousness dispersed and then coalesced once more, Qian Yuhan found himself back in the Douluo forest, staring at the radiant divine sword with a sense of bewilderment. What just happened? Was that a dream? While he pondered this, a low growl erupted nearby. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a lion, radiating golden light, fixated on him from a short distance away. This majestic beast resembled a lion, yet its entire form was adorned in white, with golden fur cascading from its mane. Astonishingly, 2 pairs of golden wings sprouted from its back, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability, imparting a sense of nobility. However, its eyes betrayed a terrifying malice. For reasons unknown, this lion harbored a profound hostility towards Qian Yuhan. Despite its regal demeanor, it felt an overwhelming discomfort upon spotting the seated boy, particularly towards the glowing sword by his side, which ignited an intense desire for vengeance. This sentiment emerged silently, as if stemming from deep-seated ancestral grievances. Is this the radiant golden-winged lion? It appears to be around 2,000 years old. What an unexpected encounter. Such spirit beasts usually inhabit the core regions. Yuhan has encountered a formidable adversary. Without a soul master's strength, it is virtually impossible to claim victory against such a foe. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the Tianwei could not help but furrow their brows. The aura emanating from this soul beast is remarkably potent. It is a millennium-old creature, and its capabilities are formidable. With a deep growl, the radiant golden-winged lion advanced, propelling itself forward with its powerful forelegs, charging directly at Qian Yuhan. Radiant Divine Sword. Upon hearing its master's call, the radiant divine sword materialized before Qian Yuhan in an instant. Grasping the hilt with his right hand, he entered a combat stance. The radiant golden-winged lion, pushing off the ground with its forelegs, leapt into the air, soaring 10 meters before diving down, raising its muscular forepaw. Intent on delivering a decisive blow, Qian Yuhan reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly evading to his right. The luminous golden-winged lion landed with such force that the very earth trembled beneath it, leaving countless fissures in its wake and sending dust swirling into the air. The rising sand obscured Qian Yuhan's vision, hindering his ability to make a subsequent judgment, causing a sense of urgency to well up within him. Qian Yuhan urged, "Hurry and disperse." Seizing the opportunity while Qian Yuhan was disoriented, the radiant golden-winged lion swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. The rustling of leaves echoed as the mist cleared, and the radiant golden-winged lion vanished from Qian Yuhan's sight. "Qian Yuhan, where have you gone?" Qian Yuhan glanced around, meticulously searching for any trace of evidence. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed from behind him. Reacting swiftly, Qian Yuhan turned and raised his sword in defense. However, how could his slight frame withstand the formidable assault of the radiant golden-winged lion? At best, he could only slightly mitigate the impact of the onslaught. With a single swipe, the lion sent Qian Yuhan hurtling through the air, propelling him 50 meters away. Pain surged through his entire body, and as he shook his head to dispel the dizziness, he managed to rise, propped up by his sword. Were it not for the thicket providing some cushioning, he might not have been able to stand at all. Qian Yuhan secretly mused, such an overwhelming power. Chapter 8. Fierce Battle with the Golden-Winged Lion of Light for 1,000 Years. Part 2. Qian Yuhan rose to his feet, panting heavily. Although the claws of the radiant golden-winged lion were mostly thwarted by the divine sword of light, the sheer strength of the beast had still inflicted wounds upon his right arm, and he had been violently thrown 50 meters away, leaving his head in a daze. As he stood, a wave of pain surged through his body, sharpening his senses. Tough as nails, Qian Yuhan spat a mouthful of blood. The radiant golden-winged lion, witnessing this audacious youth withstand its full-force strike, seethed with rage. It lifted its forepaw and swung down with ferocity, sending a claw strike hurtling towards Qian Yuhan. The sound of wind cutting through the air was unmistakable, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. Concealed in the shadows, the Tianwei Douluo had already prepared to intervene. As the pressure bore down upon him, Qian Yuhan closed his eyes, maintaining his composure. He recalled the sword techniques taught by his father and the countless repetitions of movements practiced on the training field. He was not surrendering to death with his eyes shut. Rather, he sought to calm his mind. The claw strike approached at breakneck speed, yet in Qian Yuhan's perception, it seemed to slow down 100-fold. Unfolding in slow motion, with both hands firmly gripping the sword hilt, he concentrated all his strength into his legs and arms. The blade shimmered with gathered radiance. Opening his eyes, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending a formidable sword shadow racing towards the claw attack of the radiant golden-winged lion. The force and speed of this slash rivaled that of the beast's assault. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, erupting in a cloud of mist between Qian Yuhan and the lion. As the smoke cleared, Qian Yuhan had vanished from the spot. The radiant golden-winged lion, confident that the youth's strike could not possibly withstand its own might, turned to depart. Having exerted considerable energy in its previous two attacks, it was eager to retreat. However, just as it was about to leave, a beam of light descended from the heavens. In the midst of the smoke that obscured both their visions, Qian Yuhan was certain that the radiant golden-winged lion remained stationary, believing that an insignificant human-esque attack could not surpass that of a soul beast, thus lacking any instinct for evasion or defense. Seizing the moment of the lion's complacency, Qian Yuhan gathered his strength and leaped upward, grasping the divine sword of light above his head. As he descended with all his might, this strike had to be lethal, otherwise he would face defeat. Confronted by the threat of his own life, Qian Yuhan harnessed his primal survival instincts, channeling immense power into the blow. Just as the radiant golden-winged lion was about to turn away, it caught a glimpse of the light in the sky, growing larger and closer. The radiance struck directly into the lion's right eye. In that instant, Qian Yuhan adjusted the sword slightly, aligning it perpendicular to the lion's eye. The radiant golden-winged lion had a chance to evade, yet, due to the forceful strike to its head, its body went limp and weak, consciousness fading, rendering it incapable of escape. Qian Yuhan swiftly thrust downwards, piercing the eye of the radiant golden-winged lion with the divine sword of light. The creature clawed desperately at the ground, its head thrashing in a frenzy. Qian Yuhan was instantly flung away, but managed to roll upon landing, emerging relatively unscathed. The unfortunate radiant golden-winged lion writhed and roared. The divine sword of light lodged firmly in its right eye, drawing forth the luminous essence from within its being. Ultimately, after a minute of tumultuous rolling, the beast lay still upon the ground, the sword still embedded in its right eye, its left eye's pupil dilated, and its heartbeat forever stilled. A violet soul ring gradually materialized above the radiant golden-winged lion. This young one is impressive. The heavenly might Douluo nodded repeatedly from the shadows, his face alight with admiration and approval. Qian Yuhan gazed upon the emerging soul ring, letting out a deep sigh. Qian Yuhan felt as though he had truly escaped the jaws of peril. Contemplating this, he swiftly drew his right hand across the upper part of his left wrist, summoning a vial to materialize in his palm. He poured forth a medicinal pill from the bottle and, tilting his head back, swallowed it whole. This was none other than the advanced healing elixir bestowed upon him by Qian Mo, capable of mending moderate wounds and providing significant analgesic effects for more severe injuries, while also replenishing his physical strength. The scars on Qian Yuhan's right arm began to heal remarkably. After a period of meditative recuperation lasting an hour, he approached the carcass of the radiant golden-winged lion, summoned the radiant divine sword, and settled into a cross-legged position. Qian Yuhan closed his eyes and formed a seal, guiding the radiant divine sword to absorb his first soul ring. Upon the spirit's contact with the purple soul ring, he discerned that it belonged to the radiant golden-winged lion, a creature from the year 2200. Engaging in the absorption of a soul ring far beyond his level demanded utmost caution. Any lapse in vigilance could result in the backlash of its formidable power, potentially leading to lifelong disability, a fate not uncommon among those who dared to tread such perilous paths. Entering his mental realm, he began the refinement of the soul ring. Gazing at the potent soul energy of the radiant golden-winged lion, Qian Yuhan remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The lion's resentment was profound. A top-tier soul beast of 2,200 years had been ambushed to death by a mere 6-year-old child, a scenario that was as pitiable as it was infuriating. How could its vengeful spirit be anything but formidable? Qian Yuhan grasped the radiant divine sword, unleashing a multitude of sword energies towards the radiant golden-winged lion's soul. Concurrently, he released the luminous aura of the divine sword, which transformed into chains that ensnared the radiant golden-winged lion. Despite its fervent attempts to break free in every direction, it was to no avail, for the chains were imbued with radiant flames that scorched the lion. After 2 hours of relentless struggle, the lion's soul let out a thunderous roar within the confines of the spiritual realm, dissipating into oblivion, consumed by an eternal rage. As Qian Yuhan opened his eyes, he beheld the radiant divine sword suspended before him, with a violet soul ring ascending from its blade, signifying the acquisition of his first soul ring. After the arduous battle with the radiant golden-winged lion and the subsequent refinement of its soul, Qian Yuhan's body felt somewhat overwhelmed. Just as he intended to retreat to the periphery to recuperate with Uncle Tianwei, a sudden brilliance erupted behind him. A pair of golden wings emerged from the corpse of the radiant golden-winged lion. What a surprise! This is an external soul bone, concealed in the shadows. Tianwei Douluo could not contain his excitement upon witnessing the wings manifest from the lion's remains, and he swiftly dashed towards Qian Yuhan, exclaiming in astonishment. Startled by the sudden exclamation and the appearance of Tianwei Douluo, Qian Yuhan felt a jolt of surprise. Uncle Tianwei, what is this? Qian Yuhan cast a somewhat melancholic glance at the excited Tianwei Douluo. It seemed that he had lost his composure. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's wistful tone, Tianwei Douluo finally regained his senses, realizing that he had indeed behaved inappropriately. Qian Yuhan, is it truly a bit unseemly? Akin to a child spotting a beloved toy, or a fervent admirer encountering their idol. Qian Yuhan did not engage in excessive conversation and inquired of the heavenly might Douluo, Uncle Tianwei, what is this? You mentioned something about an external spirit bone earlier. Chapter 9. The external spirit bone. Radiant wings, a pair of resplendent golden wings, radiating a dazzling light, hovered above the carcass of the radiant golden-winged lion. Oh, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. You have encountered the rarest and most precious of external spirit bones. It appears that this particular bone may still possess the potential for evolution. The 2 pairs of wings on the back of the golden-winged lion have now reverted to their original state, suggesting that it has returned to its natural form after detachment. With diligent cultivation, you can restore it. For now, keep it safe and absorb it later. The heavenly might Douluo remarked, giving Qian Yuhan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. All right, Qian Yuhan replied, and with a wave of his hand, he stored the external spirit bone within the golden bracelet of the cold heart dragon god. After resting for a day at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Qian Yuhan's injuries had nearly healed. He then ventured back into the Douluo forest in search of a suitable spirit beast. This time, the heavenly might Douluo accompanied him directly. Before long, they encountered a 10,000-year-old illusory thunder shadow serpent. This spirit beast was remarkably swift, capable of creating a clone with 80% of its own strength in a matter of moments, an exceedingly formidable innate ability. Qian Yuhan had specifically targeted this feature, for his own physical strength was ample enough to absorb a 10,000-year second spirit ring. Qian Yuhan was unaware of the truth, believing that his relentless training over the years and his formidable physical prowess were the reasons he could absorb a 10,000-year second soul ring. Little did he know, the heavenly might Douluo was acutely aware of the reality. The terrifying second martial soul that manifested during his awakening had significantly enhanced his body, a fact perceived by all present witnesses. The blood sword did not explicitly state it, Yet everyone tacitly acknowledged that Qian Yuhan had acquired an unparalleled constitution. This was a 10,000-year second soul ring, after all. The heavenly might Douluo gazed at Qian Yuhan, who was meditating to absorb the soul ring, with a complex expression. He sighed, remarking, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. These younger generations, even though I have not ventured out for many years, are still able to produce talents as extraordinary as the young master. After 2 hours, Qian Yuhan opened his eyes and gradually rose, unleashing his martial soul, the radiant divine sword. Grasping the radiant divine sword, he summoned 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, which quietly ascended, subsequently vanishing as he successfully absorbed them, becoming a 2-ringed Great Soul Master. Uncle Tianwei, I am now at level 27. Indeed, nodded the heavenly might Douluo. The prior absorption of the 2,200-year-old radiant golden-winged lion had already elevated Qian Yuhan's soul power to level 22. For soul masters, higher quality soul rings in the early stages lead to more pronounced increases in soul power levels. As one progresses, the enhancement becomes increasingly arduous. Even acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring for the 9th soul ring might merely elevate one's level by 1 or 2. Now that Qian Yuhan had absorbed the 10,000-year second soul ring, it was anticipated that his soul power would rise from level 22 to level 27. A leap of 5 levels. Very well, young master, it is time to return. After you finish absorbing that external soul bone, your strength will ascend to another tier. If the heavenly might Douluo had not mentioned it, Qian Yuhan might have forgotten this crucial matter. Qian Yuhan nearly forgot that after absorbing the external soul bone, he might swiftly break through to level 30. He chuckled mischievously. Observing Qian Yuhan's wicked grin, the heavenly might Douluo pondered, what delightful scheme is this lad concocting? With such a grin that borders on the lewd? Without delving further into his thoughts, the heavenly might Douluo summoned the shadow-winged white tiger and gracefully mounted its back. He roused the daydreaming Qian Yuhan, who was lost in a silly smile, beckoning him to return to the spirit hall. Qian Yuhan finally realized how embarrassing his earlier behavior had been. In midair, he poked the back of Tianwei Douluo and slowly spoke, Uncle Tianwei, you must promise not to mention my earlier foolishness to anyone. It's utterly humiliating, especially in front of my father and the esteemed offerings in the Hall of Offerings, as well as the elders in the Hall of Elders. Just keep it to yourself. Otherwise, it would tarnish my father's reputation. Tianwei Douluo turned to look at the dejected Qian Yuhan, who had his head lowered, and gently patted his head in comfort, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. The little rascal is concerned about his image. Huh? Ha ha ha. Uncle Tianwei. Qian Yuhan protested, raising his head and playfully striking Tianwei Douluo. All right. I won't tease you anymore. This will be our little secret, never to be disclosed. You can trust that I, your Uncle Tianwei, will keep my word. Really? Indeed. Then let us seal it with a pact. What does that mean? Tianwei Douluo asked, bemused as Qian Yuhan manipulated his hand, eventually leading their thumbs to touch. Qian Yuhan insisted it was a binding seal. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Tianwei Douluo directly escorted Qian Yuhan to the Hall of Judgment, where he respectfully saluted Qian Imo, saying, Great offering. The young master has acquired a Millennium First Soul Ring and a 10,000-year Second Soul Ring, along with an external spirit bone that he has yet to absorb. Please allow the young master to absorb it shortly. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work, Tianwei. Please take some time to rest. It was no trouble at all. The young master was truly remarkable this time. Let him recount the experience to you. I shall take my leave now. With that, he vanished in an instant. Qian Ma spoke to Qian Yuhan only after Tianwei Douluo had departed. Have you obtained an external soul bone? Please, show it to me. Qian Ma was indeed quite excited. However, with the presence of the heavenly might Douluo just moments ago, he had to maintain his composure. Yet, in the face of his own son, he could not concern himself with such formalities. After all, family is what truly matters. In his century-long existence, Qian Imo had never encountered an external soul bone, so how could he not feel a surge of excitement? As Qian Yuhan gracefully swept his right hand above the golden bracelet adorning his left wrist, a pair of miniature wings, no larger than the palm of his hand and radiating a resplendent light, materialized in his grasp. Qian Ma suppressed the excitement within, gazing at his son with a satisfied nod. He then spoke, My child, take a seat and absorb the energy. I shall provide you with protection. Qian Imo recognized the extraordinary potential of his son, foreseeing that he would undoubtedly rise to become a paragon in the realm of soul masters. He harbored no desire for the soul bone, for his own strength stood at the pinnacle of 99 levels. Absorbing this soul bone would hold little significance for him, at most serving as a mere embellishment. However, Qin Yuhan was a different matter altogether. With the acquisition of this external soul bone, his journey could unfold with greater swiftness, stability, and longevity. Furthermore, Qian Mo had perused numerous texts, many of which delved into the intricacies of soul bones, and he vaguely recalled certain aspects pertaining to external soul bones. This type, resembling wings, had a high probability of evolving. He gazed at the external soul bone merging with Qian Yuhan's back. It was a pair of radiant, luminous wings, likely capable of further evolution in the future. The evolution of a soul bone represents a qualitative leap for the soul master themselves. Before long, a dazzling pair of golden wings unfurled gracefully, their radiant aura illuminating the entire Elder's Judgment Hall. Qian Yuhan stood majestically in the Grand Hall, with her wings gracefully fluttering behind her. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing golden irises. Chapter 10. Eldest brother, what does the promise you taught Yuhan mean? Qian Yuhan slowly opened her eyes after absorbing the radiant twin wings, descending gracefully before Qianmo. Qian gazed into Qian Yuhan's eyes and inquired, "My son, what has become of your eyes?" Qian Yuhan, upon hearing Qianmo's inquiry, felt a sense of confusion arise within her. "Father, is there something wrong with my eyes?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Child, your eyes have transformed into a striking golden hue," Qian replied, finally articulating the words that had previously eluded him. What could have caused this?" Qian Yuhan exclaimed, bewildered. For just moments before, while preparing herself, her eyes had appeared perfectly normal, a deep shade of black. "Father, could it be that absorbing the light of the dual wings has some unforeseen side effects?" Qian shook his head and remarked, "It appears that there is nothing to worry about. The inherent light power of the radiant wings will only benefit you, not hinder you. So fret not. It is quite possible that the enhancement of the light energy within you is the cause." By the way, Father," Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "I have gathered an abundance of experiences this time." As he spoke, he summoned the radiant divine sword, which floated before him, its blade shimmering with hues of purple and black. Very well, Qian replied. "Come now. It has been many years since these old bones have engaged in any activity. Let us exchange a few moves." He patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder as he spoke. Qian Yuhan widened her eyes in astonishment. "Father, do you understand what you are saying? How could I, a mere great soul master, contend against you, a titled Douluo? You should go and engage with your esteemed brothers instead. I shall take my leave now, dear father." Qianma hurriedly grasped Qian Yuhan's arm and exclaimed, Wait. Don't be in such a rush to leave. Let us engage in a friendly spar, and I shall suppress my soul power to match yours. Your soul power is at level 27, correct? I will restrain myself to that same level and refrain from utilizing my martial soul. If you can move me even a fraction or compel me to use my martial soul, I shall concede defeat. How does doubling your allowance sound for this month? First of all, my soul power has risen to level 29, and secondly, I propose a fourfold increase in your allowance. A faint smile grazed Qian Yuhan's lips as she raised an eyebrow, regarding Qianma with intrigue. "Qianma, this insufferable brat has advanced 9 levels in less than a week. Who indulged this greedy nature of his? Very well, I have acquiesced to this little rascal." Qian Yuhan summoned the radiant divine sword, and beneath his feet, 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, materialized. The first soul skill, Radiant Slash. The first soul ring silently illuminated. The radiant divine sword in Qian Yuhan's grasp shimmered with brilliance. With a sweeping motion, a radiant slash surged towards Qianma leisurely raised his right hand, extending his index finger to gently point at the oncoming light slash, which promptly vanished, the gust of wind sweeping past Qianma's ear. The power is quite commendable," Qianmo remarked with a nod. "Now, let us observe this move. Second soul skill." As the second soul ring gradually ascended beneath Qian Yuhan's feet, it shimmered and enveloped him in a tempest of crackling lightning. A defensive soul skill, one might jest, "My dear child, what is there for you to defend against when I have no intention of striking you?" Qian Yuhan smiled faintly as the first soul ring illuminated. With a swift motion, he unleashed the light slash. A beam of white sword energy surged towards Qianma. This time, Qianmo made no attempt to evade. The sword energy vanished before it could reach him. Qian Yuhan was perplexed as to why the power of this radiant strike had diminished. Suddenly, Qianmo appeared to have realized something. Turning around, he noticed a figure soaring towards him. With his right hand raised, Qian Mo snapped his fingers, and the resultant gust of air sent Qian Yuhan flying. Although Qian Mo had restrained his strength to match Qian Yuhan's level, the physical prowess of a 99th level limit Douluo could not be easily suppressed. Even without taking any action, it was inherently challenging to approach him. Qian Yuhan soared into the air, his figure vanishing once more. Qian Mo, is this also a doppelganger? Dad, I'm right here. The voice of Qian Yuhan echoed. Qian Mo turned his head once more and beheld Qian Yuhan standing 2 meters away, gripping the sword of light with both hands, drawing it back to gather strength. As Qian Mo turned, the blade was already on the verge of striking, aimed directly at his brother. Qian Mo instinctively took a step back to evade danger when faced with a threat to his beloved. Qian Yuhan did not genuinely wish for his father to become a eunuch. He merely exploited Qian Mo's inherent instincts as a man. Even as a titled Douluo, he was quite frightened by such occurrences. Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you, Dad. You flinched. Qian Yuhan approached and patted his startled father. You mischievous little rascal. Who taught you this? Qian Mo was quite irritated, but before he could finish his words, Qian Yuhan covered his mouth with her small hand. Kiki, dear father, spare us the unnecessary chatter. I have acquired this knowledge on my own. I earn 40,000 gold soul coins each month. I shall take my leave now to rest. Farewell. With that, she dashed out of the Elder Judgment Hall. Qian Mo gazed at her son, who had already disappeared from sight, and shook her head with a resigned smile. This mischievous little rascal. Qian Mo entered the sanctuary and found the heavenly Might Douluo and several other worshippers engaged in cheerful banter. Upon noticing Qian Mo's arrival, the heavenly Might Douluo hurried over and exclaimed, Brother, you are here. Yes, I came to take a look. What is the matter, brother? What does the gesture of pulling a hook that you taught Yuhan signify? Does it possess some special function? What? Qian Mo replied, utterly bewildered, unsure of what the heavenly Might Douluo was referring to. What are you talking about, seventh brother? What is this pulling a hook nonsense? At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing green robe caught their attention, with waist-length white hair and a lock of green bangs obscuring half of his face. He possessed a strikingly pale complexion and a countenance reminiscent of a dandy, exuding an alluring yet frigid aura. He was none other than the third worshipper of the Spirit Hall, the Qingfeng Douluo. Third brother, the eldest taught Yuhan a mysterious finger technique. As long as one mimics that gesture with the other party and then seals it with a thumbprint, a contract is established, binding both parties to its terms. Qian Mo, have I ever taught Yuhan such an odd thing? Qian Mo shook his head and said, I have never taught him such things. Qi Di, recalling the conversation, noted that Qian Yuhan indeed had not mentioned it was Qian Mo who instructed him. It was likely that he had learned it from somewhere else. Perhaps in a few days, he could subtly inquire about it to gain insight. Tian Weido Luo waved his hand dismissively and remarked, it may be that I merely dreamt this while asleep. Still in a daze, he laughed heartily, causing everyone around to shake their heads in exasperation, joining in the laughter. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan returned to his dwelling and promptly leaped onto his bed, rolling around on the sheets and creating a bit of a ruckus before succumbing to a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, darkness enveloped the sky. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Who is it? Qian Yuhan inquired. It is I, your father, came Qian Mo's response from outside. Qian Yuhan rubbed his eyes and approached the door, inquiring, What is the matter, father? Tomorrow, accompany me to the Heavenly Fighting Empire. I have some matters to attend to there. While I conduct my business, you may explore and enjoy yourself, Qian Mo suggested. All right, came the reply. Chapter 11. My name is Qian Yuhan. Knock, knock, knock. Little Han, have you risen yet? It is time to set off, Qian Mo called from outside the door. There was no response for a considerable time. Qian Mo, are you sleeping so soundly? Xiao Han, it's time to rise, Xiao Han. Xiao Dad, what is the matter? Qian Mo continued to call at the door, while Qian Yuhan gently patted his back from behind. Oh my! Qian Mo was startled by Qian Yuhan's sudden presence, exclaiming, You walk without making a sound. How did you return from outside? Didn't you rest in the house last night? Qian Yuhan suddenly appeared behind him, and Qian Mo, filled with curiosity, inquired further. Oh, no. I just woke up a bit earlier today and went to the cliff at Wuhuan Mountain to practice for a while. Qian Yuhan provided an explanation, fearing that Qian Mo might mistakenly assume he had spent the night out engaging in frivolous pursuits. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Qian Mo was taken aback. Little Han is surprisingly diligent? How delightful, indeed. Qian Mo gently patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder and said softly, Good child. Let us embark on our journey. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Hall of Spirits, Qian Yuhan beheld a magnificent white tiger sprawled before the main hall, which was none other than the formidable Mingyi white tiger of the heavenly might Douluo. Father, is Uncle Tianwei joining us? Indeed, you shall ride upon his white tiger. It will expedite our travel. Qian Yuhan took 3 steps forward, then leaped gracefully onto the back of the white tiger. His anticipation for the journey to the Heaven Do Empire was unmatched. Since the dawn of his memories, he had been confined within the spirit hall. More than anyone, he yearned to explore the world beyond those walls, to venture out and experience life. Hurry up, Uncle Tianwei. Father, Qian Yuhan called out to the two. Just a moment, little Han, the third elder, Qingfeng Douluo, replied while turning his head towards Qian Yuhan. I need to discuss a few matters with the grand offering before I can speak with Qian Mo and Douluo Tianwei. Qian Yuhan observed the 3 individuals engaged in conversation, choosing not to interrupt them further. He turned to the white tiger, extracting a substantial piece of giant ape meat from the golden bracelet of the cold heart dragon god. With the meat in hand, he approached the white tiger and placed it down, eagerly exclaiming, "Little white tiger, you must be swift. I can hardly contain my anticipation, hee." Qian Yuhan rubbed his hands together, exuding an air of anticipation as he advised the white tiger. To his delight, the white tiger seemed to comprehend Qian Yuhan's words and nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, Tianwei Douluo set off with Qian Yuhan. Uncle Tianwei, where is my father? The grand priest will not be accompanying us. In truth, as a title Douluo, it was customary for him to traverse the skies, as the higher the rank, the lesser the soul power consumption during flight, resulting in swifter speeds. Qian Mo was accustomed to soaring directly through the air. His velocity was so remarkable that he feared Qian Yuhan might not withstand it. Therefore, he had Tianwei Douluo take Qian Yuhan on the white tiger, flying at a more leisurely pace. After 3 to 4 hours, the Mingyi white tiger gradually descended. Upon disembarking, Qian Yuhan was captivated by the majestic and imposing city gates before him. Qian Yuhan, what a magnificent city gate! It is twice the size of that of Spirit City. The gate of Heaven Do City stands nearly 50 meters tall, with the surrounding walls matching its impressive height. Above the gate, an inscription in golden paint boldly proclaims the name Heaven Do City. The grandeur of the script is enhanced by the use of running cursive, imparting a sense of elegance and freedom. Unlike the wildness of cursive script or the steadiness of standard script, running cursive captures the artistic essence of inclusivity, embodying a philosophy of moderation. The entire city gate and walls of Heaven Do are adorned in a harmonious blend of white and blue, offering a feeling of purity and comfort. Xiaohan, this is Heaven Do City. Feel free to explore within. Take this, said Tianwei Douluo, handing him a jade stone inscribed with 7 characters. This is the token symbolizing the identity of the 7th offering of the Spirit Hall. I must attend to matters with the grand offering and shall return before sunset. We will depart together, Tianwei Douluo instructed before vanishing from sight. Qian Yuhan had long anticipated this moment, and without hesitation, she strode through the grand and imposing city gates, entering the bustling city. Oh, what a sight! The streets were teeming with people, each one jostling for space. Vendors along the roadside were vociferously advertising their wares, premium crystal storage soul guides. Not 998, not 888, but only 98. Don't miss out as you pass by. A team for the Eternal Soul Hunting Squad was forming, still in need of 2 members, 1 controller, and 1 support. Those seeking to acquire the Eternal Soul Ring. Come join us. For those interested, the Tiando Auction House will host a small auction this afternoon. It's worth a visit. The Tiando Auction? I shall go and take a look later. Wait, that's not right. I only have 100,000 gold soul coins. That won't be enough. Had I known, I would have brought my father's few million tickets with me. Qian Mo, my dear son, why not give it a try? Registration for the Ice God Soul Fighting Arena has commenced today, with an entry fee of 1,000 gold soul coins. For each victory, one can earn 1% of the wagered amount until a defeat occurs. Subsequent participation would require a fresh payment of 1,000 gold soul coins. The slots are limited, and it's first come, first served. Truly, in the imperial capital of a grand empire, even the challenges of combat come with wagers. Gambling? I wish to steer clear of anything related to it. Young brother, are you interested in joining the soul fighting? No, as a mere second-ring soul master, I would surely be defeated. Qian Yuhan shook his head with a bitter smile. No, young brother. This is a competition among peers of the same rank. If you choose to participate, you will undoubtedly be matched with opponents of your level. those who are also second ring masters. Why not give it a try? Consider it a practical training experience. Listening to the receptionist's enthusiastic explanation outside the Ice God Soul Fighting Arena, Qian Yuhan felt a stir of temptation within his heart. It was not the lure of the gold that intrigued him, but rather the prospect of engaging in battles against equally matched opponents as the receptionist had mentioned. Qian Mo had previously advised him that solidifying one's strength through practical experience was essential. An overly rapid enhancement of power could lead to an unstable foundation, making future breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Very well, I shall register, he declared, handing a stack of 100,000 to the receptionist. Excuse me, thank you, he added with an innocuous smile. The receptionist replied, 100,000. Haha, the registration fee is merely 1,000. You. Please hold on a moment. With a forced smile, she retreated into the office. A few minutes later, the receptionist re-emerged, beaming as she handed him a check for 99,000 gold soul coins along with a number tag. Sir, this is your number. You will be called when the time comes. Your winnings will be automatically credited to this tag, while losses will result in its automatic freezing. You may present the tag at the service desk for a settlement. There's no need to call me sir. My name is Qian Yuhan. Is there a time limit on this? The receptionist exclaimed. What do you mean, auntie? I just turned 18. No, there isn't. If young Yuhan has no defeats, it remains valid for life. Until this soul fighting arena closes? Qian Yuhan asked, gazing at the receptionist with an innocent and endearing expression. Yes, that is correct. Young one. The receptionist began to doubt whether bringing this child in was a prudent decision. Young Yuhan, may I ask how old you are? Huh? I just turned 8. Qian Yuhan giggled. Oh, so you're only 8? Wait, what? You're only 8. Young Yuhan. Do you think you might have mistakenly added an extra 2 here? The receptionist inquired, bewildered. Qian Yuhan gazed at the receptionist's finger indicating the soul power level, 29. He shook his head and replied, No, dear lady, I am indeed at level 29. The receptionist retorted, Oh, you cheeky little brat, still referring to me as dear lady? Go ahead and face the consequences at level 29. It would be best if you had your mouth thoroughly beaten. Ah. The inner turmoil of the receptionist had already begun to erupt. The little imp within Qian Yuhan was laughing heartily. This woman is truly amusing. From the very beginning, he had discerned that the receptionist was likely a part-timer, no older than 20. He had deliberately spoken in such a manner. He chuckled to himself. For he was merely an 8-year-old baby, still not having reached the age of 18. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the announcement. Please prepare contestant number 9528 for the soul duel. Contestant number 9528, please prepare for the soul duel. The receptionist patted Qian Yuhan and said, Little Yuhan, they are calling for you. You should pay better attention to your number. You are 9528. Qian Yuhan glanced at the token in her hand and continued in a sweet, childlike voice. Indeed, it is 9528. Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Auntie. Qian Yuhan waved her hand and skipped towards a door marked as the entrance to the preparation area. The receptionist exclaimed in surprise as the Grand Soul Master Youth Group competition was about to commence, inviting everyone to place their bets. The combatants were of levels 29 and 27, respectively, with no other information available about them in the Soul Arena, leaving the outcome entirely to chance. Both individuals were making their debut, and anticipation filled the air. The announcement continued to stir excitement within the venue. In the preparation area, Qian Yuhan was selecting her preferred mask from the display case. Qian Mo had advised her to always be vigilant in safeguarding her privacy, particularly when it came to revealing her martial soul and soul rings to others. Though Qian Yuhan is merely 8 years old, he possesses the soul of an 18-year-old. He comprehends Qian Ma's earnest intentions. With a natural aptitude of level 20 soul power, his first 2 soul rings are a striking purple and a daunting black, capable of instilling fear in many. His youthful visage, reminiscent of a tender child, necessitates careful protection. He chose a platinum mask, securing it firmly upon his face, and, once assured it would not be easily dislodged, he made his way toward the entrance. There are 2 preparation zones. Thus, the identity of his opponent remains unknown prior to entering the arena. As Qian Yuhan stepped onto the stage, the audience immediately noticed the remarkable youthfulness of this individual, who appeared to be merely 10 years old. How could someone look so diminutive? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Let us see if the introduction mentions his age. I just checked, but it does not specify. It only states the soul power levels of both parties. So, Is this little child casually claiming to be at level 29? What a deception. It is truly inconceivable that someone so young could possibly be at level 29. This is a blatant misrepresentation. A complaint must be lodged. Consumers have been deceived. Soon, the air was filled with a chorus of exclamations. Some urging Qian Yuhan to hurry home for his milk, while others suggested he should return home to play with his mother. Qian Yuhan, humph. If you look down on me, let me show you something. Tian Dokunshu thinks I am weak. Does he? I shall no longer pretend. I will reveal my true self. After all, they do not even know my name, and I am not violating my father's words. Ladies and gentlemen, please be silent. To ensure fairness, we will publicly conduct a soul power assessment of 9,528. Should there be any misrepresentation, we will certainly address it seriously and provide an explanation to all. A robust voice resonated throughout the soul arena. It was the 7th elder of the Ice God sect, an 86th level soul Douluo. An audience member recognized the speaker and suddenly exclaimed, "It turns out to be that old rascal, Ouyang Hu. Ouyang Hu holds a significant position in Tiando City, and people tend to avoid him. The 7th elder of the Ice God sect? One can become an elder at level 86? Qian Yuhan listened intently to the discussions around him. Despite the vastness of the arena, the murmurs were quite audible, allowing him to gather a considerable amount of information. Child, please place your hand on the soul testing sphere. All right, he replied. With that, Qian Yuhan gently placed his hand upon the sphere. Soon, a number appeared on its surface. The staff member holding the sphere was left utterly stunned. While a 29th level Grandmaster is not uncommon, encountering such a diminutive 29th level Grandmaster was truly unexpected. The large number 29 displayed prominently on the soul testing sphere left no room for doubt. He was indeed a 29th level Grandmaster. Child, your talent is remarkable. Keep it up. I believe in you, said the staff member, as he slightly bent his right arm and made a fist in encouragement. I will. Thank you, uncle. After the assessment confirmed that 9,528 possessed 29 levels of soul power, the match was about to commence. The referee entered, standing in the center of the arena. Please have both contestants step forward and prepare for battle. Kid, although I am only at level 27, I will not fear you. Li Wei, 27th level Grandmaster, Martial Spirit. Quaking Bear, I challenge you. As he spoke, 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Qian Yuhan, a yellow soul ring, is it? Perhaps I should maintain a low profile. With a thought, a vial materializes in his hand, from which he swiftly pours a pill and swallows it. This pill, a soul ring transformation pill given to him by Qian Mo, is designed to alter the color of a soul ring. As its name suggests, it can transform the appearance of the soul ring, changing its hue, but serves no other purpose. The potency of the soul ring remains unchanged. Greetings, esteemed elder brother. I am Qian Yuhan, level 29, and I humbly seek your guidance. As he spoke, 2 yellow soul rings rose beneath him. Seizing the initiative, he unleashed his second soul skill, Wrath of the Giant Bear. The second soul ring beneath Li Wei shimmered, and his power surged dramatically, his muscles taut with energy. This second skill of Li Wei's is a strengthening technique. First skill, Claw Strike. Li Wei released 2 soul skills in quick succession, his aura escalating exponentially. A colossal bear paws phantom appeared ominously on the back of his right hand. The combination of a strengthening ability followed by a single target attack is executed flawlessly. The might of this first skill rivals that of an ordinary soul master's third skill. The child, 9528, is in peril. Within a private box, an elderly man with white hair reclined on a sofa. Leisurely observing Li Wei's soul skills unfold, he remarked casually, "Is this not Ouyang Hu?" He had just heard that a child under 10 years old had attained level 29 in soul power, prompting him to stay and witness the spectacle. He wondered if this child was worthy to serve as a sparring partner for the young lady. Upon seeing the 2 yellow soul rings beneath Qian Yuhan, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Standard yellow soul rings, how could one possibly elevate their soul power to level 29 by the age of 8? He could sense that the energy contained within these 2 yellow soul rings was far from ordinary. The soul ring transformation pill can only alter the color of the soul ring. Its inherent power remains intact. A soul master of the Duhan level possesses keen sensitivity towards soul rings. He sensed a potential anomaly, but chose not to dwell on it. For powerful beings, the soul ring transformation pill is a coveted rarity. Altering the color of a soul ring can indeed render it colorless, which holds significant implications for the strong. Chapter 13. Inferior to the radiant golden-winged lion, as Ouyang Hu pondered in the private box, Li Wei had already activated his first soul skill on the battlefield. With a downward sweep of his right hand, a phantom bear claw surged toward Qian Yuhan. Heh, it pales in comparison to the radiant golden-winged lion. Qian Yuhan exclaimed with a grin, watching the approaching bear claw's phantom. First soul skill, Radiant Slash, Qian Yuhan declared. The first soul ring beneath him flickered, and Radiant Slash was unleashed. A radiant beam of light unfurled in Qian Yuhan's hand, and with a casual sweep, he unleashed a slashing strike toward the phantom of the bear's claw. The collision resounded as they clashed at the center of the platform, erupting in a powerful explosion. Li Wei's full-force attack was effortlessly shattered by Qian Yuhan. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief, their eyes widening and mouths agape. A child not yet 10 years old had managed to defeat Li Wei, who was 5 years his senior. Indeed, Li Wei was 13, enrolled in the elementary class of the Royal Academy of Tiando. The details regarding the Royal Academy can be elaborated later, but prior to their entrance, Li Wei's parents had learned of his participation in the soul fighting competition and were immensely proud. Achieving a level of 27 at the age of 13 is indeed a remarkable talent. They would not let this opportunity to promote their son slip by. Perhaps a distinguished figure from the academy would notice him, and he could ascend to the prestigious class. Parents often think further ahead than their children, considering the long-term implications. Thus, they updated the staff at the Ice God Soul Fighting Arena with the latest information regarding Li Wei's capabilities. In stark contrast, Qian Yuhan fought with a sense of wild abandon. He believed that such stable and grounded combat was far more crucial. As establishing a solid foundation is akin to constructing a tall building, only with a deep and sturdy foundation can the edifice rise ever higher. With a casual wave of his hand, Qian Yuhan effortlessly shattered Li Wei's first soul skill, which had been enhanced. In the audience, Li Wei's parents wore expressions of disbelief, astonished that this young child possessed such formidable strength. The first soul skill, Radiant Slash. The first soul ring beneath Qian Yuhan flickered once more as he waved his hand, unleashing a sharp yellow sword aura directed at Li Wei. Li Wei, having exhausted all his soul power after employing his second soul skill, chose to concentrate his remaining strength into a single, decisive strike. Facing a desperate battle, he intended to incapacitate his opponent in one blow. However, he found himself unable to muster any soul power for defense, and instead, he braced his body to withstand Qian Yuhan's luminous slash. Fortunately, Qian Yuhan did not exert his full strength. Li Wei was sent hurtling backward, colliding with the protective barrier of the combat arena before collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. "Darling," Li Wei's mother exclaimed, rushing toward the arena, only to be restrained by Li Wei's father. "Our son has simply met his match. This child is no ordinary opponent, and he undoubtedly possesses a formidable background. It is best that we refrain from provoking him." Yet, Li Wei's mother was about to voice her concerns again. "Enough. We must quickly seek assistance for our son to prevent any lasting damage that could affect his future," Li Wei's father commanded sternly, gesturing toward Li Wei. "Very well." She acquiesced. As the barrier was lifted, Li Wei's mother ascended the stage to carry her unconscious son. Just as she turned to leave, she paused and shot a venomous glare at Qian Yuhan. "You wretched boy, just wait. For injuring my son, you shall not have an easy time." Li Wei's father muttered in disbelief, "What a scene this is." The announcement echoed through the arena. Match concluded. Contestant number 9528 is victorious, securing 1 win. "Impressive. This child possesses remarkable talent. He reminds me of my own glory days. Ha ha ha. Step aside. You're in your 30s and still stuck at level 27. You are truly magnificent." A wave of accolades surged forth, a stark contrast to the initial atmosphere. "Thank you, everyone." Qian Yuhan bowed to the audience before skipping towards the exit, his gait reminiscent of a playful character, exuding an aura that was both charming and infuriating. Qian Yuhan approached the front desk to clock out for the day. Otherwise, the broadcast of the duel arena would continue, and absence would be deemed a forfeiture. He had no intention of being that unwitting fool, wasting 1,000 gold soul coins on a trifling challenge. As he reached the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Li Wei's mother, who was cradling Li Wei while his father was busy calling for the carriage. "Ah, Li Wei, greetings. I thoroughly enjoyed our match this time. Let us have another bout soon," he exclaimed. "Uncle and aunt, please take good care of Li Wei. I must take my leave now. Farewell." "Li Wei, why are you ignoring me? Is it necessary for you to be coddled by your mother just because you couldn't win?" he called out. "Li Wei? Li Wei?" After calling out twice without a reply, he huffed in frustration, If you can't win, just sleep? What is the point? This isn't fun. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. With that, Qian Yuhan skipped across the street and vanished from sight. Li Wei's mother, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "That insolent little brat." Meanwhile, Li Wei's father clenched his fists, equally incensed. Who could endure being mocked in such a manner by a mere child? Qian Yuhan intentionally provoked Li Wei's mother. Earlier, she was the one who issued threats first. It is quite common for both parties to sustain injuries in battle. Even knocking someone unconscious is nothing unusual. Qian Yuhan was still considerate, holding back a significant amount of her strength. Otherwise, had she unleashed her full power as she did in her previous match against her father, it would have been a miracle if limbs remained intact and internal organs were not shattered. This time, Qian Yuhan directly ridiculed her opponent. How exhilarating. Meanwhile, Qian Mo and the titled Douluo Tianwei arrived at a resplendent white palace. The air was frigid, and the castle was enveloped in ice and snow. This palace could aptly be described as the Palace of Ice, constructed entirely from millennium-old ice, adorned with ice blossoms and crystal springs. Here lies the Ice God Sect, the foremost power of the Heaven Do Empire. The Ice God Sect is perched atop the Ice God Snow Mountain, located 500 kilometers north of Heaven Do City. For a titled Douluo, this distance translates to merely an hour of flight time. For Qian Mo, it is but a fleeting moment, upon achieving the rank of Limit Douluo. He comprehended the power of spatial laws, making instantaneous travel across thousands of kilometers a trivial feat. This illustrates the vast disparity among titled Douluos. Tianwei, a 96th level Douluo, stands in contrast to Qian Mo, who is at the pinnacle with a level of 99. Although the numerical difference is merely 3 levels, the gulf in strength is monumental. Returning to the matter at hand, the Heaven Do Empire is situated in the northeastern region of Douluo continent, with half of it classified as a forbidden area for soul masters, an exceedingly frigid land. The Ice God Sect resides at the southernmost peak of the Ice God Snow Mountain in this extreme northern territory, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Although Heaven Do City is only 500 kilometers from the extreme north, the mountain's barrier prevents the cold air from infiltrating the city, resulting in a climate that feels like spring year-round. In the Grand Hall of the Ice God Sect, a figure seated upon the central throne inquired, "Brother, what urgent matter brings you to my icy abode? You seldom visit this frigid lair." The man on the throne chuckled playfully. "My dear brother," Qian Mo replied earnestly, "I must confess, the matter I wish to discuss pertains to the future of Douluo continent. All powers, including my spirit hall and your Ice God Sect, may soon find themselves embroiled in a significant upheaval." The man on the throne immediately sat up straight, his previous nonchalance evaporating, replaced by a grave demeanor. This man was Ouyang Jia, the sect master of the Ice God Sect, a 98th level Super Douluo, known by the title of Ice God. With a youthful appearance that belied his true age, he could easily be mistaken for someone in their early 20s. However, those familiar with him recognized him as the childhood companion and rival of Qian Mo, a bond that transcended mere brotherhood. The relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Ice God Sect was also notably close, and Ouyang Jia understood that Qian Mo's arrival heralded a momentous event. Chapter 14. The Dream of Parting Transformed. Ouyang Jia listened intently to Qian Mo's words, discarding his previous playful demeanor. "Brother, what is it that you wish to convey?" Qian Mo shook his head with a sigh and remarked, "I have been unable to sleep for days on end." "Brother, I don't quite understand," Ouyang replied. "You know, my instincts have always been quite accurate. This time, however, it has had an overwhelming impact on me. I fear you may find it amusing, but I had a particularly strange dream." "Please, go on, brother. Do you remember when I previously wrote to you about adopting a son?" "Yes, I recall. It seems you have been blessed with a child in your later years. Is that not a joyous occasion?" "Indeed, it is. The child possesses remarkable talent and is hardworking. Yet, on the night following his awakening of martial spirit, I experienced this peculiar dream. A vast rift opened in the sky, darkness enveloped everything, and crimson lightning ravaged the entire continent. As the lightning struck, a pool of blood formed. Within it were you, the emissaries of the Ice God Sect, and all the other powerful figures from various factions, all gazing intently at the figure standing at the rift in the sky, each displaying an unwavering resolve in the face of death. Do you know who that person was? Could it be? Upon discerning the figure's visage, it was none other than Yuhan, grown up. "My son." Qian Yuhan shook his head, his spirits dampened. "That child, Xiaohan?" "Indeed." And in his hand, he held, what? A sword, a terrifying sword. Then, with a mere flick of his wrist, Yuhan commanded the attention of all. Ouyang Jie gazed at Qian Mo, rendered speechless. Qian Mo continued, Ouyang, ever since that night, I have sensed a gradual decline in my physical state. Even my spiritual energy cannot halt this process. Perhaps my time is running short. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jie immediately rose and moved to Qian Yuhan's side, supporting his shoulder and channeling his spiritual energy for a thorough examination. Then, with a tremor in his hand, he shook his head and said, No, it cannot be. Brother, you must not succumb. I will seek the divine herb. Yes, the divine herb. There must be one that can heal you. Qian Ma gazed at his brother, who had lost composure, and shook his head, offering words of solace. Ouyang, I have long since come to terms with this. My only concern now is for my son's future and the fate of the entire Douluo continent. Should I perish, the angel god will undoubtedly select a new high priest to take my place. Ouyang, please just listen. Ouyang Jie's eyes were already red-rimmed, though no tears fell. They merely swirled within his orbs. At your age, over 100, why do you still cry like a child? Ouyang Jie shook his head in silence. This visit is merely a farewell. Brother, it is just a parting. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. I must journey to a distant place to seek a solution. I have always trusted my instincts. Ah, that old fellow Tang Zhen. When you have the time, pay him a visit. Just tell him I am entering seclusion and ask him to look after the spirit hall. Should he dare to exploit a moment of weakness, I shall obliterate his Haotian sect. I know his character well, rest assured. Please keep a close watch on Yuhan for me, Ouyang. Everything I do now and in the future is for him. You wouldn't believe it, but having a child has indeed made me somewhat indecisive. Ha ha ha. Do not worry, brother. I will certainly protect the spirit hall, and I will ensure that my little nephew faces no bullying. Let Yuhan forge his own path. As long as he stays true to the right direction, that is all that matters. Just keep an eye on him without interfering too much in his growth. Yes. In due time, I will have Tianwei escort him to Tiando City. You should arrange for him to enter the Royal Academy there. It will be right under your watchful eye. While at the Academy, aside from life-threatening situations, do not intervene excessively. Understood. I will temporarily seal his memories. Rest assured, I will not leave until I have found a solution. I will know every detail of his life. My spiritual imprint lingers within his bracelet, and in the future, he shall regard me as a mentor. He said this while absent-mindedly stroking his non-existent beard. Brother, what about you? I have a premonition that we will meet again. Father and son, we will indeed. As for us, the secrets of fate must remain undisclosed. All will unfold as it is destined. Let us walk this path together. With a smile, Qian Ma gently patted Ouyang Jie. Take care, Jie. Daddy, who is he? A sweet, childish voice inquired. Just as Qian Ma was about to leave, he paused, turned towards the source of the voice, and chuckled. Hey, this little girl doesn't even recognize her uncle. Luo Shui, come here. Ouyang Jie wiped his eyes and beckoned Ouyang Luo Shui over. She bounced her way to his side, feeling a bit anxious upon seeing the unfamiliar face, and asked, Daddy, who is he? What? You don't even recognize your Uncle Qianmo? He replied teasingly. He held you when you were a month old. As if struck by a sudden thought, Qianmo playfully nudged Ouyang Jie and joked, Oh dear, we really are getting old. You met our little princess when she was just a month old. How could she remember that? He smiled at Ouyang Luo Shui, ruffled her hair, and added, I truly wish to introduce my son to your daughter. That would make us even closer. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Luo Shui will surely grow into an enchanting beauty. I'll reserve a spot for my son in her heart. Their laughter echoed, a mixture of carefree joy and bittersweet longing. Once the laughter subsided, Qianma vanished. Tears streamed down Ouyang Jie's face, memories of their carefree childhood and their spirited exchanges in middle age flooding his mind. Brother, when shall we meet again? I await your return. The Tiandi Douluo stood outside the grand hall, noting that the sun would set in 2 hours. It was time to depart. Qianma vanished in a flash without further words, with Tiandi Douluo following closely behind. Atop the city gate of Tiando City, Qianma stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant figure of Qian Yuhan, who was bouncing toward him. Seventh brother, do you think I should seal his memories of me? I wonder if that would be too harsh for him. Brother, I believe it's best not to meet him. Just leave. I will tell him you have gone to a faraway place and cannot accompany him anymore, but that you will meet again in the future. I cannot bear to seal away this precious memory of him. Tears fell from Qianma's eyes. Indeed, he cried. For Qian Yuhan, those 8 years were filled with happiness. And how could it be any different for Qianmo? They were his happiest years. They would meet again, and he did not wish for his son to greet him with, "Hello, uncle." Perhaps this was a selfish desire. He had conveyed everything that needed to be said. "Tell Yuhan that I have always loved him." With one last glance at his son making his way down the road, he seemed to imprint the image in his mind. Then, in a flash of light, he disappeared. Tianyi Douluo looked at the joyfully frolicking Qian Yuhan, pondering, "Child, such is fate. I hope you can endure this journey. Uncle Tianwei, where is my daddy?" In the realm of the angel Douluo, he embarked on a mission of utmost significance and will not return for a considerable time. "Let us make our way back to the spirit hall." Tianwei Douluo interjected. It appears that was not quite what you conveyed to the Grand Priest." "Not to worry. The essence is nearly the same," came the reply. Chapter 15. A man's tears are not shed lightly. Yet the heart must be truly wounded upon returning to the spirit hall. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. Throughout this period, Qian Yuhan remained deeply concerned for his father, inquiring daily with Tianwei Douluo about any news pertaining to him. Alas, each response only served to deepen his disappointment and anxiety. Each encounter with Tianwei Douluo was marked by Qian Yuhan's eager inquiry, "Is there any news of my father? Where is he now?" With a heavy heart, Tianwei Douluo would invariably shake his head and respond, "I am afraid I do not know. He has yet to return." These succinct words pierced Qian Yuhan's heart like a sharpened blade. Day after day, his spirits grew increasingly burdened. He could not fathom why, despite the passage of time, there was still no word from his father. Doubts began to plague his mind, leading him to wonder if some misfortune had befallen his father or if he was in peril. Such thoughts swirled incessantly in his mind, robbing him of peace and rest. Nevertheless, Qian Yuhan steadfastly believed that his father would surely return. He silently resolved to remain strong, refusing to be vanquished by his worries. Thus, he buried his concerns deep within, striving to focus on his cultivation and enhance his strength. For he understood that only by becoming stronger could he one day assist his father and alleviate his burdens. During the long days of waiting, Qian Yuhan gradually grasped a profound truth, that some matters cannot be forced, but must unfold naturally. He held fast to the hope that if he persevered, there would come a day when he would welcome his father home. Qian Yuhan, despite possessing the spirit of an 18-year-old, could not fathom why his father chose to depart without a word, not even granting him a final farewell that fateful day. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further about the celestial Emperor Douluo, realizing that such questions would yield no fruitful answers. In the past 6 months, Qian Yuhan's demeanor has transformed into one of silence and reticence, losing the vivacity and mischievousness that once characterized him. All of this has not escaped the notice of the heavenly might Douluo. Qian Yuhan no longer indulged in playfulness, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. Tianwei Douluo visited him in the morning. He was immersed in meditation. At noon, a servant came to deliver lunch, yet he remained absorbed in his practice. In the evening, while tidying the porch, he continued to meditate. Day after day, he engaged in cultivation, followed by training at the Soul Arena in Wuhan City, striking wooden stakes and honing his combat skills. This repetitive cycle defined Qian Yuhan's existence over the past 6 months. Qian Yuhan's strength has already surpassed level 30, and he merely needs to acquire a soul ring to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. The foundation he has built over the past 6 months is remarkably solid, with his soul power far exceeding that of his peers. Moreover, his combat skills have seen a qualitative enhancement through his participation in practical battles. The current Qian Yuhan resembles a relentless cultivation machine, devoid of any emotion. "Xiaohan, you should take a break. You cannot train so relentlessly, or you may risk losing your way." Qian Yuhan seemed to be oblivious to her surroundings, continuing onward toward the soul fighting arena with her head down. "Xiaohan, halt." Qian Yuhan continued to walk, showing no signs of stopping. Tianwei Douluo appeared behind him, grasping his arm firmly and coldly remarked, "In your current state, who do you believe you are honoring? Do you think your father would wish to witness you in such a manner?" At that moment, Qian Yuhan turned to face Tianwei Douluo, tears glistening in his eyes as they streamed down his cheeks and fell to the ground. He replied, "No matter how he wishes me to be, he has forsaken me." Before his transcendence, Qian Yuhan was an orphan on earth. He grew up in an orphanage, where the children shared a similar fate of being abandoned or placed in foster care by their parents. The term foster care may sound more palatable than outright abandonment, yet in essence, it bears no distinction. For Qian Yuhan, the sensation of being forsaken was deeply embedded within the recesses of his soul, manifesting as an ineffable anguish and revulsion. However, Upon his arrival in the Douluo continent, everything transformed. He encountered Qian Mo, a figure who bestowed upon him paternal affection. Over the past 8 years, Qian Yuhan has enjoyed a relatively blissful existence, finally experiencing the warmth of family and the care of a father. This time allowed him to gradually forget the solitude and desolation of his past. Yet, without warning, Qian Mo vanished for several months without a trace. Although the elders assured him that Qian Mo was on a mission, an unsettling premonition gnawed at Qian Yuhan's heart, suggesting that the situation was far from straightforward. He suspected that Qian Mo might have encountered peril, and this feeling of unease incessantly eroded his spirit. What perplexed him further was the reluctance of others to speak the truth to him. He could not comprehend why everyone chose to conceal the reality, depriving him of understanding the facts. This veiling of truths incited feelings of anger and helplessness within him, as he yearned for the truth rather than remaining in ignorance. Qian Yuhan was enveloped in a cloud of confusion and despair. He felt as though he had been forsaken by his father. While the reality may not have been as bleak, he had not been abandoned. The emotional turmoil he experienced was profoundly distressing, particularly on a psychological level. Observing Qian Yuhan's demeanor, the heavenly tyrant Douluo could no longer bear to chastise him further. He understood that an 8-year-old child, confronted with the abrupt departure of a father, would inevitably feel the sting of abandonment, a sentiment that would unsettle anyone. "Xiaohan, come with me," the heavenly tyrant Douluo said, leading Qian Yuhan to the residence of the Azure Phoenix Douluo. After knocking gently, he ushered Qian Yuhan inside. "Third brother, please have a word with Xiaohan about the situation with eldest brother," he said before exiting the room. "Uncle Qifeng, please speak to me honestly. What has happened to my father? Has he passed away?" Qian Yuhan's eyes brimmed with tears, as if he were on the verge of breaking down. "Xiaohan, come here and sit with me," the Azure Phoenix Douluo responded gently. Qian Yuhan rubbed his eyes and settled beside the Azure Phoenix Douluo. The Azure Phoenix Douluo gently tousled Qian Yuhan's small head, saying, "Little Han, your father is not dead. He is so powerful that no one could harm him. However, he does have some burdens he must resolve on his own. When he chose to leave in secrecy, do you know what was on his mind? I have known your father for nearly a century, and I have never seen him in such a state." The Azure Phoenix Douluo lifted his gaze to the ceiling and continued, "It was when you were preparing to depart for Tiando City, while we were discussing matters, that he wept, shedding tears I had never witnessed before. A man does not easily shed tears, but only when grief strikes deep. He loves you, more than anyone else. In the future, you and your father will undoubtedly reunite. Once he has resolved his affairs and uncovered the truth, he will surely meet you again. You must believe in him." The Azure Phoenix Douluo shared many words with Qian Yuhan, and after 2 hours, Qian Yuhan finally emerged from the Azure Phoenix Palace. He spotted the waiting Tian Wei Douluo outside and smiled, saying, "Uncle Tian Wei, let us head to the Star Do Forest tomorrow. It is time for me to acquire my 3rd spirit ring." Noticing that Qian Yuhan's condition had improved significantly, Tian Wei Douluo understood that such progress required time. And he felt a sense of admiration. It was indeed effective to have someone as perceptive as third brother to guide him, as opposed to the other 5 rough men. Tian Wei Douluo expressed his satisfaction, but only Qian Yuhan was aware of the profound change his character had undergone over the past few months. In the past, he could barely be considered a mediocre socialite, managing to exchange a few pleasantries with unfamiliar faces. However, now, when confronted with those he did not know well or had only a casual relationship with, he could scarcely muster a single word. Qian Yuhan had long since enveloped his heart in a protective shroud. Ever since Qian Mo departed from his life, he had endured a profound blow. Coupled with his solitary cultivation, devoid of any emotional entanglements, he gradually acclimated to this state of loneliness and desolation. Although the devoted uncles continued to express their warmth and concern as always, he still found himself yearning for his father. Qian Yuhan sat quietly in the pavilion atop Wuhan Mountain, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire world in hues of orange and red, resembling a magnificent painting. Although his heart still harbored feelings of anger and dissatisfaction over his father's abrupt departure, the knowledge imparted by the Azure Phoenix Douluo that they would undoubtedly meet again in the future stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. As a fledgling writer, I humbly request the support and insightful critiques from all esteemed readers. In my youth, I found great enjoyment in the Douluo novels and dreamed of crafting a tale within that universe. However, the immense pressure of academic responsibilities during my high school years prevented me from realizing that small aspiration. Now, having finally found the time, I am determined to ride to the best of my ability. I kindly beseech you all to encourage me with your support and gentle nudges for updates. Chapter 16. It was all just a dream. What a terrifying dream. As the night deepened, moonlight cascaded like water into the room, where Qian Yuhan lay quietly on his bed. Through the patient guidance and companionship of the azure phoenix Douluo, his mood gradually stabilized, and his mental state showed marked improvement. The turmoil and anguish that had shrouded his heart began to dissipate, giving way to a newfound tranquility. Over the past 6 months, Qian Yuhan had thrown himself into his training with the fervor of a relentless warrior, seemingly consumed by the singular pursuit of power. Yet now, he began to comprehend that life encompasses more than merely the enhancement of strength. There are myriad vital aspects that warrant attention and appreciation. His current desire was to focus on self-improvement, to progress steadily and methodically, and to present himself to his father in a composed and healthy manner. As his thoughts drifted, Qian Yuhan gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dream, he envisioned the path that lay ahead, replete with challenges and opportunities. He encountered numerous individuals, returned to Tiando City, and enrolled in an academy, where he experienced a spectrum of emotions and forged many cherished friendships. Suddenly, the dream shifted. All that was beautiful shattered like a broken mirror. Fracturing bit by bit, dark clouds loomed over the city, obscuring the sun and sky. Qian Yuhan stood alone in the heavens, gazing down upon the vast expanse of this boundless continent. In his grasp, he held a blood-red longsword, its blade shimmering with a deep crimson glow, surrounded by a thick miasma of blood, as if the entire sword were soaked in lifeblood. This sanguine aura enveloped the blade, imparting a palpable sense of menace that sent shivers down the spine. Etched upon the sword were mysterious golden runes, radiating a faint golden light that starkly contrasted with the sanguinary essence of the blade, further enhancing its enigmatic and majestic presence. Above the hilt, a blood-red gemstone was set, resembling a watchful eye, now slowly opening, exuding a malevolent aura that instilled fear and trepidation. Qian Yu's left hand slowly ascended, revealing a golden circular ring at her wrist, gently floating in the air and emanating a soft radiance. Qian Yuhan adorned in a magnificent crimson and silver armor, which gleamed with an ethereal light, was intricately engraved with exquisite patterns and runes, exuding an air of opulence and solemnity. Yet, the most striking feature was the 8 pairs of blood-red arms, unarmored and protruding from his back, stretching outward as if to exhibit an overwhelming power and majesty to the world. Behind him, a blood-red circular halo radiated a blinding brilliance, seemingly harboring boundless strength, evoking a sense of divine presence that compelled one to avert their gaze. What was even more astonishing was the assembly of familiar figures from the spirit hall, various revered offerings and elder uncles, alongside a multitude of others who simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, releasing soul rings en masse. In an instant, it felt as though the entire expanse of the land below was illuminated by their collective power. How amusing. A swarm of ants, he mused, as he wielded his long sword with a flourish, unleashing a fierce sword chi that swiftly cleaved towards the earth. As the sword chi descended, the ground appeared to be torn asunder, revealing a vast abyss before the onlookers. Simultaneously, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, distorting the very air around them. The might of this sword chi was staggering. In an instant, thousands of formidable beings were struck down, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies were pierced by the sword chi, blood gushing forth and staining the land in crimson. The remaining warriors gazed upon this scene in horror, their hearts consumed by terror and despair. As Qian Yuhan beheld a terrifying version of himself deliver a crushing blow, he instinctively braced for the next strike. No, don't, Qian Yuhan cried out. Yet his pleas fell upon deaf ears. The fearsome apparition of himself remained oblivious to his words. With the subsequent strike, the survivors dwindled to a mere handful. He gazed upon the lifeless forms of Tangwei Douluo, Qingfeng Douluo, and the Pope, Xiaohui, sprawled in pools of blood. No. In an instant, he awoke, his body drenched in cold sweat. Only then did he realize it had all been a nightmare, a most harrowing dream. Moreover, was that truly me in the dream? Yes, it was I, the adult version of myself, the future me. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, gracing the earth below. In the distance, the mountains stood majestically, the sun gradually rising to reveal more than half of its radiant form. Well then, it's time to rise and cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had slipped away. When Qian Yuhan emerged from his meditative state, the day had fully dawned. He glanced at the clock. There remained half an hour until his rendezvous with Uncle Tang Wei. After a brief wash and tidying up his gear, he set out. Upon arriving at the residence of Tang Wei Douluo, known as the Hall of Tang Wei, he spotted the esteemed Douluo already waiting at the door. Qian Yuhan hurried over, clasping his hands in greeting, and said, "Uncle Tang Wei, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope I haven't kept you waiting." No, it's I who was too eager, too excited to see our little Han." He chuckled. "Are you all set?" Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Tian Wei Douluo let out a quiet sigh internally, yet his face remained adorned with a benevolent smile. "Let us depart." Upon reaching the outskirts of the Star Do forest, Qian Yuhan conveyed his intentions to Tian Wei Douluo, requesting that, as before, he wait outside. This time, his aim was to encounter a defensive spirit beast approximately 20,000 years old, and he deemed assistance unnecessary. Qian Yuhan sought to utilize this opportunity for breakthrough training. As battling opponents of similar or slightly superior strength in the soul arena of Soul City could never compare to the rapid enhancement gained from life and death confrontations with formidable soul beasts. He was determined not to let this chance slip away. Shortly after entering the Star Do forest, he heard what seemed to be cries for help not far away. Qian Yuhan swiftly adjusted his form and darted toward the source of the sound. "Miss, run. We have stirred a nest of 1,000 gene ants." A woman in her 30s was racing along with two girls, approximately 10 years old. Countless small 1,000 gene ants pursued them from behind. The woman, clad in servant attire, was accompanied by two girls, one adorned in finery and the other dressed in a simple white gown emblazoned with a faint blue ice symbol. Clearly, the two girls were accompanying the elegantly dressed one on her training excursion. These three were members of the Ice God sect. The girl in lavish attire was Ouyang Luoxue, the young mistress of the Ice God sect, while the girl in the white dress was her close friend Nana, and the servant garb belonged to Ouyang Luoxue's devoted maid. "Xiaolan, I have sent a distress signal. The sect should dispatch someone for our rescue shortly." "Miss, we must continue toward the outskirts and hold on," Nana urged. "Why are we so unfortunate? I should have listened to Sister Xiaolan," Nana lamented. Ouyang Luoxue halted her frantic pace and turned to Xiaolan, saying, "If we keep running like this, I fear my stamina won't last until help arrives. Sister Xiaolan, I will assist you. Let us see if we can delay their pursuit for as long as possible." In the face of adversity, Ouyang Luoxue maintained an extraordinary composure, displaying a maturity beyond her years, a true prodigy. "Miss, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your escape. Do not speak such disheartening words." First soul skill, Ice Spirit Blessing. A pale blue staff materialized in her hand, pointing toward Xiaolan, as her first soul ring shimmered beneath her feet. Surrounding Xiaolan were swirling white snowflakes, as Ouyang Luoxue's first soul skill was an ice element enhancement that could amplify both herself and others. Fourth soul skill, Ice Dragon's Breath. Xiaolan's fourth purple soul ring glimmered as she unleashed a wave of blue light toward the approaching swarm of ants. The wave froze the small 1,000 gene ants instantaneously. As Xiaolan gently rotated her head, the wave shifted, sweeping across in a fan-like arc. Soon, all visible small 1,000 gene ants were encased in ice. Third soul skill, Ice Dragon's Shock. Xiaolan leapt into the air, her third soul ring sparkling as she crashed down forcefully onto the ground. The shockwave shattered the frozen ants into shards. "Phew, we are safe now." "How strange. I distinctly sensed a powerful force approaching us just moments ago. These diminutive 1,000-pound ants would not possess such formidable pressure." Xiaolan pondered in confusion. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a section of the ground, 100 meters away from Ouyang Luoxue and her companions, sank abruptly, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a colossal 1,000-pound ant emerged from the depths of the earth. Chapter 17. Why does this man only say and ah? It's infuriating. A gigantic 1,000-pound ant burst forth from the sunken ground 100 meters away. Its pair of forelegs had evolved into sharp blades, while the two pairs of wings at its back indicated that this 1,000-pound ant had reached the venerable age of 10,000 years. The evolution of the 1,000 gene ant into a winged form occurs when it surpasses the millennium threshold, gaining a second pair of wings after 5 millennia and a third pair after 10. It is evident that this particular 1,000 gene ant has been beyond a millennium for some time, yet it has certainly not reached 5 millennia. This is troubling. A millennium-level soul beast. Xiaolan thought to herself in alarm. "We are no match for a millennium soul beast," Ouyang Luoxue stated solemnly. Soul beasts ranging from 1 to 5 millennia correspond approximately to the strength of a soul sage. from 5 millennia to 99,999 years correspond to that of a soul Douluo, and those exceeding 10,000 years correspond to a title Douluo. My lady, you must leave first. I will strive to hold it back for a while. Please hurry. Xiaolan resolved herself to the possibility of death, determined to ensure her lady's safe escape. Let us face it together. You cannot hold it off for long alone. If you perish, we will not escape either. Come on. Ouyang Luoshue's gaze sharpened, fixated on the 1,000 jin and 100 meters away. Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback. Her lady was indeed considering the situation so deeply. It was true that she could only last at most a minute, and given her lady's recent ascension to Soul Master, how far could she run? With a flash of her yellow soul ring, Ouyang Luoshua activated her first soul skill, Ice Spirit Blessing. This unleashed a brief enhancement of the ice attribute within Xiaolan, empowering her momentarily. The ant, sensing the battle intent of the three individuals before it, propelled itself forward with a powerful push of its legs, charging towards Ouyang Luoshua and her companions. 100 meters, 50 meters. The second soul skill, Ice Domain. The second purple soul ring beneath Ouyang Luoshua flickered to life, radiating a domain with a radius of 50 meters centered around her. The 1,000 jin ant was ensnared within the frigid domain. This icy realm has the capacity to hinder the opponent's movements, diminish their speed, and reduce their attacking prowess, while simultaneously augmenting the power of soul masters possessing ice attributes within its confines. It is a formidable skill that not only enhances oneself, but also restricts adversaries. Thus, it is evident that Ouyang Luoshua's innate talent is remarkably extraordinary. As for the fourth soul skill, the Ice Dragon's Breath, the fourth purple soul ring beneath Lan flickered, gathering energy for a decisive strike that unleashed a wave of light. Concentrating soul power into a singular point, she unleashed it with full force. The 1,000 jin ant halted its charge, its sharp blades piercing the ground, as it lifted a massive boulder before it with both arms. The Ice Dragon's Breath collided directly with the boulder, resulting in a resounding explosion, despite the rock absorbing a considerable amount of damage. The 1,000 jin ant was still struck by the residual force, causing it to stagger backward. The boulder mitigated much of the impact, yet the ant's proud and powerful arms sustained minor injuries. The 1,000 jin ant gazed at its arm, oozing green blood, and let out a furious howl towards the heavens. It charged once more at the trio. This is bad, Nana remarked beside Ouyang Luoshua, as the massive rock the 1,000 jin ant had lifted absorbed a significant amount of damage, rendering the remaining harm non-lethal. It seems we have provoked it further. Second soul skill, Frost Slash. The yellow second soul ring beneath Nana shimmered, and she conjured an icy blade in her right hand, striking it towards the 1,000 jin ant. A blade of ice surged forth, but the 1,000 jin ant, undeterred, chose to meet the attack with its own body. The ant was repelled a few meters, yet it sustained no harm. It merely staggered back slightly due to the residual shockwave. The defensive prowess of the 1,000 jin ant is truly astonishing. The first soul skill, Ice God Slash. Underneath Ouyang Luoshua's feet, the first soul ring shimmered, and her right hand materialized a beautifully crafted ice blade adorned with gemstones. This was none other than Ouyang Luoshua's second martial soul, the Ice God Battle Blade. Indeed, Ouyang Luoshua possesses twin martial souls. Her first martial soul, inherited from her mother, is the Ice God Staff, currently in its nascent stage as the Ice Spirit Staff. The second martial soul is an inheritance from her father, the Ice God Douluo, represented by the Ice God Battle Blade. With a decisive stroke, Ouyang Luoshua aimed directly at the right arm of the 1,000 jin ant. The formidable force severed the ant's right arm, penetrating its formidable exterior and slicing it cleanly off. Such is the might of the Ice God Battle Blade. The strength of a martial soul serves as the fundamental basis for a soul master's abilities. The disparity is glaring. It is evident that the ice blade wielded by Nana pales in comparison to the Ice God Battle Blade. Gazing intently at its severed arm, the 1,000 jin ant's eyes turned a fierce crimson. Gathering all its strength into its left arm, it swung with all its might. A cutting blow surged towards the trio. The whistling wind a testament to the ferocity of the strike. This was the full-force attack of the 1,000 jin ant. Its incredible defensive capabilities are matched only by its lethal strength. Named for its incredible power, the 1,000 jin ant can unleash a force equivalent to 1,000 jun without effort. Desperation ensued. The third soul skill, Ice Dragon's Guardian. The third soul ring beneath Xiaolan's feet illuminated, enveloping Ouyang Luoshua and her companions in a protective shield. Just as the fierce attack was about to collide with the barrier, a resounding impact occurred. Ouyang Luoxue and her companions were not thrown aside by the thousand-gene ant strike. The shield remained intact, as if the attack had not even made contact with Ice Dragon's guardian. As the smoke dissipated, a young boy clad in platinum armor, wielding a radiant longsword, stood before the trio. It was Qian Yuhan, who had arrived hastily after hearing the commotion just an hour after entering the Stardow forest. "Friends, this place is perilous. You must leave," Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed, observing the boy who was nearly her size. Qian Yuhan did not quite catch what Ouyang Luoxue had said and merely nodded. Noticing his lack of movement, Ouyang Luoxue called out, "Did you hear me?" This time, Qian Yuhan truly understood her words and nodded in response. "Ah, you heard me and still aren't leaving? Do you wish to accompany us to the grave?" The formidable ant of 1,000 June witnessed the arrival of yet another young boy and prepared for a desperate battle, charging towards the ford despite its exhausted and grievously injured body. "This is it. There is no turning back for you now. Let us make one final effort. Sisterland's spirit power is waning. Nana, you and this young brother must channel your spirit energy to me. I shall unleash the ice god / once more," Ouyang Luoxue instructed, addressing Nana and Qian Yuhan. "Very well, Luoxue," Nana replied without hesitation and began to transmit her spirit energy to Ouyang Luoxue. Observing that the spirit energy was barely sufficient to execute the ice god / yet not enough to vanquish the ant of 1,000 June, she anxiously turned to Qian Yuhan and exclaimed, "Did you not hear what I just said?" Qian Yuhan, with a soft utterance, he concentrated his soul power into the radiant divine sword in his grasp. Ouyang Luoxue, this man can only say it's utterly infuriating. Does he not comprehend human speech? Ah, forget it. First soul skill, Ice God. Ouyang Luoxue prepared to unleash the Ice God / But just as she was about to strike, she suddenly witnessed Qian Yuhan's sword swing with remarkable swiftness, releasing a formidable slash that surged forth like a bolt of lightning, directly colliding with the 1,000-gene ant. The moment the luminous slash met the 1,000-gene ant, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Following this, an immense shockwave erupted, enveloping everything in a thick cloud of smoke. Ouyang Luoxue's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the unfolding scene. She had not anticipated Qian Yuhan's speed, which had outpaced her own. Moreover, the power exhibited by his strike left her utterly astounded. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, readying herself for the ensuing battle. Chapter 18, So Beautiful. As time passed, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the previously concealed figures. The 1,000-gene ant's gaze had become vacant, as if it had lost the spark of life. Its body lay feebly on the ground, motionless. Soon after, a stream of blood erupted forth, splattering onto the surrounding earth. It turned out that the head of the 1,000-gene ant had been completely severed from its body. The severed head rolled to the side, bearing an expression of shock and disbelief. All of this was due to Qian Yuhan's prowess. His attack was impeccably precise and as swift as lightning, cleaving the ant's head cleanly from its body. Ouyang Luoxue stared at Qian Yuhan in a daze. Qian Yuhan brushed away the non-existent dust from his hands and declared, "It's done. You can speak normally after all. What made you think I couldn't?" Upon hearing the voice behind him, Qian Yuhan turned to look. How beautiful, though she was merely a 10-year-old girl. Having seen countless beauties in short videos from his original world, Qian Yuhan could instantly discern that this girl would undoubtedly blossom into an enchanting beauty in the future. Ouyang Luoxue possessed skin as fair as snow, translucent and delicate like mutton fat jade. Her large, sparkling eyes shimmered with a bright light, reminiscent of the dazzling stars in the night sky. Her long hair was neatly styled into a low ponytail, smooth and silky, cascading like a waterfall when it swayed gently. She exuded a unique aura, radiating a mature charm that belied her tender age, as if she had been tempered and refined by the passage of time. This distinct quality set her apart from the crowd, making her undeniably captivating. Ouyang Luoxue, feeling the weight of prolonged stares, couldn't help but blush. How rude of you. Is it proper to gaze at a girl like that? Qian Yuhan, taken aback by the remark, quickly apologized. I am truly sorry. I did not mean to offend. I have never encountered a girl as stunning as you. Observing Qian Yuhan's current bashful demeanor, Ouyang Luoxue's lips curled into a subtle smile. This fellow is quite amusing. So different from his demeanor during the recent battle. Ha ha ha. And how do you intend to compensate me for my emotional distress? Ouyang Luoxue tilted her head. inquiring with a playful smile directed at Qian Yuhan. Beside them, Xiaolan and Nana were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed the young lady engage in such an extensive conversation with a man. Sister Xiaolan, did Luoxue just smile? It seems she did. This was the first instance they had seen the young mistress smile at anyone other than the ice god Douluo. Emotional distress? Indeed. You stared at me for nearly a minute. I thought I had encountered a lecher, which frightened me. Therefore, compensation is in order. Qian Yuhan. What a delightful female bandit. But I am merely a lecher. He he. What should I do since I have no money today? Perhaps you could leave your name and address, and I shall send the money to you upon returning home. I am Ouyang Luoxue from the Ice God sect. Are you serious, my lady? Of course, I am serious. What do you think? Had I known earlier, I would not have saved such a money-minded individual. Truly, I have fallen into the depths of greed. Ouyang Luoxue, dare you speak to me in such a manner? Hearing Qian Yuhan's sarcastic remarks, Ouyang Luoxue widened her eyes and pointed her right hand at him. Miss is about to get angry. How fierce this young man is. Nana exclaimed. However, Ouyang Luoxue did not continue glaring at Qian Yuhan. Instead, she smiled at him, her smile becoming even more radiant. Xiaolan and Nana? All right, I was just joking. Thank you for your timely rescue. Now, have you had enough of looking? If not, would you like to continue? Ouyang Luoxue deliberately elongated her last word. Enough, enough. Well, it's nothing. It's quite normal to lend a hand in times of need. You still haven't told me your name, have you? Oh, I am Qian Yuhan. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to absorb the soul ring, as I am in need of a third soul ring. With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the corpse of the Qianjun aunt. Qian Yuhan exclaimed. This woman is truly formidable. She actually employs a mental assault. After absorbing the soul ring, she retreats. How terrifying. Suddenly, Ouyang Luoxue, observing Qian Yuhan's determination to absorb the soul ring, interjected, that is a 10,000-year soul ring. You cannot absorb it. Qian Yuhan seemed not to hear, as he rushed to the side of Qianjun aunt, summoning the radiant divine sword. This magnificent sword drew forth the soul ring, absorbing its immense power. This little brother's martial soul speaks, noted Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, do you also feel a sense of oppression? Do you feel suppressed? Nana, do you? Nana nodded in agreement. Ouyang Luoxue gazed at Qian Yuhan, who was absorbing the soul ring not far away, and remarked in a daze, even my martial soul feels it. What? Both Nana and Xiaolan exclaimed in shock. Shoo, keep your voices down. He is in a critical phase of absorption. We must not disturb him. Consequently, Nana and Xiaolan lowered their voices to a whisper, discussing. Miss, your martial soul can be suppressed by that sword. Yours is a divine-level martial soul. The Ice God Battleblade is indeed a bona fide divine-level martial soul. Is there truly a martial soul capable of suppressing a divine-level martial soul? This fellow is extraordinary. Ouyang Luoxue mused silently. Within Qian Yuhan's spiritual realm, he found himself enveloped in chaos, thick darkness permeating the air. He sensed a formidable soul power drawing near. It was the soul power of the Qianjun aunt. I never expected your soul power to be so formidable, Qian Yuhan exclaimed in astonishment. The radiant divine sword shimmered with dazzling light, clashing fiercely with the sharp blade of the Qianjun aunt. The overwhelming force caused Qian Yuhan's arm to ache, yet he gripped the hilt with unwavering resolve. As time slipped by, nearly an hour had passed. The Qianjun aunt was also covered in wounds, particularly its right arm, which had been severed once more. Blood flowing profusely. Why does my right arm seem to attract the ire of all, as if it were a target for their relentless strikes? Qian Yuhan brandished the sword of light, charging towards the most vulnerable midsection of the Qianjun aunt. The Qianjun aunt swiftly swung its left arm, attempting to thwart the assault. However, it struck nothing but air. It was revealed that this was merely a doppelganger of Qian Yuhan. While his true form had already maneuvered to the side of the Qianjun aunt, he leaped gracefully, wielding the sword of light in midair, and precisely struck the midsection of the Qianjun aunt. The soul of the formidable ant was struck by a fatal blow, directly tapping into its vulnerable point. It emitted a mournful cry, slowly dissipating with an overwhelming sense of resentment. Indeed, the ant was filled with a profound unwillingness. Had it not been for its initial carelessness and underestimation, how could it have allowed those seemingly inconsequential women to sever its right arm? Anger surged within, yet it was powerless to alter the outcome. As the ant faded away, this chaotic realm of the mind began to regain its tranquility. Qian Yuhan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the radiant divine sword of light hovering before him. 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, ascended, and he smiled, declaring, "The 3rd soul ring is complete." Presently, Qian Yuhan's divine sword of light possesses 3 soul skills. The 1st soul skill, Radiant Slash. The 2nd soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. The 3rd soul skill, Radiant Guardian. His soul power level stands at level 32 Soul Master. His 1st martial soul is the Divine Sword of Light, while his 2nd martial soul, the Azura Demon Sword, remains sealed. Our Qian Yuhan is set to return to the Spirit Hall, where the Academy arc will commence. A sneak peek. Qian Yuhan will reside at the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy until the age of 12. The first 6 months will profoundly impact him, as he will encounter cherished friends and some rather unsavory characters. Recently rejuvenated. His spirit may suffer devastating blows from some ill-intentioned students at the Spirit Hall Academy, laying the groundwork for the romantic developments between the male and female protagonists. After all, how can one appreciate the heroine's virtues without contrasts? Fear not, for the subsequent interactions between the main characters will be exceedingly sweet, as the narrative follows the age-old adage of rising tension before resolution. In the near future, the storyline may delve into darker themes, but it should only last about a week. I urge everyone to hold on and not to lose hope. A little more encouragement can go a long way. Dai Yu humbly beseeches for support from my parents. Chapter 19, Spirit Hall Academy, I am coming. Qian Yuhan rose to his feet, recalling the radiant divine sword. Upon turning, he beheld Ouyang Luoxue and the others resting soundly beneath a tree. Qian Yuhan, these 3 individuals are truly good souls, as they have chosen to remain here and offer their protection rather than departing. Qian Yuhan approached Ouyang Luoxue, who was peacefully resting on the shoulder of another girl, Nana. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "You have worked hard." He then wandered to a nearby thicket, retrieving the satchel that the 3 had abandoned earlier, extracting a piece of paper and a pen to inscribe something. After a short while, he neatly folded the written note and placed it beside Ouyang Luoxue on the ground. Subsequently, he took out a blanket from the golden bracelet of the cold heart dragon god, draping it over the 3 of them, covering them completely. Although the daytime weather was quite pleasant, the evening breeze brought a chilling chill. Having completed his tasks, he prepared to depart. Before leaving, he cast another glance at the enchanting beauty beside him and whispered, "How could one ever gaze enough?" He then turned away, summoning his luminous wings to take flight. The Tianwei Douluo waited at the outskirts of the Stardo forest, just as before, sensing the surroundings. Qian Yuhan had likely reached the edge of the forest's core area. Venturing further could lead to encounters with soul beasts aged over 100,000 years. Thus he remained vigilant. However, he soon noticed a light approaching him steadily, gradually enlarging. It was none other than Qian Yuhan himself. "Xiaohan, you're back so soon," Tianwei Douluo exclaimed. "Uncle Tianwei, I encountered several soul masters being pursued by the 10,000-year Qianjun ants, and I aided them in overcoming the threat, which suited me perfectly. Hence, I returned rather quickly," Qian Yuhan replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. In truth, he had merely stepped in to save the situation at a critical moment. Ouyang Luoxue and her companions had exhausted their soul power to sever one of the Qianjun ant's limbs, and he had simply capitalized on the opportunity. Was the reward substantial? Engaging with the 10,000-year Qianjun ants must have yielded considerable gains. Tianwei Douluo inquired while pulling Qian Yuhan onto the Mingyi White Tiger. As Tianwei Douluo posed his question, Qian Yuhan fell into a profound reverie. His thoughts drifted far away, returning to an unforgettable moment etched in his memory. A breathtaking figure materialized in his mind. Her beauty was unparalleled, reminiscent of the most exquisite masterpiece in existence. Her smile, warm as a spring breeze, could melt the iciest frost. Her skin, as fair as snow, radiated an alluring glow that captivated all who beheld her. Her eyes, akin to a profound starry sky, sparkled with enchanting brilliance, as if they could penetrate the very soul. Qian Yuhan was immersed in memories of her, unable to extricate himself. Every detail vividly unfolded before his eyes. "Well, I've gained quite a lot," Qian Yuhan replied, rather dazed. "Ha, that's wonderful. Once you return, make some adjustments and prepare to attend the Spirit Hall Academy. It is indeed time for you to embark on your studies." The heavenly Might Douluo did not glance at Qian Yuhan, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "All right, no problem. However, Uncle Tianwei, could you promise me one thing?" "Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you. It isn't anything too significant, just that when the time comes, could you conceal my identity and allow me to attend school as an ordinary student? Upon hearing this, the heavenly might Douluo immediately understood what Qian Yuhan was implying and interrupted him before he could finish. The grand offering has truly nurtured a humble and low-key child. If he were to hear you say this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As soon as Qian Yuhan heard the heavenly might Douluo mention his father, Qian Mo, his spirits inevitably sank. It's all my fault for speaking so carelessly. Nevertheless, you must believe that your father loves you dearly. He is searching for solutions to the challenges at hand while you grow stronger. When you meet again, the clouds will part, revealing a radiant rainbow. The heavenly might Douluo remarked, patting his own mouth. Qian Yuhan, how eloquently you speak. Why would one call it mere chatter? Your words flow effortlessly. Uncle Tianwei, I understand. I bid farewell to my father at the pinnacle. Tianwei Douluo paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid. What a delightful farewell at the pinnacle. What a good child. The future is bright indeed. Ha ha. Listening to Tianwei Douluo's uninhibited laughter, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but join in, laughing heartily as well. It had been half a year since he had laughed so freely. It felt liberating. This is infuriating. This wretched creature. Somewhere in the Stardow forest, a piercing scream echoed through the skies. It was Ouyang Luoxue, the young lady of the ice god sect, venting her frustration. That Qian Yuhan, scoundrel. While cursing, Ouyang Luoxue crumpled the paper she held in her hand and tossed it aside. Nana, curious about what had so thoroughly riled Ouyang Luoxue, picked up the discarded paper, unfolded it, and read its contents. Ouyang Luoxue, I am immensely grateful for your protection during my soul ring absorption. I am uncertain how to repay your kindness, but if we have the chance to meet again, I shall ensure to express my gratitude properly. Moreover, I have indeed stumbled upon great fortune this time. You suffered injuries for the sake of this Titan ant, while I merely contributed a little at the end, yet I have reaped all the benefits. I sincerely apologize for this. Thank you once more for your assistance. Oh, by the way, Miss Luoxue, you truly look lovely while sleeping. I have never seen a girl who drools in her sleep like you do. Haha. My writing may not be exquisite, so please forgive me. Yuhan, unable to repay you, looks forward to meeting you again. Qian Yuhan, this little brother, elicited peals of laughter from Nana, who was doubled over with mirth, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Her laughter, imbued with mockery and mischief, transformed the entire atmosphere into one of light-hearted joy. Drooling, haha, you're killing me. She continued to jest, as if she had stumbled upon the most amusing spectacle in the world. Yet, Ouyang Luoxue's complexion flushed crimson, clearly feeling a tinge of embarrassment. She endeavored to mask her shyness, but Nana mercilessly exposed her true feelings. Nana, Ouyang Luoxue called out playfully, her tone tinged with mild discontent. However, Nana appeared unfazed, still reveling in her amusement. As Ouyang Luoxue called out her name, she swiftly snatched the letter that Qian Yuhan had left for her from Nana's grasp. Her movements were agile and decisive, drawing the attention of those nearby. Oh, Luoxue, what is this? Are you smitten? Nana teased, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, seemingly penetrating Ouyang Luoxue's thoughts and deliberately teasing her. Ouyang Luoxue's cheeks flushed deeper, and she hastily retorted, Who? Who is smitten? This letter is merely evidence. If I encounter him again, I shall use it to extort him. Her tone was resolute, yet her gaze betrayed a hint of barely concealed anxiety. At the Hall of Heavenly Might in Spirit Soul City, Shaohan, 5 days hence, I shall arrange for a maid to escort you to the academy. Coincidentally, the opening day of the school coincides with that date. This is what you will need for your studies. Your uniform and classroom supplies have all been prepared. On that day, don your uniform, gather the rest of your belongings, and she will come directly to your residence to fetch you. All right, uncle, Qian Yuhan replied. As the Douluo of Heavenly Might bestowed upon him a token of his patronage, a precaution for unforeseen circumstances, Qian Yuhan returned to her room and gazed at the bedside table where a cherished photograph of herself and her father rested. Speaking softly to herself, she remarked, Father, I shall strive to grow stronger, I promise. Do you know how much I miss you? 5 days later, Qian Yuhan, guided by a maid arranged by the Heavenly Might Douluo, arrived before the grand entrance of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Above the archway, the words Wuhuan Temple Academy were elegantly inscribed in gilded letters. Wuhuan Temple Academy, here I come. The chapter of her journey at the Wuhuan Temple Academy was officially beginning. Upon entering a large tent adorned with a row of tables, Qian Yuhan set down her heavy luggage and approached one of the tables, inquiring, "Excuse me, I am a new student. Is this where I sign in?" The individual responsible for the sign-in, an upperclassman, regarded the newcomers with disdain. He initially ignored Qian Yuhan's question, nonchalantly picking his nose, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. As he did so, a small clump of nasal debris adhered to his pinky finger. Without a hint of embarrassment, he flicked it away with his thumb, sending the unsightly matter flying. He then reclined in a relaxed manner, crossing his legs, exuding an air of superiority, reminiscent of a carefree street thug. The upperclassman finally glanced at Qian Yuhan, lazily uttering, "Yes, what is your name?" noting his lackadaisical attitude. Qian Yuhan chose not to offer him any cordiality in return, responding coolly, "Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan," he mumbled, slowly flipping through the sign-in register. Hey, cutting in line. A voice called from behind Qian Yuhan. A robust boy charged forward, colliding with several others in the queue. "I'm Dai Xingxi, let me sign in," he declared, stepping beside Qian Yuhan. In the Douluo continent, students typically began their education at the age of 8. Dai Xingxi, appearing as if he had been nourished with growth hormones, towered over Qian Yuhan and was notably more robust. Qian Yuhan is already considered tall and robust among his peers, but Dai Xingxi is even more remarkable. Those unaware might mistake him for a young adolescent. Qian Yuhan coldly remarked, "No, you must go to the back of the line. With so many people behind, my friend, this is rather inconsiderate of you." Dai Xingxi initially believed Qian Yuhan would readily agree, and with a smile, he approached the signing staff, Hui Go, to have his name registered. However, upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, the smile on Dai Xingxi's face vanished in an instant. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?" "Go to the back of the line. How bothersome." "Hey, my friend, have you found my name yet?" Qian Yuhan cast a fleeting glance at Dai Xingxi, then turned to Brother Hui, who was in charge of the attendance. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Dai Xingxi's temper flared. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. "Sign in your mother's name." With that, Dai Xingxi seized the attendance book from Brother Hui's hands and, with a forceful motion, sent it flying across the room. Brother Hui, responsible for the attendance, felt a surge of indignation. However, he had heard from others at school that this individual, Dai Xingxi, was not one to be trifled with, possessing formidable connections within his family. Therefore, he could only muster a reluctant retort. Dai Xingxi was notoriously known as a scion of privilege. His family, the Dai clan, was led by his father, Dai Tianhong, who held the esteemed position of captain of the second team of the inspection brigade under the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Xiao Hui. Thus, Brother Hui, fully aware of Dai Xingxi's influential background, had no choice but to swallow his pride. "Get lost." Qian Yuhan's voice rang out coldly, and the atmosphere around him seemed to grow frigid. His spirits were at an all-time low. From the outset, he had encountered the indifference of the new student sign-in supervisor, followed by the rude and uncouth behavior of others. This series of unfortunate events significantly dampened his enthusiasm for the forthcoming experiences at the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The anticipation and excitement that had once filled his heart had now been supplanted by disappointment and anger. He couldn't help but question whether he had truly made the right choice in coming to this place for his studies. Brat, seeking death. The second soul, Dai Xingxi, was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter and directly unleashed his martial spirit, the saber-toothed ghost tiger. Just as the yellow second soul ring was about to illuminate beneath his feet, a commotion arose nearby. Who was causing trouble over there? Can't we even sign in properly? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Han Shui, the director of student affairs, who was welcoming the new students at the school entrance. Hearing the disturbance from the sign-in tent, she approached to ascertain the situation. Upon entering the tent, she immediately spotted Dai Xingxi, poised to unleash his soul skill, and quickly intervened. Her gaze fell upon the sign-in book, which lay discarded on the ground, and her expression turned frosty as she pointed at it and demanded, "What is going on here? Who did this?" All eyes turned toward Dai Xingxi, and Han Shui, noting the collective gaze, comprehended the situation. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Dai Xingxi," he replied, adding, "Teacher, this is a matter between him and me. It would be best if you did not interfere." Han Shui closed her eyes, striving to rein in her emotions as she teetered on the brink of eruption. After a deep breath, she opened her eyes and continued to address Dai Xingxi. "Once you have completed your sign-in, please come to my office. It is located in Office Building 440. Has this student finished signing in?" She turned her gaze towards the still-closed eyes of Qian Yuhan and directed her question to the senior student in charge of the sign-in process, Brother Hui. Qian Yuhan, weary of the sight of the clownish Dai Xingxi, simply closed her eyes, choosing to remain oblivious to the chaos. Hearing Han Shui inquire whether Hui Gu had signed in, she promptly answered on his behalf. No, he is yet to find it, as he has been interrupted by the disruptions. Beside her, Hui Gu sighed. Startled when Qian Yuhan suddenly spoke, he feared she might report him to the headmaster for his earlier negligence towards the new students. However, Qian Yuhan did not mention it. Instead, her gaze turned towards her surroundings, filled with gratitude. Hastily, she picked up the sign-in sheet that lay discarded on the ground and, with a swiftness surpassing her previous efforts, began to flip through it. Her eyes scanned the pages, and upon failing to find her name, she quickly turned to the next page. Within 5 seconds, she discovered it and promptly marked a check beside her name. Qian Yuhan felt a slight lift in his spirits as he regarded Brother Hui, contemplating how perceptive he was. He had tactfully refrained from mentioning the matter of neglecting the new students, a gesture of gratitude, perhaps. All right, Qian Yuhan, he said, I have completed your registration. You are placed in class 1 of the first year. Enter through the east main entrance of this teaching building. Your classroom is the first on the left. I notice you have applied for on-campus accommodation. The dormitory is the northernmost building in the accommodation area, adjacent to the playground, and your room number is 101. Well, the rest is for you to explore at your leisure. Wishing you a pleasant learning experience. At the registration desk, Brother Huey's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. As he provided Qian Yuhan with the details of his class and location, while also noting his accommodation application and clarifying his living arrangements. Qian Yuhan, indeed. This teacher exerts a formidable influence over the students. After listening to Brother Huey's words, Qian Yuhan first bowed to Teacher Han beside him to express his gratitude, then nodded to Brother Hui. Subsequently, he picked up his heavy luggage and headed towards the dormitory area. Qian Yuhan planned to first deposit his luggage in the dormitory building, tidying up his own bed before wandering around the campus. Chapter 21. Dormitory 101. Upon entering the dormitory, Qian Yuhan located the door marked 101. Qian Yuhan pushed open the door, and what met her gaze were 4 beds, with desks positioned beneath them. Each table was meticulously cleaned, and the windows were open to allow a gentle breeze to flow through. Qian Yuhan selected a bed situated at a distance from the door, adjacent to which was a spacious personal storage locker. Access to the locker required identity verification, followed by the establishment of a password for usage. Qian Yuhan set the password and opened the cabinet, carefully placing all of his personal belongings and essentials inside. In less than an hour, he had completed the task. Just as Qian Yuhan was preparing to venture out and explore the campus as planned, the dormitory door swung open. A young man with short, snow-white hair entered, his locks resembling delicate snowflakes, exuding a distinct charm. His complexion was as pale as snow, with skin so smooth and delicate it seemed almost fragile. His jawline was sharply defined, and his bright, clear eyes sparkled like 2 brilliant stars, radiating an enchanting luminescence. His eyebrows were thick and well-groomed, slightly arched, hinting at an air of gallantry. To describe him as a handsome flower boy would not be an exaggeration. In terms of appearance, he and Qian Yuhan were equally matched, each possessing their own unique allure. Hello there, brother. I'm Muchen from Class 2. The young man greeted with a warm smile. Greetings, I'm Qian Yuhan from Class 1, Qian Yuhan replied. You're quite handsome yourself, Muchen remarked. Likewise. You are too. Just then, 2 more individuals entered the dormitory one after the other. Oh, it seems we were not the first to arrive. 2 others have already come. One of them said. Qian Yuhan observed that the 2 individuals were indeed identical twins, indistinguishable from one another. Ah, by the way, I am Tang Xian, the elder brother, and this is my younger brother, Tang Chun. We are genuine siblings, born together, Tang Xian chuckled, playfully patting Tang Chun's shoulder. How will we distinguish between you 2 from now on? Mu Chun, who stood beside Qian Yuhan, inquired. By our voices, Tang Chun replied succinctly, without any further elaboration. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the stark contrast in the voices of Tang Xian and Tang Chun. As the younger brother, Tang Chun possessed a rich and resonant voice, while his elder brother, Tang Xian, emitted a rather comical, almost raspy squawk. Ha ha ha. So, we are all gathered here in group 101. I am Mu Chun from Class 2, and this is Qian Yuhan from Class 1. Mu Chun, an exuberant and vivacious individual, introduced himself while also presenting Qian Yuhan to the brothers Tang. Despite having known each other for a mere 5 minutes, it felt as though they had been lifelong friends. "You are Qian Yuhan?" Tang Xian exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you know me?" Qian Yuhan retorted cautiously, wary of revealing his true identity to Tang Xian. "Oh, I overheard a group chatting on the way to the dormitory, mentioning someone named Qian Yuhan who had offended Dai Xingxi. They said he has been summoned to the principal's office for a reprimand. They warned that your days might not be so pleasant from now on," Tang Xian elaborated. "Are you familiar with Dai Xingxi?" Qian Yuhan inquired, narrowing his eyes. "Huh? Of course not. We came from Tiandou. Upon entering the school, we heard rumors about a young scion who had arrived at the Wuhuan Temple Academy, later discovering that it was Dai Xingxi. He is in our brother's class, Class 4. Tang Xian exaggeratedly contorted his face in mock distress. "Brother Yuhan, you must exercise caution around him." Tang Xian offered a more measured warning, unlike his brother's dramatics. "Understood. Thank you." Qian Yuhan nodded appreciatively. "Let us not linger any longer. Have you finished unpacking, Yuhan?" "Meanwhile, the three of us are still burdened with our luggage," Muchen exclaimed, suddenly aware of the strain on his shoulders from carrying the bags while engrossed in conversation. Qian Yuhan quickly made space for the 3 individuals to enter and tidy up. Turning to the others, he remarked, "You all begin your arrangements. I shall take a stroll to ascertain the location of the dining hall. Later, we can enjoy a meal together." "Very well. Sounds good," the 3 replied, as he strolled through the halls of the Spirit Hall Academy. Qian Yuhan marveled at the vastness of the institution. This prompted nostalgic reflections of his previous life, where he had read about the formidable spirit masters of the Spirit Hall in the book Douluo. Indeed, this seemed to have a basis in reality. The Spirit Hall Academy occupies what can be regarded as the largest expanse on the entire continent. The area of a single lake here could rival the combined territories of numerous spirit master schools in the subordinate kingdoms of the Tiandou Empire. At the center of the lake lies a small island, upon which stands a grand, palace-like structure. "What is that?" Qian Yuhan squinted, striving to see more clearly. Yet the edifice remained shrouded in mist. "That structure on the island is the Soul Tower, coveted by all lower-grade students of the Spirit Hall Academy." A male voice resonated beside him, prompting Qian Yuhan to turn. It was a short, stout fellow. The chubby boy, gazing at Qian Yuhan, extended his hand and introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Fong Qing, a second-year student." Qian Yuhan, Class 1 of the first year. "Class 1 of the first year? That means you share a class with my sister. You haven't entered the class yet, have you? You will meet her tomorrow. My sister's name is Fangya. A true beauty." Qian Yuhan extended his hand, and the 2 exchanged a handshake. Fong Qing raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing as he spoke. Qian Yuhan, intrigued by Fong Qing's mention of the Soul Refinement Tower, inquired, "What is the Soul Refinement Tower?" It is said that this tower has stood tall since before the establishment of the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall gained control over this region, and the ancestors of the Spirit Hall undertook its research and development. They discovered that cultivating within this tower could significantly accelerate the enhancement of soul power, with the effects becoming increasingly pronounced at higher levels. "Ah, so that is its purpose." Qian Yuhan gazed longingly at the distant structure, which emitted a faint glow, filled with a sense of yearning. This tower is shrouded in mystery, comprising 9 levels, of which only 6 have been explored thus far. The Academy had initially sought to negotiate with the venerable elders of the Spirit Hall to forcibly breach the tower, but it is said that the proposal was unanimously vetoed by the adjudication elders. Rumors suggest that dreadful entities reside on the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, and a formidable barrier seals the corridor between the 6th and 7th levels, rendering it utterly inaccessible. Qian Yuhan, the Elder of Judgment? Father? Why did Father veto it? Could it be that there are even more terrifying entities lurking in the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels of the tower? Did Father leave solely to seek methods to combat that menace? Goodness, Qian Yuhan is completely lost in his own thoughts, utterly misinterpreting the situation. "Brother, what are you thinking?" Fong Qing gently tapped the dazed Qian Yuhan, who was leaning on the railing. "Senior Fong Qing, how do you know all this? Shouldn't this be a closely guarded secret of the Spirit Hall?" Qian Yuhan exclaimed, startled back to reality. Fong Qing glanced around and leaned in to whisper in Qian Yuhan's ear, "Let me share a little secret with you. My family has some connections within the Spirit Hall, you see?" After saying this, he returned to his original position, winking at Qian Yuhan, conveying the message, "You get it, I'm a privileged insider." Chapter 22. A display of unconventional talents, Qian Yuhan and Fang Qing engaged in a conversation regarding certain aspects of the daily management of the academy before parting ways. Qian Yuhan arrived at a square, where a massive stone at the entrance bore the inscription Angel Square. So this is indeed Angel Square, the revered sanctuary of the Seoul Hall Academy students, as Fang Qing had mentioned. Gazing at the statue in the center of the square, her eyes grew moist once more. It was none other than the statue of the current Judgment Elder, Qian Mo, the esteemed grand offering of the Seoul Hall. Qian Yuhan, why are you so lacking in ambition? Every time you encounter something related to him, you feel compelled to weep. Do not cry anymore. Do not cry anymore. Qian Yuhan silently scorned herself, immersed in self-reproach. She had just heard Fang Qing mention that the statue in Angel Square represented the contemporary Elder of Judgment. The Academy displayed his statue to inspire students to emulate him and strive towards the achievements he had attained. Whenever a new Elder of Judgment was appointed, the statue of the previous Elder would be reduced in size and subsequently sent to the Hall of Judgment in the Seoul Hall for preservation and remembrance. Qian Yuhan then recalled his previous visit to his father, where statues of various figures were placed on either side of the main hall, all oriented towards the ethereal image of an angel. Qian Mo once remarked, "They are all, like me, the most devout followers of the angelic deity." As her thoughts returned, Qian Yuhan no longer lingered in the Angel Square. The dusk had settled, and upon returning to dormitory 101, she discovered her 3 roommates seated cross-legged on their respective beds, immersed in their cultivation. Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "No matter how we practice, it always feels so overwhelming. Shall we go for a meal?" Upon hearing this, Muchen opened his eyes, yawned, and replied, "All right, I've been waiting for nearly an hour, just sitting here dozing off." Let us set off. Qian Yuhan, I have fallen asleep. What about Tang Xian and Tang Chen? Are they not joining us? They are, Tang Xian said, having just completed a full cycle of practice. I am as well. Let us go, Tang Chen added. Mu Chun was taken aback and then exclaimed in anger. What is the meaning of this? Did we not agree to sleep together? Are you secretly training? With that, he attempted to climb the ladder to Tang Xian's bed to confront him. Seeing this, Tang Xian quickly clarified, I was merely trying to enhance my strength. If that Dai Shengshi were to challenge me, I must be prepared to counter him and brace myself for any retaliation. I cannot afford to neglect my training. Tang Chen nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We must train diligently. I shall let you off this time. Mu Chun released the ladder and leaped down. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the dormitory as the 4 of them shared a moment of joy. Qian Yuhan, as for the others in the academy, I cannot speak for them. But the individuals in dormitory 101 exude a warm and friendly aura, a sentiment I truly cherish. Upon entering the dining hall, the 4 of us gazed up at the magnificent menu, measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, showcasing an abundance of culinary delights. My goodness, is the academy this extravagant? Tang Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Qian Yuhan was pondering what to eat and ultimately decided on a plate of mushu pork over rice. The cafeteria's extensive menu listed the ingredients for each dish for reference: lingmu chicken eggs, black fungus, and 10-year-old mubei black pork. Just as he was searching for a seat while carrying his rice bowl, he suddenly felt someone bump into him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his dinner had spilled all over the floor. Qian Yuhan turned around to see who it was, only to find it was an old acquaintance. Dai Shengshi. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, classmate. It was unintentional. Dai Shengshi feigned an apology before swiftly turning and departing. Qian Yuhan gazed coldly at his retreating figure, a fierce flame of anger igniting within him. He was acutely aware that this was a deliberate act by Dai Shengshi, yet in the presence of so many onlookers, he found it difficult to express his ire. How infuriating! Qian Yuhan clenched his teeth in silent frustration. The other 3, witnessing this scene, approached him to offer their consolation. Do not let it trouble you. Yuhan, let us simply purchase another. Indeed, why bother with someone of that nature? It's not worth it. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Dai Shengshi gazing at him with an air of triumph, as if issuing a challenge. Qian Yuhan's fury intensified, and he silently vowed that during the upcoming soul fighting competition, he would teach his opponent a lesson on the battlefield. He had heard Fang Qing mention that releasing one's martial spirit in the dining hall could lead to disciplinary action. Thus, he swallowed his resentment with gritted teeth. Upon returning to the dormitory after dinner, Qian Yuhan inquired if anyone knew how to play Do Di Ju, but his companions looked utterly bewildered. Yuhan, what is Do Di Ju? It's a card game. What is a card game? Qian Yuhan, they cannot possibly be unaware of poker. This time, it is Qian Yuhan who is left bewildered. Surely, no one could truly be oblivious to the game of poker. Qian Yuhan suddenly recalled that this was not the original world. In the Douluo continent, there surely were no playing cards, and thus, no knowledge of the game landlord. It's merely a game, a card game, he said. I'll take some time to bring out a full deck. The four of us can play together. It's quite enjoyable. Following his words, everyone settled onto their beds, and soon Mu Chun began to snore. Tang Xian looked at Mu Chen's bed with exasperation and remarked, "Is this fellow a sleep god? He has been sleeping since the afternoon, and now he is back to bed again. Does he truly sleep that deeply? Each person's body is unique. Perhaps he just has a constitution that craves sleep," Qian Yuhan quipped in response. Qian Yuhan lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, pondering. After all, this is the Douluo continent, distinct from the original world. There are certain items that exist in the original world but are absent here, such as playing cards. If I were to create these items that are non-existent in the Douluo continent and leverage Uncle Tianwei's influence through the spirit hall to introduce them, wouldn't that make me the wealthiest individual on the continent? Haha. Noticing Qian Yuhan's silly laughter while lying in bed, Tang Xian sighed. Resting his hand on his forehead, Mu Chun is drowsy, Yuhan is grinning. Ah, our dormitory indeed. Suddenly, he added, I have a lucrative business idea. Are you all interested in joining me? Money to be made. Tang Chen abruptly sat up. Tang Xian cast a disapproving glance at his money-driven brother and, with an exasperated expression, remarked to Qian Yuhan, Tang Chun is nothing but a slave to wealth, valuing money above all else. As long as it does not conflict with his principles. Qian Yuhan. This presents a paradox for Tang Chun. How can one amass great wealth without contravening certain principles? Thus, he does not truly embody the notion of a financial slave. I may partake in this endeavor, though I lack a keen business acumen. However, I possess the ability to attract beautiful women to elevate the reputation of your offerings. Hee. Qian Yuhan chuckled, remarking on Tang Xian's lack of self-awareness and his attempts to solicit attention from beautiful women, suggesting a certain lewdness. How do you know? My brother and I are likely a year older than you. However, I must admit that during my first year at Tiando, I was captivated by a beautiful classmate and, unable to resist, I ventured into the girls' bathroom to catch a glimpse of her bathing, which ultimately led to my expulsion. The schools in Tiando refused to accept me thereafter. And my brother, not wanting to endure the solitude of attending a school alone, decided to withdraw with me. In the end, we managed to enroll at the Spirit Hall Academy on the very last day of registration. Qian Yuhan was utterly astonished. Tang Xian's behavior was simply outrageous, spying on a female classmate while she bathed. Truly, this brother was bold. In Dormitory 101, one was a heavy sleeper. Another constantly chuckled foolishly. One was a spendthrift, and another a lecher. What a peculiar assortment indeed. Chapter 23. The Campus Bell, Huliner. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, Qian Yuhan awoke. In his previous life at home, his schedule had always been remarkably regular, a routine that had become second nature. This orderly lifestyle provided him with comfort and security. At this moment, hearing the symphony of snores from his roommates, he carefully climbed out of bed, taking great care to avoid making a sound. He gathered his toiletries and stealthily made his way to the washroom. Inside, he splashed his face with cold water, brushed his teeth, and quickly returned to his bunk. Once back in bed, Qian Yuhan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He regulated his breathing and focused his attention on the flow of spiritual energy within him. Through meditation, he sought to enhance his cultivation and strengthen both body and soul. Qian Yuhan, now it is my turn to roll you all up, hee. Except for Mu Chun. As an hour passed, the sky had completely brightened. Mu Chun seemed to sense this change. With the dawn, it was time for people to rise. Suddenly, he sat up. You all are rolling me. Mu Chun exaggeratedly clasped his hands over his chest, feigning a dramatic heartache, which was quite amusing. Tang Xian and Tang Chen also gradually awoke, tidying up their belongings for class before heading to their respective classrooms. Qian Yuhan is a student in Class 1, Year 1, situated at the innermost part of the corridor, the farthest from the entrance. Tang Xian and Tang Chen arrived at their classroom door first. After a brief wave, they entered the classroom. Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan continued walking inside when suddenly, Mu Chun elbowed Qian Yuhan in the back and said, Look over there, gesturing subtly to one side. Following that direction, Qian Yuhan beheld a girl with an elegant figure, perfectly proportioned in all the right places. Mu Chun hurriedly pulled Qian Yuhan towards the girl, pretending to chat with him while his gaze remained fixated on her, as if enchanted. Wow, she's stunning. Qian Yuhan poked the dazed Mu Chun, who finally snapped back to reality and whispered to Qian Yuhan. They noticed the girl casting a peculiar glance at the two of them, as they walked in an oddly synchronized manner, Qian Yuhan moving normally while Mu Chun walked backward. His body pressed against Qian Yuhan's. Due to their recent whispers, Mu Chun's face was almost touching Qian Yuhan's, creating an awkward perspective for the girl, who assumed they were acting strangely and quickly sought to distance herself. Ah, so you're also a lecher, Qian Yuhan exclaimed, clicking his tongue and promptly pushing Mu Chun aside. What do you mean by also? Mu Chun replied, looking bewildered. It was true that during their conversation the previous day, someone had already fallen asleep, snoring away. No, it's nothing. Are you not going into class too? Qian Yuhan hastily shifted the topic. Well then, goodbye. Mu Chun waved his hand, but quickly leaned in to whisper to Qian Yuhan. That girl is absolutely gorgeous. Look, she's walking ahead. She must be in your class. Why not make a move? Go away, Qian Yuhan retorted, shoving the grinning Mu Chun into the classroom before he made his way to class 1. He couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Mu Chun is quite handsome. If only he didn't often display such a lecherous demeanor, he would surely attract many admirers. Alas, who knows who could ever rein him in. Earlier, Qian Yuhan had been walking straight and hadn't clearly seen what the girl looked like, only catching a glimpse of her impressive figure as Mu Chun had pulled him along. Qian Yuhan was indeed curious about what this girl looked like, to have captivated Mu Chun so profoundly. Upon entering the classroom, Qian Yuhan finally caught sight of the girl seated in the last row. The reason she noticed her at first glance was quite simple. The girl was not wearing the school uniform. Qian Yuhan was the last to enter the classroom. They had initially arrived with 5 minutes to spare before the bell, but the playful antics with Mu Chun had caused them to linger a bit longer. Just as Qian Yuhan stepped through the door, the class bell rang. The teacher at the podium wasted no time and promptly announced the start of the lesson. Instantly, the entire class rose to their feet, resembling soldiers in formation. Even the beautiful girl who was not in uniform complied. One student stood in front, appearing utterly bewildered. Good day, classmates. Good day, teacher. The students in the classroom bowed in unison to the teacher at the podium, who returned the gesture along with Qian Yuhan before instructing everyone to take their seats. You're not late, are you? Do you wish to stand in punishment? The teacher said with a smile, directing her gaze towards Qian Yuhan, who stood by the side of the podium. Oh. Qian Yuhan came to his senses and walked to the last row, discovering that only the seat next to the beautiful girl who was not wearing the school uniform was available. Sighing, he murmured to himself, I suppose I'll settle for this. The two boys seated in front of Qian Yuhan were reveling in their delight, having just noticed that the school's stunning beauty, the flower of the academy, had chosen to sit behind them. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's murmurs, their eyes widened in shock. One of them exclaimed, Hey, come on. If you're not satisfied, why don't you switch seats with me? You really don't appreciate the fortune you have, do you? The irritation grew as they pondered over the situation, and one could no longer restrain himself from turning around to address Qian Yuhan, saying, Hey, my friend. That's not fair. How can you speak like that about our esteemed Hu Liner? Qian Yuhan, the campus belle? Hu Liner. Oh. I shall pay closer attention next time. The campus belle? I have not heard of her. Qian Yuhan turned to gaze at Hu Liner beside him. Indeed. She possesses a certain charm, yet she pales in comparison to the girl I encountered in the starry forest. That young lady, Ouyang Luoxiwe, is truly exquisite. Although they are both still children and have yet to fully mature, it seems that Hu Liner is somewhat precocious, as her bosom has already developed to a B cup. Ouyang Luoxiwe appears to be slightly older than I am, and it is reasonable to assume that her development during puberty has reached a similar stage. Qian Yuhan's mind was filled with images of Ouyang Luoxiwe, completely oblivious to the fact that he was staring blankly at Hu Liner. The two individuals in the front row looked at Qian Yuhan with smug expressions, reveling in their thoughts. Isn't our school beauty stunning? Indeed. Hu Liner's countenance had turned icy, as if the temperature around her had significantly dropped. Our school beauty? Are we that familiar? Turn back around, quickly. Just as Hu Liner, having just reprimanded the duo in the front row, was about to unleash her ire upon Qian Yuhan, she suddenly noticed how remarkably handsome he was, which explained a lot about that fellow. Hence, she refrained from further verbal assault and merely cleared her throat. Qian Yuhan, regaining his composure, realized he had been gazing at her and, feeling embarrassed, turned away, hurriedly flipping through the books on his desk. It's rather inappropriate for you to stare at me for so long without an apology. This is quite the audacious behavior. I apologize. It was not intentional. I was simply lost in thought. Qian Yuhan wished to provide an explanation, yet Hu Liner raised her hand to interrupt, declaring, "Enough. I have no desire to hear your explanations. After watching for so long, I have already endured too much. Now, how do you intend to compensate me?" Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's response, a smile curled at the corners of Hu Liner's lips. Chapter 24. Young man, I will make you regret ever coming to this academy. Seeing the smile on Hu Liner's face, Qian Yuhan felt an unsettling premonition. He quickly retorted, "Engaging in unlawful acts is out of the question." Observing Qian Yuhan's flustered demeanor, Hu Liner beamed even more brightly, recalling that they were in class and suppressing her laughter. Hu Liner mused, "This fellow is rather amusing. I wish to tease him further. What unlawful acts are you referring to? I am unaware of any." She leaned forward, closing the distance between them, and added playfully, "Surely, you do not mean that?" She deliberately elongated her final word, savoring the moment. Qian Yuhan felt an unbearable heat enveloping his entire being, swallowing hard as he struggled to find his voice. "How old are you? That thing of yours is so small." He could not help but retort, overhearing Hu Liner's words. "Whose is small? And you? The way you speak, it's as if you're so much older. Do you even have a chest? It's like an airport." Upon hearing Hu Liner teasing his younger brother, Qian Yuhan could hardly contain himself. Though his body was that of an 8-year-old child, his soul resonated with the vigor of an 18-year-old youth. How could he endure such mockery? Thus, he retorted with a sharp remark, albeit with a tinge of insincerity. For Hu Liner was certainly not lacking in femininity. "What, indeed, is a mere airstrip? Qian Yuhan, I forgot that there are no airplanes here. Where would an airport come from? Doesn't this mean my scolding was in vain?" "No worries, as long as you understand that I am reprimanding you." "All right, I was just joking. Treat me to lunch at noon, and we can consider the mental anguish I've endured for so long to be settled." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Qian Yu's heart was filled with expletives, yet he acknowledged that he had been staring at the person for quite some time, making it difficult to voice any further objections. Thus, he simply nodded in agreement. "Has your little meeting concluded?" Came a voice from the direction of the podium. "Qian Yuhan, alas, I have forgotten that class has commenced." With a pensive gaze, I looked towards my neighbor, Hu Liner, but then reconsidered. This woman is truly formidable. Just moments ago, she nearly pushed me to my limits. It is no wonder that Mu Chun reacted so absurdly upon encountering her beauty. I must keep my distance from such individuals in the future. They are terrifying indeed. The more exquisite the beauty, the greater the likelihood that she was a fox spirit in her past life, and with formidable cultivation to boot. Yes, it must be so. Meanwhile, far away in Tiando, Ouyang Luo Shui sneezed. The entirety of the morning was consumed by the teacher introducing to the students various school regulations, activities, and rewards. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 1, where Qian Yuhan studies, is named Zhou Yu, a formidable soul emperor of the 67th rank. She possesses an eloquent demeanor and an innate ability to captivate her audience, demonstrating her prowess as an exceptional educator right from the first lesson. As the bell rang for the end of class, Teacher Zhou did not linger, and the students erupted in a flurry of excitement, racing towards the cafeteria. Just as Qian Yuhan was about to rise, a hand grasped his left arm. It was Hu Liner. "Remember to treat me to a meal, okay? Wait for me in the cafeteria. I'll be back after fetching some things from the dormitory." "Don't even think about escaping," she said, winking playfully at Qian Yuhan before heading towards the door. The remaining students in the classroom exclaimed, "How is it that this guy can charm the school beauty right from the first class? This is so unfair." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the place was teeming with students, all eagerly eyeing the delicacies as if they were scavengers. "I see you haven't broken your promise." A sultry voice reached Qian Yuhan's ears, and without needing to look, he knew who it was. Was it Hu Liner? Indeed. It was the school beauty dining in the cafeteria. Was it not said that she preferred the meals prepared by her family's cook? Why was she here? Yes. She arrived a few days prior. She always has someone delivering her meals. Her family is somewhat affluent, came the response. She came early? Why? Apparently, she is participating in the opening ceremony activities of the academy and attending the preliminary rehearsals. Hearing the discussions around him, Qian Yuhan grasped the situation. Opening ceremony? What opening ceremony? Don't you know? The day after tomorrow, there are no classes in the afternoon. It's the opening ceremony, followed by a welcome party in the evening. Didn't anyone mention it during roll call? No. I had a bit of a conflict during check-in, and after signing in, I left immediately. It was quite chaotic in that tent. No worries, now you know. I want that hand-pulled chicken. Hu Liner pointed to a stall to her right. As Qian Yuhan glanced at the enormous menu above the crowd, his eyes twitched at the price listed for the hand-pulled chicken, 1,000 gold soul coins for a single serving. Qian Yuhan, this woman is quite selective, isn't she? 1,000 gold soul coins, and she seems to desire more, truly precious. Unlike Ouyang Luo Shui. Very well. Qian Yuhan clenched his teeth and agreed. So easily? Their family must be quite wealthy. Hu Liner initially intended to tease him, but she did not anticipate that Qian Yuhan would actually comply. You better hurry before I change my mind, Qian Yuhan murmured. Let us share this hand-pulled chicken. I'll just order a rice bowl, Hu Liner suggested. You're rather nice. Qian Yuhan shot her a glance before heading to the queue. You go find a seat. I'll wait in line. Hu Liner thought to herself, this guy is surprisingly decent. Is it a bit too harsh to treat him this way? As Qian Yuhan stood in line, a commotion erupted behind him. Hey, make way. Hurry up. That guy, move to the back. My boss is hungry and needs to eat first. Qian Yuhan turned around and her gaze instantly turned icy, emanating a chilling aura all around her. Qian Yuhan's classmates. Hey, have you noticed it's getting a bit chilly? Yes, it's only September. It shouldn't be this cold. I'm already shivering. Qian Yuhan turned back, disregarding the commotion behind, and continued to wait in line. Before long, the noise grew louder, and Qian Yuhan realized that the group had arrived. Hey, make way. My elder brother wants to eat. Who does your elder brother think he is? He must wait in line like everyone else. Qian Yuhan furrowed his brow tightly, his visage dark and brooding, reminiscent of a sky heavy with ominous clouds. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed to echo from the abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, despite the gravity of his tone, there was an utter lack of emotional fluctuation. Akin to an iceberg, cold and resolute. Only those who truly understood Qian Yuhan could discern that this emotionless discourse was, in fact, a manifestation of his extreme fury. At his most composed, he became the most formidable. In this moment, an inferno of rage blazed within him, albeit suppressed by sheer force of will. Let me see who dares obstruct my path, came the voice of Dai Shengxi. Indeed, the earlier commotion was instigated by Dai Shengxi's sycophants, clamoring to drive others away. Qian Yuhan caught sight of Dai Shengxi slowly approaching from behind. The moment Dai Shengxi's hand grazed Qian Yuhan's shoulder, he was instantly repelled. Dai Shengxi stumbled backward, taken aback. How formidable! Is he a senior? Indeed, he must be, and a remarkably strong one at that. Realizing his misunderstanding, Dai Shengxi quickly changed his demeanor, adopting a tone that mirrored the obsequiousness of his sycophants. My apologies. I had no intention of causing offense. How swiftly his facade shifts, Qian Yuhan remarked with a cold scoff. Dai Shengxi paused, a hint of recognition flickering in his expression. That voice sounded rather familiar. Qian Yuhan remained with her back, turned to Dai Shengxi, leaving him unaware of her true identity. Qian Yuhan slowly turned around after speaking. A most obsequious and sycophantic character. I hold you in disdain. You, Qian Yuhan, how could it be you? Depart now, and join the queue at the back. Otherwise, a mere spit from each person here could easily drown you. Dai Shengxi's face flushed with anger, nodding repeatedly while muttering good, before turning to walk to the back. Excellent. Splendid. Let us temper his arrogance. The applause was incessant. Qian Yuhan, is he really leaving just like that? He does not strike me as someone who would simply endure humiliation. Dai Shengxi stormed out of the cafeteria, muttering to himself, just you wait, Qian Yuhan. The grand surprise I have prepared for you is only just beginning. Continue to be arrogant, young man. I will ensure you regret ever coming to this academy. Chapter 25, The Friendly Match, Part 1. After Dai Shengxi departed, Qian Yuhan did not have to wait long before he obtained a portion of shredded chicken. For Qian Yuhan, 1,000 gold soul coins were merely a trifling sum. However, since it was not earned by his own efforts, it felt somewhat unsatisfying to spend. His tray contained a bowl of shredded chicken and 2 plates of rice, just enough to sit down comfortably. Qian Yuhan carefully held the tray, scanning the surroundings in search of Hu Liner. Upon spotting Qian Yuhan approaching with the tray, Hu Liner promptly stood up and waved her hand. Qian Yuhan noticed her waving and approached her location. The campus bell was greeting someone. Could it be me? I saw her waving and smiling in my direction. Don't be so self-absorbed. She is clearly smiling at me. Ugh, it's directed at me. Where there is Huliner, there is bound to be unrest. Have you ever considered wearing a veil? Are you not annoyed by these people incessantly calling out to you? Qian Yuhan placed his tray down and sat across from Huliner, saying. Huliner chuckled. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? All right, I shall consider it next time. Who is jealous? I am merely offering a friendly reminder. Do you understand? Qian Yuhan was indeed intimidated by the flower of the academy. Each encounter left him feeling as though he were completely at her mercy. Reflecting on his current state, he increasingly perceived himself as pitiful. Should he not then strike decisively and win her over? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qian Yuhan hastily shook his head, casting the notion from his mind. Qian Yuhan, you are truly famished, yearning to win over that woman. Moreover, you are merely 8 years old. What are you even contemplating? Qian Yuhan lowered her head, earnestly focused on her meal, oblivious to the world outside, fearful that she might unwittingly provoke Hulin'er's teasing once more. This scene evoked a swell of frustration among her classmates. After all, not just anyone could dine with the campus belle. Although Huliner had only been at the school for less than a month, her beauty had spread like wildfire since her appearance at the rehearsal, and now, after more than half a month, her reputation had already taken root despite her not yet attending classes officially. Seeing Huliner seated with Qian Yuhan for lunch shattered their hearts. Their goddess had begun sharing meals with a boy, an ominous sign indeed. Especially since this boy was quite handsome. With her head down, Qian Yuhan finished her meal and addressed Huliner. I'm done. I'll be leaving now. Bye. After saying this, she swiftly stood up, took her plate, and left without granting Huliner another opportunity to speak. Watching the retreating figure of Qian Yuhan, Huliner shook her head with a smile, muttering to herself, is she really that afraid of me? Just then, a boy, emboldened by Qian Yuhan's departure, approached Huliner, but was swiftly silenced by her curt dismissal of Get Lost. Once outside the cafeteria, Qian Yuhan sighed in relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and made her way toward the dormitory. In a hidden corner, a shadow observed Qian Yuhan's retreating form with a sinister grin, murmuring, ha ha ha, provoke my brother, and you shall wait for your reckoning. Suddenly, a feminine voice pierced the air, startling the shadow. What are you doing sneaking around? The figure shivered in response. Nothing much. Let us go. I'll escort you back to the dorms so you can rest. You have classes this afternoon. All right. The pair then headed toward the dormitory. Upon returning to dorm 101, Qian Yuhan collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted, more accurately, emotionally drained. It was her first experience being toyed with by a girl, treated like a mere plaything. Yuhan, I heard you've already hooked up with the campus belle. Quick work. Mu Chun, just back from the cafeteria, had overheard Minnie discussing a striking boy dining with the campus beauty, supposedly in the same class. What do you mean I hooked up with her? It's more like she's the one pursuing me, Qian Yuhan instinctively retorted. Wow, Yuhan, this is promising. There's an old saying, a girl pursuing a boy is like a veil between them. This gorgeous girl is chasing after you. Just quietly enjoy it, Mu Chun exclaimed, utterly astonished by Qian Yuhan's words. I'm not feeling anything for her right now. Take it slow, don't rush. Just listen to me, Mu Chun advised. Meanwhile, as Huliner exited the cafeteria, she was pulled into a corner by a masked boy. So did it work out for you? Not so fast. Let me advise you to act swiftly, lest your mother's business in the Spirit Soul City be threatened by the masked man, he warned. Do you not find this excessive? Just because you wear a mask does not mean I am oblivious to your identity. I simply choose not to expose you. Excessive. Huliner, do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do not forget your family. Enough, I understand. Do not rush me. If you utilize your family's resources to aid our business, I shall assist you with one matter, and we will be even. Please, do not trouble me any further. Huliner, you haven't truly developed feelings for that fellow, have you? You have overstepped your bounds. I urge you to depart. I assure you, whatever I have promised, Huliner will certainly fulfill. With that, Huliner abruptly released the masked man's hand. He snorted disdainfully and took his leave. Huliner lifted her gaze to the heavens, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and helplessness. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her lips were pressed together as if contemplating something of great significance. Her expression conveyed a sense of bewilderment, as if she were at a loss regarding the situation before her. She stood there, motionless, resembling a statue, perfectly blending into her surroundings. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, adding an air of tranquility and mystery. Is this treatment too unfair to him? What am I to do? As her thoughts returned to the present, Huliner found herself back in her dormitory, feeling somewhat disoriented. Her roommates, observing her state, were perplexed, unaware of what had transpired. They watched as Hu Lin'er lay on her bed, motionless, and hesitated to disturb her. Rest assured, focus on your studies and life. If it is meant to be, you shall naturally come together. Mu Chun had been advising Qian Yuhan for half an hour, speaking with such authority as if he were a consummate love guru. Yet, in reality, most so-called love advisors are often novices themselves, fixated on theory without any practical experience, much like the one currently expounding on romantic matters. At that moment, Tang Xian and Tang Chen entered, their teacher having detained them, resulting in their late return from the cafeteria. Are you two not resting? Don't you have a friendly match this afternoon? Tang Xian questioned, eyeing Mu Chun, who was so lively and unbothered by the need for a midday reprieve. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun, friendship match? I'm not aware. Who mentioned it? What? You didn't know? Our homeroom teacher informed us that there would be a friendly match between the first and second classes this afternoon, and suggested that we could go and watch if we had nothing else to do, explained Tang Xian. Beside him, Tang Chun nodded in agreement, adding, thus, you both should lie down and take a moment to rest and adjust your state, prompted by Tang Chen's reminder. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun hurriedly lay down on their beds and closed their eyes. Before long, Mu Chen's snoring echoed throughout room 101. Chapter 26, The Friendship Match, Part 2. After sleeping for approximately an hour, Mu Chen was awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. Mu Chen hastily got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom, leaving Qian Yuhan momentarily stunned. Is this a method of awakening? Indeed, in the real world, he too had been roused by such an urgent call. If he had failed to hold it in during his dreams, the outcome would have been rather unfortunate. Qian Yuhan no longer reminisces about the painful memories of the past. At the age of 12, she had even drawn maps, which she now finds quite embarrassing. Mu Chen has returned, looking exceptionally well. After taking a bath, she feels as if she's floating on air. It is only when she prepares to go to bed that she notices Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun are all awake. She inquires, aren't you all taking an afternoon nap? Tang Xian, with a furrowed brow, thinks to himself that it is not that they do not wish to sleep, but rather that someone's snoring has rendered the other three unable to rest even a moment. You sleep for an hour, and your snoring has caused the neighbors to come over 2 or 3 times. How can we possibly sleep? Tang Xian rolls his eyes at Mu Chen. I apologize. Brothers, why don't you all continue sleeping? I shall forego my nap. Forget it. In half an hour, class will start anyway. No point in sleeping now. Qian Yuhan remarks as she glances at the Soul Guide clock in the dormitory. I'm really sorry. How about this? I'll cover your dinner. The three respond in unison. Sounds good. Mu Chen interjects. Wait, why do I feel like I've been cornered? By the way, Yuhan, how old are you? Let us determine our ranks in class 101. I was born on August 20th. Then you are younger than me. You are the 4th brother of class 101, Yuhan. I am the 3rd brother. Tang Xian is the eldest, and Tang Chun is the 2nd. Our 4 brothers of class 101 do not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to die on the same day. If we are to die, you go ahead. I still have no desire to perish. Tang Chen's remark instantly dismantles the heartfelt scene Mu Chen had conjured for their brotherhood. Hey, 2nd brother. Don't be like that. 4th brother, what do you think? Are you confident about competing against our class this afternoon? Yes, I am. Qian Yuhan confidently nods. Well, 4th brother, I believe you can defeat the others in our class. But me? That is not a certainty, Mu Chen replies, raising an eyebrow at Qian Yuhan with confidence. Well then, the 2 of us, as elder brothers, will definitely come to watch your internal battle in class 101 this afternoon. Tang Xian pats the shoulders of Qian Yuhan and Mu Chen. Big brother. Whether Mu Chen can make it to the end for a showdown with me remains to be seen. Qian Yuhan smiles. Haha. It seems the 4th brother is indeed brimming with confidence. I have high hopes for you. 2nd brother. Tang Chen pats Qian Yuhan on the back. In truth, friendships in youth are the purest, devoid of any ulterior motives, unlike the hollow brotherhoods often seen in the political arena. On September 5th, 8028 of the Douluo calendar, Tang Xian and Tang Chen are 9 years old, while Mu Chen and Qian Yuhan are 8. Little do these foreknow what astonishing achievements await them in the future. You call me big brother. In times of peril, I shall ensure my younger brother's safety. I am your younger brother. In desperate moments, I shall assist my elder brother to escape danger. 4th brother, what is your martial soul? Do tell. Mu Chen asks on the way to the classroom. You shall find out in due time. It's a secret. Qian Yuhan feigns mystery. If you won't tell, then so be it. Just so you know, I'm already at level 29, nearing the threshold of level 30. Impressive, third brother. You'd better be cautious when you encounter me, Qian Yuhan replies. Yes, of course. Huh, what did you just say? Mu Chun initially nodded in satisfaction, relishing the sensation. However, a sense of unease soon crept in, prompting him to inquire, I mentioned that you should be gentle when you encounter me. What is the matter? Qian Yuhan walked ahead, stifling a giggle. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 2, Mu Chun addressed Qian Yuhan, saying, Fourth. Wait until this afternoon, brother will teach you a lesson. I await that, Qian Yuhan replied, waving her hand without looking back as she proceeded towards Class 1. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Zhou Yu, entered the classroom behind Qian Yuhan. She ascended the platform and rapped her knuckles against the blackboard, instantly silencing the clamor of the class. Children, she began, I trust you have heard from other classes that this afternoon we will engage in a friendly competition with Class 2. The rules are quite simple. It will be a battle arena format. Whoever stands until the end represents their class, and that class shall claim victory. For our class, if anyone stands until the end, they will become the leader of Class 1. Do you all understand? Understood. The students chorused, their spirits aflame with excitement. A similar fervor was mirrored in Class 2. The two classes gathered at the school's soul fighting area. The soul fighting zone of the Soul Hall is expansive, featuring 3 standard battle arenas. In a while, our class will participate in the matches. I do not expect you to perform exceptionally. Just give your utmost effort so I may assess your conditions and subsequently plan our teaching strategy. Class 1. Victory is ours. Class 1. Victory is ours. Zhou Yu is an ardent enthusiast of soul battles and possesses unique insights into the study of soul powers. She graduated from the Soul Hall Academy and was among the distinguished graduates of her cohort, having been invited back to teach just a few years ago. Hearing the spirited cheers from Class 1, Class 2 was equally determined. Class 2, let us go. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Han Xian, also a female instructor, is Zhou Yu's contemporary. However, Han Xian graduated from the Tiando Royal Academy and emphasizes theoretical education. Although her soul power is relatively modest at just level 51, her theoretical knowledge far surpasses that of Zhou Yu. Each teacher possesses her own strengths. Zhou Yu blends theory with practice more seamlessly, while Han Xian prioritizes theory first, with practical applications serving to validate it, placing greater emphasis on rational combat. The two homeroom teachers, Zhou Yu and Han Xian, took turns officiating as referees. The first group of students took the stage. In the initial match, Han Xian served as the referee. A boy from Class 1 leaped onto the arena, followed by a girl from Class 2. A boy against a girl? Classmate, perhaps you should find another girl to fight with? It wouldn't be honorable for a boy to win against a girl, he suggested. The girl smiled gently and replied, Come on, I relish a challenging battle. Zhao Qianqian, Level 22 Agile Attack Spirit Master, at your service. Very well, let the battle commence. Lu Hui, Level 24 Power Attack Spirit Master. As they positioned themselves, 2 yellow soul rings rose beneath their feet, a standard configuration. Zhao Qianqian's second soul ring shimmered, and with a sharp command, she vanished from her spot. Space teleportation? Can she truly execute the spatial teleportation only available to a titled Douluo? Hu Liner spoke beside Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan observed the situation on the field and shook her head in refutation of Hu Liner's words. The essence of her soul skill was to instantaneously augment her speed, allowing her to traverse the space with remarkable swiftness, which created the illusion of spatial teleportation. In truth, she did not employ any spatial power to distort the fabric of space for teleportation. Rather, it was merely a rapid movement within the existing space. As Qian Yuhan aptly articulated, this is indeed the case. Qian Yuhan had previously inquired of his father regarding the distinction between spatial teleportation and ordinary teleportation, which is precisely what Qian Mo elucidated. Zhao Qianqian's martial soul is the phantom leopard, and the silent effect of her second soul skill, combined with her remarkable speed, creates an illusion of vanishing. In this moment, Zhao Qianqian had already positioned herself behind Lu Hui. With her right leg straightened and her weight shifted, she executed a rapid halt. The claws of the phantom leopard enveloped her hands in a violet spectral form. After coming to a stop, Zhao Qianqian propelled herself forward with her left leg, launching herself toward Lu Hui's back. Be careful, someone shouted. Lu Hui appeared to have anticipated this, calmly exclaiming. Second soul skill. In Chapter 27, Friendship Match, Part 3, Zhao Qianqian swiftly maneuvered to Lu Hui's direct rear. She then charged toward the most vulnerable point in Lu Hui's defense, his back. Second soul skill, four-sided shield. The yellow second soul ring beneath Lu Hui shimmered, and four stone walls abruptly rose around him. Zhao Qianqian's speed was such that she was unable to halt her momentum in time, colliding forcefully with the sudden stone barriers. Consequently, she was sent reeling backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As she fell to the ground, Zhao Qianqian deftly wiped the blood from her lips with her sleeve. Rising once more, the yellow first soul ring beneath her flickered to life. Qian Yuhan gazed at the wounded Zhao Qianqian, her fighting spirit undiminished, but rather intensified. She mused to herself, what a formidable young woman, utterly devoid of fragility. Instead, she grows braver with each encounter. If she continues on this path, her accomplishments will be significant. Are you smitten? Hu Lin teased. Noticing Qian Yuhan's intense focus on the ongoing battle, I was merely observing the match. By the way, why are you sitting next to me when there are so many empty seats over there? Qian Yuhan explained, having not paid much attention to the enchanting girl beside her, assuming she was just an ordinary female. After clarifying, she casually inquired further. Because I wanted to sit with you. Does that reason not satisfy you? Hu Lin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan's face flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she scolded herself. Why did I ask so many questions? I shouldn't have pried. Next time, I shall refrain from engaging her further, lest I inadvertently become the subject of her teasing again. The first soul skill, Ghost Shadow Strike, was unleashed by Zhao Qianqian. As an agility-focused soul master, she epitomized the traits of speed and explosive power. A shroud of black mist enveloped her, causing her to vanish from sight. Lu Hui's second soul skill had also completed its release, leaving him exposed before his opponent. Zhao Qianqian's shadow circled around Lu Hui with remarkable speed, leaving behind black afterimages that encircled him, effectively sealing off all his escape routes. Zhao Qianqian remained patient, waiting for her opponent to reveal a flaw. Lu Hui, unfazed, closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents, seeking to discern Zhao Qianqian's movement patterns. 1 second. 2 seconds. However, Zhao Qianqian found herself perplexed and hesitant. She could not determine whether Lu Hui was intentionally feigning a weakness or had simply surrendered. Nevertheless, she leaned towards the former assumption. Thus, she continued to circle around him, oblivious to the gradual depletion of her soul power. This is not good, Hu Lin remarked, observing the situation unfold. If Zhao Qianqian continues like this, her soul power will dwindle to perilously low levels. A single miscalculated strike could lead to her defeat. Indeed, Qian Yuhan responded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Zhao Qianqian, sensing her dwindling soul power, resolved to gather her remaining strength for a decisive strike. With determination, she clenched her teeth, channeling her soul power into her hands and legs. Lu Hui, attuned to the fluctuations around him with his eyes closed, distinctly sensed a surge of soul power emanating from his 2 o'clock direction. The first soul skill, Primal Might, activated as Lu Hui's first soul ring shimmered. He opened his eyes and charged towards the 2 o'clock direction. Although Zhao Qianqian was moving rapidly as she gathered her soul power, Lu Hui had already mastered the nuances of her movement patterns. Bang! With the enhancement of his primary soul skill, Lu Hui accurately struck Zhao Qianqian, who had just moved to the 2 o'clock position, sending her flying with a single punch. Zhao Qianqian was taken aback. She had intended to launch a final assault from the location where she had just concentrated her soul power. In that fleeting moment, she found herself propelled away. Initially, believing Lu Hui was targeting her true position, she proceeded with her original plan. However, as she swiftly maneuvered to her designated spot, she was unexpectedly struck. What a formidable opponent! Exclaimed Mu Chun from Class 2, noting Lu Hui's precise prediction and his absence of superfluous movements. Lu Hui did not pause. He charged towards the airborne Zhao Qianqian. What is he planning? Is he going to continue the assault? The members of Class 2 gasped in concern, aware that Zhao Qianqian was already injured and would likely be unable to continue fighting. Another attack could leave her with lasting damage. In a remarkable display, Lu Hui leaped and caught Zhao Qianqian before she could hit the ground, both landing safely. Cradled in Lu Hui's arms, Zhao Qianqian's complexion was rather pale. Observing her condition, Lu Hui offered an apology. I'm truly sorry. I aimed to exert some force but didn't intend to hurt you. Hearing his apology and realizing her current predicament, her cheeks flushed slightly. It's fine. It's normal to sustain some injuries in a soul battle. Witnessing this resolution, the audience exhaled in relief, followed by a wave of applause. Acknowledging Lu Hui's strength and character, as well as recognizing Zhao Qianqian's brave resolve to confront her opponent. Reflecting on the scene, Qin Yuhan couldn't help but recall a previous encounter with Li Wei at the Ice God Soul Arena, whose overly dramatic demeanor after being bested by his parents was a stark contrast. Sighing, he thought, he truly pales in comparison to Zhao Qianqian. The first match, Lu Hui of Class 1 triumphs, announced Han Xian. Zhou Yu took over from Han Xian, declaring, "Next, we invite the next contestant from Class 2 to the arena." "I'll go," declared Han from Class 2, a level 24 control system soul master. As the match commenced, Zhou Yu confirmed both sides were prepared. After several intense exchanges, Lu Hui identified a flaw in Han's defense, striking decisively and securing a second consecutive victory. However, Han's rare soul weapon, the Soul Bell, posed significant restrictions on Lu Hui's abilities. Each of Han's attacks was notably hindered, slowing his movements and providing Lu Hui ample opportunities. Yet, Han lacked any formidable offensive soul techniques, allowing Lu Hui, whose Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear soul weapon emphasized both offense and defense, to maintain an advantage. Should their respective soul techniques expand in future encounters, Lu Hui's edge would evaporate, leaving him susceptible to control. Ultimately, Lu Hui of Class 1 emerged victorious. Lu Hui subsequently triumphed in 2 more matches. However, due to insufficient soul power, these victories were solely reliant on the formidable prowess of his martial spirit, achieved through sheer physical combat. In the final match, despite his victory, he ultimately succumbed under the immense strain. Let each class send forth a representative, Zhou Yu suggested. In this friendly competition, those who entered the fray early did not possess a distinct advantage. The format resembled that of a tournament, where those who commenced the battle without adequate reserves of soul power inevitably faltered in their defense as the contest progressed. Qin Yuhan discovered the lurking vulnerability that had been present all along. "Hey, until when do you plan to linger?" Hu Lin suddenly inquired. "Just wait and see. The time has not yet come," Qin Yuhan replied instinctively. Instantly sensing something amiss, she thought, "What is lingering until when me? This is merely a state of hibernation. You silly girl. You're the silly one. No, you are." The two unexpectedly erupted into a quarrel. Onlookers observed the bickering pair with bemusement. Their friendship had hardly begun. Yet they seemed to have grown closer, albeit through mutual insults. Strangely, it felt as if they were being fed a mouthful of affectionate banter. Chapter 28. Friendship Match Part 4. The competition continued, with numerous participants taking the stage. The current victor was nearing his limit but refused to concede. Having achieved 3 consecutive victories, he aspired to challenge Lu Hui's 4-win streak and bring honor to his class. "Students from Class 1 may now take the stage," Han Xian announced. "Are you going or not, coward?" Hu Lin questioned. "Not going. If anyone should, it's you," Qin Yuhan replied, weary of the playful banter. "Let it be. I'm tired." "Humph, coward. I'll go," Hu Lin exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. As she stepped onto the battle platform, the audience erupted in cheers. "The school bell has arrived. Lin is invincible. Lin will win." Countless students from other classes had come to witness her, with many skipping afternoon classes just to catch a glimpse of her charm. "Hu Lin a 26th level control system soul master. Please show me your prowess," she said, winking at her opponent. The boy from Class 2 stood dazed, waving at Hu Lin his mind completely captivated by her enchanting figure. First soul skill, Foxtail Needle. With a flash of her yellow first soul ring, Hu Lin unleashed over a dozen white needles toward her opponent. Class 1's Hu Lin wins. The audience seemed momentarily stunned. Was that a one-hit knockout? "Bravo. Lin you're stunning. You're incredible. Wait for me, Lin I'll be up there to boost your record in no time." Listening to the audience's exuberant praises, Qin Yuhan couldn't help but roll her eyes. They truly have no shame. Qin Yuhan discerned with clarity that Hu Lin's martial spirit was likely that of a fox, imbued with enchanting attributes that enabled her to exert psychological control over her opponents. Furthermore, due to her adversary's insufficient soul power, their defensive capabilities plummeted to nearly zero, allowing her to secure a decisive victory. The classmates, particularly those from Class 2, gazed at the enchanting figure on stage, their initial eagerness to participate evaporating into hesitation. The combination of beauty and strength posed a daunting prospect. Should they inflict harm upon her, they would likely face the wrath of their peers, and should they falter, they would become the subject of ridicule. Such thoughts permeated their minds, leading to a collective retreat from the competition. At this moment, Mu Chun surveyed the scene. Noting that no one else was inclined to step forward, he realized that now was his opportunity to enter the fray. If he hesitated any longer, his class would surely face defeat. Well, if you all are too timid, I shall take my turn, Mu Chun declared with a mischievous grin. He leaped onto the stage, proudly announcing, Mu Chun, a level 29 assault-type soul master, at your service. Very well, let us begin, Hu Lin Er replied with a smile. In truth, Mu Chun was also aware of Qian Yuhan's observation. He had noticed another subtle detail. The previous male contestant's gaze upon Hu Lin Er's eyes had been the catalyst for his enchantment and subsequent defeat. With determination, Mu Chun retrieved a long strip of cloth from his pocket and covered his eyes. Qian Yuhan immediately discerned Mu Chun's intentions. This third brother possesses some remarkable abilities. Hu Lin Er exclaimed, Brother, look at them. Are they not beautiful? As Mu Chun listened to her enchanting voice, the impulsive little devil within him could hardly contain the urge to unveil the cloth obscuring his vision. Just as his right hand was uncontrollably reaching to pull it away, his left hand restrained it, bringing him back to reality. He has actually broken through my fox demon domain. Hu Lin Er gazed at Mu Chun in astonishment, unable to fathom that a boy could withstand her domain without succumbing to its allure. Her fox demon domain wielded immense power over those with immature minds. Yet its effect diminished significantly on those who were slightly older or more mentally mature. My dear beauty, you are indeed stunning. I had already beheld your grace that day. Now, let us engage in battle. With a flicker, the yellow first spirit ring beneath Mu Chun's feet glimmered. First spirit skill, golden crocodile tail. To his surprise, his martial spirit manifested a golden crocodile tail. He swiftly pivoted, forcefully swinging the robust tail. The tail was adorned with sharp, conical spikes, shimmering ominously and instilling fear. As the mighty tail lashed out, a powerful wave of energy erupted, hurtling towards Hu Lin Er at breathtaking speed. The air seemed to tear apart in its wake, producing a deafening sound that rendered onlookers pale with dread. It was evident that this attack possessed tremendous power. Should it strike its target, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, Hu Lin Er did not concede defeat. Her second spirit ring began to shimmer. Second spirit skill, Fox Demon Mist. A purple mist gradually enveloped her surroundings. Mu Chun's assault, directed at the mist, produced no sound as it seamlessly traversed through, failing to make contact. Cannot be targeted. Mu Chun quickly realized that this formidable defensive skill could indeed be deemed divine. The untargetable state rendered her immune to all physical attacks. However, energy-based attacks could still penetrate. Hu Lin Er's second spirit skill allowed her to merge with the mist, achieving immunity to physical assaults. Conversely, Mu Chun's first spirit skill generated a wave of energy, which could only diminish in strength but not be completely resisted. Thus, when Hu Lin Er revealed her true form, she sustained considerable injury. Why must you strike so harshly? Really? You wish to showcase your prowess? Do not hold me back. Allow me to diminish his arrogance. Upon witnessing Hu Lin Er's injury, some of her fervent admirers could no longer remain seated. They rose, hurling insults at Mu Chun. Unfazed, Mu Chun extended his right hand to his ear, seemingly mocking the raucous audience, encouraging them to voice their disdain even louder. You scoundrel! I shall take him down. Count me in. I shall join you. Go to hell. Zhou Yu's face darkened considerably due to the uncouth remarks of those ruffians beside her. Han Xian, unable to restrain herself, admonished sharply, Silence. If there's any more nonsense, get out. Don't tarnish the good atmosphere of our two classes. Returning to the fray, Hu Lin Er let out a cold snort. Don't think for a moment that I will concede this easily. Ninetail's external spirit bone skill, Ninetail's fiery slash. Hu Lin Er actually possesses an external spirit bone. Qian Yuhan exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. An external spirit bone is a tremendous asset. Hu Lin Er's external spirit bone skill, Ninetail's fiery slash, temporarily amplifies her martial spirit, elevating it by one tier. For instance, while in its dual tail form, it can briefly evolve into a three-tail state. Harnessing the might of the supreme beast martial spirit, the fox spirit, the tails unleash wave-like slashes towards her opponent. Each tail can execute an attack, and furthermore, when the ethereal image of the fox appears, it instantaneously releases an area of effect charm ability. This skill is a formidable combination of crowd control and single-target offense, truly overwhelming. This also underscores Hu Lin's extraordinary talent. Her martial spirit is none other than the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. However, it only attains the true divine beast status when her fox spirit evolves into 9 tails. Currently, her fox spirit can only be regarded as a top-tier beast martial spirit. With each 10 levels gained, her martial spirit sprouts an additional tail, so with her innate single tail, she naturally possesses a full soul power of level 10. Presently, her martial spirit manifests as a dual-tailed fox. The ethereal image of the 3-tailed fox gathers strength, and with a flick of its 3 tails, it unleashes a gale. Although each wave of energy is somewhat diminished compared to Mu Chun's earlier attack, the 3 waves are far from negligible. Mu Chun, however, did not remain idle. Beneath him, the second purple spirit ring shimmered. Indeed, Mu Chun also bore a purple second spirit ring. Second spirit skill, Protective Golden Radiance. Chapter 29, Internal Battle 101. Light Sword vs. Golden Crocodile, Part 1. As Hu Lin activated her Spirit Bone skill, 3 slashes surged toward Mu Chun. He activated his second spirit skill, enveloping himself in a dazzling golden light. Boom. The collision of skills stirred a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Mu Chun emerged unscathed. Though the golden radiance surrounding him had dimmed considerably, Hu Lin, having depleted her soul power with her Spirit Bone skill, found herself incapable of continuing the fight. In contrast, Mu Chun had utilized 2 spirit skills, one for attack and one for defense, resulting in minimal soul power consumption. Hu Lin's sole current shortcoming was the excessive soul power expenditure required for her charm skill. Essentially, she could only muster a single, all-out offensive. Succeeding or failing in that singular effort, I concede. Hu Lin, though unwilling, recognized her inability to continue and surrendered. Victory for Mu Chun of Class 2. Let the students of Class 1 take the stage. Are you not going to make an appearance? What are you hiding? Hu Lin was evidently still unwilling to accept her defeat. Watching Qian Yuhan remain in place ignited her frustration, prompting her to vent in a sarcastic tone. Of course I will go up. I must temper my third brother's arrogance. Furthermore, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Do not throw a tantrum over a loss. Qian Yuhan rose and, as she passed by Hu Lin, casually remarked without lingering, making her way toward the stage. Hu Lin turned her head to gaze at Qian Yuhan's retreating figure, pondering her thoughts. I'm here, Teacher Zhou. The friendly match, Qian Yuhan versus Mu Chun. The competition commences. Come on, Old 3. Give it your all. Old 4, go for it. Take him down. Suddenly, 2 voices of encouragement echoed from the stage. Who could it be? Of course, it was none other than Tang Xian and Tang Chun from Dormitory 101, who had just been ranked this morning. They rushed over right after class, eager not to miss the duel between the 2. Fortunately, they arrived just in time, before Hu Lin faced Mu Chun. Yuhan, I promise to go easy on you. Hee, Mu Chun said with a sly grin directed at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan smiled faintly. Preparing for battle, I am Qian Yuhan, a level 32 soul master of the attack system. Please, guide me. At that moment, a rich golden light surged around Mu Chun, enveloping him in a radiant glow. His originally tall and slender figure began to expand, with muscular contours becoming distinctly visible. Exuding an overwhelming sense of strength, his skin gradually transformed into a lustrous golden hue. Meanwhile, Mu Chun's had exhibited minimal change, save for his eyes, which turned a fierce gold, shimmering with a menacing glint. His arms and legs grew robust and powerful, causing his upper garments and trousers to tear apart, leaving him clad only in a pair of shorts. This was the terrifying augmentation of physical strength granted to Mu Chun by the Golden Crocodile King martial spirit, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending steel. The instant the martial spirit manifested, Mu Chun radiated an aura of formidable power. His presence was as imposing as a mountain, leaving onlookers in awe. The Golden Crocodile King is a top-tier beast martial spirit, comparable to divine creatures, and Mu Chun possessed an innate soul power of level 10. It was no wonder that he reached level 29 in less than a year since awakening his martial spirit. Besides fortune, the quality of the martial spirit was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Qian Yuhan was previously quite perplexed. Are there truly so many soul masters in the Douluo continent with innate full soul power? His father, Qian Mo, along with himself, had now also discovered Mu Chun and Hu Lin within the academy. Qian Yuhan was uncertain about the prowess of his elder brothers. If they too possessed innate full soul power, it would indeed be impressive. Just before stepping onto the stage, he resolved to inquire about their strengths later that evening. Returning to the scene on stage, Qian Yuhan exhibited not a shred of trepidation. Beneath his feet, a yellow and two purple soul rings gradually ascended, while in his grasp, the divine sword of light radiated with a sacred luminescence. "Brother, my martial soul feels somewhat amiss," he remarked. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. It feels akin to fear." "Yes, I too feel this way. This fourth brother's martial soul is extraordinary. Few can instill such dread in our own." "Quite so." On the audience platform, Tang Xian and Tang Shen sensed a tremor in their own martial souls, triggered by the luminous sword summoned by Qian Yuhan, and engaged in hushed conversation. Mu Chen, gazing at Qian Yuhan across from him, was utterly astonished. You are actually a soul master." The spectators were jolted from their stupor upon hearing Mu Chen's exclamation. They were awestruck by the long sword in Qian Yuhan's hand. Feeling a significant suppression affecting all weapon-wielding soul masters, some of the weaker ones struggled to breathe under the weight of it. A soul master? He is merely an 8-year-old child, just like us. How could he possibly reach such a level? Is it truly so extraordinary? Wait, isn't this Qian Yuhan, the one who had a dispute with Daishenxi in the cafeteria not long ago? His strength is formidable. It's no wonder he dared to confront Daishenxi. Indeed, it seems there was a conflict during the sign-in. Director Han had to intervene to quell it. The crowd murmured, exchanging thoughts. Among his classmates, Hu Liner was equally taken aback. "This fellow is actually a soul master? I thought my talent was exceptional. With a top-tier beast martial soul and my family's nurturing over the past 6 months, I have only reached level 26. That Mu Chen must also possess a top-tier beast martial soul. He resembles a crocodile, likely a scion of some prominent family. Otherwise, how could he achieve level 29 in just half a year?" As Hu Liner reflected on her family's support, she lamented the recent economic downturn and the signs of decline due to corruption among certain elders. She had sought assistance from the Dai family before the school year began. Feeling regretful, if not for her family's plight, she would never have associated with someone as unscrupulous as Daishenxi, which left her quite vexed. "Fear not, third brother," Qian Yuhan teased, observing Mu Chen's immobility. "My soul rings are but an illusion." "An illusion? Do not deceive me. The fluctuations of your soul power cannot be feigned." Mu Chen retorted. "Fourth brother, do not presume I would fear you." Qian Yuhan mused upon the authenticity of his soul ring, which was, in truth, 1 purple and 2 black. Concurrently, he learned of a friendly competition taking place between the first and second classes. The recently dismissed director, Han Shui, also arrived to observe the match, standing beside the 2 supervising teachers as they gazed upon the contenders in the arena. Mu Chen, with hands deftly forming seals, initiated the first move. An aura of golden light enveloped him, and he soared into the air, creating a golden barrier that encased both participants. "This is a domain," Han Shui remarked, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the luminous barrier, astonished. The 2 class supervisors beside her were equally dumbfounded. Individuals possessing a domain were indeed a rare sight. They exchanged knowing glances, both comprehending the implications. In hosting a friendly match, they had uncovered several promising talents: Lu Hui and Hu Liner from the first class, and Mu Chen from the second. Not to mention the astonishing 8-year-old soul master, Qian Yuhan, who had truly reshaped their understanding. Promotion seemed within reach. As Mu Chen's first yellow soul ring shimmered, he unleashed his inaugural soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail Sweep. Qian Yuhan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "To those brothers who have read the latest chapter, kindly lend a hand and urge for more updates. Much appreciated. There will be another update tonight." Chapter 30, Internal Strife 101. The Lightsaber Battle Against the Golden Crocodile, Part 2. Mu Chen's first soul ring, shimmering in a radiant yellow, activated his first soul skill, Golden Crocodile's Tail Sweep. Qian Yuhan remained unperturbed, wielding the radiant divine sword in his right hand, while the yellow first spirit ring at his feet shimmered. Radiant Slash. He unleashed a blade of energy towards Mu Chen. The 2 waves of impact collided, generating a force that pushed both combatants backward. The site of their clash was engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring their vision of one another. A massive crack marred the ground, with Mu Chen standing firm, while Qian Yuhan had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Surely he hasn't been sent flying. Laughter erupted. Perhaps he really has. Could these 3 spirit rings be counterfeit? What? Can spirit rings be fake? Of course. The Douluo continent is full of wonders. I've heard tales of rare spirit herbs that can alter the form of spirit rings, though such items are exceedingly scarce and valuable. The murmurs of the crowd resumed. Mu Chen, perplexed, scanned the area for any sign of Qian Yuhan. He was aware that this strike could hardly have defeated Qian Yuhan, let alone send him flying. Yet he wondered where he might be. In the audience, Tang Xian was the first to spot Qian Yuhan high above, tapping Tang Chun's shoulder, who was searching for Qian Yuhan as well. "Yes, up there," Tang Xian exclaimed, pointing at a softly glowing orb in the sky. "Is that the fourth one? Incredible! He can actually fly." Tang Xian, usually composed, was now visibly excited. "But doesn't he possess a flight-type martial soul? Wait, could he be a twin martial soul user?" "I doubt it," Tang Xian replied, shaking his head. "It's an external spirit bone, a pair of wings." The supervising instructor, Han Shui, immediately recognized that it was not a martial soul but indeed a genuine external spirit bone. The distinction between the flight capabilities granted by an external spirit bone and those derived from a martial soul is quite straightforward. The flight ability from a martial soul manifests as energy-based wings, while that bestowed by a spirit bone results in physical wings, complete with flesh and bone. Who would have thought to encounter such gifted children in this match? Xiaoyu, Han Xian, you two have organized this friendly competition splendidly. I will report to the school advocating for more events of this nature. She continued, furthermore, please inquire about the specifics of these children. I need to report their potential to the higher-ups. These youngsters must be retained within the Spirit Hall, as their future is limitless. Han Shui's gaze remained fixated on Qian Yuhan, as though he were a rare gem. Indeed, to her, Qian Yuhan was a treasure. Achieving the rank of Spirit Elder at just over 8 years old, with an unnameable martial soul that was undoubtedly top tier, complemented by an external spirit bone, such talent is a millennium rarity that cannot be let go. After Han Shui finished her explanation, she hurriedly departed, eager to report to the dean and to devise a more meticulous training plan for these talents. Mu Chen, sensing the oppressive atmosphere above, looked up. A luminous orb in the sky unexpectedly split into 3, subsequently descending and encircling Mu Chen. Now, he found himself confronted by 3 incarnations of Qian Yuhan. This was indeed Qian Yuhan's second soul skill, the Illumination Shadow clone, which created 2 clones possessing 80% of his original strength. "Oh, shall we engage in a guessing game with these clones? That is my forte, haha." With a swift closure of his eyes, Mu Chen's right arm emanated a brownish glow, a soul bone. Qian Yuhan gazed at Mu Chen's right arm, and a thought crossed his mind. Indeed, this was the right arm bone of the Earth King, an extraordinary soul bone that Mu Chen had unexpectedly acquired during his first soul ring attainment. With a powerful skill known as Wild Tremor activated, Mu Chen, still in the state of his martial soul manifestation, propelled himself into the air with his robust legs. He then descended with the ferocity of an alligator's forelimbs, crashing down towards his opponent. Mu Chen's strategy against Qian Yuhan's doppelganger was straightforward and forceful, to unleash a fierce area attack that would ensnare all 3 manifestations of Qian Yuhan, leaving both the doppelganger and the original with no avenue of escape. Qian Yuhan also discerned this fact. At this moment, the purple third spirit ring beneath his feet shimmered, Radiant Guardian. The skill of Radiant Guardian was activated, a soul ability bestowed by the 10,000-year spirit ring he had recently acquired. Why is it purple? It is, of course, due to the consumption of the spirit ring transformation pill. His original configuration of 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings had been disguised as 1 yellow and 2 purple. Qian Yuhan gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, thrusting the divine blade straight into the ground, exuding an imperial majesty that gazed down upon the world. Behind him, a sacred silhouette gradually materialized, lifting its right hand to summon a golden shield of protection around Qian Yuhan. The entity mirrored its corporeal form, albeit the apparition appeared slightly more ethereal, and the radiance of the shield was somewhat diminished. Yet, the distinction was imperceptible at a cursory glance. Mu Chen descended with force, and the 3 Qian Yuhans were enveloped by their protective shields in defense. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the soul fighting arena, startling numerous birds into a frenzied flight from the trees into the sky. Mu Chen landed back on the combat platform, panting heavily. The consecutive release of 2 high-intensity attack skills had caused his soul energy to become somewhat disarrayed. He surmised that the dust and haze stirred up by their clash would not dissipate swiftly, as he sought to quickly regain his composure. A luminous point emerged from the mist, advancing rapidly, growing larger and brighter, nearly blinding him. Mu Chen raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling brilliance, which vanished in an instant. Momentarily dazed, he suddenly sensed something and turned, only to find a long sword poised at his throat. A mere movement away from a fatal cut. Shaking his head, Mu Chen resignedly declared, "All right, 4th brother. I am no match for you. I concede. The longsword in Qian Yuhan's hand dissipated into nothingness as he smiled and helped Mu Qin, who was just about to adjust his state for another round of combat. This time was a narrow victory, had it not been for your considerable consumption of soul power while battling Hu Liner. The outcome of this match could have been quite different. Mu Qin, aware that Qian Yuhan was merely saving face for him, embraced him after being pulled up and whispered in his ear, "Thank you. Moreover, do not think that I am unaware. Even if I were at full strength to contend with you, my chances of victory would be less than 1 in 10. You may not realize it. But during our exchange of defensive skills, I truly felt powerless. Your defensive skill is formidable, so much so that even a soul sect would find it challenging to breach. I shall train further and then come for you." With a pat on Qian Yuhan's shoulder, they exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a hearty laughter. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, accompanied by the enthusiastic claps of the two class teachers and their respective students, creating an unending wave of admiration. They had delivered a spectacular display of offensive and defensive prowess to everyone present. Chapter 31. I am not one to be provoked. With the friendly match concluded and Qian Yuhan victorious over Mu Qin, no one from either class dared to challenge him any further, thus solidifying his status as the champion. Mu Qin, wrapping his arm around Qian Yuhan, made his way towards the cafeteria, his mind solely fixated on the singular desire to eat. On their way to the cafeteria, the brothers Tang Xian and Tang Chen caught up with them. Upon leaving the spectator area just after the friendly match, they learned that the two had already departed and hurriedly made their way over. "You did well, old four. The term genius is not an exaggeration in your case," gasped Tang Xian as he caught up, giving Qian Yuhan a pat on the shoulder. "Oh, it's nothing special, just a slightly better martial soul," Qian Yuhan replied modestly. "By the way, what is your martial soul? It seems to possess suppressive power over my brother and Mies Houtenhammer." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian quickly inquired, "Houtenhammer? So your elder brothers are disciples of the Houtenan sect," Qian Yuhan realized. This sect was renowned as the ultimate sect in the novels he read in his previous life, but ultimately retreated from the world due to pressure from the spirit hall. "My martial soul is, the divine sword of light." The divine sword of light. The name left all three present wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow. Although I have never heard of it, the presence of the word divine suggests it must be extraordinary, Mu Qin remarked. "Old four, is your martial soul of divine grade?" Even the usually reticent Tang Chen could not resist asking. "I'm not entirely sure," Qian Yuhan replied. "Are you born with full soul power?" Mu Qin inquired. "Ah, yes. I possess innate full soul power at level 10, Qian Yuhan stated directly. Qian Ma had once advised him not to casually reveal that he possessed an innate soul power level of 20. So he simply stated that his innate soul power was at level 10. This would suggest that he possessed a top-tier martial soul. If it were a divine martial soul, I have heard that it would indeed equate to an innate level of 20 soul power, Mu Qin elaborated. Tang Xian and Tang Chun, who were nearby, nodded in agreement. Tang Xian remarked, "Both Tang Chun and I possess mutated martial souls. Mine is the heavenly thunder Houyan hammer, while his is the earth-shaking Houyan hammer. Fortunately, the mutation has favored us, enhancing the quality of our martial souls rather than diminishing it, and we too possess an innate soul power level of 10. Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "Goodness, the 101 class is no longer peculiar. Instead, it resembles a chaotic dance of monsters. A dormitory filled entirely with innate full soul power. It's beyond imagination. My martial soul is inherited from my father, the Golden Crocodile King, a supreme beast martial soul." Golden Crocodile King? Qian Yuhan felt as though he had heard of this martial soul before. Mu Qin continued, "My father is none other than the current second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Yuhan. He is the son of Uncle Genie? No wonder the name of this martial soul sounds so familiar. It seems that Uncle Gene has not mentioned my name at home, which is quite fortunate. So, have you informed your father about our situation?" Qian Yuhan inquired. "Not yet. I'll talk to him about it when I return this weekend. Don't worry. My dear fourth brother, I will certainly persuade him to use his connections to help you secure a position as a leader in the Martial Soul Hall. Ha 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 ha." Qian Yuhan, Uncle Gene is aware of my attendance at the Spirit Hall Academy, yet he is likely oblivious to the fact that I have concealed my identity. I trust that when Mu Qin informs him, he will comprehend the reasons behind my actions. I only hope that my identity remains undisclosed and that he does not react with shock. As Qian Yuhan pondered, he heard Tang Xian inquire, "Your father is named Qin Yu, but why are you called Mu Qin? Is your surname Mu?" Upon hearing Tang Xian's question, Mu Chen's expression darkened as he slowly replied. When my mother gave birth to me, she faced complications, and she passed away shortly thereafter. My father, overwhelmed by grief and longing for my late mother, chose to honor her memory by bestowing upon me her surname. I apologize, I am fine. The four of them engaged in a casual conversation when suddenly a commotion arose nearby. As they approached, they discovered a group of girls gathered closely, forming a tight circle. In the center knelt a girl, her body curled tightly, her hands shielding her head as if she sought to completely conceal herself. Her posture exuded fragility and helplessness, evoking a sense of compassion in onlookers. The surrounding girls stood in close proximity, leaving little room for the central figure to escape. Their expressions were grave and focused, seemingly exerting some form of pressure or intimidation upon the girl in the middle. The atmosphere was thick with tension and unease, creating a stifling environment. You freak. Who would be harmed by someone like you? How did a waste with only first-level innate soul power even get in here? Did you rely on selling your body? Truly, your frail form suffers. The crouching girl weakly protested. I am not like that. But it was evident that her words bore little weight. Honestly, at just 8 years old engaging in such behavior, TSK. Hurry and leave. Sharing a school with you brings bad luck. Exactly. Bad luck. Get out. As she spoke, a girl, round as a ball, shoved the girl down, who had been crouching, causing her to topple onto the ground. Unable to bear the sight, Qian Yuhan prepared to intervene but was restrained by Mu Chen, who turned with a hint of anger and asked, "Third brother, what are you doing? Why are you holding me back? Calm down for a moment." Mu Chen whispered in Qian Yuhan's ear, then pointed to one of the girls in the group, a striking figure in a form-fitting black dress adorned with jewels, clearly the leader among them. "Do you see her? That provocative woman in the black dress?" "Yes, what about her? Do you know her?" Mu Chen nodded and explained, "That girl is from our grade. A new student from class 5, named Vina. The others are likely her entourage. She hails from a prominent family. Her father is the head of the Wei family in Wuhuan City, immensely wealthy. Furthermore, she has a super Douluo backing her, not a worshipped elder of the Wuhuan Hall, but one that even they must regard with respect." "Ah, the Wei family, much like the Dai family. I see," Qian Yuhan coldly scoffed. "Well then, today I shall intervene." As Qian Yuhan concluded his words, he abruptly released Mu Chen's hand and strode towards the group of girls. "Stop right there," Qian Yuhan commanded in a deep voice. "Who are you?" The leader, named Vina, inquired. "I am someone you cannot afford to provoke." "Oh, really? And what is your name?" "Let me see if you're indeed someone I should fear," Vina replied mockingly. "Ha. Come on, sister, don't waste your time with him. We still have to deal with this wretched person," a follower jested. Qian Yuhan's expression had grown frigid to the extreme. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him. "I'm Mu Chen. Do you believe you can provoke me, Miss Vina?" "Mu Chen? You. He is my brother. And we stand united as one. So, do you still think you can instigate this?" Mu Chen directly interrupted Vina. No, I. "Then why don't you quickly vanish from my sight? I have no desire to lay hands on a lady." Mu Chen interrupted her once more, speaking in a low, firm tone. The aura emanating from Mu Chen was no less formidable than that of Qian Yuhan just moments ago. "We shall take our leave now," he declared, gesturing to the girls behind him, who quickly dispersed, with Vina hastily making her exit as well. Qian Yuhan, alas, in this world, lacking strength is truly untenable. Without power or connections, one is condemned to a living hell. In the profound depths of winter, Qian Yuhan let out a deep sigh. Chapter 32. Fengya and the Tiando Empire, at the Ice God Sect. Having met the Ice God Douluo, the Chi Feng Douluo, accompanied by the Tianwei Douluo, respectfully clasped their hands in greeting towards Ouyang Jie, who was seated upon the throne. "There is no need for such formalities, my esteemed guardians. I regard you as brothers, just as I do with our esteemed elder, so we shall consider ourselves brothers as well. What brings you to the cold palace?" The Qingfeng Douluo replied. "Then I shall address you as Brother Ouyang." The Ice God Douluo nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. "Our elder expressed a desire for my young master to attend the Tiando Royal Academy for his studies. However, I find myself puzzled, as the semester has commenced. Yet inquiries made about the arrival of young Han have yielded no results. I was just about to seek your counsel regarding this matter. Has something occurred?" Ouyang Jie, evidently anxious, was unable to maintain his composure when matters concerning Qian Mo arose, interrupting with urgency. "Please, Brother Ouyang, do not rush us. The admission age for the Tiando Royal Academy is 12 years. and young Yuhan is merely 8.5, which is evidently insufficient. In contrast, our Wuhuan Palace Academy admits students from the age of 8. We, the Guardians, have discussed and agreed to enroll Yuhan in the Wuhuan Palace Academy, which will allow us to care for him more conveniently. We seek your assistance in this matter. Yet, the ice god Douluo had more to say. He contemplated the enriching environment of the Tiando Royal Academy, but realized that being at the Wuhuan Palace Academy would ensure his safety under the guardianship of several protectors. He continued, "We are grateful for your care of our dear nephew. Brother Ouyang, you flatter us. Young Yuhan is a cherished child whom we have watched grow up. Rest assured, we have come merely to inform you, so you need not worry." Inside a chamber of the Ice God sect, a voice reported, "Miss, we have ascertained the details. That young man, Qin Yuhan, is indeed studying at the Wuhuan Palace Academy, in the 1st grade." A figure clad in a blue cloak knelt respectfully. Ouyang Luoxuan nodded and replied, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. You may leave now." The blue-cloaked attendant hesitated momentarily before adding, "It appears that this Qin Yuhan possesses some noteworthy background. Mississippi, dismiss him," Ouyang Luoxua commanded. With a martial soul of that caliber, how could he possibly lack a background? Once the attendant departed, Ouyang Luoxua muttered to herself, pondering the implications. At the Wuhuan Palace Academy, Qin Yuhan and his 3 companions approached the girl who lay prone on the ground. Upon noticing their approach, the girl visibly flinched. "Do not be afraid. It is all right now. Those people have left," Qin Yuhan reassured her, kneeling down to offer comfort. "I am Qin Yuhan, and this is Mu Chun." The 2 individuals with somewhat dubious demeanors are Tang Xian and Tang Chen. "We mean you no harm." Thank you, the girl murmured, her gaze lowered. "Are you also a freshman this year? Which class are you in?" Qin Yuhan inquired. The girl nodded slightly, responding, "I am in class 1. How come I haven't seen you today? What is your name?" "Fangya," she replied. The name Qin Yuhan strikes a familiar chord. Fangya, with the surname Fang. Senior Fang Qing also shares this surname, and it seems he mentioned having a younger sister. "Do you have an elder brother named Fang Qing? How do you know? Are you acquainted?" Upon hearing that Qin Yuhan seemed to know her brother, the vigilant heart within her relaxed considerably. "Yes, we conversed previously," Qin Yuhan replied with a nod. Beside them, Tang Xian inquired with curiosity, "Why do they bully you, classmate Fangya?" I am not certain. I met them during roll call, but we did not engage much. I sensed their unfriendly expressions and chose to keep my distance from them. However, they have been incessantly speaking of me these past 2 days." Fangya's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. It was surprising to see a girl react this way. I know that girl, Vina, has a lofty opinion of herself, filled with arrogance. I never imagined she would resort to bullying, Mu Chun exclaimed indignantly upon returning home. Before he could finish, Qin Yuhan interjected, "Third brother, do not mention this to your family. While your assistance may offer temporary relief, it cannot provide lasting support." Qin Yuhan turned to Fangya and inquired, "They mentioned that your innate soul power is at level 1. What does that mean?" In response to Qin Yuhan's question, Fangya lowered her head. After a brief moment, as if she had made a significant decision, she raised her gaze to meet the eyes of Qin Yuhan and the others, saying, "When I awakened my martial soul, it underwent a mutation, resulting in its sealing and transforming into a small chick. Ordinarily, members of my family awakened the Crimson Flame Phoenix martial soul. While Phoenix-type martial souls are prone to mutations, some of these changes are innocuous, much like my brother's transformation into a black fire phoenix. However, the mutation of my martial soul is indeed fatal. Qin Yuhan, Fang Qing is actually possessed of the black fire phoenix martial spirit. My martial spirit once held a faint trace of the divine phoenix's power, but it manifested only for an instant before vanishing, leaving my soul power and martial spirit drastically weakened." As they listened to Fangya's words, the 3 felt a profound empathy, lamenting for her plight. "Why 3, you ask?" Because Mu Chun noticed Fangya's chapped lips and went to fetch her a drink. Upon his return, Mu Chun handed a bottle of beverage to Fangya. "Thank you," Fangya said with a gentle smile. In that moment, Mu Chun was momentarily entranced. His gaze captivated by the beauty of her smile, which bloomed like spring flowers, dispelling all shadows and sorrows. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, resembling 2 brilliant stars shimmering with enchanting light. At that instant, he forgot everything around him, fixating solely on Fangya's exquisite visage. Her lips curved slightly upward, revealing a row of pristine white teeth that gleamed like pearls. Mu Chun felt as though he had encountered the most beautiful sight in the world, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, yet the excitement within him surged unabated. Observing Mu Qin's dazed state, Qian Yuhan and the others could only shake their heads and chuckle. Qian Yuhan turned to Tang Xian and remarked, "It seems your lecherous tendencies have found a new target. Ha ha ha." Hearing Qian Yuhan's teasing, Tang Xian glanced at Mu Chun and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Fangya, noticing Mu Qin's foolishness, covered her mouth and laughed even more brightly, thinking to herself, this boy named Mu Qin is rather intriguing. Let us not just stand here foolishly. Come on, let us head to the cafeteria. Today, I'm treating, Qian Yuhan said. Giving Mu Qin a pat on the shoulder and addressing Fangya, Tang Xian, and Tang Qin. Once Mu Qin came to his senses, he eagerly exclaimed, all right, all right. The Tang brothers chimed in, sure. Fangya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, her gaze flickering as she seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such a situation. She gently bit her lip, revealing a hint of hesitation and unease. Yet unwilling to dampen Qian Yuhan's spirits, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. Your brother is quite incompetent. In the cafeteria, Mu Qin appeared exceptionally excited, continually asking Fangya what she wished to eat or drink. After a while, he began to introduce various dishes, analyzing their effects and benefits. Through casual conversation with Qian Yuhan and the others, Fangya learned that Tang Xian and Tang Chun were disciples of the Haoyan sect under the Tiando Empire. Qian Yuhan was rather mysterious, seemingly relying solely on his father, while Mu Qin had the most significant background, being the son of a revered figure in the martial spirit hall. Fangya smiled warmly at the animated individual before her, a sense of warmth and joy swelling within her. She listened attentively to every word he spoke, as Mu Qin enthusiastically shared everything he knew, eager to impart his knowledge to her. His movements were exaggerated and vibrant, irresistibly infectious with his energy. Fangya gently covered her mouth and chuckled, her laughter ringing clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. Her smile blossomed like flowers in the spring, beautiful and enchanting, transforming the surrounding air into a refreshing delight. Fangya possessed not only a beauty that could captivate nations, but also a demeanor of utmost courtesy. Her graceful and poised mannerisms exuded a distinctive charm, while her gentleness and kindness provided an immense sense of comfort and reassurance. This only intensified Qian Yuhan's disdain for those associated with Vina, fueling his desire to stand up for a classmate as vulnerable as Fangya. Why should she suffer at the hands of such individuals, solely because her beauty surpasses theirs? What kind of mentality is this? The need to be superior to others, and to target anyone who dares to excel even slightly? During their meal, Mu Qin inquired, Fangya, where is your brother? Isn't he by your side? Fangya shook her head and replied, my brother cannot always be with me. Although he is just over a year older, he also helps with some family affairs. Does your family run a business? Mu Qin asked. No, someone in my family works at the Martial Soul Hall, and there are often various matters to attend to. My brother assists with some of the simpler tasks. Qian Yuhan listened to the conversation between Fangya and Mu Qin, and suddenly recalled that Fang Qing had mentioned before that there was a significant background connected to their family within the spirit hall, which seemed to be unknown to Fangya. Mu Qin then remarked, you should quickly seek out your brother and have him avenge you. Fangya shook her head, saying, I do not wish to disturb him. The last time I went to the cafeteria to find him, he merely sent me back to my dormitory. I am unaware of what he has been busy with lately. Your brother is rather derelict in his duties, isn't he? His own sister is being bullied, and he remains indifferent. Mu Qin retorted indignantly. It's not his fault. He has his own plans and rarely shares what he is doing with us. Although he has always been somewhat aloof towards me, I sense that he wishes to distance himself, perhaps due to my martial spirit. What of martial spirits? Does possessing a superior martial spirit elevate one above others? Just as Mu Qin was about to continue, a female voice echoed from a distance. Qian Yuhan rolled his eyes, already aware of the identity of the visitor. Qian Yuhan, is that you all here? The newcomer was none other than Hu Liner. She placed her dining tray on the table, and her inquiry regarding Qian Yuhan's opinion was merely a formality. As soon as Hu Liner took her seat, she remarked, are you all having a feast, Mu Qin? Hu Liner cast her gaze upon Mu Qin, who, upon hearing his name, looked up to meet her eyes. Their gazes intertwined, causing Mu Qin to blush and turn his head away, silently pondering how he had managed to restrain himself earlier in the afternoon from being captivated by such a charming school beauty. Before averting his gaze, he remembered to nod, acknowledging Hu Liner's question. Hu Liner, not wishing to tease him further, then noticed the girl seated opposite Mu Qin, who was keeping her head down and eating quietly. And who might this be? She inquired. Fangya, too nervous to speak, feared that Hu Lin'er might treat her in a similar manner as she did with Vina. Qian Yuhan seemed to perceive Fangya's thoughts and spoke on her behalf, saying, "Her name is Fangya, and she is in our class." It was peculiar that she had not seen her during the morning classes or the afternoon friendly match, just as Qian Yuhan intended to continue answering for Fangya. She lifted her head and interjected, "Thank you, Yuhan. I will inform Lin'er myself." "You know me?" Fangya smiled gently and replied, "Being the school belle." How could one not know? Hearing such praise from the stunning Fangya, Hu Lin'er felt a tinge of embarrassment and responded, Thank you. You are quite beautiful yourself. This morning, I was dragged by Vina from class 5 to a study room, where she insisted I assist her with the tasks assigned by her teacher. It took me the entire morning to complete it. After lunch, I unexpectedly ran into my brother, who was sneaking around, and he ended up escorting me back to the dormitory. In the afternoon, I went to the Seoul Dual district, though I was merely in the observation area. Fangya said with a bitter smile, adding, "When I came out, I was once again cornered by Vina and her entourage. If it weren't for Yuhan and the others, I fear I would have been bullied again." Fangya did not hold back, recounting all that had transpired that day. Hu Lin'er, with a look of indignation, remarked, "Vina is truly excessive. I could understand her being unruly at home, but to behave so in school, where is her sense of propriety? Does she not fear bringing shame to her family? Do you know her?" Qian Yuhan inquired. Hu Lin'er nodded. "Before school, our families were quite close and often played together. Alas, she is like this, somewhat of a bully who preys on the meek." "Indeed, that is somewhat accurate," Muchen interjected. Hu Lin'er turned to Muchen and said, "You are quite impressive, Muchen, possessing the golden crocodile martial soul, akin to one of the offerings from the martial soul hall. You actually know that the martial soul hall has a golden crocodile offering?" Muchen exclaimed. "Of course, my grandfather fought alongside that offering against enemies in the past." Qian Yuhan contemplated, amusement swelling within him. Muchen is the son of Uncle Genie, which implies that Hu Lin'er's grandfather and Uncle Genie are of the same generation. Uncle Genie, in his later years, has been blessed with Muchen. How delightful. Hu Lin'er will even have to address both Muchen and me as uncles. By the way, this semester includes outdoor practical exercises. Groups of 6 can be formed across classes. Shall we proceed with this? We were entirely unaware of this matter. Certainly, Tang Xian remarked. I am amenable. Tang Chen coldly responded, devoid of any emotion. Very well, Qin Yuhan replied nonchalantly. Muchen nodded in agreement as well. The group turned to Fangya, who hesitated, saying, I think I'll pass. Perhaps you should find someone more capable, as I fear I might hold you back. Fangya's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as she spoke with a smile. However, Hu Lin'er immediately rose and sat beside Fangya, clasping her hand in a gesture of comfort. It's all right, she reassured. I do not believe you will hinder us. Everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Have faith in your own unique charm. Hu Lin'er gazed earnestly at Fangya, genuinely motivating her, devoid of any pretense. Qian Yuhan gazed at Hu Lin'er, appreciating her perceptive nature and strength, which stood in stark contrast to the prideful demeanor of others like Wei Na. It is truly commendable, he thought. Fangya turned to Hu Lin'er, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lin'er. She then glanced at the rest of the group, who nodded in encouragement. Thank you all. I shall join. Chapter 34. A letter signed by Snow the Quartet from Dormitory 101 parted ways with Hu Lin'er and Fangya outside the cafeteria. Hu Lin'er felt as though there were endless conversations to be had with Fangya and clung to her side, incessantly sharing tales of her remarkable encounters. Fangya, displaying no hint of impatience, listened attentively as Hu Lin'er recounted her amusing experiences. After Fangya consented to team up for outdoor practical training during the semester, Hu Lin'er chatted animatedly as they made their way from the dining area to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, their hands intertwined. Qian Yuhan, to put it delicately, one might refer to it as being affably familiar. However, to express it more candidly, it could simply be termed as a social affliction of excessive familiarity. Qian Yuhan observed his good friend Mu Chun, who was already in a daze, following closely behind Fangya and her companion as they made their way to the girls' dormitory. He reached out and pulled him back. Enough of this. Don't get carried away. If you continue like this, you'll end up with a demerit. Just imagine if Uncle Gene finds out. Qian Yuhan, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip, hastily covered his mouth. What did you just say? Muchen inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Just a laugh. Nothing at all. Qian Yuhan replied with an awkward smile. He had just mentioned that if she continued down this path with them, she would face a reprimand, and that Uncle Jean-E would find out. But it seemed he had faltered. Tang Chun unexpectedly interjected, "Uncle Jean-E. How dare you refer to my father as Uncle Jean-E?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan promptly replied, did you not mention that your father is the revered golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall? We are brothers in arms. So it would not be inappropriate to address him as uncle. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and concurred, yet continued. While it is acceptable for us to speak so informally in private, should you encounter him, you must address him as the golden crocodile Douluo. When I previously visited the golden crocodile hall to seek him out, he insisted that I refer to him as the second offering. He is quite the proud individual. Qian Yuhan reflected on why he had previously referred to him as Uncle Golden Crocodile, noting his perpetually stern demeanor. In a playful attempt to provoke him, he had continued this address each time they met, and over time, it had become a habit. Although Mu Chun was the son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Yuhan had never encountered him prior to their arrival at the academy. Given Qian Yuhan's esteemed status, even the high-ranking officials such as the Pope and elders required Qian Mo's consent to meet him, let alone individuals like Mu Chen. Thus, within the Spirit Hall, only those at the upper echelons were privy to the existence of the young master, with only a select few, namely the worshippers, the top 10 elders of the Spirit Hall, and the Pope, aware of his true name. The stringent confidentiality protocols regarding hierarchy within the Spirit Hall have been instrumental in its enduring prominence on the Douluo continent for a millennium. Countless individuals have devoted their lives in pursuit of this pinnacle of power, often without achieving much in return. Upon grasping this reality, Qian Yuhan resolved to exercise caution in future encounters, acknowledging Mu Chen's words. Moments earlier, he had felt a chill of anxiety. He certainly did not wish to reveal his identity after concealing it for so long. To Qian Yuhan, maintaining his anonymity served a dual purpose. It was a means of self-improvement while also providing a certain thrill in playing the role of the underestimated. Observing the antics of characters like Daisheng, Shi, and Wei Na before him was quite entertaining. However, the anger he felt was genuine. Would Daisheng Shi dare to act so brazenly if his identity were known? Had Fang Yan not suffered from her innate soul power being limited to rank 1 due to her spirit mutation? Would she have been subjected to such bullying by Wei Na and her companions? In this world, only those who possess both identity and strength can truly navigate life with security and stability. As Qian Yuhan pondered, Tang Xian patted himself and said, "Stop thinking about Hu Liner. Let's return to the dormitory. I'm not thinking about her. No need for explanations. We all understand. And what about you, the third one? Aren't you the same?" Qian Yuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. Any further explanation would only complicate matters. Thus, he decided to let it be. As the quartet reached the entrance of the dormitory building, the dormitory supervisor called out to them, "Wait a moment. Which dormitory are you from?" We are from 101. Mu Chun replied, and the other three nodded in agreement. The sudden inquiry from the supervisor left them somewhat bewildered. "That's right. I have been waiting for you for quite a while. How come you're only just returning?" Earlier this afternoon, someone delivered a message stating that a letter was for Qian Yuhan of dormitory 101. I have been waiting for you to hand it over. I will be off duty in a few days, so I wanted to ensure it reached you quickly. I've been waiting for almost 2 hours, and I'm relieved you finally arrived. Who is Qian Yuhan? After explaining, the supervisor inquired who Qian Yuhan was. I am, he replied. The supervisor looked at Qian Yuhan, who stepped forward and thought to herself, this young man is rather handsome. Take care, she said. I must hurry home now. With that, she dashed away. The working soul of the laborer, one must feel for the dormitory supervisor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qian Yuhan approached his desk, sat down, and pulled out the envelope from his pocket. Is this a love letter from some girl? How bold of her to send it directly to the dorm supervisor instead of delivering it herself. How is it that no one has ever written me a love letter? You have already captured the heart of the campus belle, so you must not be double timing, understand? Fourth, Qian Yuhan disregarded Tang Xian and Mu Chen's playful banter. He opened the envelope and extracted the letter inside, noticing a snowflake emblem in the upper left corner. There was no signature. Who could have sent this? The handwriting does not appear to be his, Qian Yuhan muttered. Which he? Mu Chen seemed to catch on to certain details and inquired directly. It's nothing. You both should rest quickly. Qian Yuhan offered no further explanation. Qian Yuhan's heart yearned for the hope that this letter might be penned by his long-lost father. Yet the pristine and orderly handwriting revealed otherwise. It was likely composed by a female. The letter conveyed, Dear friend, As you unwrap this letter, it signifies the continuation of the bond between us. Our first encounter was a stroke of fate, and while you may not remember me, I long to forge a friendship where we can share our joys and sorrows. Is that possible? I find myself in a profound solitude. Devoid of a true confidant in reality, those around me exhibit a facade of kindness that leaves me questioning the authenticity of my surroundings. Perhaps our serendipitous meeting inspired this idea, to correspond without meeting, thus evading the complexities of reality. Let us become pen pals and see if we can cultivate a genuine friendship over time, a modest experiment, if you will. If you are disinclined, feel free to cease here. You may discard this letter without a second thought. However, if you are agreeable, let us embark on this journey as pen pals. Beside the gate of the Spirit Hall Academy, there resides a small, deep blue mailbox. Enclosed in this letter is a special sheet of paper, which is the only one permitted for submission into that mailbox. Please use this paper for your reply, and I shall send you more of it in due course. A courier collects the letters every morning at 8 o'clock, so be sure to deposit yours before that time. Letters will be delivered in the afternoon at 6. Simply retrieve yours then. Remember, do not be late. As this is my first attempt at writing, I am unsure of what to say. Lately, I have been quite vexed by some bothersome individuals at school. Do you have any suggestions on how to keep them at bay? Also, I am curious about life at the Spirit Hall Academy. What does a typical day look like for you? I eagerly await your response. You may call me Shui. Yours sincerely. Shui Qian Yuhan finished reading the entire letter. With a faint smile, he mused to himself, this snow is rather intriguing. Qian Yuhan retrieved the enchanting letter from the envelope set aside. Qian Yuhan gazed at the letterhead, astonished by its chilling nature. Grasping a pen, he began to compose a reply. In his letter, Qian Yuhan recounted his experiences upon arriving at the school, the peculiarities of the 3 other roommates in Dormitory 101, and some events from the friendly match along with his interactions with Fangya. He also expressed his profound disdain for the behavior of privileged second-generation officials who casually bullied others, sharing his innermost thoughts. After completing the letter, he neatly folded the paper, planning to drop it in the mailbox before class the following morning. Once finished, Qian Yuhan climbed into his cozy bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. And before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. The first semester at the academy passed swiftly, marked by a daily routine of cultivating his spiritual energy each morning, attending lectures with his roommates throughout the day, and sometimes engaging in soul duels with the brothers from room 101 in the evenings. On weekends, when there were no classes, Dormitory 101 would often invite Hu Lin, Air, and Fangya, along with a few friends of the opposite sex, to enjoy outings together. Thus, 2 months slipped by, during which Dai Shangxi frequently played pranks on Qian Yuhan, while Wei Na continued to harass Fangya as before. Qian Yuhan is not devoid of temperament. Rather, he has chosen to endure in silence. In his heart, he believes that individuals like this will inevitably pay a price for their actions. Mu Chun continually enlightens Fangya, reminding her that within this academy, there exists not only its shadowy aspects, but also the genuine and precious bonds of friendship, characterized by mutual care and concern, which she has already begun to cultivate. Over the past 2 months of interacting with Mu Chun and others, Fangya has gradually recognized the sincere efforts of these friends, and has blossomed into a more cheerful and optimistic person. Mu Chun's soul power has ascended from level 29 to level 32, earning him a 3rd soul ring and the esteemed title of Soul Master. Tang Xian has also found a young girlfriend. Although she may not surpass Hu Liner and Fangya in beauty, she is certainly not lacking. His soul power cultivation has reached level 29, with only a final push needed for a breakthrough. Tang Chun continues to lead a life much like before, occasionally interjecting with a word or two. His soul power level has risen the fastest among them, advancing from level 27 to level 31 within 2 months, achieving the rank of Soul Master. Just a month ago, he acquired a 3rd soul ring that is 4,000 years old. In the past 2 months, Qian Yuhan has devoted himself solely to self-improvement, witnessing his soul power ascend from level 32 to level 34. In Dormitory 101, with the exception of Tang Xian, all have achieved the rank of Soul Master, while Hu Lin Air has reached the threshold of a breakthrough, which is expected to occur in the coming days. Concurrently, throughout these 2 months, the correspondence between Qian Yuhan and Shui has remained unbroken, as if he shares an inexhaustible reservoir of conversation with this enigmatic pen pal. Qian Yuhan has developed a different sentiment towards Hu Lin Air. During this period of interaction, he has discovered that her family possesses a certain background. Yet she exhibits none of the airs typically associated with a young lady of privilege. Instead, she often goes out of her way to assist fellow students from impoverished families, who, despite their humble origins, demonstrate considerable talent and ambition in pursuit of their academic endeavors. Qian Yuhan has observed all of this, and his perception of Hu Lin has transformed significantly since their initial encounter. Qian Yuhan was uncertain whether he had developed feelings for her. He found himself grappling with the ambiguity of his own heart. He feared that in a moment of impulsive misinterpretation, he might misunderstand Hu Lin's intentions, ultimately jeopardizing their friendship. This lingering sense of anxiety and apprehension had been troubling Qian Yuhan of late. Qian Yuhan had previously conversed with the snow in her letter, yet the snow remained reticent about it, merely alluding to the matter in a cursory manner each time. On November 9th, 8028 of the Douluo calendar, a plain yet unassuming Friday afternoon, Zhou Yu, after completing today's lessons, rallied her classmates for the upcoming midterm outdoor practical exercise. Dear children, next Friday marks the commencement of the Seoul Hall Academy's most distinctive outdoor practical exercise. This event occurs annually, and depending on the varying strengths of different grades, the Academy assigns everyone to diverse locations. This time, our destination will be the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing the name Sunset Forest, Qian Yuhan exclaimed in astonishment. The Eye of Ice and Fire. According to the established rules, we are permitted to collaborate across classes. I observed that everyone in our class had already formed their own teams and was adequately prepared. This marks your inaugural experience in outdoor combat drills, so there is no need for fear. The Academy has selected a location where, as long as you refrain from wandering aimlessly, your safety is assured. Rest assured on this matter. By the way, several members of our class have already advanced to the rank of Soul Master, which is commendable. Those who have yet to achieve this milestone need not be disheartened. This event serves as a splendid opportunity for you to elevate your skills and break through your limitations. Seize this chance with both hands. That concludes my remarks. Class dismissed. As the command echoed, the students dispersed in a flurry. Qian Yuhan walked alongside Hu Lin in the corridor of the teaching building and said to her, Lin, you must seize this opportunity. It is a splendid chance for breakthrough. Qian Yuhan's relationship with Hu Lin is merely separated by a thin veil of understanding, for in this world, the concept of early romance does not exist. Yet, Qian Yuhan is still in the process of adapting, seeking to uncover whether the bond between him and Hu Lin is more akin to friendship or romance. With a playful smile, Hu Lin remarked, What? Do you lack confidence in me? If someone like Wei Na were to express such sentiments, Qian Yuhan would find it quite distasteful. However, when Hu Lin articulates her thoughts, it evokes a different sensation, one of playful charm. What are his true feelings for her? Qian Yuhan begins to sense that he is inching closer to an answer. As for Hu Lin, she comprehends Qian Yuhan's hesitance and does not rush him into making a decision, allowing him the freedom to ponder their relationship without the weight of expectation. Nonetheless, within her own heart, Hu Lin harbors a hidden conflict, an intricate struggle that is solely hers. After finishing their dinner, Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin returned to their dormitory, where they found Tang Xian grinning foolishly, while Tang Chun looked on in bemusement at his brother's antics. Oh, his girlfriend Xiaoyu just gifted him something, and he has been overjoyed for nearly half an hour. Truly, a man ensnared by the throes of love, remarked Qian Yuhan. Observing Tang Xian's blissful expression, let us not cast judgment on others. Aren't you in a similar situation with Hu Lin? Tang Chun retorted dryly. As for my relationship with Lina, what are you still pondering? Tang Chun interrupted. If you have feelings for her, then why not boldly confess your affection? Qian Yuhan, shall I boldly confess? Chapter 36, Commencement of Outdoor Combat. Qian Yuhan, is this a bold confession? Do I have feelings for her? Indeed. I do harbor affections for her, and I do not wish for my hesitations to lead to misunderstandings that could result in missed opportunities. Yes, I shall confess my feelings after completing next week's practical exercises. Qian Yuhan secretly resolved within her heart. In the blink of an eye, it was the following Thursday, the day before the practical training exercise. Qian Yuhan tidied up her belongings in the dormitory, and after ensuring everything was in order, she decided to take a stroll. Glancing back at Mu Chun, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun, who were still busy organizing their things, she bid them farewell before stepping outside. Wandering aimlessly along the pathways of the academy, she observed her shadow cast by the streetlights and let out a quiet sigh. Qian Yuhan has harbored feelings for Hu Lin for quite some time now. Yet, he remains merely an 8-year-old child. Nevertheless, Qian Yuhan is acutely aware that he is still too young, and the notion of romantic entanglements seems rather impractical at this tender age. In his perception, the age of 8 should be devoted to learning and personal growth, rather than prematurely becoming ensnared in the complexities of love. This belief is deeply ingrained within him, instilling a sense of caution that prevents him from crossing that delicate boundary. Every time he encounters Hu Lin Air, Qian Yuhan experiences a rapid heartbeat and a warm flush upon his cheeks. He quietly observes her every movement, paying close attention to her likes and interests. Although he recognizes that such behavior might be deemed childish or laughable, he finds himself unable to suppress his emotions. Simultaneously, Qian Yuhan begins to ponder the nature of his feelings for Hu Lin Air. Are they merely innocent fondness, or do they reflect a deeper affection? He remains uncertain, as he has never traversed such emotional territory before. Regardless, he earnestly wishes to safeguard this sentiment, ensuring it remains unscathed in the world he resides in. Even the notion of dating at the age of 15 or 16 is often considered early, let alone at the tender age of 8. Qian Yuhan walked along the path, absent-mindedly kicking pebbles underfoot, reflecting on the words spoken to her by Tang Xian a few days prior. Isn't it quite common for 8-year-olds to engage in romantic relationships? In our sect, there are several villages where it's not unusual for youngsters around 15 or 16 to marry and start families. Qian Yuhan, it appears that I am still influenced by the original world. Since I have arrived in this realm, I must swiftly adapt to the myriad changes that life presents. As I wandered, I found myself at the iconic structure of the Angel Plaza, a prominent edifice of the Martial Soul Academy and one of the landmarks of Martial Soul City. Oh, is that you, Yuhan? A voice suddenly resonated from behind. Turning around, I saw that it was Fong Qing. What brings you here alone? Are you preoccupied with something? Qian Yuhan shook his head, adjusting his emotions. He did not wish for Fong Qing to be privy to his current thoughts, for their relationship was merely that of senior and junior, lacking the intimacy shared by Mu Chun and the others. Thus, it was best that fewer individuals were aware of such matters. I heard you are heading to the Sunset Forest tomorrow. Ah, yes, Fong Ye must have mentioned it to you. Qian Yuhan believed that the answer was affirmative. However, to his surprise, Fong Qing shook her head and replied, "It is not my sister. It was a good friend of yours from your grade who mentioned it. My relationship with my sister is rather ordinary, and my family has urged me to look after her more while at the academy." Qian Yuhan was somewhat taken aback. Is this truly my elder brother? However, it may be attributed to Fong Ye's innate soul power being merely at the first level. If the others at the academy were to discover their relationship, Fong Qing would likely find it difficult to hold his head high. Thus, he distanced himself from his sister within the academy. Nevertheless, Qian Yuhan felt that Fong Qing was being somewhat excessive. Brother Fong Qing, I must take my leave now as I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps we can converse again another time. Farewell. Qian Yuhan hastily concluded the conversation and departed in a rush. As he gazed at the spot where Qian Yuhan had vanished, Fong Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. The following morning, Qian Yuhan took the letter he had composed the previous day and, while out for his morning jog, he deposited it in the mailbox. In this correspondence, he merely informed Shui that he might be unable to write for the next few days, as he needed to engage in practical training in the forest. This explanation was a mark of respect towards her. At 8 o'clock that morning at Angel Square, the first-year students lined up in front of the Qian Mo statue for attendance. Han Shui stood at the forefront of the formation, her presence commanding silence among her peers, as the authority of the head of the department loomed over the gathering. As Qian Yuhan, the class monitor, stood at the forefront of the line, he couldn't help but exclaim, regardless of the world, the authority of the dean is undeniably formidable. Class 1? All present. Class 2? Present, Director. Class 7? One person is missing, Director Han. Who is absent? Lu Yu. Oh, very well, expel him. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Expel him? Just like that? This poor fellow seems to be in dire straits. Goodness, to be expelled for a single tardiness. What a harsh reality. At that moment, the murmurs erupted. Silence. Han Shui amplified her voice using her spiritual energy, and the chatter ceased instantaneously. This is a lesson to deter others. Those who cannot be punctual will never achieve greatness. If you cannot manage something as simple as arriving on time for an important gathering, what can you accomplish in the future? Normally, I turn a blind eye to your tardiness in class, but for significant assemblies like this, I have zero tolerance. Report. A voice broke through the silence, belonging to none other than the tardy Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Yes, director. It seemed Lu Yu was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Lu Yu, you are expelled. Director Han, may I inquire as to the reason? Lu Yu, I maintain zero tolerance for tardiness during important gatherings. This time, you cannot be forgiven. Those seated in the front row could clearly observe Lu Yu's trembling hands and legs, as if he were on the verge of an outburst. Director, you can't expel me. Please, give me a reason. On my way here, a senior collapsed, and there was no one nearby, so I carried him to the infirmary, which delayed me a bit. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor at the infirmary. Having spoken with such conviction, I shall grant you this one chance. However, a punishment cannot be overlooked. Upon your return, you will serve detention every Saturday evening. Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Qian Yuhan observed the familiar scene that often unfolded in the original world with a smile. The spectacle, it appeared, was destined to be enacted across various realms. Following this brief interlude, each class, under the guidance of their respective head teachers, boarded the assigned spirit-guided airships. Once all personnel had embarked, the airships ascended, heading directly towards the Sunset Forest. Through the glass windows, the view of Wuhuan City unfolded below. The outdoor combat exercises commenced. Chapter 37. Instinctive Actions in the Ice God Sect of the Tiando Empire, within a room that starkly contrasted its surroundings. One would immediately notice a grand bed adorned with an array of plush toys upon entering. Opposite the bed stood an enormous vanity, where a strikingly beautiful woman was engrossed in reading something. This woman was none other than Ouyang Luoxue, the young lady of the Ice God Sect. The Sunset Forest. You say? Ouyang Luoxue murmured softly as she glanced at the letter in her hand. She seemed lost in thought, her sparkling eyes darting to the side, as if contemplating a plan. Lu Lao, Ouyang Luoxue lifted her head, her expression composed. An elderly man clad in a deep blue robe instantly materialized in her chamber. I am here, Mississippi. How may I assist you? Is the Sunset Forest far from the Ice God Snow Mountain? Well, miss, it is not particularly far. But today is your birthday, and the sect master has ordered a grand celebration in your honor. Are you really planning to go out? It may not be advisable. It matters not. I shall return by evening. As for the birthday celebration, it is merely a pretext for socializing, a glitch at best. Ouyang Luoxue rolled her eyes, expressing her disdain for the so-called grand event. What shall we do, miss? Let us depart for the Sunset Forest. We shall explore and enjoy ourselves. Miss, I must inform the sect master. Ouyang Luoxue raised her hand, interrupting the elderly man. Lu Lao, there is no need to inform him. Let us go. This time, Ouyang Luoxue fixed a glare upon Lu Lao, who wisely chose to remain silent thereafter. Lu Lao thought to himself, after all, the sect master's command is to heed the young lady's wishes and ensure her safety. I fear nothing, for following her means my sustenance. Who in the Ice God sect does not know the standing of the sect master before her? Indeed, the renowned Ice God Douluo on the continent was a veritable daughter-slave. Lu Lao accompanied Ouyang Luoxue to an open space outside her chamber, summoning an ice dragon to carry her as they soared towards the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Sunset Forest, the fleet of spirit-guided airships from the Wuhuan Palace Academy gracefully descended. Observers, scattered soul masters at the entrance, were utterly astonished by the imposing display of airships. What formidable power is this? How terrifying. 7 spirit-guided airships. Are you blind? Did you not see the emblem on the side? These are the vessels of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. Wuhuan Palace Academy? Is that particularly prestigious academy? Indeed. I have heard through the grapevine that they are bringing their first-year students here for an outdoor practical exercise. First year? At merely 8 years of age. They're already engaged in such practical training? Truly, they must possess extraordinary talent. No wonder it is renowned as the most formidable academy on the continent. The surrounding casual practitioners exchanged words among themselves. Some of their remarks reached the ears of students from the Spirit Hall Academy, causing them to stand tall and exude confidence. They thought to themselves, we are the elite of the Spirit Hall Academy. How could we possibly be compared to those ordinary soul masters? It is merely a matter of age and greater soul power. At our level, they would only be subjected to our dominance. Qian Yuhan observed the haughty demeanor of the students from other classes around him and couldn't help but shake his head. Meanwhile, Han Shui let out a resigned sigh as she surveyed the chaos among the newly arrived students disembarking from the soul-guided spacecraft. As she stepped forward, the sight of the stern-faced head instructor immediately commanded the attention of all the students, prompting them to promptly line up in an orderly fashion by class. Qian Yuhan. Impressive. It's that very feeling. They all donned the standard attire of the Spirit Hall Academy. A set of black robes adorned with the golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, exuding a sense of solemnity and authority. At the entrance of the Sunset Forest, they stood in formation, remarkably orderly, resembling a disciplined army poised for action. Each individual's face radiated confidence and pride, as if they were fully prepared to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. Under the command of Director Han Shui, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Shoyu, led the class into the fray, while the class monitors of each group stood at the rear, ensuring cohesion. As Qian Yuhan approached the front, Dai Shangxi from Class 4, standing at the forefront, turned to Qian Yuhan and remarked, "Make sure to relish this practical training exercise." Heh. Qian Yuhan paid no heed to such a tedious individual. Dai Shangxi, what on earth are you doing? Why are you standing so far forward in the queue? Hurry up and move to the back. Without adhering to the regulations, you dare to speak? What are you trying to accomplish? In an instant, Dai Shangxi's playful demeanor vanished, and he reluctantly made his way from the side of Class 4 to the end of the line. His intention was to deliberately position himself at the front of the queue to annoy Qian Yuhan. However, to his surprise, Qian Yuhan completely ignored him, and he himself received a reprimand from Han Shui. Under the guidance of Shoyu, the students of Class 1 entered the Soul Beast Forest through the gates of the Sunset Forest. This was not their first venture into the Soul Beast Forest. Most had previously entered under the leadership of stronger individuals to hunt for soul rings, with the exception of Fangya, who was only at level 5. Qian Yuhan, having braved the Soul Beast Forest on 2 separate occasions, felt an unparalleled sense of fearlessness. Qian Yuhan, Hu Lin and Fangya awaited the arrival of Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Mu Chun at their prearranged meeting spot. Mu Chun soon joined them, greeting Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin with a nod before swiftly positioning herself beside Fangya. As soon as the students of Class 3 departed, the members of Class 4 began to arrive one after another. Upon seeing the 4 individuals, Tang Xian and Tang Chun hurried over. Thus, the assembly of the 6-member drill team was complete. Dai Shangxi passed by them and gave Qian Yuhan a thumbs up, only to swiftly turn his hand, pointing his thumb downwards in an unexpected gesture. Qian Yuhan could only smile helplessly, a foolish gesture. Qian Yuhan disregarded him entirely, instinctively pulling Hu Lin deeper into the forest. The remaining 4 did not pay any attention to Dai Shangxi and followed Qian Yuhan into the depths of the woods. Qian Yuhan walked ahead, oblivious to the fact that he was subconsciously holding Hu Lin-er's hand. Initially, when Hu Lin-er felt his grip, her cheeks flushed slightly, pondering how bold Qian Yuhan was to take her hand in front of so many people. Now, she realized that his earlier action was entirely instinctive. His hand trembled continuously, and she could distinctly sense it as he held on to her. Qian Yuhan found himself in the throes of an emotional upheaval. He had never anticipated how he came to be holding Hu Lin-er's hand so suddenly. Yet, upon realizing this, he was reluctant to let go. For the sensation of their intertwined fingers was indeed unlike anything he had ever experienced. In the original world, Qian Yuhan chuckled, a solitary soul, having never even held a girl's hand. This was a novel experience for him, leaving him at a loss, his grip on her hand trembling incessantly. Hu Lin-er observed Qian Yuhan, who feigned nonchalance as he gazed slightly askew, and she offered a faint smile. There was no need for words. Nothing needed to be said. Hu Lin-er thought to herself, this fellow has turned shy. Chapter 38. Astonishing Words. Well, fourth brother. You certainly have a knack for this, teased Mu Qin, who followed closely behind Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin-er. Qian Yuhan turned to Mu Qin and said, Step aside. What is this called? He. Qian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she released Hu Lin-er's hand and strode over to Mu Qin, delivering a sharp pat on his shoulder. Get lost, she exclaimed. Hey, big brother, why didn't you bring your little girlfriend along? Mu Qin abruptly shifted the conversation towards Tang Xian. What? She has already formed a team, and besides, isn't our group already full? Are you suggesting we kick you out? Tang Qian interjected abruptly. Mu Qin was taken aback by Tang Qian's sudden remark, exclaiming, No way, that one do. Truly, he was a good big brother, looking out for his friends, unlike some others. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance in Qian Yu's direction. Qian Yuhan rolled her eyes in retort. Amidst the commotion, the group ventured deeper into the forest. The 6 of them engaged in lively conversation and laughter, resembling a gathering of scholars on an excursion rather than participants in a practical training exercise. Suddenly, a notable rustling emerged from a nearby thicket. Shu Xiu, Wait a moment. It seems we are being encircled by something. Qin Yuhan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, calling to halt the playful antics of those around him. Mu Chen swiftly positioned himself beside Fangya, shielding her protectively, for she possessed the weakest capabilities and required safeguarding. Beneath Qin Yuhan's feet, a purple and two black soul rings emerged, only to vanish in an instant. Fourth brother, did you just? Tang Xian and Tang Xin, standing behind Qin Yuhan, felt as though their eyes had deceived them. What had they just witnessed? 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, rising from Qin Yuhan's presence. What is happening? It seemed as if Qin Yuhan had yet to comprehend the situation. However, upon hearing Tang Qin's mention of the soul rings, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to take his medicine. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret that? How could I possibly possess such an extraordinary soul ring configuration? That would require an unparalleled talent. Qin Yuhan observed his elder brothers, who stood there with expressions of skepticism, and felt that he might not be able to deceive them any longer. He was prepared to confess. Then, the two exchanged glances and nodded. Tang Xin remarked, "We must have been seeing things, ha ha ha. Prepare to confront the enemy." Tang Chun promptly reminded Tang Xian, as he summoned his earth-shattering Haotian hammer. The 3 optimal soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materializing beneath his feet. Tang Xian was not to be outdone. He stamped his right foot and raised his right hand, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens. In his grasp was the Haotian hammer, subtly enveloped in arcs of electricity, which represented his martial spirit. The heavenly thunder Haotian hammer. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow soul rings ascended, indicating that Tang Xian was on the verge of breaking through level 30. And he hoped to seize the opportunity to do so. Tang Xian's innate talent surpassed that of his brother Tang Xin, however. His romantic involvement with Xiao Yu had hindered his cultivation time. Fortunately, a few days prior, Tang Chun, Mu Chun, and Qin Yuhan had conducted a small critique session in Dormitory 101, awakening him to his former routine of diligent practice. He did not seek to practice excessively but aimed to maintain his previous regimen, ensuring it was not diminished. His girlfriend, Xiao Yu, also expressed her understanding and support. They would discuss their relationship later. Suddenly, several crimson demon stone monkeys sprang from the grass, energetically leaping among the trees, exhibiting a frenzied demeanor. This is bad. It's the crimson demon stone monkey. Fangya, protected by Mu Chun, pointed towards the monkeys in the trees. What kind of soul beast is the crimson demon stone monkey? Mu Chun inquired, glancing at Fangya. The crimson demon stone monkey is a social soul beast adept at teamwork. Its entire body is covered in crimson fur, and its face resembles that of a skeletal demon, hence its name. This group of monkeys surely has a leader directing them. If we prioritize eliminating it, the rest of the troop will become chaotic and gradually disband, seeking to join other groups. How do you know so much? And how can you identify the soul beast on sight? Mu Chen asked, astonished by Fang Ya's eloquence. It's nothing. I have loved reading since childhood and have perused books about soul beasts in my family's library, she replied. Qin Yuhan was taken aback. Although the words were spoken with simplicity and composure, it was precisely this calmness that revealed Fang Ya's formidable reservoir of knowledge and memory. Such mastery enabled her to articulate astonishing insights immediately upon encountering reality. Heaven may have closed a door on Fang Ya, yet it simultaneously opened a window for her. Now, we must find the leader concealed behind the scenes. Listening to Fang Ya, Hu Liner remarked, Elder brother, you will engage on the left side. Second brother, you will accompany Liner on the right. Mu Chun, please ensure Fang Ya's safety. Qin Yuhan remained utterly composed in the face of the monkey horde, swiftly organizing simple divisions. Confronted by a vastly superior number of monkeys on the opposing side, he ensured that each group was prepared to engage the most formidable adversaries with utmost efficiency, thus eliminating the risk of a power imbalance that could allow the other faction of monkeys to encircle them from behind. Understood, the crowd replied. The radiant divine sword appeared in Qin Yu's cold hands, radiating brilliance. In an instant, he teleported towards the left side of the monkey horde. Tang Xian followed closely behind, gathering energy as he leaped into the air. The yellow first soul ring around him flickered, activating his first soul skill, Thunder Strike. The heavenly thunder hammer in Tang Xian's grasp crackled with intensified arcs of electricity, as if the very god of thunder had possessed him, and he brought it down upon the advancing monkeys before him. The monkey horde, quick to react, hastily dispersed to evade the impending strike. Yet, the might of Tang Xian's heavenly hammer was not to be underestimated. The first soul skill had enhanced the electrical attributes of his hammer. amplifying its area of effect damage beyond previous limits. In an instant, a large number of monkeys were rendered unconscious by the electric shock. The monkey horde, clearly in a state of panic, became chaotic, as if stirred into a frenzy. It appeared that they had previously been subjected to some form of intimidation. For upon their appearance, they displayed an extreme urgency, as if a terrifying force were threatening their very existence. Frantically disregarding their stunned companions, they surged wildly towards the group. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. With a determined swing of his right hand, Qian Yuhan unleashed the divine sword, sending a wave of sword energy charging towards the group of monkeys. Such a fierce assault. The power of this sword energy is astonishing. This soul weapon truly lives up to its divine name, thought Tang Xian, who had just finished hammering away. During the previous friendly match, Tang Xian had watched from the spectator area, and Qian Yuhan's first soul skill had seemed less formidable from a distance. Now, witnessing its release up close, he understood how it effortlessly shattered the defenses of the Golden Crocodile King's soul in the earlier contest. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, positioned at the back, employed his second soul skill to fend off the stragglers that had managed to slip through, sending them flying back to the front lines. As if they were meeting their maker, behind a distant tree, a figure concealed itself, observing the unfolding battle. Chapter 39. The all-knowing on the right flank of the monkey horde. Hu Liner and Tang Chun were equally formidable. Hu Liner unleashed her dual-tailed fox's enchanting abilities, deliberately avoiding Tang Xian to spare him from its effects. The allure of her charm was such that those with weak willpower found themselves ensnared, rendered incapable of retaliating. How much more so for these simple-minded human ancestors? A group of monkeys stood transfixed, ensnared in a blissful illusion, as Tang Chun brought his hammer down upon them, erasing them from existence. The Monkey King, positioned behind the throng, could no longer remain idle and leapt forth. Upon the appearance of their leader, the monkeys regained their composure and began to retreat in unison. This Monkey King was not merely larger than the others. His formidable frame resembled a small hill. Robust and powerful, his muscles were distinctly defined, brimming with boundless strength. Each of his thick limbs was as solid as a massive tree trunk, with every fiber of muscle clearly visible, radiating explosive potential and tension. The width of these limbs was comparable to that of the smaller monkeys, a testament to his extraordinary might. As the Monkey King strode forward, the ground quivered slightly beneath his weight, as if the earth itself trembled in awe of his majesty. The 8,000-year-old Crimson Demon Stone Monkey King, Fang Ye remarked from behind the others, Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, Tang Chen, and Hu Liner, upon witnessing the emergence of the Monkey King behind the troop, retreated and ceased their advance, uncertain of the Monkey King's prowess. They feared that charging directly towards Mu Chen might overwhelm him, particularly if his second soul skill could not withstand the onslaught. Given the Monkey King's current state of fury, it was likely that such a recklessness could cost them their lives. Thus, to avert any unforeseen consequences, they opted for a more conservative strategy and regrouped to confront the threat together. As they observed Qian Yuhan and his companions preparing for battle, their gazes shifted to the severely injured monkeys behind them. The Crimson Demon Stone Monkey King let out a thunderous roar, his eyes turning a deep crimson, exuding an aura of bloodlust. This was the manifestation of the Crimson Demon Stone Monkey's bloodthirsty ability. Upon reaching approximately 5,000 years of age, these creatures undergo a transformation, acquiring a skill known as bloodthirst. From this point on, their fur gradually darkens, culminating in a deep crimson hue after 10,000 years. The fact that more than half of the fur on the Stone Monkey King's head had already turned a dark red indicated that his cultivation was around 8,000 years. Mu Chun stared in awe at Fang Ye, whom he was protecting, and felt an overwhelming desire to shield her even more. She was truly a fountain of knowledge. The other four silently admired Fang Ye's erudition as well, but they could not afford to turn back to praise her, for doing so would expose them to the impending attack of the Stone Monkey King. A deep, ferocious roar suddenly erupted, reverberating like thunder across the landscape for miles. It seemed to emanate from a colossal beast lurking within the abyss, laden with an overwhelming sense of dread and authority that instilled fear in all who heard it. In the wake of this roar, countless birds took flight from the surrounding woods, frantically fleeing as though terrified by the unexpected sound. In various corners of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, members of other groups also heard this roar, halting their activities with expressions of astonishment and vigilance. Some began to speculate about the source of the sound. Some suggested it was a warning from a powerful soul beast, while others posited that it was a display of strength from a mysterious figure. Yet, the true origin remained unknown, leaving them to ponder silently in their hearts. The Crimson Demon Stone Monkey King pounded its chest and charged towards Qian Yuhan and the others. The first soul skill, Radiant Slash. The yellow first soul ring beneath Qian Yuhan glimmered, and the sword energy struck the Crimson Demon Stone Monkey King, merely slowing its advance. Fox Spirit Domain, activate. Hu Lin Air unleashed her Fox Spirit Domain, but it seemed ineffective against the bloodthirsty Stone Monkey King. Realizing this, Feng Yu quickly interjected. Do not release the Fox Spirit Domain. It consumes a significant amount of your soul power and has no effect on the bloodthirsty Stone Monkey King. The bloodthirst state not only enhances physical strength, but also grants immunity to all weakening and control effects. Understood. Heeding Feng Yu's advice, Hu Lin Air promptly dispelled her Fox Spirit Domain. Then, the first soul ring beneath her feet shimmered. The first soul skill, Foxtail Needle. Hu Lin Air unleashed her first soul skill, the Foxtail Needle, and the Red Demon Stone Monkey King directly met it head-on with its head. It shook its head from side to side, successfully dissipating the skill. Although the Stone Monkey King's head was already injured, its bloodthirsty state temporarily dulled its sense of pain, allowing it to continue its assault on the crowd. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Yuhan activated the purple third soul ring beneath his feet. Radiant Guardian. Upon the activation of the third soul skill of Qian Yuhan, a humanoid silhouette emerged behind the crowd, enveloping them in its embrace, radiating a brilliant light. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King collided with this ethereal figure, only to be forcefully repelled, staggering backward. Subsequently, his bloodthirsty skill came to an end, leaving him in a state of weakness and fatigue. Coupled with the injuries sustained during his frenzied state, the pain surged forth in an instant, causing the distressed Stone Monkey King to collapse onto the ground. As Qian Yuhan concluded the release of his skill, Mu Chen, who had been steadfastly protecting Feng Yu, appeared to be brimming with combat fervor. Having devoted his efforts to safeguarding Feng Yu moments earlier, he now felt an irresistible urge to unleash his prowess upon the feeble 8,000-year soul beast. Observing Mu Chen channeling energy for his primary soul skill, Qian Yuhan realized that this strike would be potent enough to deliver a fatal blow to the Stone Monkey King. As Qian Yuhan was about to urge Mu Chen to cease, the golden crocodile's tail had already been unleashed. Alas, that third brother, the Stone Monkey King, lying there, seemed to sense its impending demise and closed its eyes, surrendering to fate. With its eyes shut, darkness enveloped it, but suddenly a beam of light pierced through the obscurity, followed by an overwhelming rush of wind that swept past its ears. Gradually, the Stone Monkey King opened its eyes, bewildered as it beheld Qian Yuhan standing before it. Not only it, but also Mu Chen and the others stood in stunned silence, caught unawares. The wind rustled the leaves, which gently descended from the sky, as they remained in a daze for nearly 20 seconds. Old Fourth, what is this? Third brother, do not slay it. Do you not sense it? They seem to be fleeing for their lives. That is why they confronted us with such hostility. Imagine being pursued by something threatening your very existence. While facing an obstruction ahead, would you not fight desperately? Indeed, it seems so. Certainly, we did not provoke them, and their behavior is indeed anomalous. To clarify, the Red Demon Stone Monkey, being a social creature, is typically quite docile. I too am puzzled as to why they are acting so unusually. Qian Yuhan observed that the crowd appeared to comprehend his actions. He turned and crouched down to speak to the Stone Monkey King, inquiring, "Is there something pursuing you?" The Stone Monkey King nodded in affirmation. This ancient spirit beast, having existed for 8 millennia, had indeed developed a semblance of intelligence, capable of understanding human language. The weakened Stone Monkey King gestured feebly towards Qian Yuhan and his companions. "Us? What is amiss with us?" Qian Yuhan asked, perplexed. The Stone Monkey King shook his head. "Is it the Soul Masters? Are they the ones hunting you?" Qian Yuhan swiftly deduced the answer. The Stone Monkey King nodded once more, signifying that he was correct. "You must depart. Safeguard your kin. I understand the measures you have taken in your desperate flight. Go now." Qian Yuhan, after finishing his words, retrieved a vial of healing elixir from the golden bracelet of the Cold Heart Dragon God and handed one to the Stone Monkey King. "This is a healing elixir. The wounds you have sustained are merely superficial. Consuming it will ensure your swift recovery." The Stone Monkey King hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to consume the elixir. Qian Yuhan, hesitation is a natural state. Who can ascertain whether this elixir harbors any toxicity? Upon consuming it, the Stone Monkey King quickly realized that his wounds were healing at an astonishing pace, filling him with uncontainable joy. Such is the nature of simian soul beasts. They experience discomfort swiftly, yet their happiness is equally fleeting. Please take these and distribute them among your injured kin. Our intentions are purely self-preservative, not malicious. The Stone Monkey King nodded, grasped the vial, and retreated into the shadows with his clan, vanishing from sight. Let us proceed. Qian Yuhan addressed the other 5. Mu Chun had clearly discerned the appearance of that elixir moments ago and turned to Fangya. It seemed she too had grasped the essence of the potion. As she met Mu Chen's inquisitive gaze and nodded in acknowledgement, Mu Chen, swallowing an imaginary lump in his throat, inquired of Qian Yuhan, Old Fourth. Could it be that your elixir is a top-tier Xianling pill? Chapter 40. The Fierce Battle Against the Venomous Scorpion King, Part 1. Qian Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting that her casual gesture would be discerned by Mu Chen, Qian Yuhan pondered for a moment. Realizing that Mu Chun was indeed also the son of Uncle Jean Crocodile, and he must have some familiarity with such elixirs. What? Surely I must have misjudged. These are merely ordinary pills. Qian Yuhan contemplated evading the situation just as he had nearly revealed his soul ring previously. However, Mu Chen was not easily deceived. Shaking his head, he asserted, there is no possibility of misidentification. That is undoubtedly a Xianling Dan, and its quality is certainly not low. I have encountered the fragrance of a top-tier Xianling Dan before. And the aroma that emanated when you opened that bottle is identical to what I experienced on that occasion. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Qian Yuhan, who, maintaining his composure, continued, very well, this item was fortuitously acquired by my father. Qian Yuhan inwardly lamented that he truly deserved an Oscar for his remarkable acting skills. He could utter a falsehood without a flicker of shame or a racing heart. Was it merely a stroke of luck that he received it? Was it simply given away? Did I not comprehend its true value? Otherwise, would I have bestowed it upon a spirit beast? Qian Yuhan feigned a countenance of deep regret, as if he had indeed lost a precious treasure. Fourth brother, your actions are exceedingly reckless, far too reckless, he exclaimed. Each of these supreme Xian spirit pills is a priceless treasure, rare in the market. Oh, you have done well, Tang Chen remarked as he approached, patting the sorrowful Mu Chen on the back. Fourth brother's actions are justifiable. We must not emulate certain soul masters known for their bloodthirstiness. The Stone Monkey Princess descendants have sustained grievous injuries. I see no fault in what fourth brother has done. But that is Mu Chen attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Qian Yuhan raising his hand. Third brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but the deed is done. Let it be so. I shall be more cautious next time. Indeed, next time. Qian Yuhan would certainly exercise greater discretion and refrain from so ostentatiously presenting the items he had procured from Qian Moe. Where is Linaire? Qian Yuhan raised his head and, not seeing who Linaire, inquired of those around him. Fangya replied, Lina mentioned she was feeling thirsty and, upon hearing the sound of a stream nearby, went over to fetch some water. She asked us to wait for her. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly. By the stream. Hu Linaire cast a cold glare at Dai Shengxi and said, What do you want from me? Don't go too far, I warn you. Indeed, the mysterious individual she had encountered in the cafeteria was none other than Dai Shengxi. Hu Linaire, you dare to speak to me like that? Do you think Qian Yuhan, that foolish being, can back you up? Or do you believe that Qian Yuhan can help your family through this crisis? You bastard. Faced with Dai Shengxi's aggressive retort, Hu Linaire momentarily lost her words, but still managed to curse. Ha. It seems you have truly developed feelings for him. Quite amusing indeed. I caution you, this will be the last time I assist you. Please fulfill our prior commitments immediately, or else, Linaire, you dare to threaten me? Let us not forget who provided the recent funds for your family's financial turnaround. This time is the last. Once the task is completed, we shall part ways. For now, you simply need to. Dai Shengxi leaned closer to Hu Linaire, whispering something in her ear. Hu Linaire's face turned pale with shock. You've lost your mind. Are you trying to take Yuhan's life? Absolutely not. You just said you would let me help you this last time. I demand that you honor your word. To be untrustworthy is not something I would expect from you, Dai Shengxi said with a sly grin. Hu Linaire was at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she sighed and replied, Fine, I agree. But let me be clear, I will only lead you to the edge. Her mind raced as she contemplated how to aid Qian Yuhan in evading this peril. Lacking a clear plan, she decided to first placate Dai Shengxi to prevent any reckless actions on his part. Excellent, no problem, Dai Shengxi chuckled softly as he walked past Hu Linaire, playfully slapping her backside. Hu Linaire glared furiously at Dai Shengxi as he distanced himself. That bastard, I will surely kill him, she murmured under her breath. The exchange between Dai Xinxi and Hu Lin'er by the stream was overheard clearly by an individual concealed within a nearby thicket. Higi, this sound-capturing device works quite well. Hu Lin'er, Dai Xinxi, Lu Lao, I appreciate your assistance. A man in a deep blue robe nodded in understanding of the woman's intentions to secretly protect someone. Understood, miss. He then vanished without a trace. I'm back. Shall we continue? Yuhan, you led us to a place where we encountered the red demon stone monkey. This time, let me take the lead. Hu Lin'er bounced back to the group and addressed them. The other 5 nodded in agreement and followed Hu Lin'er deeper into the forest. For a while, they could still observe the movements of some soul beasts. After walking for 30 minutes, a profound silence has enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. Qian Yuhan surveyed the surroundings, where numerous skeletal remains of soul beasts lay scattered about, surrounded by a dense green mist. Perhaps we should refrain from proceeding further. It seems I may have taken a wrong turn, he suggested. Hu Lin'er led the group to a desolate area, devoid of soul beasts. I concur. There is something eerie about this place, Mu Chen remarked, instinctively leaning closer to Fangya. Observing Mu Chen's proximity, Fangya stifled a giggle, thinking to herself. Mu Chen is rather attentive. She had always harbored some affection for him, and this journey had only deepened her feelings. Just as Tang Xian was about to speak, he noticed a swarm of small scorpions rapidly approaching, their sheer numbers sending shivers down one's spine. Fangya, gazing at the tiny creatures, seemed to be searching her mind for something. What do they resemble? Mu Chen inquired. They resemble the pincers of a scorpion. If that is the case, we must hasten our departure. Should they signal back, their king will surely emerge. The pincer scorpion king was known for its formidable strength, capable of battling foes far beyond its level, coupled with a potent venom. Poison? What are we waiting for? Let us flee, Mu Chen exclaimed, intent on retreating alongside Fangya. Old 3, it may already be too late, Tang Xian warned as he sensed movement behind them. A wave of alarm surged within him, prompting him to turn around. A massive scorpion loomed 100 meters away, its formidable size and menacing pincers instilling dread. It stood like a small mountain, exuding a suffocating aura. Its presence effectively sealed off any chance of escape, presenting an insurmountable barrier. A sense of despair filled Tang Xian as he realized that he and his companions had fallen into a dire predicament. Faced with such a powerful adversary, their chances of evasion were virtually non-existent. Fear began to spread, but Tang Xian endeavored to maintain his composure, knowing that panic would only exacerbate the situation. With a pale face, Mu Chen trembled as he asked, "What shall we do?" Tang Xian inhaled deeply, striving to regain his calm, and cautiously replied, "I do not know. But we must devise a strategy to confront this predicament." Chapter 41. Fierce Battle with the Pincer Poison Scorpion King, Part 2. We must remain calm and not succumb to panic, Tang Xian implored, valiantly suppressing his inner dread. The Pincer Poison Scorpion King was an exceedingly perilous soul beast, boasting a cultivation of 50,000 years, and even 100,000-year soul beasts dared not venture into its territory lightly. Fangya glanced around, noting that a viridescent toxic mist was beginning to envelop the area. "This is dire. It has released its poison barrier, and we are surrounded," Fangya declared, her face betraying despair as she addressed the group ahead. "What are we to do? The Poison Scorpion King has blocked our retreat, and ahead lies its lair, which is certainly not a place we can enter." Mu Chen's face was etched with despair, as he had unexpectedly found himself deeply entrenched in the lair under the guidance of the campus belle. Hu Lin'er, her countenance equally grim, inwardly cursed. That scoundrel Dai Xinxi must have anticipated this all along, which is why he agreed to my plan of merely bringing us to the edge of the den. How despicable! With a face full of remorse, Hu Lin'er addressed everyone, saying, "I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize." Chen Yuhan, Tang Xian, Tang Chen, and Mu Chen spoke almost in unison, declaring, "It's all right. Let us face this together." Fangya added, "Let us stay strong. We will surely be fine." The Scorpion King, having attained a level of sentience, observed its prey chattering away. To it, these individuals seemed to be bidding farewell. It mused that no one could save them now, and decided to enjoy their emotional display as a form of prelude entertainment. Meanwhile, Dai Xinxi and Vina had formed a team. Vina could hardly believe that Tang Chen and Tang Xian were teamed up with that insufferable Fangya. How infuriating! Why does she get to be with my brother Tang Chun? She complained to her followers. They are probably already doomed. Don't waste your thoughts on your brother Tang Chun. Aligning with Qin Yuhan is tantamount to opposing me, Dai Xinxi. The only outcome is death. Upon hearing Dai Xinxi's chilling words, Vina quickly abandoned her haughty demeanor. She moved closer to Dai Xingxi, wrapping her arms around his, and coyly said, I'm not thinking about Tang Chun. Anyone who opposes Brother Xingxi must be out of their mind. In my heart, Brother Xingxi is the best. He has both looks and strength. Dai Xingxi, pleased by Vina's flattery, felt a swell of pride. He gently lifted her chin with his free hand and kissed her passionately, completely disregarding the presence of her followers. The kiss was intense, and after parting, Dai Xingxi inquired, What did you say about Fangya? What is going on with her? Breathless from the fervent kiss, Vina replied, I heard she has teamed up with Qin Yuhan. Is there a problem? A look of concern crossed Dai Xingxi's face as he thought, this is bad. How could she be with that scoundrel Qin Yuhan? When we entered the Sunset Forest, I noticed a girl next to him who resembled Fangya. I thought it was merely a coincidence. I didn't realize this is trouble. Clearing his throat, Dai Xingxi continued, I believe a stern warning should suffice. There's no need to take their lives. We should inform the teachers. If someone truly gets hurt, neither of our families will be safe. He promptly took Vina's hand and hurried towards the teacher's location, unaware that Vina's expression had turned ominously dark. Back with Qin Yuhan and the others, he declared, We have no choice but to fight with all we have and wait for the teachers to rescue us. By the way, let us make some noise. It will be easier for others to notice us. Qin Yuhan addressed the remaining 5. Qin Yuhan gracefully swept his right hand above the cold-hearted dragon god bracelet on his left wrist and presented a vial to Fangya, stating, The elixirs within are a fortunate acquisition by my father from the battlefield beyond the realms. Consuming one will grant you immunity to the harm inflicted by poisonous gas for a duration of half an hour. Subsequently, he distributed 2 elixirs to each of the remaining 5 individuals. Observing Fangya, he cautioned, Those small scorpions lack offensive power. Yet you must remain vigilant to avoid being stung. Take care to dodge them from the side. Fangya nodded in understanding, aware that her current prowess offered little assistance, and that not becoming a burden was the best aid she could provide. Muchen gazed at the elixirs in his hand, then glanced at Qin Yuhan, who was instructing Fangya. He silently mused, This 4th one is quite remarkable. The Heavenly Dragon Detoxification Pill is abundant indeed. After Qin Yuhan had briefed Fangya, the 6 of them simultaneously ingested the Heavenly Dragon Detoxification Pill. Except for Fangya, the remaining 5 unleashed their martial spirits, preparing for battle. The king of the venomous scorpion observed them with a mocking gaze, its piercing roar resonating through the heavens, sending shockwaves that forced the group to stagger back. How formidable! This could very well be a 10,000-year soul beast, Qin Yuhan mused inwardly. Indeed, this king of the venomous scorpion possessed an impressive cultivation level of 20,000 years. Its prowess far surpassing that of the 1,000-gene ant they had previously encountered. The scorpion's robust limbs and its menacing stinger were clear indicators of its exceptional strength. Fox Spirit Domain, activate. Golden Crocodile Domain, activate. Hulin Air and Muchen quickly exchanged hand seals, unleashing their respective innate domains. The Fox Spirit Domain could induce confusion. Although against a soul beast of the king of the venomous scorpion's caliber, the effect was negligible, yet any advantage was better than none. The Golden Crocodile Domain enveloped their 5 members, with Fangya having taken refuge in the adjacent thicket, enhancing the power attributes of those within its bounds. This amplification was particularly significant for Mu Chun, while the effect on the others was comparatively lesser. Still, it was a boon nonetheless. Mu Chun was the first to activate his yellow first soul ring. The golden crocodile swung its tail, and Mu Chun's martial spirit manifested. The formidable crocodilian tail whipping fiercely toward the Scorpion King, unleashing a golden slash aimed directly at it. I shall assist you, third brother. Tang Xian's second soul ring shimmered to life. Thunderstrike. With a mighty heave, Tang Xian raised the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer high into the air. In an instant, the once clear sky seemed to be obscured by an invisible hand, plunging into darkness as ominous thunderclouds surged like ink. The raised Haotian hammer traced an arc in the sky before crashing down with tremendous force. Instantly, as if a mechanism had been triggered, a massive bolt of lightning erupted from the clouds, roaring down like a dragon with a cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the Scorpion King's head. Light slash, foxtail needle, earth shatter. Tang Chen's second soul technique followed closely in succession. Qin Yuhan, Hu Lin Air, and Tang Chen launched their attacks simultaneously, facing assaults from 3 directions, above, below. And directly ahead, the king of the pincer scorpion remained unperturbed, motionless. The 5 strikes directly impacted the creature. Splendid. A hit. Muchen exclaimed. The 5 attacks struck the king of the pincer scorpion almost in unison. With a thunderous roar, 5 different colored soul techniques erupted upon the scorpion, casting a dazzling light that illuminated the battlefield as if it were day. The immense force of the energy seemed to tear the air apart, producing a sharp, piercing wail. Subsequently, the powerful shockwave generated by the explosion radiated outward, raising thick clouds of smoke that enveloped the area in a vast shroud of dust, obscuring the sun. The ground trembled violently under this formidable force, as if it were on the brink of collapsing. At that moment, all eyes on the battlefield were fixated on the king of the pincer scorpion, their hearts filled with anticipation and anxiety as they awaited its response. As the smoke dissipated, the king of the pincer scorpion stood there, utterly unscathed, seemingly taunting Qian Yuhan and the others. How is this possible? Tang Xin exclaimed in disbelief. Even the usually reticent Tang Xin was left speechless. Their combined attack was effortlessly neutralized. At that moment, the king of the pincer scorpion flickered, its massive form vanishing without a trace. Qian Yuhan immediately became alert, closing her eyes to sense the fluctuations in the surrounding air. Just behind the crowd, the air disturbances intensified dramatically. Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Be cautious. Activate your defensive skills." As he spoke, Qian Yuhan took the lead. His purple third spirit ring shimmering as a golden light emanated from a humanoid phantom that enveloped everyone. Second spirit skill, Guardian's Golden Radiance. At this critical moment, Mu Chen showed no hesitation. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's command, he promptly unleashed his own second spirit skill for defense. Third spirit skill, Haoyan Guardian. Tang Chen's third spirit ring illuminated as he activated his newly acquired third spirit skill. Among the disciples of the Haoyan sect, the Haoyan Guardian is considered an essential spirit skill. Consequently, beneath the secluded peaks of the Haoyan sect, there exists a soul beast, the Iron Horn Rhinoceros, specifically bred to provide this skill. Virtually every disciple of the Haoyan sect possesses this ability as their third spirit skill. Tang Chun had taken a week off to challenge the Iron Horn Rhinoceros to obtain it. His earth-shattering Haoyan hammer had a certain degree of restraint over the Iron Horn Rhinoceros, allowing him to acquire his third spirit ring with relative ease. Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun, and Tang Chun unleashed their formidable defensive skills simultaneously. In addition to the humanoid phantoms, a golden protective shield and a yellowish-brown barrier materialized. As anticipated by Qian Yuhan, the Scorpion King, with its powerful pincers, instantaneously appeared behind the group. Its robust scorpion tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, both layers of protective shields were effortlessly shattered, producing a crisp sound of splintering. The humanoid phantom, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, vanished without a trace. "What shall we do?" Tang Xin exclaimed. "Our defensive skills can only withstand a mere ordinary lash from it." The group fixated on the Scorpion King, which had begun to coalesce a brilliant green sphere upon its chest. Subsequently, the scorpion tail struck the sphere, launching it skyward. The orb detonated approximately 30 meters above the ground, creating a toxic mist barrier that enveloped Qian Yuhan and the other 6 individuals, including Fanya, who was concealed within the thicket, as well as the Scorpion King itself. Within the emerald haze, the noxious vapors swirled around them. "Qian Yuhan, this is dire. The efficacy of the Tianlong Yidu Dan has been significantly compromised." How infuriating. The crowd felt increasingly dizzy, and it was Fanya who first succumbed, stumbling out from the thicket before collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Upon witnessing Fanya unconscious, Mu Chun cried out, "Fanya!" However, the moment he raised his voice, he inhaled a considerable amount of toxic mist, causing his head to grow heavier until he too lost consciousness. Qian Yuhan, Hu Lin Er, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun continued to resist the noxious miasma with their spiritual energy. The king of the pincer scorpion, however, remained unperturbed, content to watch as its prey succumbed one by one, relishing the prospect of enjoying the feast alone. It had deliberately crafted this toxic fog, intending for its disciples to be unable to breach this poisonous barrier. Soon, Tang Xian and Tang Chen lost consciousness as well. Hu Lin Er, too, began to feel faint, and Qian Yuhan realized that they could not linger in this state. They urgently needed to shatter the toxic dome. Rising to his feet, he summoned his external spirit bone, the Radiant Wings. The brilliance emitted by the Radiant Wings exerted a restraining influence on the miasma, for the shield was composed of vapor, and the light dispersed a considerable amount of the fog, rendering the toxic dome somewhat translucent. The king of the pincer scorpion gazed upon the luminescent insect soaring in the sky, its radiance irksome. "This light is intolerable. Perish, foul insect," thought the king, as it leaped with great force, swinging its massive scorpion tail to unleash a striking emerald slash directly towards Qian Yuhan. Qian Yu held the radiant divine sword in his hand, while the second soul ring beneath his feet shimmered, radiant shadow, doppelganger. Qian Yuhan radiated a brilliant aura that enveloped his entire being, which then divided into 3 luminous spheres. The assault of the venomous Scorpion King struck the radiant sphere, yet instead of exploding, it pierced through the light and ascended into the heavens. Qian Yuhan adeptly utilized the fleeting state of void during the casting phase of his second soul skill, the Radiant Shadow Clone, to evade this attack. Subsequently, 3 luminous slashes were directed at the Scorpion King, which had just landed. Much like before, the Scorpion King remained utterly still, seemingly unscathed. Qian Yuhan was at a loss as to how to breach the defenses of the pincer Scorpion King, resorting to unleashing a radiant strike from the sky to prevent the creature from launching a ferocious assault. On the ground, Hu Lin-Er could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. "Lin-Er!" Qian Yuhan exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency as he gazed upon the fallen Hu Lin-Er. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qian Yuhan's distraction, the pincer Scorpion King executed a sweeping motion with its tail, sending Qian Yuhan and his 2 clones soaring through the air. A mouthful of blood was expelled from Qian Yuhan as he lost control of his body, propelled far into the sky before beginning his descent. Fortuitously, he caught himself on a branch where he ultimately lost consciousness. Among the trees, various serpentine soul beasts lurked, one of which, a century-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, eyed the unconscious Qian Yuhan with sinister intent. However, a raucous commotion from a nearby troop of monkeys startled it, prompting a reluctant retreat. The pincer Scorpion King, having sent Qian Yuhan flying, felt a pang of frustration at the loss of its prey. After all, food discarded was a bitter pill for any creature to swallow. With only 6 opponents to begin with, it now found itself facing 1 less. As the pincer Scorpion King approached the incapacitated group, an icy dome suddenly descended from above, encasing the scorpion within its frigid grasp. The creature collided with the shield's edge, stumbling momentarily. Infuriated, it began to strike the ice dome with its proud pincers. After approximately a minute, the ice was shattered, yet the thickness of the dome rendered it impossible for the scorpion to discern the identity of its tormentor. Once freed, it glanced around and beheld an elderly man clad in a deep blue robe standing directly before it. A woman beside him was nonchalantly handling its food, exhibiting a blatant disregard for the scorpion's presence. These 2 figures were none other than Ouyang Luoxue and the elder Lu, tasked with her protection from the Ice God sect. Ouyang Luoxue had gathered Hu Lin-Er, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Mu Chun, and Fang Ya, placing them together, yet Qian Yuhan was conspicuously absent. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the pincer Scorpion King preparing to attack. With a mere glance from Ouyang Luoxue, Lu understood her intent and swiftly intervened to thwart the creature. Ouyang Luoxue focused on rescuing her companions. "He is missing," Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed towards Lu, with a wave of his right hand. Lu ensnared the pincer Scorpion King once more within an ice dome. The scorpion growled in frustration. "What the devil is happening? Who has vanished? Where could he have gone?" "Lu, first, let us escort them back to their teacher's encampment. One of their team is unaccounted for and may be in peril. After ensuring their safety, we must search for him." Ouyang Luoxue urged Lu in a state of distress. "Understood, Mississippi. They are poisoned. We must hasten to deliver them to their teacher for treatment." Upon finishing his words, old Lu waved his hand, and all present vanished without a trace. After the Scorpion King shattered the icy barrier, he found himself alone in the desolate space. The Scorpion King exclaimed, "Ah!" Chapter 43, A Spring of Duality, The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Dai Xingxi and the others finally returned to the teacher's encampment. "Teacher, something terrible has happened. We just saw a squad from Class 1 heading towards the territory of the Scorpion King." The homeroom teacher, Zhou, gasped in shock, dropping the cup from her hand to the ground. "What did you say? Which team was it?" "It seems to be Qian Yuhan and his group," replied the students. "The Scorpion King. As I recall, there is only one Scorpion King in the Setting Sun Forest, and it has nearly 50,000 years of cultivation. This is bad. Director Han, we must go and rescue them immediately," Zhou said anxiously to Director Han. "Yes, let us set off at once." We shall go together. Han Shui replied without hesitation, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly pulled Zhou Yu to rush towards the Scorpion King's domain. A powerful dragon roar echoed through the air. The sound was deafening. Han Shui and the others looked up towards the source of the noise and saw an ice dragon circling above before landing gracefully on the open ground before them. On its back stood an elder and a young girl, along with 5 children in the attire of the Martial Soul Academy, who were lying upon the massive dragon's spine. Old Lu arrived with Ouyang Luoxue and the 5 unconscious individuals before them. Is this Linu? She was in the same team as you, Han. They've been rescued. They are safe. Old Lu used his soul power to transfer the 5 individuals from the dragons back to the ground before Han Shui and the others. Cough, fortunately. We happened to pass by and were able to lend a hand. However, they are deeply poisoned and require immediate treatment. Any delay could lead to lasting consequences. By the way, this girl has too low a soul power and has inhaled considerable poison. She must be treated urgently, or her life may be at risk, he said, stroking his white beard and pointing at Fangya. Thank you, kind sir, for your timely rescue. We are grateful on their behalf. Ouyang Luoxue interjected, when you saved them. Were there only those 5? There should be 6 in their team. I'm not sure. When we arrived, only these 5 were present. That person. Ouyang Luoxue felt a pang of sorrow, as her purpose for this journey was to reunite with Qian Yuhan. Yet, he was absent, likely consumed by the Scorpion King. I will take them back to Wuhuan City for treatment. Zhou Yu, you gather 2 homeroom teachers to accompany you in search of Qian Yuhan, while the remaining teachers will stay to defend the position. Han Shui promptly made arrangements and, after completing her tasks, summoned a soul-guiding airship in the forest, transporting the 5 unconscious individuals directly back to Spirit City. Dai Xingxi, upon witnessing the return of the 5, let out a sigh of relief, reflecting inwardly. Thankfully, she is unharmed. Ha ha ha, how splendid. That fool Qian Yuhan is likely dead. What a delightful turn of events. Dai Xingxi's emotions were vividly etched upon her face. And beside her, Ouyang Luoxue, noticing Dai Xingxi's grotesque expression, could only speculate about her inner thoughts. Ouyang Luoxue, who frequently corresponded with Qian Yuhan, understood that Dai Xingxi had always sought to provoke him, holding on to a trivial grudge from their initial school registration. Thus, she harbored no fondness for Dai Xingxi whatsoever. The fervent report given by Dai Xingxi had made it seem as though she bore responsibility for not preventing Qian Yuhan and the others from nearly encountering disaster. Her performance before the teachers was filled with feigned sincerity, repeatedly emphasizing brotherhood. Ouyang Luoxue let out a cold laugh. Heh, if I encounter this individual again, I shall certainly show him a thing or two. He utterly disgusts me. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan, having been hurled through the air, found himself precariously hanging from a tree, nearly becoming a meal for a flamboyant snake. Fortunately, a troop of monkeys frightened the serpent away. One large monkey, alternating its hands, swung from branch to branch until it reached the very tree where Qian Yuhan was suspended. This monkey was none other than the Crimson Demon Stone Monkey King, whom Qian Yuhan had spared not long ago. Upon seeing Qian Yuhan hanging there, blood seeping from his mouth, the monkey immediately recognized the severity of his injuries. Having been saved by Qian Yuhan's earlier act of mercy, the monkey had returned to repay the favor, mimicking human actions. It opened the bottle of mystic spirit pill previously given to Qian Yuhan and poured a pill into his mouth. Qian Yuhan possessed little in the way of mastication ability. He could only allow the Xianling pill to dissolve within his mouth, absorbing its medicinal efficacy. Qian Yuhan's injuries visibly healed, and before long, he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself entangled in the branches of a tree. After twisting and turning, he managed to break free and descended gracefully to the ground. Upon gazing at the Red Demon Stone Monkey King perched above, along with the vial of elixir it held, Qian Yuhan instantly realized that it was this very creature that had come to his rescue. Qian Yuhan nodded towards the Red Demon Stone Monkey King, smiling as he produced a vial of mystic spirit pills, gesturing for the king to descend. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King, observing the identical vial, recognized it as the same substance he held. This is a gift for you, in gratitude for saving my life, Qian Yuhan proclaimed. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King waved his hand dismissively. Do not refuse. I must repay the debt of saving my life. The Spirit Beast, lacking a deep understanding of human sentiments, perceived Qian Yuhan's reiterated offer as a matter of course and joyfully accepted it. By the way, where are we? The Red Demon Stone Monkey King inquired, shaking his head in confusion, indicating he too was unaware. Qian Yuhan walked forward for approximately 500 meters when he encountered a cave. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King, concerned that Qian Yuhan had not yet fully recovered, decided to accompany him a little further, particularly since he had generously provided so many elixirs. This was something the Monkey King understood well. Following closely behind Qian Yuhan, the Monkey King observed as he made his way directly into the cave. This cave appeared ominous and foreboding, sending shivers down one's spine. A damp atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, instilling a chill in the air. The walls and floor were cloaked in moss, and a putrid odor wafted through the atmosphere. The jagged rocks above loomed precariously, as if they could plummet at any moment. The cave was eerily silent, save for the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Drops emerged from the stone walls, falling one after another into small puddles on the ground, producing a clear, resonant sound. Each droplet, upon landing, would create tiny splashes before seamlessly merging back into the puddle. As time passed, the puddle gradually deepened, causing ripples to dance upon the surface. These ripples spread out and intertwined with others before ultimately dissipating. Fresh droplets continued to fall, ensuring the water within the puddle remained in a state of constant motion. This persistent sound imparted a strange atmosphere to the entire cave, evoking imagery reminiscent of scenes from a horror film. As he continued walking, Qian Yuhan suddenly spotted a gleaming point of light ahead. Qian Yuhan transformed his walk into a run, hastening towards the radiant point ahead. The light grew increasingly larger, illuminating his path. He realized he was nearing the cave's entrance. Upon emerging from the cavern, Qian Yuhan was immediately enveloped by a refreshing and invigorating breeze. The ground was adorned with a myriad of vibrant grasses, flowers, and a diverse array of flora. A naturally formed pathway meandered from the cave's mouth, as if welcoming visitors with open arms. This entrance was nestled among the surrounding cliffs of the region, and Qian Yuhan followed the winding trail, descending along the precipice. Qian Yuhan glanced to the side and was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. A spring gives birth to two forms. Could this truly be the Eye of Ice and Fire? How did I stumble upon this place? Apologies to my comrades, for I spent an exhausting day out this Saturday and have just returned home. I hastily present this chapter as a token of my remorse. Consider it a sick leave for Saturday. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Another chapter will follow on Sunday evening. For now, I must rest well. Farewell. Chapter 44. Yuhan tastes the celestial herb. Qian Yuhan, my goodness, am I truly the chosen one? Is this a direct encounter? Wasn't it said in the original text that a rather mediocre title Douluo presided over this place? Yet, there is none here, and I have simply walked in. With a heart full of excitement, suppressing my trembling hands, Qian Yuhan slowly approached the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Brr, how cold!" Qian Yuhan exclaimed. Indeed. He stood by the chilling waters of the cold extreme ice spring. He gazed quietly at the scene before him, a wave of awe swelling within. Behind him, the Scarlet Demon Stone Monkey King could not help but shiver. Even with its formidable physique, it could not withstand the frigid aura emanating from the cold extreme ice spring. Qian Yuhan felt that bone-chilling coldness, as if it could penetrate his very soul. What a magnificent cold extreme ice spring! Qian Yuhan marveled as the air above, with its diminishing temperature, made one shudder uncontrollably. If he were to fall in, he could scarcely imagine the dire consequences. He felt as if he might instantly be frozen into a block of ice. With this thought, Qian Yuhan hastily retreated. The Scarlet Demon Stone Monkey King, being quite astute, quickly distanced itself at the first hint of the cold. Qian Yuhan focused her gaze and beheld, at the very center of the cold extreme ice spring, an object radiating a soft blue luminescence. It resembled a resplendent pearl, gracefully suspended within the icy spring, as the surrounding chill seemed to swirl around it in reverence. Qian Yu murmured to himself, "Surely, that must be the octagonal ice grass. A treasure born from the harmonious convergence of the celestial energies and the icy springs of the frigid extremes." His voice resonated with awe and yearning. The octagonal ice grass is a rare marvel of the world, said to flourish only in places of extreme cold and abundant spiritual energy. The chilling springs before him undoubtedly present an idyllic environment for the nurturing of the octagonal ice grass. Although the inner regions of the far north maintain a suitable temperature, they fail to support plant life, while the outer areas lack sufficient cold. It is precisely within these frigid springs that such wonders can thrive. Qian Yuhan was deep in thought, while the Red Demon Stone Monkey King had already approached the Crimson Spring. The icy blue spring felt unbearably frigid, and the sight of the warm red spring on the other side beckoned to it, prompting a determined march towards its warmth. However, with each step taken, An unsettling sensation began to envelop the surroundings, the temperature rising with alarming rapidity. As the red demon stone monkey king took another step forward, the ground beneath it abruptly seared its foot. Unbeknownst to itself, it had unwittingly reached the edge of the red spring. With a startled cry, the red demon stone monkey king instinctively withdrew its foot and began to hop backward in haste. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the crimson demon stone monkey king, Qin Yuhan turned to behold a scene both absurd and comical. Qin Yuhan walked with a smile towards the clearing where two springs converged. Settling down cross-legged as he spoke, "Come here. This place is suitable for us." The red demon stone monkey king approached, seemingly grumbling as it made its way to Qin Yuhan. "The spiritual energy in this realm is remarkably abundant, and we are the first to arrive. I seek the herbs here, and you may cultivate in this space, which will significantly enhance your training speed. Just avoid the spring water and keep your distance, and all will be well." Upon understanding Qin Yuhan's explanation, the red demon stone monkey king nodded in agreement. "This shall henceforth be my vegetable garden. Ha! You can train here and serve as my guardian, a mutually beneficial arrangement." The red demon stone monkey king nodded once more, indicating its consent. Clearly, it did not fully grasp the nuances of Qin Yuhan's words about the vegetable garden and the guardian, but it understood the concept of reciprocity and thus agreed. How easily deceived. "Oh no, how delightful." Qin Yuhan chuckled. The red demon stone monkey king reclined to commence its own cultivation, seemingly indifferent to Qin Yuhan's activities. Qin Yuhan, hee, perhaps Sengu should seek wisdom from him while cultivating in repose. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, who is still fainting aboard the spaceship, "I sincerely thank you." Qin Yuhan sat on the ground, her right hand supporting her chin, pondering how she might acquire those two flowers. One was the 8-angled ice grass from the cold extreme ice spring, while the other was the fiery apricot blossom from the blazing sun spring. She was uncertain of their current potency. Had it been documented in the book? She could not recall. She had forgotten. Oh well. Qin Yuhan rose to his feet, summoning the radiant sword of light in his grasp. Qin Yuhan hurled the radiant divine sword towards the frosty ice spring, the sword soaring like a disc towards the octagonal ice grass. Unfazed by the chill, Qin Yuhan mused to himself. The sword spirit of the radiant divine sword spoke. "Thank you for your presence. You bring warmth to all seasons." The sword swiftly severed the octagonal ice grass, and with a gesture, Qin Yuhan summoned it back. In an instant, the radiant divine sword returned, cradling the octagonal ice grass, which was on the verge of plunging into the spring. The grass floated gracefully above the sword, gradually being transported to the shore. Qin Yuhan employed the same method to transport the Lihua Xingjiao Shu, bringing the two celestial herbs together. Originally, these two exquisite plants existed at opposite extremes, but now Qin Yuhan has united them. Hiss, how shall they be consumed? Qin Yuhan mused, gazing down at the Bajiao Xianbing Chao and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu. Though they do not possess the extreme coldness or heat of spring water, rendering them touchable, they both harbor potent toxins. Suddenly, Qin Yuhan recalled that in the book, the antidote involved simultaneously consuming two types of celestial herbs to neutralize the toxins. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuhan swiftly plucked a fragment of the 8-pointed frost ice herb and a petal from the fiery apricot blossom, hastily swallowing them both at once. It was manageable. As Qin Yuhan was about to lament the absence of notable events, he suddenly felt his heart pounding fiercely. Thud, 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 its rhythm intensified, and he sensed that his entire being was undergoing a clash of ice and fire. Curling up on the ground, Qin Yuhan endured the waves of pain coursing through him. This agony persisted for nearly half an hour, leaving him sprawled on the earth. Drenched in sweat born of his suffering, gasping for breath, he tried to steady his inhalations. Had he succeeded? It felt as though his physical strength had significantly increased. Qin Yuhan has successfully absorbed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Qin Yuhan is now impervious to fire and ice, endowed with an immunity to all poisons. Qin Yuhan is currently engulfed in uncertainty, unsure whether he truly possesses these abilities. He yearns to test them, yet fears the prospect of failure and the absurdity of perishing in such a manner. Qin Yuhan, one cannot achieve success without taking risks. Charge forth. Deep within Qin Yuhan's heart, there lingered a desire to test the waters, to seize the advantage. Following a bout of self-encouragement, he executed a flawless dive into the frigid waters of the Hanji Ice Spring. The red demon stone monkey king, having just awakened from a brief slumber, was met with the sight of Qin Yuhan plunging into the icy depths. Assuming he was still lost in dreams, he rubbed his eyes, yawned, and succumbed once more to sleep, demonstrating his unique ability to cultivate even in repose. This was indeed an ideal training method for Muchun. With a resounding splash, Qian Yuhan plunged into the Hanji ice spring without a moment's hesitation. In that instant of immersion, rather than feeling the bone-chilling cold and sharp pain, he was greeted by an unexpected warmth enveloping his being. To him, the icy spring transformed into a comforting hot spring, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of tranquility. As he reveled in this extraordinary experience, his body gradually relaxed, surrendering to the embrace of the warm waters. In the depths of the Hanji ice spring, Qian Yuhan felt the gentle caress of the water against his skin, akin to a tender embrace from nature itself. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring the serenity and comfort of the moment. As time flowed by, he sensed subtle changes occurring within his body. A powerful energy surged from the icy spring, nourishing his sinews and veins. This revitalizing force fortified his physique while significantly enhancing his mental acuity. Upon opening his eyes, excitement sparkled within them. Subsequently, Qian Yuhan replanted the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms back into their original positions. Although they had been severed, being plants, they possessed the resilience to regrow their roots when replanted. As celestial herbs, their life force was even more robust, ensuring their survival. "Grow well, my dear plants. I shall return to check on you in due time," he murmured. The octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms responded in a comical manner. "We are innocent. Please spare us." Chapter 45. Audience. With the Pope having just replanted the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms, Qian Yuhan returned to the shore and roused the snoring red demon stone monkey king. "Awaken. Consume this. You must eat both simultaneously," he instructed. Still groggy from sleep, the red demon stone monkey king drowsily ingested the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms together. Instantly, clarity returned to him. Yet a wave of pain began to spread through his body. Qian Yuhan, observing this, reassured him, "Endure it. The pain will pass, and you shall no longer fear the ice or fire, becoming immune to all toxins. This spring water will be your sanctuary." Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's explanation, the red demon stone monkey king felt somewhat at ease, though the pain continued to curl him into a ball on the ground. However, as a soul beast, his physical resilience far surpassed that of any soul master, and within 10 minutes, he felt restored. "Now, give this spring water a try," Qian Yuhan encouraged. The crimson stone monkey king approached the blazing hot spring. This time, it did not scald its feet and felt the effects taking hold. With eyes closed, it leapt directly into the water. Subsequently, it floated upon the searing surface of the spring. The crimson stone monkey king moaned within the pool, its claws gliding through the water, utterly at ease. One must remember to avoid harming the two celestial herbs nestled between the springs, nor should any of those on the shore be disturbed. One may cultivate either on the bank or within the pool, Qian Yuhan timely reminded, for he genuinely feared that one day, in a moment of indulgence, it might bring ruin to this place. "Henceforth, I shall call you Sun Wukong." The red demon stone monkey king nodded in agreement, having placed complete trust in Qian Yuhan. It felt that whatever name he chose or task he assigned would be acceptable, for it sensed that this young lad possessed the potential to elevate it to great heights. Qian Yuhan intends to return to this place after some time, planning to bring Fangya along on his next visit. Fangya undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than he does. She must have gleaned considerable insight from the books she has read regarding which celestial herbs can assist his brothers in enhancing their strength. After conveying certain matters to Sun Wukong, Qian Yuhan retraced his steps from the cave. This outdoor practical exercise was prematurely concluded due to the unfortunate encounter of Qian Yuhan's team with the venomous Scorpion King, which resulted in 5 members succumbing to poisoning and 1 individual going missing. The group then gathered to prepare for their return, and on their way to find Qian Yuhan, Zhou Yu and the others encountered him on his way back. Qian Yuhan offered a brief explanation but refrained from discussing the ice and fire duality. Zhou Yu accompanied Qian Yuhan aboard their class's soul-guided airship, which took off for their return journey. Meanwhile, Han Shui, who had previously brought back 5 individuals who were poisoned and unconscious, had already disembarked from the airship. The Academy's medical team promptly transported the 5 to the infirmary for detoxification and treatment. Outside the medical room, several teachers from other grades were engaged in conversation, lamenting the misfortune of the children who had encountered the venomous Scorpion King. Fortunately, they had only inhaled a small amount of toxic mist. Had they been stung, it would have likely resulted in dire consequences. Indeed, and there is also mention of a missing child, one remarked. Is that so? What shall we do? How tragic for the poor child, merely 8 years old. At that moment, the dean of the academy, Han Tianyin, happened to pass by the infirmary. Given that it was just after class, the corridor was bustling with students, and the teachers were oblivious to the dean's presence, allowing him to overhear their conversation. A first-year student is in trouble. Han Tianyin approached the group of chatting teachers. Ah, Dean, please, answer me quickly. I report to the Pope's Hall weekly. What has transpired? One teacher replied hastily. It's as we just discussed. A team of 6 unexpectedly encountered the Scorpion King. 5 have been poisoned and are currently receiving treatment. And 1 is missing. We're unsure if they have been found. And what is the name of the missing child? It seems to be Qian Yuhan. The dean turned and walked away, pondering the matter as he made his way. He deemed it necessary to report this situation, recognizing that the Pope's Hall must be made aware. The Martial Soul Hall is a significant branch of the Pope's Hall, with the Elder Hall and Awakening Hall being the 2 principal sub-branches of the imperial capitals. All departments of the Martial Soul Hall are directly managed by the Pope's Hall. It could be said that the Pope's Hall holds the highest authority within the Martial Soul Hall, second only to the Hall of Offerings. Han Tianyin believed this situation warranted attention from the Pope's Hall, even though he anticipated criticism from the Pope. The outdoor practical training for new students had been proposed by the Educational Department of the Martial Soul Hall and subsequently approved by the Pope's Hall. Han Tianyin had always felt uneasy about it, but had not found the opportunity to propose its cancellation. This incident presented a suitable chance. Han Tianyin was a titled Douluo, possessing formidable strength, yet he lacked the necessary power to ascend to the Elder Hall, still falling slightly short. Nevertheless, he had earned the appreciation of Pope Xiaohui, who had bestowed upon him an Elder-S token despite his absence from the Elder Hall. With the Elder-S token in hand, Han Tianyin approached the Pope's Hall to request an audience with the Pope. Without this token, gaining an audience with the Pope would require numerous approvals, a highly convoluted process. The Elder-S token alleviated much of the burden for Han Tianyin. Before long, the guard opened the door, signaling that he could enter. As Han Tianyin passed through the grand entrance, he was greeted by the sight of the sacred hall of the Pope's Hall. Only those of high status and power can enter here. Han Tianyin knelt on one knee, expressing his reverence as he said, I pay my respects to your holiness. Rise, Tianyin. There is no need for such formality between us here. Thank you, your holiness. Han Tianyin stood upright. Sitting upon the papal throne, a symbol of supreme authority, Xiaohui inquired, didn't the morning meeting just conclude? Why have you returned so soon? Your holiness, I had only just returned to the academy when I heard of a matter that I find quite serious, so I hurried to report it to you. What could possibly be of such gravity? Your holiness, I have hesitated for a long time regarding this issue. It concerns the outdoor practical training for new students. Ever since the Ministry of Education proposed it, I have been opposed. Xiaohui interjected, Tianyin, I am aware of your opposition to this matter. The majority of the council has agreed to its implementation, and I cannot say much more. It has been 5 years without incident, has it not? Your holiness, I have previously stated that if something were to go wrong, it would be catastrophic, and here we are. Are you implying that an incident has occurred this time? Xiaohui asked. Indeed, your holiness. A small team unexpectedly encountered the venomous Scorpion King, resulting in 5 individuals, Hu Liner, Mu Chun, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Fang Ye falling into a state of poisoning and unconsciousness, with Qian Yuhan missing. What did you say? Xiaohui suddenly shouted. An overwhelming aura of a super Douluo erupting around him. Xiaohui understood clearly, while he might not know the others. Mu Chun was the son of the golden crocodile Douluo, and Qian Yuhan was a prominent heir. The fact that both of these talented youths had encountered misfortune in the same term unsettled Xiaohui greatly. Chapter 46. A new devil teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy. Han Tianyin, witnessing the Pope's loss of composure, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Sensing the anger and dread hidden within that question, Your Holiness, a 6-member team encountered the venomous Scorpion King during outdoor training, resulting in 5 individuals. Han Tianyin began to repeat his earlier statement when Xiaohui abruptly interrupted him. From this day forth, the new student outdoor practical training at the Wuhuan Temple Academy is hereby cancelled. Han Tianyin rejoiced and continued, Your Holiness is wise, but what of the council members? Does my decision require their approval? Xiaohui declared. I shall issue a papal decree. Those who defy it shall face dire consequences. As Xiao Hui's imposing aura eased somewhat with this decision, he continued, By the way, has Qian Yuhan been located? Reporting to your holiness. Not yet. I tell you. Han Tianyin, you must find that child, alive or dead. He cannot perish. Yes, I will spare no effort in the search. Furthermore, what of the teachers in charge? Shouldn't such outdoor exercises be conducted under covert protection? Your Excellency, it is impossible for the teacher to provide timely protection to every group. This indeed represents the greatest flaw of such activities. There is some merit in that perspective. It reflects our misjudgment in decision-making. This incident serves as a wake-up call, revealing that there are numerous aspects of the academy that require further improvement. Let us begin with the reform of the teaching staff. After a series of discussions, Xiao Hui and Han Tianyin have broadly outlined a framework. Very well, other aspects can be addressed gradually, however. The reform of the teaching staff should commence with this year's freshmen, ensuring that the students of the academy receive the finest educational environment. The dual teaching method you mentioned earlier seems feasible to me, one focusing on theory and the other on practical application. The true essence of combat lies in the fusion of both. Tianyin, please return and draft a proposal. I will expedite the approval on my end. Yes, Your Excellency. Han Tianyin felt elated. Not only had he successfully abolished the outdoor practical training activity he most despised, but he had also encountered unexpected delights. He had always been a person who concealed his emotions, yet today he walked with a certain buoyancy, as if each step resonated with the triumphs of life. Upon returning to the Soul Hall Academy, he summoned the responsible teachers from each grade to convene in the meeting room. Xiao Hui was quite supportive of his dual teacher training plan, having prepared extensively, yet every time he submitted it, it was suppressed for various reasons. Seizing the opportunity to meet directly with the Pope, he was pleasantly surprised by the Pope's support, which made everything much easier. The grade directors entered the meeting room and took their seats. Han Tianyin distributed the plans he had arranged for printing in the Soul Guide document room. The directors perused the documents, occasionally casting glances at each other's reactions. Han Tianyin observed their responses. Some nodded in agreement, others appeared contemplative, while a few outright shook their heads. After reviewing the materials, Han Shui expressed her support, approaching Han Tianyin and stating, Dean, all the freshmen from the first year have returned safely, including the previously missing Qian Yuhan. Zhou Yu mentioned that he was thrown away by the tail sting of the Scorpion King and was rescued by a red demon stone monkey king we had previously saved. Han Tianyin's expression fluctuated upon hearing Han Shui's report. He felt joy at Qian Yuhan's safe return, yet found it absurd that he had been flung away by a single tail and subsequently rescued by a red demon stone monkey. Truly bizarre. Ahem, thank you, Director Han. To the grade directors, he remarked, You have all reviewed the plan, which has received the Pope's endorsement. Those who had previously opposed the plan found it difficult to voice further objections upon hearing this. The Pope, one of the most powerful figures in the Soul Hall, rendered them mere educators, leaving them with little room for dissent. This plan will commence with the freshmen of the first year. Director Han, could you please inform the homeroom teachers of each class in your grade whether they will be responsible for practical or theoretical content? The teachers responsible for the other content may volunteer, and ultimately, if there are any vacancies, they will report to the academy for assignments. Of course, the homeroom teachers must submit an information form regarding their choice of the second teacher for approval, akin to the process for hiring new instructors. For practical classes, you may prioritize borrowing the Soul Arena. All right, Dean, I will convey this information right away. Now, esteemed directors, are there any further questions? Oh, by the way, the dual teacher teaching plan for the subsequent grades will be implemented progressively, and I will keep you updated. You may take the planning document for your own study. Meeting adjourned. Han Shui arrived at the first grade teacher's office and convened a meeting with the 7 homeroom teachers, relaying the content communicated by the dean. Among these educators, Zhou Yu was the most elated. Though she was a fervent enthusiast of battle, she primarily taught theory, imparting only a smattering of practical experience to her students. Although she was at rank 67, this was largely due to her advantageous martial spirit, the 7 treasure glaze tile, making her an external disciple of the 7 treasure glaze tile sect. However, she had always advocated for a synthesis of theory and practice, which perfectly aligned with the new teaching methodology. Han Xian, a proponent of theoretical instruction, naturally felt some aversion, yet with the academy's arrangement, she had no choice but to find a practical instructor for her second class. Zhou Yu, however, already had someone in mind. Zhou Yu leaned contentedly against the shoulder of a handsome man, her face radiant with a sweet smile. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the strikingly handsome figure beside her, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. How about it, Yinzi? Since you can no longer stay at the Heavendo Royal Academy, why not come over here to teach practical classes? It's unfortunate that we're always so far apart, only able to meet during holidays. The dashing young man was none other than Zhou Yu's husband, Yu Ziyang. He playfully tapped the tip of Zhou Yu's nose and said, "Didn't you say we shouldn't discuss work during our time off? We're both workaholics. I've finally managed to take half a month off, and we should enjoy it together." "Ah, but I'm being serious. I can't bear the long distance anymore. It's too painful. This presents a perfect opportunity. As our academy's new teaching reforms align splendidly with my educational philosophy, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, we wouldn't have to endure the distance. My educational ideals could be realized at the academy, and the institution is exceptional and would surely suit your tastes. Let me think it over," Yu Ziyang replied. His expression troubled. It wasn't that he was particularly reluctant to leave the Heavendo Royal Academy, but rather that he felt a deep fondness for the students he had taught there. "Are you reluctant to leave those kids?" Zhou Yu immediately discerned his thoughts, to which Yu Ziyang nodded in agreement. "Aren't they graduating soon? They're all in the royal class and will undoubtedly become the Imperial Guard of the Heavendo Empire. They must be incredibly busy lately. You are not bound to remain here forever. After all, there are winter and summer breaks," said Zhou Yu. Yu Ziyang nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us see if the students in your class can endure my training. Indeed, I have faith in them. You should simply write a resignation letter to be sent back. It will save you from further troubles with those old geezers at the academy. Some of the committee members are rather decent. My reluctance to stay at the Tiando Royal Academy stems from those few young rascals in the royal class. It truly is a vexation. I completely understand. Do not dwell on it too much. It is time for rest. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to them and perhaps instill a sense of awe. You wouldn't mind being regarded as a former devilish instructor from the Tiando Royal Academy, would you?" Zhou Yu smiled, radiating warmth and beauty. "My dear, I have already made a promise to you. Shouldn't you also consider fulfilling my wishes? What are you doing? I find you insufferable." Without allowing Zhou Yu to finish her sentence, Yu Ziyang swiftly lifted her and carried her into her chamber. "If time permits this evening, I might add a chapter. I will certainly make up for the 2 chapters not released on Saturday. Next chapter preview. What is the teaching style of the devilish instructor Yu Ziyang like? Anticipate the outcome. Can Qian Yuhan withstand it? Hu Liner and Fang Ye are still hospitalized, leaving Qian Yuhan to bear it alone." Chapter 47. Hellish Training, Part 1. While Zhou Yu and Yu Ziyang shared tender moments, Qian Yuhan was summoned by Han Shui to accompany her to the dean's office. Qian Yuhan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What's going on at this hour? Goodness, am I really being summoned to meet the higher-ups here? Have I committed some grave transgression?" Qian Yuhan mentally reviewed the events of the past few days. Nothing significant had occurred, save for one instance of the outdoor drill's disappearance. Han Shui seemed to sense Qian Yuhan's thoughts and spoke reassuringly. "Do not be anxious. The director's summoning is certainly not for any trouble, so rest assured." Qian Yuhan nodded slightly. The two arrived at the dean's office, and after Han Shui knocked on the door, a deep and resonant voice beckoned from within. "Come in." The voice was rich and imposing. Han Shui gestured for Qian Yuhan to enter. "Qian Yuhan, am I the only one going in? Farewell, coward." Qian Yuhan stepped inside, and Han Shui took the opportunity to gently close the door, providing the two with a private space for their conversation. Qian Yuhan entered and beheld a middle-aged man adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles, perusing various documents upon his desk. Qian Yuhan could clearly see the prominent title above, Class 1 Practical Instructor, Yu Ziyang. Han Tian slightly lifted his head and said to Qian Yuhan with a gentle tone, "You are about to become a celebrity after this outdoor practical exercise." "Oh, Dean, I dare not claim such a title. It is my fault for somehow stumbling into the domain of the tooth-claw scorpion." Qian Yuhan took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, and Han Tian chuckled, saying, "Ha ha ha, this is indeed a form of training, isn't it? My dear child, you have performed admirably. If I were to judge solely by your actions, I would hardly believe you to be merely 8 years old." "Cough, cough, cough, director, you jest," Qian Yuhan replied, his demeanor modest yet earnest. Han Tian gazed upon Qian Yuhan, his inherently kind smile becoming even gentler. "Child, you are clearly someone with a story to tell. May I inquire about it?" Considering the talents described by Han Shui and the shock exhibited by the Pope upon hearing of Qian Yuhan's disappearance, Han Tian surmised that the child's background must be extraordinary. In a city where the disappearance of a child is not uncommon, especially in the chaotic environment of Spirit Soul City, the vanishing of a child from the Soul Beast Forest seemed particularly alarming. Han Tian believed that a seasoned individual like Xiao Hui would not react with such alarm to the disappearance of a student. Thus, it was evident that Qian Yuhan possessed a unique identity. Han Tianyin's thoughts were not far off. Yet he had not considered the connection to the esteemed elder Qian Mo of the Spirit Hall. After all, how could a director of an academy be privy to such secrets? Director, I have lived with my father since childhood, accompanied by several uncles who played with me. However, my father has been on a mysterious mission for quite some time and has not returned. He may have already perished. Qian Yuhan spoke in a hurried manner. As Han Tian gazed into Qian Yuhan's eyes, which were bright and clear, devoid of any furtive glances, affirming the truth of his words. Qian Yuhan speaks the truth, and thus he feels entirely at ease. His father is indeed Qian Mo, and several of his uncles serve as the deities in the offering hall. Qian Mo has been absent for a considerable time, and in his eyes, he is already presumed dead. I am sorry for your suffering, my child. The director, may I take my leave to rest, as I have early classes tomorrow? Qian Yuhan had spoken so candidly, leaving Han Tianyin with little room for further commentary. Indeed, as the evening had grown late, it was imperative to ensure the students' quality of sleep, especially as they were still in their growing years. Qian Yuhan exited the dean's office, nodded in acknowledgement to Director Han Shui, and hurried towards the dormitory. Han Shui entered the office and inquired, "How is the dean? Does this child have any background?" Han Tianyin shook his head with a sigh and replied, "This child hails from an ordinary family, yet he is a good boy, humble and courteous, quite commendable." Han Shui refrained from further questioning about Qian Yuhan's background, shifting her focus to the report that Zhou Yu had handed to Han Tianyin. "What do you think of Yu Ziang? He graduated from the same class as teacher Han Xin, both from the Tiando Royal Academy. Immediately after graduation, he was retained with a lucrative offer to teach. Zhou Yu encountered him during her in-depth studies at Tiando, and they fell in love. They both regard Yu Ziang as a treasure, although his teaching methods are somewhat." Han Tianyin glanced at the training style section of the document, which read, "Strict, rigorous, high standards, and demanding. This person seems intriguing. I have high hopes for him," he chuckled. "By the way, Dean, Yu Ziang has his own unique training curriculum and insists that the academy must not interfere with his teaching," Han Shui promptly added. "Very well, let us accommodate him. Let us observe what transformations this couple can bring about in class 1 of the freshmen," he concluded. The next day, as per routine, Qian Yuhan had written a letter detailing his experiences in the Setting Sun Forest, omitting the incident regarding the ice and fire eyes. During his morning run, he slipped the letter into the mailbox. Everything was as usual, except that dormitory 101 felt somewhat lonely with just him. On his way to class, there was no one to joke around with, rendering the day even more tedious. Without Huliner to tease him, the day felt rather dull. Upon reaching the classroom, he noticed Zhou Yu standing at the podium alongside another handsome middle-aged man, which piqued his curiosity, yet he thought little of it and chose a seat. "All right, class, let me introduce you. From today onwards, we shall commence the dual teacher training program arranged by the academy. In simpler terms, we will have separate instruction from practical and theoretical teachers, enhancing our professionalism. This is your new teacher, Teacher Yu. Please welcome him with applause." "Hello, everyone. I am Yu Ziang, your practical instructor." Yu Ziang presented a cold and unfeeling demeanor, his words devoid of any emotion, starkly contrasting with the Yu Ziang from the previous night. This was his persona as a teacher. There was no choice but to maintain this fade. "This morning, we will have a practical lesson, followed by a half session of practical class in the afternoon. If the training assigned to you is not completed, the theory session will be forfeited, and I'm afraid you will have to attend the theory class in the evening after dinner." His few words left the entire class in stunned silence. "It seems you are all in shock, so I shall refrain from further unnecessary chatter. Assemble at the academy entrance." The students gathered at the entrance, where the chill of the coldest season enveloped them, having been summoned to the school gates early in the morning, the wind biting as it swept in from the riverside. The temperature difference between day and night is quite pronounced. Although the seasons resemble spring, the daytime and nighttime are far from warm. Many individuals are rubbing their hands together for warmth, while others exhale puffs of warm air. Now here are the iron jackets. Everyone can don one and begin running. We shall circle the school, taking the opportunity to admire the beauty of the campus. This will occupy our entire morning, and we cannot afford to pause. Remember, not even once. If you do, the consequences will be quite unpleasant. Iron jackets? Surely, we jest, dear teacher. Running for an entire morning without a break seems utterly exhausting. A murmur of discontent echoed among the students in the class. Qin Yuhan was the first to approach the pile of iron armor, donning a piece and silently beginning to run. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. All of you are destined to become soul masters. Without adequate physical stamina, how will you confront soul beasts in the future? How will you engage in the arduous struggle against them? Move quickly, Zhou Yu remarked with a smile from the side. Your initial display of authority is indeed quite formidable. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's praise, Yu Xing glanced around, noticing that his classmates had already taken off and playfully stuck out his tongue at her, saying, I can't help it. Having established this persona, I must continue to maintain it. It's exhausting, you know. The morning session will continue tomorrow, as there are still several grueling training exercises yet to be unveiled. Anticipate them for tomorrow. The third update is complete, and I have made up for Saturday's missed entry. More to come tomorrow. Thank you for your encouragement. Chapter 48, Hellish Training Part 2. Qin Yuhan led the way at the forefront, running swiftly while simultaneously channeling the soul energy within. Qin Yuhan was quite taken aback, as he had not anticipated that channeling his soul power in this manner would allow it to flow more smoothly through his meridians. However, this method was undeniably exhausting. Even before completing a single lap, he was already drenched in sweat, partly due to the immense size of the Spirit Hall Academy, which occupied nearly 1/5 of the Spirit City. To those unfamiliar with the scale of the institution, it might appear as a grand palace from a distance. After all, it is the foremost soul master academy on the continent, attracting young soul masters from all corners who seek to study there, without considerable strength or connections. Gaining entry is no simple feat. Many of the students in Class 1, inspired by Qin Yuhan, were gritting their teeth and persevering. Deep down, each of them harbored a competitive spirit. If one of their peers could succeed, so could they, and perhaps even surpass them. This collective resolve meant they were unwilling to relent, especially when they saw Qin Yuhan leading the charge ahead of them. Observing the children who had completed 2 laps, Yu Ziyang felt a sense of satisfaction. How are these children faring? Asked Zhou Yu. Quite well, replied Yu Ziyang. It was rare for him to commend students, as his standards were exceedingly high, and he placed great importance on first impressions. His previous students had also begun with extreme endurance runs, and indeed, it was extreme. Yet, nearly 99% of them ultimately failed to meet his expectations, with some resorting to shortcuts. However, the students at the Spirit Hall Academy had truly impressed him. Those who persevered undoubtedly possessed unwavering faith and resolute willpower. Such steadfast determination is the most crucial and precious treasure on the path to becoming a formidable individual. Zhao Ke from Class 1 exclaimed, Class leader, I can barely go on. Hold on. Just a little longer and class will be over. Are you really going to give up now? Qin Yuhan is currently out of breath, yet he continues to encourage Zhao Ke, who is an ordinary student but remarkably diligent. Their encounter occurred during a morning jog, and since then, they have become running partners and cherished friends. In truth, Qin Yuhan is uncertain how much longer they must endure until class is dismissed. He now relies solely on his willpower to persevere. The streetlights outdoors are equipped with broadcasting soul guiding devices, and with each lamp they pass, they eagerly anticipate the sound of the bell that symbolizes hope and liberation. The current dual teacher curriculum is quite straightforward, comprising practical classes and theoretical classes, each occupying half a day. On the first day, practical lessons are held in the morning and theory in the afternoon, with the schedule reversing on the second day, creating a continuous cycle. At last, the class bell rings. Qin Yuhan and her companions collapsed onto the ground as if granted a reprieve, gasping for breath. Students from other classes emerged from their classrooms, observing the disheveled state of Class 1 with a hint of schadenfreude. Han Shui had established the schedule. On the first day, odd-numbered classes would engage in practical lessons in the morning and theoretical ones in the afternoon, while even-numbered classes would follow the opposite format. The practical instructor for Class 3 was their homeroom teacher, Ren Lei, who promptly led them to the Soul Combat Arena for hands-on instruction. Students from Classes 5 and 7 were meeting their practical instructors for the first time since their homeroom teachers were solely theoretical educators. Thus, the atmosphere was considerably relaxed, with the teachers engaging in light conversation. In stark contrast, the members of Class 1 lay sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. They were completely drained of energy. with even Qian Yuhan no exception. They had circled the academy nearly 6 or 7 times, covering a distance of approximately 60 to 70 kilometers. From 8:30 to 12, they had run this arduous distance in a span of 4.5 hours. Even though they could utilize their soul power, the inability to rest and replenish energy promptly meant they had to endure the strain solely through their physical endurance until class was dismissed, which was quite an impressive feat. Yu Ziang nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Well done," in a tone devoid of emotion. Is this teacher truly devoid of sentiment? How can one discern his current feelings when he speaks with such neutrality? A male student weakly interjected. Another student chimed in, "Indeed. I feel as if my legs might shatter, and my waist feels as though it has aged a decade. I think I saw him smile just now." He nodded with a hint of amusement. Qian Yuhan remarked. Qian Yuhan's words were akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Qian Yuhan slowly rose to his feet, feeling as if his body were on the verge of falling apart. "Everyone, let us hasten and take a few more steps to the dining hall for a meal. Otherwise, if we arrive late, we shall have to stand in line for an interminable time, and that would truly be a torment." Qian Yuhan promptly reminded everyone, then trudged towards the cafeteria with a heavy gait, his mind singularly focused on one thought: to eat, bathe, and sleep. After finishing his meal, he limped heavily towards the dormitory building. Upon entering room 101, he gritted his teeth and climbed the stairs to his bed, collapsing onto it in exhaustion. Whether it was due to his overwhelming fatigue or his position as he fell, Qian Yuhan began to snore, his volume rivaling that of Mu Chun. Fortunately, Tang Xian and Tang Chun were still in the infirmary, their bodies unable to purge the toxins completely, remaining in a comatose state. Mu Chun, Hu Liner, and Fang Ye were in a similar predicament. Even after the toxins were expelled, they would require further observation in the infirmary. The venom released by the Scorpion King contained extremely dangerous toxins, and given their youth, it was prudent to exercise caution. This toxin had been studied before, and its treatment proved to be quite challenging. The expulsion of the poison had to be gradual. Attempting to extract it all at once would necessitate a formidable infusion of soul power. At the moment when ample soul power was infused, the toxins would wreak havoc on the victim's internal organs and meridians, which was the most problematic aspect. The toxicity was potent, yet it could not be fully extracted in one go. It had to be done incrementally. Thankfully, the amount inhaled by Mu Chun and the others was not excessive, and the damage to their bodies would require a period of recuperation. Qian Yuhan stretched lazily, awakening to excruciating pain throughout her body, particularly in her thighs and lower back, feeling as though she were suffering the pangs of death. Glancing at the clock hanging on the dormitory wall, she gasped in shock. Realizing she was late, Qian Yuhan, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, hastily donned his academy uniform and gathered his study materials before rushing towards the teaching building like the wind. This is bad, this is bad. Upon realizing that he had already missed 10 minutes of class when he opened his eyes, a sense of dread washed over him. As he arrived breathlessly at the classroom door, he found it empty save for 2 teachers, Mr. Zhou and Ms. Yu. What could this mean? As Qian Yuhan still pondered in confusion, Zhou Yu smiled and said, "You have arrived. You are the first to come. Please, step inside." Qian Yuhan gazed at Zhou Yu's smile, which increasingly sent shivers down his spine. As he walked towards his desk, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Upon settling into his seat, he observed Zhou Yu still smiling and Yu Ziyang wearing a grim expression, which made him sense that something ominous was about to unfold. Today was overwhelmingly hectic, filled with classes and devoid of any respite. During the brief breaks, he would need to hastily borrow others' assignments. This was merely the first update. He would continue writing later in the evening. Do you think Qian Yuhan's intuition is accurate? Hiki. In light of the struggles and exhaustion I have faced in reality these past few days, I must apologize to little Qian Yuhan, for I shall undoubtedly double the burden upon you. Hihi. Chapter 49, Hellish Training, Part 3. Qian Yuhan sensed that matters were far more complicated than they appeared, and a tempest of chaos awaited them. Subsequently, numerous classmates, much like Qian Yuhan, hurried to the classroom entrance. Upon seeing the few individuals present and the affable Zhou Yu on stage, an immediate sense of foreboding washed over them. Before Zhou Yu could utter a word, they hastily scampered to their seats. For an entire hour, aside from 2 vacant spots, the classroom was filled to capacity, with everyone seated in a remarkably upright manner. Now that everyone is here, let us commence the lesson, Zhou Yu stated in a calm tone. The students gazed at her in astonishment, while Zhou Yu turned to Yu Ziyang, who nodded and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. What? Do you not wish to attend class? The students, resembling a chorus of bobbing heads, shook their heads vigorously, their eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for theoretical knowledge, yearning to absorb information as if they were starved for it. They even contemplated making up for the lost hour the following afternoon. Thus, Zhou Yu conducted a straightforward lesson that afternoon, from 2:30 to 5 o'clock, extending an hour into the evening. The subject matter revolved around the relationships of restraint among soul masters. Yet she provided numerous intriguing real-life examples that rendered the afternoon far more enjoyable than the morning. However, 5 minutes before the end of class, Zhou Yu's words shattered their idyllic hopes. That concludes today's lesson. Your entire class was tardy for an hour, and you must make up for it. As the saying goes, what is to be done today must be done today. However, I have a meeting to attend. Instantly, the students stiffened, realizing what was to come. Your teacher Yu has ample time, and he needs to become better acquainted with you, so he will be your instructor. Gather at the first Soul Arena by 7 o'clock tonight, and do not be late. Class dismissed. I'll let you go early so you can eat. Make sure to eat well. The students understood that evasion was futile. Qin Yuhan took the initiative, dashing out of the classroom towards the dining hall. The others quickly followed suit, surging forth like a band of marauders entering a city, creating a thunderous commotion in the corridor. If they were on land, a cloud of dust would surely rise, presenting a spectacular scene of a full-scale assault. The cafeteria staff momentarily froze at the sight of the sudden influx of students. Auntie, please hurry and serve the food. 4 ounces of rice, this dish, and that one over there. What is that? Never mind, just give me one of those. One student directed the cafeteria staff, who scrambled to serve dishes as if playing a drum. Good heavens, how long had it been since they last ate? Qin Yuhan inquired. Annie, do you have any nourishing dishes that can alleviate fatigue and weakness? The response was affirmative, suggesting that the dragon scale soft-shelled turtle soup is an excellent tonic. However, dear child, your body is still quite young. A 100-year-old variant would suffice. There was a teacher who, feeling exceedingly weak, opted for a millennia-old delicacy, which cost nearly 10,000 gold marriage coins. Qin Yuhan. No. I am not that kind of virtual being. I am genuinely weak. Auntie, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. I am simply fatigued from rigorous training. Do you have anything to alleviate this fatigue? Oh, yes, indeed. The lunch lady evidently felt awkward due to her misunderstanding. This fried sliced meat, made from the silver moonwolf, is quite suitable. It possesses excellent restorative properties as a healing soul beast, and a century-old specimen will suffice. It costs 200 gold soul coins. Qin Yuhan turned his gaze towards the menu suspended above, where the section for the crispy fried meat displayed a plethora of dishes crafted from various meats. Silver moonwolf, known for its remarkable restorative abilities, effectively alleviating fatigue and offering commendable healing for minor wounds. That's the one. And could I have an additional 2 liang of rice? Oh, and please add some more meat. But do be gentle. After finishing his meal, Qin Yuhan returned to his dormitory to rest for a while. Lying on his bed, he found himself lost in thought. He dared not close his eyes for fear of oversleeping without anyone to awaken him. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was already 7 o'clock. The class gathered in an orderly fashion at the number 1 Soul Arena. Qin Yuhan counted the number of students and reported to Yu Ziyang that everyone was present and ready to commence the lesson. Tonight's activity was quite straightforward, an obstacle course. Not another running session. Come on, teacher. I truly can't bear it. My legs are still trembling. My waist is aching. I fear I shall be utterly incapacitated in the future. The students voiced their grievances one after another. Yu Ziyang listened to their complaints while making a concerted effort to suppress his laughter. Internally, he was already chuckling with delight. These kids are simply too amusing. Ha 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 ha. Yet, he maintained a stoic expression as he summoned his soul rings, exuding an aura of authority. Goodness, a 7-ring soul sage. Upon seeing the soul rings, the students fell silent. Qin Yuhan led them to begin their run, scaling walls, squeezing through small openings, crawling for 10 meters, and then weaving around poles. Essentially, they were to navigate the designated course laid out within the entire number 1 Soul Arena. Watching the 48 students run, Yu Ziyang felt an immense sense of pride. This was the result of an hour of contemplation and an afternoon of preparation. They were to enjoy it thoroughly. An hour seemed to stretch on endlessly, as if a century had passed. The obstacle course, though it appeared simple, revealed its true nature after just 1 lap. It could truly exhaust one to the point of collapse. Qian Yuhan and the others had completely lost all sense of time. They merely repeated the mechanical motions of running and leaping over obstacles, each effort demanding every ounce of their strength. Sweat drenched their garments, and their breaths grew heavy and labored, yet they dared not show the slightest hint of complacency, for Yu Zhang was observing them closely. Throughout this period, they had been grappling with their own limits. Meanwhile, Yu Zhang, in the preparation area, illuminated by the light, was engrossed in a book on the self-cultivation of soul masters. Upon glancing at the clock, he noted that nearly 2 hours had passed. All right, everyone, that will be all for today. Hurry back to your dorms to shower and rest. You all performed admirably today, and the girls excelled even further. I hope you can endure and persevere. The future belongs to you. What the group did not realize was that Yu Zhang seldom praised his students in their presence. Had this sentiment reached his former students at the Douluo Royal Academy, they would undoubtedly suspect their hearing had failed them. Qian Yuhan was taking a hot shower in the dormitory bathroom, the warm water cascading over his body, seemingly washing away all the fatigue of the day. How refreshing, he thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the corridor. Students of the new class, come to the guard room on the first floor. Your homeroom teacher has brought your assignments. What? There's homework for the theory class. Chapter 50, The Evolution of Martial Spirits. After hastily completing the theoretical assignments, Qian Yuhan retrieved a letter from his mailbox that he had picked up after dinner. As he gazed at the letter, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up within him. This pen pal, Shui, truly understood him, and through their correspondence over the past weeks, Qian Yuhan felt a profound connection with her. Shui's letters were carefree and candid. She wrote about everything, sharing her thoughts and grievances with an endless stream of content. She would joyfully recount her happy moments and confide in him during her times of anger and sadness. Qian Yuhan believes that this Snow must be a person with a rich narrative, yet lacks a confidant to share her tales. At this moment, he is more than willing to be that individual, ready to listen to her recount the intricacies of her life and stories, while also sharing the myriad experiences and dilemmas he has encountered. In a prior correspondence, Snow had revealed that she is a female student enrolled at the Douluo Royal Academy, leading a seemingly ordinary life. Qian Yuhan has long harbored this sentiment. The content of her letter reveals a profound emotional depth, indicating that she is a sensitive soul. Furthermore, her tendency to write incessantly about trivial matters at school suggests that she embodies the essence of a proud and somewhat spoiled princess. Qian Yuhan recalled that she had mentioned her origins from the Royal Academy of Tiando. Today, her practical instructor, Yu Zhang, whom she had seen yesterday in Han Tiannin's office, was also from the same academy. She inquired if he recognized him and humorously complained to Shui about Yu Zhang's devilish demeanor. Exhausted beyond measure, Qian Yuhan penned a mere 200 to 300 words before setting down her quill and retiring to bed for rest. The following morning, she instinctively joined Zhao Ku for their customary morning run. Despite having been thoroughly exhausted the previous day, altering their biological clock proved to be quite a challenge. Taking advantage of the half-hour before class, Qian Yuhan visited the infirmary to check on the 5 individuals still in a state of unconsciousness. The attending physician informed her that they would likely regain consciousness by the following day, as today marked the final extraction of toxins. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, casting a lingering glance at Hu Lin Air. In a matter of days, Hu Lin Air and Feng Ye had returned to class, albeit still frail. Yu Ziyang had arranged appropriate recovery training for them during his practical lessons to aid in their rehabilitation, while Qian Yuhan and the others endured their grueling regimen. By the time Hu Lin Air and the others rejoined their class, Qian Yuhan and his companions had already undergone a week of arduous training and had grown accustomed to it. They could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in their physical prowess. The previous regimen involving the ice and fire duality, I, and the celestial grass, coupled with a week of intense training, allowed Qian Yuhan to better absorb the residual effects of the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, resulting in an elevation of his soul power by 2 levels, reaching the 36th rank. The other 3 members of Dormitory 101, upon learning from Qian Yuhan about the formidable instructor Yu Ziyang, regarded him with a mix of sympathy and respect. From Shui's correspondence, Qian Yuhan discovered that Yu Ziyang was indeed an exceptional teacher, although strict. His students ultimately held him in great esteem for the solid foundation he laid for their future cultivation. Upon the upper echelons of the Douluo Royal Academy receiving his resignation letter, they were nearly driven to madness in their search for him. only to realize through Qian Yuhan's letter that he had gone to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, assuring Qian Yuhan that he would never betray their trust. In the following half-semester, the 4 members of Qian Yuhan's dormitory, including Hu Lin Air and Fang Ye, often engaged in study and sparring together. On a starlit night, Qian Yuhan confessed his feelings to Hu Lin Air, shattering the proverbial glass between them, and they became a couple admired by all. During a short holiday in the semester, he invited Fang Ye for another trip to the setting sun forest, initially intending to include Hu Lin Air, but she politely declined, citing numerous matters at home that required her attention. Naturally, this time, Qian Yuhan also enlisted the assistance of the Tangwei Douluo, who disguised himself as an old man pulling a cart to accompany them. Tangwei Douluo mused. A dignified title Douluo reduced to acting as a bodyguard in such a manner. He waited outside the cave as Qian Yuhan had instructed, contemplating what these young ones could possibly do inside, and soon entered a meditative state for training. Qian Yuhan was not mistaken. Fang Ye indeed possessed knowledge of herbal medicine. She had perused numerous volumes on rare celestial herbs hidden within her family's library. Upon entering the Eye of Ice and Fire, she was struck with astonishment. It turned out that these extraordinary herbs congregated in such a place abundant with spiritual energy. As Fang Ye marveled at the scene, she felt an unseen force beckoning her, compelling her to move slowly in that direction. Fang Ye, where are you going? But she paid no heed, fixated on a particular corner as she walked. Qian Yuhan followed Fang Ye to a small corner near the blazing yang spring at the Eye of Ice and Fire. The two gazed at a plant radiating a warm orange glow, reminiscent of a sunflower. Upon closer inspection, the plant was predominantly adorned in vibrant orange, with the central parts of each petal and the stem boasting a striking deep red, akin to the brilliance of flames. This remarkable color combination rendered it extraordinarily unique. As if it emanated an intense heat, it was immediately apparent that this was a type of fire attribute celestial herb compared to ordinary plants. It exuded a noticeably stronger energy fluctuation. Is this the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Fang Ye exclaimed, her astonishment overwhelming her to the point of speechlessness. Is this truly the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Qian Yuhan echoed in agreement. Qian Yuhan recalled that in the original novel, the protagonist had given this to a brother, after which the malevolent fire within him dissipated, significantly enhancing his abilities. Why not give it a try? Huh? Me? Am I truly able to? Upon hearing Fang Ye's words, Qian Yuhan smiled gently. Of course, it is entirely feasible. You are, after all, a phoenix martial spirit, albeit one that has undergone a mutation. Your inherent affinity for fire still resides within you, and consuming it may yield unforeseen benefits. Fang Ye felt a surge of joy, recalling how her family had long sought the treasured coxcomb phoenix aster. It was said that partaking of it would lead to a significant enhancement. She also knew from her readings how to properly consume the coxcomb phoenix aster, following the instructions gleaned from her studies. She ingested it and immediately sensed a warmth beginning to envelop her body. Qian Yuhan observed Fang Ye's face rapidly turning crimson, and in his confusion, he mistakenly believed that something had gone awry, causing him to fluster. Yes, I should seek Uncle Tianwei, he thought, recalling that Uncle Tianwei was outside the cave, and perhaps he would possess the knowledge to unravel the situation. As Qian Yuhan was about to turn and seek assistance, Fang Ye slowly spoke. I'm fine. I feel that this coxcomb phoenix sunflower is refining my martial soul. Gasping for breath, Fang Ye half squatted and continued. I sense it is reshaping my martial soul. There should be no problem. You need not worry. She persisted there, but after half an hour, she appeared somewhat fatigued. Her legs buckled, causing her to kneel on the ground, curling into a ball, her body trembling. It seemed she was still murmuring, I can hold on. I can do this. After another half hour, Qian Yuhan, who had been watching Fang Ye intently, saw her suddenly lift her head and emit a resounding phoenix cry. Her martial soul had evolved. Chapter 51. The Heaven-Defying Child. Fang Ye raised her head, and a brilliant phoenix cry echoed throughout the ice and fire duality. Even the tidal Douluo meditating outside the cave were startled by this sound. As the saying goes, all creatures have their beasts and birds. Among beasts, the dragon reigns supreme. And among birds, the phoenix holds the highest regard. Should a beast encounter a phoenix, it must bow in reverence. Similarly, birds must show deference to dragons. What is this sound of the phoenix? How did these two little ones attract a phoenix? I must go in and see, the tidal Douluo murmured. Just as he was about to enter the cave, he saw Qian Yuhan and Fang Ye emerge. You too, Uncle Tianwei, just now. Fang Ye's martial soul evolved by chance inside. It has transformed into a two-headed fire phoenix. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, the titled Douluo was overwhelmed with astonishment. What? It evolved in less than an hour? This is unbelievable. He found the news utterly shocking. Qian Yuhan had no need to tease the titled Douluo. He was merely speaking the truth. Fangya had awakened to her martial soul, evolving into a two-headed fire phoenix. According to her, this was a mutation of her martial soul, which had been in a self-imposed seal due to its overwhelming power, explaining why her martial soul had previously manifested as a mere chick. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the seal was lifted by the trace of phoenix power contained within, allowing her martial soul to restore. Thus, Fang Ya's soul power, which had been suppressed, was now unleashed, elevating her from level 9 to level 29, an astonishing increase of 20 levels. It was a terrifying augmentation, a testament to the effects of a top-tier martial soul. The two greeted Uncle Tianwei before returning into the cave. The titled Douluo shook his head and sighed, and then resumed his meditation. Back at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, under Fang Ya's guidance, Qian Yuhan harvested numerous celestial herbs, ensuring to leave roots behind to guarantee their continued growth and survival. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King was still training nearby. Had it not been for the earlier phoenix cry, it would have intended to sleep for an entire week. Qian Yuhan, let him show me whether the pool has been improperly constructed. After his slumber, he remains oblivious to our earlier entrance. After the passage of an hour, they had nearly completed their task, and Qian Yuhan along with Fang Yu departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Hearing the commotion, Tianwei Douluo concluded his meditative training, transforming the Ming-Yi White Tiger into a carriage, thus escorting the two back to the Spirit Hall Academy. Ming-Yi White Tiger. How could a prestigious top-tier martial spirit be reduced to a mere carriage? If it weren't for the previous generous offerings of meat, humph. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall Academy, night had fallen. Qian Yuhan exchanged pleasantries with Tianwei Douluo, who then vanished. Why does this coachman seem somewhat familiar? It feels as though I have encountered him at a family gathering before. You must be mistaken. He is merely an insignificant coachman. How could he possibly have attended your family's gathering? Qian Yu's heart was filled with self-reproach as he silently chastised himself for his oversight. He came to the realization that Fang Yu was not merely a young lady from a prominent family. Her lineage held considerable influence within the Spirit Hall. This revelation suggested a potential connection with Uncle Tianwei, and it was plausible that they had previously extended invitations to him for banquets or other social gatherings. Fang Yu found Qian Yu's words to be quite reasonable, nodding in agreement without further contemplation. Meanwhile, the esteemed Do Tianwei, who was leisurely strolling down the street, suddenly sneezed. Could it be that he was catching a cold amidst the day's activities? Qian Yuhan entered the gates of the academy, passing by the mailbox to retrieve a letter, which she tucked into her bag. Following Fang Yu, they made their way to the cafeteria to have a light meal before returning to their respective dormitories. This was merely the first day of a brief 3-day holiday, and many were at home, choosing not to return. In Dormitory 101, Qian Yuhan found herself alone. After all, it mattered little where she slept. She contemplated returning home the next day, having not been back in nearly 5 months. Qian Yuhan sat at her desk, gazing at the letter before her. Dear Qian Yuhan, lately, I have been utterly exasperated. Those individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy have been incessantly pestering me, clinging to me like a shadow. Even when I scold them, they respond with laughter, as if they have no shame at all. As she read the 3 exclamation marks, a faint smile graced Qian Yuhan's lips. She could only imagine how infuriated her friend must be, chuckling softly to herself. Moreover, you mentioned that Yu Ziang had come to your school, right? The students he previously taught have been clamoring to have him back, threatening to boycott classes if he is not reinstated. I happened to witness this scene, and the expressions on the faces of those committee members were as dark as thunderclouds. They looked as if they were heartbroken, and I nearly burst into laughter. Had I succumbed to the urge, I would surely have faced a stern reprimand. Nevertheless, I held my composure. Impressive, isn't it? Qian Yuhan's lips curled into a broader smile as she shook her head and continued to gaze ahead. By the way, I have reached level 40. Have you ever encountered a 10-year-old at that level? Hiki, how are your friends faring? Have they recovered? I suppose you have little time to write back to me, especially with your girlfriend having recently sustained such serious injuries. Now that she is on the mend, she must be yearning for your tender care and comforting embrace. You should hurry and take her out on a lovely date. That is all I wish to convey for now. Do write back when you have the chance. After all, someone checks the mailbox every day. Farewell. Qian Yuhan observed the sudden shift in the tone of the conversation regarding the snow, feeling perplexed by the unexpected change. It seemed as though there was a hint of irritation in the air. When the snow mentioned Hyolyn Air, it was indeed the duty of a boyfriend to show care and concern for her. However, just yesterday, before she departed, she had expressed that he need not seek her out, as she had an abundance of matters to attend to at home, leaving little time for companionship. Qian Yuhan pondered over what Hyolyn had told her the previous day, letting out a sigh. She was aware that Linner's family was engaged in business, yet she had stated it was a small enterprise. How could they be so busy? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qian Yuhan suddenly recalled the playing cards she had previously mentioned to Mu Chun and the others, a concept non-existent in the Douluo continent. This could be an opportunity to seize the moment and profit significantly. She retrieved a blank sheet of paper and, relying on her instincts, began sketching a rough framework. She wrote fervently until she lost track of time, ultimately collapsing onto the table in a deep slumber. Hyolyn indeed found herself overwhelmed. Her household had descended into chaos. Staring at several ledgers strewn across the table, she fell into contemplation. How could her foolish father have borrowed so much? This was not the way to fill a financial gap. Although only 8 years old, Hyolyn was quite familiar with basic arithmetic. As she manipulated the abacus, her eyes fell upon the red figures in the ledger, and she truly felt that her family was on the brink of ruin. Just then, a knock interrupted the tranquility of Hyolyn's room. "Open up, it's me." Upon hearing the voice, Hyolyn instantly recognized it was Daishinshi, that insufferable individual. "What brings you here again?" she thought with irritation as she reluctantly opened the door. "What do you want?" "Speak quickly," Hyolyn said coldly, wishing to minimize any interaction with him. "Huh, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? You'll regret it," Daishinshi retorted. "My family, the Dai family, has just signed a long-term partnership contract with Hu Biao. You are obliged to assist me at the academy as stipulated in the contract." "What? You didn't know? It seems your father has indeed sold you out. You should ask him about it when you have the chance. Now, you can start with the first task I have for you," Daishinshi continued, sharing more details with Hyolyn. Hyolyn shook her head in disbelief, backing away in panic. "No, I absolutely cannot do this. Please, spare me. I can agree to other terms, but this is simply beyond my capabilities. Not feasible. You think saying no is sufficient? Let me be frank. Your family now relies heavily on my support for nearly all your business endeavors. The Hu family has become a puppet of the Dai family. And you know, your father has been skimming taxes, leveraging his connections with the finance department of the Spirit Hall," Daishinshi stated matter-of-factly. Hyolyn gazed at him in disbelief, her hands trembling, her emotions clearly on the verge of breaking. "Do you really admire him so much? What is there to admire? He is arrogant and conceited, merely flaunting his abilities. In the end, he is merely an orphan without a father." Daishinshi learned from a friend that Qian Yuhan had seemingly been abandoned by his father and became an orphan 6 months prior to enrolling in school. "Why do you always seek to trouble others? You are a person of stature. Is it necessary to be so petty with an ordinary individual?" Hu Linner, upon hearing Daishinshi mention tax evasion, felt a profound fear towards him. Indeed, it was fear, a deep-seated terror. Nevertheless, Hu Linner still confronted Daishinshi. "You scoundrel." Daishinshi's aura surged, his soul of the sword-toothed tiger manifesting, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glimmering beneath his feet. Although Hu Linner had recently broken through her limitations during a battle with the Scorpion King and was merely 1 soul ring away from advancing to Soul Master, her condition had prevented her from seeking the final ring. The suppression of a 3-ringed soul by a 2-ringed one was a formidable pressure indeed. "How dare you speak to me, you wretched creature? The moment you agreed to that matter, you, were unworthy of ever being with him. You even speak on his behalf. How shameless you are." Daishinshi turned, casting a disdainful glance at Hu Linner before storming out, slamming the door behind him. Hu Linner lowered her head, speechless. She had genuinely developed feelings for Qian Yuhan and pondered, if Yuhan were to learn the truth, would he ever forgive me? Yet the matter Daishinshi had just mentioned, along with what he had previously compelled her to do, made her feel utterly unworthy to profess her love for Qian Yuhan. Indeed, Daishinshi had previously coerced Hu Linner into getting close to Qian Yuhan, hoping they would grow closer, only to betray him later and cause him pain. Such a vile act, such a corrupt heart. Moreover, it seemed Daishinshi had heard that Qian Yuhan intended to venture into the card market. He instructed her, under the guise of being Qian Yuhan's girlfriend, to have him hand over the project to her, which she would then pass to the Dai family, letting him experience the bitterness of betrayal. What profound enmity could justify such cruelty towards a pitiable orphan abandoned by his father? Bulina mused, gazing out the window, her eyes glistening with tears, and eventually, a tear traced its way down her cheek. The following morning of the holiday, Qian Yuhan rose early, as was his routine, to go for a run and deliver letters. This time, he cut his run short, returning to his dormitory to pack his belongings lightly, intending to visit his uncles and inquire about his father's whereabouts. There were 3 days in this holiday, and with the preceding weekend, it amounted to 5 days, especially delightful given the absence of the absurd rescheduling policy from his previous world. Without such a policy, Qian Yuhan found this place to be extraordinarily pleasant, having been rigorously trained by Yu Ziang to the point of near numbness. He looked forward to returning home for a proper rest, eager to recuperate in preparation for the forthcoming grueling training. Upon arriving at his home in the Soul Master City, adjacent to the Elder of Judgment and the Grand Offering Hall, he found a modest and unassuming villa. It bore no extravagant decorations, just a small garden with a tea table, a chair, and a pavilion. The spring water cascades down from the rockery, flowing gracefully beside the pavilion, reminiscent of a utopian paradise, tranquil and serene. Reclining on my plush bed, I indulged in a rejuvenating slumber, drifting into a deep sleep that extended all the way to noon. Qian Yuhan could have continued to slumber, but was roused by a persistent knocking at the door. Young master, are you there?" A voice called out alongside the rhythmic tapping. Qian Yuhan rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door to his bedroom, only to find the esteemed Qian Feng Douluo standing at the threshold. Ever since he had brought Qian Yuhan back, Qian Mo had ceased to neglect the villa. Moving in with his son, he could not possibly allow his child to rest in the same office where he himself meditated cross-legged. Qian Mo had established a protective barrier around the villa, permitting entry only to select individuals, which is why the front door remained unlocked. "Uncle Qianfeng, what brings you here?" Qian Yuhan inquired. "When did you return, Yuhan? You should have come to chat with your uncle." Qianfeng replied, a hint of reproach in his tone. "If it weren't for Xiaohui informing me of your arrival, I would still be in the dark. Xiaohui is looking for you. You ought to visit the Papal Hall." "Ah, the Papal Hall. What business do I have there, and what does Uncle Xiaohui want?" "That I cannot say. He did not mention it," Qianfeng Douluo responded, shaking his head and waving his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "By the way, since you're back today, come to my place this evening. I shall treat you to a delightful meal." Before Qian Yuhan could utter a word, he was interrupted by the Douluo Qifeng, who asserted, "Rejection is not an option." Qian Yuhan chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, "I never said I wouldn't go. I was just about to agree when you caught me off guard." "Ha. It seems Uncle was rather anxious. After all, who could resist the charm of our Yuhan?" The Soul Douluo Qifeng did not linger any longer, exchanging a few more words before taking his leave. After bidding farewell to Qifeng, Qian Yuhan sat down to enjoy the lunch brought by the attendant while pondering, what could Uncle Xiaohui want with me? He has never summoned me to the Papal Hall before. Perhaps there is something of great importance at hand? Could it be news about father? Wait a moment. That doesn't add up. If it were news concerning father, how could Uncle Qifeng possibly be unaware? I shall soon discover the truth. "Father, where are you? When shall we meet again? I have already trained so diligently." Chapter 53. The Pope's summons. After having lunch, Qian Yuhan took a brief respite, then rose to tidy his appearance, for he was on his way to the Papal Hall, where others would also be present. Thus, he felt it necessary to attend to his image. Grasping the decree left to him by his father, he proceeded towards the Papal Hall. Along the way, many gazes were directed at the exquisitely dressed young boy. Who is this child? Which family does he belong to? Oh, do refrain from pointing and speaking so openly. Such attire surely signifies an extraordinary status. Although the whispers around him were hushed, Qian Yuhan could hear them distinctly, and he truly detested being the subject of such remarks. Qian Yuhan yearned for a simple and unadorned life. If she truly desired fame, achieving renown in the Douluo continent would be effortless, given the formidable strength and promotional prowess of the Spirit Hall. In such a scenario, those around her would undoubtedly flock to her side, lavishing her with flattery and addressing her as young master in earnest admiration. The villa of Qian Yuhan and Qianma is located within the renowned Mingyue Villa district of Wuhan City. This residential area is conveniently situated adjacent to the celestial staircase leading to the Pope's main hall. Thus, one can ascend the staircase directly upon exiting the villa, a convenience that primarily benefits the mid-level leaders of the Wuhan Temple. In contrast, the true upper echelon resides directly upon the mountain, which offers unparalleled ease of access. Qian Yuhan relished the sense of blending in with ordinary people. Residing atop the Spirit Hall mountain was far too monotonous. Here, he found it much more convenient to stroll through the Spirit City, and this aspect of his current dwelling was precisely what he cherished the most. Despite the arduous ascent of nearly 40 minutes up the heavenly staircase to reach the offering hall, he embarked on it with unwavering enthusiasm. After ascending the internal staircase of the Spirit Hall for 20 minutes, he arrived at the famed plaza situated halfway up the mountain. This plaza, renowned as the Spirit Plaza, is said to be the very site where humanity's first spirit master awakened their martial spirit, thus earning its name from posterity. The selection of this location for the Spirit Hall is not without its reasons. The Spirit Plaza is expansive, approximately the size of 4 standard football fields, adorned in its center by a magnificent golden angel statue, surrounded by cascading fountains. Numerous benches line the plaza's perimeter, inviting weary souls to rest. Dense woods envelop the plaza, rendering it shrouded in an air of mystery to onlookers from the ground below. Those permitted to enter are typically officials of the Spirit Hall, who are well aware that the hall has been devoted to the angelic deity through generations. The angelic statue in this plaza is one of the 2 public representations, the other being that of the angelic true form housed within the grand offering hall. Crossing the Spirit Plaza and ascending the steps on the opposite side leads one to the Papal Palace, the administrative heart of the Spirit Hall. Flanked by several quaint towers resembling those from fairy tales, with the spire of the Papal Castle piercing the clouds above. The surrounding towers serve as offices for the senior officials of various departments within the Spirit Hall, facilitating direct reports to the Pope and ensuring efficient management, albeit their heights pale in comparison to that of the Papal Palace. Qian Yuhan arrived at the terminus of the heavenly ladder, where he was met by the magnificent entrance of the Spirit Hall, adorned with opulence and grandeur. Countless gemstones were embedded in its structure, glistening under the sunlight. Qian Yuhan produced the revered token of worship, and after a respectful inspection by the gatekeeper, he knelt on one knee before an 8.5-year-old child, addressing him as the great worshipper. The token was indeed authentic, a genuine emblem of reverence. To behold the spirit was akin to encountering a person. The presence before them was none other than the great worshipper. "Rise," commanded the child. "Thank you, great worshipper." The soldier's eyes remained fixated on the revered token in Qian Yuhan's hand, for it was a rare sight, one that many would never witness throughout their lifetimes, and especially not the esteemed great worshipper's token. When worshippers journeyed to the Papal Hall, they did so in an instant, bypassing the need to traverse through the main entrance. Qian Yuhan's intended visit to the worship hall was similarly expedited, as the worshippers would swiftly transport him directly to his destination. Thus, this encounter marked a first for both parties involved. "Take me to see the Pope," he instructed. "Certainly," replied the gatekeeper with a nod, as he gestured to open the grand doors of the Spirit Soul Hall. The attendant led the way, with Qian Yuhan following closely behind. In the tender years of his childhood, Qian Yuhan had visited the Papal Palace once, yet the memories were but a faint whisper. Upon his return to the Papal Palace, he was utterly awestruck by the surrounding magnificence. Upon entering the grand entrance, he was greeted by a staircase wrought entirely of pure diamond, adorned with millennia-old yulong pines. Were these yulong pines to be sold in the market, they would command a starting price of no less than 100,000 gold soul coins, let alone those that had stood for 1,000 years. The closer he drew, the more he felt the grandeur of the Papal Palace enveloping him. The gatekeeper instructed Qian Yuhan to wait momentarily outside the main hall of the Papal Palace while he announced his arrival. Before long, the gatekeeper emerged, bowing slightly as he said, "Please, come in." No sooner had the words left his lips than the resplendent doors of the main hall transformed, becoming translucent as if they were a shimmering water gate, rippling gently, revealing the interior of the grand hall. This spectacle left Qian Yuhan utterly astonished. How exquisite is this door! As he approached the main hall, he beheld Pope Xiao Hui seated upon the papal throne, flanked by armored guards. Upon noticing Qian Yuhan's entrance through the doors, the Pope raised his hand and gestured to the guards, who then formed an orderly line and exited the main hall. Once the guards had departed, Xiao Hui smiled warmly and inquired, "Yuhan, welcome. How have you been during your time at the academy?" "Quite well, Your Holiness," replied Qian Yuhan. "Why call me Your Holiness? That's rather formal." "Kiki, very well then. Uncle Xiao Hui." It was evident to Xiao Hui that Qian Yuhan was being playful, and his heart swelled with joy. Their young master had finally matured. Though merely 8 years old, he exhibited such understanding. He reminisced about the time when the grand offering had left without a word, leaving Qian Yuhan in profound silence, fearing he might implode from within. The lively and cheerful Qian Yuhan before him was the boy they had once known. Xiao Hui's joy stemmed from the fact that Qian Yuhan had regained his spirit. This was the best outcome. Uncle Xiao Hui, did you summon me for something of great importance? Qian Yuhan asked. Ah, yes, little Han. Recently, the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire have engaged in a number of collaborations, particularly in the realm of education. Once you graduate from the first grade, the Spirit Hall Academy intends to arrange an exchange program with the Tiando Royal Academy, dispatching a team of exchange students from each institution. I would like you to join this team and study at the Tiando Royal Academy for 4 years starting next year, if that is agreeable to you. Qian Yuhan deliberately elongated her tone, and Xiao Hui, fully aware of her intentions, immediately responded, rest assured. The Heavenly Fight Royal Academy will undoubtedly provide us exchange students with the finest educational environment and the most exceptional instructors. Of course, Yuhan, your true identity will remain undisclosed. You shall be regarded merely as an ordinary second-year student. Qian Yuhan nodded in agreement upon hearing Xiao Hui's request. After all, it was Xiao Hui himself who sought his opinion, making it difficult for him to decline. As he departed from the papal hall, Qian Yuhan found himself contemplating various thoughts of his own. Chapter 54. To my surprise, you are a max-level expert. Qian Yuhan ascended the heavenly ladder to the Soul Arena and took a seat on a nearby bench. Qian Yuhan learned that he would be attending the Royal Academy of Tiando for his second year of study, a commitment of 4 long years. He found it difficult to part with his friends in the dormitory, and even more so with Hu Liner. Now, he yearned to seek her out for a conversation, intending to visit her family. However, before the holiday, she had directly informed him that her family was too busy for a rendezvous, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Fourth brother? How did you get here? A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Qian Yuhan looked up to see Mu Chun, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Qian Yuhan. He had chanced upon this celestial staircase while wandering through Wuhuan City and had been curious enough to ascend it. Do not deceive me. That staircase is guarded. Anyone wishing to ascend must have their identity verified. Those who are allowed to pass are all individuals of significance. Mu Chun bluntly exposed the truth, continuing to inquire. Fourth brother, I sensed there was something extraordinary about you at the academy. Abandoned by your father? How could a divine martial soul be forsaken? A supreme Xinling pill given without hesitation, and a Tianlong detoxifying pill taken at will. Speak candidly. What is your true background? Rest assured, third brother, I will keep your secret. Qian Yuhan gazed at Mu Chun, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth from him, and thus candidly revealed the entire situation. What? You are indeed that exceptionally enigmatic young master? A paragon of greatness. Although Mu Chun professed to be prepared, he was astounded by the complexity of Qian Yuhan's identity. The son of the grand offering. It made sense, after all, given the surname Qian. Please do not disclose this to another soul. I have only confided in you at the academy, even Liner remains unaware. It seems we are quite alike, both intent on concealing our identities while pursuing our studies. Though I, in my eagerness, have inadvertently revealed mine, while you are far more adept at maintaining secrecy. I shall be attending the Tiando Royal Academy for an exchange program in my second academic year. What? Has this been decided so early? Did you know about this beforehand? Mu Chun nodded, responding, indeed. I had heard my father mention it previously, indicating that our cohort would select several individuals for the exchange program at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, the selection process will not commence until next semester, and you have effectively secured a position already. Qian Yuhan shook his head upon hearing this. How could he refuse when even the Pope had spoken? After all, Uncle Xiao Hui was an elder. Regardless, Qian Yuhan had already laid his cards on the table with Mu Chun, who, as the son of the golden crocodile Douluo, undoubtedly had a connection with the Pope. Thus, Qian Yuhan decided to be straightforward and said, Oh, so you were actually going to seek the Pope? Qian Yuhan nodded, having sought my counsel. I found no reason to decline, thus I acquiesced. My dear fourth, is your concern here rooted in the fear of being apart from Hu Liner? Qian Yuhan remained silent, lowering his head in contemplation, offering no response to Mu Chun. Observing his demeanor, Mu Chun realized her assumptions had been correct. Rest assured. Next semester there will be a selection competition, and our academy will undoubtedly send forth the most outstanding individuals for exchange. After all, it is a significant interaction between two powerful factions, and the exchange students serve as representatives. Their presence must be impressive to reflect our collective stance. Mu Chen reassured Qian Yuhan and continued, moreover, given Hu Lin Air's capabilities, I believe she will have little trouble passing the selection. Well, will you be participating? As for me, I certainly will not, for Fang Ye is still at the academy. Qian Yuhan smiled faintly and remarked, if I were to inform you that Fang Ye is likely to be selected for the exchange program next semester, would you still wish to attend? Impossible, came the reply. She is only at the 9th level. If it weren't for her profound theoretical knowledge, which has garnered the Academy's recognition, she would have been persuaded to withdraw long ago. Look at you. You clearly do not trust her. Her martial soul has already awakened and evolved. In terms of quality, your golden crocodile king pales in comparison to hers. How can that be? Wait a moment. What did you just say? Fang Ye's martial soul has awakened? Qian Yuhan nodded. Indeed. On the very first day of the holiday, I took her to a place where I unexpectedly acquired a coxcomb phoenix sunflower. After she consumed it, her martial soul underwent a magnificent evolution, transforming into a two-headed fire phoenix. My goodness, a coxcomb phoenix sunflower. A two-headed fire phoenix. Following the awakening of her martial soul, Fang Ye experienced a remarkable surge in her soul power, ascending 20 levels to reach the 29th level, drawing ever closer to a breakthrough into the soul sovereign realm. I am astounded. I must go without delay. I shall speak to my father about this immediately. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan swiftly grasped Mu Chen's arm and exclaimed, Hold on. Don't be so hasty. Do you not wish to avenge our defeat in the friendship match? I believe that next semester, the two of us can compete once more. Wouldn't it be far more gratifying to triumph through our own merit in the selection process? Mu Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Qian Yuhan's sentiment. Encouraged by Mu Chen's mention of the upcoming selection competition next semester, Qian Yuhan felt a surge of confidence in Hu Lin Air's abilities, believing that she would undoubtedly navigate the selection with ease, thereby lifting his spirits considerably. After agreeing to battle again next semester, Qian Yuhan mentioned that he would inform his elder brothers upon returning to the academy. The 6-member outdoor training group was excited to engage in discussions, and the experience was absolutely delightful. However, the two of them overlooked the fact that Tang Xian's girlfriend was also a student at the Spirit Hall Academy, and her abilities were rather average. This detail slipped their minds simultaneously. All right, since you've laid all your cards on the table, let us go to my home and enjoy a splendid meal together. Qian Yuhan exclaimed. Oh, come on, let us not dawdle. Before Qian Yuhan could finish his sentence, Mu Chen decisively made the choice for him, pulling him along. They ascended the heavenly staircase again, this time opting for a different path at the end, avoiding the entrance of the Pope's Hall. Qian Yuhan was unfamiliar with this new route. Previously, he had only returned to the Mingwei community through teleportation by either Qianmo or the tidal Douluo Tianwei. Never having traversed this path. What? I haven't walked this way before. That is strange. My father always teleported me back, he mused. Mu Chen remarked. My father has never been so kind to me. As they followed the narrow path upward, they soon beheld a magnificent and ancient complex, radiating a sense of sanctity. Qian Yuhan recognized these structures well. They were the offering hall, where the offerings engaged in their cultivation and work. The offerings typically resided in the luxurious villa area on the opposite side of the Pope's Hall alongside the elders and the Pope, making their daily commutes quite convenient. Accompanying Mu Chen, they arrived at the Golden Crocodile Hall, where the second offering practiced. Upon pushing open the hall's door, Mu Chen called out, Dad, I brought a classmate. Quiet down, you little rascal. Bring your classmate in. I am in the training room, came the response. Mu Chen led Qian Yuhan further inside, passing through an archway and turning left, where they encountered a closed door. Mu Chen knocked gently. Come in. A voice beckoned. Mu Chen ushered Qian Yuhan into the room. Upon entering, Qian Yuhan immediately spotted the golden crocodile Douluo meditating cross-legged on the futon in the center of the room. You little rascal, how have you been at school? Have you brought a classmate back with you? What is your classmate's name? Qian Yuhan said, Uncle Golden Crocodile, it has been a long time since we last met. Chapter 55, An Unconventional Final Exam. Uncle Golden Crocodile, it has been a long time. Qian Yuhan gazed at the golden crocodile Douluo, who was meditating and cultivating, and chuckled. You are quite audacious. The golden crocodile Douluo admonished in a low voice, emanating a terrifying pressure that caused both Mu Chen and Qian Yuhan to kneel before him. Mu Chen cast a glance at Qian Yuhan, his eyes filled with resentment. He had previously mentioned to Qian Yuhan that his father was quite particular about how others addressed him. To his astonishment, His good brother had the audacity to call him Uncle Golden Crocodile, despite their relationship not being so intimate. Even as the young master, such familiarity seemed inappropriate. Clearly, Muchin was overthinking. The Golden Crocodile Douluo opened his eyes and rose, directing his gaze towards the two. Instantly, the oppressive aura dissipated as he looked at Qian Yuhan. "Ah, Shaoan, it is you, you little rascal. Ha ha ha, come over here and let uncle have a look." Muchin thought to himself. When has my father ever treated me like this? And felt a pang of sorrow. Qian Yuhan approached, bowing respectfully to Golden Crocodile Douluo, and remarked, "Uncle Golden Crocodile, how could you exert your pressure to suppress both Muchin and me just moments ago?" Humph. Qian Yuhan feigned anger, turning away deliberately to sulk. Muchin was utterly astonished. Goodness, when has Qian Yuhan ever behaved this way at the academy? Could it be acting coy? And surprisingly, his father seems quite pleased. All right, you mischievous boy. I was aware that your uncle is rather sensitive to certain matters. I initially didn't realize it was you. To think that you could still act this way upon knowing. This is all your fault. Regardless, Muchin mentioned he would treat me to a meal. Uncle, aren't you supposed to? Ha 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 ha. You clever lad. Are you waiting for me here? Very well, I shall have someone prepare for you. Today, let us have a pleasant chat together. Qian Yuhan nodded in response and glanced at the now dazed Muchin, giving him a playful wink. Shortly thereafter, a servant arrived to announce that the meal was ready. Let us proceed to dine, he said, leading Muchin and Qian Yuhan behind the Golden Crocodile Douluo to the dining hall. The three engaged in lively conversation as they ate. Muchin, you rascal. How could you not inform me that you and Xiao Han are roommates? Exclaimed the Golden Crocodile Douluo, giving Muchin a hearty pat on the back, causing him to spit out his food. Cough, cough. Hey, Dad, what was that for? You could have just said it without getting physical. Well, there's no need for such trivialities. Honestly, you little rascal, even you couldn't suppress your laughter, he retorted. I only just learned today that he is the young master of the Spirit Hall, the son of Uncle Qianmo. Did I not mention this before? The Golden Crocodile Douluo questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, back then, Xiao Han came to the academy and said he planned to conceal his identity. Which is why I didn't tell you. Ha ha ha. Observing the Golden Crocodile Douluo's demeanor, Muchin shook his head in exasperation, covering his face. This old man. My son, I heard from His Holiness the Pope that you encountered the Toothclaw Scorpion King and were poisoned. How are you and Xiao Han faring? Is everything all right? Rest assured, old man. Dad, we are fine. The poison has been expelled, Muchin assured him. I am quite well, uncle, no need for concern. That's a relief. You both entered the academy while concealing your identities, yet lived in the same dormitory. Surely, your bond must be quite strong. This is also why I encouraged Muchin to keep his identity hidden upon enrollment. Possessing a special identity could hinder one's experience at the academy. Indeed, father. You made the right choice this time. However, I revealed my identity on the very first day. It was indeed Xiaoxi who concealed his too well. The Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled. You exposed yourself on the first day? He then cleared his throat and asked, by the way, what do you call Xiao Han? Xiaoxi. Yes, uncle. Among the brothers in our dormitory, we arranged ourselves by age, and I am the youngest, thus I am Xiaoxi. Muchin is the third. I refer to him as Sangu. The Golden Crocodile Douluo gazed at the two, seemingly lost in fond memories, a smile creeping upon his lips. Oh no, my father is getting silly again, Muchin quipped, breaking the light-hearted atmosphere. The Golden Crocodile Douluo shot an annoyed glance at his unpredictable son, saying, enough of that. You're being thoughtless. Turning his gaze back to Qian Yuhan, his voice softened as he continued. You two remind me of my brothers in our youth. We lived even more joyfully than you, embarking on adventures together after school. Your father, the eldest, led us into the nearby Spirit Beast Forest for escapades. We were inseparable, playing together from childhood. Back then, we were just as bold as you are now, daring to battle a 30,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear, and we emerged victorious. As he reminisced about those cherished memories, the Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled and shook his head. Upon hearing the mention of his father by the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Yuhan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Observing his demeanor, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, well aware of the sentiment behind it, offered words of comfort. Your esteemed father has his own duties to attend to, and you two have your own adventures to pursue. The bond between you two will surely bring you together again. He has promised you this, and he will fulfill that promise. However, Before the golden crocodile Douluo could continue his reassurances, Qian Yuhan interjected, "Uncle, I understand. I will persevere in my cultivation." Noticing the atmosphere had grown overly somber, Mu Chun lightened the mood with a playful remark. "Oh dear, the yellow braised chicken is getting cold. If you don't eat, I might finish it all myself. I even saved a few pieces for you. Ha ha ha, let us eat." In response to Mu Chen's words, the golden crocodile Douluo gestured for Qian Yuhan to indulge in the meal. Then, shifting the topic, he inquired, "By the way, I heard from that old fellow Lu Min, the minister of the education department at the Spirit Hall, that your academy has undergone some educational reforms?" Qian Yuhan nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, each class has 2 instructors for both theoretical and practical courses. I find the results quite satisfactory." Mu Chen remarked, "Yes, however, I have heard that our final examinations have also undergone changes. They are not as they once were. It appears that the assessment now emphasizes practical evaluations, comprising 50. While theoretical assessments also account for 50, the proportions have shifted. Additionally, the practical evaluation has transformed into a soul combat contest with random pairings. Each participant engages in 3 battles, graded by the practical instructors of each class, with the average score being taken, and ultimately, the highest score recorded as the practical assessment score. That sounds rather promising. Looking at the 2 engaged in lively conversation, Genie Douluo smiled with satisfaction. After their meal, Qian Yuhan conversed with Genie Douluo for a while longer regarding mundane matters. Noticing the time was getting late, he took his leave. Mu Chen had intended to accompany him, but Qian Yuhan declined, expressing a desire to explore on his own. After Qian Yuhan's departure, golden crocodile Douluo gently patted Mu Chen's back, signaling him to follow. Upon reaching the lounge, golden crocodile Douluo settled on the sofa beside Mu Chen and spoke, "Son, you should take the opportunity to learn from Xiao Han. He possesses many qualities that you lack, and you should earnestly absorb from him." "Yes, I understand. Fourth brother is indeed remarkable. Tell me about the other 2 individuals in your dormitory." "Those 2 are twins and disciples of the Haotian sect. The elder is named Tang Xian, and the younger is Tang Chen." Upon hearing this, golden crocodile Douluo's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Tang Xian and Tang Chen? What a coincidence. What is wrong, father? Do you know them?" Golden crocodile Douluo nodded, then chuckled, "Ha ha ha. I am merely struck by the serendipity of your 4 children. You were quite young back then. Perhaps when you and Yuhan were around 2 years old, your uncle Qianemo, along with Tangshan, their father, and I, visited the Ice God sect. During our visit, we placed you 5, Yuhan, the Tang brothers, and the daughter of Ice God Douluo, in one room to play while we enjoyed some drinks. Later, we heard from the servants that you 5 had engaged in a spirited brawl within that room. It was quite intense. In the end, Yuhan was tugging at that little girl, pointing at you 3 in a teasing manner. It was utterly amusing." Mu Chen was taken aback. "I had no idea that the 4 of us had met long ago. Fate truly is astonishing." Qian Yuhan returned to the Mingyue villa, sitting cross-legged on the bed to engage in his cultivation. Qian Yuhan has now reached the threshold of level 37, feeling on the verge of a significant breakthrough. After absorbing the 8-petal frosty grass and the fiery apricot blossom, a substantial amount of elemental energy still resides within Qian Yuhan's body. If fully absorbed, it is likely that he could touch upon the realm of the soul sect. It appears that this semester's final practical examination will require his utmost effort to strive for a breakthrough. Qian Yuhan commanded his soul force to flow through every meridian of his body, feeling as if every part of him was being nourished. Qian Yuhan silently mused to himself, "This sensation is truly marvelous, warm and comforting." Just as his soul energy flowed into his spiritual sea, continuously nurturing it, Qian Yuhan suddenly sensed significant ripples within his spiritual ocean. Furthermore, he perceived 2 forces clashing within his spiritual realm. Qian Yuhan hastily plunged into the sea of consciousness, and upon entry, he discovered his martial spirit, the radiant divine sword, engaged in fierce combat with a crimson orb of light. The radiant divine sword appeared to be at a disadvantage. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qian Yuhan swiftly channeled his soul power to the sword. After several more exchanges, the radiant divine sword ultimately subdued the crimson orb, with the blade pointed downward. The orb seemed to be sealed, no longer thrashing under the sword's control. A sigh of relief escaped Qian Yuhan's lips as tranquility finally descended. Qian Yuhan awakened from his meditation, astonished to discover that the divine sword of light had been engaged in a fierce battle with a crimson orb within his body. The crimson orb had released a considerable amount of power, which his body absorbed entirely, resulting in a direct breakthrough in his soul energy. Qian Yuhan was filled with elation, but soon pondered, what if he controlled the radiant divine sword to release the blood-red orb at intervals, thereby assisting the sword in suppression? In such a scenario, the emanating energy could be absorbed and transformed by himself, accelerating the enhancement of his soul power. However, at present, Qian Yuhan's priority was to solidify his cultivation. This was a practice he adhered to diligently each time he made a breakthrough, grounding himself to ensure a more extensive journey ahead. Indeed, this was the very first lesson imparted to him by his father, Qian Imo, unbeknownst to him. The days of his holiday had swiftly come to an end. The students and teachers of the Spirit Hall Academy gradually returned to their studies and classes. Everyone was remarkably busy, for in just half a month, theoretical examinations would commence, followed by practical assessments. The first-year theoretical instructors were preoccupied with crafting exam papers, while the practical instructors busied themselves with planning evaluations, allocating venues, and randomly grouping students for assessments and matchups. As for the students, they were, of course, immersed in diligent study. Since their return to school, Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin'er have made a pact to study in the library, a commitment that has endured for 3 to 4 days. From their very first encounter after returning, Qian Yuhan discerned the weariness evident in Hu Lin'er, who appeared utterly devoid of energy. Qian Yuhan walked over to Hu Lin'er and gently patted her head, inquiring, "How have you exhausted yourself so during this holiday? Would you not benefit from a proper rest?" As Qian Yuhan's hand touched her head, Hu Lin'er's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She shook her head and replied, "No need. I haven't spent quality time with you during the break. Now I must cherish moments with my boyfriend." Noticing the concern in Qian Yuhan's gaze, Hu Lin'er felt tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. "What is the matter? Why are you crying?" he asked. "It's nothing, really," Hu Lin'er said, rubbing her eyes and turning her head away, not wishing for Qian Yuhan to see her distress. "By the way, I overheard Chen and the others chatting in the infirmary about your plans to venture into business." Qian Yuhan, taken aback by Hu Lin'er's words, replied, Indeed. I am contemplating the creation of a board game for entertainment." "Oh, could you elaborate on that?" Qian Yuhan teased, "Ha ha ha, are you planning to invest in me?" "Miss Hu?" Hu Lin'er smiled faintly and replied, "That depends on whether it is worth it." "It is undoubtedly worth it, a guaranteed profit." Qian Yuhan glanced at the wall clock and noted the late hour. He remarked, "Let us save the details for another day when time permits. It is already quite late, and with a practical class scheduled for tomorrow morning, it is imperative that we rest well tonight." Qian Yuhan reminded Hu Lin'er. Upon hearing that there would be a practical training session the following morning, Hu Lin'er recalled Yu Ziyang's unorthodox teaching methods, which sent a shiver down her spine. Hastily, she packed her belongings and urged Qian Yuhan to leave quickly. "Hey, slow down. Ha ha ha, no way. I certainly do not wish to be utterly exhausted by tomorrow's practice. Soon, we shall face the practical assessments." Upon exiting the library, the two walked side by side for a while before parting ways. Qian Yuhan hurried towards the dormitory, while Hu Lin'er wandered outside, her head bowed. Lost in thought, Hu Lin'er murmured, "I am truly sorry, Yuhan. This is the only course of action I could take. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Before heading to the library for study, Qian Yuhan retrieved today's letters from the mailbox. Upon reading the reply from Shui, a sense of fatigue from the day dissipated. Having been preoccupied with preparations for final examinations in recent days, I had neglected to respond, merely indulging in the joy of reading Shui's letters. Glancing at the clock, I decided to seize the moment and, regardless of the hour, took up my pen and stationery to compose a response. "Dear Shui, I sincerely apologize for my silence these past few days. I have been utterly consumed by my studies for the upcoming finals. Additionally, my previous lack of correspondence was due to a brief holiday at home, which I neglected to mention. I hope you can forgive my oversight. Your magnanimity is truly commendable. Surely, you are too gracious to hold it against me. I have been attending tutoring sessions with Lin'er, who excels in theoretical subjects far beyond my capabilities. I must seek her assistance to bolster my understanding, lest I risk failing this first semester." Strangely enough, upon returning to school, I found her looking utterly exhausted, which was quite disheartening. Yet, she merely smiled and inquired if I was considering venturing into business, a notion she heard from Muchun. "As I previously mentioned to you, I am contemplating launching a new card game venture. This endeavor requires investment, and I pondered whether to solicit Lin'er's support. However, it seems her family may not be in a position to assist, and I would not wish to burden her further. These past few days have been taxing, as I still have practical classes to attend tomorrow morning. By the time you read this, I will likely be enduring the rigors of a demanding session. I assure you, my delay in writing is not a reflection of my regard for our pen pal friendship. I am simply overwhelmed with responsibilities. I am delighted to see you radiating happiness each day. You mentioned a quarrel with your best friend. Such matters are trivial. Disagreements are often a sign of a close bond. After all, isn't it our differences that affirm the strength of our relationships? Open communication will surely resolve any misunderstandings. I wish you success in mending the bond you refer to as fractured. Best wishes. On January 8th, 8029 of the Douluo calendar, Qian Yuhan observed Hu Liner sneaking away with an air of secrecy. After composing a reply, Qian Yuhan gazed upon the other three, who had already drifted into the realm of dreams and felt a profound sense of contentment in the atmosphere. After a brief visit to the washroom, Qian Yuhan retired to bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Qian Yuhan continued his routine of morning jogging alongside Zhao Ke. After completing 2 laps, they arrived at the dormitory building, where Tang Xian emerged and promptly joined them. Qian Yuhan inquired, "Elder brother, why are you up so early?" Tang Xian replied, Upon my return home, my father remarked that I had gained weight. When I looked down, I indeed noticed a slight paunch. It appears I must engage in regular exercise to shed some pounds. Otherwise, Xiao may start to find me unappealing." As he scratched his head, Tang Xian glanced at the individual beside Qian Yuhan and asked, "And who might this be?" "This is Zhao Ke, a classmate of ours," Qian Yuhan introduced. "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you," Tang Xian said, extending his hand. Zhao Ke, noticing Tang Xian's friendly gesture, promptly reciprocated, and the two exchanged a polite handshake. Qian Yuhan, "Hey, is it really necessary?" It feels like a formal exchange between leaders, filled with pleasantries and a rather bureaucratic tone. As Qian Yuhan reached the final lap and approached the gate, he paused by the mailbox to deposit a letter before returning to the two. "What is this, fourth?" Zhao Ke promptly clarified on behalf of Qian Yuhan. The squad leader, you see, is penning a reply to someone. He makes it a point to drop off letters there almost every morning. Qian Yuhan nodded. Well, old four, it seems you have acquired a pen pal. Do you know if it is a male or a female? Qian Yuhan remarked. I have a feeling it must be a woman. Tang Xian observed Qian Yuhan's unwavering demeanor and internally dismissed the notion of her being involved with 2 individuals. It seemed merely a case of 2 pen pals exchanging letters and engaging in conversation. Nevertheless, Tang Xian couldn't resist teasing. Does Liner know about this? Qian Yuhan shook her head. Hey, fourth brother, don't you fear that Liner might feel jealous when you write letters to other girls? We have both afforded each other ample space, and my correspondence is truly rooted in a pure friendship as pen pals, devoid of any ulterior motives. I trust that Liner can comprehend this, especially since we have never met in person. As Qian Yuhan was about to express further thoughts, he was interrupted by Tang Xian's hand gesture. Oh, come on, look at you, you're all flustered. We haven't even suggested there's anything between you and that young lady. Zhao Ke nodded in agreement with Tang Xian's remarks. Tang Xian continued, I believe it is essential for you to communicate with Hu Liner, lest she misinterpret the situation. Taking the initiative to clarify is far superior to facing a passive interrogation after being discovered. At the very least, it demonstrates that you have a clear conscience. Does it not? Tang Xian's words resonated with Qian Yuhan, who found them quite reasonable and nodded in acknowledgement. This final lap served as a relaxation period, primarily aimed at lowering their heart rates through a leisurely walk. The trio engaged in a casual conversation about their upcoming finals. They eventually returned to their dormitory, where Tang Xian and Qian Yuhan took a shower and changed into fresh clothes before waking Mu Chun and Tang Chun. Once the two were ready, they all headed to the dining hall for breakfast. After finishing their meal, Qian Yuhan scanned the surroundings but did not see Hu Liner. He contemplated taking a moment during class to mention that he had a female pen pal. However, when class commenced, he discovered that Hu Liner had taken a leave of absence that day. Qian Yuhan, what is going on? Didn't Liner study with me last night? Why is she taking a leave today? Meanwhile, due to the absence of the theory teacher, the morning theory class for Class 4 was cancelled and replaced with free activities. Tang Xian wandered aimlessly outside, while Tang Chun returned to the dormitory to cultivate. Xiaoyu was still in class and unable to find her, so he decided to explore the academy. Following a narrow path, he soon spotted a familiar figure ahead. Tang Xian thought to himself, is that Hu Liner? What is she doing here? Shouldn't she be at the Seoul Arena for the practical class this morning? Just as he was about to greet her, He noticed Hu Lin looking around suspiciously before heading into the Wuhuan forest. Tang Xian's curiosity deepened. What could Hu Lin be up to in such a stealthy manner? Driven by intrigue, he trailed after her into the Wuhuan forest. The Wuhuan forest is a particularly enigmatic place within the Wuhuan Temple Academy, primarily filled with various tree species for students to rest and admire. But it also harbors some perilous plants. Tang Xian followed Hu Lin closely, concerned she might encounter those dangerous flora, such as the demon-eye tree he had previously stumbled upon. The mere thought of that experience sent shivers down his spine. Hu Lin seemed quite familiar with the area, weaving through the trees as if she frequented this place often. Eventually, Tang Xian lost her trail and, feeling disgruntled, decided to wait until after class to speak with his friend. In a clearing surrounded by ethereal pines within the Wuhuan forest, a figure awaited. It was Dai Xingxi, and Hu Lin slipped between two trees to approach him. "What is it this time? Did you really have to make me skip class this morning?" Hu Lin remarked with evident annoyance. "Lin, could you possibly be a bit more cordial with me? How is your progress on what I mentioned the day I took leave?" Hu Lin, puzzled, inquired. "How do you know that Yuhan is planning to engage in that card business?" "Ah, that's not for you to worry about. Just focus on this matter. It represents a significant opportunity for your Hu family. My family will provide financial support, so you need to expedite that card business plan. This way, our families can seize the market ahead of time, allowing your family's financial situation to stabilize." "And then?" Hu Lin asked coldly. Dai Xingxi appeared momentarily taken aback by her question. "And then? What do you mean, and then?" "Naturally, it leads to a long-term collaboration between our families. You continue to entice Qian Yuhan. Once he becomes infatuated, you can cast him aside. That will undoubtedly deliver a considerable blow to him, and at that moment, I will reveal the entire truth to him. Just think about the thrill of it. Ha ha ha. You are shameless. We are in the same boat. And let me tell you, Hu Lin, do not think that speaking up for Qian Yuhan is beneficial to him. You have never done anything good for him." The final words of Dai Xingxi struck with precision, causing Hu Lin to stiffen, for she had been aptly called out. "I also urge you to exercise restraint, otherwise, I may be compelled to confront Yuhan and confess everything, even if it means he will forever despise me. I must reveal that the truth behind it all is your doing." "Oh, really? I am the one coercing you. Reflect on that." Dai Xingxi whispered in her ear as he approached her. "Do not forget the betrothal between our families. Were it not for that childhood pact, do you believe your family's financial predicaments concerning tax evasion and loan sharks could have remained concealed until today? Lin, why do you not comprehend? Although you have treated me poorly, I am repulsed by your actions, you scoundrel." Hu Lin retorted vehemently. "Very well," Dai Xingxi replied, as he walked through the thicket and departed. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Hu Lin's face. Why was I born into such a family? Had I known this, I would have preferred a life of simplicity and poverty rather than face such tribulations in a wealthy household. Chapter 58. The dilemma Hu Lin wrestled internally. On one hand, for the sake of her family, she felt compelled to cultivate a favorable relationship with Dai Xingxi and the Dai family to navigate through this crisis. On the other hand, she did not wish to treat Qian Yuhan unjustly. That would be unfair to him. The former was for familial loyalty, while the latter was for love. Choosing the former would reduce Qian Yuhan to a mere plaything, while opting for the latter would mean disregarding her family who raised her. Before Hu Lin lay these two choices, how should she decide? There was still time to choose. She wiped her tears and walked out of the Wuhuan forest. As she strolled along the path within the academy, she paused to rest on a bench by the side, gazing at the picturesque scenery around her. Yet it all felt so mundane and ordinary. Hu Lin was barely on the cusp of 9 years. She had believed that learning to count on an abacus would suffice to assist her family with minor tasks. Who could have anticipated it would culminate in such a situation? The fate of her entire family hinged upon her, relying on her to assist Dai Xingxi in manipulating the boy she adored, all to save her vast, absurd family. Caught in a limbo between these two choices, she wandered until she arrived at Angel Square. Sitting there, she stared blankly at the statue of the Judgment Elder, Qian Mo. In the center of the square. How should I choose? Who can help me? The first person who came to her mind was Qian Yuhan. But he was now an orphan, abandoned by his father, having no home to return to during breaks, forced to fend for himself. Fangya? Their relationship was fairly amicable, and she had heard Fangya belonged to a prominent family. Perhaps she could assist the Hu family, freeing Hu Lin from Dai Xingxi's threats. Yes, she would seek out Fangya. Thus, Hu Lin remained in Angel Square throughout the morning, skipping lunch to return directly to her dormitory for rest, planning to speak with Fangya in the afternoon. As Qian Yuhan concluded her class, Mu Chun awaited at the entrance. Mu Chun inquired, "Has the class ended?" "Indeed." Qian Yuhan nodded in affirmation. "Oh, I wasn't asking you." The fourth one. "I was inquiring about Fangya." Mu Chun chuckled, casting a glance at Fangya, who stood behind Qian Yuhan. Qian Yu glanced coldly at Mu Chun and walked past him. Hey, fourth brother, why are you so flustered?" "I was merely jesting. I specifically waited for you. There is something I wish to discuss." "Oh, let us not converse here. First, let us dine. We can talk while we eat." Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun, and Fang Yu set off together to the cafeteria. The fourth class was engaged in theoretical lessons. In between the classroom and the combat zone lay the cafeteria. Hence, the trio decided against searching for the other two in the classroom, opting instead to meet directly at the dining hall. After each had ordered their lunch, they took their trays and sought out an unoccupied table. Just as they settled down, Qian Yuhan inquired of Mu Chun about the matter he wished to discuss. Observing Qian Yuhan's anxious demeanor, Mu Chun refrained from teasing him further and stated, "This morning, our class had no lessons, so I wandered outside, and guess whom I encountered?" "Who?" "Linaire." "Linaire?" Both Qian Yuhan and Fang Yu expressed their bewilderment in unison. They were classmates with Linaire, who had taken leave today due to family matters. Yes, indeed. It was Linaire. I noticed her sneaking into the Martial Soul Forest, moving around as if she were quite familiar with the place, and I lost track of her. By the way, are you two having a quarrel? Qian Yuhan shook her head in denial, saying, "No, we were studying together in the library last night. However, I noticed she seemed extremely fatigued and dispirited. Perhaps her family obligations during the holiday have overwhelmed her, so I urged her to return home and rest. As a result, she requested leave this morning, claiming there was something urgent at home. How could she have matters at home, yet be heading to the Soul Forest?" Mu Chun queried in confusion. At that moment, Fang Yu promptly suggested, "Could it be that Linaire is meeting someone in the Soul Forest?" Mu Chun's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, I find Fang Yu's theory quite plausible. The excuse of family matters is undoubtedly a mere facade. But who could Linaire be meeting? Qian Yuhan listened to the conversation between Mu Chun and Fang Yu, remaining silent as she lowered her head to eat. Her mind preoccupied with thoughts. Who had Linaire met? Had someone from home come to the academy to seek her out? Or was she entangled with some other friends within the institution? Linaire had been acting rather peculiar lately, often appearing distracted. Just yesterday, she had mentioned in the infirmary that she had overheard Sangu discussing my intention to venture into the poker business and had urged me to elaborate on it. I had hesitated, considering the numerous issues her family was currently facing, along with my reluctance to burden her further. Initially, I had contemplated asking for her assistance in investing. But upon reflection, I decided against it. She was already overwhelmed and did not need any additional complications. Mu Chun scratched his head, pondering, had I ever mentioned this to Linaire? I distinctly remembered only discussing it with Fang Yu. At that moment, Fang Yu interjected, "If you wish to invest, it's not a daunting task. Previously, in the infirmary, Mu Chun had casually shared your situation with me. On the first day of the holiday, I had a conversation with my brother about it. He expressed that there were no issues and felt it was feasible. Then, he hurried off, presumably to consult with our parents. If you need an investor, you can certainly approach me." Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, acknowledging that when he spoke to Mu Chun and the others, it was merely a broad outline, devoid of intricate details. If assistance from Fang Yu were truly required, communicating the specifics would not impede any progress. After Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun returned to the male dormitory for rest, Fang Yu proceeded to the library for some reading. The trio parted ways at the entrance of the cafeteria. Does Fang Yu have an older brother? Do you know him? Yes, he is called Fang Qing, a rather portly fellow. He is a year ahead of us, currently in his second year. I have encountered him a few times and exchanged pleasantries. Suddenly recalling something, Qian Yuhan inquired, "Third brother, do you know if there is a family steward with the surname Fang in the spirit hall?" Listening to Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun seemed to ponder. Indeed, there is. The vice minister of the finance department bears the surname Fang, though I can't quite remember his full name. Previously, Fang Qing had mentioned that his family possessed some connections within the spirit hall, and he had alluded to this more than once. Qian Yuhan surmised that he must hold a significant position, which accounted for his prideful demeanor. While he feigned modesty about having connections, it was evident that he was, in fact, flaunting his familial background. Such individuals were not worth forming close ties with. Consequently, Qian Yuhan had not sought out Fang Qing. Their interactions were limited to chance encounters where Fang Qing would initiate conversation. "Fang Yu, in contrast, did not boast of her familial ties as her brother did. She refrained from mentioning her background, presenting herself as an ordinary student. This trait resonated with Qian Yuhan, who held a deep respect and admiration for her, albeit in a manner akin to heroes recognizing one another. Upon reaching the dormitory, they found that Tang Xian and Tang Shen had yet to return. And with little left to discuss, they each retreated to their beds, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. In the afternoon, theoretical classes commenced. Hu Lin did not sit with Qian Yuhan today. Instead, she chose to join Fangya. Mu Chun, seated beside Qian Yuhan, glared at him indignantly. Look at your girlfriend sabotaging my chances. Chapter 59. If you do not come, I shall seek you out. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun sat in the last row. Observing Hu Lin engaged in conversation with Fangya, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fangya, wearing a troubled expression, intermittently shook her head and rested her chin in contemplation. Meanwhile, Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan could only endure the monotony of the class. Once the lesson concluded, Hu Lin, seated at the front, dashed away before Qian Yuhan could react, leaving him momentarily stunned. Pondering what had transpired, why did Lin appear as though she had encountered a harbinger of misfortune? Mu Chun seemed to sense that something was amiss with Hu Lin as well and urged Qian Yuhan to approach Fangya for clarification. As they approached Fangya, she appeared to anticipate their inquiry and responded directly. Lin is facing a grave situation at home. She is utterly overwhelmed. You both should refrain from adding to her distress. Qian Yuhan realized that he had been nothing more than a source of trouble for Lin all along. Qian Yuhan's spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. How could his relationship with Lin devolve into such a state? Feeling even worse than their previous friendship. Was there something he had failed to do? Observing Qian Yuhan's despondent demeanor, Fangya couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pity for him. Thus, she resolved to assist Hu Lin in this endeavor. For she could not allow the scenario envisioned by Dai Xingxi to unfold. For Qian Yuhan, it was simply unacceptable. Indeed, Hu Lin had confided every detail to Fangya, who had come to understand the true nature of Dai Xingxi. Furthermore, she discovered that Hu Lin was aware of this situation primarily because of her, which subsequently led Dai Xingxi to manipulate Hu Lin into extracting the specifics of Qian Yuhan's plans. Previously, Fangya had mentioned this to Fang Qing, who, upon learning, hastily departed to seek out Dai Xingxi and report back. Dai Xingxi and Fang Qing had been acquainted for quite some time, having met at a family gathering. Fangya disdained attending such events, preferring instead to remain in her study. When Fang Qing learned that a newcomer dared to challenge one of his friends, he sought out Dai Xingxi for information and discovered that it was Qian Yuhan who had issued the challenge. He later found out that Qian Yuhan was in the same class as his sister, Fangya, which presented an opportunity to approach him whenever needed. Having grasped the entire situation, Fangya felt a sense of shame regarding the actions of Dai Xingxi and her brother. Watching Hu Lin avoid Qian Yuhan while he remained in this state, she couldn't help but imagine how he might react upon discovering the truth. Perhaps he would indeed go mad. According to Hu Lin, she did not wish to treat Qian Yuhan this way, yet she felt unworthy of his kindness. Thus, she resolved to adopt a fade of disdain, distancing herself from him and declaring her lack of affection, hoping to shatter his heart and compel him to relinquish her. This, she believed, would be a preferable outcome to the consequences wrought by Dai Xingxi's schemes. Earlier in class, Fangya had quietly urged her to speak plainly with Qian Yuhan, asserting that he would likely understand her predicament, especially since her feelings for him were genuine. Hu Lin shook her head, replying, Xiaoya, my intentions in approaching him are not pure. Any affection that may develop is merely a byproduct of familiarity, not authentic. From the moment I approached him with such motives, I became unworthy of his love. It would be best for him to despair and leave me. With the situation as it stood, she resolved to hurt him. Fangya nodded in respect of Hu Lin's decision. After the three parted ways, Qian Yuhan found little desire to dine, and, after retrieving today's correspondence from the mailbox at the entrance, returned to his dormitory. Qian Yuhan pondered, is this the end of their relationship? Where did it all go awry? Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Shen and Tang Xian had yet to arrive, likely still dining in the cafeteria. Qian Yuhan took out a sheet of stationery and, without having read the reply yet, began to write, Dear Shui, I find myself entangled in a rather vexing situation. My girlfriend and I, for reasons unbeknownst to me, were quite harmoniously studying together in the library just yesterday. Yet, this morning, she fabricated an excuse to avoid me, presumably to meet someone else. By the afternoon, she had started to evade my presence entirely. Have I committed some grave error? I cannot fathom why our relationship, which seemed to flourish, is now spiraling toward an abrupt conclusion. Do you think I should let go? Was our romantic connection merely a fleeting impulse, hastily formed? Alas, everything around me feels unreal. Today, she spent the afternoon conversing with another friend of mine, and I am left in the dark regarding their discussion. It is exhausting to sense that my friend is concealing something from me as well. I believe I must participate in the exchange activities of our second academic year. I once worried about the distance, but perhaps it is now prudent to grant each other space to reflect on the underlying issues. In the second year, our two colleges shall exchange students, and I shall have the opportunity to visit your school and meet my mysterious pen pal. How delightful. I am quite troubled. Please do not find me tiresome. I have no one else to confide in. My brothers? It is unthinkable. How would they perceive me as a man so wounded by love? I trust they would not judge me so, yet I feel uneasy about it. You and I are different, are we not? I can pour out my thoughts to you, and you may dismiss me as a mere eccentric. Speaking my mind in this manner does not affect our respective lives, and I find solace in that. At present, I feel that I might revert to my former reticent self when facing others. Perhaps if I could become invisible, I would avoid such troubles and not be troubled by my girlfriend's deliberate evasion and withholding of the truth. Perhaps it is best for me to shield myself from the outside world. It seems preferable. How have you been? I have yet to read your reply. I fear that approaching your letter while burdened with negative emotions may cloud my perception. Would it be acceptable for me to read your response in a few days? Once I have regained my composure? I trust you understand my situation and can imagine my pouting and frustration for not having read your words. Please, do not be upset. Consider this a distant consolation from Chien. Wishing you well. At this moment within the Tiando Royal Academy, a servant delivered the morning's correspondence to Ouyang Luoshue's desk. Having spent the entire day in the mimetic training zone for her soul combat class, she usually retrieved her letters personally, but today she had requested assistance. Upon opening the letter and reading Qian Yuhan's response, she couldn't help but chuckle at the line, "By the time you read this, I will likely be enduring a rigorous training session at the hands of Teacher Yu." It appeared that this rascal had also succumbed to the rigors of training, and under the tutelage of the formidable Teacher Yu no less. What's got you smiling so brightly, Luoshue? Has your pen pal's letter brought you such joy? Perhaps I should find one too, remarked a roommate. There's a big fool who is probably suffering more than us today, Ouyang Luoshue replied, casting her gaze downward with a subtle smile. She pondered silently. I wonder if he has seen the letter I sent him today. What are his thoughts on this exchange? She then returned her attention to Qian Yuhan's writing, feeling a peculiar sensation as she recalled the details of the Okai business that had been relayed to her. Squinting her eyes as memories of a particular scene in the sunset forest surfaced in her mind. Chapter 60, Final Practical Assessment, Part 1, seated at her desk. Ouyang Luoshue was lost in thought. She recalled witnessing Hu Liner conversing with another boy in the sunset forest, a discussion that seemed to culminate in a disagreement. Yet they appeared to be conspiring about something. Through her correspondence with Qian Yuhan, she had gained a general idea of Hu Liner's appearance. Upon their encounter, the girl was indeed as beautiful as described, and Ouyang Luoshue recognized her instantly. As for the boy accompanying Hu Liner, she had instructed Lu Lao to memorize his features for future investigation. Lu Lao later reported back that he was Dai Shenqi, the eldest son of the Dai family in Wuhuan City, a notorious young rake. With the clues Lu Lao had gathered, Hu Liner pieced together the entire situation with remarkable accuracy. That rascal, she thought to herself, better not overstep and interfere too much. This is his own affair. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Ouyang Luoshue penned a letter of 200 to 300 words detailing the peculiar events of the day before preparing for bed. Days passed, and the final examinations at the Wuhuan Temple Academy loomed closer. For the past few days, Hu Liner had been avoiding Qian Yuhan, who, upon each encounter with her evasion, felt a tightening in his chest and sighed deeply. In an effort to alleviate her inner turmoil, Qian Yuhan devoted herself fervently to the pursuit of cultivation. Over the past few days, she has been incessantly absorbing the lingering celestial energies within her, culminating in a remarkable breakthrough to level 38, which left Mu Qin and Tang Qian profoundly astonished. As Qian Yuhan rested in the dormitory alongside his 3 companions, he retrieved 3 celestial herbs from the golden bracelet of the Cold Heart Dragon God for his brothers to consume. He presented the Diamond Dragon Heart Sunflower to Mu Qin, the Heavenly Thunder Devouring Soul Grass to Tang Xian, and the Extraordinary Mushroom Sky Connecting Chrysanthemum to Tang Qin. The trio gazed in disbelief as Qian Yuhan unveiled these 3 exquisite celestial herbs, rubbing their eyes as if struggling to comprehend the extraordinary sight before them. Each of these herbs could incite a fierce conflict among soul masters, yet here they lay, unassumingly before them. It was almost too astonishing to accept. Is this truly the diamond dragon heart sunflower? Qian Yuhan gazed at the now dazed Mu Qin and nodded with a smile, remaining silent. You truly are my biological father. In the Golden Crocodile Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a Qi, inquired, what has transpired these past few days? You have all eaten, I presume. Quickly take the opportunity to absorb the essence before the practical assessment begins. Once the assessment commences, you shall find it impossible to fully harness the power of this celestial herb. However, it is sufficient for you to enhance your strength. After Qian Yuhan finished speaking, he turned and went to bed to rest. Tang Xian and the others suppressed their inner excitement and joy, observing Qian Yuhan in his current state. Tang Xian sighed inwardly. The emotional wounds of the fourth brother will likely take a long time to heal. How did things come to this? Perhaps something has happened with Huliner. We, the brothers, have seen it all. There must be no issues among us, so the problem lies elsewhere. The three shook their heads and settled on their respective beds, absorbing the medicinal effects of the celestial herbs. Today happened to be a weekend break, and after an hour, they finally completed their absorption. Currently, their levels were as follows. Tang Xian, level 34, Three-Ring Soul Master, having previously broken through during the battle with the Claw Scorpion King. He later sought his teacher to obtain the third soul ring. Tang Xian, level 35, Three-Ring Soul Master. Mu Qin, level 36, Three-Ring Soul Master. The following afternoon, before the theory class concluded, Zhou Yu reiterated to the classmates the importance of reviewing the theoretical concepts and preparing for the practical assessment. This time, the practical assessment would involve randomly drawing lots to match opponents for soul battles. After the battles, the practical teachers would score simultaneously, with the average score serving as the final assessment grade. Although the specifics of the practical assessment had been slightly modified, the essence remained the same. After providing a few more reminders for the upcoming theory exam, Zhou Yu announced that all courses for the semester had concluded. Once the class was dismissed, everyone dispersed in a flurry. Some headed to the cafeteria to queue for meals, others went to the library to secure seats for evening self-study, while some simply returned to the dormitory to relax. Under the guidance of Mu Qin, Qian Yuhan and others opted to indulge in a meal first. They requested Fang Yu to assist in reserving several seats. After agreeing, Fang Yu hurriedly made her way to the library. After finishing their meal, Qian Yuhan and the others brought an extra portion for Fang Yu and made their way to the library. Upon entering, they spotted Fang Yu waving at them. As they approached, Mu Qin placed the food in front of Fang Yu and glanced around the empty tables. There were 5 tables in total, and he couldn't help but frown. Isn't Huliner coming? Mu Qin inquired. Fang Yu noticed Qian Yuhan's expectant gaze, seemingly eager for an answer to this question. She shook her head and replied, Lino had matters to attend to at home and has decided not to stay on campus anymore. She will be a day student from now on. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu observed that Qian Yuhan's expression remained unchanged. Yet she could discern a hint of sorrow in his eyes. It was as if he had made a resolute decision when he said, Fang Yu, you have contact with Lino, right? If you have a chance, please convey this message. If she has encountered someone better and is distancing herself from me, it would be better for her to tell me directly. I will step back, but please do not continue this way. It truly hurts. Fang Yu looked at Qian Yuhan and silently nodded. Subsequently, the 5 of them settled into their studies in the library, and no one brought the matter up again. As the theory examination commenced, the questions, crafted by each class's theory teacher, elicited mixed reactions. Some found them excessively challenging, while others deemed them rather easy. Qian Yuhan represents the latter. After completing the theoretical examination, a rare smile graced her lips. Observing Mu Qin's furrowed brow, she surmised that their class's teacher had indeed set a particularly challenging paper. After all, Teacher Han Xian possessed profound theoretical knowledge, and her lectures were equally intricate. Thus the questions posed might be even more formidable. Alas, my dear fourth, the paper set by Teacher Han from our class is exceedingly difficult. We would be grateful just to pass. Qian Yuhan observed Mu Qin lamenting beside him and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, Do not worry. Believe in yourself. You will undoubtedly succeed. Tomorrow, we shall commence the practical assessment, and the matchups will be revealed in the afternoon. If we happen to be pitted against each other, just wait. I shall surely avenge that arrow from our friendly match. In the afternoon, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Mu Qin, and Qian Yuhan gathered around the display board, each searching for their names. Ah, what a pity that I cannot take on you this time, fourth. I will be battling Wang Yu from Class 7. Tang Xian feigned a look of regret as he spoke. Tang Chen followed suit, saying, I will be facing Zhao Ke from Class 1. What about the fourth? Is he strong? Qian Yuhan replied, I sense that I possess the strength for battle. Mu Chen declared, I will confront Vina. I shall not show any mercy, especially after how she treated Xiaoyu. Mu Chen stated indignantly, Old Four, who will you fight? Tang Xian inquired, patting Qian Yuhan. Dai Xingxi, came the response. Chapter 61, The Final Practical Assessment, Part 2, Qian Yuhan spoke in a low voice. Dai Xingxi. Mu Chen clenched his fists and exclaimed, Indeed. This match promises to be quite captivating. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. Giving Qian Yuhan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Old Four, this Dai Xingxi is no ordinary opponent. His saber-toothed tiger martial soul should not be underestimated. His speed is remarkable and his attack power formidable. Recently, he broke through to the third ring. Just as Tang Xian intended to elaborate further, he was interrupted by Qian Yuhan, who asserted, Rest assured, elder brother, I will not underestimate him. I will fight with all my might. As for his abilities, I have no interest in knowing them, for it would diminish the honor of my victory. Well said, young man. You've got guts. Tang Chen suddenly interjected, startling Qian Yuhan beside him. The four then promptly returned from the grouping announcement board to their dormitory to continue their training. Qian Yuhan's celestial herbs possessed an astonishing potency, rendering complete absorption a task that would require no less than half a month. Presently, they had only managed to absorb a mere fraction of the total energy, yet the enhancements each individual experienced from their respective herbs were profound, showcasing the formidable nature of these top-tier celestial herbs. After absorbing the Diamond Dragonheart Sunflower, Mu Chen found his Golden Crocodile King's martial spirit defense to be remarkably augmented, now capable of withstanding the fourth soul skill of an ordinary soul master. His meridians felt as though they were clad in armor, significantly enhancing their capacity. This improvement allowed for a swifter flow of soul power through his veins, thereby increasing the efficiency of his cultivation. Tang Xian, having absorbed the Heaven Thunder Devouring Soul Grass, noticed that the lightning attributes surrounding his Haoyan hammer had become more refined, resulting in a more pronounced electric damage effect in his attacks. Moreover, his physical prowess had become exceedingly formidable due to the tempering of the Heaven Thunder Devouring Soul Grass. Notably, his mental acuity had also received a substantial boost, rendering his spiritual strength even stronger than that of Qian Yuhan. Tang Chen, after absorbing the rare fungi Celestial Chrysanthemum, found his Haoyan hammer to be significantly more resilient. Its weight considerably increased. The added stunning effect of his attacks had also improved notably. His physical strength, already formidable, was now approaching an indestructible form, exemplifying a harmonious blend of defense and offense. Including Qian Yuhan, the initial manifestation of their cultivation after absorbing the celestial herbs was an enhancement in soul power. The improvements in martial spirit attributes and physical strength were the primary and more gradual benefits, as they varied with the degree of absorption. Once they fully harnessed the energy during their winter break, their remarkable transformations would be undeniable. However, the impact of the enhancements in martial spirit attributes and physical strength on soul power was relatively minimal, given that all four possessed top-tier martial spirits. With Qian Yuhan boasting a divine-level martial spirit, the enhancement effects of the celestial herbs on their soul power were not as pronounced as they would be for ordinary martial spirits. Nonetheless, an increase of approximately 5 levels was still plausible. The four continued their rigorous training until the following morning, neglecting dinner entirely. Mu Chen was the first to awaken, slowly opening his eyes, accompanied by the lament of his empty stomach. He inwardly lamented, Goodness, I trained straight through to the next morning. Before long, the other three gradually roused from their slumber. Tang Xian stretched lazily and then sprang from his bed. Refreshing. I feel invigorated, though I must admit, I am a bit hungry, he said, with Qian Yuhan chiming in unexpectedly. The four shared a hearty laugh. Tang Xian gestured for everyone to gather, placing their arms around one another to form a circle. Brothers, it is time for us to showcase our skills in 101, he declared. No more talk. Let us get to it. I'm aiming for a perfect score. Tang Chen was equally exhilarated. Qian Yuhan exclaimed, Everyone, let's give it our all. After the four of them motivated each other, they hastened towards the cafeteria, for if they delayed any longer, their stomachs would surely form a band. Along the way, they encountered Fangya. Mu Chen paused to greet her, briefly shared their circumstances, and then rushed towards the cafeteria without further delay. Observing the four boys sprinting away, Fangya smiled faintly. These young men are quite remarkable, especially. Her gaze lingered on Mu Chen, who was trailing behind the others. The practical assessment commenced amidst the chatter of the crowd. According to the prearranged groups, the first-year students were divided into 3 major teams, each competing in one of the 3 battle arenas. Qian Yuhan and Fang Yu were assigned to one group, while Mu Chun and Tang Chun were placed in the second arena, and Tang Xian and Hu Lin found themselves in the third. Indeed, as Fang Yu had mentioned, Hu Lin had transformed into a day scholar. Upon entering the battle arena, she appeared breathless, evidently having hurried over. The announcements blared simultaneously across the 3 arenas. In Arena 1, Zhao Tianyu faced off against Mao Yang. In Arena 2, Shangwan Siki contended with Ning Yuhan. In Arena 3, Tang Xian went up against Wang Yu. Shortly after, the sounds of soul techniques clashing and the spectators' cheers filled the air. In Arena 3, Tang Xian was taken aback to find himself placed in the first match. Then let the battle begin. First year Class 4, Tang Xian, a powerful attack-type soul master. I seek your guidance. First year Class 7, Wang Yu, a control-type soul master. I seek your guidance. As the 2 combatants summoned their soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple rings emerged beneath them, gradually becoming ethereal until they vanished. First soul technique, bind. Wang Yu struck first, his yellow first soul ring shimmering as he formed hand seals, summoning 2 long vines from the ground that surged towards Tang Xian. Blue silver grass, is it? Watch this. Tang Xian remarked nonchalantly, then propelled himself upward, evading the vine's assault. Wang Yu smirked. Oh, it's not over yet. He pointed his right hand, redirecting the blue silver grass vines to attack Tang Xian in midair. First soul technique, Thunder Strike. As Tang Xian soared above, his yellow soul ring glimmered, and the Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. The Haotian hammer. It is indeed the Haotian hammer, gasped the audience in Arena 3. Some spectators were unfamiliar with Tang Xian's martial soul, but those from Class 4 remained calm, particularly Hu Lin. Many in Class 4 had sparred with the brothers, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, and were well aware of the dominance of the Haotian hammer. A collective sigh of relief swept through Class 4. For an unwritten rule in the practical assessment was that one would not face an opponent from their own class. The Haotian hammer in Tang Xian's hands crackled with intensifying lightning. This time, did not continue to evade, but instead launched a direct assault. He declared, "How could a powerhouse of the control system be intimidated by an attack from the assault system? Let us go." The 7 combat instructors watching the 2 on the field noted that the control system student was being overly complacent. Challenging the formidable Tang Xian head-on was certainly not a wise choice. Indeed, Tang Xian's strike was something Wang Yu could not withstand, even if he managed to endure it. It would merely provide Tang Xian with further opportunities to attack. This child has fallen into his old habits again, as the instructor from Class 6 observed. It was precisely Wang Yu's combat teacher who spoke. As anticipated, upon witnessing the overwhelming might of Tang Xian's first soul skill, the enhanced Haotian hammer, Wang Yu opted for a solid defense. With swift hand seals, blue-silver grass vines interwove above him, forming a protective shield. However, as soon as Tang Xian's assault struck the shield created by the entwined vines, it shattered effortlessly. Undeterred, Tang Xian continued to raise his hammer, aiming to strike Wang Yu once more. Wang Yu sighed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Not good. Third soul skill, blue-silver cage. Dear friends, if you could kindly tap on that free gift powered by love, I would greatly appreciate it. I am certainly motivated to continue writing, as your calls for updates inspire me to press on. I promise not to disappoint you. Thank you for your encouragement. By the way, let me share the current strengths of the protagonists. Qian Yuhan, level 37, Pinnacle, Martial Soul, Bright Divine Sword, Azura Demon Sword, Sealed, First Soul Skill, Radiant Slash. Second Soul Skill, Radiant Shadow Clone, Third Soul Skill, Radiant Guardian. Ouyang Luo Shui, level 41, Martial Soul, Ice Spirit Staff, Ice God Battle Blade. Ice Spirit Staff, First Soul Skill, Ice Spirit Blessing, Second Soul Skill, Frozen Domain. Ice God Battle Blade, First Soul Skill, Ice God Slash. Further soul skills will be revealed later. No spoilers. Tang Xian, level 34, Martial Soul, Heavenly Thunder Haotian Hammer, First Soul Skill, Thunder Strike, Second Soul Skill, Thunder Assault. Third Soul Skill, Thunder Shadow. After his breakthrough, he sought his teacher to acquire a soul ring, but upon learning this, Tang Zhun wrote an angry letter questioning why he did not return to obtain the Haotian Guardian, now leaving only the fourth soul skill. Tang Chun, Level 35. Martial Soul, Quaking Haotian Hammer, First Soul Skill, Ground Splitter, Second Soul Skill, Earth Shaker, Third Soul Skill, Haotian Guardian. Muchin, Level 36, Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. First Soul Skill, Golden Crocodile Tail Sweep, Second Soul Skill, Protective Golden Radiance, Third Soul Skill, Fierce Golden Crocodile. Domain, Golden Crocodile Domain. Fangya, Level 29, Pinnacle. Martial Soul, Twin-Headed Fire Phoenix, First Soul Skill, Phoenix Fire Line, Second Soul Skill, Phoenix in Flames. After her breakthrough, Fangya sought out Yu Ziang during the latter half of a short break, where Teacher Yu guided her to a nearby Soul Beast forest to acquire 2 superior quality century-old soul rings. Hulin Air, Level 31, Martial Soul, Three-Tailed Demon Fox. First Soul Skill, Fox-Tail Needle, Second Soul Skill, Fox Charm, Third Soul Skill, Enchanting Poison Mist. Domain, Demon Fox Domain. Additionally, it seems that the young Qian Yuhan's initial romantic endeavors are soon to meet a painful conclusion, as they head to Tiando for an exchange. How will a certain individual awaiting him in Tiando heal his wounds? Let us look forward to it. Lastly, I humbly request that you show your love through support and encouragement for updates. Thank you. Chapter 62. Final Practical Assessment, Part 3, Oh No. The Third Soul Skill, Blue Silver Prison. Wang Yu silently cursed his misfortune as the hand seal changed, and the purple Third Soul ring beneath him illuminated. The Third Soul Skill bestowed upon Wang Yu by the 5,000-year-old Abyssal Demon Spider allowed him to control multiple opponents while also offering self-protection, a commendable skill indeed. However, regrettably, the Blue Silver Prison faced the might of the unparalleled weapon Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Tang Xian's Heavenly Thunder Haotian Hammer struck fiercely against Wang Yu's Blue Silver Prison. Crack! The Blue Silver Prison shattered into countless fragments. Third Soul Skill, Thunder Shadow. Tang Xian, taking advantage of his position, directly unleashed his Third Soul Skill, conjuring a hammer that mirrored the Haotian Hammer. Indeed, Tang Xian's Third Soul Skill did not merely create 2 clones for collaborative combat like Qian Yuhan's Radiant Shadow clone. Instead, it materialized a lightning hammer resembling the Haotian Hammer through the power of thunder. With dual hammers in hand, Tang Xian's first yellow soul ring shimmered beneath him, Thunderstrike. Second Soul Skill, Parasite. Boom. Wang Yu exhibited no signs of retreat, as the second soul ring beneath his feet shimmered. Suddenly, the blue-silver seeds, remnants of his previous attack on the blue-silver vine, emitted a soft azure glow, resembling a ticking time bomb. Alas! Tang Xian sighed inwardly, but regrettably, it was too late. The blue-silver seeds erupted, each explosion possessing minimal force, yet the sheer number proved overwhelming. A cacophony of explosions reverberated around Tang Xian. Indeed, he had been careless. He had long detected the lingering blue-silver seeds on his body, but failed to regard them with the seriousness they warranted. Fortunately, after the baptism of the heavenly thunder-devouring soul grass, his physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to withstand the blasts. However, several patches of skin were torn, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, though he remained otherwise unscathed. On the contrary, Wang Yu was in a dire predicament. Once Tang Xian unleashed the Thunderstrike, the 2 Haotian hammers were flung into the sky, subsequently descending like guided missiles directly towards Wang Yu. The speed was astonishing. By the time Wang Yu noticed the hammers in midair, he had no time to react. The hammers crashed down, accompanied by the purging force of lightning. Wang Yu endured the electric shock as well as the tremors from the impact of the hammers, rendering him momentarily unconscious. Tang Xian summoned back the heavenly thunder Haotian Hammer, while the lightning hammer conjured by his Third Soul Skill dissipated beside Wang Yu. Leaning on the Haotian Hammer, Tang Xian gradually rose to his feet, muttering softly, "Damn it. That hurt like hell." The first match of the third arena concluded, with Tang Xian achieving an average score of 95 and Wang Yu a score of 75. 8. The next group of students was called to the stage. Tang Xian limped towards the first arena, eager to witness the battle of his fourth brother. Upon arrival, he spotted Qian Yuhan and Fangya seated side by side and made his way towards them. Fangya was the first to notice the disheveled Tang Xian. Covering her mouth with a laugh, "Brother Xian, what happened to you? Ha ha, how did you end up like this?" "Ah, don't mention it. It's far too embarrassing," he replied. Qian Yuhan heard Fangya's words and followed her gaze to see Tang Xian moving. "Brother, what happened?" "I was careless during the competition and got injured by the opponent's blue-silver seed explosion." Alas, I lost my perfect score, only managing 90 points, Tang Xian replied. Fangya comforted him. Brother Xian, you did remarkably well. We just completed 3 rounds, and none of us scored above 80. Thank you for the encouragement. It depends on who you compare with. If you all perform normally, surpassing 90 should be no issue, he said. As the 3 of them chatted, Tang Xian sat down beside Qian Yuhan, watching the match in Arena 1. Meanwhile, in Arena 2, Mu Chun, assigned to the 4th group, had arrived at the preparation area, facing off against Wei Na from Class 4. The fierce determination in Mu Chen's eyes signaled that he would show no mercy. As the competition concluded, the practical instructor assessed the scores. Zhao Rui received 82 points, and Hanixi earned 88. The announcement echoed. The 4th group in Arena 2 is about to begin. Mu Chun and Wei Na, please take the stage. Mu Chun cracked his knuckles, ready for action. Wei Na, however, wore a nervous expression. She was acutely aware of Mu Chen's identity and, knowing he was close to Fangya and had learned from Dai Xingxi that Fangya belonged to the Fang family, she dared not provoke her. Wei Na was not foolish. She understood the consequences of angering Mu Chun and his formidable family, which the Wei family could not afford to face. Yet, she knew Dai Xingxi had been targeting Qian Yuhan, who was a forsaken orphan abandoned by his father. Wei Na believed Mu Chun was merely helping him out of pity, unlike his connection with Fangya. In Wei Na's mind, she perceived Mu Chun and Fangya as a couple. A romantic partner is not the same as a roommate. Mu Chun, a level 36 soul master, wasted no time with unnecessary words and directly revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His golden crocodile king martial spirit enveloped him, instantly elevating his aura. Wei Na, level 29 great soul master, please guide me, she stated as 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet. Both the Wei and Dai families possessed martial spirits passed down through generations. The Dai family had the sword-toothed demon tiger, while the Wei family possessed the soul-devouring spirit cat. Golden crocodile domain, activate. Mu Chun unleashed his innate domain, the golden crocodile domain. Within this realm, he could amplify himself, enhancing both attack and defense by an astonishing 50, marking him as a top contender. His first soul skill, golden crocodile tail. Within the domain, Mu Chen's golden radiance intensified, as if he were bathed in a layer of dazzling brilliance. His first soul ring flared to life, emanating a powerful soul force. With a swift motion, a robust tail lashed out, accompanied by a fierce gale, sending a golden slash racing toward Wei Na like a bolt of lightning. The strike sliced through the air, producing a sharp and piercing sound that resonated throughout the space. Mu Chun exerted all his strength without reservation, unleashing a powerful and destructive blow. His first soul skill, Godspeed. Second soul skill, Night Raid. Vina, aware of the formidable power of this strike, knew she could not withstand it. She simultaneously unleashed 2 soul skills, enhancing her speed with extraordinary swiftness. The already rapid soul-devouring spirit cat's velocity surged more than double, enabling her to evade Mu Chen's golden crocodile tail strike. Although it was termed an evasion, Vina's form barely escaped the lethal slash by a mere 10 centimeters. A narrow escape that was indeed perilous. As the Night Raid skill activated, Vina swiftly darted away, her movements so rapid that she seemed to vanish, leaving behind 2 positions that formed a fleeting black shadow. Her figure continued to traverse the arena at an astonishing pace, in search of an opportunity. Mu Chun smiled faintly as the purple 3rd soul ring beneath him illuminated. 3rd soul skill. Chapter 63, Final Practical Assessment, Part 4, 3rd soul skill. Rampaging Golden Crocodile. As the purple 3rd soul ring glowed beneath Mu Chun, his right arm soul bone skill activated as well. Savage Quake. This was the very skill he had exhibited during his battle with Qian Yuhan, the King of Earth right arm bone. Savage Quake is a control skill that causes the earth to tremble. Under the influence of this soul bone skill, Vina's agility diminished significantly. As her speed waned under the control of Savage Quake, a glimmer of joy flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. He understood that the moment had arrived. He swiftly unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Rampaging Golden Crocodile. In an instant, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from Mu Chen. Following this, a lifelike golden crocodile materialized before him. This crocodile, resplendent in its golden hue, shimmered with dazzling light, as if forged from pure gold. Its massive, imposing form exuded an aura of immense power. With Mu Chan's continued accumulation of energy, the golden crocodile grew in size. It opened its cavernous mouth, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, sending chills down the spine. Meanwhile, the space before Mu Qin warped under the weight of the golden crocodile's presence, as if struggling to bear the overwhelming pressure. At last, a colossal golden crocodile, 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, appeared before the onlookers. Its fearsome visage and terrifying aura caused the audience to collectively gasp in astonishment. This was Mu Qin's third soul skill, Rampaging Golden Crocodile. Observing the crocodile formed by the third soul skill, Tang Qin in the audience shook his head and closed his eyes, seemingly offering a silent tribute for Vina. Go, Mu Qin commanded. The golden crocodile charged towards Vina, and the combat instructors understood that she would surely be unable to withstand this strike. If hit, it could even result in lifelong disability. The teachers exchanged glances, and the combat instructor from Class 4 swiftly appeared on the soul arena. Upon his arrival, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of terror, causing him to momentarily freeze. The child was merely a soul master, yet the soul skills he unleashed were so potent that even he, a soul sage, felt a twinge of trepidation, truly astonishing. The instructor materialized before Vina, and beneath his feet, a mesmerizing array of soul rings emerged, consisting of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, perfectly balanced. At that moment, the 7th black soul ring illuminated, and its formidable pressure significantly diminished the impact of Mu Qin's ferocious golden crocodile skill. As the colossal golden crocodile surged towards the instructor, a thunderous crash resonated upon their collision, as if the very ground trembled. Simultaneously, a vast cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping the battlefield and obscuring the outcome of this fierce clash from the spectators. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd was astonished to find that the once mighty golden crocodile had vanished, replaced by a massive, emerald green tortoise, its shell impenetrable and steadfastly standing upon the arena. This tortoise exuded an aura of majesty and mystery, captivating all who beheld it. This was none other than Su Zimo's martial spirit, the Xianming tortoise. As a formidable martial spirit, the Xianming tortoise possessed not only robust defensive capabilities, but also formidable offensive power and vitality. At this moment, under Zhang Cheng's command, the Xianming tortoise displayed unparalleled strength, becoming the most resplendent presence on the battlefield. As Zhang Cheng's 7th soul skill concluded, the tortoise vanished, and Su Zimo gracefully descended onto the arena, announcing, "The match is over. According to the combat instructor's assessment, Vina scores 75 points, and Mu Qin scores a perfect 100. The arena fell into a profound silence, the audience pausing for 2 seconds before erupting into jubilant cheers. Wow, a perfect score from a master. Is he from Class 2? It seems so. I demand all his information within an hour for 100 gold soul coins." Meanwhile, Mu Qin returned to the stands with a dark expression, ignoring the flattery directed towards him, and settled back beside Tang Qin. "I'm furious. Why did Teacher Su intervene?" Tang Qin, unusually bright with laughter, replied, "Ha ha, old 3. Don't you realize how formidable your third soul skill is? Vina could never withstand it. Did you not see that Teacher Su used his martial spirit to counter it? Just smile secretly." He continued, "With such strength in your third soul skill, why didn't you use it against the Scorpion King?" Upon hearing Tang Qin's sudden inquiry, Mu Qin's previously restored complexion instantly deteriorated. "Let's not mention my second brother. Observing Mu Qin's stammering demeanor, Tang Qin's curiosity only intensified. "What's the matter with you today, second brother?" It's nothing much, really. It's just that I unleashed my third soul skill at that moment. However, this particular skill requires a buildup of energy, and the conditions at that time did not allow for such preparation, resulting in an abrupt release of the skill. It is rather absurd. The power of a charged release and an instantaneous release is vastly different, yet they consume the same amount of soul power." Tang Qin's eyes twitched slightly at Mu Qin's words. "Indeed, third brother, your soul skill is quite extraordinary. So, that formidable golden crocodile I encountered earlier was actually the manifestation of your third soul skill?" Mu Qin remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Tang Qin found it difficult to accept. The awe-inspiring golden crocodile and the 1-meter-long loach from that day were, astonishingly, the result of the same soul skill wielded by the same individual. Had Mu Qin not clarified, Tang Qin would have assumed he had not exerted his full capabilities that day and had merely been slacking off. Mu Qin then added, "However, I did not anticipate that the potency of this third soul skill would be so formidable. The effects of the Diamond Dragon Heartflower on my physical condition, soul skill enhancement, and martial soul improvement are utterly remarkable. Moreover, I sense that a considerable amount of elemental energy remains within me, and if I could absorb it all, Tangshan nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. The benefits derived from the celestial mushroom have also astounded me. It has not only augmented my strength, but has also allowed me to experience an unprecedented surge of power." Muchin continued, "Precisely. Especially with my third soul skill being capable of unleashing such tremendous force, it has surpassed my expectations." Tangshan chuckled, "Of course. Nevertheless, we must make good use of the remaining elemental energy to further advance our cultivation. After all, only through continuous improvement can we achieve greater victories in future battles." Muchin nodded in agreement, their gazes locking, each reflecting a glimmer of determination. They understood that the benefits they had acquired were not merely transient, but represented a long-term accumulation and enhancement. As long as they committed to rigorous training, they would undoubtedly evolve into formidable beings in the future. Chapter 64, Final Practical Assessment, Part 5, Group 13 of Arena Number 2, Year 1. Class 4. Tangshan vs. Year 1, Class 1. Zhao Ke, please prepare to take the stage. As the announcement echoed, Tangshan and Zhao Ke ascended the battle platform. Year 1, Class 1. Zhao Ke, Level 29 Great Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Zhao Ke declared, a determined light glimmering in his eyes as his voice resonated powerfully. As his words fell, 2 yellow soul rings slowly emerged beneath him, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Zhao Ke was filled with anticipation and excitement. Upon learning that his opponent was Tangshan, he immediately recognized that this would be a formidable battle. However, he felt neither fear nor hesitation. Instead, a profound yearning surged within him to engage in battle with a formidable opponent, to ignite his potential and see if he could transcend the persistent bottleneck that had long plagued him. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and prepared to face this challenge. He believed that with unwavering determination, he could glean invaluable experience and growth from this fierce confrontation. At that moment, he was eager to showcase his strength and compete with Tangshan. Class 4, Year 1, Tangshan, Level 35 Soul Master. I seek your guidance. Tangshan said with a serious expression, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Just the day before, his younger brother had cautioned him repeatedly that Zhao Ke's strength should not be underestimated, as it was said that he possessed the capacity to contend with him. Although he had the advantage of an additional skill at level 29 against level 35, the fact that his opponent could still engage him in a fierce struggle indicated Zhao Ke's immense potential. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tangshan understood the necessity of approaching the battle with utmost seriousness and dedication. Simultaneously, he wished to use this opportunity to solidify the cultivation he had gained after absorbing the wondrous Qi Rong Tong Tianju. First soul skill, Earth Split. Tangshan initiated the attack, as the yellow first soul ring quietly manifested beneath his feet. Grasping the earthquake Haotian hammer with both hands, a powerful force surged from within him, converging into his arms. He inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and raised the Haotian hammer high above his head. With this motion, the surrounding air seemed to swirl, forming an invisible vortex. Subsequently, with all his might, Tangshan brought the Haotian hammer crashing down onto the ground. A tremendous sound erupted as the ground violently trembled, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. From Tangshan's position, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the surface, rushing towards Zhao Ke. These fissures multiplied and thickened, ultimately merging into a vast chasm. The crack continued to widen, resonating with a deep, rumbling sound, akin to a ferocious beast poised to devour everything in its path. At this moment, Zhao Ke's expression changed dramatically as he felt an unprecedented pressure. His eyes widened in realization. If he could not evade in time, he would face severe injury. Tangshan's Earthquake Haotian hammer possessed a striking power far superior to Tangshan's Thunder Haotian hammer, although it was merely the first soul skill and only caused the ground to fracture. Zhao Ke understood that the might of this strike was comparable to the third soul skill of an ordinary soul master. 7 Kill Domain, activate. Zhao Ke summoned a silver-white long sword in his hand, enveloped by a faint blue protective aura. His martial soul was none other than the renowned 7 Kill Sword, a top-tier weapon martial soul that could rival the Haotian hammer in terms of attack power. Soul masters who awakened the 7 Kill Sword martial soul were endowed with an innate domain, the 7 Kill Domain, akin to Mu Qin's Golden Crocodile Domain. However, unlike the others, Mu Qin's Golden Crocodile Domain can affect both himself and his allies, whereas Zhao Ke's 7 Kill Domain only enhances his own abilities, incapable of extending its benefits to others. The first soul skill, Sword Qi. As the first soul ring beneath Zhao Ke flickered, he swung the 7 Kill Sword through the air, unleashing a torrent of gray energy that surged forth like a colossal gray dragon, aimed not directly at Tang Chen, but rather targeting the first soul skill known as Earth Split. The underlying strategy was to counter strength with strength, thereby diminishing the impact of Tang Chen's skill and preparing for the ensuing battle. With the collision of the two soul skills, a thunderous roar resounded, sending dust swirling and smoke billowing. As the haze gradually cleared, Tang Chen's skill remained intact, yet it had lost its initial, formidable momentum. Zhao Ke deftly evaded the remnants of Tang Chen's first soul skill with a swift sidestep. Next came the second soul skill, Earth Shatter. A yellow soul ring emerged beneath Tang Chen as he activated the skill. This soul skill served as an enhancement, amplifying the weight of his earth-shattering hammer twofold. Rendering his attacks even more formidable, Tang Chen intended to launch a direct assault. Zhao Ke, understanding Tang Chen's intent, welcomed the challenge with enthusiasm. The second soul skill, Sword Intent. A yellow second soul ring appeared beneath Zhao Ke, and the 7-kill sword in his grasp was enveloped in blue and white runes, emanating a soft white glow. With both hands firmly gripping the hammer's handle, Tang Chen charged toward Zhao Ke, wielding the significantly heavier earth-shattering hammer. Zhao Ke, too, approached with his sword at the ready. As they drew closer, Tang Chen slowed his pace, adjusting his rhythm to execute a sweeping strike with the hammer. His gaze was resolute, and his aura surged, as if the hammer itself sensed its master's determination, radiating a brilliant light. Simultaneously, Zhao Ke gripped the hilt of the 7-kill sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. After taking a deep breath, he swung the sword toward the earth-shattering hammer in a powerful arc, slicing through the air with a fierce sword energy. Upon the collision of hammer and sword, a deafening sound erupted, the tremendous force causing the ground beneath them to crack open. This power generated a formidable shockwave, radiating outward from their epicenter, stirring the arena into a frenzy of dust and debris. The Crimson Demon Stone Monkey's left arm's soul bone skill, Bloodthirst. Instantly, Zhao Ke's left arm glowed a vivid red, his eyes transforming blood red under the influence of the soulbone skill. Surrounding him was a faint blue sword energy, intertwined with the crimson radiance of the skill. Zhao Ke possessed a soulbone. Moreover, it was of the enhancement type. Such a confrontation could prove disadvantageous for the second brother. Observing the unfolding situation, Mu Chen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, he internally acknowledged, indeed, just as the fourth brother asserted, Zhao Ke truly possesses remarkable prowess. Indeed, it is a magnificent clash between two premier martial souls, truly exhilarating to witness. The 7-killing sword in Zhao Ke's grasp gleamed with a fierce radiance, each stroke emanating an unparalleled aura of might and power, bolstered by the bloodthirsty spirit bone on his left arm. The offensive capacity of the 7-killing sword was immensely amplified. As the sword collided with the Haotian hammer, the sword's surrounding energy surged forth like a tempest, sweeping towards Tang Chen's Haotian hammer, each blade of energy harboring terrifying strength, as if it could rend the very fabric of space apart. Under this formidable assault, the Haotian hammer in Tang Chen's hands began to tremble slightly, struggling to withstand the immense pressure. Observing this, Zhao Ke's eyes gleamed with a hint of elation. He understood that he must seize this opportunity to vanquish Tang Chen decisively, for there would be no chance for a comeback otherwise. As the ferocity of the 7-killing sword's strikes intensified, the momentum began to subtly shift in favor of overcoming the Haotian hammer. In Chapter 65, Final Combat Assessment, Part 6, under the enhancement of the bloodthirsty skill from his spirit bone, the 2-ringed 7-killing sword surprisingly gained the upper hand against the 3-ringed Haotian hammer. Gritting his teeth, Tang Chen activated his 3rd soul ring, unleashing his 3rd soul skill, Haotian Protection. With this technique, a yellow shield enveloped him, aiding the Haotian hammer in absorbing much of the 7-killing sword's energy, allowing it to regain the advantage. A tremendous explosion resonated as clouds of dust rapidly spread across the arena. Both combatants were thrust backward by the immense force generated from their clash, while the audience remained uncertain as to who held the advantage, their eyes wide with tension as they focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. Zhao Ke, gripping his sword, plunged the 7-killing sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Tang Chen set the Haotian hammer aside, leaning against its handle, also struggling to catch his breath. Both warriors appeared fatigued, yet their eyes radiated a glimmer of determination and tenacity. It was evident that they had expended considerable strength and energy in this fierce duel. Yet neither was willing to concede easily. Once more, Zhao Ke bellowed to the heavens, his aura suddenly surging. The seven killing sword seemed to resonate with its master's indomitable spirit, its pale blue glow intensifying beyond its previous brilliance. The effects of Zhao Ke's bloodthirst faded, leaving him in a state of weakness. However, he cast aside his fatigue, fixated solely on the victory of this battle. What a commendable warrior Zhao Ke is. Tang Chen thought to himself. Come on, let us battle with fervor. He called out to Zhao Ke. The Haoyan hammer was enveloped in a soft yellow energy as Tang Chen hoisted it onto his shoulder, activating his second soul ring once more, invoking his second skill, Earth Shatter. Zhao Ke closed his eyes, channeling his entire soul power, as it coursed through his meridians, healing his already weary body. Gradually, he shut his eyes. And in the next moment, the seven killing sword materialized before him, accompanied by two yellow soul rings that emerged simultaneously. An astonishing scene unfolded as the two yellow soul rings surrounding the seven killing sword trembled slightly, drawing closer to one another. When the two yellow rings collided, they emitted a dazzling pale blue light that persisted for half a minute. As the radiance faded, what had once been two yellow soul rings transformed into a singular purple soul ring, hovering above the seven killing sword. What? Fusion ring? Muchen squinted at Zhao Ke, exclaiming in awe. What is a fusion ring? A classmate from another group, confused by the term, inquired. A fusion ring is the merging of two or more soul rings, resulting in a more potent power, Muchen elucidated. However, this ability is exceedingly rare, possessed by only a handful of individuals. Moreover, there is a certain risk involved. Improper execution could lead to the shattering of the soul rings, or even be life-threatening. Therefore, under normal circumstances, few dare to attempt fusion. I can't believe Zhao Ke would actually attempt such a thing. He truly is a madman. During this half-minute, Tang Chen was also gathering his strength. Both warriors aware that this was their final strike. Seven killing sword chi. Quake. The quake skill surged forth like a ferocious lion, roaring with tremendous might. It swept up the remnants of the previous battle as debris into a violent storm, hurtling towards Zhao Ke. Meanwhile, the seven killing sword chi soared like a lithe silver dragon, claws bared, wielding dozens of razor-sharp sword strikes, charging fearlessly toward the imposing lion. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a breathtaking wave of energy. The silver dragon and the crimson-orange lion clashed as if two celestial bodies had collided, producing an earth-shattering roar. The entire arena began to tremble violently, the ground quaking incessantly, while cracks appeared in the walls. Small fragments of debris even began to fall from above the audience, plunging toward the terrified crowd below. Screams erupted as the spectators scattered in chaos, the scene descending into disarray. Visibility was lost amidst the swirling dust, forming a deep brown barrier that obscured the ongoing struggle within. Only the muffled sounds of collision and flashes of light within the haze continued to remind everyone that the confrontation was still in progress. After 2 or 3 minutes, the arena seemed to settle, and the battle between Tang Chen and Zhao Ke drew to a close. I concede, Zhao Ke slumped, utterly drained, collapsing onto the soul fighting platform, gazing up at the sky. This battle was exhilarating, Zhao Ke whispered to himself, in a voice only he could hear. Indeed, for Zhao Ke, this battle had been immensely satisfying. It was a true test of his mettle. Moreover, he had finally broken through that bottleneck. Just one more soul ring away from his third. When the winter break arrives, he will seek his mother's guidance to plan the soul rings for the 7-kill sword. Next semester, he will challenge Tang Chen. Zhao Ke has inherited his mother Chen Qing's 7-kill sword martial soul. Thus she undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of this supreme martial soul than he currently does. She is most knowledgeable about which soul rings would suit him best. You are formidable. It has been a long time since I encountered an opponent like you. I have gained much from this battle. Thank you, my brother. A voice echoed, and Zhao Ke sat up to see a hand extended before him, none other than Tang Chen. With a slight smile, Zhao Ke clasped Tang Chen's hand and was effortlessly pulled to his feet. I feel the same. Thank you. Wait for me to acquire my third soul skill during the winter break, and then I shall seek you and the class leader for another duel, shall we? All right. I look forward to your challenge. Came Tang Chen's hearty laughter. At that moment, the announcement rang out. This match has concluded. After assessment by the combat instructor, Zhao Ke scored 98, 5 points, while Tang Chen achieved a perfect score of 100. Both competitors exhibited unwavering combat spirit, refusing to yield until the very last moment, exhausting every ounce of soul power. This is the lesson we must all learn from them. We extend our gratitude for this splendid soul battle. The chaos caused by the collision of soul skills in the audience area had settled, and spectators found nearby seats to continue watching the matches. As the announcement ended, cheers and applause erupted in Arena 2, a tribute to the strength and prowess displayed. This is the pride of the Spirit Hall Academy, respecting the strong, learning from the strong, and aspiring to become strong. More than 10 additional matches took place in Arena 2 that morning, concluding the first day of competitions. With such a large number of first-year students, nearly 180 soul battles were scheduled across 3 arenas, organized meticulously over 2 days. With over 20 matches each morning and afternoon, as many more grades awaited their turn. The first-year end-of-term practical assessments for Class 101 had concluded, and Fanya achieved an impressive score of 97.5 the following morning, stunning everyone with her twin-headed Fire Phoenix martial soul. On the afternoon of the second day of practical assessments, the 4 members of Class 101 gathered in Arena 1. One participant had yet to complete their assessment. Qian Yuhan was currently preparing in the competition area. The duel between Qian Yuhan and Dai Sheng Shi would be the final battle in Arena 1, marking the conclusion of the first-year newcomers' end-of-term practical evaluations. Chapter 66. End of the practical assessment in the afternoon of the final match for the second day of practical assessments. Arena 1 was filled to capacity. Among the audience were students already participating in evaluations and some of Dai Shi's followers who had come to watch. In Dai Shi's eyes, this match held no suspense. What accomplishments could an orphan, abandoned, and without a family background, possibly achieve? Becoming a soul master is merely a stroke of luck. He scoffs at the notion that Qian Yuhan possesses such prowess. After all, he witnessed firsthand during an outdoor combat drill how Qian Yuhan was effortlessly flung away by the tail of a venomous scorpion king. The audience was divided into 3 factions. Those who supported Dai Shi gathered on the eastern side of the arena, with his loyal followers holding banners in fervent encouragement, while those backing Qian Yuhan occupied the opposite side, leaving the central area to a rather ambiguous middle ground. The final group of the Soul Combat Assessment on Arena 1 was about to commence. Competitors from both sides, Qian Yuhan and Dai Shi, ascended to the arena from their respective preparation zones, accompanied by the familiar announcement echoing through the air. Qian Yuhan waved towards Mu Chen and the others, then made his way to the center of the arena. As he walked towards the middle, he unexpectedly caught sight of Hu Lin Air among the supporters of Dai Shi. Qian Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. How could she be over there? Could it be? As Qian Yuhan silently murmured to herself, Dai Shi's voice rang out. Qian Yuhan, today you are unfortunate to be matched with me. Indeed. It is quite unfortunate to encounter a good-for-nothing, utterly devoid of merit. Very well, I shall await Hu Lin Air's request for me to show mercy. But it seems entirely unnecessary now. Qian Yuhan gazed at Dai Shi in silence, his expression dark and brooding. Hu Lino had never uttered such words to Dai Shi. This was merely a tactic employed by Dai Shi to provoke Qian Yuhan, aiming to incite his fury to facilitate his own actions. Qian Yuhan, a soul master of level 37, and Dai Shi, a soul master of level 35, declared, "Today, I shall make you aware of the might of your esteemed grandfather, Xingxi." With that, Dai Xingxi issued a fierce proclamation, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath his feet. Qian Yuhan smiled faintly, remarking on the gesture's loquacity. Without further ado, she summoned the radiant divine sword. The sword hovered majestically behind her, emanating a resplendent glow. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings appeared, 1 purple and 2 black. Qian Yuhan, well, I shall see your prowess. I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. With the emergence of 3 soul rings, all present were rendered speechless. Their initial reaction was to rub their eyes, convinced they were experiencing an illusion. Mu Chen and the others were also momentarily stunned, but Mu Chen, aware of Qian Yuhan's true identity, quickly regained his composure. After all, it was quite normal for the heir of the Spirit Hall to possess formidable soul rings. Yet, this was astonishingly impressive. Why did the soul rings of the 4th brother appear so different from before? Indeed, 1 purple and 2 black. The Tang brothers, Tang Shen and Tang Xian, were unaware of Qian Yuhan's true identity and gasped in amazement. Once the 4th brother has bested Dai Shi, you should directly inquire with him. You might be even more astonished. Mu Chen chuckled. Beside the 3, Fanya was also in shock, covering her mouth. This is utterly incredible. It defies all logic. She only knew of one example where the soul rings exceeded absorption limits, the great offering of the Spirit Hall, who possessed 6 black and 3 red rings. According to the family elders, the great offering's power was a gift from the angel god. But what was the case with Qian Yuhan? Heh, are you attempting to frighten me with a soul ring disguise potion? How tedious. Dai Shengshi scoffed dismissively. Qian Yuhan, suppressing a smile, summoned the radiant divine sword into his right hand, gripping it with unwavering resolve. Sword-toothed tiger, manifest. The soul of the sword-toothed tiger, infused with an enigmatic and formidable power, instantly enveloped him. His once ordinary hands now shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, gradually transforming into a soft lavender hue reminiscent of amethyst veiled in morning mist, subtly radiating a mysterious aura. His claws grew robust and powerful, with each finger seemingly imbued with boundless strength. As the soul manifested, Qian Yuhan underwent a remarkable transformation. His height surged as if enchanted, resembling a towering tree flourishing in the sunlight, standing tall and proud. The fitted garment he wore could no longer withstand the strain of his burgeoning muscles, bursting apart with a sound akin to a pop, scattering into myriad fabric shreds that danced in the air. Immersed in the state of soul manifestation, he tilted his head slightly back, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light that exuded the majesty and ferocity of a mighty tiger. His aura deepened, becoming wild and profound, akin to a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, ready to unleash unparalleled power and dominance. The very air around him thickened, as if even the gentle breeze dared not approach, fearful of the imposing presence he emanated. Radiant slash. Qian Yuhan's resolute visage revealed no hint of hesitation. It was as if he had already resolved to strike. The enigmatic first soul ring of violet brilliance materialized beneath his feet, radiant and dazzling. With the emergence of the soul ring, his aura surged like a torrent unleashed, a formidable pressure enveloping the surroundings, instilling fear in all who sensed it. His left and right hands, as if forged from steel, gripped the hilt of the radiant divine sword with commanding authority, channeling all his strength into his hands. At this moment, the previously wandering light elements around him appeared summoned, converging towards the radiant divine sword like a battalion of loyal soldiers. These light elements intertwined in the air, forming resplendent rays, with the radiant divine sword at their core. As the light elements gathered, it seemed to transcend its physical form, creating a colossal white vortex that spun ever faster, as if to absorb all the energies of the universe. Each ray flickered with infinite brilliance, embodying immeasurable power. As Qian Yuhan harnessed this concentrated force, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to his adversary, the imminent eruption of energy inspired a palpable dread. Through the refining of the top-tier celestial herbs, 8-pointed ice grass, and fiery apricot blossom, Qian Yuhan had experienced a geometric increase in physical strength. Despite only a modest enhancement in soul power, this time he intended to secure victory with a single, decisive strike. Dai Xingxi regarded Qian Yuhan as he gathered energy for his first soul skill with palpable disdain. In his view, no matter how much energy was amassed for a first soul skill, it would hold little threat. He lifted his right foot and then stomped it down, causing the third soul ring to illuminate. Third soul skill, Demonic Tiger's Heavenly Roar. As Dai Xingxi's saber-toothed ghost tiger martial spirit enveloped him, a pale white orb of light coalesced before his mouth upon the activation of the third soul skill. He then unleashed a resonant roar directed at Qian Yuhan, sending the orb surging forward with the force of a wild beast, propelled by the sound waves. Qian Yuhan's eyes were gently closed as he took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the divine sword of light held firmly in his grasp. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the sword traced a brilliant arc through the air. At the very moment the sword was unleashed, the space surrounding it seemed unable to bear such immense energy, exhibiting signs of fracture. Where the sword passed, the fabric of reality appeared to be cleaved, revealing profound dark rifts. The piercing sound of the slicing wind resonated, causing a dull roar to echo in the ears of onlookers. This luminous strike was unlike any before. It was no longer merely a white blade of energy tinged with faint yellow light, but had transformed into the most resplendent golden yellow aura. This brilliance resembled a ferocious golden sacred dragon, its claws extended, exuding boundless majesty and power, roaring as it lunged toward Dai Xingxi. The clash of skills generated little commotion, for Dai Xingxi's third spirit technique was woefully inadequate. The golden dragon effortlessly engulfed the technique, and rather than slowing, it surged forward with even greater speed, charging relentlessly at Dai Xingxi. On the judges' platform, Yu Ziang felt an immediate sense of foreboding, but it was too late. They could not reach the arena in time to thwart the impending blow. Should Dai Xingxi be struck, he would undoubtedly find himself at the gates of the underworld. A sigh echoed through the air. The audience in the stands heard the sound, glancing around in confusion. Simultaneously, they noticed that just as Qian Yuhan's golden dragon was about to collide with Dai Xingxi, a shadow abruptly appeared before him. Chapter 67, Learning the Truth. All is well, Part 1. As the golden dragon of Qian Yuhan was about to strike Dai Xingxi, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. This figure extended a finger and gently pointed at the oncoming golden dragon, causing it to shatter with a resounding crash. The air around filled with the sound of the dragon's fractured illusions dissipating. That would suffice. The contest concludes here. Qian Yuhan emerges victorious, scoring a perfect 100, while Dai Xingxi receives a score of 70. As the crowd came to recognize the individual standing on the field, disbelief washed over them. It was none other than the esteemed academy principal, Han Tianyi. Indeed, this match had been orchestrated by Han Tianyi, who sought to gauge the true prowess of this child, who had captured the attention of the Pope. Han Tianyi, occupied with meetings in recent days, had found this moment convenient to arrange for Qian Yuhan and the others to participate in the final bout. Dai Xingxi, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "Why should this be?" Han Tianyi, momentarily taken aback by the audacity displayed within the halls of the Spirit Hall Academy, steadied himself. As a principal, he had witnessed myriad scenes. And in a measured tone, he replied, "Because I am the principal. Dai, I am aware of your family background. Even the old man from your lineage would yield to me. I advise you to maintain a low profile within the academy. Not every conflict can be resolved by your family's influence." His gaze subtly shifted towards Qian Yuhan. Sensing the shift in Han Tianyi's demeanor, Dai Xingxi hastily nodded in apology, saying, "I understand, principal. I will certainly act with restraint in the future." With the examinations concluded, the crowd then let loose, reveling in their newfound freedom. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qian Yuhan found himself encircled by the brothers Tang Xian and Tang Chun, akin to being targeted by a gang. "Wait, brothers, what is this black silk all about?" Tang Xian cleared his throat and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Fourth brother, do you consider us to be brothers?" "Of course," came the reply. "Then why have you kept us in the dark for so long?" Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "Ah, could it be that my elder brothers are already aware? How could they possibly know? Is it Mu Chen?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Mu Chen, who looked back with an expression of innocence, gesturing with his hand to indicate that he had said nothing. Yet, in Qian Yuhan's eyes, it was as if he was saying, "I have revealed everything. Do as you see fit." "Oh dear, it was never my intention to keep this from you. That's all there is to it. I truly did not mean to conceal anything." Tang Xian and Tang Chun were left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Unlike Mu Chen, who had similarly faced a dilemma but had almost inadvertently exposed himself at the beginning of the term, they found it difficult to process the information. After all, they were merely the sons of Tang Zhan, the current sect master of the Haotian sect, which could hardly compare to the might of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's rapid development and vast scale had left many soul masters from the two great empires of Tiando and Xingli yearning to join its ranks, with the Elder Hall and the Hall of Offerings serving as the epitome of aspiration for soul masters. Now, the highest authority of the next generation within the Spirit Hall stood before them. How could their minds grasp this so swiftly? "Wait, fourth brother, does that mean you are the son of Elder Qian Mo Mian, the Judgment Elder?" Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "So the celestial herbs you previously provided us were also sourced from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xian inquired, a question that mirrored Mu Chen's curiosity. Although he was the son of the golden crocodile Douluo, the second elder of the Spirit Hall, he remained entirely oblivious to the treasures housed within its confines, as his father never divulged any internal matters. Nevertheless, Mu Chen refrained from probing too deeply. His primary concerns lay in the realms of sustenance, rest, and amusement. "Those celestial herbs were not bequeathed to me by my father. Rather, they were fortuitously gathered by me in the Sunset Forest." Qian Yuhan recounted the extraordinary encounter at the ice and fire duality to the gathered crowd. "Ah, indeed. As expected of Xiaoya. Even the most exceptional celestial herbs have reached your ears," Mu Chen exclaimed with palpable excitement. Tang Xian cast a disdainful glance at Mu Chen, his expression reflecting his contempt. "So, according to you, fourth brother, does that mean we can effortlessly procure celestial herbs from there at any time and place?" Qian Yuhan shook his head and explained, "It is certainly not feasible. To reach that place, we would need to wait at least 20 years. "What? 20 years is such a long time." Mu Chen felt disheartened upon hearing this duration. He even entertained the thought of relying on consuming celestial herbs to enhance his strength, instead of enduring the arduous training. This was already the most rapid time frame derived from meticulous calculations. The reason that region could nurture celestial herbs lies in the exceedingly rich concentration of natural elemental energy, which creates unparalleled conditions for their growth. If the harvesting of these herbs were to occur too frequently, this delicate balance would inevitably be disrupted, causing the elemental energy to dissipate like smoke. At that point, the legendary ice and fire duality, I might face a tragic fate of eternal disappearance. In all endeavors, one must maintain an appropriate measure and restraint. Recklessness and excess are not permissible. Listening to Qian Yuhan's coherent and profound explanation, the three nodded in unison. They contemplated in their hearts, indeed. Their fourth brother possessed the most foresight. It is worth noting that, despite being of similar ages, Qian Yuhan exhibited a composure and maturity far surpassing that of the other three, his demeanor seemingly imbued with the wisdom of age, eliciting their admiration. As their time together extended, this disparity became increasingly evident, and their respect for their fourth brother grew daily. Recognizing within him a unique charm and wisdom that inspired deep reverence and acknowledgement, Tang Xian declared, "This secret must remain among the four of us. The more who know, the more likely it is that greedy individuals will scheme." Agreed. Muchen and Tang Xian responded in unison. Muchen continued, "Since this semester is drawing to a close, how about we treat ourselves to a meal? Let us go." The other three replied in chorus. The four made their way to the cafeteria, where, aside from Qian Yuhan, the other three conspired to treat him to a sumptuous feast. Knowing that Qian Yuhan was a concealed wealthy individual, Tang Xian and Tang Chen felt no guilt in this plan, feeling somewhat wronged by his secrecy. In the cafeteria, the four were reveling in celebration. And as they gazed upon the table laden with dishes, Qian Yuhan felt no pang of regret. Instead, he smiled gently at his brothers joyfully feasting. In his previous world, he had few friends, but in Douluo continent, he had encountered these three good brothers. Worth it. "Shaya, what brings you here?" Muchen looked up and, taking a breath, saw Fangya approaching the four. "I'm looking for Yuhan. I have some matters I wish to discuss privately. My brothers underwent a minor procedure today, and with the anesthesia wearing off, they're feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'll need to write a leave of absence for tomorrow to ensure proper rest and recovery. I kindly request my brothers to grant me a leave of absence. After recuperating, I shall return to diligently pen my words." Chapter 68. Discovering the Truth. All is Well. Part 2. I sought to speak with classmate Yuhan privately. "Are you currently available?" Fangya inquired as she approached the table of four. "Let us go," Qian Yuhan replied, following Fangya outside the cafeteria. Upon reaching a secluded corner outside, Qian Yuhan inquired, "What is the matter? Has something occurred?" It concerns Liner." "Linu? What has happened to her?" Qian Yuhan asked, visibly anxious. "She does not wish for me to inform you, but I believe it is essential for you to know. What has she been concealing from me? Liner intends to take a leave of absence next semester, and her return may coincide with our second year." Has she encountered some trouble? How could this come to pass?" "Sai, she actually feels quite guilty towards you. Her previous proximity to you was instigated by Dai Xingxi." "Dai Xingxi? How are they connected?" "You must be aware that Liner's family has essentially fallen from grace. The current Hu family relies entirely on the support of the Dai family for survival, which has led the stubborn elders of the Hu family to urge Hu Liner to foster a closer relationship with Dai Xingxi. In an attempt to curry favor, Hu Liner agreed to assist Dai Xingxi with three matters. The first two involved transferring 40 of the Hu family's land transport business and hotel operations to the Dai family. The final matter was to allow her to get closer to you, ideally to establish a romantic relationship, only to ultimately cast you aside, leaving you in distress and revulsion." As Qian Yuhan listened to Fangya's words, his expression grew increasingly somber. He was perplexed by Hu Lin Er's deceit, and even more so by the inexplicable animosity he seemed to share with Dai Xingxi, which compelled him to resort to such despicable tactics. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Fangya appeared to discern his intentions and interjected. "You wish to express that you believe Lin Er has developed genuine feelings for you, correct?" Qian Yuhan nodded. Fangya continued, "Indeed, during this period of interaction, she has developed genuine feelings for you. However, in her eyes, being with you feels like a betrayal of sorts, and that is unjust to you. She is unwilling to continue deceiving you. It is precisely because both of you have sincere feelings for one another that she feels even more guilt over the kindness you have shown her. I understand your relationship now. Let's arrange for her to meet me tomorrow evening by Moon Lake. There are certain things I wish to convey to her in person. Fang Ye responded with an affirmative sound and then added thoughtfully, by the way, my brother Fang Qing has some connections with Dai Shangxi, and they share a good rapport. Do keep an eye on that. Fang Ye, you? I only learned about it recently. They met at a gathering I did not attend, and Lin Air informed me about it. Also, your idea for that card game is quite remarkable. Just be cautious not to share it with anyone you do not trust. Especially my brother. He harbors ill intentions. Understood. Thank you, Fang Ye. Well, I shall take my leave now. You should return to enjoy your meal with them. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qian Yuhan did not return to the dining hall. Instead, he quietly turned around, taking leisurely steps towards the unique Moon Lake Park within the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Upon entering this serene sanctuary, the trees, which already possessed a certain charm, seemed to be suddenly illuminated by countless twinkling fireflies, as if enchanted, appearing even more mesmerizing against the backdrop of the night. The crescent moon hung in the sky like a bashful maiden, softly casting its radiant glow upon the tranquil lake, creating a dreamlike, silent, and beautiful scene that unfolded before Qian Yuhan's eyes. The water rippled gently, as if whispering ancient tales, intertwining with the lakeside trees and the luminous moon, forming an exquisite tapestry that captivated the heart and lingered in memory. Gazing upon this breathtaking sight, Qian Yuhan smiled faintly. Though it was a smile tinged with sorrow, tears welled up in his eyes, ultimately cascading down his cheeks. Fate had deemed them ill-suited companions. What he had once believed would be a sweet interlude had come to such an end. Was Hu Lin wrong? Perhaps, but she had loved him sincerely. Remaining true to herself, Qian Yuhan could comprehend Hu Lin's decision. Had he been in her position, he would have acted similarly, for his conscience would not allow otherwise. He chose to understand and forgive, allowing their relationship to be but a fleeting dream. Qian Yuhan reflected for a moment. Dai Shangxi, what a character. We harbor no enmity, yet you treat me thusly. I pondered that if I were truly to follow Dai Shangxi's arrangements, perhaps I would indeed succumb to despair in this world. How ruthless, how merciless. After strolling around Moonlight Lake Park, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory. Mu Chun and the others were already engaged in conversation on their beds. Upon seeing Qian Yuhan enter, Mu Chun directly inquired, Old Four, what were you up to with Xiaoya? Speak the truth. Mu Chun did not notice Qian Yuhan's red and swollen eyes, nor her exceedingly low spirits. However, Tang Xian was observant and quickly cleared his throat to remind Mu Chun. It was only then that Mu Chun noticed Qian Yuhan's pallor and hastily added, Oh, I know what Xiaoya told you. No, I understand that there's nothing between you and Xiaoya. What am I saying? I just knew she would go back and comfort you. Qian Yuhan remarked, all right, I'm fine. Fang Ye merely informed me about Hu Lin. Qian Yuhan recounted the events concerning Hu Lin to the three companions. What a scoundrel Dai Shangxi is. Mu Chun, upon hearing this, angrily struck the bed. Indeed. I had always known Dai Shangxi to be a petty individual, but I never anticipated his repugnance to exceed my expectations, Tang Xian indignantly added. Fourth, he said. Turning to Tang Chun, I have arranged to meet Lin Air tomorrow. Some matters are best addressed face to face, as it is a matter of respect for both parties. The trio fell silent, observing as Qian Yuhan approached his desk and picked up the letter, perusing Shue's reply. He spent about half an hour reading through the correspondence he had accumulated over the past few days. Qian Yuhan had been exceedingly busy, scarcely finding time to read. He would only collect the letters from the mailbox on his way back to the dormitory, where they lay untouched in his drawer for 3 days. In her letter, Shui mentioned that her school would engage in an exchange program with the Wuhuan Temple Academy and inquired whether he would be a part of the exchange student initiative. If so, she would refrain from applying and would wait to see him at the Tiando Royal Academy. She also shared her various experiences from the final examinations. It was then that Qian Yuhan realized that the Tiando Royal Academy had an earlier holiday, with their final exams occurring sooner than his own. Now, they were already on break. Shui playfully teased Qian Yuhan, asking if he was upset. Qian Yuhan smiled gently. This girl is truly intriguing. Mu Chun, Tang Xian. And Tang Chen observed Qian Yuhan laughing at the letter, feeling a sense of relief. In unison, they couldn't help but marvel. This pen pal never fails to lift the fourth spirits during his melancholic moments, as if casting a spell upon him. They realized they too should seek a pen pal. After reading your recent letters, I have taken up my pen to respond. Chapter 69, Realization of the Truth. Everything is well. Part 3. Dear Snow, I have perused your letters from the past few days, and to be candid, I am quite envious of your experiences. This period marks our final examination week, and I have been exceedingly busy, so I trust you can understand my delay in replying. Next semester, we have a selection competition for an exchange opportunity, and I am hopeful of my chances. I yearn to visit the splendid Douluo region. I recall my previous visit to the ice skate arena in Douluo City, though the name eludes me now, and I am particularly fond of the local market culture. If I am fortunate enough to be selected, I would be delighted if you could show me around. Lately, the pressure of my studies has been quite overwhelming. And life has its own burdens, which are difficult to articulate. My relationship with Douluo is drawing to a close. We will have our final conversation tomorrow. I wish to see her one last time, as mutual respect is paramount. Alas, it appears this chapter of my life is concluding. Some details are too complex to convey through letters alone, but perhaps fate will grant us an opportunity to meet and discuss in person. I am utterly exhausted. I plan to rest well tomorrow to rejuvenate myself. In a few days, winter break will commence, and I intend to explore Douluo. During that time, I may not be able to write back, but I will inform you of my plans once they are finalized. Best wishes. After Qian Yuhan finished writing the letter, he climbed onto the bed. After chatting with Mu Chun and the others for a while, he soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Qian Yuhan recalled the delightful moments he had shared with Hu Lin not long ago, studying together, engaging in practical combat drills, and taking leisurely strolls in Moonlight Lake Park, both of them adorned with radiant smiles. However, abruptly, everything around him vanished, leaving Qian Yuhan in a vast expanse of darkness, feeling utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. A beam of light illuminated a spot 50 meters ahead, where a girl stood with her back to him. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Qian Yuhan instantly knew it was Hu Lin. She glanced back at him momentarily before slowly walking away, and no matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to catch up to her. Qian Yuhan came to a halt, bending over and gasping for breath. At that moment, the surrounding space shattered, forming shards that left him engulfed in a sea of crimson. Before him, a blood-red longsword materialized, suspended in midair, as if beckoning to Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan focused intently, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that this was indeed the sword he had wielded in the dream he had once experienced. This blade, forged through countless acts of slaughter, appeared to be entwined with a chilling aura, as if the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits were woven into its very essence. The frigid killing intent emanated from it as if it were a tangible force, threatening to freeze everything around it in an endless embrace of coldness. The entire crimson-hued space seemed shrouded in ice and snow, with each corner radiating a ghostly light. The icy breath, akin to a bone-chilling wind, freely traversed every crevice of the space, instilling an involuntary shiver in the soul. Immersed in this atmosphere, the sense of impending doom intensified, as if myriad cold eyes lurked in the shadows, observing intently. Though no bloody scenes were visible, the latent threat lurking in the darkness was palpably felt, as if a dreadful calamity were poised to strike at any moment. This oppressive ambience weighed heavily on the heart, causing goosebumps to rise unbidden, while an indescribable sense of fear and unease surged within. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes slowly materialized above the blood-red sword, seemingly gazing down upon the entire space. The instant those eyes opened, the pressure enveloping the area surged exponentially, pinning Qian Yuhan to the ground, rendering him unable to rise. This force struck him as terrifying and formidable, eclipsing even the might of his father, the ultimate Douluo, by a significant margin. After a minute, the blood-red eyes vanished, yet Qian Yuhan could not shake the sensation of harsh reality. The oppressive weight caused his entire body to ache. Meanwhile, the crimson orb of light, long suppressed by the divine sword of light, seemed to be on the verge of breaking free from its control. Qian Yuhan opened her eyes, only to realize that dawn had yet to break, and her entire body was drenched in sweat, soaking the sheets. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged into her spiritual sea to investigate. As she entered this realm of consciousness, the once tranquil waters now roiled violently and astonishingly. A vortex had formed upon the surface, precisely situated where the divine sword of light and the crimson sphere of blood were located. Qian Yuhan swiftly infused his soul energy into the entity, possessing an exceptionally pure essence of light within him, naturally attuned to this luminous element. His sensitivity was further enhanced by the prior refinement through the 8-angled ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, 2 celestial herbs. As he stabilized his energy for an hour, the divine sword of light once more subdued the luminous orb, with the overflow of energy being absorbed by Qian Yuhan. elevating his soul power to the 39th level. Today, Qin Yuhan refrained from his morning run. After indulging in a warm bath, he returned to his bed to meditate in a cross-legged position. Having completed their examinations, Qin Yuhan and his companions naturally decided to indulge in leisure within the dormitory. Upon rising in the morning, Mu Chun, Tang Xian, and Tang Xin also sensed that Qin Yuhan's spiritual energy had become markedly more robust, and they couldn't help but marvel at this extraordinary talent, which seemingly placed him further beyond their reach. As evening swiftly approached, the day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The previous day, Qin Yuhan had conveyed a message to Hu Lin Air through Fangya, arranging to meet at Moon Lake Park at 8 o'clock. At 7:50, Qin Yuhan arrived early by the central lake of Moon Lake Park. Just as he was about to approach the water's edge, he spotted a familiar figure standing there, gazing at the beautiful scenery. "You've arrived," Hu Lin Air remarked, seemingly aware of Qin Yuhan's presence without turning around. "Yes, but why did you come so early? Did we not agree on 8 o'clock? With a gentle smile, Hu Lin Air replied, "Aren't you just the same? I haven't arrived much earlier than you." Qin Yuhan also approached Hu Lin Air with a smile. Hu Lin Air pointed towards the moon on the horizon and softly remarked, "Look at that moon. It is truly beautiful." Qin Yuhan nodded gently and spoke softly, "Indeed, it is beautiful. Let us remain here. Initially, I had wronged you, but I understand now. We both do." Qin Yuhan interrupted Hu Lin Air, suggesting that they grant each other a somewhat pleasant conclusion. Hu Lin Air nodded slightly, tears escaping her eyes and cascading down her cheeks. "If given the choice, I would prefer never to be in this family again. It is so exhausting." "MHM," Qin Yuhan replied to Hu Lin Air. "During our time together, I have found immense joy. Truly, I have been exceedingly happy. Whenever I am troubled by family matters, you always have a way of easing my burdens. I also cherish those moments when you would blush from my teasing. It brings me such delight." Qin Yuhan gazed at Hu Lin Air with a smile, and soon tears began to stream down her face amidst the laughter. "Let it be here, Yuhan. I do not wish for the filth of others' thoughts and schemes to taint you, understood? As for this relationship, let us forget it as well. I shall take my leave." Hu Lin Air did not look back at Qin Yuhan, who stared at the lake, lost in her own thoughts. Turning her gaze towards the direction in which Hu Lin Air departed, she murmured to herself, "Can one truly forget? I fear we both understand that this memory may accompany us for a lifetime. I only wish for each of us to find peace. I sincerely apologize to everyone. I am still in the hospital receiving intravenous treatment and can only manage to pen a chapter each day. I shall be discharged this weekend, and next week, I shall strive to return to updating twice daily. This will allow me to thoughtfully plan the forthcoming chapters, as the segment concerning the Tiando Royal Academy is about to commence. The female protagonist will finally meet the male protagonist, no longer merely pen pals. Upon their official encounter, a pure romance is surely to blossom. As for whether to develop a harem narrative afterwards, dear brothers, please feel free to leave your comments. For now, I shall write it as a pure love story. Additionally, I plan to introduce the great antagonist within the Tiando Royal Academy arc. This villainous organization is vast and formidable, with a leader who is a divine being. Can you guess which deity it may be? I shall return to my treatment now. Your encouragement for updates would be greatly appreciated. Every day, I shall continue to write. Please lend me some energy, I beg you. This dreadful surgery has caused me great pain. Sob 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 Chapter 70 Winter Break Part 1 I only wish for everything to be well. Qin Yuhan let out a deep sigh. Upon returning from Moonlight Lake Park, she passed by the gate of the Wuhuan Temple Academy and casually retrieved a letter from the mailbox to take back to her dormitory. It seemed that once everything had been clarified, Qin Yuhan felt little connection remained with Hu Lin Air. If they were to meet again, it would merely be as friends, perhaps. Tang Xian and Tang Chun, the two brothers, were already in bed, as they needed to set off early the next morning back to Houghton Sect. In the afternoon, they had inquired whether Qin Yuhan and Mu Chun would like to accompany them to Houghton Sect for a visit. Qin Yuhan politely declined, stating that he had other plans for the winter break. Mu Chun also expressed his inability, mentioning that his father intended to take him to a serene location for retreat. Qin Yuhan glanced around dormitory 101, but did not see Mu Chun. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Mu Chun had likely hurried off to chat with Fang Ye before the holiday commenced. He shook his head with a wry smile. Deep down, he genuinely wished to see the two of them together. Mu Chun's feelings for Fang Ye were evident to all, and it was clear that Fang Ye harbored affection for Mu Chun as well. In any case, the two seemed perfectly matched. Mu Chun, at times, was a bit impulsive, while Fangya remained composed and unhurried. Together, they formed a flawless complement to one another. Qian Yuhan approached the desk, unsealed the envelope, and retrieved the letter within. Qian Yuhan, alas, I have yet to receive your response. Qian Yuhan chuckled softly upon reading the first line. He could vividly imagine the scene of Shui writing this reply, silently murmuring, "Today, you will see my response, my apologies." Meanwhile, within the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luo Shui sat in her chamber perusing Qian Yuhan's letter. This rascal, he has finally penned a reply, though she cursed him under her breath. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. After finishing Qian Yuhan's letter, Ouyang Luo Shui remarked with a slight smile, "I'll forgive you this time." She then took out a fresh sheet of paper and swiftly began composing her response, the pen dancing across the surface and completing the letter in less than 20 minutes. Once she had neatly packaged the letter, she entrusted it to her servant. The couriers had even organized a schedule. Ouyang Luo Shui always wrote her replies in the evening, insisting they be delivered by noon the following day. The distance from the Ice God sect or the Royal Academy of Tiando to Wuhuan City was no trivial matter. Delivering it overnight, coupled with the morning, could truly exhaust a person traveling without rest or sustenance. Alas, the plight of the diligent worker. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, Qian Yuhan continued to read Shui's letter. "Let me tell you, this winter break, the Royal Academy of Tiando is hosting a Soul Master tournament in Tiando City. And it seems rather interesting. Will you come to join? I'm not quite clear on the specific rules, but it appears the purpose is to hone the skills of the Academy students. I've already signed up, waiting for you to challenge me. Oh, and I must tell you, I am quite formidable. If you come, I shall not hold back." You made me wait nearly a week for a response, humph. Qian Yu, reading and laughing, exclaimed, "Oh, a tournament? That sounds like fun. Alas, my father always drags me to those tedious royal banquets. It's truly frustrating. I had made plans with my best friend, but now I must cancel. I truly envy your carefree existence." Qian Yuhan gazed at the words of grievance with a wry smile, muttering to herself, "You envy my carefree existence, yet how I long for the companionship of a father waiting at home." Qian Yuhan gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Father, when shall we meet again? It has been nearly a year. How do you spend your days? I miss you dearly." After finishing the remaining tasks, Qian Yuhan meticulously organized his belongings, careful not to disturb Tang Xian and Tang Chen's rest. After an hour of diligent effort, he finally completed the task, refreshed himself, and lay down on his bed. Just as he settled in, Mu Chen entered the room. "When did you come back?" Mu Chen inquired immediately upon entering. From his tone, Qian Yuhan surmised that Mu Chen must have encountered some joyful news. "I've been back for a while. What's with you?" "Oh, no, you too." Qian Yuhan sat up in bed, observing the beaming expression on Mu Chen's face, and exchanged a knowing glance. No, it's not that quick." "Oh, I thought you two were together." "Well, although we are not officially a couple yet, when I confessed to her today, she actually hugged me." Qian Yuhan, bewildered, exclaimed, "After confessing and even embracing, why are they still not together?" Observing Qian Yuhan's perplexity, Mu Chen continued, "She held me close and expressed her fondness for me. However, she is currently focused on her studies and wishes to wait until she matures further before pursuing a relationship." Qian Yuhan, isn't this just a roundabout way of giving a good person card? Before Qian Yuhan could elaborate, Mu Chen raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "I know what you want to say. I will definitely persevere. Trust me, I will wait for the moment when she wants to talk to me. Rest assured." Qian Yuhan, is Sangu out of his mind? I hadn't intended to say any of this. Well then, good luck to you, Sangu. Given Mu Chen's resolute attitude, Qian Yuhan encouraged him. After speaking, Qian Yuhan collapsed. "Hey, Lao Si, you and Hu Lin. Well, it's over. If you meet again in the future, let us just remain friends, but things will never return to the way they were. Lao Si, step outside with me." Mu Chen gestured to Qian Yuhan, then exited the dormitory. Once Qian Yuhan followed and closed the door, Mu Chen said, "Lao Si, tell me the truth. What do you plan to do during the winter break?" "What do you mean? I'll just be training at home. Don't kid around. I know that Douluo and Ergu are unaware, but I certainly know. The Grand Elder is no longer at the Spirit Hall. So what can you actually train at home?" Realizing he had been seen through, Qian Yuhan laid it bare. It's just that it wouldn't be polite to refuse the invitations from Douluo and Ergu, so I came up with this excuse. They know my father is the Grand Elder but are unaware that he is not at the Spirit Hall, which makes it seem reasonable for me to be training at home under guidance. I'm not particularly fond of visiting those sections. I once accompanied my father to a place that was extremely cold, and I caught a cold upon returning. Besides, the sycophantic demeanor of the servants there left me quite displeased. I know Douluo and Ergu are sons of the Haotian sect's leader, which implies they hold significant power, and I suspect they would be flattered by the attendance there. I don't like that. You are truly an odd one. Your strength is peculiar, and your character is too. Most people would relish the flattery of others, yet you find it novel. Mu Chen patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. During my winter break, I plan to visit Tiando City. I hear there is a tournament hosted by the Tiando Royal Academy, so I might go watch. I'm not quite sure where my father will take me, but I suspect it will be a similar place for honing skills. Chapter 71. Winter Break, Part 2. Early the next morning, Qian Yuhan, as usual, went for a morning run. Zhao Ke did not accompany him today, as he had returned home the previous night. Qian Yuhan hurriedly approached the solemn, yet slightly antiquated gates of the academy, the massive iron doors seemingly whispering tales of the passage of time. He deftly deposited the letter he held into the mailbox before darting away like an arrow released from its bow, making his way toward the enchanting Moon Lake Park. For Qian Yuhan, Moon Lake Park served as a sanctuary for his spirit. Each morning's run inevitably led him to this cherished destination. Following the winding path, he meandered through the lush canopy of trees, where a gentle breeze caressed him, offering a hint of refreshing coolness, an embrace from nature itself, a soothing balm for his soul. The air was imbued with an extraordinarily crisp aroma, akin to a miraculous elixir that swiftly dispelled his fatigue and worries, allowing both his body and mind to experience profound relaxation. In that moment of comfort, it felt as though the world had been reduced to just himself and the serene atmosphere surrounding him. Upon finally emerging from the verdant woods, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista. The lake, shimmering like a polished mirror, lay before him. The water sparkled under the gentle caress of the sun, which had just ascended from the eastern horizon, casting its golden rays upon the mist hovering above the lake's surface. This scene was remarkably unique and beautiful, reminiscent of a masterfully painted canvas by nature itself. Each time he passed through, Qian Yuhan felt compelled to slow down, savoring the exquisite moment, as waves of indescribable emotion and joy surged within him. Moon Lake was vast, and the running route Qian Yuhan had mapped out encompassed only a small section of it. A portion of the lake belonged to the Spirit Hall Academy, while the larger part was favored by local citizens for their morning runs. The sheer scale of Spirit Hall Academy and Moon Lake brought to mind the grueling morning when Yu Xiang had them running around the academy for hours, during which they yearned to pass by Moon Lake. As he was about to return along the path to Building 101 after his morning run, he fortuitously encountered Tang Xian and Tang Chen, who were exiting the dormitory with their luggage. Elder brother, second brother, are you leaving now? Qian Yuhan greeted the two. Tang Xian smiled and nodded in response. Indeed, let us depart now. We should arrive before sunset. Tang Chun patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder and remarked, Old four, do not overexert yourself during this winter break. Otherwise, it might make me appear rather inept. Ha ha ha, that will not be the case. Who would dare to claim that second brother is inept? They would surely receive a couple of blows in return. Ha ha ha. All right, Chin and I shall take our leave. Do convey my regards to third brother. He is still sound asleep, so I did not wake him. Understood. After bidding farewell to Tang Chen and Tang Xian, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory. Qian Yuhan directly pushed Mu Chen awake. What happened? What happened? Mu Chen asked in a daze. Qian Yuhan inquired. I am returning now. Will you accompany me? Huh. I shall depart later. Permit me to indulge in a bit more slumber. Mu Chen replied before once again surrendering to the embrace of Morpheus. Qian Yuhan let out a sigh, remarking, this third brother truly is a champion of slumber. Qian Yuhan, after leaving a letter on Mu Chen's desk, departed with her luggage in hand. Upon returning to the Mingwei villa, Qian Yuhan tidied up his belongings before seeking out the formidable Tianwei Douluo. Arriving at the grand entrance of the Tianwei Hall, he knocked gently and called out, Uncle Tianwei, are you there? Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open of its own accord. Tianwei Douluo emerged, and upon seeing Qian Yuhan, his face lit up with joy as he rushed forward to embrace him. Ah, little Yuhan, you've returned. Last time you were home, I was in seclusion and missed you. It vexed me greatly. So, I came straight to find you upon my return. Please, do not mention this to Uncle Genie. He instructed me to seek him first. Oh, let it be. That old fellow is quite something, isn't he? Uncle Tianwei? Ah, it's nothing. Your Uncle Jean, he won't mind at all. Not at all. Haha. Qian Yuhan smiled and remarked, Uncle Tianwei appears to be imposing and formidable, yet in reality, He is merely a mischievous old child. All right, enough of lingering outside. Come in quickly. With that, Tianwei Douluo took Qian Yuhan by the hand and led him inside. As they settled onto the sofa, Tianwei Douluo inquired, "Little Han, have you begun your winter break?" Qian Yuhan nodded. "Do you have any plans?" "I intend to visit Tiando City. There is an arena competition organized by the Tiando Royal Academy that I wish to observe." "Ha ha ha, you really are quite the warrior. Even more so than I was in my youth. The events organized by the Tiando Royal Academy are indeed worth attending. I heard from your Uncle Xiaowei that you will be exchanging to Tiando in your second year?" "Yes, Uncle Xiaowei mentioned it to me earlier. I also heard from Mu Chun that there will be a selection process. I aim to compete in the selection matches to secure an exchange spot. I do not wish to benefit without effort." "Excellent. I appreciate your determination. By the way, whom were you mentioning?" "Mu Chun. What is the matter? Do you know that boy from your Uncle Genie's family?" "That shouldn't be the case." Qian Yuhan explained the situation to the heavenly Might Douluo, who clapped his hands and chided, "Oh, my dear brother, why do you keep me in the dark?" With a sigh, he continued, "Xiao Han, this time I wish to go on my own and not trouble you uncles any further. But you are still so young, we cannot possibly feel at ease." "Uncle, I am already at the soul sect level, merely a soul ring away. I possess the ability to protect myself." The heavenly Might Douluo, incredulous, exclaimed, "Did you just say soul sect?" He gazed at Qian Yuhan with astonishment, realizing that his soul power indeed reflected the strength of the soul sect, with only a soul ring lacking. "My goodness, this is remarkable." The heavenly Might Douluo marveled. "At the age of 9, I had just barely reached the soul master level. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. Ha ha ha, uncle, you and the others are models for me to emulate. I aspire to learn from you." "Enough of that. Thankfully, you and I are not of the same era. You will undoubtedly be a leading figure of your generation. I am certain of it. Uncle, may I?" "No." Qian Yuhan wore a look of dejection, while Tianwei Douluo observed his expression and gently smiled, saying, "However." Qian Yu's expression changed. "There is potential. We shall not go. This indeed serves as an experience for you. However, it is essential to assign an attendant to accompany you. Let Xiaona go. You are already acquainted with her." Qian Yuhan nodded in acknowledgement, aware that this was already a concession from Uncle Tianwei. Furthermore, he shared a close bond with Aunt Xiaona, as she had taken care of his daily needs during Qian Mo's absence. The following day, Tianwei Douluo arranged for a carriage, and Aunt Xiaona set off with Qian Yuhan, their destination, Tiando City. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at Tiando City early the next morning. The Tiando Empire was indeed vast, and Tiando City was situated in the northeastern region of the empire, while the Haotian sect was nestled among the mountains in the west. Wuhan City lay to the southwest of the Tiando Empire, resulting in Qian Yuhan and Aunt Xiaona having to traverse a longer journey than Tang Xian and Tang Chen, who had traveled through the night. "Young master, we have arrived." Aunt Xiaona gently roused the still slumbering Qian Yuhan. The journey had been quite bumpy during the first half of the night, leaving Qian Yuhan with little sleep until they reached the express route to Tiando City in the latter part of the night. Making this one of the rare occasions he had not risen early, Qian Yuhan slowly opened his drowsy eyes and drew back the curtain of the carriage, revealing the scenery outside. The carriage was currently queued at the inspection station of Tiando City. This was a 4-lane road, and Qian Yuhan gazed out the window at the adjacent carriages before shifting to observe the landscape on the other side. The route taken this time differed from the previous journey, as it was designated solely for carriages. Tiando City, at present, can be described as a hub of connectivity, with expressways leading to various regions across the continent. However, due to the formidable Wuhan mountain range obstructing the path between Wuhan City and the Tiando Empire, the expense and difficulty of constructing expressways are considerable. Thus, the journey from Wuhan City to Tiando City necessitates traversing a lengthy mountain road before merging onto the specialized expressway. Consequently, Qian Yuhan found the carriage ride to be quite uncomfortable, while the daytime journey was tolerable with minor jolts that had little impact on his cultivation. The nighttime experience, entering the Wuhan mountain range, proved to be quite distressing, making it impossible to find tranquility. He found it challenging to practice or even to sleep. During the wait at the inspection station, Qian Yuhan engaged in a conversation with Aunt Xiaona, expressing his grievances about the arduous road through the Wuhan mountain range. From Aunt Xiaona's remarks, it appeared that the distance between the Wuhan mountain range and the Wuhan temple posed a significant issue, as upgrading the roads along with maintenance costs was substantial, resulting in the high-ranking officials of the Wuhuan temple consistently rejecting the requests for improvements. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan inwardly chastised his father. What is this nonsense? How many individuals have been hindered by the inconvenient roadways? The treacherous terrain of the Wuhuan mountain range has obstructed many who aspire to reach Wuhuan city, should there happen to be a prodigious talent among them. What a tremendous loss that would be. Father, you truly are misguided. I must find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Uncle Tianwei. There are likely many factors I am unaware of that prevent them from addressing this issue. Not long after, they passed through the checkpoint, where the city guards inspected their luggage and carriage. Once cleared, they proceeded onward. The carriage gradually came to a stop at a relay station in Tiando City, where Xiaona led Qian Yuhan down to find a shop to eat something. Upon entering the establishment, they noticed a promotional poster for the Tiando Royal Academy affixed to the wall. "Aunt Xiaona, look over there." Qian Yuhan pointed towards the poster. Following his gaze, Xiaona realized it was for the renowned arena competition held annually by the Tiando Royal Academy. Its purpose is to hone the skills of its students, and this year, the reward for the ultimate victor appears to be particularly enticing, perhaps even a soul bone. A soul bone. The Tiando Royal Academy is quite generous. I assent it. Aren't they concerned about others taking it away? They certainly have great confidence in their students. Indeed, the Tiando Royal Academy is no ordinary institution. It ranks among the elite of the second tier. Our Wuhuan Palace Academy is at the forefront of the first tier, and while the Tiando Royal Academy is commendable, it cannot compare to us. Xiaona spoke with a proud lift of her head. It is true that the Wuhuan Palace Academy offers the most exceptional education for soul masters across the continent. From students to teachers, all undergo rigorous selection processes. Those lacking both connections and talent are ultimately eliminated. And Xiaona, are you familiar with this arena competition? I have heard a bit about it. This year's format should be similar. It consists of assault and defense rounds, with the last person standing declared the champion. Each participant can only challenge once. If victorious, they become the challenger waiting for others to confront them, and if defeated, they are eliminated. This continues until no one dares to challenge you. And then you are crowned champion. Simple and straightforward. I like it. Young master, do you wish to register? Qian Yu nodded, her gaze resolute as she declared. Let us call me Han. Very well, young master, please take a moment to rest here while I assist you with the registration. By the way, Annie, where will we be staying? At the Tiando Grand Hotel, your room has been reserved. You are in room 1024. Qian Yu Han, after understanding the situation, promptly stated, very well. Let us meet at the heavenly Douluo Grand Hotel in 2 hours. I shall take a leisurely stroll. Having said this, he set down his cutlery and vanished in an instant. Xiaona shook her head with a resigned smile, remarking, it seems this young master truly has a penchant for shopping. Ah, how young he is. It is only natural for him to be curious about the world around him. Qian Yuhan leisurely strolled along the renowned Tiando Avenue in the illustrious Tiando city. His gaze was met with a dazzling array of shops, each more enchanting than the last. Some establishments were filled with a myriad of rare spiritual herbs, exuding an array of peculiar fragrances, while others displayed an eclectic assortment of soul-guiding devices, shimmering with enigmatic brilliance. Flanking the road, trees and lampposts stood in harmonious arrangement. The towering trees, resembling steadfast sentinels, silently guarded this bustling thoroughfare. Even more enchanting were the delicate soul-guiding lanterns that seemed to dangle from each tree, twinkling like the stars in the night sky. Subtly adorning the branches, one could easily envision the scene transforming into a breathtaking spectacle when dusk descended, enveloped in a resplendent glow that would leave onlookers breathless. As he continued on his way, he arrived at a square. The center of this square was encircled by barriers, rendering it impossible for those outside to glimpse what lay within. Qian Yuhan approached a gentleman in the square and inquired, "Good day, sir. Do you know why this area is surrounded by barriers?" The middle-aged man glanced down and, noticing the young boy, replied with a smile, this place is under renovation. The Tiando Royal Academy's arena competition will be held here. Wasn't this originally a statue? Qian Yuhan continued to inquire. Indeed, when he last visited, this place was adorned with a statue, reminiscent of the design of the Angel Square at the Spirit Hall Academy. Oh, you are referring to the statue of His Majesty Shuling, are you? The royal family is highly supportive of this competition and has temporarily relocated the statue some time ago. Qian Yuhan nodded, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. It seems that the heavenly Do imperial family places great importance on the cultivation of soul masters. The Spirit Hall must also take heed. The The pathway to the Spirit Mountain must be upgraded, or else it might all end up in the hands of the Heavenly Douluo Empire. Excuse me. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Chapter 73, Winter Vacation, Part 4. How is it that I encounter another Daixingshi? Excuse me, I'm addressing you. Did you not hear me? You're blocking the way. Qian Yuhan heard a commotion behind him and turned to see a young gentleman adorned in splendid attire approaching. Beside him, a woman clad in a blue and white long dress exclaimed, "Make way, our fourth young master is coming through." Qian Yuhan inwardly rolled her eyes, wondering how yet another person, Daixingshi, had arrived. In such a vast space, couldn't they find their way? Qian Yuhan coldly replied. Before the woman could utter another word, she was interrupted by a young master beside her, who raised his hand. "Greetings, young brother. I am Ning Kaiwen, the fourth son of Ning Yuan, the current sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I kindly ask you to step aside and not obstruct the path." Qian Yuhan's previously good mood was utterly shattered. Upon hearing Ning Kaiwen's remarks, she immediately confronted him, smiling as she said, "I cannot allow that. There is a path nearby. Please proceed that way. Thank you." Ning Kaiwen, however, was not oblivious to the underlying meaning of Qian Yuhan's words. Although he wore a cheerful expression, it was laced with derision. "Do you truly wish for your demise? I see you are not from the Heavendoe Empire. Knowing you are an outsider, I shall grant you one more chance." Qian Yuhan maintained her composure, still smiling as she replied, "No need, thank you. The scenery here is delightful, so I shall not impose." Ning Kaiwen, irritated by Qian Yuhan's sarcastic demeanor, stumbled over his words. "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to the fourth young master in such a manner?" exclaimed the woman beside Ning Kaiwen, unable to contain her fury. Qian Yuhan, with an expression of feigned innocence, spread his hands and inquired, "Did I do anything wrong while conversing with your young master? Was I not respectful enough?" The woman beside him was rendered speechless at that very moment. "Ha! This brother is simply remarkable. How delightful." The spectators around could no longer contain their amusement, bursting into laughter, some even giving Qian Yuhan a thumbs up in approval. Ning Kaiwen, shedding his previous demeanor of modesty, pointed directly at Qian Yuhan and proclaimed, "Just wait. You shall see." Qian Yuhan nodded in response. "Indeed, I shall wait. I am right here to witness." Ning Kaiwen's eyes twitched slightly as he departed alongside the woman and a few followers. Qian Yuhan surmised that he was likely seeking someone to deal with him. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stands as one of the three foremost sects within the Heavendoe Empire. Its might only surpassed by the Haotian School and superior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If Ning Kaiwen claimed to be the son of the current sect master, Ning Yuan, he must undoubtedly belong to the inner circle, wielding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile as his martial spirit, thus lacking any combat prowess. As for the woman, she appeared to be no more than a decorative vase, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. This was not a deliberate suppression by a formidable individual, but a clear absence of power. Qian Yuhan could discern this distinction. Had she truly been a significant figure, she would have intervened long ago. If Ning Kaiwen was indeed intent on gathering allies to trouble him, Qian Yuhan would find himself in a precarious situation. Aunt Na was likely busy enrolling him at the Heavendoe Royal Academy, while he had no acquaintances in Heavendoe City. Given that Aunt Na was a formidable soul Douluo, her absence left him vulnerable. If a soul emperor or a soul sage were to confront him, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. Qian Yuhan watched them depart and promptly made her escape. Wandering off to shop could indeed be considered a form of sightseeing, no doubt about it. Qian Yuhan felt a profound disdain for her own hasty strategy, yet found herself utterly helpless. With no one to safeguard her, what could a mere soul master accomplish? Simultaneously, she wore an expression of exasperation. Truly, she had encountered yet another insufferable young master. Previously, it had been the rude Daixingshi, who grew irate when denied his way. Now, she faced a young lord seeking to assert his presence by demanding passage. Even when passage was not granted, he became incensed. The perplexing matter was that the entire square was not teeming with people. There was ample space to traverse. Why could he not simply walk around? Qian Yuhan departed from the square, undeterred by the recent interlude that did not disrupt her plans. The arena competition was set to commence the following day and would span a total of 3 days. Qian Yuhan intended to observe on the first day, reserving her efforts for the second day to engage in combat. After all, as long as one was registered, they could participate at any moment within the designated time frame. This aspect also posed a significant challenge for the reigning champion, for the moment they ascended to that role, they must be prepared to engage in continuous battle. Qian Yuhan leisurely strolled along the spacious and immaculate sidewalks of Tiando Avenue, his pace unhurried, as if savoring this rare moment of leisure. Towering and magnificent edifices flanked the road, arranged in a harmonious manner that showcased the city's prosperity and flourishing spirit. Meanwhile, elegantly adorned carriages dashed past him, the sound of hoofbeats intertwining with the rolling of wheels, reminiscent of a melodious symphony. Some of these carriages were drawn by horses with splendid coats, their bodies embellished with dazzling gems. Others boasted unique designs, brimming with artistic flair. Each carriage represented the distinct identity and status of its owner, collectively forming a unique panorama along the streets of Tiando City. As it is often said, Tiando City truly stands as the most bustling metropolis of the entire Douluo continent. Here, merchants and travelers from all corners converge, the streets bustling with life and vibrant chatter. A plethora of shops, resplendent with a diverse array of goods, offers everything from rare soul-guiding devices to delectable cuisine. Furthermore, Tiando City is home to numerous renowned academies and martial arts schools, drawing countless young soul masters eager to pursue knowledge and training. Thus, it can be asserted that this city not only boasts material wealth but also embodies a profound cultural heritage and formidable soul power. Qian Yu, observing from the edge of the cold expanse, pondered deeply. Indeed, the might of the Tiando Empire stems from its open policies, and the Spirit Hall can no longer afford to remain insular. The current landscape of the continent reveals a duality, the Tiando and Xinglua empires, with the former prioritizing commerce and the latter focusing on the development of soul-guiding devices. The Spirit Hall serves as a crucial intermediary barrier, with its resources of spirit masters not to be underestimated by either empire. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall maintains a neutral stance and is strategically situated between the capitals of Tiando and Xinglua, which has contributed to the remarkable stability of the Douluo continent over the past several centuries. However, should one side disrupt this delicate balance, conflict would erupt instantaneously. Presently, the momentum of Tiando's development is exceedingly vigorous, with its economic strength and the reserve of spirit masters rising annually and the rate of increase growing ever more pronounced. Qian Yuhan harbored a keen interest in such matters, naturally allowing him to possess a greater understanding. Thus, he contemplated the notion of the Spirit Hall adopting an open policy to attract top-tier spirit masters. While the strategy of recruiting talented individuals is sound, the development of ordinary spirit masters and the economic strength of the Spirit Hall itself must also be prioritized. It is imperative to shift focus away from merely the elite talents and recognize that the foundation of progress lies with the common populace and ordinary spirit masters. As he continued on his journey, Qian Yuhan found himself pondering these thoughts. Passing by a shop, he noticed it was filled with children's toys, which reminded him of the playing cards he had long neglected due to his busy schedule. While the cards were of secondary importance, the primary concern was the stark differences between the Douluo continent and his original world. These distinctions could be harnessed to foster development and capture the market, thus simultaneously boosting the economy and drawing people in. Lost in contemplation, Qian Yuhan looked up to realize he had arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Grand Hotel. The 5 golden characters spelling out Tiando Grand Hotel gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, making it particularly striking. Upon their encounter, Qian Yuhan received a card from Xiao Na, who remarked, "This is a soul guide room card. Simply infuse a touch of soul power to utilize it." The doors of the Tiando Grand Hotel are equipped with a soul guide system that enables automatic recognition. You may enter by swiping the card. Qian Yuhan. Oh, how sophisticated. The card swipe, coupled with automatic recognition, resembles the facial recognition of the real world, merely replaced here with soul force authentication. Each individual's fluctuation of soul force is as unique as a fingerprint, thus serving as a means of verification. Qian Yuhan reclined on the grand bed in his room, gazing at the ceiling while contemplating his poker business. He considered investigating the operational environment of Tiando. If it proved suitable, he could implement his plans when he returned for exchange studies in his second year. His thoughts also wandered to the upcoming arena competition, with plans to observe it tomorrow. After pondering extensively, a sudden shift in his thoughts prompted a pang of regret as he smacked his forehead. He had neglected to write back to Xue before his departure. She must be upset by the lack of correspondence these past few days. As he lay on the bed, he imagined Xue sulking slightly, causing the corners of his mouth to lift ever so slightly. In Qian Yuhan's mind, despite their never having met, he could not help but associate Xue's appearance with that of the girl he encountered in the Stardoe forest on that fateful day. What Qian Yuhan did not know was that this snow was none other than Ouyang Luoxue. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of fate, this was an entwined destiny. After a brief adjustment in the afternoon, he sat in meditation and cultivation for 2 to 3 hours. Following a simple dinner, he succumbed to a deep slumber, remaining in the embrace of sleep until the following morning. The first rays of dawn, akin to a golden veil, gently filtered through the intricately carved window, casting a soft glow upon Qian Yuhan's porcelain-like visage. The intense light provoked a discomfort in his eyes, as if countless pinpricks were delicately piercing his pupils. Instinctively, Qian Yuhan furrowed his brow and squinted slightly, attempting to shield himself from the irritating brilliance. After a considerable moment, he gradually lifted his heavy eyelids. As his vision began to clarify, Qian Yuhan blinked in bewilderment, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he abruptly turned to glance at the clock beside him. The hour and minute hand steadfastly pointed to the numeral 9, and he could not help but inhale sharply, internally lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. How had he managed to sleep so late? The biological clock that prompted his morning runs seemed utterly fragile and powerless in the face of this unexpected break from routine. Qian Yuhan helplessly shook his head, a trace of bitter smile gracing his lips. He recalled the early mornings of his school days, where he would rise at dawn for a morning jog. To his surprise, during this holiday, he had slept soundly until late morning. What astonished him even more was that this inclination to indulge in bed upon the arrival of a vacation remained unchanged, whether in the world he once inhabited or in the present realm of Douluo continent. Qian Yuhan rose from her bed and gently knocked on the door of Aunt Xiaona's room, expressing her desire to watch the arena competition alone before departing for the square. Observing Qian Yuhan's retreating figure, Aunt Xiaona shook her head with a sigh, remarking, "This child always insists on going solo. Her stubborn nature means that once she has made a decision, no one can sway her. Alas, I shall follow her discreetly." Upon arriving at the square, Qian Yuhan noticed that the protective barriers had been removed, revealing a circular arena towering 2 meters high. The arena was approximately the size of a standard fighting arena, with a radius of 50 meters. On either side of the arena were steps to facilitate the ascent of the competitors. 2 meters away from the arena, a caution line marked the boundary. Inside lay the competition area, while outside was designated for the spectators. As Qian Yuhan made his way to the plaza, the sight before him elicited a subtle frown. The expansive square was teeming with people, bustling and jostling, the crowd so dense that it was nearly suffocating. It was indeed a scene of overwhelming humanity. Individuals pressed against one another, leaving no space to spare, resembling a surging ocean of bodies. Amidst this throng, a well-trained city defense force diligently maintained order. Wherever they appeared, the audience instinctively parted to grant them passage. Clad in heavy, robust armor that gleamed with a cold brilliance under the sun, each soldier gripped a razor-sharp spear, its tip glinting ominously and instilling a sense of dread. Groups of 4 soldiers patrolled the perimeter of the square in a methodical manner, their gazes sharp as hawks, ever vigilant for any potential disturbances. At long last, having worked his way to the front, Qian Yuhan heard the voice from the arena. A young man in a t-shirt was unleashing his first soul skill, launching an attack toward the champion of the ring. Qian Yuhan fixed her gaze upon the champion, noting the elegant academy uniform he donned, adorned with a striking emblem on the left breast. She surmised that this current champion was most likely a student from the Royal Academy of Tiando, or at the very least, a scholar from one of the other esteemed institutions within the Tiando Empire. After an intense competition, the challenger ultimately succumbed to the champion and conceded defeat, stepping down from the arena. Shortly thereafter, several more contenders took to the stage, with the champion continually rotating among them. According to Aunt Xiaona, the number of participants this time was unprecedented, reaching nearly 1,000. After all, the word on the street was that the ultimate reward was a soul bone, a coveted treasure that every soul master dreams of. Even if it were merely a rumor, one must take a chance on fate. Qian Yuhan stood in the square for an entire hour, observing the incessant stream of challengers, arriving at an astonishingly rapid pace. Qian Yuhan felt a twinge of headache. No matter how formidable one might be, such a relentless frequency rendered the recovery of soul power utterly impossible, inevitably leading to exhaustion. Thus, after some contemplation, Qian Yuhan regarded this as an exploration of his own limits, a quest to discern the true extent of his capabilities. Qian Yuhan moved to the tent of the arena organizers beside the square and stepped inside. "Hello, I am a contestant. My registration name is Han. May I enter the arena now?" The staff member inside the tent looked at Qian Yuhan and smiled, saying, "Of course, young one. Han, is it?" Let me take a moment to check. There are quite a few participants, so I need to locate your details. All right, thank you. Qian Yuhan nodded, quietly awaiting by the side. Before long, a staff member approached, holding a mask, and crouched down to speak to Qian Yuhan. It's ready. You are number 0607. This mask is a gift. You may wear it during the competition. Just wait for your call. Best of luck. Qian Yuhan smiled as he accepted the mask, taking a seat in the waiting area outside the tent, patiently awaiting his call. The other adolescents seated nearby cast glances at this child, outwardly indifferent but inwardly mocking him. What is this little brat doing here? Does he possess the strength of a Grand Soul Master, or is this merely a farce? After half an hour, the announcement echoed. Please, contestant number 0607, proceed to the stage for the challenge. In the evening, another chapter awaits. My body has nearly recovered, and I am resolutely beginning to write. I would also like to express my gratitude to the generous benefactor who enjoys Vietnamese chicken noodles for their kind donation. Thank you immensely. To everyone else, please lend a hand and click on the free gifts to spread the love. Thank you. Chapter 75, Winter Break, Part 6, Unyielding and Resilient. Please, contestant number 0607, take the stage for the challenge. Qian Yuhan picked up the exquisite and enigmatic mask, gently adorning his face with it. The mask concealed much of his visage, yet it could not obscure the unwavering light that sparkled in his eyes nor the confidence emanating from the slight upward curve of his lips. He advanced with a steady and powerful gait, step by step towards the stage that commanded the attention of all. Initially, he had intended to ascend this arena of challenges and opportunities the following day. However, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. If he could embark on this journey from the very beginning and persist until the final destination, it would undoubtedly serve as a monumental test and refinement of his limits. This notion ignited a fervor within him, stirring a profound impulse deep in his soul. At this moment, a singular belief resided in his heart, to transcend himself and conquer all adversities. Each step seemed to carry boundless strength as the arena loomed ever closer, and his spirit soared higher. The surrounding clamor and cheers gradually faded into oblivion. The entire world seemed to dissolve, leaving only him and the imminent fierce confrontation awaiting on the stage before him. Qian Yuhan ascended the arena, standing tall with a proud demeanor. Opposite him, the reigning champion looked down condescendingly at the diminutive figure of Qian Yuhan. The champion slowly spoke. Youngster, I have no desire to harm you. It would be wise for you to withdraw. Thank you for your concern, but I fear no one. Qian Yuhan's casual retort ignited the flames of battle. As his declaration echoed through the crowd, it sparked their fervor. Go, young one. What boldness. I believe in you. The audience's cheers surged, almost entirely directed towards Qian Yuhan, which inevitably irked the champion, prompting him to unleash his martial spirit. From the Royal Class 5 of the Tiando Royal Academy, Duan Jiaxiu, a level 35 Soul Master. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath him, and he drew a slender sword. The blade was remarkably thin, a deep crimson hue, emanating a mist of blood-red energy. The soul-chasing sword, Qian Yuhan murmured to himself. During his time at the academy, he had perused numerous texts concerning sword-type martial spirits, including a detailed account of the soul-chasing sword. I am Han, a level 39 Soul Master. Please enlighten me. Qian Yuhan spoke with an air of calmness, as tranquil as a still ancient well. Yet, for the audience and the opposite Duan Jiasu, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. What? A Soul Master? A level 39 Soul Master? Surely, I must have misheard. You heard correctly. I too discerned a level 39 Soul Master. Goodness gracious, what sort of prodigy is this? The child appears to be no older than 10, and yet has already attained the rank of Soul Master? The murmurs of astonishment erupted among the spectators, all filled with disbelief. What astonished them even more was Qian Yuhan's subsequent maneuver. He raised his right hand, and with the motion of his arm, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged in the void before him, expanding at a visible pace until it coalesced into a resplendent orb of light. Just as the crowd marveled at this wondrous phenomenon, the orb underwent a remarkable transformation. It elongated, reshaping itself, and in the blink of an eye, morphed into a remarkably sharp, sword-like object. Qian Yuhan's gaze was intently fixed upon the sword taking shape before him. As it fully transformed into its sword form, he did not hesitate to grasp the hilt. In an instant, the dazzling radiance that had surrounded the blade seemed to respond to an unseen summons, retracting like receding tides. Subsequently, an exquisitely magnificent platinum longsword materialized in Qian Yuhan's hands. This sword measured approximately 3 feet in length, its blade showcasing an elegant platinum hue. The entire weapon boasted smooth, graceful lines, exuding both a fierce sharpness and an air of elegance and nobility. Undoubtedly, this was the divine sword of light. Qian Yuhan's martial spirit. As the divine sword of light appeared in Qian Yuhan's grasp, Duan Jiasu's soul pursuit sword trembled involuntarily. Indeed, it was the quivering of a martial spirit. The soul pursuit sword felt as though it were a commoner standing before a sovereign, unable to meet the gaze for fear of incurring wrath and annihilation. What is happening to my martial spirit? Duan Jiasu gazed bewilderedly at the soul pursuit sword in his hand, muttering in disarray. Just as he pondered, the soul pursuit sword dissipated, seemingly fleeing in terror from the martial spirit in Qian Yuhan's possession. No matter how Duan Jiasu summoned it, the soul pursuit sword remained indifferent. Oh, for the sake of fairness, I shall forego my martial spirit as well. With that, Qian Yuhan retracted his martial spirit. At the moment the divine sword of light vanished, the oppressive aura of martial spirits that had engulfed the arena also dissipated. Damn it! How dare you? Duan Jiasu clenched his fists, visibly enraged by Qian Yuhan's decision to withdraw his martial spirit, and charged towards him with a powerful punch. In truth, Qian Yuhan had not anticipated that his divine sword of light would exert such a formidable suppression over Duan Jiasu's soul pursuit sword. He had genuinely suggested switching to hand-to-hand combat for the sake of fairness, yet it was evident that Duan Jiasu had a different mindset. With his eyes tightly shut, Qian Yuhan felt his soul power surging like a tumultuous tide within him. He concentrated all his energy into his right arm, where a brilliant glow began to emanate around his fist. As the brightness intensified, Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, unleashing an unparalleled force with his right fist toward Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu, a robust figure towering over Qian Yuhan by more than 2 heads and possessing greater strength, did not falter and swung his own hefty fist in response. Just as onlookers braced for a fierce clash, an astonishing scene unfolded. At the moment their fists collided, an unimaginable shockwave erupted from Qian Yuhan's punch, sending Duan Jiasu hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. In midair, Duan Jiasu spat a mouthful of blood, leaving a vivid trail in his wake. He then crashed heavily into a sturdy tree trunk at the edge of the square, producing a resounding thud. The entire tree trembled violently, its leaves cascading down in a flurry. Duan Jiasu's body slowly slid down the trunk, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground, unconscious. The scene fell into a profound silence, as everyone present was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. Gradually, someone regained their composure and, albeit still in a daze, began to applaud. One person, then another. The entire audience in the square joined in a spontaneous ovation. Meanwhile, the challengers in the waiting area were oblivious to the unfolding events, all straining on their toes to catch a glimpse of the arena. Qian Yuhan did not revel in the applause. Instead, he sat cross-legged, recuperating his spiritual energy, seizing every moment to ensure he faced each match in his optimal condition. This, too, was a form of challenge. As the competition progressed, from the first match to the final bout the following day, Qian Yuhan maintained an unbroken streak of victories. No one was able to defeat him. The audience, initially taken aback, gradually came to accept that Qian Yuhan's triumphs were nothing short of ordinary. After each victory, the crowd erupted in chants of Han. In recent days, Qian Yuhan has primarily engaged in close combat, employing the most primal methods to awaken his potential and hone his physical strength. The enhancement provided by the 2 divine herbs, coupled with the radiant divine sword, has elevated Qian Yuhan's physical prowess to extraordinary levels, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Qian Yuhan had never anticipated the terrifying suppressive power of the divine light sword over weapon spirits. During his previous battle with Zhao Ku, he had not perceived its might at all. Unbeknownst to Qian Yuhan, in their encounters, Zhao Ku fought with unwavering resolve, treating each battle as a life-or-death struggle. The 7-kill sword, being a top-tier weapon spirit, naturally possessed a degree of suppressive power, although it was not overwhelmingly pronounced. Nonetheless, Zhao Ku was still capable of summoning it. When the soul-chasing sword confronted the 7-kill sword, it was akin to a mere novice facing a master, let alone when facing the divine light sword. Qian Yuhan originally intended to practice his swordsmanship. However, fate has redirected his focus to honing his agility and martial arts, which is not without merit. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd day has arrived. The reigning champion on the stage is that individual named Han. reputed to possess formidable strength. Although he is merely a soul master, his soul power level does not match yours, a voice remarked. Nestled beside a bustling square, there exists a quaint tea house with an air of antiquity. Its pavilion boasts an exquisite architectural design, with upturned eaves and intricately carved railings, epitomizing elegance. At this moment, Ouyang Luoxue sits gracefully within the pavilion, delicately cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea, her gaze leisurely surveying the throngs below in the lively square. Her silken hair cascades effortlessly over her shoulders, and her snow-white gown flutters gently in the breeze, akin to a celestial maiden descended to earth, radiating an ethereal beauty. As Ouyang Luoxue takes a gentle sip of tea, savoring the aromatic infusion that unfurls upon her palate, she attentively listens to Elder Lu's report. Elder Lu stands respectfully beside her, articulating in detail various recent events with sincerity and clarity, meticulously recounting each occurrence. Ouyang Luoxue occasionally nods in acknowledgement, lost in contemplation, interjecting with inquiries for further details. Upon the conclusion of Elder Lu's briefing, Ouyang Luoxue's ruby lips part softly, and she replies, "I understand now. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Lu." Her voice, melodious and clear, resembles the sweet song of a yellow oriole, captivating all who hear it. Afterward, she gently sets down her teacup, resuming her appreciation of the picturesque scene in the square. Once Elder Lu departs, a slight smile graces Ouyang Luoxue's lips as she muses. "You rascal, not only do you neglect to write back, but you also dare to disrupt my establishment? Humph, just wait. I shall deal with you shortly." With today's 2 updates complete, she sighs in relief, ready to embrace rest. These past few days of recuperation have left her yearning for slumber. Tomorrow, Qian Yuhan will face Ouyang Luoxue in combat. Anticipation hangs in the air. One may ponder who will ultimately emerge victorious. Let us generate some excitement, shall we? I implore you. Chapter 76. Winter Break. 7. On the 3rd day of the tournament, Qian Yuhan has stood upon the arena for a day and a half, and the spectators are well aware of the extent of his formidable prowess. In the audience, a figure glares fiercely at Qian Yuhan. It is Ning Kaiwen, who harbors a grudge against him from before the tournament commenced. This fellow is unexpectedly strong. "Young master, I am also on the registration list. Shall I temper his arrogance?" Ning Kaiwen inquired. With a nod, he replied, "Then I shall rely on you, dear sister." He offered a subtle smile to the lady attendant beside him, who was not the same woman from that day, but rather one designated by the sect for his protection. As he spoke, his hand wandered unceremoniously, sliding from her waist to her hip. The woman appeared unfazed, accustomed to his advances, and smiled at Ning Kaiwen, saying, "Leave it to me, young master." With that, she proceeded toward the organizer's tent. Next up, contestant number 0978 will take the stage. Beside Ning Kaiwen, the enchanting female attendant gracefully swayed her slender and delicate waist, her lotus-like steps gliding slowly towards the stage. With each small step she took, her alluring figure undulated gently like a flower swaying in the breeze, exuding an endless charm and allure. As her light footsteps echoed, the gazes of those around her were irresistibly drawn, as if held captive by an invisible magnet. These stares varied in intensity. Some were fervent, others filled with awe or infatuation, and their numbers grew steadily. All of this was due to the fact that this attendant was simply too stunning to overlook. "Children, please hurry down on your own. Otherwise, my sister's actions may become quite unpredictable. If I were to hurt you, it would indeed break my heart." Qian Yuhan opened her eyes and stood up, surveying the woman who stood 20 meters before her. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, elder sister. I assure you, I shall take good care of myself and will not be harmed by you." Humph, oblivious to the danger, the woman ceased her pretense. The previously enchanting and fiery demeanor faded into a chilling coldness. "Ning Hui, level 45 Soul Master, at your service." As she spoke, for soul rings 2 yellow and 2 purple materialized beneath her feet. Qian Yuhan was not encountering the soul sect for the first time in this arena match, but it was indeed his inaugural meeting with a level 45 opponent. Without dwelling on other thoughts, Qian Yuhan summoned the radiant divine sword, and beneath his feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized. "I am Qian Yuhan, a level 39 battle spirit master. I seek your guidance." Level 39, quite impressive, Ning Hui remarked, momentarily taken aback by Qian Yuhan's declaration before continuing. "What a remarkable young man. He possesses strength that surpasses even that of the young master." He appeared to be of similar age to the young master, perhaps a tad younger. Among his peers at the Tiando Royal Academy, only one surpassed the young master, and that was Ouyang Luoxue. This young man's talent seemed to rival that of Ouyang Luoxue. With a gesture, Ninghui conjured a long spear. Qian Yuhan grasped the radiant divine sword, and an overwhelming aura surged around him. He discerned that if his opponent wielded a sword martial spirit, the oppressive force of the radiant divine sword might instill fear and cause the opponent's spirit to dissipate. However, if it were another type of martial spirit, the suppressive effect would be considerably diminished, allowing it to be summoned forth. Thus, throughout the previous day, the radiant divine sword had shone brilliantly, cleaving through several adversaries. The first soul skill, Spear Intent. In an instant, Ninghui's form flickered, akin to a specter, as she launched the first attack. The yellow first soul ring beneath her feet erupted with a sudden brilliance, and amid the swirling light, a mysterious and formidable power was instantaneously infused into the spear she wielded. In that fleeting moment, the spear appeared shrouded in a crimson mist, rendering its true form obscured and elusive. Yet, with the emergence of this red haze, the already formidable spear radiated an even more chilling pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Despite this, Qian Yuhan stood resolute, devoid of any fear. He understood that this battle was not to be taken lightly, for the disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly apparent. Yet, the more formidable the foe, the more his fighting spirit soared. The first soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan remained fixated on Ninghui's figure, his right hand firmly grasping the sword of light. As Ninghui moved back and forth, Qian Yuhan continuously sought to discern the pattern of her movements. Qian Yuhan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations around him. Ninghui's movements appeared to him in slow motion, and just as she was about to pivot in another direction, he abruptly opened his eyes, seizing the opportunity. With decisive swiftness, he swung his sword down, unleashing a fierce blade of energy towards Ninghui. Realizing that Qian Yuhan had chosen the precise moment she was about to change direction, Ninghui furrowed her brow, acknowledging the unexpected prowess of her opponent. Time did not afford her the luxury of contemplation. She was compelled to execute her strike, lest she succumb to the brilliance of Qian Yuhan's luminous attack. In that fleeting instant, onlookers witnessed Ninghui's left leg extend with remarkable force, as if she were exerting every ounce of her strength to halt her rapid advance. However, this sudden maneuver left her scant time to accumulate power. Nevertheless, her spear surged forth with unhesitating speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. In a heartbeat, the spear transformed into a radiant arc, resembling a ferocious crimson dragon, brimming with an overwhelming presence and ferocity, hurtling towards the formidable luminous strike ahead. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided spectacularly. To everyone's astonishment, the originally powerful Ninghui found herself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Conversely, Qian Yuhan, whose soul power was relatively modest, unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Second soul skill, Luminous Shadow Clone. As the second soul skill of Qian Yuhan was activated, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the arena as three distinct Qian Yuhans. Ninghui gritted her teeth, her purple fourth soul ring shimmering beneath her feet. Fourth soul skill, Shadowless Spear. With a delicate shout, all her strength converged into her legs, propelling her into the air like an arrow released from its bow, soaring towards the heavens. Simultaneously, her long and powerful right arm was raised high, the spear in her grip gleaming with a chilling light, resembling a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, aimed directly at the central Qian Yuhan. In that instant, a stunning scene unfolded. The spear suddenly erupted in the air, splitting into three, transforming into three razor-sharp beams of light that hurtled towards the three figures, including the true body of Qian Yuhan. Each beam exuded a cataclysmic force, as if determined to pierce through every enemy in sight. In the face of this sudden onslaught, the three Qian Yuhans remained unfazed. They simultaneously swung their radiant divine swords, which shone brightly like blazing suns. Following that, they unleashed a series of sword energies that intertwined, forming an impenetrable web of blades in an attempt to withstand the oncoming spear beams. However, despite the grandeur of these sword energies, their might paled in comparison to Ninghui's fourth soul skill. After all, this strike encapsulated her full strength and technique, far surpassing ordinary attacks. Yet, the sheer volume and density of Qian Yuhan's counterattacks significantly diminished the potency of Ninghui's fourth soul skill. Sensing that the weakening was nearly complete, Qian Yuhan activated his third soul skill. In that breathtaking moment, a radiant yellow light erupted behind him. Soon after, A colossal and enigmatic yellow humanoid silhouette gradually materialized, enveloping Qian Yuhan like a protected deity. This figure was imposing and exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of dread. Meanwhile, the three spear beams in Ning Hui's hands surged forth like lightning, hurtling directly toward Qian Yuhan. With a resounding clash, the spear collided violently with the luminous guardian surrounding Qian Yuhan, unleashing a shower of sparks and intense energy fluctuations. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in thick smoke, resembling a chaotic world yet to be unveiled. The audience below widened their eyes, straining to discern the unfolding situation, but the dense fog rendered their vision unclear. All they could do was anxiously await the dissipating smoke to grasp the outcome of this fierce battle. After all, it was the full-force strike of a soul master. And even after being weakened, it still forced Qian Yuhan to stagger back repeatedly. Qian Yuhan had been somewhat careless, underestimating the formidable power behind Ning Hui's strike. Furthermore, being in the state of light-shadow clone limited his ability to harness his full strength, which ultimately allowed Ning Hui to inflict injury upon him. As the dense smoke dissipated, Ning Hui gazed incredulously at Qian Yuhan, who merely hunched over, gasping for breath. The sensation of the impact reverberating in his chest left him quite uncomfortable, struggling to catch his breath. Yet, Ning Hui was astonished that her full-force attack had been thwarted. And Qian Yuhan stood unscathed before her. She realized that her fourth soul skill had previously managed to injure a soul king. However, Ning Hui was acutely aware of her own limitations. She had expended all her soul power to unleash her fourth soul skill, believing it would secure her victory in a single blow. To her dismay, that was not the case. She fixed her gaze intently on Qian Yuhan, acutely sensing the continuous waves of soul power emanating from his body. That potent and enigmatic force seemed to declare the triumph of its master to the surroundings. Ning Hui's expression gradually dimmed. She slowly lowered her head and spoke in a somber tone laced with resignation. "I have lost." These three words struck her heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her engulfed in an indescribable sense of disappointment and defeat. The soul sect could not best the soul sovereign. Such a realization was disheartening for anyone. Had Han triumphed once more? Han! My heavens! The audience erupted in excitement, completely captivated by Qian Yuhan's overwhelming prowess. All except for the somber-faced Ning Kaiwan. Please welcome contestant number 0001 to the stage for the challenge. The spectators nearby, upon glimpsing the upcoming challenger, were expressions brimming with anticipation and fervor. Qian Yuhan fixed her gaze upon the challenger ascending the stage, utterly astonished. "It's you?" The first update has arrived, with the second one to follow in the afternoon. The male protagonist is set to battle the female lead soon. A heartfelt thanks to Boss Zhang for the generous support. Chapter 77, Winter Break, Part 8, 2 Extraordinary Talents. Qian Yuhan gazed at the girl stepping onto the arena, slowly uttering, "Is it truly you?" How could Qian Yuhan possibly fail to recognize her? Is she not the very woman he encountered in the Starry Forest? As he reminisces about their first meeting, Qian Yuhan is astounded by her unparalleled beauty. Her skin is as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat jade, seemingly fragile to the touch. Her eyes resemble deep, tranquil lakes, clear and captivating, imbued with boundless tenderness and vitality. Her nose is elegantly straight, while her cherry-red lips, naturally tinted, curl slightly upwards at the corners, hinting at a subtle smile reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. Resplendent and intoxicating, though she may not yet have fully shed the innocence and naivety of youth, her beauty remains as dazzling as the brightest stars in the night sky. Qian Yuhan could not help but ponder how strikingly beautiful she is at present. One can only imagine the breathtaking elegance she will possess in a few years as she fully matures. Surely, everything in the world would pale in comparison to her radiance. After a long absence, Ouyang Luoxue gazed at the somewhat dazed Qian Yuhan and coldly uttered those four words, while inwardly she was unable to contain her laughter. "This fool must be stunned to see me. Ha ha ha. It has been quite some time." Qian Yuhan stammered in response. Among the onlookers from the Tiando Royal Academy, shock spread across their faces as they witnessed the unexpected interaction. What did they just see? Their aloof campus goddess had actually initiated a conversation. Ning Kaiwan clenched his fists, seething with indignation as he glared at Qian Yuhan. Why? Why is Luoxue speaking to you?" I am Qian Yuhan," he replied awkwardly. "I know," she said. "I am a level 39 spirit master. Please, enlighten me." Ouyang Luoxue observed Qian Yuhan's bashful demeanor. Noting how drastically different he appeared from before, and couldn't he help but smile, her lips curving upwards. The students from Tiando Royal Academy gasped, "My goddess." She actually smiled. Oh, how beautiful her smile is. Could she please smile at me? Ouyang Luoxue, level 43 control and assault spirit master, at your service. In an instant. For spirit rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, materialized beneath Ouyang Luoxue, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura, entirely distinct from the one Ning we had displayed earlier. Simultaneously, a shimmering blue-silver ice staff appeared in her delicate hands, seemingly carved from millennia-old ice, translucent and radiating an intense chill. At the tip of the staff, a large gem glimmered with a soft blue light, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, captivating all with its brilliance. Meanwhile, Qin Yuhan raised his right hand, gathering a dazzling light that grew ever more radiant until it transformed into a resplendent sword of divine light. The moment the sword fully manifested, a tremendous force erupted forth, sweeping outward like a surging tide, causing the surrounding air to tremble. 3 spirit rings, 1 purple and 2 black, materialized beneath Qin Yuhan. He was well aware that Ouyang Luoxue knew the age of his spirit rings, and thus, he saw no need to conceal the truth. He had not consumed the spirit ring transformation pill. Come forth, Ouyang Luoxue arched an eyebrow at Qin Yuhan, declaring, "Second spirit ability, Light Shadow Clone." Qin Yuhan altered her previous strategy. Confronted with the enigmatic strength of Ouyang Luoxue, she felt a tremor of apprehension in the imposing aura that radiated from her opponent. Thus, she resolved to employ her second soul skill to gauge Ouyang Luoxue's true capabilities. Ouyang Luoxue, possessing remarkable intelligence, discerned Qin Yuhan's intentions with ease. With her ice spirit staff firmly planted on the ground, the yellow first soul ring and the purple second soul ring ignited simultaneously. The ice spirit blessing and the ice domain were activated. As the soul skill unfolded, a pale blue mist enveloped the entire arena, centering around Ouyang Luoxue. This was a domain skill, Qin Yuhan mused inwardly. In the domain of Ouyang Luoxue, Qin Yuhan found himself ensnared, beset by fierce cold winds and the looming threat of ice spikes that compelled him to exercise utmost caution. Ouyang Luoxue's domain was formidable, possessing the terrifying ability to diminish the speed of her adversaries, rendering those of lesser strength utterly immobile within its confines. This lad, trapped in the young lady's domain, is incapable of swift movement. He cannot bait her into action, thus nullifying any intent of probing, remarked Lu Lao, who was spectating from the audience area. Meanwhile, Ning Kaiwan sneered with disdain. In Luoxue's icy realm, you can only await your demise. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Yuhan indeed felt his speed severely hampered within the chilling domain. At that moment, Ouyang Luoxue's 4th spirit ring glimmered with a subtle light. 4th spirit ability, Winter's Arrival. Suddenly, the heavens above the arena appeared to be obscured by an invisible hand, and the once clear sky rapidly succumbed to a thick shroud of dark clouds, creating an atmosphere of oppressive dread. Then, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Countless massive ice spikes plummeted from the sky like torrential raindrops, cascading densely onto the arena. These ice spikes shimmered with a frigid luminescence, exuding an aura so fierce it seemed capable of piercing and shattering all in their path. Yet, facing such a ferocious onslaught, Qin Yuhan remained unperturbed. Drawing a deep breath, he resolutely declared, "Third spirit ability, Radiant Guardian." In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, coalescing into a magnificent suit of armor. This armor radiated a brilliant glow, as resplendent as the sun itself. Clad in golden armor, Qin Yuhan fearlessly charged toward the torrent of descending ice spikes. Each spike that struck him produced a crisp sound, but could not breach the formidable defense he had conjured. Simultaneously, his luminous wings unfurled vigorously, propelling him like an arrow released from a bow toward Ouyang Luoxue's position. Throughout his flight, Qin Yuhan amassed his strength, and as he neared the edge of the icy domain, he grasped the radiant divine sword tightly, raising it high. With all his might, he swung it down forcefully. The thunderous crack that ensued astonished onlookers as they beheld the emergence of fine cracks within Ouyang Luoxue's icy realm. These fissures swiftly spread, resembling a spider's web that enveloped the entirety of the domain. Moments later, accompanied by another earth-shattering roar, Ouyang Luoxue's icy domain shattered completely, transforming into myriad fragments of ice that scattered to the ground, vanishing without a trace. Qin Yuhan was acutely aware that in order to break the stalemate, he must first dismantle this domain. Fortunately, the defenses of this realm were not particularly formidable, despite being in a shadow clone state. Limiting his true power to a mere 80%, he managed to break through. Indeed, Ouyang Luoxue could not help but silently commend him. He had exerted all his strength to shatter Ouyang Luoxue's domain and barely withstood the astonishing force of her fourth soul skill. Winter has arrived. At this moment, Qian Yuhan's condition was nothing short of tragic. He knelt on one knee, his body quivering slightly, as if he could collapse at any moment. Heavy gasps escaped his lips, each breath a laborious struggle. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth, splattering onto the cold ground and creating ghastly crimson blossoms. His once gallant visage was now as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, mingling with the blood, rendering him even more disheveled. Yet, despite his dire state, the resolute glimmer in his eyes remained undimmed, radiating an indomitable spirit. Ah! Qian Yuhan summoned his soul power, which coursed rapidly through his meridians. It seemed as though he had forgotten his pain. Golden flames erupted around him, and his eyes transformed from a gentle blue to a brilliant gold. The spectators in the audience area, witnessing the grievously wounded Qian Yuhan still emanating such fighting spirit, could not help but wonder, is this truly a child not yet 10 years old? Both individuals on stage are extraordinary prodigies. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan inhaled deeply, channeling his soul power, which surged continuously into the radiant divine sword in his hand. A dazzling light enveloped his body, as soul energy poured into the sword like a relentless tide. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. A towering golden apparition, several dozen feet high, slowly materialized behind Qian Yuhan. This golden silhouette was vivid and lifelike, seemingly embodying Qian Yuhan as an adult, exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty. As the soul power continued to flow, the divine sword began to tremble violently, expanding several-fold in size, becoming immensely grand. It appeared as if it had been granted life, automatically floating upward and soaring towards the colossal golden figure. In the blink of an eye, the divine sword settled firmly into the grasp of the golden apparition. At that moment, the golden figure resembled a deity of war, firmly clutching the divine sword, raising its arm high, and then, with an overwhelming force, swung it down towards Ouyang Luoxue. A piercing beam of sword light cleaved through the air, carrying an earth-shattering pressure that bore down relentlessly upon Ouyang Luoxue. Confronted with such a fierce strike, Ouyang Luoxue felt a surge of alarm within her. She never anticipated that the grievously wounded Qian Yuhan could unleash such a formidable and domineering attack. Gazing at the approaching sword light, she could not help but exclaim, "What a powerful momentum!" However, before she could finish her thought, an intense sense of danger washed over her. In the face of life and death, Ouyang Luoxue dared not hesitate any longer and immediately called forth her ultimate technique. With a fierce cry, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from her body, and an ethereal ice god battle blade appeared in her grasp, radiating chilling energy. Concurrently, the purple first soul ring beneath her feet glimmered to life, unleashing a torrent of powerful soul energy. "Ice God Slash!" Ouyang Luoxue shouted, gripping the ice god battle blade tightly, exerting all her strength to counter Qian Yuhan's unleashed divine slash with a mighty swing. In an instant, a colossal ice-blue blade of light surged forth, meeting the resplendent sword light. A thunderous clash echoed as the ice blade collided with the luminous blade, unleashing a cataclysmic roar as the two opposing forces collided. The entire arena trembled, and the surrounding air compressed, forming visible shockwaves that radiated outward. In a moment, dust engulfed the scene, obscuring the sun. As the haze gradually dissipated, the spectators were astonished to find Qian Yuhan sprawled on the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, utterly devoid of strength, unable to rise. On the other side, Ouyang Luoxue was not faring much better. She sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, exerting every effort to circulate her techniques and restore her soul power and injuries. The overseer of the Academy's arena, who had arrived at the side during their battle, now stood perplexed, unsure how to announce the outcome of the match with both fighters incapacitated. "I have lost. I have lost." Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue spoke in unison. The official remarked, "That is tantamount to saying nothing." The referee interjected, "I concede defeat. Please announce the results." Qian Yuhan continued, not allowing Ouyang Luoxue the chance to speak further, and stepped down from the arena. This match concluded with contestant number 0001 achieving victory. In the audience, Xiao Na observed Qian Yuhan slowly descending from the stage and hurried over to his side. channeling her soul energy to assist him in standing and walking normally, then supporting him back to the Tiando Grand Hotel. The next day, Qian Yuhan awoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of soreness throughout his body. At that moment, Aunt Xiao Na entered, carrying a tray with lunch. "Young master, you have awakened. How do you feel?" "Thank you, Aunt Xiao Na, for your care. I feel much better, though my body is still a bit sore." Xiao Na smiled and replied, "Young master, you truly shone yesterday. Your third soul skill clashed head-on with that girl's fourth soul skill. Naturally, your body would bear the brunt of it. The doctor we consulted yesterday examined you and found nothing serious. A few days of good rest will suffice." He nodded in acknowledgement, his stomach growling audibly. Xiao Na chuckled. "Please do eat something." Qian Yuhan smiled awkwardly as Xiao Na placed the tray on the table and then returned to her room. Once Xiao Na had departed, Qian Yuhan sat down at the dining table and began to devour his meal with great fervor, for he was exceedingly hungry. As he ate, a thought crossed his mind. "I wonder how Ouyang Luoxue is faring. Is she injured?" Yesterday, his radiant slash felt somewhat. Ouyang Luoxue had also sustained considerable injuries during the battle. She was astonished that her Ice God slash was unable to rival Qian Yuhan's radiant slash. It appeared that while she was seated in meditation, her condition seemed better than Qian Yuhan's, who lay on the ground. Yet, only she knew that her situation was not as favorable as it appeared. The might of Qian Yuhan's radiant slash is truly formidable, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary soul master. Ouyang Luoxue, perhaps underestimating her opponent, did not anticipate that Qian Yuhan, with the strength of a soul sovereign, could unleash such a powerful attack. "Shuxue, are you there?" A gentle, magnetic male voice filtered in from outside. Upon hearing it, Ouyang Luoxue immediately recognized who was at the door and replied, "Yes, I'm here, father." With that, her father entered. It was none other than Ouyang Jia, the esteemed leader of the Ice God sect, a level 98 super Douluo known as the Ice God Douluo. "Dad, you're usually so busy. What brings you here?" Ouyang Luoxue inquired first. "I heard you were injured during the arena match yesterday, so I came to check on you." "I'm fine, Dad. I'm not as delicate as you think." "Ha ha ha. My dear daughter, I certainly believe there is nothing serious. But I am curious, who could have harmed you? Was it someone of equal rank?" Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. "What? Who dares to bully you? Which scoundrel is it?" Ouyang Jia's aura surged, exuding a terrifying pressure, though it intentionally avoided Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue realized her father, the devoted father, was misunderstanding the situation, assuming she had been wronged, and quickly interjected, "Dad, wait. Oh, why are you so reckless? It wasn't a case of the strong bullying the weak, rather. I was the one who did the bullying." Ouyang Jia's overwhelming aura abruptly dissipated, leaving him in a state of shock, stunned by his daughter's words. "You bullied someone weaker than you, and got injured? How is that possible? How is that possible?" Ouyang Jia echoed, bemused. Even after nearly a century of life, he had never encountered such an absurd situation. He was well aware of his daughter's immense strength. The idea that she could be injured by someone of lesser ability was simply unbelievable. "Alas, Dad, there is no helping it. He is indeed powerful. His martial soul possesses a certain suppression over my ice spirit staff, which is why I could barely contend with his ice god battle blade." Ouyang Jia's expression of bewilderment transformed into one of astonishment upon hearing Luoxue's words. What martial soul does he have? A top-tier martial soul? A divine-level martial soul? He mused, realizing that any martial soul capable of contending with the ice god battle blade must also be divine in nature. "What is the name of your opponent?" Ouyang Jia inquired. Ouyang Luoxue had never seen her father in such a state and replied, "Qian Yuhan." "What about it, father? Qian Yuhan? You mean the one who fought against you is Qian Yuhan?" "Yes, that's right." Ouyang Jia internally sighed, recognizing the connection between the two young individuals. "Do you remember the uncle who visited over 6 months ago? Your uncle Qianemo?" "Yes, I remember." Ouyang Luoxue recalled her intention to seek her father in the Great Hall, only to encounter this uncle, whose aura was remarkably powerful, stronger than her father's, but whose gaze was gentle. "Qian Yuhan is the son of your uncle Qianemo." "What?" Ouyang Jia seemed to have anticipated what Luoxue was about to say, nodding in acknowledgement. "He is indeed the heir of the Spirit Hall, but this information is classified. Initially, he was meant to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando this term. However, the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall have decided it would be best for him to study at the Spirit Hall Academy. I cannot say much about it, as it is ultimately for his benefit. Yet, I have heard that the Spirit Hall has been in contact with Tiando, particularly in matters of education. It appears he will come as an exchange student for his second year, to study at the Royal Academy of Tiando for 3 years. Oh, I see. How do you know this, my dear? Ouyang Jie pondered, inquiring of Luo Shui. Realizing she had let slip more than intended, Luo Shui contemplated how to remedy her mistake. Ouyang Jie, seemingly seeing through her thoughts, chuckled and said, "Never mind, it's of no consequence, ha ha ha." After Ouyang Jie exited Luo Shui's room, he inwardly mused, "Hee, brother, are we to become in-laws now, ha ha ha?" Watching her father depart, after a brief moment, Luo Shui spoke slowly. "Lu Lao." "Miss." "I am here," Lu Lao replied. "Lu Lao, do you know where the boy I fought yesterday is now?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lao responded, "Miss. I only know that he went to the Tiando Grand Hotel after leaving yesterday. As for whether he has departed today, I cannot say. Then he should still be there." "Thank you, Lu Lao." Qian Yuhan was leisurely reclining on his bed, engrossed in a book when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired. A sense of curiosity washing over him. It struck him as peculiar. Who could it be? It not possessed a spirit guide key that allowed her direct access. So it surely was not her. So, who could it possibly be? As Qian Yuhan pondered over the identity of the visitor, a knock resounded at the door once more. Rising from his bed, Qian Yuhan approached the door and inquired, "Who are you?" A familiar feminine voice replied. "I sound somewhat familiar." Qian Yuhan opened the door, and before her stood none other than Ouyang Luo Shui. "You, what brings you here?" "What? Am I not allowed to come and see you?" Ouyang Luo Shui replied with a smile. "Am I to just stand out here at the door?" Qian Yuhan gazed in a daze at Ouyang Luo Shui, who smiled warmly at him. Ouyang Luo Shui covered her mouth and playfully remarked, "What are you staring at, you fool?" Qian Yuhan finally came to his senses and stepped aside to allow Ouyang Luo Shui to enter the room. Once inside, Ouyang Luo Shui settled onto the sofa, her gaze falling upon the limping Qian Yuhan. A wave of concern washed over her, and with a flushed face, she mustered the courage to ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Didn't die," Qian Yuhan replied while pouring water for Ouyang Luo Shui. Ouyang Luo Shui remarked, "You're such a straightforward man." Chapter 79, Winter Break, Part 10. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Ouyang Luo Shui felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good scolding. "I sincerely apologize. Once I enter battle mode, it becomes difficult for me to rein myself in. That last blow must have caused you some injury, and I truly regret it. I meant to apologize yesterday, but it seems my body couldn't hold up, huh?" Qian Yuhan placed the cup of water on the table before Ouyang Luo Shui, gradually bending down to sit on the sofa while gazing at her with an expression of regret. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Ouyang Luo Shui found herself at a loss for how to respond. "I am not hurt at all. It is you who has suffered. The apology should rightfully be mine." Qian Yuhan gazed at Ouyang Luo Shui, chuckling as he shook his head and remarked, "Are you still trying to deceive me? Are you truly unscathed? The fluctuation of your soul power now is as starkly different from yesterday as night is from day, and yet you claim to be unharmed." Ouyang Luo Shui was taken aback, staring at Qian Yuhan in disbelief. "He can actually perceive the fluctuations of my soul power." Indeed. Ouyang Luo Shui's aura was feeble, her soul power in disarray and far from restored. Yet, this subtlety was perceptible to Qian Yuhan. Ouyang Luo Shui had drawn her conclusions from Qian Yuhan's limping demeanor, while Qian Yuhan discerned the truth from the fluctuations of her soul power. Although Ouyang Luo Shui possessed greater soul power than Qian Yuhan, she was oblivious to his fluctuations, while he could effortlessly sense hers. This was truly astonishing. Qian Yuhan, observing the astonished Ouyang Luo Shui, quickly elucidated, "I possess a natural sensitivity to the fluctuations of soul energy. It is merely a unique trait that differentiates me from others." What Qian Yuhan did not disclose was that he had enhanced his physique by absorbing the 8-pointed ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, which rendered him exceptionally sensitive to fluctuations in soul power. So that is the case, no wonder. "Isn't it so?" young master Ouyang Luo Shui remarked calmly. Qian Yuhan widened her eyes in astonishment. "Does she know my identity? What nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha, what kind of young master am I? How absurd." Qian Yuhan narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Who exactly are you? What is your identity?" Ouyang Luo Shui, observing the somewhat hostile gaze from Qian Yuhan, shook her head and smiled as she replied, "I am the daughter of the ice god Douluo." "Who is the ice god Douluo? I am unfamiliar with him," Qian Yuhan remarked. Ouyang Luo Shui, unable to suppress a cough at Qian Yuhan's audacious statement, continued, "Ahem, the ice god Douluo is the leader of the ice god sect." "The ice god sect? That rings a bell. Qin Yuhan responded, seemingly recalling something. Qin Yuhan was pondering where he had heard it before when Ouyang Luoxue remarked, "You must have visited the largest ice god Soul Arena in Tiando City." Qin Yuhan suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. "So you are the little boss of the Duhan Arena?" Coughing, Ouyang Luoxue, who was sipping from her cup, nearly choked on her drink. "You could say that," she replied. "Moreover, your spirit hall has quite a close relationship with our ice god sect. My father and yours are like brothers." Upon hearing Ouyang Luoxue mention her father, Qin Yuhan's mood instantly darkened. Noticing his change in demeanor, Ouyang Luoxue mentally scolded herself. She recalled that Qin Yuhan had mentioned in his letter that his father had gone on a mission and had been unreachable, likely indicating something had gone awry. Bringing up her father now would surely touch upon his sorrowful memories. "I'm sorry," she began, intending to offer words of comfort. However, Qin Yuhan raised his hand to interrupt her, smiling gently. "It's nothing to apologize for. My uncles have assured me that my father will be fine. It's just that the situation is complex and unresolved. We will definitely meet again." Ouyang Luoxue gazed at Qin Yuhan, understanding that what he needed most at that moment was companionship. She chose not to say much more, simply sitting on the sofa and watching him. When he felt like talking, they would converse. When he preferred silence, she would drink her water and observe him. Surprisingly, Ouyang Luoxue remained in Qin Yuhan's room for an entire hour. The attendants outside the hotel grew anxious, fearing something might have happened to the young lady inside. Just as they were about to enter, Ouyang Luoxue emerged, lost in thought about what Qin Yuhan had just shared with her. "You attend the Tiando Royal Academy? I should come to your academy for an exchange during my second year. We can spar again, as I am quite dissatisfied with our last match. A good friend of mine also studies there, though I don't know her name. She must be a girl. Haha, my pen pal. My pen pal is quite amusing. Always teasing me about things at your Tiando Royal Academy. She seems like a nice person, but I have yet to meet her. I was thinking of asking to meet her during the exchange." Ouyang Luoxue smiled to herself, muttering, "Silly, we have already met, you big fool." The attendants observed her demeanor and couldn't help but think that she resembled a youthful girl in the throes of blossoming emotions, a stark contrast to her usual elegant and aloof demeanor. Qin Yuhan also informed Ouyang Luoxue that he planned to return to Wuhuan City that evening, and they would meet again during future exchanges. Upon returning to her chamber in the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luoxue picked up a pen and began to compose a letter. After half an hour, she had filled an entire sheet of paper, recounting the events of the past few days, stating, "Now you should finally recognize who Shui is, or else I might need to examine what your mind is truly made of." The following evening, after a day and night of arduous travel, Qin Yuhan finally arrived at Mingwei Villa. As soon as he entered, he collapsed onto his large bed and fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the journey. He couldn't help but regret not having Uncle Tianwei accompany him. Just then, the doorbell rang at the villa entrance. Dragging his weary body to the door, he opened it to find Uncle Xiao Hui and Uncle Tianwei standing there, smiling at him. "Xiao Han is back. We hope we haven't disturbed your rest," one of the uncles remarked. "What are you two saying? Come in." Qin Yuhan gestured for them to enter, leading Xiao Hui and Tianwei to the living room. He quickly prepared tea using the fine leaves left by his father and served it to the two uncles before sitting down to inquire, "What brings you here, uncles?" Exchanging glances, the two Douluo uncles began to speak. Xiao Hui stated, "The exchange event we discussed earlier may need to be advanced. We will depart before the next semester begins." Who will be going?" Qin Yuhan asked. "You, Mu Chun, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Fang Ya, and Zhao Ke, 6 new students in total, along with 4 second-year students, making a total of 10 heading to the Tiando Royal Academy. Is something amiss? Why the sudden change?" Tiando proposed to advance it by a semester, aiming for students to acclimate to the teaching environment beforehand, to prevent any disruptions in the following years that could hinder academic progress. I found this reasoning quite sensible and agreed. "I see." Qin Yuhan nodded. "Uncle, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 80. Correspondence, a familiar feeling upon returning from Tiando City. Qin Yuhan intended to write a letter to Shui, sharing the happenings of the past few days and providing her with his home address, so that she could send letters to Mingwei Villa during the holidays, rather than taking a longer route to the academy which wasted too much time. As Qin Yuhan made her way to the school mailbox to check for any correspondence, she fortuitously encountered Fang Ya at the entrance of the academy. Fang Ya informed Qin Yuhan that the grade director, Han Shui, had summoned her, announcing that she had been selected to participate in an exchange program at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Qian Yuhan was naturally aware of this. Having learned from Uncle Xiao Hui that the exchange had been advanced, Han Shui summoned Fangya to the academy to formally inform her, and then asked her to return home to discuss with her parents whether she could participate and to come back with their decision. Qian Yuhan conversed with Fangya for a while and was astonished to discover that Fangya had ascended to the rank of Soul Master. You have broken through? Qian Yuhan inquired. Fangya nodded and smiled. Indeed. Yes, I achieved this breakthrough a few days ago. I just returned yesterday from the Stardow Forest, where I hunted a 3,000-year-old Earth King. Qian Yuhan pondered. The King of the Earth. Could it possibly have acquired the soul technique known as the Phoenix's Cry that pierces the sky? Qian Yuhan gently patted Fangya's shoulder and said, Congratulations. Thank you. I will take my leave now. I need to discuss this matter with my parents, as it has come quite unexpectedly. All right then, goodbye. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Fangya, Qian Yuhan retrieved a letter from Shui from the mailbox. Upon returning home, she sat down at the table, opened the envelope, and unfolded the letter, which read, Dear Qian Yuhan, I understand you are busy, but I wonder how you have been these past few days. I received your letter recently and was surprised to see that you are in Tiando City. When you arrived, the Royal Square in Tiando City must have been hosting a tournament, correct? Qian Yuhan, so that square is called the Royal Square, huh? Let me tell you. I participated in that tournament. The very next sentence was like thunder on a clear day. What? Snow participated too? Does that mean we have faced each other? But it's possible she competed in the morning session, and I didn't encounter her. If she started in the afternoon, I surely would have crossed paths with her, as I was the champion throughout. In any case, I emerged victorious, though I sustained some injuries. Honestly, that champion was utterly detestable, employing such overpowering soul techniques. It's quite unbecoming for a girl. Although my strength surpasses that of that insufferable champion, one must consider that she is still a girl. How inconsiderate of her. It's infuriating. Qian Yuhan gazed at the snow, a smile almost stretching from ear to ear, reflecting her amusement. This girl is utterly delightful. And she has openly acknowledged her femininity. My guess was spot on. Ha ha ha. After our encounter, I took a night to rest at home, and the following day, I went to confront him. To his credit, he did exhibit a semblance of conscience, inquiring about my well-being and if I had sustained any injuries. Yet, he remains a quintessential straight man. When I asked about his condition, he casually remarked, I'll survive. Doesn't he that confirm I'm a straight man? Qian Yuhan gazed at the ensuing passage, increasingly struck by a sense of familiarity. After completing his final match, the following morning, Ouyang Luoxue had come to visit him, and he seemed to have uttered similar words, almost indistinguishable from what he had just read. Such a coincidence was rather remarkable. I have overheard some individuals at the Academy whispering that the exchange program between the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy has been expedited. Is there any truth to this? Do you have any news from your end? Please respond swiftly upon receiving this letter. We wouldn't want a comical mix-up where you arrive in Tiando while I head to Spirit City. Very well, I must continue my recuperation. Please send your reply to the Ice God sect in the Tiando Empire. I eagerly await your response. Smiling emoji. Qian Yuhan took out the remaining snow from her luggage to write a letter on the precious stationery she had reserved for herself, composing a reply. Snow. I have successfully received your letter. I must tell you, I have been utterly delighted in Tiando City these past few days, especially during the arena competition, to which I also registered. Upon my arrival in Tiando City, I spent a day exploring the vast expanse of the city. It is indeed enormous. And even after 2 visits, I feel I have barely scratched the surface. On the very first afternoon of the arena matches, I immersed myself in the battles. The exhilarating blend of tension and excitement still courses through my veins. And I didn't just participate in a match or 2 for the thrill. I persevered, fighting from the first afternoon all the way through to the final match on the 3rd day. Isn't that remarkable? Haha. By the way, I wonder if you happen to encounter me in the arena? If not, fret not. If we miss this opportunity for a meeting, there will surely be more serendipitous encounters awaiting us in the future. Oh, and I have splendid news to share. After these days of intense battles, I have noticeably felt a significant enhancement in my soul power, and I have successfully broken through to level 40. Now, I am merely 1 soul ring away from becoming a soul master. The prospect of embarking on a new journey of cultivation fills my heart with anticipation and resolve. When I read in your letter about your injuries from the arena, my heart tightened with concern. I sincerely hope your wounds are not too severe. If your situation is less than optimistic, please remember to write to me promptly with the specifics. Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to assist you and would never let you face difficulties alone. Honestly, I find that the thought of not writing to you one day feels rather strange. This feeling grows ever more pronounced. I, too, sustained considerable injuries in the arena. In the final match, I faced an exceptionally formidable opponent, a woman of extraordinary strength. She unleashed a control-type domain right from the start. Although she shouldn't be much older than I am, she has already reached level 45. Wouldn't you agree that is quite remarkable? She appears to be from your Tiando Royal Academy, named Ouyang Luoxue, and she is quite striking. I wonder if you know her. I exerted tremendous effort to break through her domain, but she was merciless, launching her fourth soul skill directly at me with no regard for humanity, truly. Her demeanor is not at all reflective of her beauty. I managed to withstand her attack with my defensive soul skill, but I still sustained injuries. Nevertheless, she did not escape unscathed. My light slash dealt her considerable damage as well. Oh, do you think I may have been a bit harsh? After all, she is a girl. And you too, despite possessing greater spiritual strength, you still managed to injure her. One would think you could have shown a bit more restraint. It's no wonder you resemble that Ouyang Luoxue. Truly, you both hail from the same academy. Haha. As for us, we did indeed mention that our exchanges would commence early. We plan to start just a few days before the winter break concludes, and this will continue for 7 semesters. Ah, we shall meet then. Let me assure you, I am quite handsome. My father never fails to compliment me. Regarding the boy who hurt you, I must say he does seem rather oblivious. If it were me, I would have whisked you away with fine wine and sumptuous feasts, nurturing you until you were well again, then returning you home. My service would be impeccable. Ha! I await your reply. Take care. Qian Yuhan set down his pen, glancing once more at the contents of the letter from Snow. He pondered quietly to himself. Why did everything feel so familiar? The events described in her letter seemed eerily reminiscent of those that had transpired between himself and Ouyang Luoxue. Wait, Ouyang Luoxue, Snow? Could it be that they were the same person? Surely, it must be a coincidence. Yes, undoubtedly so. Today was rather busy, so I will only update one chapter and will make up for the other on the weekend. My apologies, dear friends. Chapter 81, Breaking Through the Soul Sect, Entering the Dream, Part 1. It had to be a coincidence. It certainly must be. Qian Yuhan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental. Nonetheless, the events recounted by Snow bore such striking similarity to his own experiences that Qian Yuhan could not help but contemplate further. He placed the letter back into its envelope and deposited it into the mailbox at his home before heading to the Heavenly Might Douluo. Qian Yuhan arrived at the Hall of Heavenly Might to converse with the Heavenly Might Douluo about his current circumstances. Upon learning that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Master rank, needing just one more soul ring, the Heavenly Might Douluo was filled with immense joy, having lived a life devoid of a wife and children. His feelings for Qian Yuhan transcended that of a father-son relationship. They were akin to a bond even deeper than blood. With Qian Yuhan's evident progress and strength, how could he not feel elated? Yet, recalling that Qian Yuhan's injuries might still be healing, he expressed his concern. Xiaohan, perhaps you should rest a little longer? Your injuries. Upon hearing the inquiry from the formidable TNW Douluo, Qi New York HN instantly grasped his concerns and replied, Uncle TNWI. Rest assured, I know my limits. The TNW Douluo, well aware of Qi New York HN's youth yet remarkable maturity, understood that he was capable of discerning the potential gains and losses of his actions, thus refraining from further discussion. Nodding affirmatively, he declared, Then let us set forth to the Stardew Forest. In just 3 hours, TNW Douluo, mounted on his phantom-winged white tiger, brought Qi New York HN to the southern part of the TNDU Empire, where the Stardew Forest lay. Little HN, I shall accompany you this time. Pay no heed to me. I shall merely observe, he chuckled playfully. Qi New York HN couldn't help but marvel at how this once dreaded figure now appeared so childlike before him. Very well, uncle, he responded, as they ventured into the depths of the Stardew Forest. Qi New York HN's objective was to find a soul beast capable of granting him a ranged attack soul skill. With his second and third soul rings already being 10,000-year-old, he saw no issue in absorbing a fourth soul ring of the same age. Moreover, having absorbed the elemental energies contained within the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, his physical prowess had greatly enhanced, further solidifying his confidence. He aimed to target soul beasts ranging from 30,000 to 40,000 years in age. To say that it would be challenging for Chi New York HN to face a 10,000-year soul beast would be an understatement. His previous encounter with the radiant golden winged lion, which he narrowly defeated due to its overconfidence and carelessness, exemplified this. Had it been more vigilant, it would not have suffered such a ludicrous defeat at the hands of a mere child lacking a soul ring. Logically, a 10,000-year soul beast should possess power comparable to that of a soul king. Can one fathom a soul king being vanquished by an unringed individual? It was solely reliant on the strength of his divine martial spirit and formidable attack power. Ultimately, it stemmed from underestimating the opponent, coupled with the overwhelming might of the radiant divine sword that exerted a certain degree of suppression over the soul beast. Such an occurrence was indeed extraordinary. This time, Chi New York HN, at the threshold of a soul sect, sought to test his mettle against a 10,000-year soul beast. He was eager to see how far he could withstand the life and death struggle against a 30,000-year soul beast, whose power was reminiscent of a soul emperor, and to gauge the extent of its survival instincts when faced with mortal peril. Little HN, are you certain you wish to seek out a 30,000-year soul beast? Its strength rivals that of a soul emperor. Defeating it may not be insurmountable. If necessary, I could intervene directly. However, will you be able to absorb its essence? Qian Yuhan nodded. No problem, Uncle Tianwei. The two walked side by side, gradually making their way deeper into the forest. Along the way, the tranquil atmosphere was interrupted by Tianwei Douluo's concerned inquiries. Little Han, how have you been enjoying Tiando City these past few days? Have you encountered any interesting happenings? Tianwei Douluo smiled gently, casting a warm gaze upon the young lad beside him. Qian Yuhan smiled gently and replied, Uncle, I have been particularly joyful these past few days, indulging in shopping and participating in competitions, which has been quite fulfilling. Tianwei Douluo nodded and continued to inquire. How have you been faring at school? Is your academic workload heavy? How do you get along with your classmates? Qian Yuhan replied earnestly, everything is going well at school. Although the academic pressure is somewhat daunting, I am managing it quite well. I have established harmonious relations with my classmates, and we often engage in discussions about the path of cultivation, forging many valuable friendships. Shortly after, Heavenly Might Daw brought up the impending opportunity to exchange and study at the Royal Academy of Tiando, speaking with profound sincerity. As we prepare for this exchange at the Tiando Royal Academy, do you harbor any other thoughts? Qian Yuhan pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncle, I am acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity and shall cherish it immensely. I will strive to learn from the other exceptional soul masters, enhancing my own capabilities. Moreover, the Tiando Empire excels in numerous aspects of thought and technology beyond our Spirit Hall. I shall endeavor to acquire knowledge to return and contribute to our Spirit Hall. Qian Yuhan maintained his patience, responding in detail and sincerity to every inquiry posed by the Heavenly Might Daw. He understood that if there were no genuine concern for his well-being, the other party would not engage in such persistent questioning about trivial matters. It was precisely because he felt this profound affection that he not only experienced no annoyance, but instead was filled with joy and warmth. The Heavenly Might Douluo looked at Qian Yuhan with satisfaction, thinking to himself, my brother has raised a remarkable son. He recalled the conversation he had with Xiao Hui that evening, where he had methodically analyzed various matters with sound reasoning. It truly was astonishing how one could feel inferior when comparing oneself to others. He remembered the day Qian Yuhan returned, and how he and Xiao Hui had approached him, discussing the need for the Spirit Hall to be more accessible to a greater number of soul masters. Not just the elite or talented ones. Those ordinary soul masters were the true driving force behind development. Additionally, he emphasized the necessity of improving transportation efficiency to attract more individuals to Spirit City. He shared his observations from his journey to Tiando City, outlining the various issues he had encountered and the numerous advantages he had discovered, imparting all of this to Xiao Hui. Initially, Xiao Hui dismissed these insights, but as he listened further, he began to see the merit in them, becoming increasingly engrossed to the point that he found himself deep in thought. It is easy to imagine just how extraordinarily gifted Qian Yuhan truly was. Xiao Han, his uncle began, there are some things I must convey to you. Please. Go ahead. Xiao Han, you are indeed very clever, a remarkable presence. Out there, you must learn to conceal your true self, especially when you are in Tiando City. You must exercise caution, for you can never be certain of the background of the person next to you. Offending them might seem trivial, but it could provoke certain powerful forces that may send formidable individuals to deal with you. We will not be by your side, unable to come to your aid immediately. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Uncle. As Qian Yuhan was about to speak, a sudden noise echoed from a distance. Be cautious, Xiaohan. It may be a soul beast. The battlefield is entrusted to you, declared the heavenly might Douluo, patting Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. In the nearby woods, a pair of crimson eyes opened, fixated on Qian Yuhan. The heavenly might Douluo concealed his presence and swiftly departed. Yet those eyes remained locked onto Qian Yuhan, and at the very moment the heavenly might Douluo vanished, the creature surged forth. By the time Qian Yuhan discerned the identity of the soul beast, it was nearly upon him. It is a peacock feather bird, Qian Yuhan murmured, gripping the sword of light tightly, ready to engage in battle. Chapter 82, Breakthrough to Soulmaster. Into the Dream, Part 2, Qian Yuhan gripped tightly the radiant sword of light. His gaze unwavering as he focused intently on the soul beast hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. The creature moved with the grace of a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. In that moment of intense tension, Qian Yuhan whispered softly, Peacock feather bird. This magnificent avian is indeed the darling of the skies. Its flight is astonishingly swift, akin to a tempest sweeping through. The explosive force it unleashes is overwhelmingly fierce, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Furthermore, its razor-sharp feathers and indomitable beak serve as lethal weapons. A single strike could lead to dire consequences. As for its appearance, the peacock feather bird is nothing short of breathtaking. Its iridescent tail unfurls like a peacock's display, each feather shimmering with enchanting brilliance. Atop its head, it boasts fan-shaped plumes reminiscent of a peacock, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Yet, one must not be deceived by its alluring exterior. For this bird possesses a temperament that is exceedingly ferocious and cunning. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead one to fall into its meticulously crafted traps, becoming its next meal. Second soul skill, light shadow doppelganger. The black second soul ring beneath Qian Yuhan shimmered, enveloping him in radiant light as the luminous sphere split into three, each mirroring his form and racing off in different directions. The peacock feather bird, unfazed, halted its advance. With a resounding cry, it launched its lethal feathers towards the three Qian Yuhans. How despicable! It can disperse its attacks. Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth, glancing anxiously at the feathers pursuing him. If struck by these feathers, he would surely be gravely injured. This soul beast, nearly 40,000 years old, is a genuine soul emperor, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. While Qian Yuhan focused intently on evading the onslaught of feathers descending like a tempest, two of his doppelgangers tragically fell victim to several razor-sharp quills. The sound of delicate snaps echoed as the two illusions vanished into thin air like smoke. As the light shadow doppelganger skill concluded, Qian Yuhan gradually regained his strength, temporarily diminished by the use of the technique. However, the situation remained dire. He had to exert every ounce of effort to evade the relentless, deadly feathers. With agility, Qian Yuhan deftly maneuvered behind the trees for cover, darting left and right. The multitude of feathers struck the sturdy trunks with the force of lightning, each impact resonating with a thunderous crash as trees toppled, sending clouds of dust into the air. What terrifying power! Qian Yuhan marveled inwardly. Faced with such formidable assaults, he dared not allow himself a moment's respite. Meanwhile, the peacock feather bird did not relent. It spread its vibrant wings and gracefully soared into the air, persistently tracking Qian Yuhan. From time to time, it would shed a few feathers, launching them at an astonishing speed towards Qian Yuhan below. These feathers resembled concealed weapons, incessantly disrupting Qian Yuhan's movements, ensnaring him in a nightmare. At this moment, within the eyes of the peacock feather bird, Qian Yuhan appeared to be nothing more than a plaything, easily manipulated at will. How utterly passive. The third soul skill, Radiant Guardian, Radiant Wings. The third soul ring of Qian Yuhan glowed ominously around him, as a humanoid shadow enveloped his form. With his luminous wings unfurled, Qian Yuhan surged towards the peacock-feathered bird suspended in the air. The creature, taken aback by the sudden assault, assumed that Qian Yuhan intended to confront it head-on. Soul beasts possess their own pride. How could they permit a mere human, with their fragile physique, to declare war upon them? The peacock-feathered bird charged forward without hesitation. Qian Yuhan's lips curled into a smirk. Just as he was about to collide with the peacock feather bird, he suddenly vanished in a swift movement, gliding past the enormous form of the bird by mere inches. However, the haughty peacock feather bird seemed to regard this narrow escape with disdain, turning its head to cast a scornful glance at Qian Yuhan. As if to say, with such meager skills, you dare to challenge me in strength? Truly delusional. Yet, Qian Yuhan was not easily swayed by the provocation of the peacock feather bird. With a delicate tap of his toes against the void, he soared above the bird with astonishing speed. It was only then that the peacock feather bird realized the precariousness of its situation and hurriedly redirected its gaze. But it was already too late. The very feathers that had been aimed to track Qian Yuhan now shot back towards the bird with lethal precision. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the peacock feather bird's own feathers struck it fiercely, the tremendous impact causing its massive body to shudder slightly. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan remained vigilant in the air, acutely aware of the formidable strength of his adversary. Grasping the radiant divine sword tightly, he summoned a surge of soul power that flowed ceaselessly into the blade as the first purple soul ring illuminated brilliantly. Qian Yuhan took a deep breath and then shouted with great fervor, "Light slash." In an instant, a dazzling sword aura erupted from the divine light sword, surging forth like a roaring dragon emerging from the sea, carrying immense might as it charged directly towards the peacock feather bird below. Infuriated by this mockery, the peacock feather bird let out a high-pitched and furious cry. As the sound rang out, its resplendent and colorful tail feathers unfurled like blooming flowers, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage in all its glory. Yet, in that moment, this beautiful sight emanated a chilling and formidable aura that surged outward like a tidal wave, forcefully suppressing Qian Yuhan, who was suspended in midair. This is not good. A sense of alarm surged within Qian Yuhan. He had initially thought that even if the peacock feather bird was injured, it would not be able to exert such pressure on him. However, he had never anticipated that merely releasing a wave of pressure could easily force him back to the ground. He had significantly underestimated the strength of the nearly 40,000-year-old peacock feather bird. To gauge the limits of a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, Qian Yuhan still had much to learn. At this moment, the peacock feather bird soared above, resembling an imperious sovereign overlooking the beleaguered Qian Yuhan below. Suddenly, the colorful feathers on its back detached, transforming into countless sharp blades, raining down towards Qian Yuhan in a relentless assault. The feathers, like swords, descended upon him with blinding speed, akin to a tempest, accompanied by a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Third soul skill, Qian Yuhan exclaimed, swiftly forming seals with his hands as his soul power surged, preparing to unleash his third soul skill to defend against the impending attack. However, just as he was about to release his soul skill, a long sigh echoed through the air. This sigh was deep and laden with the weight of ages. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed, and a magnificent white tiger materialized before Qian Yuhan. This imposing creature stood a towering 10 feet tall, its body cloaked in a coat of pure white fur adorned with black stripes, resembling twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. Most striking were its 3 pairs of inky black wings, each pair spanning several feet wide, creating a tempestuous wind with each gentle flap. As the white tiger emerged, it raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated like the crash of thunder, shaking the very air around it. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the white tiger, enveloping the entire battlefield. The once ferocious rain of blades from the peacock feather bird, which had been hurtling towards Qian Yuhan, disintegrated under this pressure, dissipating into specks of light that vanished into the air, no longer a threat to him. Soon, I must arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy before 100 chapters pass. Still contemplating the groundwork for the unfolding narrative, it will soon come to fruition. As we approach the segment concerning the heavenly Douluo Royal Academy, the bond between Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luo Shui shall swiftly intensify, leading to an unmistakable sweetness that will surely delight. I humbly request your support in this endeavor. Heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Jiang Chun, who delights in buttery fried eggs, for their generous contribution. Chapter 83, Breaking Through to the Soul Sect. Entering the Dream, Part 3, a thunderous roar from a tiger shattered the offensive of the peacock feather bird, as the formidable heavenly might Douluo appeared before Qian Yuhan. With a swift motion, the heavenly might Douluo raised his right hand, unveiling the wings of the abyssal-winged white tiger, which soared into the air with astounding speed. The peacock feather bird had yet to react when it was struck down by the forceful paw of the abyssal-winged white tiger, though it initially resisted fiercely. A fierce hatred and fury consumed its gaze, fixated on Qian Yuhan. The abyssal-winged white tiger exhibited its unparalleled strength and majesty, emanating an aura that instilled dread. Each surge of its power resonated with a thunderous force. In contrast, the peacock feather bird, despite its efforts to counterattack with elegant maneuvers, found itself increasingly overwhelmed by the might of the abyssal-winged white tiger. At last, Seizing a perfect opportunity, the abyssal-winged white tiger unleashed its full strength. Sinking its teeth into the neck of the peacock feather bird, the unfortunate creature emitted a mournful cry, its body trembling violently. Yet, all efforts were in vain, as its struggles grew feebler, ultimately leaving it with but a flicker of life. In that moment, the abyssal-winged white tiger stood majestically, clutching the nearly lifeless peacock feather bird in its jaws, and gracefully descended to the ground. The observing heavenly might Douluo nodded slightly, gesturing to Qian Yuhan to proceed. Qian Yuhan approached the peacock feather bird, his grip firm upon the resplendent bright divine sword, which gleamed like a dazzling star descending upon the earth. In an instant, he flashed forward, positioning himself before the peacock feather bird. He then raised the bright divine sword high, channeling all his strength to deliver a decisive strike. In a heartbeat, the sword light surged forth, cleaving directly into the body of the peacock feather bird. Accompanied by a mournful cry, the flickering flame of life within the bird was extinguished. Simultaneously, its once vibrant and splendid plumage appeared to lose all vitality, fading into a dull, lifeless hue. Who could have imagined that the beauty of those feathers was so intricately entwined with the life of the peacock feather bird? Before long, above the lifeless form of the peacock feather bird, a jet-black glow began to rise, revealing a powerful 10,000-year soul ring coalescing into existence. This soul ring seemed to harbor boundless mysterious energy, quietly suspended in the air. Within the Douluo forest, Qian Yuhan sat serenely upon a massive slab of azure stone. With his legs crossed and posture as upright as a pine, he gently closed his eyes, entering a profound meditative state. With a subtle gesture, the bright divine sword, radiating its brilliant light, responded to his call, gliding gracefully before him, suspended in midair, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Concurrently, a 10,000-year soul ring, exuding a fierce aura, floated towards him from a distance. This soul ring, dark as ink, was inscribed with intricate and arcane runes, seemingly encapsulating boundless power. As the soul ring approached Qian Yuhan, it began to orbit around him, accelerating swiftly and forming a resplendent halo. Qian Yuhan took a deep breath, his hands forming intricate seals, guiding the soul power within him to surge relentlessly towards the soul ring. The soul ring, sensing this formidable energy, began to tremble slightly, emitting beams of black light that connected with Qian Yuhan's body. These beams resembled lively serpents, slithering through his meridians, drawing the power from the soul ring into his being, drop by drop. As time passed, fine beads of sweat gradually emerged on Qian Yuhan's forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely persevering in absorbing the strength of the soul ring. Slowly, a faint golden radiance enveloped him, shrouding his entire form and rendering him akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Observing Qian Yuhan's condition, the heavenly might Douluo could not help but muse. This child, Xiaohan, is truly blessed with extraordinary gifts. He must be in a state of profound meditation. I must summon forth sister to ensure Yuhan returns safely. Qian Yuhan remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. This time, the absorption of the soul ring proceeded remarkably smoothly, devoid of the backlash typically inflicted by the soul rings, and he was spared from the spiritual assault of the peacock feather bird. Qian Yuhan was quite astonished, for it is customary for the absorption of a soul ring to involve some degree of attack from the residual souls of the soul beasts. Such beasts that willingly offer themselves for sacrifice are exceedingly rare. Only those who volunteer can evade the turmoil of their souls. The resentment harbored by this peacock feather bird seemed to have intensified rather than diminished. So why was there no spiritual upheaval this time? This left Qian Yuhan perplexed. Yet he decided to embrace the absence of conflict, as it spared him the consumption of his own spiritual energy. A soft, golden radiance enveloped Qian Yuhan, and soon, one purple and 3 black soul rings gracefully ascended from his body, encircling him like 4 enigmatic halos. These rings shimmered in concert, emanating powerful waves of soul energy, signifying Qian Yuhan's successful ascent to the realm of the soul sect, with his soul power remarkably elevated to an impressive level of 43. At this moment, he found himself immersed in the depths of the sea of consciousness, grasping the unique 4th soul skill bestowed upon him by the peacock feather bird, the baptism of light. The effects of this skill were astonishing, akin to the expansive ability previously witnessed in the final skill unleashed by the peacock feather bird. When Qian Yuhan activated this soul skill, the divine sword of light in his hand would instantaneously transform into over 100 radiant light swords, hurtling towards the designated area with tremendous force. Furthermore, as Qian Yuhan's soul power continued to ascend, The number of light swords he could summon in a single instance would also increase. However, the precise limit of this capacity remained an enigma. Yet one could envision that once Qian Yuhan matured into a formidable force, the quantity of summoned light swords would reach an exceedingly terrifying magnitude. What a thrill! This soul skill is truly magnificent. Qian Yuhan couldn't help but exclaim in exhilaration within the depths of his consciousness. He understood deeply what possessing such a powerful soul skill signified for his future path of cultivation, filling his heart with anticipation and confidence for what lay ahead. Just as he joyously leaped into the air, the previously tranquil sea of consciousness erupted as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, unleashing tumultuous waves. The surging tides collided and rolled, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. At the very center of this sea of consciousness, an immensely powerful force rapidly coalesced, forming a gigantic vortex with a diameter of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. This vortex resembled a fearsome beast, its gaping maw emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. Qian Yuhan had not anticipated such a turn of events. In an instant, he was swept into the vortex by an overwhelming force, leaving him no time to react. He felt as though he were ensnared in an interminable nightmare, his body involuntarily spiraling with the whirlpool, while everything around him became a blur. Time lost all meaning until, upon awakening from his stupor, he was beset by a dizzying sensation that nearly caused him to faint once more. With great effort, he managed to endure this discomfort and slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a scene of ethereal beauty. Surrounding him was a veil of mist, swirling like smoke, enveloping him completely. The pristine clouds danced about, some gathering and dispersing in a capricious display. Others soared majestically like formidable dragons taking flight. In the distance, the mountains emerged and receded behind a shroud of mist, bestowing an air of enigma akin to a breathtaking fairyland. Qian Yuhan widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his own form. He had anticipated recognizing familiar contours and lines, but what unfolded before him left him utterly astonished. He could not perceive his own body at all. It was as if an invisible veil shrouded him, rendering him hidden from the world. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a large tree not far away. Through the lush interstices of its branches, he could faintly discern two figures, one clad in red and the other in yellow, seated leisurely, sipping tea and engaged in conversation. Qian Yuhan's eyes widened in disbelief, a profound sense of incredulity etched upon his visage, yet simultaneously, an intense curiosity surged within him, as if an invisible force compelled him to explore this enigmatic and unfamiliar world around him. Particularly captivating were the two individuals seated not far ahead, leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart, and then cautiously began to advance, holding his breath and concentrating. Like a nimble feline, stealthily approaching the direction of the two figures. Each step was taken with utmost care, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might draw their attention. As he drew closer, the previously distant red figure gradually came into sharper focus. The man was clad in a suit of heavy crimson armor that glimmered ominously under the sunlight, emanating a chilling radiance. The shoulder plates were intricately carved with a pair of lifelike, grotesque faces that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, instilling fear with just a glance. Upon closer inspection, the man's countenance appeared exceedingly peculiar. His blood-red eyes were not only striking in hue but were also a rare double pupil. His long hair, as white as snow, cascaded down to his waist, gently swaying in the breeze like a specter. Most astonishingly, 3 pairs of arms protruded from his back, starkly exposed and adorned in a bizarre shade of purple, revealing sinewy muscles and veins that conveyed an overwhelming sense of power. The most horrifying aspect was the continuous emanation of a blood-red aura from this man, swirling around him like a thick fog, enveloping the space in an oppressive atmosphere. Gazing upon this uniquely terrifying figure, Qian Yuhan could not help but gasp in shock. For the resemblance to the nightmarish version of himself he had encountered in dreams was uncanny, particularly the spine-chilling aura that mirrored his own. In stark contrast to the blood-red figure stood another man, whose presence exuded a distinctive aura, blending gentle affability with an awe-inspiring dignity. This man possessed a countenance akin to a flawless jade, with eyes that sparkled like bright stars, brows that arched majestically, a noble nose, and lips that curved slightly upward in an elusive smile, rendering him extraordinarily handsome. Most striking, however, was the shimmering platinum armor he donned, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, as if forged from countless radiant stars, adorned with exquisite patterns that bespoke of its exceptional quality. His hair, a lustrous golden hue, was neatly arranged, further accentuating his vigorous and spirited demeanor. Each strand of hair seems to be imbued with life, gently swaying in the breeze, emanating an uplifting aura of sunlight that captivates the heart. Among the two figures present, one is the god of Azura, while the other is the god of light. The god of Azura spoke slowly. "Light, I have a premonition. He is coming back." The god of light responded, "Is that true? Then we must hasten our plans." "Azura, is that child truly the destined one?" The god of Azura nodded. "The kind-hearted one, using her unique divine skill to peer into the heavens, has gleaned a favorable outcome. At least we have a general direction for our response." The god of light sighed. "Alas, it is a pity that kindness has fallen into slumber. I wonder when she will awaken. Your sword and mine have already descended to the mortal realm. Yet I cannot ascertain if that young one can endure the divine powers of both gods. Thus, as kindness has stated, can the dual swords, united as one, truly withstand that individual and his forces? The burden rests heavily upon that child, does it not?" Before the god of light could say more, he was interrupted by the god of Azura. "No, he will have companions to fight alongside him in the future. United, they can certainly thwart that individual. We must race against time." After that previous confrontation, our divine realm lay in utter ruin. First, the dragon god instigated a coup, plunging the entire divine realm into chaos. And then chaos took advantage of the situation. Fortunately, your strength is formidable. Otherwise, this universe might have been obliterated. The god of light reminisced with a melancholic gaze. "Let us not dwell on the past. You must keep a close watch on matters in the Douluo continent. Your light trial must commence before his Azura demon sword martial soul breaks its seal, for his body surely cannot withstand it. Once he has completed your first 7 trials and possesses a certain degree of divine power, then we shall send him there. I must also seek out evil. Just now, Destruction and Shungning sent me a message indicating fluctuations in the divine realm's core, and I must investigate. Indeed, go and attend to your affairs. I shall handle this." The god of light replied. At that very moment, a dazzling crimson light flashed forth like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the entire space seemed illuminated by this radiant glow, rendering it impossible to behold. And the immensely powerful god of Azura suddenly vanished from sight without any forewarning. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of soul power radiated outward from the spot where the god of Azura had been, sweeping forth like a torrential flood in all directions. The surrounding air appeared distorted due to this wave of soul energy, emitting sharp, piercing howls. Even the nearby towering trees were not spared, their lush branches and leaves violently swaying as if caught in a fearsome tempest. Leaves, once vibrant and green, were torn from their branches, swirling through the air like snowflakes caught in a gale, soon accumulating in thick layers upon the ground. The god of light shook his head in resignation and remarked with a wry smile, "This fellow truly is something. He departs, and now I cannot even enjoy my tea." As he spoke, he gazed at the leaves that had fallen into his teacup. "Ah, Shura, truly the foremost warrior of the divine realm. Even after sustaining such grievous injuries in that great battle, your divine power remains irreparably diminished, depleting without restoration, and now it teeters on the brink of exhaustion. How you have suffered." The god of light stood majestically upon the clouds, his imposing figure radiating an infinite brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun. He lowered his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "How will the threads of fate entwine in this world?" As he spoke, his profound and luminous gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of Qian Yuhan. At that moment, Qian Yuhan was gazing in astonishment at the god of light, still unable to comprehend the situation when, suddenly, an irresistible and powerful force surged forth, enveloping her entirely. She felt a darkness engulf her vision, as if her body had lost all weight, helplessly drawn forward by this mysterious energy. When Qian Yuhan opened her eyes once more, she found herself within the familiar confines of the Mingyue villa. Gazing through the window, she beheld the lush greenery and vibrant flowers surrounding the villa, serene and beautiful. Yet, at this moment, Qian Yuhan was too bewildered to appreciate the enchanting scenery, her heart laden with confusion and shock. The god of light observed the floating crystal ball before him. Had Qian Yuhan been present, she would have marveled. For within the orb was her bewildered self, unaware that the true powers had been watching over her all along. The god of light spoke. "Let me impart some knowledge to you, little one. Your journey ahead is fraught with great responsibility." Chapter 85, Qian Yuhan and the Time-Space Douluo, the god of light. "Shura, which one is he? I have actually encountered a deity." Qian Yuhan sat stupefied on the bed, recognizing her surroundings. Wasn't this the Mingyue villa? Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that mealtime was approaching. Stretching lazily, she intended to head to the kitchen for a bite, when at that moment, the front door swung open. Xiaohan, you're awake. As the voice resonated, the door creaked open to reveal two figures, a man and a woman. The man was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of respect and fear. He was none other than the formidable Tianwei Douluo. The woman, graceful and stunning, embodied an air of noble elegance. She was the fourth priestess of the Wuhuan Palace. The time-space Douluo. Uncle Tianwei, and time-space. What brings you here? Upon seeing the visitors, Qian Yuhan's face instantly brightened with joy as she hurried to greet them. Haha. Mischievous lad, have you missed your aunt? It's been quite a while since we last met. I was in seclusion for some time. And it's astonishing that 3 whole years have passed without seeing you. The time-space Douluo exclaimed with a beaming smile. Swiftly approaching Qian Yuhan and enveloping him in a warm embrace before he could react. Savoring the familiar aura emanating from the body of the time-space Douluo, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, his eyes slightly glistening with moisture. The relationship between Qian Yuhan and the time-space Douluo can be described as intimately close, akin to that of a mother and child. Before she entered her seclusion for cultivation, Qian Yuhan delighted in visiting the realm of the time-space Douluo to frolic and play. The time-space Douluo, in turn, showered Qian Yuhan with affection, never finding his antics bothersome, always soothing him with maternal tenderness. I recall an incident when the mischievous young Qian Yuhan accidentally shattered the glass lamp dedicated to the angel god by Qian Mo. This infuriated Qian Mo, who scolded Qian Yuhan harshly. Feeling wronged, Qian Yuhan, in a fit of pique, ran away. At that tender age, with nowhere else to go, he dashed towards the time-space palace. At that moment, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, with heavy raindrops mercilessly pelting the ground. As the time-space Douluo slowly opened the heavy doors of the palace, she found Qian Yuhan, trembling and drenched, standing at the entrance. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, the time-space Douluo was filled with compassion and, without hesitation, pulled him inside. She first brought hot water to cleanse his body and then provided him with dry, clean clothes to change into. Subsequently, the time-space Douluo quietly sat beside him, patiently listening to the young Qian Yuhan express his grievances and frustrations. When mealtime approached, concerned about Qian Yuhan's hunger, she personally took to the kitchen, meticulously preparing a variety of delectable dishes. Thus, Qian Yuhan resided in the time-space palace for a full fortnight. During this time, due to the time-space Douluo's attentive care and the daily sumptuous feasts, he gained considerable weight. From then on, whenever Qian Yuhan encountered sorrowful events, if his father was preoccupied, he would instinctively seek out the time-space Douluo to confide in her. He would often enter the palace with a face full of worry, yet would invariably leave, buoyant and cheerful, under her comforting and nurturing presence. Upon learning of the time-space Douluo's seclusion, Qian Yuhan protested, expressing his desire for her not to enter seclusion, until Qian Mo coaxed him into calmness. For the next 3 years, until he turned 8, Qian Yuhan developed a fondness for playing with other offerings, who also showered him with affection. It is fair to say that Qian Yuhan's childhood was inseparable from the companionship of these offerings. Now, upon seeing the time-space Douluo again, how could Qian Yuhan not feel nostalgic? After 3 years apart, he felt as though the time-space Douluo had aged significantly, seemingly reading his thoughts. The time-space Douluo smiled and remarked, I have only recently emerged from seclusion and have yet to properly attend to myself. About a week ago, I was summoned by your uncle Tianwei to the Stardow Forest, where I brought you back from your meditation. Indeed, you had absorbed the soul rings and, while meditating, it seems you became completely engrossed. Meditating in that place is not safe. I sent a message to your time-space and to transport you back. If I had placed you on my white tiger, it would likely have disturbed your meditative state. Thank you, Uncle Tianwei and time-space aunt. How long have I been meditating? A week? Qian Yuhan inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed. It is quite rare for someone to engage in such profound meditation and awaken so swiftly. Generally speaking, even those who have reached the soul realm may not attain such a level of depth. Typically, only those who have attained the strength of a soul emperor would begin to explore deep meditation. The time-space Douluo nodded slightly, taking her time to elucidate the reasons behind this phenomenon. After a brief pause, she continued, saying, moreover, the meditation I refer to is vastly different from the simple practice of closing one's eyes and cultivating as you do daily. The disparity between the two is indeed monumental. The meditation method you commonly employ merely allows the most superficial layers of soul power to circulate slowly within the body. However, the profound meditation you have just experienced enables one to truly perceive the laws governing the flow of energy between heaven and earth. Throughout the lengthy journey of cultivation, one must adeptly switch between these two distinct forms of meditation according to the circumstances to achieve greater accomplishments. Generally, when faced with insurmountable obstacles, one should decisively opt for the latter. As for the daily routine of seated meditation for cultivating soul power, the former is evidently more suitable. True top-tier experts should possess a profound understanding of both shallow and deep meditation, wielding them with ease. Little Han, you have already demonstrated remarkable prowess in this regard. Yet there remains a need for continual comprehension of its intricacies. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force. The time-space Douluo gently patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder and said softly, "You must be hungry. Take a look at this." As she lifted a bag in front of Qian Yuhan and then placed it on the dining table, Qian Yuhan swallowed hard, having long since the alluring aroma that wafted through the air. The culinary skills of the time-space Douluo were truly exceptional, their dishes bursting with fragrance, akin to those crafted by a master chef of the highest caliber. Qian Yuhan gently extended her hand, delicately grasping the edge of the lunchbox lid. With a slight exertion, she lifted it upwards, and with a soft pop, the lid was effortlessly removed. In that instant, an intoxicating aroma wafted towards her, a scent that was utterly tantalizing. Upon closer inspection, she discovered two exquisite dishes within the lunchbox: spicy diced chicken and savory eggplant. The soft light cascaded over them, as though draping these culinary delights in a golden veil, rendering them particularly enticing. The succulent, juicy pieces of chicken, enveloped in vibrant red chili and Sichuan peppercorns, exuded a fiery essence. Each morsel glistened with oil, their vivid hues reminiscent of radiant rubies. Beside them, the savory eggplant displayed a deep purple hue, its skin slightly wrinkled, hinting at its unique texture. A rich sauce enveloped the eggplant uniformly, releasing a robust fragrance that stirred one's appetite irresistibly. Merely gazing upon these two dishes elicited an involuntary increase in saliva, as if the palate yearned to indulge in the exquisite pleasure that awaited. Observing Qian Yuhan's eager expression, time-space Douluo chuckled, covering his mouth. "Hurry and eat. I've been bringing you meals every day these past few days. You've been in meditation, and who knows when you'll awaken. I come by at mealtime to see if you're awake. If not, Uncle Tianwei will have your share. And once you awaken, there won't be any left for you." Ha ha. Qian Yuhan sat quietly, absorbing the words of the time-space Douluo. For reasons unknown, a sudden pang of sorrow welled up in his nose, as if something had gently brushed against it. Almost immediately, a warm sensation surged within his tear ducts, and tears began to involuntarily well up. At that moment, the time-space Douluo noticed the change in Qian Yuhan, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he teased, "Oh, my, I remember when you were just a little one. Though you always came to me with your grievances, you never shed a tear. How is it that after 3 years apart, you've transformed into a weepy little creature? This won't do at all." Upon hearing this playful ribbing, Qian Yuhan gently shook his head, striving to suppress the tears that threatened to spill over. He did not wish for anyone to witness this vulnerable side of him, especially not before the esteemed time-space Douluo. Lowering his gaze, he clutched the chopsticks tightly in his hands, desperately shoveling food into his mouth, as if to mask the tumultuous emotions surging within him. After Qian Yuhan finished his meal, the time-space Douluo and the Tianwei Douluo took their leave, allowing him the peace to rest. No sooner had they departed than a knock echoed through the room again. Qian Yuhan opened the door once more to find a man and a woman waiting. The man was Yu Ziyang, and the woman was Zhou Yu. Chapter 86. The Tianshou Royal Academy, as described by Yu Ziyang. Qian Yuhan opened the door to find none other than Zhou Yu and Yu Ziyang standing before her. "Mr. Zhou, Ms. Yu, what brings you here?" Qian Yuhan was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of her esteemed teachers, an astonishment shared by both Zhou Yu and Yu Ziyang. The school had arranged for them to visit the homes of their respective students from classes 2 and 4 to communicate important academic considerations and to inspire motivation. From the Student Affairs Office, Zhou Yu and Yu Ziyang had learned that Qian Yuhan resided in the prestigious Mingwei Villa. While Yu Ziyang may not have been fully aware, Zhou Yu certainly knew that the villa was home to numerous high-ranking officials from the Spirit Hall, including some of the highest authorities. "Yuhan, you truly live here?" Zhou Yu exclaimed, dabbing at her non-existent perspiration with a few sheets of paper. Upon entering Mingyue Villa, she had already encountered several senior leaders from the Spirit Hall, including the Secretary General and numerous ministers. Glancing at Qian Yuhan, who appeared utterly innocuous, she refrained from further inquiries. Yes, Mr. Zhou, Ms. Yu. Please come in and have a seat. Don't just stand outside, Qian Yuhan urged as Zhou Yu stepped into her home. Upon reaching the living room, she halted, captivated by a photograph prominently displayed on the central wall. The image featured two individuals she recognized well. One was her student, Qian Yuhan, and the other was none other than the judging elder of the Spirit Hall, the esteemed Grand Offering, Qian Mo. Yuhan is your father. Qian Yuhan perceptibly noticed that Zhou Yu's gaze had fallen upon the prominent photograph in the living room. Internally, he contemplated that since he had already been discovered, further concealment seemed futile. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Indeed, Teacher Zhou, that is a photograph of my father and me. Before he could finish, Yu Ziyang beside him suddenly widened his eyes, his face a mix of astonishment and reverence. He fixated on the photograph as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Without warning, he lunged forward, grasping Qian Yuhan's hand tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Yuhan, your father is actually the angel Douluo. This unexpected reaction left Qian Yuhan momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such a fervent response from Yu Ziyang. The latter held on to his hand with fervor, sparkling with enthusiasm, continuously recounting the legendary deeds of the angel Douluo. Qian Yuhan stood there, at a loss for how to respond to the exuberant Yu teacher. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, unfazed, explained, Yuhan, it's nothing to worry about. He is just a fervent fan of your father. A fervent fan? Qian Yuhan questioned, incredulously thinking to himself, my dad, that loser, actually has a diehard fan? Elsewhere in the Douluo continent, Qian Mo had just emerged from a cave, sneezing as he did so. This marked his third exploration of an ancient ruin, and rubbing his nose, he shook his head in disappointment, feeling quite displeased. It seemed he had failed to find what he was searching for. Zhou Yu continued, indeed, your Yu teacher was once saved by the angel Douluo, and has heard numerous tales from the elders of his family, which has led to his unwavering admiration. I see, Qian Yuhan replied. Yu Ziyang tightened his grip on Qian Yuhan's hand, asking, Yuhan, may I meet him? Filled with confidence that he would soon meet his idol. Yu Ziyang's current motivation for growth was to become someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the angel Douluo. Hoping for the opportunity to repay the favor he had received, Qian Yuhan gently shook her head, a hint of helplessness and concern evident on her face as she slowly spoke. I apologize, Teacher Yu. My father has been away for nearly a year now, and there has been no word from him. I truly have no idea when he will return. Her voice was tinged with a slight melancholy, as if weighed down by a heavy stone in her heart. Yu Ziyang intended to inquire further, but at that moment, Zhou Yu, with her innate sensitivity as a woman, perceptively detected the subtle shift in Qian Yuhan's emotions. Without making a sound, Zhou Yu discreetly reached out and gently pinched Yu Ziyang's waist. Though this gesture seemed trivial, its implications were unmistakable. Yu Ziyang immediately grasped the unspoken message, understanding that he should refrain from probing any deeper to avoid further unsettling Qian Yuhan. Clearing his throat, he swiftly changed the subject in an effort to lighten the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Yuhan, the reason my colleague, Teacher Zhou, and I came to see you today is primarily to give you a brief motivational talk. As you may know, I taught at the Tiando Royal Academy for several years, so I am quite familiar with that place. Let me introduce it to you. Yu Ziyang smiled, striving to maintain a relaxed and natural tone. The Tiando Royal Academy is the foremost institution in the Tiando Empire, ranking alongside the Xingluo Royal Academy in the second tier, while the first tier is comprised of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. However, the Tiando Royal Academy boasts the finest educational environment on the entire continent. Why do I say this? It possesses a unique simulated training arena that no other academy has. A simulated training arena? Qian Yuhan's curiosity was piqued by this novel term. Indeed, this simulated training arena is the greatest advantage of the Tiando Royal Academy. It provides soul masters with various battle scenarios, offering a fully immersive simulation. This is a highly advanced soul-guiding technology that neither the Wuhuan Palace nor the Xingluo Empire has managed to develop. It represents the leading edge on the continent. The training outcomes in the simulated environment are nearly identical to actual combat in the Soul Beast Forest, and parameters can be adjusted to tailor the training content to individual needs. Furthermore, after training, evaluations and detailed data presentations are provided to facilitate the planning of future training sessions. That's absolutely amazing, Qian Yuhan exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. However, Yu Ziang continued. The Tiando Royal Academy only has 5 such simulated training arenas, and access requires the consumption of points. These points can only be earned by participating in the Academy's designated soul fighting competitions. There are no alternative methods. The soul fighting arena in question is the Ice God Soul Fighting Arena, where the Academy has a dedicated staff to manage the competitions and allocate points. This system is designed to encourage students to consistently maintain their competitive and training states. Qian Yuhan nodded, expressing her approval. Indeed, this educational environment is exceptional. And its philosophy is quite progressive. Since my arrival at the Spirit Hall Academy, I have consistently offered these insights to the leadership, who have shown considerable support. They are currently deliberating on subsequent plans. The decision to send you, these remarkable young individuals, to the Royal Academy of Tiando for a period of 3.5 years is also to ascertain how their superior teaching environment can elevate your capabilities. By the way, you will have the autonomy to select your own instructors there. I highly recommend choosing teacher Lei Meng, who is my esteemed mentor. His pedagogical prowess is well known. After listening to Yu Ziyang's brief introduction, Qian Yuhan acquired a foundational understanding of the Royal Academy of Tiando and felt increasingly eager about her forthcoming studies. Suddenly, Yu Ziyang interjected, however. There are a few matters you need to be mindful of. Henceforth, Sundays will be designated as a day of rest, due to a previous chapter that was owed. An additional chapter will be released tomorrow. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. A week without studying necessitates dedicating one day to review and reinforce your knowledge, as I certainly do not wish to face failure. Chapter 87. The 9-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Additional release. Yu Ziyang continued. However, Yuhan, there are still several things you must pay attention to. Qian Yuhan, filled with curiosity, inquired. What is it, teacher Yu? Yu Ziang refrained from elaborating further and continued. In the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, there exists a considerable number of young scions, yet they predominantly congregate within the esteemed royal classes. Therefore, you need not concern yourselves. You shall not be tainted by their negative influences. The class assigned to you by the Academy is the commoner class, composed entirely of diligent and studious individuals who are fervent about combat. It is noteworthy that even the esteemed young lady from the Ice God sect is among the ranks of the commoner class, which serves to illustrate that this class is indeed a splendid representation of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy's strength and image. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan fell into deep contemplation. Murmuring to himself, the young lady of the Ice God sect? After a brief moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed in astonishment. Ouyang Luoxue is actually in the commoner class. This class must indeed possess significant merit. However, it was perplexing to consider that the Ice God sect, regarded as the most formidable sect in the Heavenly Dou Empire, would place their own young lady within the commoner class, a decision that was truly confounding. At this moment, Yu Ziang, upon hearing Qian Yuhan mention Ouyang Luoxue's name, exclaimed, You actually know Ouyang Luoxue. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, acknowledging, Indeed. I had a brief encounter with her in the Starry Forest. Then, at the onset of the winter break, I ventured to Tiando City for leisure and participated in the tournament organized by the Royal Academy of Tiando. Alas, the outcome was far from satisfactory. I found myself outmatched by her in that fierce contest. At this point, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but let out a sigh, a hint of disappointment evident in his words. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyang burst into hearty laughter, clapping Qian Yuhan on the shoulder, and reassuringly said, There's no shame in losing to her. You must understand that this young lady is no ordinary individual. She is hailed as an unparalleled prodigy of the Tiando Empire, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Initially, the Academy intended to place her directly into the elite class, but unexpectedly, this decision met with fierce opposition from the Ice God Douluo. Concerned about the negative influences on Ouyang Luoxue, they ultimately had to place her in a comparatively ordinary civilian class after weighing the pros and cons. Qian Yuhan nodded. So it is. Within the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luoxue had received a reply from Qian Yuhan over a week ago, which had infuriated her to no end. She had been cursing him in her heart. Dull man, foolish idiot, big silly, I shall never write to him again. Yet, after several days without a response from Qian Yuhan, she found herself growing anxious. She penned a letter and sent it to Mingyue Villa, but still received no reply. Uncertain of what had transpired with Qian Yuhan, she dispatched someone to investigate in Wuhuan City, only to learn that he was in seclusion, with no indication of when he would emerge. Ouyang Luoxue sighed. This correspondence is indeed inconvenient. Once school starts and he returns, I shall settle accounts with him then. By the way, Teacher Zhou, I have a treasure I wish to present to you, Qian Yuhan exclaimed, his bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Zhou Yu. Upon hearing that Qian Yuhan intended to gift her a treasure, Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. She thought to herself, what valuable treasure could a child possess? However, she did not wish to dampen Qian Yuhan's enthusiasm. So she gently responded, oh, a treasure? What sort of treasure might that be? With an air of mystery, Qian Yuhan extended his small hand, carefully retrieving an object from the cold-hearted dragon god bracelet he wore. As he moved, a soft and radiant light gradually blossomed. When the glow faded, both Yu Ziyang and Zhou Yu focused their gaze to find a delicate celestial herb, radiating a gentle pink luminescence, resting in Qian Yuhan's palm. This herb appeared to possess a life of its own, swaying gently, and the fragrance it emitted instantly filled the room, refreshing the spirit and invigorating the mind. Qian Yuhan tenderly caressed the herb's leaves, then lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely meeting Zhou Yu's as he spoke slowly. This herb is called the Chilotulip. It is said to be an exceptionally rare spiritual plant, endowed not only with miraculous medicinal properties, but also containing potent spiritual energy. Qian Yuhan was acutely aware of the immense efficacy this celestial herb possessed for the 7 treasures, glazed pagoda. In the original realm, while reading Douluo, he recalled how the protagonist assisted a companion who wielded the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul in evolving their martial soul, ultimately ascending to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Could this truly be the legendary Chiluo tulip? Initially, Zhou Yu thought Qian Yuhan was jesting when he mentioned the name of the celestial herb. For the Chiluo tulip is an unparalleled treasure, a heavenly marvel that is as elusive as it is coveted. Yet, upon closer inspection, Zhou Yu could indeed discern that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions found in the texts. Is this truly meant for me? Zhou Yi was equally overwhelmed with excitement, losing composure in the process. Qian Yuhan smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Indeed, you have imparted a wealth of knowledge to me this semester. I am profoundly grateful. This is but a small token of my appreciation. As for Teacher Yu, I have yet to discover a suitable treasure for you. Once I return from Tiando, I shall see if I can present you with something worthy. Yu Ziyang hastily waved his hand and replied, No, it is the duty of a teacher to guide you. There is no need for any repayment. Your continuous growth and strength are the greatest gifts I could ever receive. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, yet in his heart, he resolved to procure something for Teacher Yu. Soon after, accompanied by the eager Zhou Yu, Qian Yuhan entered the tranquil and enigmatic courtyard of the Mingwei Villa. He carefully retrieved a dazzling, resplendent Kiro tulip from his bosom and gently presented it to Zhou Yu, advising, Teacher Zhou, please take this moment to absorb the immense energy contained within the Kiro tulip. Zhou Yu, with a solemn nod, accepted the tulip, seated herself cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to channel her soul power to integrate this mysterious force into her being. Time flowed steadily, and before they realized it, 2 hours had quietly slipped by. At last, Zhou Yu slowly opened her eyes, and in an instant, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted from her gaze, radiant like the stars scattered across the night sky. Rising to her feet, her face beamed with uncontainable joy as she swiftly approached Qian Yuhan, grasping his hands tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Yuhan. I can distinctly feel my soul power surging like a torrential wave, elevating me a full 3 levels. This sensation is truly marvelous. Observing Zhou Yu's exuberance, Qian Yuhan smiled gently and remarked, Teacher Zhou, let us not celebrate too prematurely. Perhaps you should attempt to summon your martial spirit, and behold what awaits you. Hearing his words, Zhou Yu felt a flicker of doubt but complied nonetheless. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated her mental energy, murmuring an incantation. With a flash of resplendent light, her martial spirit began to materialize before her. Initially, she noticed nothing out of the ordinary. However, Yu Ziyang, standing nearby, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, pointing at Zhou Yu's martial spirit and stammering, Xiao Yu, you're your martial spirit. Startled by Yu Ziyang's incredulous exclamation, Zhou Yu's heart raced, and she quickly focused her gaze. As she did, she stood frozen in disbelief, one hand instinctively covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. To her astonishment, she discovered that her original 7-treasure glazed tower martial spirit had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no longer merely 7 tiers but had evolved into a magnificent 9-tiered tower radiating brilliant light. Could it be that it has indeed transformed into the legendary nine-treasure glazed tower? Zhou Yu murmured to herself, her voice brimming with awe and elation. It is worth noting that the nine-treasure glazed tower represents the ultimate form of martial spirit long coveted by countless generations within the seven-treasure glazed sect, possessing unparalleled potential and power. Now, such a miraculous event had genuinely unfolded before her. Chapter 88. Teacher Zhou's past. Zhou Yu still found it hard to believe everything that was happening. It was simply too astonishing. She gazed at Qian Yuhan, her eyes brimming with gratitude. This student of hers was not only diligent in his studies, but had also presented her with such a magnificent gift just before departing for the Sky Do Royal Academy. She slowly spoke, "Yuhan, I sincerely thank you." Qian Yuhan replied with a smile, "You're welcome, teacher. By the way, Teacher Zhou, I have a question. Are you affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? I assumed you were a disciple of the sect because of your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul. But then I remembered that all the disciples from that sect bear the surname Ning." Hearing Qian Yuhan's inquiry, Zhou Yu let out a wry smile and sighed. "Well, not quite. My mother was once a direct disciple of the sect, but due to certain circumstances, she left, so I wouldn't really consider myself a disciple. Does Teacher Zhou still have any ties to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect?" Qian Yuhan asked, his curiosity evident. "Ah, that was long ago," Zhou Yu replied. Noticing Qian Yuhan's inquisitive expression, Zhou Yu smiled gently, revealing no intent to conceal anything. She continued, "My mother was indeed a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Her surname is Ning, and her name is Ning Yaji. As for my father, he is merely an ordinary soul master from the Spirit City. The beginning of their story takes us back to the time they first met. It is said that they encountered each other in the perilous, mysterious, and dangerous forest of soul beasts. Perhaps it was truly fate that brought them together. Initially, they were strangers to one another, but as time unfolded, their interactions deepened, allowing them to explore the depths of each other's hearts. Gradually, an indescribable emotion blossomed between them, spreading like wildfire. Before long, they found themselves deeply in love. A passion so intense it seemed capable of igniting the world. Ultimately, after much contemplation, they resolutely embraced their romantic relationship, vowing to share every beautiful moment of life together. However, my mother cautiously concealed the truth of their love from the sect, even keeping it from my grandparents. She understood that if this secret were to be revealed, and if the elders of the sect were to learn that she had chosen an ordinary man as her lifelong partner, they would undoubtedly force her to part ways with my beloved father. In that traditional sect, the concept of marrying within one's social standing was deeply ingrained. Moreover, my loving mother knew better than anyone that if my grandparents were to discover this matter, their usual domineering nature would not spare my honest father from relentless scrutiny and blame. The mere thought of this caused her heart to ache as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. Therefore, out of profound love for my father and a resolute commitment to protect their relationship, my mother made the difficult decision to remain silent, preferring to bear the burden alone rather than allow her beloved to suffer even the slightest harm. Yet, in the end, one cannot hide fire with mere paper. The truth of their union could not escape my grandparents' discerning eyes. When this reality presented itself, it is conceivable that my father endured countless instances of merciless ridicule and belittlement from my maternal grandparents. Confronted with such a situation, despite harboring a myriad of grievances and indignation, my father, recognizing that they were my mother's biological parents, suppressed his fury and silently bore the burden, refraining from any outburst. And what of my mother? Naturally, she could not stand idly by while her beloved was subjected to such unjust treatment. Consequently, she engaged in numerous heated arguments with my grandparents, striving to defend my father and uphold the authenticity of their bond. Yet, each dispute only served to exacerbate the tensions, further straining familial relations. Ultimately, under the relentless pressure from my grandparents, my mother, feeling utterly drained, resolved to disengage from their incessant entanglements and debates. Thus, with unwavering determination, she made a bold decision to elope. Without hesitation, my mother followed my father away from that oppressive environment, embarking together on a journey to Spirit City. Upon arriving in Spirit City, they faced a multitude of challenges and hardships in this unfamiliar terrain. Fortunately, the two supported each other, offering encouragement and diligently seeking employment opportunities. After a year of arduous toil, they gradually achieved stability. Just as life began to show signs of improvement, they eagerly celebrated a simple yet heartwarming wedding, officially uniting as husband and wife. Shortly thereafter, I made my grand entrance into this world. According to traditional customs, children typically inherit their father's surname. So I naturally took on my father's surname, Zhou. In terms of martial spirits, perhaps blessed by fate, I fortuitously inherited my mother's formidable and rare seven treasures, glazed tower spirit. However, perhaps as a cruel twist of destiny, when I was 10 years old, my father tragically encountered an accident during an outing, leaving my mother and me forever bereaved. My mother returned with me to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a place she had not visited in over a decade. It was my first encounter with my grandparents. Initially, upon seeing my mother, my grandmother chose to forgive her out of longing. When she learned that I had inherited my mother's Seven Treasures Glazed Tower spirit, she was filled with joy. My enrollment was transferred to the Tiando Royal Academy, where I first met you, Teacher Yu. Zhou Yu gazed tenderly at Yu Ziang, who returned her gaze with equal affection. Qian Yuhan, what a display of affection. Teacher Zhou and Teacher Yu have truly outdone themselves. Just as I was filled with joy, anticipating that our lives would once again progress towards a brighter path, an unexpected event transpired. One day, my grandparents suddenly proposed that I change my surname, insisting that it be changed to Ning. In response to this unforeseen demand, my mother exhibited an exceptionally resolute attitude, vehemently opposing the idea. She passionately emphasized that retaining the Zhou surname was a profound tribute to my late father. In her heart, there was no circumstance under which she would allow my surname to be altered lightly. However, in the face of my mother's steadfast position, my grandmother remained undeterred, even resorting to harsh words, ridiculing my deceased father. Upon hearing such remarks, my mother's fury was ignited instantly. To her, despite the passage of years, my grandmother had not changed in the slightest. She continued to regard her lineage as superior, believing that her martial spirit surpassed that of ordinary individuals, thus feeling entitled to belittle others. This arrogant and disrespectful behavior was precisely what my mother found most detestable and intolerable. In a fit of anger, she resolutely decided to take me away from that contentious environment, returning us to the Spirit City. Simultaneously, my enrollment was transferred from the Royal Academy of Tiando back to the Spirit Hall Academy. As time passed swiftly, I graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy with great success. In the days following my graduation, fate seemed particularly kind to me, leading to an unexpected encounter with you, Teacher Yu, during an outing for training. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had ceased to flow. We gazed into each other's eyes, filled with years of longing and concern, without the need for excessive words. The depth of our emotions was conveyed in silence. Throughout our subsequent interactions, we shared the myriad experiences of joy and sorrow we had each endured during our time apart. The loneliness, pain, and happiness that had once been born in solitude now transformed into warm words, echoing in each other's ears. Ultimately, as if destined by fate, we found ourselves together, becoming a sweet couple admired by many. Alas, the moments of happiness are often fleeting. Due to work commitments, we were compelled to temporarily reside in different locations. He remained in Tiando, diligently engaged in his work, while I steadfastly continued at the Spirit Hall Academy. However, after a long wait, this semester marked the end of our challenging long-distance relationship. Qian Yuhan listened intently as Zhou Yu recounted her story, deeply immersed in the narrative. She spoke gently. Teacher Zhou, I believe your grandparents will surely understand your mother. There will come a day when this will be clear. Zhou Yu, however, smiled wistfully and shook her head. My grandparents passed away in the year I graduated. Qian Yuhan, with a sense of guilt, murmured apologetically, I'm sorry, Teacher Zhou. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right, Zhou Yu replied. I was never particularly close to my grandparents either. When they passed away, my mother returned, severing all ties with the Qibao Liuli sect, and then she came back without taking me for the mourning. Yu Ziyang gently patted Zhou Yu on the back, offering words of comfort. Nevertheless, you should consider yourself fortunate, Teacher Zhou, for in the end, you encountered a fine man like me. Yu Ziyang's timely intervention lightened the previously somber atmosphere, transforming it into a more cheerful one. How annoying you are. Qian Yuhan looked at Yu Ziyang and Zhou Yu, feeling genuinely delighted that their love had blossomed into a lasting relationship. He also witnessed another side of Teacher Yu, who had previously presented a stern demeanor during the combat classes. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yu and Yu Ziyang mentioned that they needed to visit Feng Ye's home for further mobilization, stating that they had lingered here for too long, and quickly bid farewell. After seeing them off, Qian Yuhan returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought for a while before drifting into a deep slumber. He expressed gratitude for the love-infused energy gifted by his brothers, who shared the same aspirations. Chapter 89. Reunion, Part 1. 3 days passed, during which Qian Yuhan diligently practiced for at least 3 hours daily to solidify his cultivation. He had genuinely attained the status of a soul sect member. Simultaneously, Qian Yuhan shared the news of his advancement with Shui, informing her that he would embark on his journey in a week's time. Upon receiving the news of Qian Yuhan's breakthrough, Ouyang Luoxue was naturally elated for his newfound strength and wrote back to congratulate him, also sending several soul-enhancing pills as a token of her support. Qian Yuhan beheld the 5 small boxes that accompanied the envelope, and upon reading the contents of Ouyang Luoxue's letter, he could not help but be taken aback. It seemed that the snow truly possessed something of significance within her household. The notion that the soul elevation pill was sent without hesitation made him ponder whether the snow was indeed a reflection of her true self. This thought became increasingly vivid in Qian Yuhan's mind, and he resolved to inquire further upon his arrival at the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Qian Yuhan understood the significance of this cultivation session, and before officially commencing, he swiftly retrieved a soul-ascending pill from his medicine box. Without hesitation, he placed the pill into his mouth. As soon as it passed his throat, a strange sensation coursed through his entire being. Initially, it was merely a mild itch. But soon the sensation surged like a tidal wave, as if countless ants were scurrying over him, gnawing at his flesh, compelling him to scratch. However, Qian Yuhan was acutely aware that he must remain still and direct the medicinal energy within his body with utmost concentration. Concurrently, he felt his meridians awaken as if activated, voraciously absorbing the formidable energy contained within the pill. This energy surged through his meridians like a torrential flood, bringing waves of intense pain and numbness in its wake. As time passed, Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth, enduring the myriad discomforts coursing through him, while focusing intently on guiding the energy's flow. Finally, after approximately an hour, the tumultuous energy began to subside, and he gradually opened his eyes. Upon introspection, he was astonished to discover that his soul power had remarkably ascended to level 44. Qian Yuhan had never anticipated achieving such astounding results. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. Rejoicing in his elevation while contemplating the progress of his close comrades in the dormitory, nestled within the vast and picturesque Tiandou Empire, amidst the majestic and undulating mountains, stood a mysterious and ancient sect. This sect radiated an awe-inspiring presence, resembling a resplendent pearl embedded amidst the towering peaks. From afar, one could see the grand entrance flanked by a magnificent couplet, inscribed in a flamboyant script. The name of Hao Tian shakes the 8 realms, for millennia. Sumera stands at the pinnacle of souls. These 14 powerful characters leaped off the paper like dragons soaring and tigers leaping, each stroke exuding boundless majesty and dominance. The flowing cursive script added an air of grace and elegance to the words. Looking upward, one would find a colossal plaque suspended above the sect's entrance, meticulously engraved with the 3 glittering characters Hao Tian Sect in gilded craftsmanship. Under the sunlight, these characters shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, seemingly proclaiming the sect's former glory and prestige to the world. It is worth noting that the illustrious Hao Tian sect was a reclusive sect within the Tiandou Empire. Had it not chosen to retreat into seclusion, its status would undoubtedly rival that of the renowned Ice God sect. Regrettably, due to certain undisclosed reasons, the Hao Tian sect ultimately resolved to conceal itself from the world, withdrawing from the affairs of the realm. Nevertheless, many disciples of the Hao Tian sect continued to traverse the world, gaining renown across the continent through their exceptional prowess and unique martial souls. It is precisely for this reason that, despite the fact that the Hao Tian sect has lived in seclusion for many years, the name Hao Tian sect continues to be passed down through the generations across the continent, becoming an immortal legend. Particularly notable is the Hao Tian Hammer martial soul, whose immense power is known far and wide. Anyone who encounters it cannot help but feel trepidation, never daring to provoke those who possess such a formidable martial soul. Beside the imposing and solemn gates of the Hao Tian sect stands a towering mountain, at the summit of which 2 men face each other, radiating an overwhelming aura, on the brink of an exhilarating duel. As one draws closer, it becomes evident that these 2 are none other than Tang Xian and Tang Chun, the brothers of Qian Yuhan. Tang Xian stands firmly atop the massive boulder at the peak, taking a deep breath as his soul power surges within him like a raging torrent. In an instant, a tremendous momentum erupts from beneath his feet, soaring towards the heavens. Concurrently, a brilliant flash of lightning appears, and a colossal Hao Tian hammer, crackling with arcs of electricity, materializes above his right hand. With remarkable agility, Tang Xian grips the hammer's handle tightly and, with a powerful swing, hoists the Haotian hammer effortlessly onto his broad shoulder. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialize around him. At that moment, Tang Xian, unwilling to be outdone, opens his eyes wide and bellows, "Come!" accompanied by this fierce roar. 3 resplendent soul rings ascend rapidly from beneath his feet, 2 shining a bright yellow, while the last radiates a mysterious, profound purple light. As the soul rings emerge, the entire mountain seems to tremble violently, quaking beneath their power. Moreover, the ground before Tang Xian succumbs under pressure, fissures appearing and spreading visibly across the surface. In the center of this cracked earth, a sturdy, earthy yellow Zhandi Haotian hammer rises slowly, as if birthed from the depths of the earth itself. Tang Xian extends his right hand, gently cradling the hammer's handle, then raises his right foot to firmly plant it atop the hammer's head. At this moment, he exudes an unparalleled aura of dominance that instills fear in all who behold him. After sharing a glance, the 2 brothers utter no further words. Gripping their impossibly heavy hammers, they unleash their full power, charging towards one another like arrows released from a bow. In that fleeting instant, the powerful auras emanating from both seem capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe apart. They hold nothing back, unleashing their complete strength without the slightest hesitation or restraint, despite their bond as siblings. One hammer, flashing with dazzling lightning, strikes with the deafening roar of thunder. Its might akin to a tempest unleashed. The other, glowing with an earthy hue, emanates a sense of steadfastness and solemnity. When the 2 Haotian hammers collide in midair, time itself seems to pause momentarily. Immediately, a tremendous shockwave of energy radiated outward from the point of collision. The thick layers of snow surrounding the mountain peak were instantly swept away by this formidable force, swirling through the air like delicate feathers caught in a winter storm. In an instant, the entire mountain was enveloped in a hazy mist, obscuring visibility and rendering the situation unclear. Numerous disciples from various sects had gathered at the entrance, anxiously observing this breathtaking duel between brothers. Yet, due to the pervasive fog, they could only faintly discern clusters of blue and yellow lights intertwining and colliding, accompanied by surges of tremendous energy that erupted forth, creating sharp gusts that swept in all directions. Even these escaping waves of energy were enough for the onlookers to sense the extraordinary intensity of the battle. After approximately half an hour, the tumult seemed to cease. As the snow and mist gradually dissipated, the 2 combatants stood, hammers in hand, panting heavily while gazing at each other, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Little brother, you've made considerable progress," exclaimed one. "Brother, you are not lacking either," came the reply. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of their fellow disciples, Tang Xian and Tang Xian, the brother duo, slowly stepped through the grand and solemn gates of the Haotian sect. However, upon entering the sect's interior, they were astonished to find 2 familiar figures awaiting them. As Tang Xian focused his gaze, a wave of warmth surged within him. The figures were none other than their homeroom teacher and combat instructor from their academy. With smiles gracing their faces, the 2 teachers welcomed Tang Xian and Tang Xian, promptly articulating the purpose of their visit. It turned out that the brothers had already received notification from the academy regarding their upcoming exchange study at the Tiando Royal Academy, and the Haotian sect had expressed no objections, offering their support. Therefore, the teachers had come personally to convey the specific departure time, kindly advising the brothers to return early to prepare adequately. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xian and Tang Chun exchanged knowing smiles, as they shared the same sentiment of hastening back to the academy to commence preparations for this significant journey. Consequently, after bidding farewell to their teachers, the brothers promptly turned towards their respective rooms without uttering another word. For the entirety of the afternoon, Tang Xian and Tang Chen busied themselves in their rooms, packing their luggage and organizing books and materials. They meticulously checked each item to ensure nothing essential was overlooked. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to set, and dusk enveloped the sky. Yet the brothers remained engrossed in their orderly preparations. At last, all their belongings were neatly packed. With hearts filled with anticipation and dreams, Tang Xian and Tang Chun retired to bed early, replenishing their energy and readiness for the new journey that awaited them at dawn. Chapter 90, Reunion, Part 2. Qian Yuhan was seated serenely upon the meditation cushion in his home, his eyes gently closed, and a faint golden glow radiated from his being, clearly indicating his deep concentration in meditation and cultivation. At that moment, a familiar yet urgent voice suddenly pierced the tranquility from outside. "Fourth brother, don't sleep any longer. The sun is about to shine upon your backside. Rise quickly. This unexpected call resounded like a clap of thunder, shattering the peace within the room. Qian Yuhan furrowed his brow slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, inwardly murmuring, who could be so noisy this early in the morning? However, just as he had opened his eyes, the insistent knocking at the door resumed, growing ever louder and more urgent. With no other choice, Qian Yuhan reluctantly rose and made his way to the door. As he pulled the door open, the figures before him caused him to pause momentarily in surprise. Standing at the threshold were two individuals. One was his notoriously flamboyant and irreverent third brother, Mu Chen. The other was Zhao Ku, a close friend. At that moment, Mu Chen wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Qian Yuhan, nudging him lightly with his elbow and teasing, "What's the matter, fourth brother? Are you particularly annoyed that I've roused you from your delightful slumber?" Ha! In response to Mu Chen's playful antics, Qian Yuhan merely rolled his eyes dismissively. Choosing not to engage with his brother's incessant antics, he turned to Zhao Ku, who stood smiling silently beside him, warmly greeting, "Ku, it's been a while. You're back quite early. Do come in." With that, he gestured invitingly and led Zhao Ku into the house. Mu Chen, left momentarily aside, was taken aback before awkwardly rubbing his nose, chuckling to himself, "Hey, this guy actually ignored me. How rude." Nevertheless, he quickly followed suit and entered the spacious and luxurious villa. As Mu Chen stepped inside, he inadvertently collided with Zhao Ku, who stood frozen in place. "Hey, what's wrong with you, old Zhao?" "Ouch, my nose," Mu Chen complained. "Monitor, you actually know the angel Douluo, Zhao Ku?" he stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Mu Chen, nursing his nose, replied, "Not only has he met him, but the angel Douluo has also changed his diapers, wiped his bottom, and fed him. He's practically been ridden like a horse by your monitor." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but he quickly regained his composure. Qian Yuhan covered his face with a rueful smile, saying, "He is my father." The words "he is my father" echoed in Zhao Ke's mind like a haunting refrain. "Oh my heavens, I can't believe I'm in the same class. And even friends with the son of the angel Douluo. Goodness. All right, I'm just me. I have no special titles or recognition," Qian Yuhan reassured Zhao Ke, who stood there in stunned silence. The three of them settled onto the sofa in the living room, engaging in pleasantries and recounting recent events. Mu Chen, upon hearing Qian Yuhan mention that he had participated in a competition in Tiando City and had even lost a match, could hardly believe his ears. "Fourth brother, that can't be true. You, of all people, actually lost." Qian Yuhan shook his head in resignation and remarked, "There is nothing I can do. She is from the soul sect, and I am merely a soul master, yet her strength is undeniably formidable." Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as it fixated on Qian Yuhan. A hint of a provocative smile graced his lips as he slowly spoke. "Hey, I say, old four. Could it be that during this period you have been slacking off in your cultivation, causing your strength to diminish? Come, let us step outside and engage in a proper duel. It would be a splendid opportunity for you to witness the treasure I acquired during this winter break. With it, my soul power has ascended to level 39. I feel as though I am on the verge of reaching the threshold of the soul sect." As he spoke, he excitedly waved his fist, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness to showcase his newfound prowess. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan merely nodded slightly in response. Yet his steady gaze revealed a profound anticipation and confidence regarding the impending contest. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the opulent and grandiose Soul Arena situated within the Minghui community. This arena, not only architecturally magnificent, boasted comprehensive facilities of the highest quality, establishing itself as the pinnacle of standards within the entire region. Upon entering the venue, Zhao Ke instinctively moved to the sidelines to offer his support, leaving the stage for Qian Yuhan and Mu Chen. Observing the scene, they each approached their respective sides of the arena, standing opposite one another. As tension enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it almost suffocating, Mu Chen took a deep breath, for he was determined to avenge the grievances from their previous friendly match. Slowly exhaling, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose silently beneath his feet. With the golden crocodile king's spirit manifested, Mu Chen's body, having fully absorbed the energy of the diamond dragon heart during the winter break, exhibited a physical prowess that even Qian Yuhan found somewhat lacking. His powerful muscles tore through his garments, leaving his upper body bare and his lower half clad only in shorts. Although it was referred to as winter break, the temperature remained above 15 degrees, a warmth that posed no discomfort to the physically formidable Mu Chen. Qian Yuhan transformed his hand seals, gathering a sphere of radiance before him. This brilliance solidified, and the divine sword of light floated into view, whereupon he grasped the hilt firmly. His aura surging as 4 soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, gradually ascended beneath his feet. "Soul Master!" Yaoko exclaimed from the audience. However, his astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment before he regained composure. Who could blame him? The individual who had ascended to the rank of Soul Master was none other than Qian Yuhan, a prodigy deemed unparalleled by the teachers of the Spirit Hall Academy. Now revealed to be the offspring of the angel Douluo. Such an achievement at his tender age was hardly surprising. Golden Crocodile Domain, activate. With a furious shout, Mu Chun unleashed a formidable aura that erupted around him, rapidly expanding into a pale golden shield. This barrier, resembling an indestructible shield, enveloped both him and the now Soul Master Qian Yuhan within its protective embrace. Undoubtedly, this was Mu Chun's unique domain skill, the Golden Crocodile Domain. However, this manifestation diverged from previous iterations. Qian Yuhan perceptively noted that this domain seemed to have undergone a certain evolution. Furthermore, it bore a subtle yet undeniable gravitational suppression effect. This sudden alteration made Qian Yuhan feel as though he were burdened by a hefty sack filled with lead, rendering each movement exceedingly arduous and greatly restricting his previously agile prowess. Faced with such a challenging predicament, Qian Yuhan refrained from wasting time with idle chatter. His gaze sharpened, and the second soul ring radiating black light beneath his feet flickered instantaneously. In that moment, he activated his second soul skill, the Light Shadow Clone. Instantly, 2 identical figures of Qian Yuhan emerged from either side of his original form, creating a trio poised to simultaneously assault Mu Chun. The 3 figures moved in perfect synchrony, demonstrating a seamless and tactical coordination, clearly intent on overwhelming Mu Chun. Fourth brother. Do you truly believe that these trivial tactics can defeat me? Mu Chun remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of calm confidence. In the face of the tightly knit encirclement by the 3 Qian Yuhans, he remained unperturbed, displaying an unwavering composure. Just then, the onlookers noticed an astonishing azure light suddenly erupting from Mu Chun's left arm, dazzling and brilliant, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Chapter 91, A Reunion, Part 3. Surrounded by the 3 clones conjured by Qian Yuhan's Light Shadow Clone, Mu Chun exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, his lips curled into a subtle smile, as if these shadowy manifestations were inconsequential. Then, an extraordinary azure radiance emanated from his left arm. At that moment, Qian Yuhan's eyes narrowed in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity as he exclaimed, "Is that a soul bone?" It was noteworthy that prior to this, Qian Yuhan had only possessed a fortunate external soul bone, the shining dual wings, which had dropped from the radiant golden winged lion. Who could have anticipated that? Following the winter break, Mu Chun would acquire a left arm bone in addition to the already formidable right arm bone of the Earth King? At this moment, Qian Yuhan could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness gracious, what extraordinary luck does this fellow possess? He now possesses 2 soul bones." As for the tale of how this soul bone was attained, it was truly a serendipitous encounter. During the winter holiday, Mu Chun accompanied his father, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, to a remarkably enigmatic and lesser-known soul beast forest on the Douluo continent for training. This forest is known as the Panlong Great Forest. The existence of the Panlong Great Forest is not commonly known, even among those soul masters of slightly higher ranks, who have merely heard whispers of it. Generally speaking, soul masters do not dare to tread lightly in this realm due to its astonishingly perilous nature. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that the danger level of the entire forest rivals that of the most treacherous core areas of the Douluo forest. It is rumored that within this forest, the number of soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years in age is astonishingly plentiful. One could easily encounter such a formidable creature unexpectedly, leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, with the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a superlative powerhouse, safeguarding his precious son, Mu Chun could engage in fierce battles without the slightest concern for his safety. He consistently took the initiative to select various soul beasts as formidable opponents for intense confrontations. Yet he never exterminated them entirely. The encounter with the Gale Demon Wolf was merely a fortuitous coincidence. At that moment, Mu Chun had just concluded a strenuous battle with a soul beast nearing 10,000 years of cultivation and was seated in a tranquil clearing, meditating to restore his soul power. It was then that a Gale Demon Wolf, boasting over 20,000 years of cultivation, stealthily approached and spotted Mu Chun in the midst of his recuperation. In that instant, The shadow that had been concealed in darkness crept closer, intent on launching a lethal ambush. However, none of this eluded the keen gaze of the golden crocodile Douluo. With a cold snort, he swung his arm, unleashing a force akin to a thunderous tempest, delivering a powerful slap to the unfortunate creature. The ensuing crash echoed loudly as the hapless Gale demon wolf was instantaneously reduced to a gruesome pulp, flesh and blood splattered in a horrifying display. To everyone's astonishment, amidst the remnants of that mangled form, a soul ring emanating an eerie black light gradually materialized. Simultaneously, an even more incredible phenomenon occurred. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a subtle tremor, a soul bone radiating a mysterious azure glow slowly emerged from the remnants, seemingly imbued with life as it gracefully hovered in the air, exuding an alluring aura. Observing this, the golden crocodile Douluo nodded slightly, patted Mu Chun, who was seated nearby, and gestured for him to swiftly approach and claim the precious soul bone. Upon receiving the cue, Mu Chun was momentarily stunned. Is this a soul bone? My goodness! My father wants me to absorb it. Hurry, hurry. Without daring to delay, he swiftly raced towards the soul bone. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo remained steadfast, fully concentrated on providing him protection, ready to counter any unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the soul bone, Mu Chun took a deep breath, then cautiously extended his hands to grasp the precious artifact tightly. Subsequently, he began to channel his soul power into the bone using the techniques he had learned, preparing for absorption. The entire process unfolded remarkably smoothly, and before long, the 2,000-year-old left arm bone of the Gale demon wolf had completely merged with Mu Chun's body. Returning to the soul arena of the Mingwei community, Mu Chun stood motionless as a powerful current surged around him, as if an invisible hand was stirring the air. The currents rapidly coalesced into a massive azure tornado, whirling furiously around Mu Chun's center. As time passed, the force of the azure vortex intensified, its scale continually expanding. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and the tornado, having amassed sufficient power, violently exploded. In an instant, fierce winds howled, dust and stones flew about, and sharp gusts surged forth like wild stallions charging in all directions. These gusts resembled a pack of ferocious wolves, baring their bloodied maws and revealing their sharp fangs, brazenly pouncing on everything around. This was, in fact, the skill bestowed upon Mu Chun by the left arm bone of the Gale demon wolf, the demon wolf storm. This skill was a formidable area of effect attack, astonishing in its power, yet requiring a considerable amount of time to charge in order to unleash its full potential. At that moment, Qian Yuhan employed his light shadow clone to probe Mu Chun. It must be said that Mu Chun understood Qian Yuhan remarkably well. He was acutely aware of Qian Yuhan's cautious nature. He would never act recklessly, opting instead for probing attacks to ascertain the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, as soon as Qian Yuhan initiated his light shadow clone, Mu Chun had already begun to quietly gather his strength, awaiting the opportune moment. As expected, upon witnessing the scene before him, Qian Yuhan instantly grasped Mu Chun's tactical approach. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile, inwardly lamenting, "It seems my third brother has truly seen through me." However, having reached this point, he could only brace himself to face the ensuing situation. Beneath the feet of Qian Yu, the black fourth soul ring shimmered, invoking the fourth soul skill, Baptism of Light. The radiant wings of Qian Yuhan unfurled behind him, their brilliance enhancing his speed as he deftly evaded the onslaught of shadowy wolf figures unleashed by Mu Chun's storm. One shadow lunged fiercely towards him, but with a swift maneuver, Qian Yuhan dodged, causing the wolf to collide with another shadow that sought to pounce on him. The roar of the impact reverberated throughout the soul fighting arena, drawing numerous residents from the Mingwei Villa area to witness the spectacle. In an instant, Qian Yuhan soared skyward with the swiftness of lightning. With a gentle release of his right hand, the resplendent divine sword of light, instead of plummeting to the ground as anticipated, seemed to possess a will of its own, closely following Qian Yuhan and soaring alongside him in the heavens. Suddenly, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The single sword multiplied, splitting into two, then rapidly transforming into 4, 8, 16. The numbers continued to swell until there were a staggering 100 swords. These divine swords of light, akin to well-trained soldiers, lined up impeccably behind Qian Yuhan. Upon reaching a considerable height, he halted, suspended in midair, while the myriad of swords surrounding him gleamed with a blinding radiance, poised for action. With a commanding shout, Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "Go!" The command echoed like thunder, shattering the tranquility. In that moment, the 100 flying swords cascaded downwards like a torrential rain, unleashing an unparalleled ferocity upon the soul-fighting arena below. The sight was nothing short of awe-inspiring, leaving spectators in rapt astonishment. Inside the arena, Muchen gasped at the unfolding chaos, exclaiming, "What on earth?" Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the second soul ring beneath him, summoning his defensive skill, the Golden Shield. Just as he prepared, the first sword shadow hurtled toward him with breathtaking speed. However, upon striking the golden barrier enveloping Muchen, it merely grazed the surface before shattering into nothingness. Unfortunately, the relentless barrage of sword shadows continued unabated, though each individual sword failed to penetrate the protective golden aura easily. The age-old adage held true: 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. As time elapsed, Muchen's shield ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault, shattering with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this, a subtle smile flickered across Qian Yuhan's austere visage. With a casual wave of his right hand, the remaining sword shadows that had yet to reach their targets dissipated into the air, vanishing without a trace. The Soul Arena fell into a profound silence, with the audience still lingering in the aftermath of the thrilling battle that had just transpired, struggling to regain their composure. With a month left until the final examinations, I have been immersed in remedial classes, grappling with the overwhelming burden of missed lessons, a consequence of neglecting my studies. The debts of my academic shortcomings must be repaid, and I find myself teetering on the brink of despair. Yet, I managed to carve out a moment to pen this chapter, a testament to my perseverance. I humbly beseech your understanding. I assure you that I will update whenever I can, although the timing remains uncertain. A return to a consistent update schedule may not occur until after the exams in early January. I ask for your compassion towards this struggling student. Chapter 92, Departure. Destination, Tiando Royal Academy, Part 1. Within the grand and resplendent Mingyue Villa Seoul Arena, the atmosphere was electrifying. Having just concluded a breathtaking confrontation, the audience slowly emerged from their state of astonishment, soon erupting into thunderous applause and cheers that resonated throughout the venue. Every individual present recognized that the 2 young combatants engaged in fierce battle were undeniably extraordinary talents, destined to become the luminous stars of the Spirit Hall's illustrious future. The spectators were predominantly residents of the Mingwei community, nearly all of whom held significant positions within the Spirit Hall. Many in the crowd were fixated on Muchen, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity with his visage, yet unable to recall his name or identity. In truth, Muchen was the biological son of the golden crocodile Douluo, a secret known only to the highest-ranking elders and the pontiff of the Spirit Hall, whose positions had not yet afforded them the privilege of such knowledge. As for Qian Yuhan, even some elders were not fully aware of his identity, only knowing that the Spirit Hall had acquired a young master, with the specifics remaining a mystery. Qian Yuhan had been cherished and concealed by Qian Mo as if he were a precious treasure. The golden crocodile Douluo and the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall have always placed great emphasis on the education of their heirs. They wished for neither Qian Yuhan nor Muchen to become arrogant or conceited due to their illustrious lineage. Consequently, the 2 brothers have never exploited their noble status to oppress others, nor have they engaged in the reckless antics characteristic of spoiled youths. This exemplary conduct is precisely what the esteemed elders and the pontiff most desire to witness. When it comes to their personalities, Qian Yuhan is humble and courteous, adhering to the principle of non-aggression, whereas Muchen, though occasionally boasting and making grandiose claims, is never taken seriously by those around him, who perceive his words as mere jest. On the surface, Muchen may appear somewhat irreverent and carefree, yet deep down, he embodies a deeply earnest and ambitious spirit. The residents around them generally regard these 2 striking young men as mere signs of families holding ordinary positions within the Spirit Hall. However, the reality is far from being that simple. At this moment, Qian Yuhan gracefully descended from the sky. Almost as soon as Qian Yuhan found his footing, Muchen, who had been unable to contain himself, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him, unhesitatingly raising his right arm to deliver a symbolic elbow strike towards Qian Yuhan, a mere gesture to vent his frustration at being bested once again. Simultaneously, he exclaimed loudly, "Damn it, Fourth, you are simply insane. The power of that 4th soul skill you just unleashed is astonishing." Zhaoka, who had followed closely behind, echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, class leader, your 4th soul skill is quite formidable, especially as a wide-area offensive technique." As he spoke, Zhaoka shook his head in resignation, feeling the gap between himself and Qian Yuhan widening, despite having diligently practiced throughout the winter break. Believing he had trained even harder than during his time at the academy. Alas, this may simply be a matter of innate talent. The three of them continued their lively banter, weaving nimbly through the bustling crowd until they returned to the opulent and stately villa. Upon entering the villa, Qian Yuhan gently raised his hand and swept it across his wrist. The cold-hearted dragon god gold bracelet adorning his wrist shimmered momentarily, and in an instant, a dazzling light flashed, revealing a spirit herb radiating rich spiritual energy nestled in the palm of his fair hand. Qian Yuhan cautiously extended the mystical herb towards Zhao, softly urging, "You should swiftly absorb this herb here. Once you have completed the absorption, we shall be ready to embark on our journey. As for the residual power contained within this herb, we can seek an opportune moment to continue its absorption and refinement upon our arrival at the Royal Academy of Tiando." However, at that moment, Zhao seemed as if he were ensnared by a spell, his gaze fixated on the herb being offered by Qian Yuhan, his entire being ensconced in a state of stupor, as if he had entirely forgotten the world around him. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Yuhan could not help but shake his head in exasperation, silently pondering, how can this fellow be so lost in thought? Surely, I cannot remain here with my hand raised indefinitely. With this thought, he extended his other hand and gently snapped his fingers in front of Zhao. At the sound of a crisp pop, Zhao snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment gracing his countenance. He sheepishly scratched his head and swiftly accepted the celestial herb from Qian Yuhan's hand, clutching it tightly in his palm. Could this possibly be the 7 Absolute Lotus? Zhao inquired. Qian Yuhan nodded and replied, "Indeed." Qian Yuhan's knowledge of the names of these celestial herbs is entirely thanks to Fangya, who meticulously introduced each one to him. The reason Qian Yuhan presented the 7 Absolute Lotus was that it was the most suitable celestial herb for Zhao. Zhao stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words, utterly unable to rein in his emotions, overwhelmed with excitement. Qian Yuhan pushed Zhao into the backyard, gesturing towards the pavilion, and said, "All right, hurry up and absorb it in the pavilion." Zhao took slow, measured steps into the pavilion, crossed his legs, and began to absorb the 7 Absolute Lotus. Observing that Zhao had entered a focused state, Qian Yuhan returned to the living room to chat with Mu Chun. By the time Zhao finished absorbing the 7 Absolute Lotus, night had fallen, and both Mu Chun and Zhao spent a quiet night at Qian Yuhan's home without exchanging a word. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Qian Yuhan and Zhao had already risen to practice their cultivation. An hour slipped by swiftly, and they both made their way to the guest room where Mu Chun was staying. Qian Yuhan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao, who understood immediately, and together they lifted Mu Chun from the bed. Mu Chun's eyes snapped open, but with his hands and feet restrained, he could only sway from side to side. The trio frolicked on the bed, embodying the carefree spirit of youth. Despite Qian Yuhan's soul having matured, he had not experienced the joys of childhood in his previous life and was determined to relish it in this one. After a lively bout of play, they gathered their belongings and returned to school. Upon reaching the school gate, they spotted 3 familiar faces, the Tang brothers, Tang Xian and Tang Chen, along with Fangya. Mu Chen was the first to notice them, waving her hand and calling out, "Xiaoya, big brother, second brother. You're here quite early. So are you?" Tang Xian replied. Fangya smiled and added, "For the next 3.5 years of exchange and study, we will be relying on you elder brothers for guidance." Hearing this, Mu Chun was overjoyed, thumping her chest proudly and declaring, "No problem, leave it to me." Ha ha ha. It seemed everyone had gathered. Following the voice, they turned to see the grade director, Han Shui, approaching. "Director Han," the group bowed in greeting. You all appear to be in good spirits," she remarked. "I am here to ensure your safe passage and to oversee the handover of relevant matters. You 6 have been selected among the new students for your outstanding performance in the final exams. This journey serves not only as a pioneering mission but also as a representation of our Wuhuan Hall Academy. You must showcase the elegance of our academy to the Tiando Royal Academy. Do you have confidence?" "Yes," they responded in unison. "Good. Excellent. Let us set off." Chapter 93. Departure, Destination, Tiando Royal Academy. Part 2. Set sail. To Tiando Royal Academy. As soon as Director Han's words fell, she led Qian Yuhan and the others towards the enormous soul-guided airship. This ship, uniquely designed and gleaming with a metallic sheen, was the same model they had previously boarded during their outdoor combat training. The group filed in, placing their luggage in the designated spots. In no time, All belongings were securely stowed away. With a gentle rumble, the soul-guided airship powered up and began to ascend. It soared like a swift bird towards the northwest. Its destination set for the Tiando Empire. Seated within the spaceship, one gazes through the porthole at the rapidly receding scenery below, marveling at the conveniences bestowed by modern technology. Thanks to the advanced soul guide technology employed, the journey to Tiando City unfolds at remarkable speed, with estimates suggesting a mere 3 hours would suffice for a smooth arrival. However, Director Han noted that as we approach the border of the Tiando Empire, we must temporarily halt to complete the necessary border crossing formalities. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, 2 hours had elapsed. At this juncture, the Soul Guide spaceship gradually descended, ultimately landing smoothly at the border of the Tiando Empire. Here lies a city named Yellen. Situated at the confluence of the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. Renowned far and wide, it holds the esteemed title of the foremost city at the border. Not only is its geographical position significant, but it also thrives economically, bustling with a large populace, making it an exceptionally lively locale. Do not underestimate Yellen City. Though it lies far from the heart of the Tiando Empire, it stands as a pillar of the empire in both strategic and economic terms. The Lantern Festival in Yellen is celebrated throughout the entire Douluo continent, drawing countless visitors each year. A colossal Soul Guide spaceship gracefully docked at Yellen City's port, and as the hatch opened, a throng of figures emerged. Leading them was Director Han Shui, followed closely by 6 young individuals, including Qian Yuhan. The group followed Director Han to the affairs hall, which was teeming with people and bustling with activity. Qian Yuhan and his companions quietly settled in the waiting area, anticipating Han Shui's completion of the necessary procedures. However, as Han Shui approached them with a serious expression, an ominous premonition surged within Qian Yuhan. Upon reaching them, Han Shui spoke gravely, "Children, although the formalities are complete, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. Due to certain special reasons, the airspace within the Tiando Empire is currently restricted, and we were not informed of this in advance. Regrettably, we cannot continue our journey by spaceship and must instead resort to horse-drawn carriages. However, the carriages typically travel in convoys, and the convoy heading to Tiando City departed this morning, leaving us without vehicles for today. Therefore, we must take a brief respite in Yellen City and set out tomorrow during the day. Fortunately, there remains some time this afternoon for you to explore Yellen City, and there is the Lantern Festival to enjoy tonight, but do exercise caution." Upon hearing this news, the group exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of disappointment. At this moment, Tang Xian inquired, "All right, Director Han, where shall we stay tonight?" Han Shui smiled gently, responding, "Do not worry. I have already inquired about accommodations. There should be hotels near the Lantern Festival venue. Let us proceed there and see what we can find." With that, she led the group out of the affairs hall, heading toward the direction of the Lantern Festival. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of complexity as everyone harbored mixed feelings, anticipating a delightful afternoon and evening in Yellen City, yet simultaneously feeling a tinge of frustration due to the disruptions in their itinerary. The group nodded in agreement and followed Director Han out of the affairs hall. Upon exiting the grand doors, they intended to return to the airship to retrieve their belongings. As they arrived at the docking port, they were taken aback to find a considerable crowd gathered around their soul-guided vessel. Intrigued yet bewildered, they approached the scene. As they drew closer, they overheard an individual vehemently denouncing the airship adorned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall Academy, exclaiming, "Everyone, come and see. This is the airship of the Spirit Hall Academy. What audacity for such a pathetic institution to appear in our Yellen City." At this remark, the expressions of the onlookers darkened instantly. Qian Yuhan furrowed his brow in discontent, while Mu Chun, quick-tempered as ever, rolled up his sleeves, eager to confront the provocateur. Fortunately, Fang Ye swiftly intervened, restraining Mu Chun, and even Han Shui's gaze flickered with notable indignation. "What is the meaning of this disrespectful display? Who are they to scorn us?" The individual continued, oblivious to the rising ire surrounding him. "Last time at the Soul Master Tournament, my brother was a key member of the Linlong Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and he was mercilessly defeated by that bunch of brutes, leaving him incapacitated. It's infuriating. I shall ensure that I exact my vengeance upon this wretched vessel." Noticing the discontent on Qian Yuhan and the others' faces, the man continued his tirade. After absorbing his words, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, retorting, "My good sir, have you not considered that by using your soul abilities to damage this airship, You might be apprehended for infringing upon another's property? Apprehended? Ha ha, what a farce. Who here is unaware of my esteemed reputation in these parts? He scoffed dismissively. A passerby, standing next to Qian Yuhan, whispered into his ear, "Young one, you must be from another place. I advise you to speak less. This individual is not to be trifled with. Let us observe from the sidelines." He referred to himself as Cain, the son of the deputy lord of Yelin City, Gai Yutong. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Qin was nearly undone by Qian Yuhan's sarcastic tone, and he quietly remarked to Fangya, "It appears that the fourth is seeking a pretext to act." Fangya, somewhat bewildered, failed to grasp the meaning behind Mu Qin's words, when suddenly the man erupted in fury. "You little brat, do you not recognize me? Do I need to know you?" In a fit of impatience, Cain, a second-ring soul master, immediately summoned his martial spirit and hurled a punch toward Qian Yuhan. Qian Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as she calmly uttered, "Get lost." Though her words were unremarkable, an overwhelming aura enveloped her, and the oppressive might of the soul sect surged forth, sending the rushing Cain hurtling backward, crashing violently against the soul-guided ship, where he fell and created a sizable dent. "Qian Yuhan, I did not intend to do so." Qian Yuhan awkwardly turned her head to glance at Han Shui, who, with a helpless shake of her head, offered a wry smile without uttering a word. At that moment, the crowd began to disperse, creating a pathway as the guard squad approached, encircling everyone. Following reports from the public regarding the sabotage of another's soul-guiding airship, who could it be? Seeing the guards arrive, Kai, enduring his pain, rose to his feet and pointed directly at Qian Yuhan, exclaiming, "Captain Li, it is this rascal who is causing trouble here. Just look at the deep pit they have created in the airship of the Wuhuan Academy." With that, he shifted his body aside, revealing the pit behind him. "Did you do this?" Captain Li of the guard inquired. Qian Yuhan did not directly answer his question, but instead turned to Director Han. Understanding the unspoken cue, Director Han stepped forward and stood protectively in front of Qian Yuhan. Chapter 94. Departure, Destination, Tiando Royal Academy, Part 3. Director Han stood before Qian Yuhan, shielding him behind his own presence. Captain Li of the guard squad was a formidable soul emperor with a sixth-ring cultivation. He often wielded his profound abilities to impose his will and intimidate others. Naturally, he recognized the individual known as Cain, the cherished son of the vice mayor of Yelin City, Gai Yutong. He was merely earning a livelihood through this position and had no audacity to offend such a significant figure. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to curry favor with Cain. With his head held high, Captain Li cast a disdainful and contemptuous gaze over the assembly, loudly admonishing them. "How dare you openly disrupt public order here and damage other soul-guided airships? With the evidence irrefutable, you should all comply and come with us." After delivering this statement, he assumed a condescending stance, as if the gathered crowd were mere ants at his command. However, his gaze bypassed Director Han entirely, fixating intently on the half-visible figure of Qian Yuhan behind her. Noticing that Qian Yuhan remained unperturbed, steadfastly rooted in place, Captain Li's brow furrowed slightly, and his tone grew increasingly impatient. "You insolent brat, do you not know when to show respect? I will count to 3. And if you do not recognize your situation and follow us, do not blame me for resorting to force." 1, 2. Qian Yuhan remained unfazed, which greatly aggravated Captain Li. "Do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind? Step aside immediately, or I shall apprehend you and everyone else here." Captain Li could no longer conceal his emotions, his eyes wide open as he glared fiercely at Han Shui and Qian Yuhan. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to murmur and exchange opinions. "Look at this captain of the guard. What on earth is going on? Such blatant partiality is utterly outrageous." One person exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed, where is the solid evidence? This is nothing but baseless rambling," another chimed in. "To willingly act as a sycophant, groveling like that, is truly disgraceful," someone else mocked mercilessly. These sharp remarks surged into Captain Li's ears like a tidal wave, reddening his face and causing veins to bulge on his forehead. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Everyone, silence. I am executing my duties according to the law, and I will not tolerate your baseless criticisms. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly again, they shall be treated as accomplices. Let's see who dares to dissent." With this stern admonition, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush. However, at that moment, Director Han, standing before Qian Yuhan, gently smiled, and a formidable aura of soul power suddenly erupted from her. Instantly, Her body was enveloped by 8 radiant soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, ascending majestically. Without a doubt, she was a superlative powerhouse of the soul Douluo level, possessing the optimal soul ring configuration. As the grade director of the Spirit Hall Academy, one must be a soul Douluo and have made significant contributions to the institution to attain such a rank. Han Shui was a prodigy who graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy, retained by the then president right after graduation, and had been teaching there for nearly a decade. Achieving the status of soul Douluo in her 30s was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Captain Li, staring at the woman before him, stammered, A soul Douluo? You, madam, are indeed a soul Douluo? I. My lady is a soul Douluo, what of it? Pu Muqin couldn't contain his laughter and quickly covered his mouth. This ship belongs to us. Do you have anything to say? How imposing you are, bullying others. Even the city lord must show respect to our student team from the Spirit Hall Academy. Very well. I will state the facts, Han Shui said. Her gaze icy and devoid of emotion, sending chills down one's spine. Before Han Shui could finish her sentence, Captain Li raised his hand to interrupt. It is I who have failed to recognize the esteemed exchange team from the Spirit Hall Academy. I apologize. After bowing deeply at a standard 90-degree angle, his attitude towards the crowd performed a complete 180. This airship was damaged by the young master beside you. What do you suggest we do? Han Shui turned slightly, allowing Captain Li to clearly observe the dent on the airship. I. Captain Li stammered, at a loss for words. Should we ask young Master Kane for compensation? How could I possibly survive that? My child needs to attend school. And I had hoped young Master Kane could whisper a word to the city lord to secure a place for my child in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. My family relies entirely on my stable job. I cannot afford to lose it. Captain Li gritted his teeth, steeling himself as he declared, I will pay. You see, I require 500,000 gold soul coins. How much? 500,000 gold soul coins. Not a single coin less. Han Shui exclaimed. This evening, I happen to have business with Lord Bailey. Shall we meet at the city lord's mansion? My lord, I come from an ordinary family. Selling all my belongings would not even cover that amount. Could you possibly show some leniency? Captain Li's face was filled with despair, his voice trembling. He felt utterly helpless, having no other recourse but to place all his remaining hopes upon young Master Kane. However, Kane merely scoffed, displaying an expression of indifference and disdain. Humph. You were the one who claimed you would pay. What does that have to do with me? Besides, I am in excruciating pain and must urgently seek medical attention. Let us part ways here. Before he finished speaking, Kane turned away, rubbing his lower back, leaving Captain Li seething with rage. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, I curse you. At that moment, Han Shui interjected, Enough, Captain Li. You need not pay that sum. Upon hearing this, the previously dim and lifeless eyes of Captain Li suddenly sparkled with hope, as if ignited by a flame. He was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he nearly fell to his knees to thank Han Shui, exclaiming, My lord, you are truly my savior. From this day forth Li Kue, shall obey your every command. However, before Captain Li could revel in his joy for too long, Han Shui continued, But I have not finished speaking. Although you will not be required to pay, as a captain who abuses your power to oppress the common people. If this situation had involved an ordinary citizen rather than those of our special status, would you not have acted even more egregiously? Humph, with such conduct. How can you maintain public order in Yelin City? You are indeed guilty beyond redemption. Thus, one must either promptly shed this armor and depart from this position forever or return home to sell one's possessions to recompense for the losses incurred. After stating this, she did not spare a glance at Captain Li's expression. Han Shui, accompanied by Qian Yuhan and the others, proceeded towards the Yelin City Lantern Festival. Fortunately, the venue was not far, and she needed to swiftly secure accommodations nearby for the children, ensuring they could rest well. As a soul Douluo, she bore little concern for herself, but these children were in a crucial phase of growth and must not be deprived. After finding a suitable hotel and settling the children, Han Shui instructed Qian Yuhan and the others to remain vigilant before allowing them to explore freely. She had to visit the Lord's mansion to seek out by Li Qian. Chapter 95. An encounter at the Yelin Lantern Festival, Part 1. As nightfall quietly descended, Yelin City appeared shrouded in a veil of enigmatic darkness. Yet, the streets of the city presented a starkly contrasting scene of vibrant festivities, thronged with people, bustling with life. The crowd surged like a tide towards the illustrious Yelin Lantern Festival. Qian Yuhan and his companions were naturally eager to partake in this grand event. joyfully immersing themselves in the bustling crowd as they proceeded towards their brilliantly illuminated destination. In contrast, Zhao Ke chose not to accompany them. He remained alone in the hotel, diligently practicing, endeavoring to absorb the formidable natural energies contained within the 7 absolute lotuses. When Qian Yuhan and the others finally arrived at the Lantern Festival, the spectacle before them left them utterly speechless. A dazzling array of colorful lanterns adorned the scene, captivating their gaze. Some lanterns hung high beside the windows of buildings lining the streets, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Others danced gracefully in the air like ethereal fairies, celebrated by the people as the flying flame lanterns. Qian Yuhan gazed up at the fiery lanterns soaring through the night sky, an overwhelming sense of wonder welling up within him. He murmured to himself, "Isn't this akin to the calming lanterns of the original world? How exquisite they are." The fiery lanterns, in hues of red, green, yellow, and purple, painted the night with a vibrant tapestry, transforming the heavens into a dreamlike spectacle. Each lantern bore the cherished hopes and blessings of the people, ascending gracefully into the sky, gradually fading into the distant horizon. "Oh dear, I've told you more than 3 times. These are not calming lanterns. They are called fiery lanterns." Mu Chen stood closely beside Qian Yuhan, and despite the bustling crowd and the cacophony surrounding them, he distinctly heard the words that had just escaped Qian Yuhan's lips. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently shaking her head and nodding in agreement. All right. It seems I have misremembered. This is indeed the Fian lantern." At that moment, Fangya, who had been walking ahead, suddenly raised her right hand and excitedly pointed to a high-hanging plaque straight ahead, exclaiming, "We have arrived. This is the Yi Lin Lantern Festival." Initially, everyone was captivated by the enchanting night scenery on either side of the road, gazing around in awe. It was only upon hearing Fangya's enthusiastic shout that they awoke from their reverie and turned their attention forward. In the distance stood an exquisitely designed arch-welcoming gate, adorned with the flamboyant characters spelling out Yi Lin Lantern Festival. The Yi Lin Lantern Festival resembled a bustling pedestrian street, where horse-drawn carriages were strictly prohibited, allowing only people to stroll leisurely through its expanse. The broad, straight street stretched an impressive 50 meters wide, and its endpoint was scarcely discernible at a glance. On either side of the street, numerous vendors shouted boisterously, promoting their exquisite lanterns, creating a lively atmosphere. In this vibrant scene, Fangya was overwhelmed with excitement, her joy radiating from her very being. She hopped along like a lively little rabbit, leading the group with a beaming smile illuminating her face. Since absorbing the characteristics of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Fangya had not only successfully evolved her martial soul, but had also undergone a profound transformation in her personality. The once timid and cautious girl had vanished, replaced by a cheerful, confident young lady brimming with vitality. In Fangya's heart, forming friendships with these companions was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of her life. Reflecting on their first encounter, she remembered her own timidity, where she barely dared to speak a word. Bullied yet too fearful to retaliate or confide in her family for fear of being labeled weak. However, her friends never belittled her. They consistently regarded her as an equal and showered her with boundless care and support. It was this genuine friendship that played a significant role in helping Fangya gradually dispel the shadows within her heart, allowing her to reclaim her confidence and joy. Especially during the end of the semester, they often engaged in friendly competitions or playful banter, creating a light-hearted atmosphere that was utterly intoxicating. Whenever Fangya reminisced about those delightful moments, a knowing smile would inevitably grace her lips as she deeply felt the warmth and strength that friendship brought. Slowly turning around, Fangya's beautiful eyes unexpectedly locked with Mu Chen's gaze, who had been quietly following her like a shadow. His gaze remained fixed on her enchanting figure, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips as he mused, "Such a wonderful Fangya, growing ever brighter and no longer so somber. How delightful." Instantly aware of their shared gaze, Fangya's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple, endearing her even more. She turned her head in a flurry, her heart racing as if countless fawns were colliding within her chest. Meanwhile, Mu Chen, having been discovered by Fangya in his act of voyeurism, appeared somewhat flustered. He swiftly averted his gaze, akin to a thief caught in his wrongdoing, and grasped the arm of Qian Yuhan beside him, feigning composure as he loudly declared, "Fourth brother, how many times must I tell you? This is called a flying flame lantern, not a calming lantern." Qian Yuhan gazed at Mu Chen with a bewildered expression, his lips only managing a few dry chuckles. Hee hee. It was evident that he understood Mu Chun's attempt to shift the awkwardness. Leaning closer to Mu Chun, Qian Yuhan lowered his voice and whispered, "Pray tell, when do you intend to confess your feelings?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chun's countenance darkened, and he unhesitatingly interrupted Qian Yuhan, placing his index finger gently against his lips in a gesture for silence, indicating that Qian Yuhan should refrain from further inquiries. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he observed Fangya, who was steadily walking ahead, while internally he let out a sigh of relief. Then, turning his head, Mu Chun shot a fierce glare at Qian Yuhan and retorted with irritation, "Who told you I plan to confess? I admit, I do have feelings for Fangya. But the timing is not yet right. I do not wish to recklessly approach her and give the impression that I am a frivolous man." After speaking, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Fangya in the distance, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Once he had whispered his thoughts to Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun swiftly quickened his pace as though afraid that Qian Yuhan would catch up and continue to tease him. Qian Yuhan gazed at Mu Chun's departing silhouette, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips as he shook his head in resignation. Just then, Tang Xian stepped forward, gently patting Qian Yuhan's shoulder, and spoke thoughtfully. These two seemed to share a reasonably good rapport at present. However, if they aspire to deepen their connection, it may prove to be a formidable challenge. It appears rather hasty. Ultimately, it hinges on how your third brother truly contemplates the matter. As for when to pierce that delicate veil, it is entirely up to him to gauge the appropriate moment and navigate the situation. Fourth brother, he continued, after you parted ways with Hu Liner, how did you manage to move on from that relationship? I find myself in need of your guidance now. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Qian Yuhan's expression transformed into one of astonishment, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit within. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and stammered, "Elder brother. You, and that shy you have separated?" Tang Xian nodded slightly, a hint of bittersweetness gracing his features, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh. "Indeed. We have parted ways. Alas, in the coming years, my absence from the Spirit Hall Academy will diminish our opportunities for interaction. I worry that continuing down this path may hinder her, so after much contemplation, I resolutely chose to end this relationship. Do you think I was too heartless?" As he spoke, Tang Xian's sighs became a torrent, each one laden with profound melancholy and regret. Tang Qian stood to Tang Xian's side, his gaze resting on Qian Yuhan as he slowly remarked, "Ever since we learned we would be studying at the Heaven Do Royal Academy for over 3 years, he has been in this state. In the days leading up to our departure, he finally found the resolve to pen a letter to Xiao Yu and entrusted it to someone for delivery." Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What? Did you not discuss it face to face?" He struggled to comprehend why such a significant matter was not addressed directly between the two. However, in response to Qian Yuhan's inquiry, Tang Xian merely fell silent, shaking his head gently in negation. Witnessing Tang Xian's reaction only deepened Qian Yuhan's confusion and perplexity. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Mu Chun suddenly approached, excitement radiating from her. "It seems there is an event happening up ahead. Let's hurry over and take a look." Tang Xian, hearing her words, gently patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Fourth brother, let us venture forth and enjoy ourselves. As for this matter, let us discuss it leisurely when time permits in the future." Feeling a bit dispirited, he took the lead and stepped towards the direction pointed out by Mu Chun. Alas, what is the matter with this elder brother? Qian Yuhan shook his head. Ultimately, he decided to allow the female protagonist to make her entrance. At the Yellow Lantern Festival, Ouyang Luoxue will encounter Qian Yuhan once more. We shall have to wait a little longer for the Tian-Do Royal Academy arc. But with the female lead's appearance, I feel that postponing the Tian-Do arc is of little consequence, right? However, revealing too much of the subsequent plot, I shall write as I please, focusing on what brings joy. With only half a month until the examinations, I implore the Koi for good fortune. Chapter 96, The Encounter at the Yellow Lantern Festival, Part 2, Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian. And Tang Xian closely followed Mu Chun as they made their way towards the gathering crowd. Along the way, Mu Chun incessantly chanted, "Excuse me, dear brothers and sisters." Moments later, he turned to another side and exclaimed, "Thank you, uncles and aunts. Aunt, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing his words, Qian Yuhan and the others could not help but smile wryly. At last, they navigated through the throngs of people and reached the front row, successfully reuniting with Fangyu. Just as they arrived, the host, holding a soul-guiding microphone, smiled and announced, "Good evening, esteemed gentlemen, ladies, and all the distinguished guests who have come from afar." With this enthusiastic greeting, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, reverberating throughout the venue, as if to lift the entire space. "Welcome to the annual Yellen Lantern Festival," the host proclaimed passionately, his voice echoing in the vibrant atmosphere of the event. "This year's Yellen Lantern Festival is, without exaggeration, the most grand and spectacular ever witnessed. It will last for an entire 7 days." He excitedly waved his arms, his face radiating joy and enthusiasm. As a true Yellen native, how could he not feel thrilled about hosting such a monumental event in his hometown? A wave of fervent cheers and applause surged through the crowd, as people whispered eagerly to one another, brimming with anticipation for this unprecedented celebration. As per tradition, the highly anticipated Yellen Poetry Contest would commence on this first day of the festival. The host beamed at the audience and boisterously inquired, "Are all you talented poets and beautiful souls ready with your ink?" All right. The chorus of enthusiastic responses soared to the heavens, with many individuals even raising their fists in excitement, faces flushed and hearts racing. However, at that moment, the host suddenly let out a resounding sneeze. Achoo! This unexpected occurrence injected a touch of absurdity into the atmosphere. "Oh dear, don't sneeze." Someone couldn't help but complain. "Hurry up and speak. I'm waiting to brainstorm." Others urged anxiously. "What are you doing?" Some playfully teased the host. Despite the light-hearted complaints, each person was fervently eager to learn this year's theme. Observing the audience's impatient expressions, the host slyly smiled, cleared his throat, and announced, "This year's theme is the moon." As soon as the words left his lips, the smiles of those present froze. Upon hearing this theme, the vast majority gasped in surprise. At that moment, Qian Yuhan felt an overwhelming sense of joy within, as if the celebratory feast within him had already commenced. "Qian Yuhan, is it the moon?" "Ha ha ha, my friend, I have memorized quite a few of Li Bai's poems." "More than enough, ha ha." Unable to contain his laughter any longer, he burst into giggles. Beside him, Mu Chun patted the grinning Qian Yuhan and said, "Hey, Fourth, what are you laughing about? I was expecting something astonishing, and yet you mentioned the moon. Isn't the moon easy to write about?" Qian Yuhan snapped back to reality, gazing at Mu Chun with a smile. Observing Qian Yuhan's reaction, Mu Chun remarked, "You're laying it on a bit thick, aren't you?" What Qian Yuhan was unaware of was that in the Douluo continent, composing lyrics and poetry serves as both a cultural competition and a beloved form of entertainment, reminiscent of the ancient literati of his original world. However, the distinction lies in the fact that approximately 90% of the works in Douluo continent are focused on humans or beasts, with few dedicated to themes such as the moon. The current theme is the moon, which has likely stumped many. The host on stage, observing the expressions of the crowd intently, announced, "All right, dear friends, let us begin." He gestured towards a stall on the edge of the small square, which provided paper and writing instruments. In Douluo continent, when individuals write letters or record significant information, they typically employ exquisite feather pens akin to those from Qian Yuhan's original world. These feather pens are lightweight and elegant, with soft tips that glide smoothly across the paper, leaving behind delicate inscriptions. Nevertheless, for those passionate about composing and reciting poetry, traditional brushes still hold an irreplaceable status. When wielding a brush, saturated with ink, it seems as though they can perfectly convey the poetry and emotions dwelling in their hearts. At that moment, Qian Yuhan led the group towards a bustling stall. Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Mu Chun followed along, treating it merely as a pastime, while Fangya, like Qian Yuhan, was eager to showcase her talents. Suddenly, Qian Yuhan's gaze appeared to be captivated by something, causing him to come to an abrupt halt. Tang Xian, who had been closely following him, quickly approached with concern and asked, "What's wrong?" Before Qian Yuhan could respond, Mu Chun, unable to contain his curiosity, hurriedly stepped forward. However, upon following Qian Yuhan's line of sight, he too was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to utter a word for some time. After regaining his composure, he leaned close to Qian Yuhan's ear and whispered, "Wow, it's a beauty, Fourth." Qian Yuhan seemed to be entirely oblivious to Mu Chun's words, simply gazing in a daze at the person before him. Initially startled, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. This smile was instinctive, emanating from the depths of his heart. "Ah, it's you. What a coincidence." To his astonishment, the lady standing there was none other than Ouyang Luoxue. At that moment, she too was looking at Qian Yuhan, She stood gracefully, akin to a blossoming flower, radiating charm. The gentle breeze caressed her hair, and a captivating smile graced her lips, enchanting all who beheld her. Ouyang Luoxue widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at Qian Yuhan. Her mind racing with thoughts. Could this be what they call fate? Her expression was a mixture of surprise and confusion, as if she could scarcely believe that such a serendipitous encounter could occur in her life. Having always held a fondness for lanterns, she eagerly attended the Lantern Festival held in Yelin City whenever it took place. The vibrant hues and diverse shapes of the lanterns never failed to mesmerize her, leaving her entranced. This time, as she prepared to approach a stall to write poetry with paper and brush, she unexpectedly crossed paths with Qian Yuhan, and the delightful surprise filled her with immense joy. As for Qian Yuhan, he had only heard from his father about the renowned Lantern Festival in Yelin City. Yet due to various reasons, he had never experienced it firsthand. Today, due to an unforeseen circumstance, he found himself temporarily resting in Yelin City. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon this lively Lantern Festival and decided to seize the opportunity for a leisurely exploration. However, he never anticipated that he would encounter Ouyang Luoxue here. Mu Chun, perplexed, inquired, fourth brother, do you two know each other? This is my friend, the one I mentioned before. I lost to her in the winter break tournament. Listening to Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun clicked his tongue in admiration. This girl truly is stunning, like a celestial being. I never imagined she would be such a formidable iron lady capable of defeating fourth brother, of all people. Ah, what a pleasant surprise to meet you here. It truly is fate, Ouyang Luoxue said, waving her hand toward Qian Yuhan. The guard behind Ouyang Luoxue was astonished. Concealed behind his mask, our young lady actually initiated a conversation with someone else. It is known that she only behaves this way with the clan leader and a few close elders. She often remains cold and speaks little to many elders. Today, this seemingly ordinary fellow is indeed quite handsome. This guard was on his first assignment to protect Ouyang Luoxue and had heard many rumors about her chatting with a young man for a long time. But today he believed them. Are you also here to write poetry? Qian Yuhan asked, noticing the paper and brush in Ouyang Luoxue's hands. Ouyang Luoxue raised an eyebrow and replied, of course. What? Do you want to compete? Naturally. Qian Yuhan exclaimed, damn it. Previously, I was unable to defeat you. If my martial skills are lacking, then surely my literary prowess is not to be underestimated. I am not fighting alone, not at all. Ouyang Luoxue pointed towards an empty table and suggested, look over there, there's a vacant space. Let us have a contest. Qian Yuhan responded, I am on my way. My final exam schedule has been set for January 21st and 9th. I will not be updating before the 9th, so I must seize the time to review. I will resume immediately on the 10th. Thank you all. Chapter 97. The Encounter at the Yelin Lantern Festival, Part 2. Qian Yuhan gracefully followed the light footsteps of Ouyang Luoxue, arriving at an empty table nearby. Behind Qian Yuhan, Fangya, Mu Chun, and a few others closely trailed, while Fangya, who had initially intended to compose a poem herself, had completely set aside her paper and brush. Clearly captivated by the impending poetic duel between Ouyang Luoxue and Qian Yuhan. Once everyone had settled, Qian Yuhan elegantly arranged his writing materials, then delicately unfurled a piece of pristine white felt to lay the paper flat. With practiced ease, he began grinding ink. As he methodically carried out these actions, he lifted his gaze to Ouyang Luoxue, who was also preparing, and inquired, might I ask what format our competition will take? Ouyang Luoxue, her hands still in motion, glanced up slightly and replied, it's quite simple. Each of us will compose a poem, and once completed, we shall present them to those over there for scoring. Naturally, the one with the higher score shall be declared the winner. As she spoke, she subtly gestured towards the host's direction. Qian Yuhan, with a profound understanding, nodded gently before slowly closing his eyes, as if the entire world had fallen into a serene silence. He quietly immersed himself in the poetic and inspiring recesses of his inner self, where a myriad of exquisite phrases flickered through his mind. However, when Qian Yuhan sought the verses concerning the moon within the depths of his thoughts, he found himself utterly bewildered. Qian Yuhan originally intended to use a poem by Li Bai, yet all that now lingers in his mind are the lines, the bright moonlight before my window. I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. Qian Yuhan, my mind is truly disappointing. Just as Qian Yuhan was silently cursing himself, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a nearby stall. There, the vendor was intently crafting lanterns, while beside him, a delightful little child squatted on the ground, joyfully playing with mud, even fashioning a warrior figure riding a horse. This scene instantly evoked buried memories within Qian Yuhan. Back then, his father was still by his side, and they often frolicked in the garden of their home, engaging in playful antics. Young Qian Yuhan was mischievous and headstrong, always insisting that his father partake in various games with him. He recalled one occasion when he insisted on riding a horse. His loving father, without the slightest hesitation, knelt down on the path in the yard, willingly becoming the horse. Little Qian Yuhan gleefully climbed onto his father's broad back, gripping a long wooden stick, as if he had truly transformed into a formidable general, poised for battle. Together, they ran and laughed in the garden, cherishing an exceptionally joyous time. As he reminisced, a knowing smile crept upon Qian Yuhan's face. However, the smile was short-lived, for tears soon uncontrollably welled up in his eyes, cascading down his slightly pale cheeks. Qian Yuhan slowly lifted his head, gazing up at the resplendent moon hanging in the night sky, silently murmuring, "Father, the moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight." At this moment, "Are you also looking up at this starry expanse with me? I miss you dearly." The moonlight, like a gentle cascade, poured over him, illuminating his face, which was etched with longing and sorrow. Ouyang Luoxuan noticed Qian Yuhan's reaction and, glancing at the direction he had been staring, instantly comprehended the reason behind it. He was reminiscing about Uncle Qian Mo. During their correspondence, she had learned that Uncle Qian Mo had departed to undertake a mysterious and perilous mission. She had also inquired about Uncle Qian Mo's whereabouts from her own father, who, each time she asked, wore a similarly troubled expression, filled with sighs and lamentations. She understood that her father, too, was ceaselessly yearning for Uncle Qian Mo, his most esteemed elder brother. Qian Yuhan gently wiped away the tears from his cheeks, taking a deep breath to steady the tumultuous emotions within. He then slowly extended his right hand, grasping the exquisite brush resting on the table, dipping its tip delicately into the ink before lifting it to the paper. The moment the brush met the surface, Qian Yuhan's gaze became focused and profound. Like a master calligrapher, he moved the brush with fluid grace, each stroke flowing effortlessly, embodying both strength and gentleness. In this unfamiliar realm, the brush in his hand seemed to forge a connection between the past and the present. In his previous life, Qian Yuhan resided in an orphanage. Although devoid of a warm family, books became his dearest companions. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would quietly sneak into the headmaster's office, immersing himself in that small sanctuary, freely expressing himself with ink and brush. Day after day, year after year, his passion for calligraphy deepened, ultimately honing his remarkable semi-cursive script. Now, having traversed to the Douluo continent, Qian Yuhan once again took up the brush. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him. The familiar texture, the unique charm, and the tranquility that accompanied the act of writing filled his being in an instant, evoking a profound sense of warmth and security. Standing behind Qian Yuhan, Muchen quietly observed the scene before him. Captivated by the vibrant and ethereal characters flowing from Qian Yuhan's brush, his gaze following the movement of each stroke. At last, when Qian Yuhan completed his final flourish, Muchen could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Fourth brother, I never imagined you possessed such exceptional calligraphic skills. This exquisite writing is truly magnificent." Fangya, who had some understanding of calligraphy, also joined in the praise, saying, "Indeed, I have never seen such beautiful semi-cursive script." Although Tang Xian and Tang Chun did not grasp the intricacies of calligraphy, they were nonetheless inspired by Qian Yuhan's elegant demeanor, nodding in agreement and admiration. Before long, Qian Yuhan concluded his writing. However, his comprehension of the poem had deepened significantly. Ouyang Luoxue, seeing that Qian Yuhan had finished his creation, could not resist approaching him. After reading his work from beginning to end, she slowly raised her head in disbelief to gaze at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan felt somewhat at a loss under the gaze of Ouyang Luoxue, who had been observing him intently. "What are you doing? Is there something on my face?" Qian Yuhan inquired. Ouyang Luoxue chuckled and shook her head. "Even if given a decade, I could never compose a work that surpasses your exquisite piece. I concede defeat." Fangya had been admiring Qian Yuhan's beautiful calligraphy, completely oblivious to the content. Upon a closer reading, she regarded Qian Yuhan with the same look as Ouyang Luoxue. "What a splendid rendition of Shui Jiao Gutu. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I know not the celestial palace above. What year is this evening? I wish to ride the wind back, yet fear the jade towers and palaces, for the heights are unbearably cold. I danced to stir the clear shadows. How unlike the human realm. Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ornate windows, illuminating the sleepless ones. There should be no hatred. Why must the moon be full only during parting? People experience joy and sorrow, reunion and separation. The moon waxes and wanes. This has been difficult since ancient times. May we all live long, sharing the same beauty of the moon, even if 1,000 miles apart. Ouyang Luo Shui could perceive the profound sentiment of longing woven into these lines, capturing the deep yearning for distant loved ones. She understood that this was Qian Yuhan's heartfelt expression of nostalgia for his father, a longing that was rich and profound. Just a stroke of luck. Qian Yuhan scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Well, after all, it is somewhat dishonorable to have plagiarized. Qian Yuhan, thank you very much. Brother Su sure. Ouyang Luoshui glanced at the 4 individuals behind Qian Yuhan and remarked, "You must be the new students coming to the Tiando Royal Academy for exchanges and studies. Greetings. My name is Ouyang Luoshui. Pardon me, Ouyang classmate. I am Mu Chun. I have heard much about you from my 4th brother. You are the unparalleled talent of Tiando, and it seems you have even instilled a psychological shadow in our eccentric 4th brother. Indeed, upon meeting you, one can see that you are extraordinary." Ouyang Luoshui stifled a laugh. Having already surmised that this individual was the Mu Chun mentioned in Qian Yuhan's letter, undoubtedly a character full of humor. Qian Yuhan, upon hearing Mu Chun's words, wore a look of utter exasperation. "Mu Chun, I curse your ancestors." The remaining 3 individuals also took a moment to introduce themselves to Ouyang Luoshui. Just as the group was preparing to find a place to enjoy a meal, the city's alarm bells began to ring out. The Yellen Lantern Festival had concluded. It was time to resume studying, my brothers. See you on January 10th, and I wish everyone a joyous New Year's Day in advance. Chapter 98, The Crisis of Yellen City, Part 1, The Beast Tide. Qian Yuhan, Ouyang Luoshui, and others were wandering through the bustling pedestrian street of the Yellen Lantern Festival. Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan suggested finding a place to indulge in a late-night snack to satiate their appetites before continuing their exploration. The group had no objections. But at that moment, the air raid siren of Yellen City blared ominously. In an instant, the surrounding tourists were engulfed in palpable panic. At the city lord's mansion, Han Shui, who was reminiscing with Bailey Qian, heard the resounding alarm echoing throughout the city and swiftly inquired about the unfolding situation. Bailey Qian, holding a wine glass, watched it shatter to the ground and thought grimly, "This is bad. It's a beast tide alert. We have no time for pleasantries. Junior, hurry to the Lantern Festival and find your students. Ensure their safety. I must head to the City Defense Department. We shall converse later." With that, Bailey Qian vanished from sight. Both Han Shui and Bailey Qian were graduates of the Spirit Hall Academy, with Bailey Qian being 2 years her senior and a caring senior to her during her studies. After graduation, he returned to the Tiando Empire, becoming a valiant warrior who led troops to defend the homeland. His remarkable achievements saw him recently reassigned from the central government back to his hometown as the City Lord of Yellen, a position granted due to the influence of the Spirit Hall, making him a local legend. After decades of experience in numerous battles and his inherent talent, Bailey Qian had recently ascended to the rank of titled Douluo, with the title Qian Kuan, earning the Empire's esteem and wielding the formidable Qian Kuan twin guns. Prompted by Bailey Qian's urgent warning, Han Shui wasted no time and raced towards the Lantern Festival at remarkable speed. Upon reaching the iconic arched entrance, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The once lively and vibrant crowd was now in a frenzied retreat, fear etched on every face. As they shouted, "Soul beasts are invading!" Despite the chaotic throng, Han Shui pressed on, undeterred, as she fought her way into the heart of the festival. Once inside, she observed numerous soul masters engaged in fierce combat against soul beasts. Her gaze sharpened as she examined the beasts, astonished by what she saw. Among the myriad of creatures, one stood out, a 1,000-gene ant, seemingly only 8,000 years old, shrouded in a sinister black-red mist, its eyes gleaming a chilling blood red, exuding a ferocious and brutal aura. Even more shocking was its display of power, rivaling that of a 30,000-year-old soul beast. The other soul beasts mirrored this anomaly, possessing terrifying strength incongruent with their stage. Faced with such formidable foes, Han Shui clenched her right hand, summoning a long staff of deep crimson. Intricately carved with dragon patterns, her martial spirit, the dragon pattern staff, As a Soul Douluo-level powerhouse, she swiftly dispatched the strange soul beasts surrounding her. And without delay, she set off in search of the children, prioritizing their safety above all else. Han Shui's heart tightened in an instant, and she silently prayed, "You Han, you must not encounter any misfortune. You must remain safe." As she muttered to herself, Han Shui hurriedly ran forward, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Leaving no corner unchecked in her desperate search for the figures of Qian Yuhan and the others. With each passing second, she drew closer to the depths of the Lantern Festival. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Bai Li Qian arrived at the command center of the city defense in Yilin City. The moment he stepped through the door, the officials within the command center straightened up and saluted him respectfully. However, Bai Li Qian merely waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious and grave as he urgently inquired, "No need for formalities. Quickly inform me, what has transpired with Yu Xing? What is the current situation?" Bai Li Qian's gaze swiftly swept across the room, ultimately settling on a man seated before the soul-guiding screen, his face etched with anxiety. This man was Gu Yuxing. Upon hearing Bai Li Qian's inquiry, he hurriedly stood and approached Bai Li Qian, responding in a tense tone, "Reporting to you, my lord, the situation is far from optimistic." "Elaborate." Bai Li Qian crossed his arms, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing, not daring to delay, took a deep breath and said, "My lord, please follow me." He stepped aside to make room, gesturing for Bai Li Qian to approach so he could see the soul-guiding screen more clearly. Bai Li Qian strode forward, his eyes locking onto the screen. Within the display, a series of harrowing scenes unfolded atop the towering, solid walls of Yilin City. Countless enormous, grotesque soul beasts were violently assaulting the walls, clawing and gnashing their teeth, unleashing torrents of flames or fierce frost, engaging the defending soldiers in a life-and-death struggle. The walls, under the relentless onslaught of the soul beasts, had begun to show numerous cracks and signs of damage, teetering on the brink of collapse. The more Bai Li Qian observed, the darker his expression became, his brows knitting together as if he could crush a fly between them. He muttered to himself, "If this situation continues, within half an hour, Yilin City will likely be breached by these monstrous beasts. My lord, since the beast-tide alarm sounded suddenly, my subordinates have sent an urgent rescue signal to the nearest first border defense team at the fastest speed. However, even if they rush to our aid without stopping, it is estimated that it will take at least half an hour for them to arrive." Gu Yuxing said anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Li Qian, his expression grave, raised his right hand and waved it sharply, interrupting Gu Yuxing's words. You have done well. Tell me, how many soul masters do we still have available in our city defense forces?" The deep and imposing voice of Bai Li Qian reverberated through the air. Gu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure to respond. "To report, my lord, preliminary statistics indicate that we currently possess approximately 8,000 soul kings, 100 soul emperors, and around 10 soul saints. Additionally, we must account for the commander of the city defense, who oversees the 4 city gates, along with 5 soul Douluo, including myself, and of course, your esteemed self, a powerful title Douluo taking charge." Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's report, Bai Li Qian furrowed his brows, his gaze becoming increasingly fierce. He understood the gravity of the situation. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Waiting idly was not an option. He immediately issued orders to mobilize all available soul masters, urging them to swiftly gather at the city walls to bolster the defensive structures. It was imperative to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. Remember, even if we must fight to the last man, we cannot allow those ferocious beasts to breach the city. Bai Li Qian commanded with a stern expression. Understood. Gu Yuxing dared not delay, turning to convey the orders. At that moment, Bai Li Qian called out again, "Wait. Activate the citywide broadcasting system immediately to inform the citizens of the current crisis, urging them to prepare for defense, while also rallying all capable of wielding soul power to join in the city's defense efforts." Upon receiving the command, Gu Yuxing moved swiftly to the control panel, his hands dancing like phantoms as he executed a series of intricate and precise operations with seamless grace. Just then, Bai Li Qian took a deep breath. Clearing his somewhat hoarse throat, he straightened his posture, his gaze resolutely fixed on the enormous soul guidance microphone. "To all defenders of the city, to all valiant soul masters, hear me." His voice echoed through the soul guidance microphone, reaching every ear within Yilin City. Today, our Yilin City faces an unprecedented crisis from the beast tide. The soul beasts are approaching with ferocity, But do not fear, for we are not alone in this battle. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, reinforcements will not arrive for another half hour. This half hour is crucial. It determines the fate of this city and the lives of millions of innocent citizens within. At this point, Bai Liqian's tone grew increasingly impassioned. To the soul masters within the city, look around at your defenseless loved ones. They tremble in fear and helplessness, hoping that you will protect them from the onslaught of the soul beasts. And to the soldiers of Yellen City, consider the countless civilians behind you. They are our brothers and sisters, our parents and children. They have entrusted their lives to us. How can we betray their trust? Finally, Bai Liqian raised his arm with fervor, shouting, I, Bai Liqian, earnestly implore you to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, to fight together against these vile beasts. Let us steadfastly defend this line, safeguarding our homeland with blood and courage, even if it comes to the last man standing. We shall fight relentlessly against those accursed soul beasts. I took a moment to pen these words. My friends, Happy New Year. Chapter 99, The Crisis of Yellen City, Part 2. A life hanging by a thread. A rousing speech instantly ignited the fighting spirit of some soul masters visiting the city and the soldiers defending it. Zhao Ku, who had been cultivating at the hotel, emerged from his meditative state upon hearing the alarm. He stepped out of his room and arrived at the hotel entrance. Observing the panicked civilians fleeing in all directions, he quickly realized that a beast tide was upon them. Without hesitation, he plunged against the tide of people into the Yellen Lantern Festival, seeking to reunite with his squad leader and comrades. The beast tide was attacking from the southern side of Yellen City, placing unprecedented pressure on the southern defenses. Bai Liqian had brought Gu Yuxing to assist at the south gate, while the remaining 4 soul Douluos were strategically stationed at the east, west, and north gates in a 1-to-1-1 distribution, just as Bai Liqian ascended the city wall. A lithe and menacing phantom leopard leaped onto the battlements like a bolt of lightning, opening its gaping maw and lunging ferociously at him. In the face of this fierce adversary, Bai Liqian merely scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Gripping his Qian Kuan divine spear with his right hand, he swung his arm with force, unleashing a brilliant white slash that cleaved through the air with the might of thunder. With a sharp crack, the ferocious phantom leopard's left leg was severed, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the creature appeared to feel no pain after falling. It swiftly regained its footing and charged at Bai Liqian once more, claws bared. Witnessing this, Bai Liqian lightly tapped the ground, propelling himself into the air. Simultaneously, he grasped another Qian Kuan divine spear in his left hand and, seemingly nonchalantly, hurled it. However, the sharp sound of the spear slicing through the air clearly indicated the terrifying power behind the throw. Indeed, the white beam of light struck with lethal precision, piercing the phantom leopard's skull. Accompanied by a dull thud, the creature's head exploded, crimson blood and viscera splattering everywhere, leaving the ground soaked. The lifeless body of the phantom leopard crumpled to the earth, utterly devoid of life. Bai Liqian descended gracefully, approaching the corpse of the phantom leopard. As he drew near, he was astonished to find a strange black-red mist swirling around the body. This eerie haze floated in and out of visibility, instilling a sense of dread. Furthermore, the creature's skin was adorned with peculiar red spiral patterns, exuding an air of enigma. Such a soul beast was unprecedented in Bai Liqian's experience, prompting him to furrow his brow in contemplation. What manner of monster is this? Why does it exhibit such bizarre forms and characteristics? Could it be a rare mutated species? Or perhaps the result of some extraordinary force? A cascade of questions flooded Bai Liqian's mind, intensifying his curiosity towards the corpse of the shadowy panther before him. Before he could ponder further, 2 or 3 soul beasts had already scaled the towering city walls, their grotesque visages and exposed fangs emanating a chilling aura. Meanwhile, at the Yellen Festival, Qian Yuhan wielded the Sword of Radiance, engaged in a breathtaking duel with a formidable end of 10,000 Jun that had stealthily emerged from the ground. Yet, inexplicably, Qian Yuhan found this battle exceedingly arduous, as if the brilliance of his sword had dimmed. Judging by its size, this ant of 10,000 Jun had barely just ascended to the rank of a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet Qian Yuhan was overwhelmed by a strong intuition. It was far more powerful than the 20,000-year ant he had previously encountered. Nonetheless, Qian Yuhan did not falter. He shouted, "Radiant Slash," and summoned his first soul skill. In an instant, a dazzling beam of sword energy shot forth like lightning, slicing directly towards the fierce ant of 10,000 Jun. Confronted with such a fierce assault, the ant displayed no fear. opting instead to withstand the attack with its remarkably resilient body. A thunderous collision resounded as the sword energy struck the ant, triggering a violent explosion that sent thick smoke billowing into the air. As the haze gradually dissipated, a deep fissure marred the ant's seemingly impervious carapace, clearly indicating it had sustained significant injury. However, to Qian Yuhan's astonishment, the ant appeared unaffected by its wounds, as if forged of steel, making not a sound of complaint. Moreover, its aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcanic eruption. In the next moment, it unfurled its glistening, sharp blades, lunging towards Qian Yuhan with breathtaking speed. Similarly, Mu Chun and his companions faced the same dire situation. Damn it, what is the matter with these soul beasts? Mu Chun shouted in frustration, but before he could finish his sentence, the ant he was fiercely battling charged at him like a tempest. Despite possessing merely 8,000 years of cultivation, its strength was nearly on par with soul beasts boasting 10 to 20,000 years of experience. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Chun dared not hesitate. He gritted his teeth and cried out, "Second soul skill, golden shield." As his voice echoed, a brilliant golden light erupted from him, forming an incredibly sturdy barrier. At that moment, the ant's fierce strike collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening roar. Fortunately, Mu Chun had activated his second soul skill just in time, allowing the shield to barely withstand the ant's onslaught. Nevertheless, the tremendous force compelled him to stagger back several steps. The formidable thousand-gene ant momentarily staggered due to the repelling effect of the protective golden radiance. However, that fleeting moment of imbalance was more than sufficient for Mu Chun. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he swiftly adjusted his posture, and the first spirit ring beneath his feet suddenly gleamed with brilliance. "Golden crocodile, lash out!" Mu Chun bellowed once more. In an instant, a colossal spectral image of a golden crocodile materialized behind him. The specter's muscular limbs tensed as it exerted tremendous force, its robust tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. With a thunderous crash, the thousand-gene ant, barely regaining its footing, had no time to react before being hurled away by this overwhelming power. It tumbled through the air, yet Mu Chun offered no respite to his adversary. The third spirit ring beneath him flickered into life. Third spirit skill, rampaging golden crocodile, accompanied by his shout. A torrent of even more ferocious spirit energy surged forth from his being, infusing the spectral golden crocodile. Enveloped in a dense yellow aura, Mu Chun radiated an energy akin to the ripples spreading across a tranquil lake, continuously expanding outward from his core. As time progressed, the once indistinct image of the golden crocodile behind him began to sharpen, ultimately resembling a colossal golden crocodile that seemed almost tangible. With a gentle sweep of his right arm, he pointed towards the hovering thousand-gene ant not far away. In that very instant, the immense golden crocodile surged forward. As if responding to an unspoken command, its target locked onto the ant still suspended in the air. The speed of the golden crocodile was akin to lightning. Despite its astonishing bulk, it faced no impediment to its velocity. As it raced through the air, it appeared as a dazzling beam of yellow light, resembling a bolt of yellow lightning cleaving through the sky, striking the thousand-gene ant with tremendous force. In that moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted at the point of collision, unleashing a tempest of yellow winds that rampaged through the surrounding space, stirring up clouds of dust and creating a scene that obscured the very sky. Simultaneously, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, who were engaged in fierce combat with other thousand-gene ants, noticed the upheaval transpiring nearby. They were astonished to observe that, due to the violent impact instigated by Mu Chun and the resulting yellow tempest, even the thousand-gene ants before them appeared significantly affected, their movements noticeably slowed. Tang Xian and Tang Chun exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they could distinctly perceive the astonishment reflected there. It was evident that everyone was taken aback and astonished by the rapid enhancement of Mu Chun's strength. After expending considerable soul power to unleash 3 soul skills, he leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. Before he could catch his breath, several thousand-gene ants crawled out from a nearby deep pit. Damn it, is this never-ending? I'm going to be exhausted. After approximately 10 minutes of relentless struggle, Mu Chun mustered all his strength to dispatch 2 more thousand-gene ants. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, as if all his energy had been siphoned away. Kneeling on one knee and breathing heavily, he felt as though he might collapse at any moment, even lacking the strength to voice any complaints or curses. It is worth noting that the 2,000-gene ants he had just defeated were actually slightly more formidable than the first one he encountered. After such an intense battle, Chen found himself at the brink of exhaustion. At that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. From the previously bottomless pit, a new wave of 1,000 gene ants surged forth like a tidal wave, charging aggressively towards Chen. A cursory glance revealed that there were a dozen or more of them. Fortunately, in comparison to the previous ones, this new batch possessed an approximate strength of around 2,000 years. However, despite their relatively weaker prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As Chen gazed at the encroaching swarm, despair filled his heart. At that moment, his soul power was utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of executing any soulbone skills. Faced with this impending crisis, it seemed he had relinquished all hope for resistance, slowly closing his eyes and quietly awaiting the judgment of fate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen thought to himself, am I dead? Surprisingly, he found that death was not as painful as he had imagined. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Fangya before him. Xiaoya, you also came down? Chen lamented. Fangya, momentarily bewildered by his words, eventually grasped the situation. You thought I was dead too, huh? I wonder if the others can hold out until Director Han arrives. Realizing Chen had assumed they were both deceased, she rolled her eyes in exasperation and unleashed the phoenix flame at the advancing swarm of 1,000 gene ants. After a short while, she tossed a soul guide device to Chen, saying, So you wanted me to die, huh? Hurry and restore your soul power. We need support from the squad leader. Chen exclaimed, I'm not dead. That is wonderful. He hastily picked up the soul guide device from the ground to replenish his soul power. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and Tang Chun gripped the heavy Haotian hammer, akin to divine warriors descending to the mortal realm. They swiftly maneuvered through the throng of 1,000 gene ants, engaging in a breathtaking close-quarters battle. In the face of a multitude of formidable adversaries, the two brothers exhibited no semblance of fear. Rather, their courage intensified with each encounter. At that moment, Tang Chun displayed remarkable valor, boldly charging into the heart of the swarm, shouting, Haotian hammer, chaos whirlwind. Each word reverberated through the air like thunderclaps. The Haotian hammer in his grasp soared and danced, conjuring fierce gusts of wind as though it sought to rend the very fabric of space. Despite his tender age, not yet reaching the decade mark, Tang Chen's stature and physique surpassed those of his elder brother, Tang Xian, standing at nearly 1.70 meters. The astonishingly heavy Haotian hammer wielded by him exuded an imposing aura, creating a pale blue tornado at the center of the chaos. Countless formidable ants were ensnared by this overwhelming force, instantaneously stripped of their ability to resist. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, positioned at the periphery, was equally undeterred. He skillfully wielded the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer, summoning the celestial power of lightning to launch relentless assaults upon the formidable ants encircling the blue tempest. Brilliant bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking with precision those ants attempting to flee the storm's grasp, compelling them to retreat back toward the eye of the tempest. The clash was nothing short of intense, with neither side yielding ground, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, the indomitable spirit ignited within the hearts of the brothers burned ever brighter. They were resolute in their belief that they could conquer this horde of beasts. Ouyang Luoxue, guarded by her formidable soul sage protector, also vanquished numerous ants. This guardian single-handedly engaged 5,000-year-old ants, showcasing extraordinary prowess. Qian Yuhan, observing the situation on Ouyang Luoxue's side, marveled at the might of this soul sage. Fully aware that those 2,000-year-old ants possessed a true strength equivalent to that of 5,000 years. To stand against 5 such formidable foes and maintain the upper hand was a testament to his immense power. Qian Yuhan suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing like a beacon as he fixated on the formidable swarm of Qianjun ants, each boasting an imposing cultivation of approximately 6,000 years. After an intense battle, the soul power within him had dwindled significantly, leaving him barely capable of executing his 4th soul skill twice more. At that moment, the resplendent wings of light unfurled from his back, lifting him gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, the 4th soul ring around him radiated a brilliant glow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. With a low proclamation, he invoked 4th soul skill, Baptism of Light. In an instant, hundreds of ethereal swords of light materialized behind Qian Yuhan. These swords, enchanting in their beauty, harbored boundless power, each exuding a heart-stirring aura. Observing from a short distance, Ouyang Luoxue was taken aback, her heart racing. Could it be that this fellow has truly transcended? Indeed, he is a prodigious genius. Yet, beyond her astonishment, an overwhelming joy surged within her, difficult to articulate. Qian Yuhan wielded the sword of light, his movements as fluid as flowing water. He first elevated the sword high, pointing it towards the heavens as if to pierce the very sky. Then, with a forceful sweep of his right hand, he directed the sword of light with the might of thunder towards the dense swarm of Qianjun ants below. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of light swords seemed to receive a command, whistling in unison as they surged towards their target. Each light sword descended from the heavens like a cannonball, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Meanwhile, the Qianjun ants on the ground appeared oblivious to the impending peril upon seeing their target vanish. They blindly surged forward in a frantic rush. As the first light sword crashed down with a thunderous boom, the hardened exoskeletons of the leading Qianjun ants were instantly breached, their defenses shattered. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following closely were the second, third, and countless other beams of sword light, falling like a torrential rain, striking those unsuspecting Qianjun ants. One by one, the Qianjun ants succumbed to the ferocious onslaught without uttering a sound. Some were pierced through and fell lifelessly to the ground, while others, grievously wounded, continued their frantic charge without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in swirling dust, drenched in a torrential downpour of blood, creating a scene of unparalleled carnage. Qian Yuhan observed everything unfolding before him. What was the matter with these Qianjun ants? It was exceedingly peculiar. Their strength had escalated dramatically, yet they resembled mindless combat machines, engaging solely in one-dimensional assaults. Surely, even the bloodthirsty effect would not lead to such behavior. As Qian Yuhan pondered these thoughts, he remained oblivious to a formidable Qianjun ant that had just emerged from a subterranean burrow. This was no ordinary ant. It had cultivated its power for an astonishing 80,000 years. Typically, when a Qianjun ant reaches an age of 50,000 years, it evolves wings, thereby gaining enhanced mobility and defensive capabilities. This colossal, fearsome 80,000-year Qianjun ant stealthily crawled out and, without hesitation, circumvented Qian Yuhan's frontal defenses, employing an exceedingly bizarre route to swiftly position itself behind him. Suddenly, the giant ant unfurled its wings and soared into the sky like an invisible fighter jet, launching a lethal ambush upon the unsuspecting Qian Yuhan. Unlike the others, encircled by a dark red mist and seemingly devoid of reason, engaged only in frenzied assaults. This 80,000-year Qianjun ant was not shrouded in that eerie fog. Instead, it displayed remarkable intelligence and self-awareness. Clearly, it was not a mindless battle machine. Rather, it was a formidable adversary adept at employing strategy to achieve victory. At that moment, in the midst of a fierce battle, Ouyang Luoxue glanced up towards Qian Yuhan's direction during a brief lull in the fighting. However, this casual glance caused her eyes to widen in horror, flooded with intense unease and dread, for she distinctly saw the immense Qianjun ant, like a specter, silently maneuvering behind Qian Yuhan, now airborne and poised to deliver a devastating blow. "Be careful," Ouyang Luoxue cried out in desperation, her voice strained as she shouted towards Qian Yuhan. Yet, everything transpired at an alarmingly rapid pace. Despite her utmost effort to warn him, it was ultimately too late. Behind her, a pair of iridescent ice wings unfurled as Ouyang Luoxue flew towards Qian Yuhan. The guards engaged in battle quickly grasped the situation upon seeing her rush forward, one of them shouting, "Miss, be careful." As he called out, he immediately summoned his martial spirit, manifesting a gigantic dark golden terror claw bear, which swatted away 3 surrounding Qianjun ants of 50,000-year strength, before charging toward Ouyang Luoxue, for she could not be harmed. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Ouyang Luoxue understood that there was no possible way for her to reach him in time. Nevertheless, she refused to relent, extending her right hand desperately towards the figure several dozen meters away. Simultaneously, she shouted hoarsely, "Yuhan." At that very moment, the enormous, fearsome Qianjun ant had already darted behind Qian Yuhan like a bolt of lightning. Its 2 sharp foreclaws, glimmering with a cold light, were raised high, as if poised to descend with a thunderous force and deliver a fatal blow to Qian Yuhan. Ouyang Luoxue's eyes instantly welled with tears, blurring her vision. Yet, she was undeterred, yearning to draw closer. In the next moment, a figure dashed in like a gale. It was the guard transformed into the dark golden fearsome claw bear, who leapt forward, wrapping his arms around Ouyang Luoxue and bringing her back to safety. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixed on Qian Yuhan, unwavering and desperate, completely at a loss on how to confront the dire situation before her. Meanwhile, Fangya, Tang Xian. And Tang Chen also became acutely aware of the perilous predicament Qian Yuhan found herself in, their hearts racing with urgency, wishing to rush to her aid. However, they were each firmly restrained by their respective adversaries, rendered unable to break free to provide assistance. Just as the sharp foreclaw of the ant of 10,000 years was about to mercilessly strike Qian Yuhan, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. At this critical juncture, a voice resonated through the air, proclaiming, "Eighth soul skill. Long time no see, dear friends. Today marks the resumption of updates. For the first day, I've combined 2 chapters into one, presenting over 6,000 words in a single reading. I simply cannot abide interruptions in the flow, hence the merger. I shall return tomorrow for another such combination, and I urge you to encourage me for more updates, dear brothers and sisters. If possible, spare half a minute to support Douluo with your love, I implore you." In the midst of this life and death crisis, a graceful figure surged forth like lightning. It was Han Shui. Upon her arrival, her keen eyes, sharp as a hawk, swiftly discerned the enormous threat concealed behind Qian Yuhan. Without hesitation, Han Shui swung her dragon-patterned staff, which instantly burst forth with a dazzling dark red radiance. Simultaneously, the ebony 8th soul ring beneath her feet flickered, exuding an enigmatic power akin to a brilliant black gemstone. With a commanding shout, she declared, "8th soul skill, dragon pattern dominance." A formidable aura erupted from her being. In the blink of an eye, her dragon pattern staff traversed space with an almost imperceptible speed, appearing behind Qian Yuhan as if by teleportation. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The originally solid staff transformed into multiple equally formidable rods, encircling Qian Yuhan closely and forming an indomitable protective barrier. Each dragon pattern staff was adorned with exquisite golden dragon motifs, which now gleamed with a radiant golden light. Particularly, the main staff behind Qian Yuhan shone with such intensity that it was nearly blinding. Just then, the ancient ant of 10,000 years, poised to ambush Qian Yuhan, swung its razor-sharp foreclaw, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, hurtling towards her. At that critical moment, the dragon-pattern staff surrounding Qian Yuhan seemed to possess a life of its own as it swiftly countered the attack. A resounding clang echoed through the air, sparks flying, as the sharp foreleg of the Qianjun ant collided forcefully against the staff. The dragon patterns shimmered with a golden light, faintly revealing the visage of a dragon's head that roared defiantly at the Qianjun ant. No matter how fiercely the ant struggled, it could not budge the staff in the slightest. On the contrary, under the immense force of the backlash, the ant's foreleg fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. The aftershock sent Qian Yuhan crashing back to the ground, the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth a testament to the ferocity of the clash between the Qianjun ant and the dragon-patterned staff. The resultant air currents spread outward like surging waves. Ouyang Luoxue, shielded by the guardian's martial spirit, remained unscathed. However, Mu Chen and others, who had rushed to save Qian Yuhan and were consequently closer, suffered some injuries. The Qianjun ants they battled fared no better, but alas, more of them surged from the ground's crevices, swiftly filling the gaps in their front line. This is bad. There are still more, Mu Chen thought alarmingly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He hastily reached out to help the fallen Fangya, his gaze alertly fixed on the massive group of 2,000-year-old Qianjun ants, approximately 30 meters ahead. Meanwhile, Ouyang Luoxue, aware of her unscathed status, decisively broke free from the guardian's martial spirit and raced towards Qian Yuhan without hesitation. She moved with the grace of a swallow, her white gown, now stained with blood and dirt, billowing in the wind, utterly undeterred by her appearance, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. At that moment, Qian Yuhan knelt on one knee. His left hand braced against the ground for support while his right clutched the resplendent sword of light. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, clearly having just survived a harrowing struggle for life. That was close. I nearly lost my life here. Thankfully, Director Han arrived just in time to assist, using her formidable dragon-patterned staff to block the fatal blow from that ferocious beast. He murmured to himself, still shaken. However, before he could fully recover from his tense state, a delicate and refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Qian Yuhan paused in surprise, and when he regained his senses, he was astonished to find Ouyang Luoxue had reached his side and embraced him tightly. Qian Yuhan's cheeks instantaneously flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. Ahem, that smells rather delightful. Ouyang Luoxue also found it difficult to contain her emotions upon seeing Qian Yuhan unharmed. She could not suppress her inner joy and rushed over to embrace her. Once she realized what she had done, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. The two were at most acquaintances, and here she was acting in such a manner. I'm so relieved to see you safe, Ouyang Luo Shui stammered, her words faltering. Qian Yuhan gazed at Ouyang Luo Shui's demeanor and could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Luo Shui, noticing Qian Yuhan's expression, replied with a hint of shyness. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that you look rather adorable like this. Qian Yuhan laughed heartily. Just as Ouyang Luo Shui was about to respond, Qian Yuhan suddenly pulled her aside with a swift motion. Ouyang Luo Shui barely had time to react. When she steadied herself, she discovered a formidable Qi Jun ant, approximately 50,000 years old, charging towards the location they had just vacated. Her attendant was currently entangled with 3 such Qi Jun ants, unable to fully devote his attention to his lady. Upon noticing one of the Qi Jun ants barreling toward her, he almost envisioned his own epitaph, realizing that his lady was in grave peril. The attendant mused. This young man is quite impressive. The two exchanged glances, and Qian Yuhan nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder as they faced the newly emerged Qi Jun ant. The collaboration between Fang Ye and Mu Chun was nothing short of seamless, flowing like a gentle stream. With a commanding shout, Fang Ye unleashed her second soul skill. Phoenix wings soaring, and in a breathtaking display of brilliance, a pair of resplendent phoenix wings unfurled from her back, carrying her gracefully into the air. Following this, her first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, erupted with a thunderous blaze, the inferno resembling a fire dragon as it surged forth. The intense heat seemingly igniting the very air around them. The flames surged towards the swarm of Qi Jun ants, whose exoskeletons were notoriously tough. Yet they stood no chance against the relentless onslaught of the Phoenix Fire. A series of crackling sounds echoed as the seemingly indestructible exoskeletons of the Qi Jun ants erupted from within, their bodies charred beyond recognition. Nevertheless, these ant warriors appeared oblivious to pain and danger, their singular focus fixated on Mu Chun below, heedless of the raging flames above. Undeterred by the scorching heat, they charged forward with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Mu Chun had already summoned the golden crocodile king spirit, enveloping his form in a radiant golden glow. His muscular physique exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. As the bloodied Qi Jun ants approached, Mu Chun's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. With each punch he delivered, immense power surged forth, akin to a thunderous storm, capable of obliterating the head of any Qi Jun ant upon impact. His legs were equally formidable, with swift kicks. He sent multiple Qi Jun ants flying across the battlefield. In that moment, Mu Chun moved as if in a realm unchallenged, effortlessly decimating the Qi Jun ants, exuding an air of invincibility. Yet, was Mu Chun truly as carefree as he appeared? In the initial 5 minutes, he had indeed experienced a thrilling exhilaration, effortlessly defeating one Qi Jun ant after another with his punches and kicks. As time inexorably passed, even with his formidable physical prowess, it became increasingly arduous for Mu Chun to withstand the relentless and frenzied onslaught of the 1,000 Jun ants, surging forth in ceaseless waves. Gradually, Mu Chun began to feel a sense of inadequacy. After repelling the current wave of attacks, he found himself panting heavily. Fang Ye, too, had exhausted her soul power, rendering her unable to sustain the Phoenix Wing Ascension skill, and she descended to the ground. These wretched creatures show no sign of relent. Mu Chun raised his fist, gazing with a sense of melancholy at the next wave of 1,000 Jun ants before him. Wow! Exclaimed Mu Chun, astonished. He and Fang Ye exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows in unison, uttering, 8,000 Jun ants. Indeed. What lay ahead for Mu Chun and Fang Ye was a formidable swarm of more than a dozen thousand Jun ants, each boasting an impressive strength of 8,000 years. At that moment, Tang Xian, situated on the other side, became acutely aware of Mu Chun's precarious predicament. Anxiously, he was about to exclaim, Chin'er, we must hasten to eliminate these foes. Third brother and the others urgently require our assistance. However, before he could finish his sentence, a 6,000-year Jun ant launched a sudden attack, leaping high before bringing down its massive axe in a fierce vertical strike towards Tang Xian. The blow landed squarely on the heavenly thunder hammer that Tang Xian gripped tightly, erupting into a thunderous cacophony. The overwhelming impact sent Tang Xian staggering backward, forcing him to retreat several steps before he could barely regain his balance. His hands, clasped around the hammer, felt numb, and his arms trembled slightly. How infuriating! Tang Xian muttered under his breath in frustration. He quickly turned to his side to observe Tang Qin, who was also engaged in a fierce struggle. Tang Qin's complexion was pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Clearly having exerted every ounce of his strength, yet still unable to fend off the ferocious assault of the myriad thousand June ants. Witnessing such a scene, Tang Qian's anxiety intensified, as if a raging flame were consuming his chest. Yet, in their current dire state, how could they possibly break through the encirclement to aid Mu Chun? Meanwhile, as Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue were wholly engrossed in a fierce battle with a 5,000-year thousand June ant, they had no time to divert their attention to Mu Chin's situation. On the other side, Director Han, after a grueling fight, managed to severely wound the 8,000-year thousand June ant before finally delivering a decisive blow, slaying it on the spot. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just when everyone thought the situation was under control, a colossal three-headed earth fiend python suddenly emerged from an unknown location. At first glance, the colossal earth serpent appeared to resemble the typical 30,000-year spirit beasts, leading to an initial lack of concern. However, when Director Han engaged with the three-headed earth serpent, she was astounded to realize that her previous assessment was gravely mistaken. This was no ordinary earth serpent. It was a rare, mutated spirit beast. Despite its size being comparable to a standard 30,000-year earth serpent, its true cultivation level was an astonishing 90,000 years. Witnessing Mu Chen ensnared in a perilous predicament, Director Han felt an urgent desire to rush to his aid. Unfortunately, she found herself ensnared by the formidable three-headed earth serpent, rendering her unable to escape. At that moment, preoccupied with concern for Mu Chen's safety, she momentarily lost focus, allowing the cunning three-headed earth serpent to seize the opportunity and violently lash its tail against Han Shui. Mu Chen and Fang Ye understood that those around them were too preoccupied to offer assistance. To make matters worse, Fang Ye discovered that the soul-guiding devices she had kept on hand for emergencies, which could restore soul power, were completely depleted. Faced with such dire circumstances, both of them simultaneously harbored an unwavering conviction they would not surrender. Just then, a horde of ruthless 8,000-year titan ants surged towards them like a relentless tide. Mu Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the agony of his depleting soul power, and summoned his final reserves to forcibly unleash his soulbone skill, the Demon Wolf Storm. Simultaneously, Fang Ye unhesitatingly executed her ultimate technique, the Phoenix Fire line, coordinating seamlessly with Mu Chen. In an electrifying moment, their powerful attacks intertwined, manifesting a cataclysmic force that obliterated nearly half of the advancing titan ants. However, as Mu Chen had pushed himself to unleash the soulbone skill while severely drained of soul power, he suffered a violent backlash. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he swayed unsteadily, clearly at his limit. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ye's heart raced with anxiety, and she hurriedly supported the ailing Mu Chen. Looking at Fang Ye's worried expression, Mu Chen's eyes flickered with a resolute glint, as if he had made a monumental decision in an instant. At that moment, the remaining titan ants launched another assault, and Fang Ye, preoccupied with caring for the injured Mu Chen, found herself unable to organize an effective defense in time. In a split second, Mu Chen suddenly pivoted, positioning his body in front of Fang Ye, and with every ounce of strength, he forcefully pushed her aside, urging her away from the imminent danger. Fang Ye's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Mu Chen before her. Tears filled her eyes in an instant, and she could no longer contain her emotions as they streamed down her cheeks. Blood continued to pour from the corners of Mu Chen's mouth, like a crimson brook breaching its banks, cascading down his chin and splattering onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. However, what is astonishing is that despite his grave injuries, Mu Chen still wore a smile, his gaze soft yet resolute as it rested upon Fang Ye. That smile exuded an indescribable tranquility and acceptance, as though he had long foreseen the fate that awaited him and embraced it with equanimity. Fang Ye's vision began to blur. No, Fang Ye cried out in anguish. Chapter 101, The Crisis in Yelin City, Part 4, The Mysterious Black-Robed Figure. Fang Ye's eyes brimmed with crystalline tears, resembling two radiant jewels flickering within their sockets. Standing before her, Mu Chen, who sought to shield her with his very being, slowly closed his eyes, seemingly attempting to mask the terror of impending death that lurked within his heart. Yet, a solitary tear escaped the corner of his eye. At that moment, a voice thundered like a clap of lightning, abruptly piercing the silence that enveloped them. Third soul skill, Shadow of the Sword. This sudden sound jolted Mu Chen from his sorrowful reverie, causing him to snap open his eyes and turn with urgency towards the source of the voice. Not far away, A colossal silver-blue sword was embedded in the ground, its blade radiating a blinding light, as if it could rend the darkness asunder. Surrounding this giant sword, countless silver sword shadows whirled like ethereal spirits, each emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent, saturating the space with a palpable tension. Jiaoke. Mu Chan involuntarily called out this name, his face alight with a mixture of surprise and hope. It turned out that this timely savior was none other than Jiaoke, who had hastily gathered his belongings upon hearing the alarm and rushed from the hotel. At that moment, Jiaoke exuded an overwhelming aura of power. The third soul skill he had unleashed had manifested into a formidable whirlwind of sword shadows, howling as it swept toward their foes. Yet, in the face of such terrifying onslaught, the ferocious Thousand Gene Ants showed no sign of retreat. They pressed on fearlessly, like a battalion of death-defying warriors, charging straight into the death-laden whirlwind of sword shadows. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Jiaoke furrowed his brow, his face a mask of confusion and concern. What is the nature of these soul beasts? His gaze remained fixed on the frenzied beasts rushing towards them, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Meanwhile, Muchen panted heavily, his words coming out in gasps. These creatures are not to be trifled with. They seem utterly mad. Charging headfirst without a hint of caution. Before he could finish, it appeared as though all strength had been sapped from his body, causing him to slump downward. At this critical juncture, Fangya acted swiftly, taking a decisive step forward to firmly support Mu Chun, who was on the verge of collapsing. Mu Chun cast a grateful glance at Fangya, a knowing smile gracing his face. However, this tender moment was short-lived, as it was abruptly interrupted by Jiaoke. Fully aware of the dire situation, he understood that any lapse in focus could be catastrophic. He quickly turned around, reaching into his backpack to retrieve several soul-guiding devices, which emitted a faint glow. Striding over to Muchen, he handed them to him with an urgent plea. Hurry and use this to restore your soul power. I can hold on a little longer. You all need to stabilize yourselves quickly. With that, Jiaoke's expression hardened, his hands gripping the shimmering 7 kills sword with determination. Without hesitation, he charged towards the densely packed, fearsome swarm of 8,000-year-old Titan ants. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his first soul skill, Sword Chi. In an instant, the yellow first soul ring beneath his feet blazed to life, radiant as a burning flame. Simultaneously, the 7 kills sword in his grasp shone brilliantly, its dazzling silver light nearly blinding. Then, in a flash, Jiaoke executed a sweeping motion, sending forth a tangible silver sword chi that howled through the air, exuding a fierce majesty akin to a ferocious silver dragon leaping from its sheath, clawing its way towards the remaining half of the Titan ant swarm. The sheer might of his attack seemed capable of rending the very heavens apart. The Titan ants possessed formidable defenses previously. They had managed to withstand Jiaoke's third soul skill strike due to their incredibly hard exoskeletons. Yet now, confronted with this terrifying sword chi, despite their efforts to resist, cracks began to form on their shells, some even shattering completely. In a heartbeat, the sword chi struck the foremost Titan ant's front claw with a thunderous crack. The robust limb fell away as if severed from a dry branch. Not only that, the residual force of the sword chi arced through the air and accurately ricocheted to strike the neck of another Titan ant positioned diagonally behind. With a muffled thud, the head exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood splattering, creating a gruesome yet striking tableau against the backdrop of the silver sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the ill-fated Titan ant lay lifeless on the ground, its body severed from its head. Well done, Jiaoke. In the midst of the fierce battle, Qian Yuhan caught sight of Jiaoke rushing in to provide reinforcements, and a sense of relief washed over him for Mu Chun. At the same time, he witnessed Jiaoke's formidable offensive techniques, realizing the remarkable enhancement bestowed upon him by the 7 Absolute Lotus. Did he come with you? Ouyang Luoxue inquired curiously from the side. Indeed, he accompanied me to Tianshou City for exchange and learning, came the reply. Qian Yuhan responded hurriedly. But before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed dramatically as he shouted, "Be careful." A formidable Qi Junant, possessing an immense power equivalent to 50,000 years of cultivation, pounced down from the sky with ferocity, charging directly at the two of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yuhan raised the divine sword of light in his hand, bracing himself to withstand the sudden and fierce onslaught. In an instant, Qian Yuhan engaged in a breathtaking contest of strength with the Qi Junant, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. His muscles tensed as he valiantly resisted the tremendous pressure exerted by the ant's razor-sharp forelimbs. After a tense standoff, Qian Yuhan unleashed a surge of powerful energy, successfully pushing the ant's claws away with great force. At that moment, Ouyang Luoxue reacted swiftly, her ice spirit staff gleaming with a chilling light. A gust of icy air erupted forth, accurately striking the Qi Jun and S legs. In the blink of an eye, the ant's limbs were firmly encased in ice, rendering it immobile. Its wings flapped desperately, attempting to ascend into the air, yet no matter how hard it struggled, it found itself ensnared, swaying helplessly from side to side. Witnessing this predicament, Qian Yuhan did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate technique. His radiant wings unfurled magnificently, and the fourth soul ring glimmered with dazzling brilliance. With a powerful shout, baptism of light, countless blades of light cascaded down like a torrential rain, sweeping toward the Qi Jun ant with overwhelming force. Despite its frantic struggles and anguished roars in the face of this relentless barrage, the ant was ultimately unable to withstand the might of the assault. Gradually, the once impenetrable armor of its exterior began to show cracks, eventually shattering under the relentless onslaught. Simultaneously, its lower limbs continued to sway and exert force. But the thick ice began to fracture, with the cracks deepening and widening. Just as Qian Yuhan's fourth soul skill concluded, the Qi Jun ant finally broke free from Ouyang Luoxue's icy grip. Then came Ouyang Luoxue's third soul skill, Cage of Ice. With her voice as cool as the winter breeze, she raised the ice spirit staff in her left hand. The purple third soul ring encircling the staff suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, a dazzling blue beam erupted from the tip of the staff, shooting down towards the ground like a bolt of lightning. Immediately beneath the Qi Jun ant, a massive cage began to rise at an observable speed, constructed entirely of solid ice crystals that shimmered with a hauntingly cold brilliance. As the cage formed, the once menacing Qi Jun ant, intent on advancing, collided violently with the unyielding walls of the prison. With a thunderous crash, the ant was rebounded, crashing heavily to the ground. However, it did not concede defeat. Instead, it immediately took to the air once more, fiercely lunging towards the icy prison's walls, only to find its efforts in vain. This frigid cage was not only exceptionally resilient, but also permeated with a bone-chilling coldness. The chilling aura seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, causing the surrounding air to crystallize into frost, rendering one shivery merely in proximity. In truth, evading Ouyang Luoxue's formidable third soul skill was not beyond the realm of possibility. If one could swiftly flee from its sphere of influence before the ability fully manifested, safety could be assured. Regrettably, this thousand-gene ant had only just managed to escape Ouyang Luoxue's icy confinement, and now it had no time to react, finding itself ensnared within this glacial prison. Despite the ant's remarkable flying capabilities, within such confined quarters, it could only flail about like a headless fly, incessantly colliding with the unyielding cage walls. Ouyang Luoxue and Qian Yuhan exchanged a glance. Their arduous struggle against this 5,000-year-old thousand-gene ant stemmed from the depletion of their soul power. Should they attempt to unleash their soul skills forcefully, they would inevitably face backlash, burdening one another further. Thus, temporarily restraining the ant to allow themselves time to recover their soul power became paramount. The beast tide could persist for an indeterminate duration, making sustained combat capability essential for their current needs. Qian Yuhan possessed 2 soul-guiding devices for soul power recovery. He promptly handed one to Ouyang Luoxue before hastily beginning his own recuperation. Amidst the battlefield, they could only evade the thousand-gene ant and other soul beasts emerging from the earth while striving to restore their soul power. At that moment, Han Shui unhesitatingly summoned her 7th soul skill, the dragon pattern staff's martial soul true form. In an instant, a dazzling silver light erupted, enveloping her entirely. As the radiance dissipated, onlookers beheld a magnificent suit of silver armor tightly affixed to her form. The armor shimmered with a mysterious and enchanting luster. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate golden dragon patterns meticulously carved upon its surface. These dragon motifs appeared so lifelike that they seemed poised to soar into the sky, claws bared. Clad in the armor bestowed by her martial soul true form, Han Shui exuded an aura of grace and valor, resembling a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, decisively restraining the powerful high-level soul beast on the battlefield. With a series of fierce exclamations, "Ah ha ha!" her voice rang out. In tandem with her shouts, the dragon pattern staff was brandished like lightning, executing formidable strikes with unparalleled ferocity, each blow aimed with precision at the vital points of the soul beasts. Regardless of whether they were 10,000-year or 40,000-year entities, none could withstand her assault, all sent flying with a single strike, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Concurrently, on the city walls, Bai Li Qian also demonstrated no signs of weakness. Gripping two formidable Qian Kuan divine spears, he maneuvered through the throngs of soul beasts like a wraith, leaving a path of carnage in his wake. The two divine spears danced in his hands, at times transforming into two roaring dragons that soared past, and at other moments darting forth like meteors chasing the moon, wielded with a masterful grace. From a distance outside the city of Yellen, the towering walls were illuminated by flames, thick smoke billowing upwards. Enormous corpses of soul beasts were hurled from the city walls, crashing heavily to the ground, splattering blood in all directions. The crimson blood pooled into rivers, cascading down the walls and staining the ground a shocking red, a sight that was utterly jarring. At this moment, Yellen had seemingly morphed into a hellish purgatory, suffused with the palpable sense of death and terror, resembling a nightmarish battlefield of the damned. Within the vast forest to the west of Yellen, amidst the tranquil depths of the woods, stood two enigmatic figures cloaked in black robes. They remained still, hands clasped behind their backs, resembling statues frozen in time. However, a discerning observer would be astonished to notice that tendrils of dark mist swirled around them, alive and undulating, casting an eerie and sinister atmosphere over the scene. Even more chilling was the realization that, should a soul master who had just engaged in a fierce battle with the frenzied soul beasts happen to pass by, he would be taken aback to find that the dark red whirlpool emblem, identical to that on the bodies of the raging beasts, was distinctly emblazoned upon the robes of these two figures. This emblem appeared as if stained with blood, exuding a malevolent and oppressive aura. At that moment, the tall, bald man in the black robe slightly bowed, offering a respectful gesture towards the other figure, and spoke with deference. "My lord, in my humble opinion, the time has come. Shall we proceed?" Upon finishing, he raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting an eagerness for guidance. Yet, the figure referred to as my lord remained silent, merely lifting his right hand in a subtle gesture, as if signaling the other to act according to their plan. Receiving the directive, the bald man wasted no time. In an instant, he vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint remnant of black mist in the air, a testament to his recent presence. Once the bald figure had completely disappeared from sight, the cloaked individual concealed beneath the black robe lowered his voice, emitting a chilling laughter. "A fair contest? Humph. Such a scenario will never come to pass. Absolutely not. That mundane situation would be far too tedious." His laughter echoed like a sinister whisper from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the demeanor and tone of the black-robed figure shifted dramatically as he commanded, "Come forth." As the child's voice faded, a figure gradually emerged from behind a grand tree not far away. The man in the black robe gazed at the approaching silhouette, a smile gracing his features. His tone shifting to a softer cadence as he remarked, "Hail, you are indeed the most distinguished disciple of our sect. This time, lead a portion of our forces into the fray and indulge in some revelry." The man known as Hail respectfully bowed to the figure in black, responding with a resonant and resolute voice, "Yes, Elder 7. The black-robed figure narrowed his eyes slightly, a cruel and excited glimmer flickering within, before commanding, "Remember, I have but one demand of you. Create utter chaos within." I relish the terrified screams of the feeble ants and the agonizing wails that accompany the tearing of flesh. Ha 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 ha. His laughter crescendoed into a sharp, piercing sound, reminiscent of a night owl's call, sending a shiver down one's spine. A cunning smile adorned Hale's face, one that seemed capable of penetrating the hearts of onlookers and instilling fear. He licked his lips with a hint of excitement and anticipation, saying, "Hee, no problem at all. This aligns perfectly with my desires." No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. As time ticked away, the world enveloped itself in a profound silence, yet an exhilarating confrontation quietly unfolded. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice resonated through the air. "The game has only just begun. This is my first large-scale operation that I have guided. Do not let me feel bored." This mysterious voice seemed to emanate from another dimension, its owner's whereabouts remaining an enigma. Chapter 102. The Crisis in Yellen City, Part 5. Reinforcements arrive atop the southern city wall of Yellen City. The wind howled fiercely, and the banners fluttered vigorously. There stood Bai Li Qian, a formidable presence atop the fortress, gripping a gleaming spear in each hand, resembling a deity of war descended upon the battlefield. In that moment, he had manifested his martial soul, radiating a brilliant aura, his might as overwhelming as a dragon emerging from the sea. Unfazed by the impending threat posed by two 9,000-year-old subterranean demon orbs, Bai Liqian wielded his spears with the grace of the wind, each strike accompanied by the resonating roar of dragons and tigers. The two formidable soul beasts serve as the backbone of the current beast tide, their offensive capabilities astonishingly powerful. Yet, with remarkable strength and an indomitable will, Bai Liqian steadfastly defended the fiercely assaulted South City Gate. However, the relentless onslaught of the beast tide had severely depleted his soul power. Despite this, he gritted his teeth, firmly grasping the Qian Kuan twin guns, and engaged in close combat with the two abyssal demon spiders. In the heat of battle, he seized an opportune moment to unleash a powerful strike, severely injuring one of the abyssal demon spiders. After landing the blow, he quickly distanced himself. Nevertheless, he found himself panting heavily, his exhaustion evident from the excessive exertion. At that moment, on the opposite side of the city wall, Gu Yuxing showcased extraordinary prowess. With a fierce momentum, he swiftly dispatched three 50,000-year-old phoenix-tail cockatrice snakes surrounding him, then rushed unhesitatingly toward Bai Liqian's position. The fifth soul skill, Break, accompanied by a roar. The seemingly unassuming spear in Gu Yuxing's hand shot forth like lightning. Its speed was so great that it stirred not even a whisper of wind. In an instant, the spear tip struck the head of the abyssal demon spider, recently wounded by Bai Liqian, unleashing a tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed as the demon spider's head burst apart, brain matter splattering, creating a scene both gruesome and shocking. Well done, Yuxing. Bai Liqian turned to see Gu Yuxing arriving like a timely rain, a wave of joy surging within him. He hurriedly retrieved the soul-guiding device he had prepared in advance. The device emitted a faint yet reassuring glow, seemingly imbued with boundless energy and hope. Grasping this lifeline, Bai Liqian dared not linger. He focused intently on absorbing the soul power within. He felt a warm and potent force swiftly coursing through his arm and spreading throughout his body, gradually replenishing his nearly exhausted soul power and restoring some vitality. Meanwhile, Gu Yuxing, brimming with confidence, fixed his gaze on the enemy ahead, a slight smile curving his lips. He turned to Bai Liqian, who was diligently recovering his soul power, and declared, "Boss, you can restore yourself without worry. Leave this to me. Allow me to confront this foe first." With that, he flexed his wrist, gripping the break soul spear tightly, and darted toward the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. Though a clear hierarchy existed between the two, they both hailed from the illustrious Spirit Hall Academy. Gu Yuxing entered a year after Bai Liqian, but graduated a year prior to Han Shui. Since stepping into the military, Gu Yuxing had consistently followed in Bai Liqian's footsteps. To delve into the exquisite marksmanship of Gu Yuxing, one cannot help but notice the striking resemblance to the style of Bai Liqian, as if they share a common lineage. In the early days of their military service, whether amidst the fierce battles between soul masters and soul beasts, in their rigorous training and exchanges, or during the simple moments of daily life and leisure, these two were inseparable, forming an unbreakable bond as close friends who shared everything. Whenever Bai Liqian achieved a promotion, he would unfailingly extend a hand to elevate his cherished brother. There was even an occasion when the esteemed emperor of Tiandou, wishing to reward Bai Liqian, inquired about his deepest desires. Without hesitation, Bai Liqian boldly declared that his greatest wish was to fight side by side with his brother Gu Yuxing, vowing that they would never part in this life. It is this profound friendship that compelled Gu Yuxing to follow Bai Liqian without hesitation when the latter was ordered to return to Yelin City. Presently, Gu Yuxing holds the esteemed position of Deputy City Lord of Yelin, a role not solely occupied by one individual. And he also serves as the chief coordinator of the crucial border defense forces. It is no exaggeration to say that within this city, his status is second only to Bai Liqian, commanding immense respect and authority. Before departing, Bai Liqian, with a look of concern, earnestly cautioned him to exercise caution. Bai Liqian was well aware of Gu Yuxing's formidable strength. His soul-breaking spear was rivaled only by the legendary dual guns of the universe. His prowess was undoubtedly among the finest within the realm of soul combat, on the brink of a breakthrough. In the pedestrian street of the Yelin Lantern Festival, Yuhan, Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the menacing Qianjun and ahead. Simultaneously, the ice spirit staff in her hand radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, Qian Yuhan's figure flickered, moving with ghostly swiftness. He shouted, "Second soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. First soul skill, Radiant Slash." As his voice faded, His form split into three identical clones, each wielding a gleaming golden sword that exuded an unsettling aura. It was as if Ouyang Luoxue and Qian Yuhan shared an innate synergy. No excessive words were needed. Just a glance or a call was sufficient for them to understand each other's thoughts and intentions. Their level of coordination resembled that of warriors who had fought side by side countless times. At that moment, the Qianjun ant, having just broken free from Ouyang Luoxue's icy prison, charged toward Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue like an enraged lion, its massive form stirring up a gale. Its sharp claws glinting ominously, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue remained composed and unfazed. They skillfully maneuvered their bodies, constantly weaving through the battlefield and evading the fierce assaults of the thousand-gene ant amidst their evasive actions. The two did not neglect to adjust their own states, striving to restore their soul power. After a strenuous struggle of pulling and dodging, they successfully replenished the majority of their soul energy. Although some soul power was consumed in the process of evading the soul beast's attacks, they still retained a remarkable 90%. At this juncture, Ouyang Luoxue seized the opportunity, once again wielding her ice spirit staff. A piercing chill shot forth, striking the thousand-gene ant with unerring accuracy. The creature's movements immediately slowed, becoming firmly ensnared. Seizing this chance, Qian Yuhan unhesitatingly launched an assault. His three avatars simultaneously raised their swords, collectively bellowing, radiant slash. In an instant, three resplendent golden slashes tore through the void, propelled by an unparalleled might towards the thousand-gene ant. These three golden strikes resembled bolts of thunder, their momentum colossal, undiminished by the increase in the number of avatars. They struck the thousand-gene ant with a swift ferocity, producing a deafening crash. With a series of spine-chilling sounds, the ant's two razor-sharp forelimbs fell to the ground, rendered powerless like severed branches. Simultaneously, not far behind the right flank of the thousand-gene ant, a pitiful ghost tiger head rolled aside. This outcome stemmed not from any other cause, but rather from an errant attack executed by one of Qian Yuhan's avatars, which inadvertently struck a ghost tiger of 5,000 years of cultivation. What was intended to be a guaranteed strike thus deviated from its target, complicating the situation in an instant. Yet at that moment, Ouyang Luoxue's ice spirit staff had vanished without a trace, replaced by a long knife of deep azure, tightly gripped in her right hand. The hilt of this blade was adorned with numerous resplendent gems, radiating a dazzling light while emanating a formidable and regal aura, as if one could feel a heart-pounding pressure merely by approaching it. It was revealed that Ouyang Luoxue had quietly switched her martial soul, and what she now wielded was her second martial soul, the Ice God Warblade. Although this blade currently bore only a single soul ring, it was no ordinary ring. It was a 10,000-year soul ring. After Qian Yuhan successfully unleashed his first soul skill, he suddenly realized that behind the three yellow slashes, there followed a blue ice shard slash. This ice shard slash struck with the swiftness of lightning, aiming with remarkable precision at the neck of the Qianjun ant. In the blink of an eye, the massive head of the Qianjun ant was severed from its body, blood splattering in all directions. As Qian Yuhan completed his light shadow clone technique, the two radiant clones shot back towards his main body like meteors. At that moment, Qian Yuhan's face was etched with astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Luoxue across from him. Pondering inwardly, is this the power of a master of the assault-type soul skills? How utterly terrifying. Reflecting on the fierce arena battle that had transpired earlier, he realized that had Ouyang Luoxue unleashed her mysterious and formidable domain abilities, coupled with the razor-sharp blade she wielded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this thought, Qian Yuhan could not help but gasp, instinctively reaching to wipe his forehead, though there was not a single bead of sweat present. After regaining his composure, he slowly uttered, "How incredibly strong." Before his words could fully escape, Ouyang Luoxue's lips curled into a subtle smile, a knowing expression gracing her features. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Her smile bloomed like spring flowers, radiant and captivating, truly enchanting all who beheld it. Yet, just as Qian Yuhan was about to lose himself in this fleeting moment of beauty, a sudden cry of warning shattered the tranquility of the open space. "Be careful." The shout echoed like thunder, breaking the serene atmosphere. A shock ran through Qian Yuhan as he turned towards the source. Realizing it was Han Shui's voice issuing the warning, he quickly became aware that an unexpected situation had arisen where Tang Xian and Tang Chen were located. Qian Yuhan shook her head, scolding herself internally. Qin Yuhan, how could you be so famished and disgraceful, unaware that the battle is still ongoing? Without further contemplation, she swiftly dashed towards the incident site like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, Ouyang Luoxua, sensing the urgency of the situation, resolutely followed in her wake to offer assistance. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku, having confirmed that Fangya and Mu Chun had fully regained their strength, hastened towards the direction of Tang Xian and Tang Chen to support them. Before her stood the soul beast, Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. The crowd uttered each word in unison. Dark, Gold, Terror, Claw, Bear. The power of this Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear reached an astonishing 50,000 years of cultivation. Its ferocity was truly astonishing, as it possessed the capability to engage in fierce combat with 2 or 3 soul saints without losing ground. At that moment, Han Shui suddenly noticed the mysteriously appearing Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, and an ominous premonition surged within her. It was crucial to recognize that facing such a formidable being, with 50,000 years of cultivation, was beyond the capacity of these young individuals. Despite having witnessed the extraordinary performance of these exceptionally gifted children in this thrilling battle, their extraordinary combat prowess had far exceeded her initial expectations. To label their display as monstrous would be an understatement, leaving her in disbelief and causing her to question whether her past understanding of the world, as a once prodigious talent, had been overly narrow. Yet, the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear they were about to confront was insurmountable. The disparity in strength was too vast and pronounced. At that critical moment, however, Han Shui found herself ensnared by other high-level soul beasts, unable to break free to assist the children. She anxiously gazed at the Guardian fighting valiantly to protect Ouyang Luoxua, only to find the situation equally grim. The Guardian was currently facing a formidable 80,000-year-old ghost tiger alone, struggling mightily, and was powerless to lend aid to others. The 102nd Squad of the 1st Army of the Tiando Empire's Border Guard is here to assist. The shout reverberated like thunder, resounding across the battlefield. Soon after, another voice echoed. The 073 RD Squad of the 1st Army of the Tiando Empire's Border Guard is here to assist. Just 10 minutes prior, atop the towering and formidable city walls of the South City Gate, Bai Li Qian and Gu Yuxing were leading a group of self-volunteering cultivators from various regions, fiercely resisting the tidal wave of soul beasts surging forth. Their figures appeared somewhat slender amidst the intense battle, yet each individual stood resolute, exerting their utmost strength to clash with the enemy. At that moment, a stirring trumpet sounded, piercing the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Li Qian's previously tense countenance instantly transformed into one of delight, his lips curving upward as he softly murmured, "The reinforcements have finally arrived." It was as if he glimpsed the dawn of victory shimmering not far ahead. Chapter 103. The Crisis in Yelin City, Part 6. Reinforcements? The reinforcements have arrived. Han Shui gazed at the troops rushing in like a timely downpour, and the immense weight that had burdened her heart finally lifted. She understood that with these formidable allies, Qin Yuhan and the others were no longer in imminent peril. Thus, she unhesitatingly unleashed her full strength, engaging fiercely with the ferocious soul beast before her. At that moment, a deep and steady voice suddenly resonated. "Are you all right?" As Qin Yuhan turned at the sound, he beheld a formidable figure striding towards him with remarkable poise. It was evident that this man was the leader of the guard, as his attire hinted at his stature. The silver-white armor he donned was not only of exquisite quality, but was also adorned with delicate golden patterns, exuding an air of both opulence and authority. "Oh, thank you for your concern. I am quite well, merely." Qin Yuhan nodded slightly, expressing gratitude towards the captain of the team. However, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the looming figure of the dark golden claw bear, which was advancing towards them with an ominous presence, never wavering for a moment. The captain of Team 102 wore an expression of utter astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on the colossal beast that exuded a terrifying aura. It is worth noting that such a formidable soul beast, classified at the rank of 50,000 years, is not something that ordinary individuals can easily provoke. Even someone as seasoned and experienced as he, having faced numerous battles, would surely need to contemplate his own strength when confronted with such a ferocious opponent. The audacity of these seemingly youthful children daring to confront it head-on was truly unfathomable. With this thought, he could not help but gasp in shock, his face a mask of astonishment as he pressed the dark golden claw bear. "Have you been fighting it all along?" "No. We were just about to engage it when you arrived to assist us," Muchen promptly clarified from the side. Before the captain of Team 102 could finish his sentence, a swift and ferocious claw strike surged towards them, its speed and power astonishing. The overwhelming force bore down like a tempest, as if it sought to rend everything into fragments. Such a terrifying assault was beyond the capacity of Qian Yuhan and his companions to withstand. The source of this lethal claw strike was none other than the immense and ferocious dark golden claw bear, aged 50,000 years, with its gaping maw revealing sharp, menacing fangs, and its large eyes gleaming with a savage light. The bear swung its powerful forelimbs with devastating might towards the group. In the nick of time, during this critical moment, the captain of Team 102, Gao Feng, demonstrated astonishing reflexes and combat prowess. He swiftly extended his right hand, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his palm, materializing into a grand, ancient-looking golden round shield. At first glance, the shield appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one would notice a translucent, shimmering light blue gem embedded at its center. This gem resembled the most radiant star in the night sky, emanating a mysterious and enchanting glow that rendered the entire shield remarkably striking. This was Gao Feng's martial soul, the golden mysterious shield. It stood as an impenetrable fortress, radiating a resplendent golden brilliance. Although superficially a mere defensive martial soul, the presence of the gem, glimmering with a mystical light, significantly enhanced its quality. This precious gem seemed to harbor boundless energy, continuously infusing the golden mysterious shield, augmenting the already formidable strength of the shield even further. With the formidable power of his martial soul, Gao Feng emerged as a dazzling star within the border guard of the Tiando Empire. Recently promoted to the esteemed position of squad leader, he bellowed, "Sixth soul skill, quadrant barrier." As his voice echoed, the black sixth soul ring beneath his feet suddenly illuminated, radiating brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. In an instant, four magnified golden phantom shields materialized, enveloping Gao Feng and his companions, including Qian Yuhan, with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, the ferocious dark gold terror claw bear unleashed a thunderous roar, brandishing its razor-sharp claws, and charged towards them with an overwhelming ferocity. Its ruthless assault was reminiscent of a tempest, instilling fear and trepidation in all who beheld it. Yet, as swiftly as it struck, the powerful attack collided with Gao Feng's quadrant barrier. A resounding crash echoed through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently. The overwhelming force radiated outward, cracking the earth and creating deep chasms that seemed bottomless. However, even in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Gao Feng's quadrant barrier remained steadfast as a mountain. Though the shield quivered under the immense impact, it showed no signs of yielding, successfully withstanding the full force of the dark gold terrorclaw bear's assault, thereby protecting all those within its embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, Qian Yuhan could not help but marvel internally, exclaiming in awe, "What an impressive defensive soul skill." He gazed at Gao Feng, who stood before him, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Gao Feng was a genuine soul sage, boasting a soul power level of 79, tantalizingly close to reaching the rank of soul Douluo. It is well known that the cultivation of weapon soul masters is significantly more challenging than that of beast martial soul masters. They must not only comprehend the essence of their martial soul, but also master their unique tactics to unleash the true potential of their weapon martial soul. Although Gao Feng was a soul sage, his years of service in the military had granted him an extraordinary understanding of his golden phantom shield martial soul. Presently, his strength was sufficient to contend with lower-ranked soul Douluo. That was close, Gao Feng thought, recognizing the formidable strength of the dark gold terrorclaw bear, which possessed such a powerful attack after 50,000 years of evolution. Yet, his experience was vast. He swiftly re-entered the fray while directing Qian Yuhan and the others behind him, saying, "Young ones, leave this behemoth to us. We need you over there. We are merely the vanguard. The main force is still en route. We must hold our ground." Gao Feng's expression was grave, and Qian Yuhan, Ouyang Luoxua, and Tang Xian understood that the situation was dire, nodding in agreement. Qian Yuhan swiftly assigned the tasks, and he, along with his companions, set forth to engage in battle with the designated mid to low-level soul beast as planned. Gao Feng observed the retreating figures of the children, nodding appreciatively with a smile. These youngsters are truly commendable. After expressing his admiration, Gao Feng turned to address the other recently promoted soul saints in the escort team, declaring, "Brothers, let the battle commence." "Understood." At the formidable and towering western city gate of Yelin City, the sounds of battle cries and roars reverberated through the skies. The city's defense forces fought valiantly and recklessly against the surging soul beasts approaching from the west. At this moment, the guard commander at the western gate, Yi Cheng, stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield like a war god, gripping a gleaming battle knife with both hands. Each swing sent forth a fierce gust of wind and splatters of blood. Since the onset of this terrifying beast tide, Yi Cheng had steadfastly remained at this post without a moment's respite. The relentless intensity of battle had caused his soul power to drain away like a breached dam, now nearing depletion. Even the precious soul-guided devices he typically relied on for recovery had long been exhausted. However, in the face of the impending onslaught from an even more ferocious wave of beasts, Yi Cheng remained undaunted. His eyes burned with intensity, his body drenched in blood, and his heart had already prepared for the worst. Even at the cost of his life, he would bring these savage soul beasts down with him. Damn it! Even if I die, I will drag you beasts down with me. Yi Cheng roared, charging once more towards the surging tide of soul beasts before him. At this critical juncture, some soul masters atop the city walls suddenly sensed an unusually strong fluctuation of soul power emanating from beneath the city gate. They were taken aback, instantly comprehending the dreadful events that were about to unfold, and anxiously shouted, "Captain Yi!" No, just as their hearts raced, a resounding voice broke through the darkness like a flash of lightning. The Tiando Border Defense Team. This is, Team 113 here to provide support. The man calling out was met with a disapproving glare from his companion. What a disgrace. Reinforcements. Reinforcements have finally arrived. With this exclamation, the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere shattered, and the soldiers defending the western gate displayed expressions of ecstatic relief, their fighting spirit seemingly reignited. Yet, in stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, Yi Cheng standing outside the western gate showed no sign of relief. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease. His sharp eyes scrutinized the so-called reinforcements before him, and the taut string of anxiety in his mind remained unyielding. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Cheng's mind. Why are these border troops so disorganized? They even forgot their own team number and had to check their orders to confirm their identity? Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Just as Yi Cheng was engrossed in his thoughts, a loud and urgent voice abruptly shattered his reverie. We are the 113th Squad, dispatched to assist Yelin City in repelling the beast tide. We must enter the city immediately. The latest intelligence has just reached us. Soul beasts have already breached the defenses and infiltrated the city. Upon hearing this alarming news, Yi Cheng was taken aback, his face a canvas of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Have the other gates also fallen? I must ascertain the situation at once." With that, Yi Cheng swiftly turned, intent on summoning a communications officer to connect with the guards at the other gates for verification. However, before he could act, the leader of the reinforcements raised his hand decisively and called out, "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. Please, open the gates. We are all here to protect the lives of the citizens within the city." Every second wasted could result in the loss of an innocent life. Yi Cheng regarded the imposing figure before him, a man clad in the armor of a border defense captain, whose fair complexion and towering stature dwarfed him. Yet, in the captain's gaze, Yi Cheng discerned a chilling coldness. Furrowing his brow, he was interrupted by a soldier reporting from behind, "Captain Yi, the Yellow Lantern Festival pedestrian street has been struck by soul beasts. 2 squads have already entered for support through the southern gate. And this is the situation report from there." Yi Cheng pondered for a moment. The southern gate, where Lord Bailey is stationed. "My apologies, gentlemen. And thank you for your patience." He signaled for the gates to be opened. The captain of the 113th Squad nodded in acknowledgement and, with his team, entered the city in an imposing manner. Once through the gates, the captain at the forefront instantly shed his disguise, revealing a black robe emblazoned with a large dark red vortex on the back. With a disdainful glance at the surroundings, he wore a sinister smile and remarked, "How easily we have entered, thanks to your assistance. Who are you? Step forward." The squad behind him, now in a deserted area, also discarded their disguises, revealing themselves to be clad in identical black robes. At that moment, a shadow darted forth. It was none other than the messenger soldier from earlier. Lord Halley is truly a paragon of wisdom and courage, the foremost among the youth of our generation, one of his companions remarked. It turned out that this commanding figure was none other than the infamous Halley. Towering and robust, His muscular physique was encased in a sleek black outfit, exuding an aura of authority. His deep-set eyes twinkled with a cold and cunning light, instilling fear in those who met his gaze. Ha 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 ha, such flattery is delightful. I am most pleased. Hallie bellowed, his laughter echoing loudly as if the very heavens reverberated with his boisterous mirth, relishing the sycophantic words of those around him. Hallie wore an expression of sheer satisfaction, clearly reveling in the adulation. He reveled in the sensation of being surrounded and elevated, secretly intoxicated by it. However, as the laughter of the crowd gradually subsided, Harley's expression suddenly grew serious as he stated solemnly, "But, dear friends, we must not let our guard down. Nor should we underestimate our opponents. Our incursion into this place, as per the directives of the Seven Elders, has but one objective: to sow destruction." At this juncture, a glint of barely perceptible coldness flickered in Harley's eyes. Just then, the man who had appeared like a specter spoke up. "Indeed, Lord Harley speaks the truth. I am known as Liozzi, and from the very beginning, I successfully infiltrated this city. Upon receiving a confidential message from the Seven Elders informing me of your personal leadership in this endeavor, I surmised that you would disguise yourself as a support team. Thus I have been discreetly gathering intelligence within the city. Fortune smiled upon me, for while wandering the streets, I unexpectedly encountered the messenger dispatched from the southern gate. Without hesitation, I swiftly eliminated him to prevent any leaks, fortuitously obtaining this critical information just as I arrived at the western gate to overhear your words. Thankfully, this intelligence allowed me to substantiate your claims." Liozzi revealed a cruel smile as he spoke. "Well done, Liozzi. Thank you. I must admit I had momentarily lost my wits and fabricated an excuse. Had you not intervened, our cover would have been blown. Once the mission is complete, I shall treat you to a drink," Harley acknowledged, his previously proud demeanor betraying a hint of humility as he patted Liozzi's shoulder. Nearby, another subordinate inquired eagerly, "Lord Harley, what are your plans moving forward?" A sinister smile crept across Harley's lips, his once fair visage now exuding an unsettling aura. He replied slowly, "In that case, let us proceed to that location for some delightful revelry. Remember, everyone must maintain their disguises and never reveal their identities. When the time is right." His words trailed off, yet the intent was unmistakable, prompting nods of understanding from the gathered individuals. In the ensuing days, if not updated in 2 parts, they would indeed be combined into one. Chapter 104. The Crisis in Yellen City, Part 7. The fierce battle raged on at the Yellen Lantern Festival, with all present engaged in a tumultuous struggle. Thanks to the timely reinforcements from Team 073 and Team 102, the troubles on the pedestrian street had significantly diminished. Muchen finally found a moment to rest, slumping in a corner and gasping for breath. The Soul Masters from Teams 073 and 102, being elite fighters, unleashed devastating assaults upon the soul beasts as soon as they arrived, their 4th and 5th soul skills resonating with thunderous echoes that shook the very ground beneath them. Thank goodness for Captain Gao and the timely assistance of Team 073. "Oh, my hips are killing me," Muchen muttered under his breath. Fanya closely followed Muchen, having also endured a heart-pounding battle. At this moment, she too was utterly exhausted, seated beside Muchen and panting heavily, seizing the opportunity for a brief respite. In the past half hour, every moment has been fraught with a struggle between life and death, devoid of any frivolity. For these young souls, the brutal and intense scenes of battle are truly unprecedented, especially for tender youths like Fangya and her companions. Where could they have ever encountered such a terrifying spectacle? Even Ouyang Luoxue, a girl with relatively rich combat experience, had only participated in ordinary soul battles within her family's ice god arena. Yet, fate has mercilessly thrust them into the pinnacle of competition. To emerge from this fierce conflict without suffering a catastrophic defeat or being ruthlessly trampled by their adversaries is nothing short of a remarkable miracle. Thank you. I truly appreciate your presence. If it weren't for your protection, I fear I would have. Fangya gazed at the weary Muchen beside her, her voice trembling slightly as tears began to glisten in her eyes, slowly expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Oh, please don't mention it. It's merely a trifling matter. Hardly worthy of note. Please don't cry. I cannot bear to see a girl in tears," Muchen responded, flustered and awkward, scratching the back of his head in a nervous gesture. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the corners of Fangya's slightly moist eyes, causing a stir of panic within him. Goodness, he had merely intended to comfort her and never anticipated that it would bring her to tears. Just as Mu Chan was about to say something further, an exquisite fragrance wafted gently into his nostrils, captivating him momentarily. Before he could regain his composure, Fang Ye suddenly embraced him tightly. Instinctively, he opened his arms and placed a hand on her back, gently patting her as if to soothe her inner turmoil and anxiety, while silently calming her heightened emotions. At that moment, Mu Chun mused to himself, "Heh, it seems our relationship has taken a step closer. This feels promising." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Qian Yuhan, Ouyang Luoxue, and Zhao Ku were huddled together in a corner, leaning against the wall. They seized a brief moment to rest and swiftly recalibrate their states. After all, no one could predict how long this fierce battle would last. So even a mere 5 minutes of respite was immensely precious to them. Tang Xian, panting heavily, casually draped a robust arm around Qian Yuhan's shoulders. Raising an eyebrow with curiosity, he inquired, "Hey, old four, how exactly did you come to know this Miss Ouyang? Let us share the story while we have the chance." "In the past, when I acquired my soul ring, I became acquainted with her. At that time, she and her companions engaged in a fierce battle with a 2,000-year-old Thousand Junat." As Qian Yuhan reminisced about that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She recounted how she and her allies first clashed with the ant, which perhaps had underestimated them, leading to a significant injury inflicted by Ouyang Luoxue. "I fortuitously stumbled upon the scene and assisted in slaying the creature. Consequently, I unexpectedly obtained the third soul skill, Radiant Guardian." Qian Yuhan continued, though she felt somewhat embarrassed discussing the luck that led to her acquiring this third soul ring. "Impressive," Tang Xian exclaimed, listening to Qian Yuhan's seemingly casual recounting. While internally, a tempest of astonishment brewed within him. He marveled silently, "Goodness, what a remarkable individual fourth brother is. To acquire a third soul ring and slay a 10,000-year soul beast alongside Ouyang Luoxue and her companions. Such prowess is simply extraordinary. Is it truly that exaggerated?" Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure in his response to Qian Yuhan. At that moment, Qian Yuhan remained blissfully unaware of Tang Xian's astonishment. She turned to Ouyang Luoxue with a smile, suddenly exclaiming, "I had no idea you possessed twin martial souls." You just found out?" Ouyang Luoxue lifted her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes as she curiously retorted, Should I have known?" Qian Yuhan blinked, scratching her head in bewilderment. You didn't know?" Ouyang Luoxue couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how oblivious this girl was. The two engaged in a playful exchange, creating a more relaxed atmosphere. Observing Qian Yuhan's demeanor, Ouyang Luoxue smiled and lightly tapped her forehead, explaining, "You see, when we battled that Thousand Junat, the little law beside me and my friend were channeling soul power to me. The soul skill I was charging was precisely that ice god slash I just used. But before I could unleash it, that ant was decapitated by an unseen fool wielding a glowing, foul-smelling sword." As Qian Yuhan listened to Ouyang Luoxue's narration, it seemed as though memories were rekindling within him. He recalled standing slightly ahead of Ouyang Luoxue, his focus solely on that formidable ant, oblivious to the fact that he was gathering strength. "Have you remembered?" Ouyang Luoxue remarked with a playful tone. "If on the day of the arena competition you had employed that ice god slash, I would have met with a far more disastrous defeat. Haha." The two engaged in light-hearted banter, when suddenly, Tang Xian tugged at Qian Yuhan's sleeve, his eyes conveying a silent message. Qian Yuhan then noticed the approaching team leader, Gao Feng. He hastily rose to his feet, and Mu Chun and Fang Ye quickly joined him. Observing that the 6 young ones were safe and sound, Gao Feng exclaimed, "Children, you are remarkable, but now we need your strength. Captain Gao, please instruct us, and we shall cooperate with utmost diligence." Qian Yuhan declared resolutely, "With all our might." The remaining members echoed in unison, "Excellent. Good children. Soon, from that deep pit over there, it is likely that a horde of Millennium Vipers will emerge. Our instruments have just issued a warning, and we require your assistance in defense. As for the ancient soul beasts of 10,000 years, we will handle them. Absolutely no problem. All right, prepare yourselves. I must return quickly, please exercise caution." After imparting his instructions, Gao Feng swiftly darted back to the front lines of the conflict on the pedestrian street, joining Team 073 in their battle against the ancient soul beast within the city. At this moment, Qian Yuhan's gaze shifted to the other side, where Director Han, having just concluded a fierce clash with a 90,000-year soul beast, was now valiantly confronting 2 soul beasts of 50,000 years alone. The formidable dragon-patterned staff, her martial spirit, had been manifest for a full half-hour. However, it was evident that Han Shui was nearing the brink of soul power exhaustion. Her movements had begun to slow, and she appeared increasingly strained in her responses. Qian Yuhan pondered for a moment before leaning closer to Tang Xian's ear and whispering a couple of sentences. After listening, Tang Xian nodded gravely, signifying his understanding of the message. Subsequently, Qian Yuhan turned to Zhao Ku and inquired, "Kuer, do you still have any surplus soul-returning soul guides in your possession?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ku replied, "Indeed, I do." With that, he swiftly retrieved the remaining soul-returning soul guides from his storage soul guide and extended them towards Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan took 2 of them, returning the rest to Zhao Ku, and admonished, "Please distribute the remaining ones among the other companions. We are likely to face an arduous and formidable battle ahead, and they may prove useful. I shall take these 2 to Director Han and return shortly." Zhao Ku, with concern, cautioned, "Be careful, class leader." Qian Yuhan nodded slightly and replied, "Rest assured." Before his words had fully dissipated, the pair of radiant wings behind him unfurled in an instant, surging forth towards Director Han's direction like a bolt of lightning. As Qian Yuhan departed, Tang Xian cast a glance at the ominous, shadowy cave, squinting his eyes. At that moment, an earth viper, possessing the strength of 8,000 years, emerged from the depths. "Everyone, be cautious. Prepare for battle," Tang Xian promptly warned. Upon witnessing this, the group immediately summoned their martial spirits, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. With a swift movement, Qian Yuhan appeared beside Director Han like a specter. He uttered a soft command, "Third soul skill, Radiant Guardian." In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, transforming into a colossal golden apparition that enveloped both Han Shui and Qian Yuhan. However, the formidable 6,000-year-old Titan ant would not let them escape easily. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, then forcefully swung its powerful forelimbs, striking towards the golden apparition. With a resounding crash, the seemingly indestructible golden figure shattered under the Titan ant's earth-shattering blow, dispersing into shimmering golden particles in the air. Fortunately, Qian Yuhan's soul skill had somewhat mitigated the Titan ant's assault, causing the lethal strike to veer slightly off course after shattering the Radiant Guardian, preventing it from directly hitting Qian Yuhan. Seeing this, Han Shui reacted swiftly, seizing Qian Yuhan's arm without hesitation and activating her teleportation skill, whisking them away from their original location in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already out of the Titan ant's attack range. At this moment, Han Shui glared at Qian Yuhan with a look of reproach, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him as she could not help but scold, "You reckless little rascal. How dare you confront a 6,000-year-old Titan ant with merely your soul master strength, attempting to face it head-on with your soul skill? It's utterly reckless. Do you have any idea how perilous this is? Had your soul skill not intercepted or diverted that last strike, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Qian Yuhan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as Han Shui reprimanded him. He shyly turned his head away, internally muttering, "When the teacher gets angry, the oppressive force seems more terrifying than even those ferocious soul beasts. Teacher, here is a soul-guiding device for reviving souls. Please use it for now. While you engage in guerrilla warfare against the 1,000 gene ants, seek an opportunity to restore your soul power. I must return to assist my companions." Qian Yuhan, fearing further reproach from Han Shui, hastily interrupted her, swiftly producing an exquisite soul-retrieving device from his bosom and presenting it to Han Shui. She nodded in acknowledgement, then watched as Qian Yuhan made his safe exit. Fortunately, Han Shui had managed to create a considerable distance in that fleeting moment, preventing Qian Jun-yi from pursuing immediately. With the soul-retrieving device delivered in the nick of time, Han Shui commenced a protracted struggle against Qian Jun-yi, striving to regain her spiritual strength amidst the fierce contest. Qian Yuhan's figure darted like lightning, swiftly returning to his companions. As he stood poised in midair, the black fourth soul ring on his body suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance, and a powerful wave of soul energy surged forth instantaneously. With a sharp exclamation of baptism of light, countless beams of sword light cascaded from above like a torrential downpour, transforming into a fierce rain of blades that swept mercilessly towards the horde of ground vipers below. The air was filled with the sound of crackling as the once ferocious ground vipers fell victim to this terrifying onslaught, their bodies pierced by the sword rain, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, the ground viper swarm suffered devastating losses, their anguished cries echoing across the battlefield. At that moment, All present were engulfed in the throes of fierce combat, the cries of battle resounding in a cacophony. Suddenly, a small team emerged from one side of the battlefield. Their movements swift and silent, akin to phantoms closing in rapidly. Upon closer inspection, this team was none other than the one led by Ha Lei, masquerading as reinforcements. Gao Feng, engaged in combat, inadvertently caught sight of this mysterious team and felt a surge of joy in his heart. He called out loudly, "Brothers, you are here to support us, right? That's wonderful. We urgently need help over there. Those kids can't hold on much longer." Hearing Gao Feng's call, Ha Lei turned his gaze towards him, quickly locking onto the figures of Qian Yuhan and his companions, who were in the thick of battle. A subtle, cunning smile crept onto his lips, and he nodded lightly in acknowledgement towards Gao Feng. He then waved his arm, signaling his team to proceed without hesitation in the direction of Qian Yuhan. At the West City Gate, merely a few minutes after Ha Lei's team had entered the city, Yi Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if an invisible force were tugging at his nerves. He frequently rubbed the corners of his eyes, yet the trembling persisted, and he muttered to himself, "How strange, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Their demeanor and expressions do not resemble those of a well-trained border guard. Just then, Yi Cheng swung his blade fiercely, fending off several fierce soul beasts that lunged at him. He swiftly turned to face the rear, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd, and then he gestured vigorously at one individual. The person he beckoned was none other than Zhao Gao, the deputy commander at the West City Gate. Zhao Gao hurriedly approached Yi Cheng, respectfully cupping his fists in salute and inquiring, "Lord Yi, what are your orders?" Yi Cheng furrowed his brow slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "Old Zhao, that team that just entered the city has left me feeling quite uneasy. I find their behavior rather peculiar, so I would like to trouble you to take a small team of elite soldiers to discreetly follow them and ascertain the situation. Remember, do not alarm them. If you find they are merely carrying out their duties without any unusual conduct, assist them in proceeding to the Yellen Lantern Festival for reinforcement. However, if you detect any suspicious behavior, do not hesitate. Engage immediately." Zhao Gao nodded, his expression grave as he replied, "I shall follow your orders." Having spoken, he resolutely turned around, selecting a dozen agile and seasoned soldiers to form a small squad, leading them into the city, where they swiftly vanished amidst the bustling streets. Chapter 105. The Crisis of Yellen City, Part 8. The Anomaly of Qian Yuhan, as Qian Yuhan unleashed his fourth soul skill, the Baptism of Light. A dazzling radiance illuminated the sky, reminiscent of a resplendent sun descending upon the earth. As the brilliance gradually receded, Qian Yuhan's figure gently descended from the air. "Impressive." "Fourth," Tang Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration upon witnessing the spectacle before him. It is worth noting that Tang Chen was a fervent martial arts enthusiast, with an almost obsessive love and pursuit for the martial path. He had entirely inherited his father's, Tang Zhan's, characteristic of revering unparalleled strength. Faced with the formidable and awe-inspiring fourth soul skill recently demonstrated by Qian Yuhan, Tang Chen's combative spirit was instantly ignited, and he longed to rush forward and engage in a friendly spar with Qian Yuhan. Upon hearing Tang Chen's praise, Qian Yuhan smiled modestly and waved his hand, saying, "I am undeserving of such flattery. You are quite formidable yourself, second brother." Though he spoke humbly, Qian Yuhan felt a secret thrill at receiving such high regard from Tang Chen. However, at that moment, Mu Chen, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, suddenly interjected with a complaint. "Oh dear, everyone, do listen. What are you all saying? This is truly unbearable." It was evident that Mu Chen found their mutual flattery somewhat exasperating yet amusing. Before anyone could respond to Mu Chen's grievance, Qian Yuhan's expression abruptly shifted, and he called out, "Everyone be cautious. Another wave of soul beasts is approaching." Before his words had fully settled, a deep roar echoed from afar, followed by a horde of grotesque soul beasts surging towards them like a relentless tide. Seeing this, Ouyang Luoxue, positioned at the front of the formation, unhesitatingly raised her ice spirit staff, its embedded gems sparkling with a violet light. Simultaneously, she cried out, "Second soul skill, Ice Domain." In an instant, a violet soul ring spread out from beneath Ouyang Luoxue, rapidly expanding outward. Within moments, the entire area was enveloped in a layer of bone-chilling frost. The soul beasts that charged into the ice domain felt their movements slow dramatically, their once swift speed severely hampered. "I'm joining in. Golden Crocodile Domain." Mu Chen's voice resonated with authority as his presence surged, a faint golden aura of soul power emanating from him. This radiant energy coalesced into a towering column of light that ascended approximately 20 meters above the ground, ultimately forming a protective barrier resembling a golden shield. Within this luminous dome, Qian Yuhan and the others experienced a significant enhancement in their strength. Under the influence of the golden crocodile domain and the constraints imposed by the soul beasts within the ice domain, their assault took on an overwhelmingly dominant momentum. The individuals within the golden crocodile domain felt as if they were enveloped in an absolute realm, where any thousand-year soul beast that dared to enter would be met with a relentless barrage of soul techniques. Fangya unleashed her area effect Phoenix Flames. Qian Yuhan wielded the lethal radiant divine sword, and the formidable duo of Tang Xian and Tang Chun, renowned for their formidable strength, unleashed the fierce attacks of the supreme weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, which nearly reached the entrance of the cave. Qian Yuhan, with a grave expression, raised his hand to signal everyone to halt their advance, proclaiming loudly, "Do not proceed any further. Listen to me, the path ahead is exceedingly perilous. Should we continue to draw closer, the emergence of high-level soul beasts from within could pose a formidable threat, one which we are utterly ill-equipped to confront. Moreover, our current proximity is alarmingly close. In the event of an unforeseen incident, we would scarcely have time to react." Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's solemn words, the group hesitated not a moment, promptly halting in unison. Han Shui, positioned above, gazed down with concern at the children who were relentlessly attacking. Her worries were precisely those that Qian Yuhan had just articulated. However, a sense of relief washed over her as the children ceased their aggressive onslaught, remaining composed and unclouded by the frenzy of battle. Witnessing this scene, Han Shui could not help but smile faintly, silently commending, "These children are truly remarkable. They maintain such calm obedience amidst the tension of the moment." With her heart at ease, she turned her focus back to the ongoing battle against several 8,000-year-old soul beasts surrounding them. "Let us hold our ground here, exercise caution, and await the enemy's approach into our territory," Qian Yuhan commanded with poise. "Understood." The group fervently responded, brimming with anticipation, readying themselves for the impending fierce conflict. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side, Hale and his team were making their way from the rear. The 113th Squadron of the Tiando Empire's Border Defense Forces had come to their aid. This time, Hale personally called for reinforcements, ensuring that the previous blunder would not repeat itself, as the presence of two other border squads demanded utmost discretion. While the Yellen City Defense Forces were not overly familiar with the border troops, the 102nd and 073 RD squads were a different matter entirely. Any misstep was unacceptable. "Our reinforcements have arrived. Splendid," Mu Chan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to repay the grievances from earlier suppression. "Come on," Tang Chun echoed in agreement. Thus, the two surged forward to confront the enemy, undeterred by the presence of several soul beasts with cultivation levels reaching 7,000 years. Their courage only intensifying as they engaged in battle. Qian Yuhan, without much contemplation, unfurled his radiant wings and ascended into the sky, the black fourth soul ring beneath him illuminating as he initiated the baptism of light. The rain of swords fell in response, thick smoke swirling around. "The 10,000-year fourth soul ring, intriguing," Hale murmured softly. In his mind, Hale had already locked onto his target. He cast a glance at the individuals beside him, signaling them to disperse and prepare for action. On another front, Gao Feng heard the sounds of support from Team 113 and thought, "They arrived so swiftly. ISNT Team 113 on leave. How could they regroup and rush over so quickly?" As he focused, he was taken aback. Oh no, that ISNT Team 113. Gao Feng recognized the captain of Team 113, Zhong Wenjia, with whom he had shared a good rapport in the same boot camp. However, the leader among them was clearly not him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Feng shouted loudly, "Kids, be careful." Unfortunately, he and the captain of Team 073 were locked in fierce combat with two 9,000-year soul beasts and could not disengage. If this foe Team 113 had any malicious intent, the children would be in grave danger. Gao Feng had never anticipated such treachery. At the moment Gao Feng cried out, Hale was already aware that his identity had been exposed. With a commanding voice, he ordered, "Attack." The group surged forward, their martial souls activated. Among the dozen or so individuals, apart from Hale, who possessed an impressive soul power of level 72, the others were mostly at the soul master level. with a certain individual named Lu Zi at level 51. Hale aimed to ambush Qian Yuhan, while Lu Zi targeted Ouyang Luoxue, and the others sought their respective targets. Ouyang Luoxue, enveloped in her domain, sensed an approaching presence and preemptively channeled her soul power. Upon detecting the unusual fluctuations in soul energy, she swiftly fortified her defenses, thwarting Lu Zi's ambush. "Damn it, this girl is quick on the uptake," Lu Zi complained, determined to continue his assault. He believed that, being a level 51 Soul King, defeating a Soul Master should not pose much of a challenge. However, his target was none other than the daughter of the ice god Douluo, and after failing his initial ambush, the prospect of successfully eliminating her became exceedingly slim. Ouyang Luoxue swiftly distanced herself, and with a wave of her ice spirit staff, she vanished from sight. As Lu Zi watched her prepare to escape, he could not allow her to slip away so easily. Just as he attempted to charge forward, he found his feet firmly frozen in place. Damn it, ah! Lu Zi howled in frustration. The others fared little better. At best, they had merely injured Fangya and severely wounded Zhao Ku, with none suffering fatal consequences from the ambush. Mu Chun, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun, having been engaged in prior combat at the front line, managed to respond in time and assisted Zhao Ku and Fangya in escaping their peril. Mu Chun unleashed his third soul skill, the ferocious golden crocodile, launching an attack against the Soul Master who had attempted to ambush Fangya. The Soul Master evidently underestimated the formidable power of Mu Chen's strike. The first soul ring beneath his feet shimmered, enveloping him in a seemingly impenetrable armor, as he attempted to withstand the blow. The outcome was predictable. The unfortunate Soul Master was directly sent flying by Mu Chun, whose cultivation level surpassed his own, crashing against the wall. The full force of the soul skill was absorbed, leaving him to cough up blood and succumb to unconsciousness. He deserved it. That scoundrel, ambushing a girl. I truly held back too much. Mu Chun glared at him and scolded. He then approached Fangya, lifting her and carrying her to a place of safety. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku was ambushed by two assailants, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Tang Xian and Tang Chun arrived just in time. Tang Xian wielded his heavenly thunder Haoyan hammer, invoking the secret techniques of the Haoyan clan, unleashing the Haoyan hammer in a chaotic flurry. Tang Chun, bearing the severely injured Zhao Ku on his back, retreated from the perilous area under Tang Xian's protection. In another instance, Harley's figure flickered like a specter, appearing directly behind Qian Yuhan. Just as Qian Yuhan emerged from the state of releasing his soul skill, he sensed the fluctuations of soul power, but too late. With the third soul ring beneath him glowing a deep purple, Harley unleashed his third soul skill, Claw of Annihilation. Farewell, little creature. As Qian Yuhan completed the release of his fourth soul skill, he heard Gao Feng's voice and suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of soul power behind him. He swiftly turned around, channeling his soul power with utmost urgency as a precaution. It was at that moment that his gaze collided with the unmasked eyes of Hale. Just as Qian Yuhan began to activate his soul power, the faint outline of his black third soul ring barely materialized when Hale launched his attack. Hale was not about to grant Qian Yuhan any opportunity. The Claw of Annihilation descended upon him with remarkable speed, leaving behind afterimages in its wake. At that instant, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and Qian Yuhan stood wide-eyed, witnessing Ouyang Luoxue stepping forth to block the incoming strike. Upon hearing Gao Feng's voice, Han Shui realized the gravity of the situation. After repelling the surrounding soul beasts, she rushed toward Qian Yuhan, albeit too late. "Bastard!" she exclaimed, as she swung her dragon-patterned staff, sending Hale, who sought to deliver a finishing blow, hurtling backwards, crashing through two walls before stabilizing his form. He coughed up blood violently, gasping for air, with many of his meridians severely damaged. Damn it! To withstand such a formidable strike from a titled Douluo with merely her novice soul sage physique was beyond tolerable. Ouyang Luoxue's guard, witnessing the selfless act of his mistress as she shielded Qian Yuhan from the dark-robed assailant, was overwhelmed. He had exhausted his soul power to fend off the surrounding 6,000-year soul beasts and rushed over. "Mistress, mistress," he called out, attempting to take Ouyang Luoxue from Qian Yuhan, only to be blocked by Qian Yuhan's abrupt turn. The guard stared incredulously at Qian Yuhan, his eyes still ablaze with indignation. Qian Yuhan turned to glance at the guard, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The murderous intent emanating from his gaze even sent a chill through the heart of a soul saint. Qian Yuhan slowly spoke, his voice void of any feeling, uttering just two words, "Do not move." Qian Yuhan coldly uttered those two words, emanating a terrifying crimson aura. He cradled Ouyang Luoxue in his arms, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Afterward, he spoke not a word, and, having entrusted the unconscious Ouyang Luoxue to Han Shui, descended to the ground and advanced toward Hale. Ouyang Luoxue's guards hurried to Han Shui's side to assess her condition. After all, it was an attack from a soul saint, and their young mistress could not afford to be harmed. Fortunately, upon examination, it was determined that there was no serious injury, merely a disruption in her meridians caused by the opponent's soul skill. The guard sighed, nearly prepared to offer his head in apology to the sect leader. The young lady is fine. The protective armor bestowed by our leader has absorbed a significant portion of the damage, he explained, noticing the worry etched on Han Shui's face. Han Shui nodded. Though previously unacquainted with Ouyang Luoxue, she recognized through the earlier battle that Ouyang Luoxue was an exceptional talent with limitless potential. Her heart ached with concern for Ouyang Luoxue's well-being. Hearing the guard's reassurances, she felt a measure of relief. Then, observing Qian Yuhan slowly making his way toward Hale, Han Shui was astonished to notice a peculiar transformation in him. His formerly jet-black hair had turned white, and the radiant wings that had not been retracted were now accompanied by two additional violet arms adorned with golden patterns. Upon closer inspection, Qian Yuhan's eyes had morphed from their original golden hue to a blood-red shade, resembling a harbinger of death. "Yuhan, what are you doing?" Han Shui called out. Having entrusted Ouyang Luoxue to her guards, and she swiftly pursued Qian Yuhan, grasping his arm as she spoke, to take his life. Chapter 106, The Crisis of Yelin City, 9. Qian Yuhan battles Hale. At this moment, the originally handsome visage of Qian Yuhan was shrouded in a chilling gloom, reminiscent of frost emanating from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. His elongated eyes surged with an endless tide of murderous intent, and his icy, penetrating gaze pierced through the distance. Fixated on Hale, with each step he took closer, the aura of death surrounding him intensified, coalescing into a visible scarlet mist that enveloped him entirely. Most striking were his long, snow-white hair and blood-red irises, complemented by two arms resembling demonic hands, radiating an eerie violet glow, rendering him akin to a deity emerging from the abyss. He advanced with a steady and powerful gait, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if unable to withstand the immense pressure he exuded. By mere appearance, he bore little resemblance to an individual possessing only the strength of a soul sect. Rather, he embodied a peerless powerhouse, akin to one who had reached the pinnacle of the tidal Douluo realm, with the power to obliterate heaven and earth woven into every movement. At that moment, a delicate figure suddenly appeared before Qian Yuhan. It was Han Shui. Grasping his arm tightly, she exclaimed in distress, "Yuhan." However, in the face of her entreaty, Qian Yuhan seemed oblivious, his body resolutely advancing forward, unperturbed, his steps unwavering. Witnessing this, Han Shui's anxiety deepened, and she implored once more, "Yuhan, what do you intend to do? That person is a soul sage. Challenging him with your strength is akin to courting death." Upon hearing her words, Qian Yuhan finally halted, though he remained silent, coldly fixating his emotionless gaze on Hale. After a brief moment, he slowly parted his lips and spoke in a low, resonant tone, to take his life. These three simple words fell from his lips like a thunderous bolt, reverberating through the air with the might of a tempest, shaking the eardrums of all present and stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. The power encapsulated in those words lay not merely in their volume, but in the unwavering resolve and mercilessness they conveyed. Each syllable was akin to a razor-sharp blade, piercing directly into the hearts of those who heard, rendering them powerless to evade or resist. As a soul Douluo, Han Shui stood frozen as if struck by lightning, her once clenched hands gradually loosening involuntarily. Her gaze became vacant and bewildered, watching helplessly as Qian Yuhan resolutely turned away, advancing step by step towards Hale. Just then, Mu Chun, having just settled Fangya, rushed in a frenzy towards them. Upon casting a fleeting glance at Qian Yuhan's current demeanor, a wave of terror washed over him, rendering his face as pale as a ghost. Sweat, akin to beads of water, cascaded down his forehead, and a chill crept along his spine, as cold perspiration swiftly soaked through his back. The aura emanating from Qian Yuhan was nothing short of spine-chilling, reminiscent of a malevolent deity from the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread. Mu Chun struggled to swallow, his voice trembling as he addressed, "Director Han, how can you so carelessly allow Yuhan to proceed? It is undeniably perilous for him to charge forth like that. However, before he could articulate his concerns, Han Shui ruthlessly raised her hand to interrupt him. With a countenance as stoic as a frozen lake, her gaze remained fixated on Qian Yuhan as she calmly stated, "There is no need for further discourse. Let him go. When the opportune moment arises, I shall extend my assistance. Today, that scoundrel is as good as dead. It is prudent for you, Han, to venture forth and test the waters." Han Shui had yet to fully recover from her prior exchange with Qian Yuhan, utterly unprepared for the formidable presence he now exuded. Indeed, it had genuinely frightened her. A mere spirit master had managed to instill fear in a spirit Douluo. Hale forcefully wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Swiftly, he reached for the storage soul guide hanging at his waist, retrieving a small vial as black as ink. Without hesitation, he twisted the cap off and poured the last remaining black pill into his palm. The pill exuded a mysterious, uncanny aura, as if it harbored boundless dark energy. Without a moment's delay, Hale tossed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it whole. In that instant, a powerful medicinal force surged through his body like a torrential flood, spreading rapidly within him. The dark energy slithered through his meridians like an agile serpent, and wherever it coursed, the severely damaged pathways began to visibly mend. In mere moments, Hale felt a significant improvement in his physical condition. The weakness that had previously plagued him due to his injuries began to dissipate. Moreover, he discovered that the dark energy within the pill had restored a substantial portion of his meridians, filling him with elation. Yet, despite his newfound strength, Hale harbored a lingering resentment towards the woman, Han Shui, who had caused him so much distress. His eyes widened in rage as he glared in her direction, unleashing a torrent of vile curses. "You wretched woman, how dare you inflict such suffering upon me? You must be truly tired of living. Do not presume yourself to be some formidable spirit Douluo." Just as Hale prepared to continue his furious tirade, his voice abruptly faltered. A figure was slowly approaching him, and to his dismay, it was none other than Qian Yuhan, the very individual he had previously ambushed. As Hale beheld the advancing Qian Yuhan, astonishment washed over his features, and he found himself murmuring in disbelief, "How can this be?" For he had distinctly sensed during his earlier assault that Qian Yuhan was merely an ordinary spirit master. At this moment, although Qian Yuhan appeared to maintain the strength of a soul sect, the aura he exuded was utterly transformed. This formidable presence resembled a majestic mountain, instilling an unshakable sense of oppression. It was akin to an unfathomable ocean, drawing one into its depths with an inescapable allure. A wave of inexplicable fear and trepidation surged within Harley, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He chastised himself internally for allowing such intimidation to affect him. How could a soul saint be daunted by a mere soul sect disciple? He then continued to speak. "What are you pretending to be here? You, a little soul sect brat, trying to act tough in front of me, a soul saint?" Qian Yuhan paid no heed to Hale, steadily advancing towards him while firmly grasping the sword of light in his right hand. As Qian Yuhan's thought stirred, an astonishing transformation began to unfold upon the sword's blade. Initially, the blade radiated a noble and resplendent platinum glow, but as moments passed, it underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The once brilliant platinum hue was gradually supplanted by a profound and intense crimson, as if the sword had consumed countless torrents of blood. Moreover, the blade was intricately inscribed with enigmatic golden runes, which flickered with a faint luminescence, resembling a constellation of stars twinkling in the night sky. This transformation extended to the juncture where the blade met the hilt, where a dazzling golden gem had been embedded. In an instant, however, this gem appeared to be ensorcelled, morphing into a tightly shut eye. This eye remained closed, seemingly concealing boundless secrets and formidable power. Subsequently, the golden hilt underwent a dramatic alteration. It shifted from its originally opulent gold to a somber, oppressive shade of black-red, harmonizing with the blade's color to create a disquieting overall tone. As this sequence of transformations unfolded, the once sacred aura emanating from the Sword of Light dissipated entirely. Instead, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave, saturating the surrounding air. This aura was chilling, ruthless, and fraught with the threat of death, instilling a profound sense of dread. Just as the blood-red sword completed its metamorphosis, Qian Yuhan, who had been advancing with unwavering determination, abruptly came to a halt. Qian Yuhan found himself within the depths of his own spiritual sea. gazing silently at the blood-red longsword before him. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed through Qian Yuhan's spiritual realm. "Ah, I never anticipated that you would still awaken this power." Qian Yuhan was abruptly awakened from his previous state of chill, rediscovering his true self, only to realize that he had arrived in the Sea of Spirits. Before him lay a blood-red longsword, the very weapon he had envisioned in his dreams. As he pondered this revelation, a voice resonated once more. "Child, emotions are to be mastered during one's journey of growth. Anger and hatred will only blind your vision. Since you have now awakened the power of your second martial soul, allow me to offer my assistance." In that instant, Qian Yuhan's consciousness was swiftly drawn away from the Sea of Spirits and returned to his physical form. He gazed at the changes within himself, initially taken aback, before noticing the figure before him, glaring with palpable fury. Suddenly, the voice echoed again in his mind. "The sword you wield is known as the Azura Demon Sword, your second martial soul. There is no need to affix soul rings to it. It will automatically possess the same number of soul rings as your first martial soul, each with a duration of 100,000 years. Now, go forth in battle. Do not tarnish the reputation of this sword." The first trial of the 9 tests of Azura has begun. Your task is to vanquish the level 72 Soul Sage. Hail. Reward for success: an increase of 5 in Azura affinity and a level increase in soul power. Qian Yuhan stood in place, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, an unparalleled force surged forth from within him, akin to a torrential flood, sweeping across the arena in an instant. Beneath his feet, 4 brilliant red lights began to rise slowly, resembling 4 resplendent stars encircling him. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished, particularly Hallie. His eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously, as if to confirm that what he witnessed was not a mere illusion. "You. How is it possible for you, a mere boy?" Hallie stammered, his voice laced with incredulity and shock. He could hardly fathom that the child standing before him possessed 4 soul rings of 100,000 years each, an utterly unimaginable feat nevertheless. Qian Yuhan remained unfazed by Hallie's astonishment. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon his opponent, a faint smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. 100,000-year soul rings? Intriguing. Yet, even so, I shall prevail against you. Hallie quickly regained his composure, his voice icy as he declared with fervor, "Ya?" No sooner had he spoken than Hallie launched his attack without hesitation. He darted forward like a wraith, hurtling towards Qian Yuhan. Simultaneously, he summoned his martial spirit. In an instant, a colossal purple-black dragon phantom materialized behind him, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura before merging into Hallie's being. This dragon was his martial spirit, the Oblivion Evil Dragon, imbued with the attribute of annihilation. In the state of martial spirit manifestation, massive purple-black wings sprouted from Hallie's back, capable of unleashing a tempest with a mere flap. His hands transformed into razor-sharp dragon claws, glinting ominously. Moreover, his entire body became enveloped in a layer of formidable dragon scales, resembling black lightning, crackling with surges of electricity that instilled dread in all who beheld him. First soul skill, Night Dragon Claw. With a roar, Hallie's first soul ring, glowing faintly with yellow light, flared to life. His arms morphed into 2 enormous, fearsome dragon claws, ignited by flames as dark as ink, seemingly intent on incinerating the very air around them. In the next moment, these 2 claws, imbued with overwhelming might, lunged towards Qian Yuhan with thunderous force. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Qian Yuhan remained remarkably calm. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, raising the blood-red Azura demon sword that emanated a chilling aura high above his head, then drove it forcefully into the ground. The instant the sword made contact with the earth, a cataclysmic surge of soul power erupted forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. The immense pressure this power exerted was suffocating, as though the entire space was ensnared within its grasp. It was hard to believe that such a terrifying force could emanate from one who was merely at the soul zone level. At this moment, Qian Yuhan resembled a divine executioner descending upon the world, instilling an unsettling chill in the hearts of those who beheld him. Although the Shura divine power he commanded was merely a fraction of that of a true Shura god, it was more than sufficient to exert absolute dominance over the figure before him, Hallie. Despite Hallie's rapid advance, he was abruptly met with an irresistible force before his razor-sharp dragon claws could reach Qian Yuhan. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as Hallie was propelled backward like a cannonball. Astonishment etched across his face, his eyes ablaze with fury and confusion. He could not comprehend how he, a soul sage, could be repelled so effortlessly. How could this be possible? Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. After landing, Hallie staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. The black seventh soul ring at his feet shimmered as he activated his martial soul true body. Initially, Hallie had dismissed the idea of employing his martial soul true body, for the disparity in strength was simply too vast. He was facing an opponent 2 ranks above him. A soul emperor, and he, a soul sage, felt it beneath his dignity to rely on such a technique to vanquish a soul zone. The thought alone was humiliating. Before Qian Yuhan, Hallie exuded confidence. Yet each time his gaze fell upon the Shura demon's sword, an involuntary surge of profound fear washed over him. The powerful pressure, seemingly emanating from the depths of his very bloodline, imparted an unprecedented sense of peril. In that moment, Hallie realized he had no other recourse. He could afford to disregard all else. With a flash, he soared into the air, eyes clenched tight, concentrating all his strength to coalesce a massive violet-black sphere of light around himself. Simultaneously, a chilling scene unfolded. From the corpses of the innocent victims surrounding him, tiny violet-black points of light began to emerge. It was as if they were responding to some mysterious summons, slowly rising and converging towards Hallie's sphere in the sky. As time progressed, an ever-increasing number of these violet-black points integrated into the sphere he was forming. Gradually, the initially fist-sized orb grew larger, its diameter expanding to several meters. At that moment, a deafening dragon roar reverberated across the sky. Instantly, four powerful, muscular dragon limbs burst forth from the sphere, each as solid and weighty as towering pillars. Following closely was a massive dragon tail that swung wildly in the air, generating fierce gusts of wind. Finally, a pair of dragon eyes, glowing with a haunting purple light, slowly opened, exuding an aura of unmatched majesty and dominance. In that instant, the violet-black dragon, conjured by Hallie, fully manifested before all, revealing its formidable presence. Its immensely broad wings gently unfurled, and with a subtle flutter, they stirred up violent torrents of black energy that spiraled around the dragon's body, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Hallie, a renowned prodigy among the new generation of soul masters within the Chaos sect, refused to cower before the long sword wielded by Qian Yuhan after unleashing his martial soul's true form. In his heart, he believed that the disparity in strength could not be bridged by a mere weapon. Roar! The obliterating evil dragon that was Hallie let out a furious roar directed at Qian Yuhan, the sound waves reverberating as if the very fabric of the surrounding space was resonating in unison. Qian Yuhan remained expressionless as he gazed at Hallie, showing no fear towards the towering 20-meter demonic dragon before him. Hallie, of course, noticed Qian Yuhan's demeanor, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. This was an outrageous affront. "You insolent brat, prepare to meet your demise," he bellowed, unleashing his sixth soul skill, demonic dragon breath. The true form of the demonic dragon opened its jaws wide, gathering a sphere of purple energy in the air, which it then unleashed in a terrifying torrent of dragon breath directed at Qian Yuhan. This surge of energy resembled a summons from a hellish messenger, striking like a call from the abyss itself. Han Shui's dragon pattern staff, enveloped in a dark crimson glow, was poised for her sixth soul skill, ready to teleport beside Qian Yuhan to shield him from the impending attack. However, upon catching sight of Qian Yuhan's countenance, she was momentarily taken aback. His expression revealed no trace of emotion. Yet the resolute will emanating from him seemed to disregard Hallie's sixth soul skill unleashed in its true form. Thus, Han Shui remained on guard, a peculiar sensation washing over her, an instinct that Qian Yuhan might be capable of confronting this on his own. Second soul skill, Azura Endless Chains. Qian Yuhan intoned gravely, and beneath him, the vibrant crimson rings of his 10,000-year soul skill flickered to life. Yet, this was not the most astonishing sight. The Azura demon sword, which had been firmly planted in the ground, suddenly stirred. The previously closed eye of the sword slowly opened. That gaze, reminiscent of an Azura from the depths of hell, radiated an aura of utter terror, as if it could judge all existence. Merely a glance sent chills racing up one's spine, evoking sheer dread. In an instant, the Azura Endless Chains were unleashed. As beams of resplendent red light erupted from the sword's eye, these beams danced and spiraled through the air, swiftly transforming into thick, intertwining red chains. The chains crisscrossed and formed an impenetrable net, surging forth with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, Hallie unleashed his sixth soul skill, demonic dragon breath. The true form of the demonic dragon expelled a torrent of purple-black dragon breath, charged with destructive might, hurtling toward Qian Yuhan. However, an astonishing scene unfolded when the tumultuous dragon breath collided with the red chains. Those seemingly fragile red chains moved with the agility of living beings, weaving effortlessly through the dragon breath. Each chain pierced through the energy-laden breath, securing it tightly and voraciously siphoning the immense power contained within. As time passed, the dragon breath Hallie had unleashed began to dim, ultimately dissipating into a cloud of purple-black mist before it could reach Qian Yuhan. How could this be possible? Hale spoke with a tremor in his voice, devoid of the pride and dominance he had just exhibited upon unleashing his martial spirit. Chapter 107. The Crisis in Yellen City, Part 10. The Demise of Hale. No, this cannot be possible. You are merely a soul sect. How could this be? Hale uttered slowly. Qian Yuhan gazed unwaveringly at the harrowing manifestation of the vanquished evil dragon before him, remaining silent. Han Shui, witnessing this extraordinary scene, could scarcely believe her own eyes. In her many years of teaching, she had never encountered a soul practitioner capable of withstanding a soul sage's sixth spirit skill while in the true form of their martial spirit. Such an occurrence was utterly unprecedented and unfathomable. Not to mention Mu Chun, who stood beside her in a state of bewilderment. His mind was in disarray. Preferring to believe this was an illusion rather than accept that Qian Yuhan could effortlessly withstand such formidable power. Director Han, I can't be seeing things. Can I? Am I hallucinating? Mu Chun stammered. You are not imagining things. I, too, am at a loss as to what has transpired with Yuhan. Beneath Qian Yuhan's feet, a resplendent crimson soul ring, shimmering with brilliance, slowly ascended, heralding the manifestation of his first soul skill, Azura Blood Slash. With a grave expression, Qian Yuhan grasped the hilt of the Azura magic sword with both hands, inhaling deeply to stabilize his stance. His feet firmly anchored to the ground as if they were nailed in place. He then exerted force with his arms, drawing the Azura magic sword to one side, preparing to channel its power. At that moment, the red soul ring that had just appeared burst forth with dazzling light, transforming into countless twinkling stars that continuously infused the blade of the Azura magic sword with their brilliance. As these starlights permeated the sword, a thick, blood-red aura of sword energy enveloped the blade, swelling like a tumultuous sea of blood. This sword energy grew increasingly dense, akin to a surging ocean of crimson fury. Simultaneously, the red light emanating from the sword became ever more radiant, resembling a blazing sun, fierce and untamed. The once indistinct golden runes upon the blade now shone clearly, each flickering with an enigmatic golden glow, seemingly harboring boundless power and mysteries. At this moment, Qian Yuhan was shrouded in an overwhelming aura, while the Azura magic sword in his grasp radiated a chilling intent to kill. This murderous intent was so potent that the surrounding air seemed to be constricted, heavy and oppressive. In the next instant, Qian Yuhan let out a thunderous roar, channeling his strength into the Azura magic sword, propelling it at breakneck speed towards the menacing, fearsome extinction evil dragon hovering above. With a resounding whoosh, the blade sliced through the air like lightning, leaving a long afterimage woven from intermingling shades of red and yellow. The very space around them appeared to ripple from this fierce strike, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Following this, a chilling slash imbued with an aura of relentless slaughter and annihilation surged forth, racing directly towards Hallie. This strike cleaved through the heavens, rendering everything in its path devoid of color, dimming the world around it. It resembled a judgmental light emerging from the abyss of hell, mercilessly tearing through all obstacles before it. Damn it, I will not permit anyone to surpass my talent. Die. The dark magic evil god tiger's right arm soul bone skill activated. Dark magic annihilation break. In that fleeting moment, the right forepaw of the extinction evil dragon seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious and formidable force, violet light surging forth like a torrential tide from its claws, illuminating the entire battlefield. Upon closer inspection, one could see that an ethereal tiger claw, even mightier than a dragon's, began to manifest above Hallie's right forepaw. This colossal tiger claw exuded an unsettling aura, as if it contained boundless destructive power. Hallie's expression grew grave as he gradually lifted his right forepaw, each movement exuding a sense of steadiness and strength, as if he were harnessing an energy potent enough to alter the very fabric of existence. Upon raising his forepaw to its zenith, he inhaled deeply before abruptly pulling it back. Every muscle in his body tensed, summoning every ounce of his might. Without a moment's hesitation, Hallie swung his right forepaw downwards with ferocity, aimed directly at the Shura blood slash unleashed by Qian Yuhan. As he executed this motion, the ethereal image of his tiger claw instantaneously tore through the void, leaving behind 3 striking claw marks in the air. These marks, akin to lightning cleaving the sky, surged forth with unparalleled might and swiftness towards the Shura blood slash. It is imperative to note that what Hallie unleashed at this moment was not the 6th soul skill, the annihilating dragon breath that he had previously demonstrated, but rather the concealed power of his right arm soul bone skill, the dark demon evil destruction. This right arm bone was a precious gift bestowed upon him by the Chaos Sect when Hallie became the youngest soul sage in the sect's history. Throughout his life, the pursuit of formidable dark power has been Hallie's unwavering ambition, and this soul bone, granted by the Chaos Sect, undoubtedly serves as a testament to his extraordinary prowess and remarkable talent. Thus, they entrusted such a significant soul bone to Hallie, anticipating that he would one day shoulder even greater responsibilities. The strike unleashed by Qian Yuhan's Shura demon sword seemed to harbor an enigmatic power, instilling a palpable sense of mortal peril within Hale. Thus, he found himself compelled to employ his most formidable skill. For the adage that offense serves as the finest defense echoed in his mind. As a prodigy, he bore the weight of genius and its accompanying pride. Facing an opponent of lesser strength, he could not resort to defensive soul techniques, especially not against a child like Qian Yuhan. Such an act would be utterly humiliating. Hale's excessive arrogance rendered him blind to the consequences of his hubris, a folly for which he would ultimately pay dearly. The 2 combatants' assaults collided with the swiftness of shooting stars, hurtling towards one another and culminating in a cataclysmic clash midair. In an instant, brilliance erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the explosion's formidable shockwave sent tremors through the surrounding atmosphere. Subsequently, a colossal energy storm manifested between them, as if intent on devouring the very world itself. This tempest of energy displayed a bizarre, yet resplendent array of colors, intertwining hues of purple and red that clashed with fervor. Each impact generated dazzling waves of energy, cascading forth like surging ocean tides, relentlessly expanding in all directions. Wherever they traveled, the wind howled fiercely, resembling the wrath of a tempest, instilling terror in the hearts of all who bore witness. Qian Yuhan stood firm, narrowing his eyes as he slightly tilted his head to evade the blinding radiance. His left hand gradually rose, palm extended forward, as though he sought to resist the onslaught of the energy-laden gale. Simultaneously, his legs bent in a graceful arc, firmly anchoring him to the ground, muscles taut and poised to withstand the formidable force. On the opposite side, Hallie swiftly unfurled his immense dragon wings, enveloping his head in a protective embrace to shield his vital areas. Yet, despite the safeguard of his wings, he found himself unable to withstand the ferocious waves of energy. With a resounding thud, Hallie's body was struck by an invisible force, propelling him backwards with tremendous force, crashing into a nearby building. As the smoke dissipated, Hallie let out a furious roar, charging towards Qian Yuhan with the intent to tear him apart. Driven by the indignation of finding himself at a disadvantage after 10 minutes of combat, he realized that employing the simplest, most brute force was often the least prone to error. The demise evil dragon flapped its wings, its intent clear, to shred the insignificant boy before it. At that moment, a blinding crimson glow flickered in Qian Yuhan's deep-set eyes. Simultaneously, the 2 ominous purple arms behind him began to visibly enlarge at an astonishing rate. As they expanded, the muscular contours of the purple limbs became increasingly pronounced. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a series of mysterious and sinister black tattoos faintly emerging upon the purple arms, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. In an instant, the terrifying demise evil dragon lunged at Qian Yuhan, its claws poised for an assault, colliding fiercely with the colossal arms extending from behind him. Astonishingly, such a ferocious impact failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Qian Yuhan. On the contrary, the dragoness' most powerful foreclaws were ensnared as if gripped by iron pincers, firmly immobilized by the purple arms, unable to advance an inch. Nevertheless, the brute force of the demise evil dragon was not to be underestimated, as Qian Yuhan was propelled backwards, enduring the dragon's assault for several meters. The cracks in the ground served as testament to the overwhelming strength at play. Qian Yuhan steadied his form, his aura surging once more as he intoned solemnly. Third soul skill, Azura Myriad Shadows. Qian Yuhan's form transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Harley, believing that Qian Yuhan had attempted to employ a soul technique but failed to withstand his close-range assault, was convinced that the blood mist had vanished forever. He then concluded his martial spirit's true form and reverted to his human shape, lifting his head and emitting a sharp, mocking laugh. Ha! Subsequently, Harley's gaze shifted to Han Shui, who stood not far away. You vile woman, was it you who injured me earlier? Is that boy your student? TSK. Do you truly think he stands a chance against me? Ha 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 ha. Though you possess some charm, a sizable bosom and a slender waist, serve me well. And perhaps I shall allow you to live. Han Shui remained silent, but beside her, Mu Chun could no longer contain his outrage at Harley's despicable remarks, exclaiming, Pa, what do you think you are to speak to us? A dignified soul sage relying on his martial spirit's true form? TSK. Mu Chun understood how to provoke someone. Having already discerned the extreme arrogance of the man in the black robe, naturally knowing how to infuriate him. Very well, I shall extinguish you soon enough. Make your stance clear. Even if you are a soul Douluo, you pale in comparison to me and the chaos sect behind me. At that moment, Han Shui interjected with a smile. Child, do not speak too soon. You have yet to defeat my student. She gestured towards the air behind Harley. Although she was incensed by his lewd comments, her anger quickly dissipated. He was merely a fool. Harley, astonished, opened his mouth wide, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly felt an enigmatic and formidable power lifting him, rendering him suspended in midair without any support. Simultaneously, Qian Yuhan slowly raised his left hand, pointing directly at Harley. Despite not uttering a word, a shocking scene unfolded as the blood-red chains entwined around Qian Yuhan's left arm vanished without a trace, as if responding to an unspoken command. Before Harley could react to this sudden turn of events, he was horrified to realize that his hands and feet had been ensnared by four ghostly red chains that had appeared out of nowhere, binding him tightly. These chains, as if imbued with life, held his limbs captive, rendering him utterly immobile. Curse you, you scoundrel! What is happening? How can this be? Harley seethed, turning his head to glare at Qian Yuhan, his eyes wide with fury as he hurled curses. He struggled desperately, twisting and writhing, exerting all his strength to break free from this terrifying confinement. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, the four red chains remained unyielding, akin to an impregnable steel cage that ensnared him completely. Gradually, a foreboding sense of dread crept into Harley's heart, instilling a wave of panic within him. He stared incredulously at the seemingly frail figure before him, pondering in disbelief. Could this little brat truly intend to kill me? Humph, does he possess such capability? It is nothing but a foolish dream. Despite being suffused with fear and reluctance, Harley found himself utterly powerless in this moment. Fourth soul skill, Azura Annihilation. Qian Yuhan raised the divine sword of light high above his head, its blade emitting a crimson beam that pierced the heavens. The atmosphere shifted as the clouds above seemed to swirl into a blood-colored vortex, accompanied by flashes of red lightning. Upon closer inspection, the Shura demon sword in Qian Yuhan's hand had mysteriously vanished. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal sword gradually emerged from the blood cloud vortex. Resembling a gigantic version of the Shura demon sword, aimed at the ground where Hale was firmly bound by the endless shackles of Shura. Hale was now utterly panicked, for a massive sword loomed ominously above him. Who could withstand such an oppressive force? Kid, you must release me at once. Hale screamed hysterically at Qian Yuhan. Yet not a hint of contrition escaped his lips. Instead, he exhibited a somewhat aggressive demeanor. Mu Chun observed this scene, shaking his head, muttering, "One's self-inflicted tribulations lead to inevitable demise." Han Shui also shook her head in silence, pondering, this fellow is barely 30. Indeed, a prodigy of soul sage caliber. Alas, such arrogance, especially in the face of humanity's peril, is truly lamentable. Lord Hale's situation did not go unnoticed by Liu Zi, but he was powerless to intervene. Portions of soul masters from teams 102 and 073 had been summoned here, with Gao Feng personally arriving to subdue Liu Zi, the most powerful among them. Along with the other assailants Hale had brought, the remaining individuals were either severely injured and captured or slain on the spot, their bodies exuding a dark aura that starkly evoked the image of the detested evil soul masters. Little did they expect that the seemingly insignificant youngsters they encountered at the Yellen Lantern Festival would prove to be so formidable, with a Soul Zune adept enough to counter the ambushes of both Soul Sect and even Soul Kings. The colossal sword hovered in readiness, awaiting Qian Yuhan's command. Slowly, Qian Yuhan extended his right hand and pointed at Hale. No, no, I refuse to believe it. Hale shouted as the giant sword descended, silence enveloping the scene. The giant sword dissipated, leaving only the soul bone behind. The illustrious young genius of the Chaos Sect, Hale, perished in Yellen City. Far away, in a black ancient castle, Hale's nameplate shattered into fragments. The battle between Qian Yuhan and Halley has come to a conclusion, with Halley paying the ultimate price for his actions and extreme arrogance. Initially, Qian Yuhan contemplated eliminating Halley with his Shura divine power in an instant, but upon reflection, he decided to elaborate further. By harnessing a mere fragment of Shura's divine energy, he felt sufficiently empowered to contend with the Soul Sage and gain the upper hand. Additionally, he wished to display all 4 soul skills of his Shura Demon Sword Martial Spirit in one go. Although all soul rings are of 100,000 years, the strength of the soul skills warrants the emergence of only one skill, which seems reasonable, does it not? As a teaser for what lies ahead, the 7th Elder, upon learning of Halley's demise, is engulfed in fury. He swiftly descends upon Yellen City, activating the Fallen Soul Obliteration Array. The 7th Elder, a title Douluo, has made his presence known to intervene. How will this situation be addressed? Stay tuned for the unfolding revelations. Chapter 108, Crisis in Yellen City, Part 11. Fallen Soul Obliteration Array, what did you say? Impossible. How could Halley be dead? A furious roar echoed through the Soul Beast Forest on the western side of Yellen City. The black-robed 7th Elder gripped the communication officer before him, his visage twisted with rage. 7th Elder, the internal report states precisely that. I dare not speak carelessly, the officer stammered, trembling all over. His face etched with fear. He was acutely aware of his insignificance as a mere soul master, while the 7th Elder was a formidable title Douluo. A mere thought from him could cause one sea of consciousness to explode, resulting in instant death. How could he not tremble in terror? You may go now. Continue with your duties. The 7th Elder suppressed his inner fury and released his grip. The officer's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. When he inadvertently met the 7th Elder's chilling gaze, he scrambled away in sheer fright, returning to his post. In an instant, the 7th Elder teleported to the highest cliff within the Soul Beast Forest, gazing at the inferno that engulfed Yellen City 10 kilometers away in the pitch-black night. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he murmured to himself, Ah, Yellen City, you have slain my disciple. Humph, you no longer warrant existence. Beneath him, 9 soul rings gradually ascended, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. 9 resplendent soul rings encircled him, with the red 100,000-year soul ring standing out prominently. The 7th Elder conjured 8 pitch-black crystals before him, and with a flash, he returned to the command center of the Chaos Sect nestled within the forest. He summoned 8 individuals, imparted his instructions, and they each departed towards the 8 cardinal directions surrounding Yellen City. It turns out the 7th Elder had infused the 8 dark crystals, which had been prepared in advance, into his 9th soul skill and entrusted them to 8 individuals, each tasked with placing them at specific locations around Yellen City. This 9th soul skill was exceedingly unique, requiring specific dark crystals for its activation, which were only found in this particular Soul Beast Forest to the west of Yellen City. The recent waves of beast tides were orchestrated to disrupt the defenses of Yellen City and simultaneously fulfill the objectives of the cult, unleashed upon the city through the secret arts of the Chaos Sect by the 7th Elder. This chaos allowed the followers of the sect to roam freely in search of the coveted crystal stones in the vicinity. Initially, the 7th Elder cleverly utilized the large-scale operation announced by the Chaos Sect to simultaneously gather these crystals, achieving 2 objectives with one endeavor. Now that sufficient crystals have been harvested and the massive terror campaign has been executed, the plan to withdraw was set in motion. However, upon receiving the news of Halley's demise, the 7th Elder altered his course of action. Preparations are nearly complete, and this macabre symphony is poised to reach its climax. Ha ha ha. Qian Yuhan gazed coldly in the direction of Halley, then reverted to his original form. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he succumbed to the ground below. Yuhan. Han Shui quickly sensed Qian Yuhan's anomaly and swiftly moved to catch him, cradling him as she returned to the ground. Director Han, how is Yuhan? Muchen inquired with concern. Han Shue's soul power swept over Qian Yuhan, and she sighed in relief, stating, Yuhan is fine. He is merely exhausted. My heavens. Teacher, please take Yuhan over there as well. Fangya and Zhao Ku have both sustained injuries, and Zhao Ku's wounds are quite severe. You must check on them, Mu Chen urged, gesturing towards the direction from which he had come. Understood. Han Shui nodded and proceeded towards that direction, with Mu Chen trailing behind. As he observed the bodies of the soul beast around him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Noticing a flickering purple light nearby, Mu Chen approached to discover it was a soul bone. It must have fallen from that scoundrel, Mu Chen thought to himself, promptly stowing it in his storage soul guide before hastening to catch up with Han Shui. He surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming internally, goodness. The devastation here is overwhelming. The bodies of soul beasts caught in the aftermath of soul skills. After ensuring Qian Yuhan was settled, Han Shui hurried over to Zhao Ku and Fangya. Han teacher, you've arrived. These two students of yours were ambushed by those rascals. Fortunately, this young girl has not suffered serious injuries, but this child. Gao Feng conveyed the situation regarding Fangya and Zhao Ku. I just administered a hemostatic pill to him. The bleeding has stopped, but I fear the internal injuries are significant. You must take him to the hospital promptly. Neglecting it could lead to dire consequences, Gao Feng stated seriously. Looking at Zhao Ku, Han Shui nodded and replied, Thank you, Captain Gao. Please attend to your duties. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. We have ample personnel here now. A battalion from the West City Gate has arrived to assist in the battle, and Lord Bailey has learned of the ambush on Yellen City, dispatching a small task force to our aid. Han Shui said nothing further, merely squatting beside Fangya and Zhao Ku to channel her soul power into them. At that moment, Fangya slowly opened her eyes, and Mu Chen immediately noticed. Quickly moving to her side and grasping her hand, asking, Xiaoya, how are you? Fangya smiled gently at Mu Chen, shaking her head slightly, and replied, I feel much better. She then turned her gaze to Han Shui, saying, Thank you, Director Han. You need not continue transferring soul power to me. Zhao Ku requires your assistance more than I do. Han Shui nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Ouyang Luoxue sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her soul power while her guard stood behind her, transmitting soul energy to alleviate her internal injuries. After a while, Ouyang Luoxue gradually opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings, asking her guard, Have you seen Yuhan? Where is he? The guard was equally startled by Ouyang Luoxue's reaction. How could his young mistress be so concerned about that boy? Miss, he is fine. He merely fainted from exhaustion and is resting over there, the guard said, raising his hand to point towards Qian Yuhan. Without regard for her own injuries, Ouyang Luoxue rushed over to Qian Yuhan's side, gently lifting him as she channeled her soul energy into him, murmuring, Fool, you must not be in any danger. Time passed, and Qian Yuhan slowly opened his eyes to find Ouyang Luoxue's tear-filled gaze upon him. Thank you, Luoxue. May I call you that? He asked, upon seeing him awaken. Ouyang Luoxue smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why are you so foolish? Why did you take that blow for me? Are you all right? You don't need to continue transferring your soul energy to me. I'm fine now. Before Qian Yuhan could finish his sentence, Ouyang Luoxue embraced him tightly. You are the one who is foolish. Qian Yuhan gently embraced Ouyang Luoxue from behind, and the two remained in silence, wrapped in each other's warmth. Observing from the side, the guard exclaimed, Hey, miss, you must exercise some decorum. You do not behave this way at home. Qian Yuhan gently pushed aside Ouyang Luoxue, observing the perplexed expression in her eyes. He explained, Luoxue, I sense that I am on the brink of a breakthrough in my cultivation. I will channel my soul energy. Could you assist me in safeguarding my formation? With a playful scratch at the back of his head, he smiled. Ouyang Luoxue nodded in agreement, and Qian Yuhan then closed his eyes, directing his consciousness back to his sea of spirit. As he entered this ethereal realm, it felt as though his awareness was instantly transported to another enigmatic destination. Qian Yuhan surveyed the surroundings, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Startled, he turned to face the source and was taken aback to find before him the very figure he had encountered in his dreams, the deity known as the God of Light. Greetings, I am Qian Yuhan, he stammered. The God of Light nodded and replied, Hello, I am Lin Luo. I have summoned your consciousness here for an important matter. To keep it brief, from the moment you arrived on the Douluo continent, your extraordinary destiny was set in motion. The power you possess can only be wielded twice more before you transcend this world's limits, and can only be activated when you find yourself in dire peril. Remember this as the first point. The second point is that you need not dwell too much on the so-called Shura assessment you have heard about. It is still far from you, and you will face it in the future. The third point is that the rewards from the assessment have now been granted. Your soul power has increased by 1 level, and your affinity has risen by 5%. Fourthly, once you achieve the rank of Soul Sage, bring your companions to a place on the Douluo continent known as the Valley of Light. Lastly, you must learn to master your own mindset, ensuring that external factors do not distract you. This is fundamental for your future journey through life. Remember well. Thank you. Esteemed elder, I will take your words to heart, Qian Yuhan replied, slowly absorbing the wisdom imparted. The voice of the god of light grew increasingly distant, and in an instant, his consciousness was drawn back. He found himself once again within his mental sea, gasping for breath. The overwhelming pressure he felt was akin to a great mountain bearing down upon him, despite no soul power escaping. After a moment of reflection, he crossed his legs and began to channel his soul power, astonished to discover that it had indeed risen by 1 level, reaching level 45. He concluded his meditation and awakened. In the divine realm, Shura remarked, I have relayed everything you instructed. You mentioned that the Shura assessment you decreed is to resonate with the Shura divine power within him? Yes, this young man has exceeded my expectations. I did not foresee him awakening my Shura divine power. Nevertheless, allowing this minor assessment to serve as a vessel is adequate to accommodate the Shura divine power within him, and it will not jeopardize his well-being. The remaining matters can wait until he arrives in the divine realm. This will not hinder the light assessment you plan to bestow upon him in the future. Ah, the future. This young lad will be able to endure it, indeed. It echoes an ancient saying, only through fierce fire can true gold be identified. Has he broken through? Yes, he has reached level 45. Impressive, indeed. Qian Yuhan awoke and engaged in a casual conversation with Ouyang Luo Shui. When Qian Yuhan wished to inquire if Ouyang Luo Shui had truly sustained no injuries, Han Shui approached Qian Yuhan and asked, Yuhan, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there any unusual sensation in your body? Qian Yuhan shook her head and replied, Director Han, I am fine, rest assured. This statement finally alleviated the tension that had been weighing on Han Shui, while Ouyang Luo Shui, standing beside her, remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, Qian Yuhan's demeanor had been utterly unimaginable and difficult to accept. Han Shui's fear stemmed from the possibility that such a cost might entail a forced enhancement of strength at the expense of vitality, which would be dire indeed. Fortunately, Qian Yuhan was unharmed. A support team dispatched from the South City Gate arrived nearby, and the team leader conveyed a message to Han Shui. Greetings. Lord Bailey has instructed you to escort your students to the South City Gate. Currently, the safety level there is the highest. As the wave of beasts begins to shift its assault towards the West City Gate, the South City Gate remains relatively secure. I will assign a few individuals to ensure your safe passage. Zhao Gao, on the other hand, was not one to linger in conversation. The current situation forced the garrison within the city to follow the movements of the soul beasts. They had to adjust their defenses according to where the beasts attacked. With a commanding voice, Zhao Gao led his team back to reinforce the West City Gate. Under the guidance of several soul saints and Han Shui, Qian Yuhan and the others arrived at the chaotic South City Gate. The sight of the fallen soul masters and soul beasts on the ground spoke volumes of the fierce battle that had transpired. Fortunately, the beast tide had commenced its assault on the West City Gate, granting a temporary respite to the South City Gate. Otherwise, even with the presence of the titled Douluo by Li Qian, it would have been an arduous task for him alone to fend off the relentless onslaught of the beasts. Within the command center at the South City Gate, Tang Xian carried Zhao Ku on his back, while Mu Chun assisted Fang Ye to the medical station for treatment. The remaining Qian Yuhan, Tang Chun, and Ouyang Luo Shui were assigned by Li Qian to a room for rest. In the command room, Li Qian, after ensuring the safety of Qian Yuhan and the others, turned to Han Shui and remarked, Your students are truly talented. I have heard much about them. Yet I sense something amiss, as though a significant event is about to unfold. Before Li Qian could finish his words, the very heavens seemed to roar. He hurried to the window, and upon witnessing the scene outside, his pupils involuntarily contracted. What is it? Han Shui inquired, following closely behind. Li Qian stood transfixed, gazing out the window, and Han Shui, curious, joined him, both rendered speechless. Before them loomed a violet-black barrier, with the bodies of fallen soul beasts and soul masters outside the city coalescing into black specks of light that surged towards the violet-black shield. At that moment, Guyu rushed into the command room, exclaiming, "Elder brother, this is bad. The entire Yellen city is enveloped by a violet-black energy shield." "What?" Bai Li Qian's face blanched in shock as he dashed out of the command center and descended to the city wall, where he fixed his gaze upon a figure in a black robe hovering in the air not far from the South City Gate. Han Shui and Guyu soon followed. The robed figure was none other than the seventh elder of the Chaos sect, who laughed heartily. "Ahahaha, City Lord Bai Li, greetings. You are a malevolent soul master?" "Malevolent soul master? No, how unpleasant. I am merely an ordinary soul master, the seventh elder of the Chaos sect. Whether you are the seventh elder or the eighth elder, did you orchestrate this beast tide and this energy shield?" Bai Li Qian demanded. "Indeed, it is I." The seventh elder cackled. "Initially, I intended to create a mere beast tide for some mischief and excavate a few stones before departing. However, since a genius from my Chaos sect perished in your Yellen city, I have no choice but to bury your entire city alongside him. Hee. Now, let us conclude the self-introduction. Prepare to witness my ninth soul skill." "Ahaha. What ninth soul skill?" Guyu shouted in anger from the side. The seventh elder paid him little heed. "Ninth soul skill, soul destruction and world extinction array." Chapter 109, Crisis in Yellen City, Part 12, The Terrifying Black Mist. Ninth soul skill, soul destruction and world extinction array, activate. In the midst of the air, the seventh elder extended his arms wide, as if to embrace the encroaching darkness, while waves of dark energy surged around him. The ominous force crashed against the city walls, causing them to tremble as if in fear. Bai Li Qian, observing the torrent of energy before him, could not help but break into a sweat at the sheer terror of its power. Just as Han Shui was about to take action, a figure darted by like a bolt of lightning. Bai Li Qian extended his broad and powerful hand, firmly blocking her path. With a grave expression, he addressed Han Shui. "Xiao Shui, this individual possesses unfathomable strength. You are no match for him. Quickly return and protect your students. Time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, Han Shui's face reflected hesitation as she murmured, "But how can I retreat in the face of battle?" Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Li Qian interrupted her with a fierce shout. "No more arguments. I sense something strange about this formation. I cannot predict what may unfold. Your students need you. Hurry, do not hesitate." As his words lingered in the air, Bai Li Qian bellowed, "Seventh soul skill, true body of martial spirit." In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, as though he were about to rend the very heavens asunder. Simultaneously, brilliant lights flickered from his hands, revealing two divine spears, one yellow and one blue, gradually materializing. These spears radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to stars shimmering in the night sky. With the emergence of the divine spears, Bai Li Qian's presence surged dramatically, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Behind him, a colossal shadowy figure began to take shape, identical to Bai Li Qian, yet magnified several times over. From a distance, it appeared as if a towering giant stood firm, exuding an unshakable aura of authority. "You have caused the loss of countless innocent lives in Yilin City. Today marks your demise." The black soul ring beneath Bai Li Qian's feet began to glow and pulse as he solemnly proclaimed, "Pride of the unmatched." Han Shui, glancing back 3 times, unexpectedly collided with Qian Yuhan and the others, who were hastening toward the city walls. "What are you doing out here? Quickly return. The southern city gate is extremely dangerous right now." "Director Han, what is happening?" "It seemed as if the buildings were shaking just now," Muchen inquired, casting a concerned look at Han Shui. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly and continued, "Director Han, what is amiss at the South City Gate? We have nearly recuperated. Although Xiaoke remains in the medical room, and Fangya is in the midst of restoring her energy. The 5 of us are in good condition and can assist you. It is unnecessary for you to intervene, as this is beyond your capacity." Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Qian Yuhan and the others instinctively lifted their gazes skyward. They beheld the once tranquil sky, now altered by the emergence of a purplish-black energy shield, which began to slowly release a dense plume of black mist. At that moment, several small, agile flying soul beasts inadvertently ventured into the ominous fog. To their astonishment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Upon entering the black mist, these soul beasts emitted not a single sound, as if some mysterious force had instantly drained them of life, causing them to plummet straight down from the sky, as their bodies crashed heavily to the ground. Faintly luminous white soul rings began to rise gently from their remains. Witnessing this scene, Qian Yuhan was taken aback, hastening towards the carcass of one of the soul beasts. He leaned in for a closer inspection, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, "This." Seeing Qian Yuhan in such a state of distress, the others quickened their pace to gather around him. Qian Yuhan took a deep breath, steadying his nerves before continuing to examine the corpses of the other spirit beasts. After a meticulous inspection, he was astonished to discover a remarkably conspicuous and bizarre commonality among these corpses. Their eyeballs had mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, all their internal organs seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It must be the strange black mist that is at play. Qian Yuhan finally regained his composure and spoke with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun and the others exchanged glances, their eyes betraying profound fear and confusion. However, Han Shui nodded slightly, as if she had pieced together the words of the seventh elder and realized something. Pondering inwardly, the true terror of his ninth soul skill lies within this black mist. "Old forelook," Mu Chun exclaimed, patting Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. Qian Yuhan turned to follow Mu Chun's gaze and beheld the lifeless body of a 9,000-year-old peacock feather bird, its deep purple millennium soul ring pulsating ominously. Han Shui approached to examine it closely and then addressed the group. "It's the same." The crowd gasped in unison. How terrifying. Such was the nature of a 9,000-year-old soul beast. So fearsome indeed, Tang Xian remarked. Qian Yuhan gazed at the dark mist slowly descending from the sky, feeling an involuntary tension coursing through his body. "Is this the ninth soul skill of that scoundrel?" Han Shui murmured as she returned to the group, her mind preoccupied with this matter, prompting her to voice her thoughts aloud. Ouyang Luo Shui, standing closest to Han Shui, clearly heard her and inquired, "Teacher Han, what is the ninth soul skill?" "The ninth soul skill?" Mu Chun seized upon the key point, equally perplexed. "Ah. This is the ninth soul skill unleashed by a tidal Douluo level evil soul master, responsible for the beast tide as well. He claims to belong to the Chaos sect. Which is why I dared not let you approach the southern wall," Han Shui elucidated. "Then what about the city lord of Bailey?" Qian Yuhan questioned. "I must go take a look. You all be cautious and stay here. Do not ascend the building, but wait for me," Han Shui instructed. "Rest assured, I shall protect you, students, and my lady with my life." The silent bodyguard who had been following Ouyang Luo Shui finally spoke. "Thank you." Han Shui replied with a slight nod of gratitude before executing a series of instantaneous movements, soaring up to the nearly 100-meter-high city wall. With a resounding thud, Bai Li Qian was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, painting a grotesque arc in the air. "Ha ha ha, City Lord Bai Li, is this all you are capable of? How utterly pathetic." The seventh elder guffawed at the sight. His arms crossed, and a look of disdain and provocation plastered across his face. With a thunderous crash, Bai Li Qian plummeted heavily against the city wall. The seemingly indestructible wall could not withstand such immense force, fracturing with a series of gruesome cracks that spread like a spider's web. As Bai Li Qian fell, the dual guns he had clutched slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground below. At that moment, Bai Li Qian's body began to slide down the wall. Just as he was about to plummet to the ground, he gritted his teeth and summoned his soul power with a fierce effort. At last, he managed to halt his descent, averting a disastrous fall. Clutching his chest tightly with his right hand, he gasped for breath, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, the fighting spirit in Bai Li Qian's eyes remained undiminished. He fixed a steely gaze upon the smug seventh elder in the distance and coldly retorted, "Humph, old fool, do not rejoice too soon. The outcome is still uncertain." Having spoken, he clasped his hands in the air, and in an instant, two radiant beams of yellow and blue light erupted forth. Immediately, two twin guns, exuding an overwhelming aura, shot towards him like lightning, landing firmly in his grasp. Concurrently, a dazzling blend of yellow and blue light erupted from Bai Li Qian, intertwining and enveloping him in a magnificent cocoon of luminescence. Beneath his feet, the inky black ninth soul ring pulsated violently, emanating a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Ninth soul skill, heaven and earth, one line of sky. As Bai Li Qian's furious shout resonated, the entire space seemed to tremble in response. A cataclysmic energy storm erupted from his being, wreaking havoc around him. Gripping the two divine guns tightly, Bai Li Qian inhaled deeply, his soul power surging like a tumultuous ocean. With each movement, this energy converged into the guns, seemingly intent on filling every nook and cranny. The fluctuations of soul power unleashed by the title Douluo's ninth soul skill swept through the surroundings like a formidable tempest. A force potent enough to render ordinary soul masters unconscious in an instant, while those with weaker mental fortitude risked their spiritual ocean shattering under the immense strain. At this moment, Bai Li Qian remained in his martial spirit's true form, radiating a brilliant light. Moreover, the enhancement from his previously cast 8th soul skill, Unparalleled Pride, had yet to fade, further amplifying his prowess. This 9th soul skill was undoubtedly Bai Li Qian's most formidable strike. With eyes wide open in fury, he bellowed, "Go!" Accompanied by this roar, he swung his right hand forcefully, hurling the unified Qian Kuan divine gun towards the 7th elder in the sky. In an instant, as the Qian Kuan divine gun left his grasp, 2 blinding beams of yellow and blue light flickered around it. These beams intertwined and coiled around the gun's body like 2 ferocious dragons, spiraling rapidly. Simultaneously, mysterious runes began to emerge faintly along the gun's surface, exuding an ancient and potent aura, as if harboring boundless power. The Qian Kuan divine gun sliced through the void at an astonishing speed, leaving a long afterimage in its wake, charging towards the 7th elder with devastating momentum. The dual-colored light intensified, illuminating the entire battlefield and rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Now, this is more like it. The corner of the 7th elder's mouth curled into a smirk, unyielding in the face of Bai Li Qian's overwhelming 9th soul skill. Come. The 7th elder raised his right hand towards the sky, summoning a swirling black mist that obediently coalesced before him, forming a dark shield. The moment Bai Li Qian's 9th soul skill made contact with the shield, he was startled to discover that his attack was ensnared by numerous tendrils conjured from the black mist. Although his soul skill had indeed struck the mist, it felt as if he had collided with a mass of cotton, entirely ineffective. In no time, the black mist absorbed all the soul power contained within Bai Li Qian's 9th soul skill, leaving only the dimmed essence of the Qian Kuan divine spear. Unfortunately, it was of no use, haha. Here, take it back, the 7th elder remarked, gripping the Qian Kuan divine spear and hurling it towards Bai Li Qian. With no soul power remaining in his body, Bai Li Qian stood no chance against this seemingly casual, yet immensely powerful strike from the 7th elder. "It's over," proclaimed the 7th elder with a smile. Boom. As the thick smoke cleared, a dragon-patterned staff and a broken soul spear crossed on the ground, intercepting the returning Qian Kuan divine spear. "Oh, Bai Li Qian, it seems I've brought 2 companions to accompany you to the grave," the 7th elder taunted. The 7th elder possessed a soul power level of 95, a true pinnacle Douluo, whereas Bai Li Qian was merely a level 93 titled Douluo. It is well known that the chasm between titled Douluos is insurmountable unless there is a significant disparity in their martial spirits. Throughout the battle with the 7th elder, Bai Li Qian had been relentlessly attacking, yet had been unable to inflict even the slightest harm, while the 7th elder's soul power remained largely intact. Now, with 2 soul Douluos arriving, the 7th elder regarded them with disdain. "What brings you here? Leave quickly. Together, we are no match for him. That black mist is too sinister." Bai Li Qian did not acknowledge the arriving Gu Yuxing and Han Shui, his gaze fixated solely on the black mist in the 7th elder's hand. "Haha, since you're about to meet your end, allow me to reveal the truth. This black mist is my true 9th soul skill. My soul-devouring annihilation array merely serves as a feeding ground for this black mist. This treasure of mine can only take shape within the annihilation array by continuously consuming the internal organs of living beings. As it stands, it has devoured fewer than 10,000 lives," he chuckled. "You scoundrel," Bai Li Qian shouted, pointing furiously at the 7th elder in the air. "Don't be so agitated. I will soon disperse this black mist again, and then you can join your Yellow City in hell. Ahaha. Blame yourself. If you had discovered the dark crystal stones my subordinates had strategically placed around Yellow City in time, this would not have happened." Alas. Those fluctuations in soul power, Gu Yuxing exclaimed in shock. Earlier, when Bai Li Qian had dispatched him to support the East City Gate, he had felt a strange energy fluctuation outside the gate. Upon returning to report to the South City Gate, he found his elder brother in peril. Now, Gu Yuxing finally understood everything. "It's over, ha ha ha. Let you explore the path ahead. Go." The 7th elder burst into hearty laughter. He then directed the swirling black mist towards Bai Li Qian and his companions. "Ha ha ha, farewell. 8th soul skill, Dragon Pattern Dominance. 8th soul skill, Defense. Han Shui and Gu Yuxing simultaneously unleashed their most formidable defensive soul skills to withstand the attack. Yet, as the black mist approached, it mysteriously vanished, and the purple-black energy shield enveloping Yelin City gradually dissipated into the sky. Ha ha ha, what? The seventh elder was taken aback, exclaiming, "My treasure, what is happening? My soul destruction array." At that moment, a gentle voice resonated. Nobas, it has been over a decade, yet you remain unchanged. Before Bai Li Qian and his companions, the space tore apart, revealing a stunning woman who walked forth gracefully, as if descended from the heavens. Her slender waist swayed gently, each step exuding endless charm and allure. She donned a flowing cream-colored gown that billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial being. Over her gown, she wore a dazzling golden armor cloak, undeniably signifying her extraordinary status. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, smooth and lustrous, swaying softly in the breeze, enhancing her enchanting presence. Her exquisite face seemed divinely sculpted, with brows like distant mountains, eyes shimmering with autumn's allure, and her lips, when parted, seemed to release an invisible magic that effortlessly tugged at the hearts of men. The seventh elder trembled at the sound, a strange sensation surging within him, as if he recognized the voice. Quickly, he shifted his gaze towards the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. Upon recognizing her, his pupils constricted sharply, his face a mask of shock and fear. The figure before him was none other than the fourth enshrined of the Spirit Hall, the 97th level peak Douluo, the space Douluo. Roya. The author finds it challenging to write, and humbly requests the support of fellow brothers to energize the author with a little love. Chapter 110, The Crisis of Yelin City, and, It's You. The seventh elder trembled as he pointed with a quivering hand at the space Douluo before him. The space Douluo smiled, her lips curling slightly. Nobas, I searched for you all these years, thinking you had perished. To my surprise, you have advanced to such a level. That is all thanks to your actions. The seventh elder seemed to recall something, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted hysterically. The space Douluo shook her head helplessly, choosing to ignore the enraged seventh elder. Turning her attention back to Bai Li Qian, she inquired, "Are you all right?" Noticing Bai Li Qian's expression, she continued, It is you, young man. It has been a long time." Bailey's consciousness has begun to blur. Previously, he had the strength to scold Elder Seven, but now, with the arrival of a formidable ally, the last of his resolve has dissipated, leaving him utterly weakened. Han Shui promptly supported him, channeling her soul power to alleviate his condition. The fact that a title Douluo's soul power could be consumed to such an extent indicates that without the timely assistance of Han Shui and Gu Yuxing, Elder Seven's earlier counterattack could have led to his demise. Bai Li Qian, responding to the voice, slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his vision was somewhat hazy, but gradually the features of the woman before him became clear. "Yes, it is you. You were the one who registered my title in the Douluo Hall back then." Bai Li Qian was taken aback, recalling that it was this ethereal beauty who had facilitated his registration as a title Douluo. He had suspected then that this woman was no ordinary person. After all, how could someone of such significance be commonplace? "Junior is grateful for your timely rescue." Bai Li Qian began to rise slowly. The time-space Douluo waved his hand and turned to Han Shui and Gu Yuxing, saying, "There is no need. You should take good care of him." During the brief minute when the time-space Douluo disregarded Elder Seven while inquiring about Bai Li Qian's condition, Elder Seven was left in a state of bewilderment. Who is he? Where is he? To be so utterly disregarded. "Roya, how dare you ignore me so? What is it about you that warrants my attention? You seem to be doing quite well, so let us settle old scores alongside new ones." Elder Seven's face flushed crimson with rage, his soul power surging dramatically. Two black soul rings, the seventh and eighth, flickered beneath his feet. Seventh soul skill, martial soul manifestation. Eighth soul skill, 100 ghosts devouring souls. Elder Seven transformed into a vengeful spirit, and with him, as the epicenter, black energy began to coalesce. With a resounding explosion, a black orb erupted in the air, instantly surrounding the time-space Douluo and Bai Li Qian with hundreds of ghostly figures radiating a chilling white light. At Elder Seven's command, they surged toward the group. Let it be done. Sixth soul skill, time-space stagnation. Beneath the feet of the time-space Douluo, the black sixth soul ring shimmered, forming an expansive azure domain that enveloped all present, including himself, Bai Li Qian, and the seventh elder hovering above. Suddenly, Han Shui was astonished to find her body weighed down as if by 1,000 burdens. Within this domain, she was utterly immobilized, requiring immense effort merely to lift her arm even slightly. The hundreds of malevolent spirits rushing towards them came to an immediate halt, as if frozen in time. Yet, The insufferable Luaya, with her peak 95th level Douluo strength, was subjected to far less influence than Han Shui and the spirits conjured by her soul skills. However, it was undeniable that the time-space Douluo, a formidable 97th level peak Douluo, was on an entirely different plane of power. The 7th Elder's earlier proclamation of settling old scores in a fit of rage was nothing short of folly. After all, the time-space Douluo had been a renowned figure on the continent for over a decade, with blood debts and the lives of an entire village weighing on her shoulders. She had been relentlessly pursued by the time-space Douluo, were it not for her affiliation with the Chaos sect, which had shielded her within its core. She would have been slain long ago, even with the enhancement from the Chaos sect's unique secret arts, elevating her to the 95th level. She still felt trepidation in the presence of such a legendary powerhouse. Alas, what a useless wretch. This time, accept your fate and return with me to face the punishment you deserve. The gaze of the time-space Douluo sharpened, causing the 7th Elder to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat cascading down her brow. Had she encountered another 97th level title Douluo, perhaps she could have held her own or at least managed to retreat unscathed. But facing the time-space Douluo, who countered her every move, left her with no choice but to pray for salvation from others. Have you chosen to abandon resistance? How perceptive of you, remarked the time-space Douluo, shedding her earlier jesting demeanor for a serious countenance. Third soul skill, temporal binding. The purple third soul ring flickered beneath her feet, and under the constraint of the time-space Douluo's 6th soul skill, the 7th Elder found herself unable to evade. The stasis of time affected not only her body but also her soul power, rendering her incapable of mobilizing her strength for defense. Just as the azure chains were about to ensnare the 7th Elder, the space behind her shattered, and a resonant voice shattered the time-space Douluo's temporal stasis skill. How utterly disgraceful, Noah's. In the end, it falls upon me to rescue you. Who are you? The time-space Douluo inquired, her gaze fixed upon the suddenly materializing figure cloaked in black. She discerned that the individual who had so easily breached her temporal stasis bore a power level comparable to her own, if not superior. Ah. My gratitude to the 3rd Elder for your timely intervention, came the response. The 7th Elder finally broke free from the grip of temporal stasis, gasping for breath. The pressure exerted upon him by the time and space Douluo during his confinement had been excruciating. In contrast, Li Qian and his companions seemed to be untouched by the ordeal. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, time and space Douluo, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, but the individuals I mentor are not to be taken so lightly. I lack the leisure to engage with you today. Yet I am certain our paths shall cross again in the future. As he spoke, a spatial vortex materialized behind him. The time and space Douluo sensed the sudden emergence of the vortex and felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. He charged towards the 2 individuals suspended in the air. 8th soul skill. Before he could complete the activation of his soul technique, the 7th Elder was swiftly whisked away by the so-called 3rd Elder who had appeared behind him. Curse be it, he has escaped once more. My negligence has cost me dearly. I never anticipated reinforcements. The time and space Douluo gradually descended back to the ground, and addressed by Li Qian and Gu Yuxing. I leave the affairs within the city in your capable hands. You are the lead instructor sent by the Wuhuan Temple Academy to Tiando, are you not? He turned to Han Shui. Han Shui nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed, senior. Then lead me to see, he urged. Very well. I shall take you there at once. Han Shui guided the time and space Douluo to the children, and upon seeing her, Qian Yuhan felt a surge of joy. Any time and space, what brings you here? Han Shui was momentarily taken aback. She was unaware of Qian Yuhan's and Mu Qin's identities. She had long wished to inquire about them from the dean, but had been skillfully sidetracked by his evasive responses. Is everything all right, little Han? Oh, nothing to worry about. Auntie. Qian Yuhan ran up and embraced the time and space Douluo. That is a relief. After finishing my affairs in the temple, I thought it had been quite a while since I visited the Yellen Lantern Festival, and I wanted to arrive before it ended. Little did I know, I would find Yellen City engulfed in flames of war. The time and space Douluo then glanced at the others behind Qian Yuhan. Oh, little Mu Qin is here as well. Aha, Auntie, it has been ages. The time and space Douluo exclaimed. You little rascal. You are quite the schemer and hold a grudge. This time even Qian Yuhan was puzzled. Sensing that there was more to the relationship between the time and space Douluo and Mu Qin had no intention of divulging their past encounter. Before the time and space Douluo entered seclusion, she had visited the residence of the Golden Crocodile Douluo to discuss matters and had chanced upon Mu Qin outside, hanging something out to dry. Upon closer inspection, it was a bedsheet soaked with water. Qianyu Hansong opened the portal to the Douluo world and then said, "Aunt, one of our classmates has been injured. Could you please consider taking him back to Spirit City for treatment?" Suddenly, Qianyu Han recalled how the time-space Douluo had previously transported his meditative self back to the Spirit Hall. He contemplated that transferring Zhao Ke should pose no difficulty and thus inquired. At this moment, Han Shui stepped forward to recount the events in detail to the time-space Douluo. "This is the situation, esteemed elder. Zhao Ke is currently out of immediate danger. However, I believe we must hasten to return him to Spirit City for further examination. Given the circumstances in Yelin City, the medical standards here are undoubtedly inferior to those of Spirit City. I fear that this child may suffer long-term repercussions if we delay." What a bunch of scoundrels. The time-space Douluo muttered in frustration. Qianyu Han had never witnessed the space-time Douluo exhibit such fervor. However, as expected of a titled Douluo, the emotional outburst was fleeting. Swiftly concealed. "I shall take him back to the Spirit Hall for treatment. Where is he? Please lead the way. Xiao Han, Xiao Mu Chun. You should focus on your studies in Tiando. Rest assured about your friend." With that, he followed Han Shui to the infirmary. "Thank you, third brother, for your assistance." In the dim, shadowy confines of the flickering spatial tunnel, Elder 7 expressed profound gratitude with a respectful bow toward Elder 3, his tone imbued with sincerity. Elder 3 smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively, and said earnestly, "Old 7, you have been exceedingly careless this time. Do you truly believe that the soul-destroying world annihilation formation you devised is invincible?" He shook his head slightly, a glimmer of reproach in his eyes. Elder 7, flushed with shame, lowered his head and murmured, "Third brother, I truly did not anticipate that wretched woman, Roya, would suddenly appear here. It is my oversight that has led to this predicament. Alas, this failure is entirely my fault." Elder 3 sighed gently, offering consolation. Let it be, let it be. Now that you recognize your shortcomings, there is no need for excessive guilt or distress. The strength of the space-time Douluo is unfathomable, and her methods are beyond comprehension. Even with my full power, I might not have triumphed over her. Our narrow escape is indeed a stroke of fortune. You must understand that just moments ago, her 8th soul skill had not been fully unleashed. Had she succeeded, we would not have been able to flee. At this point, Elder 3 instinctively patted his chest, still haunted by the memory. "What? You mean to say that she had not activated her 8th soul skill?" Elder 7 exclaimed, his expression alarmed, wide-eyed and incredulous. Her 8th soul skill can seal space itself. If she had successfully confined the surrounding area, our escape would have been utterly impossible. Moreover, who can say whether reinforcements might arrive? Furthermore, the Tiando Empire's support troops have already reached the battlefield. If we delay any longer, the situation will become increasingly dire for us. There is no longer any reason to prolong this. Elder 3 analyzed gravely. "Third brother, you are indeed astute. Your judgments are always so precise. I am in complete admiration." Elder 7 quickly echoed, his face alight with flattery. Elder 3 waved his hand slightly, smiling as he said, "Do not rush to shower me with praise just yet. I must ask, how is the progress on your crystal mining operation?" Upon hearing this, Elder 7 promptly nodded, responding, "In regard to third brother, yes, it has been completed. The entire process went remarkably smoothly. Truly, it was all quite perfect. However, alas, at last." The 7th elder let out a deep sigh, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Observing this, the 3rd elder offered a faint smile and gently inquired, "Hee. You seem troubled. I presume you wish to speak of Hallie?" The 7th elder slowly bowed his head, his expression heavy with melancholy. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, "Indeed, brother 3. Hallie's actions this time were exceedingly reckless. Despite having ample manpower, including formidable Soul Sect and Soul King experts, he utterly disregarded the city defense forces. Alas, the outcome is truly lamentable." The 3rd elder softly patted the 7th elder on the shoulder, offering comfort. "There is no need to be overly sorrowful. Although Hallie has unfortunately encountered this calamity, we shall surely avenge his deep-seated grievances. For now, let us steady our hearts. Overall, this operation has been quite satisfactory. The higher-ups in the sect are rather pleased, and the Grand Elder has specifically sent word for us to return to headquarters promptly to discuss the subsequent tasks assigned from above. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down." "Another task? How splendid!" he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, suddenly recalling an important matter. He turned to the person referred to as Brother 3 and asked, "By the way, Do you know who killed Hallie? Isn't there a secret technique within the sect that allows us to see the moments before a disciple's death? Is there any clue? The third elder furrowed his brow. Pondering for a moment before responding, the sect has employed the secret technique and could only retrieve fragmented images. From those remnants, we discern a massive blood-red sword and several blood-red chains. Beyond that, there is little clarity. The assailant appeared to be a child, quite amusing, isn't it? Then a voice echoed, seemingly calling out the name Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan, Qian Yuhan, the seventh elder muttered the name repeatedly, his countenance darkening ominously as if it could drip with intensity. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and murmured, "Very well, I shall remember this. Regardless of who this Qian Yuhan may be, anyone who dares to harm our own shall inevitably pay the price. We shall see." Chapter 111. The ice seems to melt in Yelin City. Space-Tan Douluo gently patted Qian Yuhan's head and smiled. "Little Han, rest assured. Your friend will receive the utmost care from the Wuhuan Temple. Focus on your studies in Tiando without worry." Qian Yuhan nodded in response, expressing gratitude to Aunt Time and Space for her efforts. "There is no need for such formalities between us. I anticipate that news of the events in Yelin City will swiftly spread far and wide, and you talented young souls shall undoubtedly gain considerable renown." With that, he declared, "I shall take him back now. Remember to visit me for some leisure and fun once the holiday is over." Time and Space Douluo nodded at Qian Yuhan and the others before escorting Zhao Ke back to the Spirit Hall. As the medical supplies continued to flow into Yelin City and Soul Masters arrived to provide assistance, the heart-wrenching sight of countless civilians collapsing in despair while searching for their loved ones among the many corpses was enough to stir the deepest emotions in anyone who witnessed it. With the dawn of a new day, as the sun gradually ascended, the bustling city of Yelin, the largest city at the border of the Tiando Empire, was engulfed in such a grand battle while others remained ensconced in slumber. Following the rescue of Elder 7, the beast tide, no longer under the chaotic secret arts influence, returned to its natural state and dissipated within less than an hour. The city was littered with the remains of soul beasts, their numbers beyond reckoning, a testament to the valiant efforts of the city's defense forces and the courageous spirit masters who had voluntarily joined the protective ranks while visiting Yelin City. The fallen beasts ranged from those of mere decades to those reaching nearly 90,000 years in age, encompassing nearly every species found in the nearby Soul Beast Forest, whether soaring through the skies or traversing the land. Beside Xinyu, Mu Chun slowly began to speak. "Director Han, Han Shui interjected, "Children, the performance you exhibited tonight is beyond description. It was truly magnificent." Bai Li Qian, having shaken off the remnants of his meditation despite his injuries, stood up and remarked, "Indeed, your display exceeded all expectations. You are truly the esteemed disciples nurtured by our Spirit Hall Academy, reminiscent of my youthful days." Ha! Han Shui and Guyu exchanged exasperated glances, shaking their heads with a bittersweet smile. Realizing that such remarks were inappropriate in this context, Bai Li Qian quickly added, "It was merely a jest for amusement. Please do not let it spread, or I might find myself in trouble with certain individuals." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qian Yuhan mused to herself, "It appears that the city lord of Bai Li possesses such a side." Bai Li Qian continued, "Now that the beast tide has receded, there are numerous corpses of soul beasts within the city. You understand what to do. Go take a look." Mu Chun, the quickest to react, immediately grasped Feng Ye's hand and called upon the others, who were still processing the situation, to join him in scavenging on the streets. It is well known that soul bones are among the most precious treasures in Douluo, indeed a rarity. The challenge lies in the exceedingly low probability of their emergence from slain soul beasts. Soul bones are an exceptionally unique entity. They represent the most coveted possession among soul masters. While they share similarities with soul rings, soul bones are profoundly different. Every soul beast possesses a corresponding soul ring. Yet the likelihood of a soul bone appearing from a soul beast is merely 1 in 1,000, or even less. Another distinction between soul bones and soul rings is that unlike soul rings, which can only be used by the one who defeats the soul beast, soul bones may be sold after acquisition, and one can procure desired soul bones in certain special locations. Every single soul bone, no matter how ordinary, commands an exorbitant price, with demand far exceeding supply. Given the abundance of soul beast corpses in the city now, the probability of encountering a soul bone has significantly increased. After Mu Chen explained, the others also came to their senses. Tang Xian and Tang Chen surged ahead of Mu Chen, with Tang Xian grinning mischievously. "Hey, Third brother, we're off first. You'd better take it slow with Fangya. It was only then that Mu Chen realized he had been holding Fangya's hand without letting go. Upon noticing, he even squeezed it slightly. This action caused Fangya's already flushed face to deepen in color. You actually squeezed it. She huffed, embarrassed and infuriated, breaking free from Mu Chen's grasp and accelerating away. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback before chasing after her. Wait, Xiaoya, let me explain. It wasn't my intention. Behind Mu Chen were Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luo Shui, who watched the interaction between Mu Chen and Fangya with slight smiles. What are you smiling about? Ouyang Luo Shui inquired, glancing at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan remarked, I find it amusing that my third brother, aside from Uncle Genie, has someone else to manage him. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Luo Shui, understanding the jest, covered her mouth in laughter. Qian Yuhan turned his gaze towards the profile of Ouyang Luo Shui and softly inquired, May I call you Luo Shui? Upon hearing this, a faint blush rose on her cheeks as she nodded in silence. Qian Yuhan continued, Luo Shui, do you know? For some reason, I have an overwhelming sense of familiarity with you, as though we have known each other for ages. Engaging in conversation with you feels so natural. Ouyang Luo Shui, upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, this fellow truly is a blockhead. I explicitly mentioned it in my letter. Yet he failed to realize that I am the pen pal he speaks of. How foolish. Utterly foolish. Qian Yuhan gazed at Ouyang Luo Shui, who had unexpectedly pouted her lips, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Had he said something amiss that had displeased the young lady? At that moment, Ouyang Luo Shui turned her head. Their eyes met, and she chuckled, saying, It's nothing, I was merely pondering how a big fool could be so dim-witted. By the way, there is a mailbox outside the gates of the Tiando Royal Academy. I recall you mentioning that your pen pal is also from there. She will surely leave you a letter upon learning of your arrival, allowing you to continue your correspondence. Just a mailbox. How can I retrieve it? What if it's stolen? Ouyang Luo Shui playfully slapped Qian Yuhan, exclaiming, You're such a simpleton. Those letters will undoubtedly indicate who they are addressed to. Besides, given your long correspondence with her, you must know what kind of envelope she uses. Moreover, that mailbox is solely for such letters. What could possibly be stolen? Honestly, ha ha. Indeed, I shall check it out once I reach the academy. Ouyang Luo Shui, now aware that Qian Yuhan was oblivious to the fact that she was his pen pal, felt a sudden urge to tease him a bit. Oh, big fool. Just a little punishment for you. I won't tell you just yet. Heh, think about it yourself. Luo Shui, I have a lingering feeling that you were concealing something from me. Qian Yuhan remarked suddenly. Ouyang Luo Shui was taken aback. Huh, is it really going to end so soon? Is that even possible? Well, it's just a feeling. I can't quite put my finger on it. What could I possibly be hiding from you? I don't know, it just feels strange. You're mistaken. Behind Ouyang Luo Shui stood her bodyguard, who would not allow any further secrets from the young lady. Observing the lively conversation between Qian Yuhan and his mistress, he noted how the usually frigid demeanor of his lady seemed to thaw in the presence of this young boy. Chapter 112. Acquiring goods. Mu Chen was the first to discover a soul bone from the right arm, which had fallen from 1,000 gene judging by its form. Mu Chen estimated it to be around 10,000 years old. What a pity. I already have both of my arm soul bones. This one is of no use to me. Brothers, who wants it? Mu Chen displayed the soul bone, which emitted a faint green glow, hovering in his palm. Xiaoya? No. I feel this soul bone isn't suited for me. It seems more appropriate for strength-type soul masters, so I won't waste it. Fangya waved her hand in refusal. Indeed, she sought a soul bone that would enhance her explosive power and speed. The 1,000-gene ant was primarily associated with strength and defense, not aligning with her aspirations for a soul bone. For strength, my elder brother, second brother, and fourth brother. Any of you would be suitable for this. I'll leave it to you. I will continue searching for others. Mu Chen handed the soul bone to Qian Yuhan beside him before dashing off in search of additional soul bones. Elder brother, second brother. Who among you desires this soul bone? I currently possess an external spirit bone, while both of you have yet to acquire one. Should either of you absorb this piece, it would collectively enhance the combat prowess of our brotherhood, enabling us to fight more effectively together in the future. So, Chen'er, you shall absorb it, correct? Brother, spare us the idle chatter and proceed swiftly. I shall provide you with protection. Thank you, fourth brother. Tang Xian said with a smile as he looked at Qian Yuhan. Tang Chen also nodded in gratitude towards Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan remarked, Why be so polite? Eldest brother, second brother, you may continue your search here. I shall accompany Luo Shui to explore that direction. With that, he led Ouyang Luo Shui towards the opposite side where Mu Chun had ventured, believing that diversifying their search would yield greater efficiency in locating soul bones. This fourth brother, taking Luo Shui to search over there. What a refreshing start to the new spring. Tang Xian teased as he observed Qian Yuhan depart. Indeed, it seems that way, chuckled Tang Chun, who was typically serious and unsmiling. Moments later, just after Qian Yuhan had left, he let out a mighty sneeze. Half an hour later, I found one here. Haha, I've discovered another one, woohoo. To their astonishment, both Qian Yuhan and Mu Chen successfully acquired treasures. Qian Yuhan discovered a soul bone from the head of a Kanglan falcon, while Mu Chen retrieved the left arm bone of a thunder lion. As Mu Chen picked up the fallen left arm bone, he lamented, "What a pity. Another arm soul bone. Ah, the thunder attribute will undoubtedly suit our second brother." Fangya nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the thunder lion's energy, said to be far superior to that of other thunder attribute soul masters, would be a perfect match for Tang Xian. It might even enhance Tang Xian's mastery of lightning with the heavenly thunder Haoyan hammer, returning with the soul bone. Mu Chen was met with Fangya, who, with her vast knowledge, could ascertain the approximate age of the soul beast's carcass at around 12,000 years. I believe, dear brother Tang Xian, that if you grit your teeth and absorb it, you should be just fine. Tang Xian gazed at the thunder lion's left arm bone that Mu Chen had entrusted to him, then turned to Mu Chen and Fangya, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Elder brother, you should hasten your absorption. I see our second brother is nearing completion, and Xiaoya and I will provide you with protection. Qian Yuhan returned with the precious treasure, the head soul bone of the Kanglan falcon, which her guardian, Luo Shui, claimed to be around 8,000 years old. Fangya, you should absorb it, she suggested. I think I should give it to Sister Ouyang, Fangya declined. Dear Fangya, there's no need for your modesty. I have no use for soul bones, Ouyang Luo Shui replied with a smile. If I truly desired it, I would have sought a place to absorb it long ago. Haha, you should take it. I suspect this soul bone might enhance the accuracy of your attacks, while the explosive power of your Fire Phoenix martial spirit is formidable. Its narrow attack range makes landing soul techniques challenging. This soul bone could very well remedy that shortcoming. Indeed, Sister Ouyang speaks the truth, Fangya acknowledged, her thoughts aligning with Ouyang Luo Shui's insights. She recognized her evident lack of precision and skills, and the Kanglan falcon's head soul bone might indeed assist in addressing this issue. Contemplating this, she accepted the soul bone from Qian Yuhan and seated herself in a meditative posture to absorb its essence. Qian Yuhan, Mu Chen, and Ouyang Luo Shui, along with their solitary guardian, had ceased their quest for soul bones, having devoted the night to an arduous battle. The mere act of locating a few more soul bones had stretched their physical limits to the utmost. Although referred to as a quartet of guardians, in truth, only Ouyang Luo Shui's lone protector remained vigilant, while the other three reclined against the wall, surrendering to slumber. After an hour had elapsed, Fangya, the last to commence the absorption of the soul bones, completed her process. Each of their soul powers had experienced a notable breakthrough. The current status of the group is as follows. Qian Yuhan, level 45 peak, soul master of the soul sect, specializing in offensive weapon spirits. His martial spirit is the Radiant Divine Sword, 1 purple, 3 black. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Second soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. Third soul skill, Radiant Guardian. Fourth soul skill, Baptism of Light. And the Azura Demon Sword, 4 red. First soul skill, Azura Blood Slash. Second soul skill, Azura Endless Shackles. Third soul skill, Azura Myriad Shadows. Fourth soul skill, Azura Annihilation, currently sealed. His soul bone is the Radiant Wings External Soul Bone. Ouyang Luo Shui, level 43 peak, soul master of the soul sect, specializing in control and offensive weapon spirits. Her martial spirit is the Ice Spirit Staff, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. First soul skill, Ice Spirit Blessing. Second soul skill, Ice Domain. Third soul skill, Ice Prison. Fourth soul skill, Winter Has Arrived, and the Ice God Battle Blade, 1 black. First soul skill, Ice God Slash. Mu Chen, level 39 peak, soul master, specializing in offensive beast spirits. His martial spirit is the Golden Crocodile King, 2 yellow, 1 purple. First soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail Sweep. Second soul skill, Protective Golden Radiance. Third soul skill, Frenzied Golden Crocodile. His soul bones include the right arm bone of the King of Earth, Primal Tremor, and the right arm bone of the Gale Demon Wolf, Demon Wolf Storm. His domain is the Golden Crocodile Domain. Tang Xian, level 38 peak, after refining the celestial herb during winter break, Soul Master, specializing in offensive weapon spirits. His martial spirit is the Heavenly Thunder Hammer, 2 yellow, 1 purple, first soul skill, Thunder Strike, second soul skill, Thunder Assault, third soul skill, Thunder Shadow. His soul bone is the left arm bone of the Thunder Lion, Thunder Break. Tang Xian, level 38 peak, after refining the celestial herb during winter break, Soul Master, specializing in offensive weapon spirits. His martial spirit is the earth-shattering Heavenly Hammer, 2 yellow, 1 purple, first soul skill, Earth Split, second soul skill, Earth Tremor, third soul skill, Heavenly Shield. His soul bone is the right arm bone of the Thousand Gene and Thousand Gene Throw. Fangya, level 35 peak, Soul Master, specializing in offensive beast spirits. Her martial spirit is the three-headed Fire Phoenix, 2 yellow, 1 purple, first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames, third soul skill, Phoenix Wings Ascending, achieved after absorbing the remaining effects of the celestial herb during winter break. Her soul bone is the head bone of the Kanglan Falcon, Eye of the Phoenix. Zhao Ke, level 38 peak, Soul Master, specializing in offensive weapon spirits. His martial spirit is the 7 kills sword, 2 yellow, 1 purple, first soul skill, Sword Chi, second soul skill, Sword Intent, third soul skill, Layers of Sword Shadows. Obtained after breaking through to Soul Master with the guidance of his mother during winter break. As Zhao Ku recovers, I must provide him with further assistance. As he is my savior, Mu Chen remarked. They all remembered the grievous assault by the Chaos sect on Zhao Ku, who was a cornerstone of their strength. Remarkably, all 7 members were focused on offense, with Ouyang Luoshues serving as the sole control specialist. This peculiar team lacked agility and support. Yet Mu Chen's Golden Crocodile domain offered a degree of enhancement to allies, functioning as a supportive skill in its own right. The mere mention of Zhao Ke's ambush ignited their fury. What sort of scoundrels would attack their own kind in times of distress? It was a heinous act, deserving of retribution. One day, I shall avenge Zhao Ku, declared Tang Xian, his fists clenched in indignation. The sentiments of the others echoed his anger, filled with frustration. Damn those evil soul masters, may they meet a wretched fate. The ever-gentle Fangya could no longer contain her anger and exclaimed, Revenge is necessary, yet at this moment, we are powerless. This resentment will serve as our motivation for future cultivation. Strength is paramount, for now. We must diligently devote ourselves to our training in order to seek retribution against them, Qian Yuhan said through clenched teeth, resolute in his determination. Although Qian Yuhan could not recall the exact events that transpired, the memory of Hallie's ambush which resulted in Ouyang Luoshu's injury filled him with an intense loathing for that malevolent soul master. Indeed, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed through the air. The group turned to see a venerable man, adorned in royal attire and with flowing white hair, approaching with measured steps. A scepter firmly grasped in his hand, unmistakably a member of the royal family. Chapter 113. An extraordinary reward indeed. An elderly man, clothed in regal garb and wielding a scepter, made his way toward them. He was followed closely by 4 rows of guards, while Bai Li Qian, Gu Yuxing, and Han Shui trailed behind this distinguished elder. As the elder came to a halt, Bai Li Qian cleared his throat and spoke, Ahem, children. This is Prince Shuiyu of the Tiando Empire. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Qian Yuhan and the others immediately understood the exalted status of the elder before them, one who stood second only to the emperor within the Tiando Empire, warranting utmost respect and decorum. They bowed deeply, clasping their fists in greeting. Prince Shuiyu waved his hand gently and addressed them with warmth. Children, I have already heard from Lord Bai Li about your deeds. You have performed admirably and can be considered the heroes who resolved the crisis of the Beast Tide in Yuan City. Therefore, young ones, you shall be awarded the Empire's Royal Third-Class Medal. Bai Li Qian, upon hearing Prince Shuiyu's words, was taken aback. It is well known that the Royal Third-Class Medal is among the most prestigious honors in the Tiando Empire. The Empire's awards are categorized into 3 main tiers: the Civil Honor, the City Glory, and the highest, the Royal Class. Each tier is further divided into 3 sublevels, with the third class being the lowest and the first class the highest. Recipients of the City Glory Medal enjoy supreme privileges in all cities outside of Tiando City, while those who attain the Royal Medal can traverse the entire Tiando Empire with ease. There are fewer than 5 individuals within the Tiando Empire who have ever been awarded the Royal First Class Medal. It is said that a minor royal member once offended one of these five, leading to their immediate expulsion from the royal family by His Majesty Shui Ling of the Tiando Empire. This illustrates the immense value of the royal medals. Of course, obtaining a royal medal is as challenging as scaling the heavens. Yet now, hearing that Prince Shui Yu intends to bestow upon Qian Yuhan and his companions the royal medal, how could one not be astonished? A warrior like him, who had accrued countless merits on the battlefield and earned the title of Douluo while safeguarding the nation for decades, had only received a royal medal once. Yet here were these young ones, the eldest among them, Ouyang Luoxue, merely 10.5 years of age, being granted such an honor. Truly, it was beyond belief. Qian Yuhan and the others are currently unaware of the true value of this reward. Yet he has long noticed the astonished expression on Bai Li Qian's face upon hearing the news, leading him to deduce that this reward must be extraordinary. I heard Bai Li mention that you are exchange students sent by the Spirit Hall Academy. Qian Yuhan nodded and replied, Indeed, Your Highness. Director Han is the leading teacher accompanying us to Tiando City to finalize the exchange matters. Han Shui stepped forward from beside Bai Li Qian, bowing respectfully, Your Highness. I am the leading teacher. Prince Shui Yu nodded and expressed, once again, I extend my gratitude to your esteemed institution for providing the Tiando Royal Academy with this opportunity for exchange. Please convey my thanks to Director Han. He assured them. Rest assured that these children will receive the highest level of training during their years at Tiando Royal Academy. Han Shui, momentarily at a loss for words in response to the prince's statement, understood the importance of conveying his words and wished for the success of the collaborative exchange between their two academies. Well then, let us take a good rest today. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Tiando City, Prince Shui Yu announced, adding that he would have Bai Li summon them later as he needed to visit other supporting soul masters and the affected populace. Han Shui stepped out to stand beside Qian Yuhan and the others, bowing once more, We bid farewell to Your Highness. As Prince Shui Yu walked past Qian Yuhan, he suddenly halted, causing Qian Yuhan to glance at him in confusion. Following the prince's gaze, he noticed he was fixated on Ouyang Luoxue, who stood behind him. Luoxue, what brings you here? Returning to Uncle Yu. I came to Yelin City for the Lantern Festival yesterday, as I do every year. This time, I happened to meet friends and participate in this event. Ouyang Luoxue replied with a smile. Han Shui thought to himself, Goodness, this young lady, Ouyang, has quite an extraordinary background. Is she also a member of the royal family? How familiar she is with Prince Shui Yu. Oh, indeed. Uncle, I must be getting old and forgetful. I didn't notice you earlier. Everything is well, I trust? Ouyang Luoxue shook her head, indicating that she had not encountered any significant issues. Well then, you should return with Uncle tomorrow. It seems your father has been away on business recently. After I return, I need to visit the Ice God sect, and I can safely escort you back, he suggested. All right, I will follow your guidance. Good child, I shall attend to my duties now. You take care and rest well. Goodbye, Uncle. Farewell. Prince Shui Yu then continued on his way to attend to the matters at hand. Bai Li Qian coughed softly, bringing Han Shui back to the present, and then followed Prince Shui Yu. Han Shui regained his composure and addressed the group. Children, let us return to the hotel for some rest. Fortunately, our hotel has not been affected by the beast tide, and all our belongings remain intact. We shall set off for Tiando City early tomorrow. All right. The group replied in unison. By the way, Miss Ouyang, where are you staying? Han Shui inquired, looking at Ouyang Luoxue and her accompanying guard. Ouyang Luoxue smiled and responded. Teacher Han, we are staying at the same place. Is that so? What a coincidence. Let us return and rest. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon noon. After the time-space Douluo escorted Zhao Ku to the medical center of the Spirit Hall and provided thorough instructions, she hurried to the conference hall for a meeting. Previously, she had sent a message to the Golden Crocodile Douluo regarding the events that transpired in Yelin City, which left him utterly astonished. Consequently, he sought out Xiao Hui that very morning. Sister Luya has returned, Xiao Hui announced. Although Xiao Hui held the position of the highest leader within the Spirit Hall, he was cultivated by Qian Mo and was therefore quite familiar with several of the elders, referring to them as brothers and sisters in private. Within this conference hall today, only 6 elders and he himself were present, thus it was natural for him to address them informally. Indeed, nodded the time-space Douluo. Sister Luya, please share your thoughts. I heard from an elder in the Elder Hall this morning about the incident in Yelin City on the side of Tiando. Was it truly orchestrated by those rascals? It is highly likely to be them, replied the time-space Douluo. The usually gentle and composed third elder The Qingfeng Douluo rarely displayed anger but now slammed the table in outrage, exclaiming, "These scoundrels actually dared to commit such an atrocity, inviting a beast tide into the city. Do they not realize the chaos they bring upon the innocent citizens? I also noticed that the corpses of the soul beasts from the beast tide bore their insignia. I suspect some secret method has been employed," she continued. "Secret method?" inquired Xiaohui. The fifth elder, the Guangling Douluo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "If that is the case, it is undoubtedly those individuals. Brother Xiaohui, do you not recall the soul beast forest upheaval suppressed by our elder brother over a decade ago? Are you referring to the incident when our teacher went to the sunset?" Xiaohui pondered quietly. "Indeed, after our elder brother returned, he warned us to remain vigilant against that organization. Who would have thought they would resurface after over 10 years of silence?" remarked the Guangling Douluo. The time-space Douluo continued. "Moreover, do you all remember the individual I was tasked with pursuing over a decade ago? Nobus? How could we forget? Back then, he was severely injured and you pursued him relentlessly. I teased you for quite some time about it," laughed the Guangling Douluo. "Let us focus on the matter at hand. Guangling, Nobus has joined that organization, and he has even broken through to the 95th level." "What?" exclaimed everyone in unison. Volume 2. The Splendor of Tiando begins. This is the first update for today. There will be another update later, so please encourage and support with gifts. Thank you. Special thanks to Tang Xiao for your support. Thank you to See Ya Old Dream for the love and flowers. Thank you to user 225139996 for the likes. I am deeply touched. Thank you all for your support. I will strive to write diligently. Chapter 114. The Spirit Hall Meeting. What? The crowd exclaimed. Is he still alive? As the radiant Douluo furrowed his brow, he remarked, "Indeed, I sense this organization is growing increasingly formidable." The time-space Douluo interjected, "Formidable? Then let us confront them. Are we to cower in fear? Evil cannot triumph over righteousness." The golden crocodile Douluo, who had been silently listening to the discussion, finally spoke up, "Seventh brother, when will you amend your impulsive nature? This matter is far from simple. The Grand Priest instructed me to keep a watchful eye on this situation, and I have discreetly dispatched agents to monitor these madmen. However, I did not anticipate that their inaugural action as the Chaotic Sect would be so reckless." "The Chaotic Sect, is it? So that is their name?" The Azure Phoenix Douluo said coldly, narrowing his eyes. The Golden Crocodile Douluo continued, "The Chaotic Sect is shrouded in mystery. We know not whence they came or the reasons for their unification. I am convinced that their formation serves a sinister purpose. I concur with second brother. Our immediate task is to ascertain as much as we can about this chaotic sect and gather intelligence on their internal affairs. Otherwise, we will be ill-prepared should they strike." The time-space Douluo added, "In the meantime, Xiao Di, ensure that the defenses of Wuhuan City and the other cities governed by the Wuhuan Palace remain vigilant. I entrust this responsibility to you." Xiaohui nodded solemnly. Alas, sixth brother remains in seclusion, and it is uncertain when he will emerge. Were it not for his formidable star god technique, we would remain in the dark. The heavenly might Douluo sighed. The Grand Priest stipulated not to disturb sixth brother during this period of meditation. We must await his own emergence, the golden crocodile Douluo replied. What of Shaohan and Xiaochen? Are they safe? The Azure Phoenix Douluo inquired, concern etched on his face as he turned to the time-space Douluo. They are well. I have checked on them. Aside from the child I brought back, the others are unharmed. This will likely be an unforgettable experience for them. The time-space Douluo said with a smile. The heavenly might Douluo nodded in agreement. Certainly. Who among us faced a beast tide at their age? Let alone stood on the battlefield against such a tide? The others instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. I find it difficult to part with these talented youngsters as they head to the Tiando Royal Academy. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate them at home? I already feel a twinge of regret before they even begin, Xiao Hui lamented, shaking his head. The group chuckled in unison. The golden crocodile Douluo exclaimed, Ha ha ha! Who prompted you to seize this opportunity to gauge the intentions of the Tiando side? I think it is quite commendable. The Tiando Royal Academy is not lacking, especially with its simulated training environment. Speaking of which, we have lured a former instructor from the Tiando Royal Academy to our own institution, who is currently conducting research on simulated training environments. Should the research prove successful, Wuhuan City will be able to offer more educational resources to a greater number of students. Xiaohui recalled what Han Tianyin had previously mentioned to him. Indeed, that is a matter of significance. The golden crocodile Douluo remarked. Additionally, some matters previously mentioned by Yuhan resonate with me. I believe they present a promising direction for the future development of the Spirit Hall. He suggested that this was an opportune moment for everyone to engage in discussion. Xiao Hui conveyed Yuhan's earlier proposal regarding the reform and opening of Spirit City, aimed at attracting more civilian spirit masters to stimulate economic growth. The significant assistance regular spirit masters provide to the lower echelons of society underscores that the Spirit Hall should focus on the widespread cultivation of spirit masters, as they are the backbone of development. Did Yuhan conceive this idea? The time and space Douluo inquired, startled by Xiao Hui's recounting. Xiao Hui nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, I too was astounded upon first hearing it. To possess such profound thoughts at such a young age is truly remarkable." The assembly collectively nodded in agreement. "This matter should not be rushed. Haste makes waste. We must proceed gradually," the Azure Phoenix Douluo advised. There was unanimous consent among the attendees, and they continued to deliberate on various other issues concerning the Spirit Hall for nearly an hour. This meeting was pivotal for the Spirit Hall's future aspirations of becoming a leading entity on the continent. The following morning, Han Shui and Qian Yuhan, under the guidance of Bai Li Qian, arrived beside a grand and luxurious soul-guided airship. "Wow, this airship is absolutely magnificent. Our vessel pales in comparison," Mu Chen exclaimed in astonishment, having never witnessed such an impressive soul-guided airship before. Han Shui shot Mu Chen a disapproving glance, prompting him to feel a chill as he awkwardly clarified, "Director Han, I didn't mean it that way. I was just so amazed. Hee. Our airship is the best, truly the best." As Qian Yuhan and several others observed Mu Chen's demeanor, they could not help but chuckle. Here we go again with Mu Chen. The Snow Rain Prince's soul guidance airship was exclusively designated for royal use, and its grandeur was incomparable to that of ordinary soul guidance airships. The onlookers gazed upwards, where the colossal vessel hovered like an aerial palace. The entire ship shimmered with resplendent golden light, as if meticulously crafted from pure gold, estimated to have consumed several tons of the precious metal. Even from a distance, the sight alone was enough to evoke a profound sense of unparalleled luxury and nobility. When their gaze shifted to the entrance of the soul guidance airship, they were left utterly astounded. The grand door was entirely encrusted with dazzling diamonds and a myriad of rare gemstones, each gem radiating a captivating brilliance, coalescing into a vibrant tapestry of colors. The value of such a door alone was equivalent to the annual revenue of some prestigious families. With hearts brimming with curiosity and awe, the group gradually approached the airship. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately struck by the spectacle before them. The immense airship was astonishingly divided into 3 levels. The first level was spacious and expansive, serving not only as the waiting area for attendants and guards, but also as the venue for various grand events. Ascending the staircase to the second level, they discovered exquisitely decorated royal guest rooms, thoughtfully arranged throughout the space. Additionally, there were highly private lounges and a diverse array of entertainment facilities, catering to every desire for relaxation or joyous revelry. Finally, they arrived at the third level, a sanctuary reserved exclusively for royal members, where outsiders were strictly forbidden to intrude. This tranquil and enigmatic space undoubtedly epitomized the supreme status and privileges of royalty. Qian Yuhan widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such an extravagant object. At this moment, the soul-guided airship before him evoked memories of the luxurious cruise ship showcased on television. Back then, Qian Yuhan harbored a modest wish to experience a cruise for himself, to savor that unique experience. Regrettably, until his journey to the Douluo continent, he had never fulfilled that desire. However, to his astonishment, he found that this lifetime afforded him the opportunity to realize that dream, thus alleviating the profound regret left from his previous existence. As everyone gathered, the monarch said, "All right, let us proceed." Chapter 115. A taste of luxury. Han Shui was seated in her designated room aboard the airship, meditating and resting, when a series of knocks interrupted her reverie. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a familiar figure, the attendant who had previously stood beside Prince Shuiyu. "Teacher Han, His Highness the Prince has instructed me to deliver this to you. It is a reward from the Prince for your courageous and fearless performance during the recent crisis in Yelin City. His Highness also mentioned that the medals awarded to the children are of the highest royal grade and that the Tiando Empire's royal family will arrange a time to bestow them. Presided over by the Prince himself. Please rest assured, there will be no ambiguity regarding this matter." With that, the attendant departed. leaving Han Shui to express her gratitude with a slight nod before closing the door. Approaching her desk, Han Shui scrutinized the item entrusted to her by the attendant, discovering it to be an ordinary soul-guided storage ring. Upon channeling her soul power into it, she retrieved a box measuring approximately an arm's length and around 30 centimeters in height. When she opened the box, her eyes brightened with delight. It contained a soul bone. Having trained for many years without acquiring a single soul bone, the appearance of this one before her was a moment of immense joy. After the crisis subsided, Han Shui had hoped to search the city for a suitable soul bone, but the arrival of the time-space Douluo and her responsibilities within the spirit hall necessitated her presence. Following the departure of the time-space Douluo, she was subsequently summoned by Bailey Qian to greet Prince Shuyu, which left her utterly fatigued. Consequently, she returned to the hotel to rest, having expended all her energy. Before her lay a soul bone whose attributes she was uncertain of. Yet she noticed a card at the bottom of the box detailing all the information about it. Soul bone name. Head soul bone of the purple gold lion, age 30. 000 years, suitable for soul masters, assault type soul masters, control type soul masters. Having reviewed the information, Han Shui found no discrepancies and settled into a cross-legged position to begin absorbing the soul bone. Meanwhile, could the children remain quietly in their rooms? Nature cannot be restrained. Led by Tang Xian and Mu Chun, along with Qian Yuhan, Tang Chun, Fang Ya, and Ouyang Luo Shui, the group commenced their exploration of the airship. Upon reaching the culinary area on the second level, they indulged in a lavish feast. Upon boarding, Prince Shuyu had cheerfully informed them that they could eat, drink, and play to their heart's content. The sheer freedom of this notion allowed the children to completely let loose. After a night of intense battles, Qian Yuhan and his companions were utterly exhausted, sleeping away an entire day. As dusk approached, they gradually opened their eyes and immersed themselves in meditation, completely neglecting the need to replenish their depleting energy through nourishment. At that moment, their empty stomachs audibly protested with a series of grumbles. Coincidentally, Prince Shuyu passed by and was taken aback by the sounds. Upon inquiring, he learned that these little ones had not eaten since their arrival on the airship. Thus, Prince Shuyu promptly instructed the chefs aboard the vessel to prepare a feast to restore their vitality. Before long, a bountiful spread of delectable dishes was laid out before them. As Mu Chun gazed at the array of exquisite food, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly overflowing with drool at the sight. His gaze fixated on a golden, aromatic roasted pig, accompanied by a glossy, enticing roasted duck from Tiando and a variety of culinary specialties from different regions. For this group of ravenous little wolves, the sumptuous banquet before them was an irresistible temptation. Brothers, I can no longer restrain myself. I must seize the moment, Mu Chun declared, and without hesitation, he grasped his knife and fork, swiftly lunging towards the nearest roasted pig. With a crisp sound, the sharp blade effortlessly penetrated the pig's delectably crispy skin, akin to piercing a delicate crust. In a fluid motion, Mu Chun deftly speared a piece of skin with his fork, dipped it in the glistening white sugar beside him, and unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth, savoring every bite. The entire sequence was executed with grace, and he closed his eyes in contentment, relishing the exquisite flavor, a blissful expression adorning his face. Observing this, Qian Yuhan was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, smiling as he remarked, I shall no longer pretend, I confess. I have never tasted such delicacies. I too shall indulge. Qian Yuhan, with a clear target in mind, wielded his knife and fork, aiming for the exquisite deep-sea abalone. He pierced a piece and savored it, the taste both briny and rich, with a delightful softness. During his time at the Spirit Hall Academy, he had indulged once, treating Mu Chun and a few others to abalone rice, spending nearly 1,000 gold soul coins. However, that abalone paled in comparison to the one before him, which was truly of a superior caliber. Before his schooling, he was accustomed to having servants bring meals, which, while plentiful and varied, could not compare to the quality of the dishes before him. Hey, fourth brother, save some for me. I want to eat that too, Tang Xian exclaimed, watching Qian Yuhan devour the abalone with relish, and he promptly joined the fray with his own fork. Tang Chun remained silent, yet he was a man of action. Having stealthily infiltrated the culinary battlefield, Fang Ya and Ouyang Luo Shui exchanged amused glances. Shall we dig in as well, Sister Luo Shui? Fang Ya playfully winked and proposed. Ouyang Luo Shui nodded with a smile, responding, let us begin. At that moment, Mu Chun was holding a roasted chicken in his left hand and a roasted duck in his right, alternating bites from each, grease dripping from his lips. "This is so delicious, far better than what my father makes," he mumbled through mouthfuls of meat. "Ah, my heavens." In the conference hall of the spirit hall, the golden crocodile Douluo, still engaged in a meeting, sneezed and muttered, "I apologize, everyone. I don't know what has come over me lately. I keep sneezing." "Where were we?" "Let us continue," he urged, laughter bubbling up. "It seems someone has been speaking ill of second brother," remarked the Qingfeng Douluo with a chuckle. The golden crocodile Douluo rubbed his nose and replied with a laugh, "It must be that brat talking behind my back, ha ha." The previously tense atmosphere of the meeting was lightened by this brief interlude. Just then, a messenger soldier approached. "Your Holiness, the ice god Douluo requests an audience." "Damn it. I overslept, and no one woke me. They went off to feast on roasted suckling pig without me, leaving me to deal with leftovers at home. How infuriating." A sudden thought struck, as the author lamented missing out on a meal in reality, but indulging in it through fiction. Please, dear readers, support me and keep the updates coming. Thank you, my brothers. Chapter 116. The Chaos Sect. Your Holiness, the ice god Douluo is waiting outside, reported Xiao Hui, momentarily taken aback. "Quickly, bring him in. Jiegu is here. It's been nearly 20 years since I last saw him," exclaimed the Guangling Douluo. However, the Qingfeng Douluo, her expression grave, interjected, "What business does he have here? It surely cannot be anything good." The time and space Douluo, noticing her demeanor, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "It has been so long. You should let go of the past." "I cannot let go. It will haunt me for a lifetime." As time-space Douluo observed the stern expression on her third brother's face, she chuckled softly behind her hand, remarking, "He must have come because the matter that second brother entrusted him with has yielded results." Upon hearing this, the expression on Qifeng Douluo's face relaxed. Her gaze fixed on golden crocodile Douluo, eagerly awaiting his words. "I believe so." Before leaving, eldest brother mentioned that he had sent Ouyang Jie to search for any information regarding the Chaos Sect, especially since it was in the Tiando Empire that the sect first wreaked havoc on the continent. "Indeed. I have perused some ancient texts passed down by the elders of the Spirit Hall, but they contain no records concerning the Chaos Sect," Xiao Hui, the one seated at the head, interjected. Golden crocodile Douluo nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Ice God sect was an ancient sect within the Tiando Empire, predating the Spirit Hall itself, thus possessing a greater likelihood of having documented information about this organization. "Ha ha ha, brothers and sisters, aside from Tianwei. It seems we haven't gathered in many years." A hearty laughter broke the atmosphere as a figure clad in blue armor, with long white hair cascading to his waist and a handsome visage, entered, one who belied his century-long existence. "It has been a while, Jie." Golden crocodile Douluo rose with a smile. "Second brother, really, you had your younger brother assist with the task, yet chose to send a messenger. I thought you would come personally. I had hoped we could reminisce," he teased. "Ha ha ha, your place is chillingly cold. I had no intention of visiting. Jie, I've missed you dearly," Guangling Douluo exclaimed, springing to Ouyang Jie's side and wrapping her arms around him, appearing as innocent as a young girl. "Guangling, I have missed you too. Who would have thought that upon my emergence from seclusion, you would enter yours? It's been over 20 years. Indeed, I don't care. I have longed for the ice god brew from your home. You must bring me several barrels this time. It seems you are yearning for my family's wine." Ouyang Jie replied with a smile. Noticing the absence of the sixth offering, Ouyang Jie inquired, "Where is the sixth? Why isn't he here?" "He is still in seclusion." Timespace Douluo explained. "Oh, I see. Timespace, dear sister, it has been quite some time. You are growing more beautiful," Ouyang Jie remarked. Timespace Douluo smiled in response. "Jie, you always know what to say. Otherwise, how could you have been so charming back then?" Realizing she might have misspoken, Timespace Douluo hastily fell silent, casting a glance at Qingfeng Douluo, who had remained silent since Ouyang Jie's arrival. Ouyang Jie also noticed Qingfeng Douluo beside Timespace Douluo, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat awkward and flustered. "Hee, at a loss for words, are we?" Qifeng Douluo scoffed coldly. Timespace Douluo cleared her throat. And Qingfeng Douluo, recognizing that this was not the moment for emotional outbursts, adopted a serious tone. "So, what news do you have?" Regarding that, Luo Gu. Let's discuss the important matters. We can talk privately later." "All right, I will clarify everything for you. Brother Xiaowei, I have indeed uncovered some traces within the ancient texts of our sect." Ouyang Jie retracted his gaze from the remorseful look directed at the blue phoenix Douluo, and with a solemn expression, he addressed Xiaowei and the golden crocodile Douluo. "Oh, There are clues? Pray, elaborate, Xiao Hui inquired. The chaos sect is far more complex than we initially presumed. I have discovered that it has existed for a considerable duration, dating back to the establishment of the Ice God sect. However, whether it is indeed the current chaos sect referred to as an evil cult remains uncertain. What? The crowd was astounded by this revelation. Who could have imagined that such a nefarious organization had persisted for so long? Ouyang Jie continued. In a tome authored by a predecessor of the Ice God sect, it is noted, an evil cult had already been rampant across the continent at the time of our sect's founding. Our sect, committed to the welfare of the people and the prosperity of the nation, naturally sought to suppress this malevolent cult, yet with little success. Moreover, in several encounters with this sect, we suffered more defeats than victories, leaving us perplexed as to why such outcomes occurred despite possessing some of the most formidable forces of our era. The members of that cult appear to possess an uncanny resilience to pain, resembling battle machines devoid of any human emotion. Consequently, our sect dispatched an infiltrator who spent decades undercover, but alas, he was ultimately discovered and hunted to the brink of death. Before his demise, the revelations he shared left us utterly astonished. This cult is hierarchically structured, divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. Their sinister operations are distinctly categorized. Heaven level orchestrates national level terror, earth level manages city level terror, man level oversees village level terror. Additionally, there are positions of venerable offerings and guardians, which also exhibit a similar hierarchical classification, divided into 3 ranks of 3 individuals each: heaven offering, earth offering, man offering, heaven elder, earth elder, man elder, heaven guardian, earth guardian, man guardian. Is it truly so? The heavenly might, Douluo exclaimed, met with disapproving glares from the others, rendering him momentarily speechless. The heaven-level operations are led by the offerings, earth-level operations are commanded by the elders, and man-level operations are directed by the guardians. All their actions are coordinated under the arrangements of the heaven offering. Above the heaven offering are 3 enigmatic figures whose identities remain unknown even to the elders and guardians. Only those of the offering rank are privy to this knowledge. The time and space, Douluo pondered. It must be the cult leader and the vice leader. The others nodded in agreement. Our sect's infiltrator, after decades of navigating the treacherous waters, eventually rose to the rank of Earth Elder and participated in numerous terror operations. Curiously, however, whenever he attempted to recollect the specifics of these missions, his mind was shrouded in blankness, yet he was certain that he had been involved. Our sect was left perplexed, and the last words of our infiltrator were, "Supreme Chaos, I am the sovereign." He forsook the healing offered by our sect's physicians and returned home to rest, only to be found lifeless, overwhelmed by endless remorse for the innocent lives lost, ultimately taking his own life in atonement. As time passed in silence, the crowd gradually regained their composure. They were almost certain that this sinister cult was indeed the precursor to the current chaos sect. Nobas appeared to hold the rank of elder within this sect, presumably placing him at the 7th rank, which likely categorized him as a human-level elder. The actions of the elder leading the human-level team had transformed Yellen City into its current state. One could only imagine what might occur should a higher-ranking elder take command. Seated in the main chair, Xiao Hui maintained a calm demeanor, revealing little of his sentiments regarding the situation. He then spoke. Whether the current chaos sect adheres to a similar hierarchy remains speculative at this juncture. We require evidence to substantiate our theories. Nonetheless, we must at least have a general understanding that vigilance is essential from the villages to the nations, ensuring effective monitoring and control. Brother Ouyang, I entrust you with matters pertaining to Tiando, while I believe it prudent for Tiando Empire to negotiate with the Xinglua Empire. After all, the Spirit Hall is not a state entity. Understood. I shall return now, as there are numerous matters in Tiando that require my attention, Ouyang Jie responded, bowing to the assembly. His gaze lingered on the Qinfeng Douluo for a moment longer. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Ouyang. Xiao Hui nodded in acknowledgement. Once Ouyang Jie departed, Xiao Hui's expression turned grave as he addressed the assembly. Everyone, the situation is dire. The resurgence of this sect necessitates further strategies on our part. I advise that you refrain from seclusion in the coming years, as we must remain prepared for unforeseen circumstances. We do not know the whereabouts of our master, and the Spirit Hall relies on us. The Chaos Sect, this nefarious force, has now made its first appearance before you. The intricacies of this formidable organization will continue to unfold, showcasing its immense power, capable of challenging two great empires alongside the Spirit Hall. One can only fathom the terror it embodies. As for the purpose behind the establishment of the Chaos Sect, the question of I am Chaos, I am the Sovereign, and its connection to their ultimate ambitions will be gradually unveiled. Chapter 117. Arrival. Oh dear, I am utterly stuffed, Muchen exclaimed, having indulged himself and now slumped languidly onto the sofa, stretching with a yawn. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned to Qian Yuhan, who was still engaged in the fray. Fourth brother, this is for you. You were rather unwell at the time and forgot this. With that, he retrieved a piece of soul bone emanating a dark purple glow from his storage soul tool. This was indeed the right arm bone of the dark demon evil god tiger, which he had acquired after vanquishing Hare. What is this? Qian Yuhan gazed at the soul bone radiating an enigmatic purple-black luminescence, momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall its significance. Qian Yuhan possesses little recollection of the intricacies of the battle. All that lingers in his mind is the fact that he killed Ha Lei. Yet the specifics of how it transpired elude him completely. Observing Qian Yuhan's bewildered expression, Muchen couldn't help but be taken aback. Ah, fourth brother, you don't remember? Qian Yuhan shook her head. Muchen remarked, I truly don't recall. Astonishingly, for moves to defeat that wretched fellow. Absolutely impressive. Indeed, Tang Xian added. But the aura was somewhat terrifying. At this moment, Tang Xian and Feng Yan nodded in agreement. Unlike Muchen, who rushed to Han Shui's side to witness the entire ordeal, they had remained behind to recuperate. Nevertheless, they could still palpably sense the oppressive pressure and terrifying presence emanating from Qian Yuhan. In truth, everyone from the nearby support team felt it as well. Indeed. Old Four, did you employ some sort of secret technique? Otherwise, how could you possibly confront a soul saint with mere soul sect cultivation? Tang Xian inquired. Qian Yuhan pondered for a moment and shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about the situation. In truth, Qian Yuhan was aware that his second martial soul, the Shura demon sword, had awakened, granting him a portion of the so-called Shura divine power, which enabled him to defeat Halley. However, he chose not to disclose this matter to others. As for this soul bone, I shall return it to its rightful owner. How you choose to handle it, fourth brother, is entirely up to you. Muchen entrusted the right arm bone of the dark demon evil god tiger to Qian Yuhan, who subsequently stored it within the Hanshin dragon god golden bracelet, awaiting an opportunity to see if Zhao Ke could absorb it. It was evident that this soul bone was unsuitable for Qian Yuhan, a soul master of extreme light attributes. Forcibly absorbing it would likely bring more harm than benefit. Fanya and Ouyang Luoxue sat together, and at that moment, Fanya inquired, Sister Luoxue, as a third-year student at the Tiando Royal Academy. Could you share with us some specific details about your institution? Before our arrival, teacher, you provided a brief overview, but I feel my understanding is still rather limited. Please enlighten us. As Qian Yuhan neatly stowed away the soul bone and picked up his knife and fork, he found his interest piqued by Fanya's remarks. Although he had previously heard about the Tiando Royal Academy from Yu Ziang during his visit, he was now quite curious about how the students perceived this prestigious institution. Muchen had also returned to his seat from the sofa, while Tang Xian and Tang Chen nodded in agreement, chewing their food, clearly intrigued. Ouyang Luoxue smiled and remarked, no problem at all. When discussing the raw strength of the academy, the disparity with the Spirit Hall Academy is quite apparent. For students, the gap is substantial. The strong are genuinely formidable, while the weak are indeed lacking, leaving little to say. Bearing the royal title, the academy naturally hosts members of the nobility, which has led to some entitled scions disrupting the academic atmosphere. Aware of this issue, the academy has chosen to bifurcate itself into two distinct classes, the royal class, catering to royalty and nobility, and the civil class, designated for students from ordinary spirit master families. After taking a sip of juice, Ouyang Luoxue continued, however, we generally refer to these classes as royal and civil rather than using those meaningless official terms. The academy also periodically holds various soul fighting competitions, where students from the civil class who achieve commendable ranks have the opportunity to ascend to the royal class. At this moment, Fengya inquired, is the difference between the royal and civil classes significant? Ouyang Luoxue shook her head and replied, well, I am from the civil class. Everyone, except for Qian Yuhan, wore expressions of bewilderment. They had all witnessed the earlier scene in Yelin City, where the proximity of Ouyang Luoxue to Prince Shuyu had been evident. Yet she was classified in the civil class at the Tiando Royal Academy. Qian Yuhan, having learned this during his previous conversation with Yu Ziang, did not react as dramatically. Noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, Ouyang Luoxue smiled slightly and said, "Surprising, isn't it? In terms of strength, students from the civil class can often surpass their royal counterparts, and the academy's teaching methods tend to favor the civil students." At this point, Mu Chen asked, puzzled, "If that's the case, why do civil students aspire to join the royal class?" Ouyang Luoxue replied, "Of course, many do. In fact, they strive to enter the royal class in hopes of mingling with the upper echelons. Just think, if you forge a good relationship with a royal student, having a royal friend might mean that once they graduate, they could become a prince in a certain affiliated principality, and you could find yourself soaring to success alongside them. Although they might initially overlook you, there might be a few who value loyalty. Thus, I recommend you consider joining the civil class. The royal class can often feel stifling, and the myriad of formalities is quite off-putting." Ouyang Luoxue expressed, her disdain evident. "I could no longer tolerate it, especially with those neurotics bothering me from time to time. So I had my family transfer me to the civil class, allowing me to focus on my studies and cultivation. The academy also encourages students to participate in the external spirit battles at the Ice God Arena within Tiando City. Engaging in these external contests allows one to earn additional points, which serve as currency for acquiring cultivation resources. These points can be exchanged for time in the simulated training grounds, various spirit guiding devices, and elixirs. It is imperative that you place great importance on the simulated training grounds, as this venue is the foundation upon which the Tiando Royal Academy stands tall across the continent." "Miss, we are nearly there," one of the guards interjected. Ouyang Luoxue nodded and addressed her companions. "When we arrive at the academy, do come find me, and I shall provide you with an extensive on-site introduction." At this moment, the group recalled the passage of time. Since boarding the airship, they had been engrossed in revelry, only pausing to enjoy a substantial meal on the second deck. Indeed, the time was drawing near. "Children, we are about to arrive. Please return to your rooms and prepare your belongings," Han Shui also came to remind them. Another half an hour passed, and the airship gradually came to a halt. The hatch opened, and Prince Shuiyu departed first, with the rest following suit, disembarking the airship in succession. Once on the ground, Ouyang Luoxue bid farewell to her companions, following the guard back to the Ice God sect. Han Shui, on the other hand, was guided by the reception personnel arranged by Prince Shuiyu, boarding a spirit-guided vehicle with Qin Yuhan and others, making their way toward the Tiando Royal Academy. After exiting the royal airship zone, they traversed a winding alley, and to their right appeared an imposing and opulent castle. "Esteemed guests, on your right is the Tiando Palace. The road we are currently on is the famed Tiando First Avenue, and the Tiando Royal Academy is situated on the eastern side, at the heart of this illustrious thoroughfare." The reception personnel elucidated. Qin Yuhan had previously visited Tiando City twice and had naturally seen the Tiando Imperial Palace. Tang Xian and Tang Shen had also accompanied their father to the Tiando Imperial Palace for events. However, for Mu Chen and Fang Ya, this was their first encounter with such a magnificent castle, leaving them utterly astonished. The vibrant streets along the way further captivated their attention, as numerous shops and throngs of citizens and tourists rendered the entire Tiando City extraordinarily lively. "This sensation is truly delightful," Mu Chen gradually expressed. As they continued southward along the First Avenue of Tiando for about half an hour, the reception staff announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy." Chapter 118. Thunderous Might. After the reception staff parked the soul-guided vehicle, they turned to the group and stated, "We have reached the Tiando Royal Academy." Upon disembarking, the first sight that greeted them was a grand entrance composed of blue, silver, and yellow hues, adorned with numerous gemstones. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 6 gilded characters, Tiando Royal Academy. Flanking the entrance stood 2 soldiers in gray armor, standing upright with their long spears. The reception staff guided the group to the entrance and presented the necessary credentials. The 2 soldiers then shifted their stances and opened the heavy gates of the academy. Each individual was thoroughly inspected, with luggage opened and checked, and it took half an hour before they were granted passage. As they entered the academy, Han Shui questioned, "Is the entry process always this stringent?" In the Wuhuan Hall Academy, the gates remained perpetually open. The guards merely conducted a cursory inspection of identification before allowing students to pass, making Han Shui's inquiry understandable, seemingly echoing the children's curiosity. Everyone turned their gaze toward the reception staff, awaiting an explanation. "Ah, please don't take offense. This gate is usually closed. Students typically enter through another side door. This gate is generally opened only for royal visits. The soldiers are mandated to conduct the strictest inspections for all individuals except royal family members whenever this gate is opened. It is their protocol. The door students use is less cumbersome. On the other side, it suffices to show an identification card. The arrangement for using this gate was made by His Highness the Prince, so from now on, the children will have an easier time entering and exiting through the student entrance, the reception staff explained with a smile. Thanks to His Highness the Prince, Han Shui responded. Upon hearing that it was arranged by the prince, the group understood the significance of the gesture. It was undoubtedly a recognition of their performance in Yelin City. Hey, did you see that? The gate just opened, didn't it? One remarked. It did. There must be some important figure arriving at the academy, another speculated. An important figure? I see only a woman accompanied by a group of children. Could it be that another royal descendant is coming to enroll in school? Uncertain. I have just heard that the Spirit Hall has sent exchange students, seemingly first-year students. Could they have just arrived? It is indeed peculiar that exchange students would enter through the main gate. Moments ago, the gate swung open, drawing a considerable crowd, their murmurs incessant. Among them stood 2 students. Should we inform the leader? Inquired one, clad in the Royal Academy's elite uniform. Let us mention it to him after the school term begins. He'll keep an eye on these newcomers. If they possess any special status, he will surely learn of it and inform us. Given that no such information has been shared, they are likely just a bunch of inexperienced kids. We should be mindful of them, replied the other. With that, the 2 departed from the crowd, each going their separate ways. Led by the reception staff, Qian Yuhan and several others entered a conference room. Once everyone was settled, the reception staff departed. After a brief interval of 5 minutes, a voice resonated. You must be Director Han Shui, the leader from the Spirit Hall Academy. I apologize for my lack of proper welcome, having just concluded a meeting. Please forgive my oversight. A middle-aged man, sporting a prominent belly, rectangular glasses, and thinning hair reminiscent of the Mediterranean, entered. Strands of hair attempted to conceal his bald crown as he extended his hand to greet Director Han. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power within him, Han realized he was a formidable soul Douluo, though it appeared he had only recently achieved this breakthrough. Qian Yuhan nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the scene before him. Was this not the quintessential image of a department head? The beauty of Director Han was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Director Han, we have made the necessary arrangements on our end. But I heard there was an unexpected situation during your journey. One student had to return home? Ah yes, he went back for treatment. He will return once he has recovered. Han Shui explained. No worries, let us first discuss the dormitory arrangements. The boys will share a 5-person room. Rest assured, it is sufficiently spacious to ensure a comfortable living environment. This was a mutual promise made between our 2 institutes, so you can feel at ease. As for tuition and meal expenses, they will be reimbursed by both colleges. Here are the meal cards. A total of 6. Could you please keep the card for that student safe for him? The jovial director, round in stature, smiled at Qian Yuhan and the others. Not a problem. No worries at all. Teacher, Muchen replied. Oh dear, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Zhang, and I am Zhang Zibo, the head of the first-year department at the academy. I am also responsible for the exchange program with the Tianshou Institute. Should you need anything? Feel free to come to my office next door, Director Zhang said, tapping his forehead. He then turned to Fangya. Just one little girl. Can she share a room with a girl from the 3rd-year class? Yes, that's perfectly fine, Fangya responded. Wonderful. Here is the room key. Oh. By the way, this girl tends to be a bit aloof and rarely speaks. Are you okay with that? However, she is undoubtedly a prodigy in her studies. Director Zhang added, handing over a key card and feeling compelled to elaborate further. That is fine with me. Please forgive us. Our academy has increased its enrollment this year, and all the additional students are girls, which has resulted in a scarcity of space in the female dormitories. The best accommodation available is this double room for the girl. The others are all 6-person rooms, Director Zhang awkwardly explained to Director Han. Han Shui smiled and said, I believe Fang you will certainly be able to adapt, right? It's much better than that 5-person room for boys, isn't it? Fang Yu replied, Indeed. Thank you, Director Zhang. I was worried about having to stay in a single room. I think sharing with someone is quite suitable. All right then. Just as Director Zhang was about to continue with other matters, a voice like thunder reverberated through the hallway. Zhang Zibo. Zhang Zibo. The new students this year are utterly disappointing. What kind of recruitment is this? Just look at the results of the final soul combat assessment. The highest soul power has only increased by 3 levels over an entire semester. If they encounter soul beasts, they won't even know how they were bitten to death. Zhang Zibo, though not yet present, could already hear an elderly man vociferously lamenting. That's one of our faculty members. Please excuse the outburst, Zhang Zibo said, awkwardly smiling as he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, just as he was about to step out to assess the situation. The old man shoved him back. Hey, Lei Meng, what are you doing? Qin Yuhan and Fang Ye's eyes brightened, being classmates. They had naturally heard from Yu Ziyang about the teacher named Lei Meng. Muchen, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun had gathered some information about the Tiando Royal Academy from their respective homeroom teachers, which they had also learned during casual conversations with Yu Ziyang in the office, but they had never heard their homeroom teachers mention the name Lei Meng. Qian Yu and Han Feng exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging their realization. So he is Lei Meng. Chapter 119. This is indeed the devil's secretary. Teacher Lei. What are you doing? There are guests inside, Director Zhang helplessly remarked. I care not for your guest management. These children are exceedingly difficult to teach. If they leave at the slightest criticism, how can they possibly improve? If the royal family of Tiando behaves like this, I shudder to think. Lei Meng's thunderous voice echoed through the corridor, prompting several teachers to peek out from their offices. Please continue preparing your lessons. I apologize for the disturbance, Zhang Zibo said, covering Lei Meng's mouth with his hand, an awkward smile on his face, before forcibly ushering Lei Meng into the office. Lei Meng promptly removed Zhang Zibo's hand from his mouth, expressing his disdain. You little brat, have you been eating garlic again at noon? Can't you wash your hands? The smell is unbearable. He shook his hand as if to rid himself of the unpleasant odor. While shaking his hand, his gaze fell upon Han Shui and Qian Yu, prompting him to inquire, who are these individuals? Zhang Zibo adjusted his glasses and introduced them. This is Director Han Shui, the leader of the exchange students from the Wuhuan Palace Academy. These 6 are the exchange students sent by the academy, one of whom was injured during the crisis in Yelin City and has just returned after recuperating. Are you referring to the incident in Yelin City a few days ago? Lei Meng exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, indeed. These young ones have proven themselves remarkably, earning high praise from His Highness, who awarded them the Royal Third-Class Medal. The Royal Third-Class Medal. Lei Meng scrutinized the children before him, acknowledging they certainly deserve such honor. The Wuhuan Palace Academy truly cultivates extraordinary soul masters, each a dragon among men. Zhang Zibo could only stand awkwardly by, smiling. He had only recently been promoted to grade director 6 months prior, a position granted due to his ascension to Soul Douluo, as the academy required that grade directors be of that rank. In terms of experience, he fell far short of Lei Meng, who in private would still be addressed as teacher by him. However, Lei Meng was in a league of his own. Regarded as one of the foremost educators in the entire Tiando Empire, a pinnacle figure within the teaching community of the Douluo continent. His extensive teaching tenure and profound experience were unmatched. Zhang Zibo had once been his student. Though Lei Meng appeared boisterous on the surface, he possessed a desire for tranquility and simplicity within. Numerous opportunities for advancement had been presented to him, yet he had consistently declined. In his heart, he yearned for a life of serenity, dedicated to teaching and nurturing the next generation, shunning the pursuits of promotion and power. However, his capabilities did not permit him to remain indifferent. His cultivation level had reached an impressive 89, mere steps away from the exalted realm of a titled Douluo. During the first semester of this academic year, the academy had mandated his presence in the Pope-level class for freshmen. This imposition had rendered him exceedingly vexed, for he found the performance and achievements of his current students to be utterly outrageous and abstract. Initially, he believed the fault lay with him and engaged in constant self-reflection. Yet, as time passed, he discerned that the issue was not his own. These children were indeed frivolous, arrogant, and self-absorbed, possessing mediocre abilities yet harboring an inflated sense of their own strength. Unable to contain his frustration, he resolved to approach Zhang Zibo and request a transfer back to the civilian class. He had no desire to confront the upper echelons of the academy directly, a prospect that seemed exceedingly tedious. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Zhang Zibo. Why not entrust these troublesome students to Teacher Lei? The moment this thought materialized, he internally lauded his own genius. Teacher Lei, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. What do you think about taking these students under your wing? With you at the helm, the academy can rest assured. Entrusting them to anyone else would not inspire such confidence. Qian Yuhan, marvelous, truly marvelous. Fang Ye, indeed, splendid. Zhang Zibo turned to introduce Han Shui, saying, Director Han, allow me to formally present to you, Teacher Lei Ming. Upon hearing this, Han Shui, filled with excitement, stepped forward and grasped Lei Ming's hand, exclaiming, Teacher Lei, it is such an honor to finally meet you today. I have long admired you, and indeed, you are just as remarkable as the rumors suggest. This sudden admiration left Lei Ming somewhat flustered. Han Shui appeared considerably younger than him, yet he could sense that her abilities were not far behind his own. Director Han, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary teacher. You are far too modest. Ever since I became a teacher, I have looked up to you as my role model for decades. If the academy permits you to teach these few children of mine, I would feel assured, and the Wuhuan Hall Academy would certainly feel the same. Your name is frequently mentioned by our Dean Han at conferences, so they will undoubtedly be at ease. Ha ha ha, so it is the old fellow Han. In that case, I shall humbly accept your request. I assure you, I shall not tarnish their talents. Teacher Lei, shall we proceed with this arrangement? I will report to the academy, and I am confident they will approve. Zhang Zibo interjected with a clap of his hands. At that moment, Mu Chun quietly whispered into Qian Yuhan's ear, Fourth brother, this teacher seems rather fierce. Qian Yuhan leaned closer to Mu Chun and whispered, These past few years studying under teacher Lei Ming has undoubtedly been a tremendous gain for us. How so? You ask. You are aware of our practical instructor, Yu Ziyang, right? Of course, I know him, the infamous taskmaster. Those physical training sessions left you utterly exhausted, resembling a shadow of your former self. When we returned to the dormitory that day, it was quite the spectacle. Qian Yuhan wore a look of disbelief. It turned out that teacher Yu Ziyang was indeed an instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy and a graduate of the same institution, having been taught by the formidable Lei Ming. Oh my! Mu Chun couldn't contain his astonishment and exclaimed. Everyone was startled and turned their attention to Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan. Embarrassed, Mu Chun smiled sheepishly and said, I apologize, teacher. Please, continue your discussion. He then leaned in to whisper to Qian Yuhan. So, he is the Devil Master, then. What Devil Master? Don't make me laugh. Qian Yuhan replied with a wry smile. I dare say, if he teaches us, we'll undoubtedly astonish everyone upon our return. I believe that. Mu Chun nodded in agreement. Though inwardly he lamented, astonish everyone upon our return, yes, but I must be able to endure until then. Ah, this is indeed the Devil Master. Han Shui, Zhang Zibo, and Lei Ming continued their conversation for a while longer, but as Zhang Zibo had to attend a meeting, he excused himself and departed first. Lei Ming remarked, Teacher Han, I must say, these children struck me as extraordinary from the very first glance, particularly. His gaze shifted to Qian Yuhan. Han Shui smiled and responded, With Lei Laosher's strength, I have complete confidence. This child possesses terrifying talent, having reached the Soul Sect at merely over 8 years old. 8 years old, Soul Sect? Lei Ming exclaimed, questioning whether he had misheard. As he sensed the soul power emanating from Qian Yuhan, his astonishment deepened. Indeed, a Soul Sect, and remarkably, he has already attained level 45. Though the other children may not match Qian Yuhan's prowess, they were far from ordinary, exhibiting formidable strength. Is this truly the Academy of the Spirit Hall? The reputation is well-deserved, Lei Ming remarked quietly. Han Shui seemed not to have heard Lei Ming's previous comment clearly and inquired with a smile, What did you just say, Lei Laosher? I didn't quite catch that. Oh, it's nothing of consequence, he replied. I merely sense the soul power fluctuations of these children. If I cannot perfectly manifest their talents, I truly do not deserve to be called a teacher. They are exceptionally gifted, Lei Ming asserted earnestly. Indeed, this is why I entrust them to you, Director Han stated. As per the Academy's arrangements, I will be staying here for a while longer. Children, feel free to communicate any questions you may have with me. Lei Laosher. During this time, I will also collaborate with you to facilitate the integration of these children while learning from your expertise, she added with a light-hearted laugh. Absolutely, absolutely. Lei Ming responded warmly. Qian Yuhan gently nudged Mu Chun, who stood at the forefront and instinctively understood the cue. He inclined his hands in greeting towards Teacher Lei, saying, Good day, Teacher Lei. The others promptly followed suit, echoing, Good day, Teacher Lei. Qian Yuhan chuckled and gave Mu Chun a thumbs up. Mu Chun shot him a glance and replied, Next time, it will be your turn. I'm not as extroverted as you might think. Chapter 120. The school year approaches. Good day, Teacher Lei. The students greeted Lei Ming with a respectful bow. Lei Ming nodded in acknowledgement and addressed them. All right, children. We shall meet in class after the opening ceremony. Your schedules will differ from those of other students, so please await further notice. As for the academy, The students have yet to return, so you may take this time to explore the campus and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. When the term commences, we will dive straight into our lessons. Lei Ming, known for his emphasis on efficiency, recognized that with less than a week until classes began. This period was crucial for awaiting directives from the academy while also preparing a plan for these students. His arrangement benefited Qian Yuhan and the others in two significant ways. Firstly, children are naturally playful and curious, and this week would satiate their inquisitiveness, allowing ample time to wander the campus. Secondly, it would grant them the opportunity to become well acquainted with the academy's various facilities and practical resources, essential for their upcoming studies. After parting ways with Lei Ming, Zhang Zibo assigned a teacher to accompany Han Shui and the others to their dormitory before heading off to a meeting. An hour later, Qian Yuhan and her companions arrived at their dormitory, settled into their beds, and organized their belongings. They then invited Fang Ye to explore the campus. Following the small path in front of the dormitory area, they noticed a signpost at a corner. Following its directions, they arrived at the park within the Tiando Royal Academy, known as Huangyu Garden. The park was expansive and serene. "This place is wonderful," Mu Chen exclaimed, taking in the lush greenery and inhaling the fresh air. Tang Chen nodded in agreement. "It's suitable for meditation and cultivation." "Brother, you really are obsessed." Mu Chen couldn't help but tease. "A sparring match, perhaps?" No, let us keep the peace," Mu Chen hastily declined, waving his hands. "The environment here is indeed splendid. Perfect for romance." Tang Chen suddenly shifted the topic, glancing at Mu Chen beside him. Mu Chen was well aware of whom Tang Chen hinted at and discreetly glanced at Fang Ye, feeling a flush creep onto her cheeks. Fang Ye, walking ahead, naturally overheard Tang Chen's words. Moreover, the subtle dynamics between her and Mu Chen were evident to everyone present. So she understood that Tang Chen's comments likely referred to her and Mu Chen, causing her cheeks to redden involuntarily. "Oh, third brother, you haven't even had a drink. Yet your face is so flushed," Tang Xian remarked with a smile from the side. "You're talking nonsense. Why would my face be red? Honestly, it's just the heat," Mu Chen quickly clarified. At this moment, Qian Yuhan interjected, "No need for explanations, heh." This provided Mu Chen with an opportunity to counter. "And what about you, Lao Si? Hee, I reckon you've already begun to fantasize about taking that Ouyang classmate for a stroll and a date here at night. What nonsense are you spouting?" came the retort. "Am I truly speaking nonsense?" Mu Chen replied with a sly grin. "You're changing the subject. Look at you and Fang Ye. Your faces are both so flushed. Are you hot? Is she also feeling warm?" Qian Yuhan remarked. "I am hot," Fang Ye chimed in. Mu Chen clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Wonderful. She's feeling the heat. Did you hear that? It's sweltering. What's so hot about winter break?" The group continued to banter and laugh as they walked along. After an afternoon of strolling, they grew hungry and followed the signs to the student cafeteria. Upon tasting the offerings, Mu Chen's assessment was unanimously agreed upon by the others. The student cafeteria at the Tiando Royal Academy was quite similar to their own, slightly better in taste, but with fewer varieties, perhaps due to the fact that the semester had yet to officially commence. On the third day at Tiando Royal Academy, Zhang Zibo arrived at Lei Ming's dedicated office to convey the news of the approved application. "Well then, I shall commence preparing my lessons in the coming days. These children cannot be taught using the same methods employed for the civilian class. For geniuses, one must adopt extraordinary teaching methods," Lei Ming stated. Zhang Zibo nodded with a smile. "Teacher, you remain unchanged. I anticipate you will be quite busy in the next few days, as the school year is about to begin. And the academy will surely assign numerous trivial tasks to all the teachers. I won't burden you with any assignments. Focus on your lesson preparation." A gradual smile broke through Lei Ming's originally stern expression. In the span of less than a week, Qian Yuhan and his companions explored the academy, astonished to discover that it surpassed the Martial Soul Hall Academy in size. They visited the simulated training ground, but as it had yet to be activated, they were unable to experience its wonders firsthand. They eagerly anticipated the start of the semester, looking forward to accumulating points for training there. During this week, Han Shui organized the information of Qian Yuhan and his group to send to Lei Ming and delivered the living allowances provided by the academy to the children. However, on the eve of the new semester, a letter arrived from the Martial Soul Hall Academy, summoning her to attend an important meeting, necessitating her early departure. At the school gate, Han Shui advised, "Be sure to learn diligently from Teacher Lei, children. You will surely gain much from it." Fang Ye replied, "Director Han, rest assured. We will follow Teacher Lei and train earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. Observing their fervent enthusiasm, Han Xuan nodded with satisfaction, instructing them to send her a message if needed, assuring them that she would come at once upon receiving news. Farewell for now, she said, soaring into the sky. Waving goodbye to Qian Yuhan and the others, softly murmuring, "Keep striving, children. You shall surely soar in this new environment." Alas, it is a pity I could not attend more of Teacher Lei's classes, perhaps another time. Upon returning to their dormitory, Muchen, Tangxian, and Tangxian prepared their belongings for the next day's classes before retiring to bed to dream of the future. Qian Yuhan retrieved the envelope and stationery that Shui had left for him from his backpack and seated himself at the desk to compose a letter. Recently, he visited the side entrance frequented by students and noticed the open mailbox that Luo Xue had mentioned. Thus, he resolved to write a letter to Shui today, as it had been some time since he last corresponded with her. In the serene garden of the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luo Xue strolled leisurely, accompanied by the elder Lu. "Miss, are you certain you will not return this semester?" "But the sect master," Lu inquired. Ouyang Luo Xue nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the academy has assigned me a roommate, so I shall remain here. I have spoken to my father about it." Ouyang Luo Xue had surmised that her assigned roommate was most likely Fangya. Though they had only known each other for a little over a day, she sensed that Fangya was quite an intriguing individual, knowledgeable and playful, making her feel comfortable enough to decide to reside at the academy this semester. "That fool, I wonder what he is doing now," Ouyang Luo Xue mused softly, gazing up at the luminous moon. The following morning, the entrance of the academy was teeming with people. The formal exchange at the Tiando Royal Academy was about to commence. The Tiando Royal Academy chapter officially began. Everyone is encouraged to show support with comments and encouragement. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 121. The Opening Ceremony, Part 1. The night before the opening day, Qian Yuhan and his companions were summoned to Lei Meng's office. "Children, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. The academy has arranged for the ceremony in the morning, and we will gather at the No. 3 Soul Fighting Arena at 2 o'clock in the afternoon," Lei Meng instructed. In unison, they replied, "Understood. Oh, by the way, you should select a representative among you. Someone will need to speak on stage tomorrow." "What? We have to speak on stage?" Muchen couldn't help but interject. Considering it was the first exchange between the Tiando Royal Academy and the Wuhuan Palace Academy, it was only natural to have a representative speak. "Who will you choose?" Lei Meng explained, scanning the group with a keen eye. The group fell silent, no one daring to speak. "So shy," he remarked. "The student representative from the Tiando Royal Academy is a girl. Why not select a boy from your side?" "Xiaoya, you need not participate. We wouldn't want to be mocked for an imbalance in gender representation," Lei Meng chuckled. Fangya nodded in agreement, clearly not keen on being the spokesperson. "I'll pass. I'm not reliable." Tang Xian quickly waved his hands in refusal. Muchen chimed in, "I am even less reliable." At that moment, Tang Xian unexpectedly stated, "I'm not very good at public speaking." Qian Yuhan was about to speak when Lei abruptly interrupted, saying, "Yuhan, it is your turn. Make sure to prepare well, for your words will represent your Spirit Hall Academy." Qian Yuhan sighed helplessly. "All right, teacher, I shall do my utmost. This is not a difficult task, so there is no need for embarrassment. Whatever needs to be said can be expressed on stage when the time comes. I still have some preparations to make, so you all may return and rest well in order to prepare for tomorrow." After Lei Meng concluded, he dismissed the others to rest. That night, after finishing a letter, Qian Yuhan lay in bed, pondering what to say the following day, and eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Qian Yuhan and the others arrived at the classroom assigned to them within the academy. Dressed in the formal attire of the Tiando Royal Academy, they settled into their seats, awaiting Lei Meng's arrival. "Oh dear, this outfit is truly uncomfortable. It looks good, but it feels dreadful," Muchen complained. Fangya shook her head and chuckled. "This is part of the academy's regulations. There's no alternative. Aside from the soul fighting class, where we can wear our own clothes, we must don this attire every day. Although we are not accustomed to it, we must adapt swiftly. There is no other choice." Muchen smiled at Fangya, nodding. "I can endure it, he." At that moment, Lei Meng entered the classroom and addressed the students. "Kids, we are about to head to the auditorium. Yuhan, you can go directly to the backstage to find Director Zhang." Concise and to the point, Lei Meng gestured for them to follow. The Tiando Royal Academy was remarkably vast, and it took nearly half an hour to walk from the teaching building to the grand auditorium. Upon entering, several classes had already taken their seats, and under Lei Meng's guidance, Qian Yuhan and the others found their designated spots. Qian Yuhan then stood and made his way toward the backstage. Good luck, fourth. Mu Chun said mischievously. Qian Yuhan shot him a glare, walking toward the backstage with a touch of melancholy. Seated behind Mu Chun were two first-year students from Tiando Royal Academy, who whispered to each other, "Hey, brother two, look over there. Isn't that the exchange student we saw a few days ago? It should be, but I didn't see his face clearly. We should mention it to brother one later," replied a boy with a scar on his left cheek. These two were indeed the same students who had spotted Qian Yuhan amidst the crowd upon their arrival. "What are you two gossiping about?" came a voice, and a boy with a lollipop in his mouth approached. Clad in a well-tailored formal outfit that accentuated his tall and slender figure, the colors of his attire harmonized with the earrings adorning his ears. His dark, lustrous hair was strikingly highlighted with a few strands of white, making him quite eye-catching. He strode up to the two boys, gently tapping their shoulders, and with a smile, asked, "What is going on? You startled me. Really, you nearly gave me a heart attack, big brother," they complained. "What mischief are you up to that makes you so wary of me? We were just intently observing that fellow over there." The young man with a scar on his left cheek pointed towards Qian Yuhan, who was making his way to the backstage. The elder brother of the two squinted and inquired, "Who is he? I haven't seen him before." "Boss, I suspect he and those few over there are the exchange students sent by the Wuhuan Temple Academy," another boy remarked, gesturing towards Mu Chun and his companions. "Oh, have they paid their fees yet?" "Not yet. I just encountered them and haven't had the chance to collect," came the response. "Make sure to collect a bit more when the opportunity arises. It's only polite to extend the hospitality of a landlord," the brother with white hair chuckled mischievously. "What are you three doing, still chatting? Can't you see that no one around is speaking?" A female voice echoed from behind the trio. It was their homeroom teacher. "Lining, Teacher Lin, we haven't seen each other all winter break. Is it not permissible for us to catch up?" the white-haired youth protested. "Wu Yifan, do not push your luck. This is the academy, not your Wu family estate," Lining replied, seemingly unfazed. As Wu Yifan was indeed the name of the boy with white hair. "And you too, are you merely following him around? He comes from wealth. But what do your families possess? Zhao Shua, Yu Yang, your parents enrolled you here to study, not to waste time. Are you even aware of how many subjects you passed last semester?" Lining implored, her voice laden with concern. Zhao Shua and Yu Yang fell silent, unable to retort. "Teacher, they have their own paths to tread. Your responsibility here is to teach. Isn't it a bit overreaching to meddle so?" Wu Yifan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Lining, exasperated by Wu Yifan's insolence, couldn't help but chuckle. Upon reaching the backstage, Qian Yuhan encountered the student representative mentioned by Lei Meng, and it was none other than Ouyang Luoxue. She was gazing skyward, seemingly lost in thought. "Hi, Luoxue." Qian Yuhan greeted her. "Oh, how annoying. You interrupted me just as I was recalling something important," Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed, playfully swatting at Qian Yuhan before turning away, feigning annoyance. Qian Yuhan was amused by Ouyang Luoxue's antics and approached with a laugh, saying, "Ha ha, my bad, my bad. I sincerely apologize." "Humph, I shall not accept your apology. You must face some form of retribution," replied Ouyang Luoxue. Despite her words, a subtle smile crept at the corners of her lips. "And how do you intend to punish me?" Qian Yuhan inquired with a playful grin. "You shall treat me to lunch," Ouyang Luoxue declared. The playful banter with the username 924999209 had reached its conclusion, and the joyful exchange of appreciation was coming to an end. "I don't care. You must treat me to a meal." To Qian Yuhan's surprise, Ouyang Luoxue had suggested such a punishment, which, in truth, felt more like a delightful privilege than a punishment. Qian Yuhan currently harbors feelings for Ouyang Luoxue. However, he hesitates to pursue them further. He fears that the outcome he experienced with Hu Lin may repeat itself. "All right, I promise you," Qian Yuhan smiled. "Luoxue, when you take the stage later, be sure to elaborate a bit more." A teacher, holding a soul-guiding communication device and wearing a soul-guiding headset, approached and presented a script to Ouyang Luoxue. Qian Yuhan witnessed, with his own eyes, the expression of Ouyang Luoxue darkening, transforming back into the icy demeanor often attributed to her, the so-called Ice Mountain Goddess. He stifled a chuckle, though his shoulders quivered with barely contained mirth. Ouyang Luoxue's gaze was drawn to Qian Yuhan's demeanor, causing her to tune out the words of the teacher beside her. Within, she lamented, "Oh no, this is utterly embarrassing. Can't he pretend he doesn't see me?" "Alas, Luoxue, are you listening?" The teacher waved a hand in front of Ouyang Luo Shue's eyes, jolting her back to reality. Comprehension dawned. The 3 words she uttered were as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. The teacher said nothing further and walked away. Are you not tired? Qian Yuhan inquired with a smile. What? Tired? What do you mean? Ouyang Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback. You weren't always like this. Why feign such an emotionless, icy persona? Isn't that exhausting? Ouyang Luo Shui replied with a smile. So, do you prefer me as I was originally, or this aloof version you've just witnessed? Qian Yuhan answered without a trace of hesitation. Of course I like you. However, immediately after uttering those words, he fell silent, glancing around in a state of disarray. You fool, Ouyang Luo Shui thought to herself. That was rather adorable. Next, we invite the student representative. Ouyang Luo Shui from Class 3 to speak, announced the host on stage. The two were engrossed in conversation backstage, completely unaware of when the opening ceremony was set to commence. Ouyang Luo Shui hurriedly said, See you at the cafeteria at noon. No escaping. If you dare to flee. She mimicked a gesture of cutting her throat towards Qian Yuhan before turning away and making her way toward the stage. Qian Yuhan chuckled as he observed the retreating figure of Ouyang Luo Shui, shaking his head with a sigh. This girl is truly delightful. On stage, Ouyang Luo Shui spoke eloquently, sharing her insights and experiences ranging from theoretical studies to practical applications in soul combat. Following her address, she represented all students in an official pledge. Once her speech concluded, Ouyang Luo Shui gracefully descended to the backstage from the opposite side. Dear students, commencing this semester, our esteemed Tiando Royal Academy will initiate an exchange program with the continent's foremost Wuhuan Temple Academy. The exchange students from Wuhuan Temple have already arrived at our academy, and they will join us in experiencing 3.5 splendid years within this beautiful campus. Now, let us warmly welcome Qian Yuhan, the student representative from Wuhuan Temple Academy, to the stage. In the audience, Mu Chun, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Fang Yo applauded enthusiastically, while other ordinary students of Tiando Royal Academy also clapped sincerely in welcome. However, a faction of less decorous students began to stir restlessly upon the host's conclusion. What a pretense! The continent's #1, indeed. How ridiculous, inflating others' pride while diminishing our own. They scoffed. Our Tiando royal family cannot afford such humiliation. The unruly students comprised offspring of the Tiando Empire's royal lineage and some noble families. Their homeroom teachers did not intervene, not for lack of desire, but out of fear. Observing their antics, Mu Chen felt a surge of indignation and was about to rise in protest when Fang Ye restrained him. Turning to her, he saw her shake her head gently, signaling him to remain calm. Though still fuming, Mu Chen sat back down, and Fang Ye offered him a soothing smile before her gaze turned icy toward the rowdy crowd. Silence. An elder clad in a black and gold robe from the leadership seats of Tiando Royal Academy stood up, admonishing them sternly. Instantly, the audience fell silent. The elder gestured for the flustered host to continue. Qian Yuhan slowly ascended the stage, his countenance shrouded in gloom, evidently incensed. The host, observing the dark expression on Qian Yuhan's face, felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that he might erupt at any moment. However, to the host's astonishment, as Qian Yuhan turned to face the audience, a smile graced his lips. Good morning, everyone, he began, but before he could finish, a figure in the crowd, known as Wu Yifan, with his striking white hair, interjected loudly. What a load of nonsense, ha! Qian Yuhan fixed his gaze upon the source of the sound, and as he exchanged glances with Wu Yifan, a shiver coursed through his body. He silently mused, how terrifying. I find myself feeling fear. How could this be? Noticing that the other had ceased his antics, Qian Yuhan regained his composure and gradually resumed reciting the content he had meticulously prepared. Below the stage, several committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy watched the spirited Qian Yuhan with evident approval, nodding in satisfaction as their appreciative gazes were entirely focused on him. 5 minutes later, Qian Yuhan concluded his speech, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with many students from the Tiando Royal Academy joining in unison to show their approval. This reaction darkened the faces of several nobles and spoiled royals present, while their sycophants anxiously exclaimed, What are you applauding for? A bunch of traitors, traitors. Stop clapping, you traitors. Qian Yuhan stepped down from the stage with a graceful demeanor and a gentle smile. His handsome visage and confident stride captivated the attention of many. At that moment, Ouyang Luo Shui glided towards him, lightly patting his shoulder and exclaiming, Not bad at all. quite dashing. This heartwarming scene caught the eye of a person seated in the front row, none other than Ning Kaiwan, a member of the Qibao Yili sect, who had previously clashed with Qian Yuhan. Ning Kaiwan's expression darkened, as if shadows were threatening to spill forth from his countenance. His gaze fixated on Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "That damned scoundrel. How audacious he is, truly overstepping his bounds." The two henchmen beside Ning Kaiwan were acutely aware of their leader's turbulent emotions. They cautiously leaned in and whispered, "Boss, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" However, consumed by rage, Ning Kaiwan paid them no heed. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at them fiercely, and barked, "Silence. Do not disturb me." Afterward, Ning Kaiwan's gaze returned to the spot where the two had just stood, but it was now desolate. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, he continued to murmur curses. "Humph, so it is, Qian Yuhan. We shall see how long you can bask in this glory at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Do take a day off tomorrow. Regular updates will resume on the evening of the 29th. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the snake, filled with family happiness, successful work, and academic progress." Chapter 123. If he offends me, thunder shall strike back. Luoxue. Qian Yuhan's eyes widened as he gazed upon the array of delectable dishes before him. "Eat. Why are you in a daze?" Ouyang Luoxue urged as she savored the steak on her plate with knife and fork. The table was laden with enticing delicacies: chicken wings wrapped in rice, chopped chili magic whale meat, and charcoal-grilled crimson spirit pig. Qian Yuhan, however, found it difficult to feel joy, her heart bleeding. "Luoxue, can you truly finish all this food?" she inquired, tears welling in her eyes as she cut a piece of the charcoal-grilled red sole pork and placed it in her mouth. Ouyang Luoxue replied with a smile, "Of course, I have quite the appetite. Even my father cannot keep up with me." Qian Yuhan chuckled helplessly. This meal had indeed been a splurge. She had not anticipated that Luoxue would order so much. She took out the black gold card left to her by her father, swiping it to settle the bill without a second thought. "Oh, a Douluo Bank black gold card. Impressive," Ouyang Luoxue remarked, having noticed the card. Being the daughter of the Ice God sect, she certainly recognized its significance. There were no more than 10 such cards in the entire continent. "It's my father's, not mine," Qian Yuhan clarified. Ouyang Luoxue shook her head with a smile, saying, "Isn't what belongs to your father essentially yours? That is not the same. This money was earned by my father, not me. For now, I am merely borrowing it." "Borrowing? Are you really so keen to distinguish yourself from your father?" "Of course. I have grown up now. I wish to earn my own money. Just imagine using the money I've earned to provide for my father in his old age. That would truly reflect my filial piety." Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Ouyang Luoxue paused for a moment before responding, "I agree. Then let this meal be on me. You've merely watched me eat and hardly touched your own food." "No way. If I invited you, I must honor that invitation," Qian Yuhan insisted. "Besides, I have already devised a plan to earn some money." Ouyang Luoxue recalled how Qian Yuhan had previously written to her about wanting to create a card game, one with low production costs and an affordable price, which could potentially become quite popular. "Oh, what is this plan? Do share, perhaps I could assist you," she inquired, feigning ignorance despite already being aware of Qian Yuhan's intentions. Qian Yuhan candidly disclosed his previous card game plans to Ouyang Luoxue. With a smile, Ouyang Luoxue remarked, "You fool, do you truly trust me so much? Speaking in such detail, are you not afraid?" Before she could finish her sentence, Qian Yuhan raised his gaze to meet her eyes, causing her face to flush. He slowly replied, "Will you?" Then, with a smile, he continued, "Luoxue, I have faith in you. To be honest, I plan to collaborate with my brothers on this venture. I even discussed it with my pen pal, who mentioned she could help me assess the situation here in Tiando. I wrote to her yesterday, and this morning I just dropped the letter in the mailbox. Once she reads it, we can delve into more details. It would be even better if you joined. Having you on board would greatly bolster my confidence." Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed, He wrote a letter? I must retrieve it promptly. How did I not think to check there this morning?" "Luoxue? Luoxue?" Qian Yuhan called, waving his hand in front of her, as she appeared lost in thought. "Oh, my apologies, I was just daydreaming. What do you think? Would you like to join us?" Without hesitation, Ouyang Luoxue replied, "Of course." However, as soon as she spoke, she seemed to recall something, her expression turning serious. "Yuhan, I must caution you. Engaging in such card entertainment means competing with the Wu family for business. You must be wary of them." Upon hearing her warning, Qian Yuhan pondered. The Wu family? Are they formidable? Ouyang Luo Shui nodded. The Wu family is considered a mid-tier commercial family within the Tiando Empire. However, for a fledgling card shop like yours, eliminating you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Are they really that ruthless? Surely they wouldn't regard me as a threat. Initially, they might overlook you, but consider that you will inevitably encounter them in the future. You must prepare in advance. Then I shall take it step by step and address it when the time comes. In fact, aside from cards, I have many other entertaining ideas. Let's start with the cards. Well, think it over carefully. You can reach out to me anytime, and I will assist you in finding a suitable shop. Qian Yuhan smiled at Ouyang Luoxue, who sat across the table, and said, Thank you, Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue waved her hand dismissively and replied, What is there to thank for? I am now your partner. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they approached the restaurant counter to settle the bill. Hello, student. Table 047's total is 1,026 golden soul coins. Upon hearing this figure, Ouyang Luoxue felt a bit embarrassed and said, I apologize, I was unaware that Qian Yuhan chuckled playfully. What do you not know? Are you unaware of how much you have eaten? Ha ha ha. It's fine as long as you're full. Becoming a little chubby pig is quite delightful. You are the pig. Ouyang Luoxue stamped her foot, feigning anger as she gently tapped Qian Yuhan. Not far away. 3 individuals were dining. One chubby fellow raised his head and spotted Qian Yuhan. Zhao Shuo pointed in Qian Yuhan's direction, saying, Boss, look over there. Isn't that the chap named Qian Yuhan from the Wuhuan Temple Academy? Wu Yifan turned around. Oh, it is him. Wait, why does that girl look so familiar? A boy with a scarred face, named Yu Yang, remarked, Boss, isn't that the campus belle? Ouyang Luoxue? Wu Yifan, pondering, replied. Has he really managed to win her over so quickly? I heard that Ouyang Luoxue has exceedingly high standards. She has taken a liking to this fellow? Hey, big brother. Don't you know? That third-year student, Ning Kaiwen, is her #1 admirer. No, her foremost suitor, Yu Yang explained. Ning Kaiwen. I am aware of him. He is from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. If that is the case, I have a splendid idea. Qian Yuhan sensed an ominous feeling and, following her gaze, spotted Wu Yifan grinning sinisterly at her. Do you know this guy? She inquired, gesturing in Wu Yifan's direction. I've heard of him. He is the 3rd son of the current head of the Wu family. Ouyang Luoxue replied, casting a brief glance that way. He doesn't seem like a good person. That smile. Qian Yuhan shuddered at the thought of Wu Yifan's malicious grin. Ouyang Luoxue stifled a laugh behind her hand, saying, Are you afraid of him? How eerie. Let us leave. With that, she stepped out of the restaurant first. Hey, wait up. Qian Yuhan called out. Just don't provoke him. I've heard he is quite arrogant. In terms of strength, he is far beneath you, but when it comes to scheming, he is quite repulsive. Last semester, a new student attracted his attention and ended up depressed, transferring by the end of the term. Be careful. All right, if he doesn't bother me. I won't bother him. If he does, well, I shall return the favor with thunder, Qian Yuhan replied. Thanks to DEC Zhongdong and username 924999209 for the support. Chapter 124. Perhaps I can assist you. Are you not returning to the dormitory? Qian Yuhan asked Ouyang Luoxue. I'm just going to retrieve a message. Ouyang Luoxue waved her hand dismissively and walked towards the side entrance of the academy. After parting ways, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory, only to find it empty. She then settled onto her bed, sitting cross-legged to practice her cultivation. Has the 4th one returned from a date? Mu Chen's voice roused Qian Yuhan from her meditative state. What date? We merely had a meal together, she replied. Qian Yuhan instinctively responded with a slight acknowledgement, but soon realized something was amiss and proceeded to explain. Elder brother, look, he is even shy. Mu Chen playfully patted Tang Xian beside him, chuckling as he spoke. What is there to be shy about, 4th? If you went on a date, then you simply went on a date. There is no need to shy away from it. Tang Xian remarked with a smile directed at Qian Yuhan. At that moment, Tang Xian interjected, I believe you two make quite a perfect match. Qian Yuhan. All right, I am off to a date. You all should take a moment to rest. In the afternoon, Teacher Lei has arranged for us to go to the Seoul Arena, and I anticipate that he will first give us a test of our abilities. Qian Yuhan smiled helplessly, shaking his head as he spoke. Mu Chen quickly climbed onto the bed, declaring, 4th brother is right. I shall sleep first as a sign of respect. Tang Xian and Tang Chen also settled down for the night. Ouyang Luo Shui arrived at the mailbox near the school gate, rifling for the contents until she swiftly located Qian Yuhan's letter, muttering, found you at last. Luo Shui, I have been searching for you for quite some time. A voice echoed from nearby, and Ouyang Luo Shui turned to see Ning Kaiwen approaching. With a frosty demeanor, she retorted, "What do you want? I am quite busy." With that, she turned to leave, harboring a distinct aversion towards Ning Kaiwen, who, despite his outwardly charming appearance, possessed a deeply unsavory character. Noticing her attempt to depart, Ning Kaiwen hastily caught hold of her arm. Ouyang Luo Shui glared at his hand before shaking it off. "Do not touch me, you creep." Observing the disdain in her eyes, Ning Kaiwen clenched his fist in frustration. Ouyang Luo Shui smirked disdainfully. "What is it? Does young Master Ning wish to resort to violence?" Upon hearing her words, Ning Kaiwen released his grip, hastily clarifying, No, Luo Shui, you misunderstand." "Misunderstand?" she replied with a scoff. "I only trust what my eyes see. And do refrain from calling me Luo Shui. It disgusts me." With that, she turned away, intending to walk past him. At that moment, Ning Kaiwen's face flushed with anger, veins protruding from his neck as he glared and shouted, "Luo Shui, clarify your relationship with that Qian Yuhan. Are you two together? You cannot, absolutely cannot be with him." His sudden and vehement outburst was like thunder splitting the sky, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by who curiously watched the heated exchange. Ouyang Luo Shui paused briefly at the sound of his fury, but only for a moment. She then turned back slowly, her stunning visage now adorned with an icy, detached expression. In a tone that was almost chillingly calm, she replied, "What sort of relationship I have with him is of no concern to you. Even if we were together or not, it is not for you to inquire about, for you are not worthy of knowing. Also, please refrain from shouting here. Aside from your loud voice, what else can you offer? Do not embarrass yourself and your Seven Treasures Glass sect by acting the fool. Lastly, I shall remind you once more, do not call me Luo Shui again. We are hardly acquainted." Upon finishing her words, Ouyang Luo Shui resolutely turned away once more. Her steps light, yet determined as she gradually faded from Ning Kaiwen's sight. He stood there, rooted to the spot, his gaze magnetically anchored to the direction in which she had departed, unwilling to divert his eyes for what felt like an eternity. His fists were clenched tightly in a fit of rage, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Furthermore, the muscles in his face and arms began to twitch involuntarily, as if enveloped by an invisible inferno of fury, clearly indicating that he was seething with indignation. "Ouyang Luo Shui, you belong to me. Everything about you is solely mine. Qian Yuhan, this is all you're doing. Just wait, for I shall make you pay." Before long, a figure emerged behind the still-standing Ning Kaiwen. "Young Master Ning, may I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" Ning Kaiwen turned to see that it was none other than Wu Yifan, the third son of the Wu family. Upon catching sight of Ning Kaiwen's blood-red eyes, Wu Yifan was taken aback, instinctively taking a small step back. However, moments later, he quickly composed himself. Striving to maintain his calm demeanor, Ning Kaiwen, with an expression as cold as ice, fixed his gaze on him and spat through clenched teeth, "Get lost." Without waiting for a response, he began to stride away, each step deliberate as he made his way toward the teaching building. Wu Yifan, sensing the urgency of the situation, hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Young Master Ning, wait. I might be of assistance. We both wish to deal with Qian Yuhan, don't we?" Upon hearing this, Ning Kaiwen merely turned his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Yifan, before scoffing, "Heh, you, a mere fledgling who has just ascended to the sole venerable rank. Think you can help me? I might believe your elder brothers, but your words are worthless." At this, Wu Yifan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Yet he suppressed his anger and attempted to clarify, "Though I may not match your strength, dealing with Qian Yuhan is still well within my capabilities." Before he could finish, Ning Kaiwen erupted into laughter as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. The sound echoed throughout the empty campus, striking a jarring note. Feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, Wu Yifan raised his voice in challenge. "What on earth is so funny? Am I mistaken, young Master Ning?" Ning Kaiwen ceased his laughter, regarding Wu Yifan with a mocking expression, and slowly replied, "Heh, you dare to boast about taking on Qian Yuhan? You have yet to witness the true extent of his formidable power. Do not squander my precious time here," he declared, turning away from Wu Yifan without a second glance. Leaving Wu Yifan standing in place, his face flushed with indignation, yet utterly helpless. Wu Yifan was indeed uncertain of Qian Yuhan's capabilities, but he was confident that they could not surpass his own. However, Ning Kaiwen was aware. He had witnessed the winter vacation arena battle firsthand, where Qian Yuhan had narrowly lost to Ouyang Luo Shui. His strength was undoubtedly formidable among his peers, and it would likely take only a few moves to defeat Wu Yifan. As he watched Ning Kaowen depart, Wu Yifan scoffed with disdain, deeming him a fool. Huh? Behind him, Yu Yang inquired, "Boss, what should we do now?" Wu Yifan retorted with a cold laugh, "Forget about him. We shall handle things ourselves." "Hey, did you just hear what he said to Ouyang Luoxue? He seems to think that Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue share a rather special bond. Either Qian Yuhan is interested in her, or she in him. To deal with Qian Yuhan, we must leverage this young lady. Yu Yang, you are observant. Keep a discreet watch on Ouyang Luoxue during this time. Joshua, you follow Qian Yuhan. The two of you should track him for a week, and we will discuss further then." "Understood," they both replied. Subsequently, the two of them strolled back to the dormitory, their arms slung over each other's shoulders. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May the year of the snake bring prosperity, smooth endeavors, academic progress, good health, and family happiness. Chapter 125. Is it practical combat right from the start? In the afternoon at the Duhan Arena, "Hello, Teacher Lei." Mu Chun greeted as he spotted Lei Ming and waved. Qian Yuhan and a few others bowed respectfully to Lei Ming. "Excellent. I hope you maintain this state throughout the day. We shall temporarily change our location for the lesson. Follow me." Lei Ming led Qian Yuhan and the others directly out of the school gates. After walking for approximately 30 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a battle arena. Qian Yuhan was quite familiar with this place, the Ice God Battle Arena. This afternoon's instructional content would revolve around practical combat. "I wish to observe your true capabilities. I have never trusted mere written information. Seeing is believing. Your task this afternoon is to secure at least 5 victories," Lei Ming stated with a serious expression. We're jumping straight into practical combat? Mu Chun thought to himself, slightly dismayed. Lei Ming retrieved 5 cards from his storage soul guide ring and handed them to Fang Ya, who stood closest to him. "These are your battle cards. I have prepared them in advance. With each victory, the points will automatically accumulate within. You can exchange them for various training resources and items at the academy later. Now go forth." "Yes," the group responded in unison. After Fang Ya distributed the battle cards among the 4 others, the 5 of them ventured into the arena. Next up, we have the battle. Contestants from Tiando Royal Academy. Number 0667 will face off against Lanba Academy, number 0296. Please proceed to battle platform 3. Audience betting begins now with a 10-minute time limit. Countdown starts. As the host's passionate voice echoed throughout the arena, a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. At this moment, Qian Yuhan stood on the battle platform, gripping his battle card tightly, his gaze fixated on the prominent serial number 0667. This number represented his entry for the competition. Contrary to being a mere formality, this battle drew a substantial audience, and the use of serial numbers for identification served to protect the contestants' privacy. At this juncture, a student from Lanba Academy smirked slightly, displaying a condescending grin as he coldly addressed Qian Yuhan. "Little brother, given your tender age, I truly hesitate to bully you. Why not heed my advice and step down from the battle platform voluntarily? It would save you from physical suffering. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what might happen next." However, before he could finish his taunt, Qian Yuhan's figure flickered, darting forward with ghostly swiftness towards his opponent. In an instant, an incredibly sharp strike surged toward the student from Lanba Academy. What? Confronted by this sudden assault, the student was utterly taken aback. He barely had time to summon his inner soul power for defense before he helplessly witnessed the swift strike land upon him with tremendous force. A piercing scream resonated throughout the arena as the student, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled backward. Ultimately, he collided violently with the hard wall at the edge of the arena, the immense impact causing several deep fissures to mar the surface. The student then slid down the wall, falling to the ground in a state of utter disarray, unconscious. The match concluded with the announcer declaring, "The victor is the Royal Academy of Tiando, number 0667. It seemed the host was still in shock, speaking instinctively. The audience, upon hearing the announcer, gradually emerged from their astonishment. Cheers erupted from the crowd, exclaiming, "Bravo! Magnificent!" The spectators were enthralled by 2 types of spectacles, fiercely contested duels and overwhelming displays of dominance that culminated in decisive victories. Excellent. No unnecessary delays, clean and efficient. Lei Ming nodded in satisfaction. On the opposite side, Li Yusong, the instructor leading the Blue Tyrant Academy, wore an expression of dismay, muttering under his breath, "What a disgrace." And that lad, he glanced at Qian Yuhan, resorting to underhanded tactics, lacking martial integrity. Qian Yuhan's demeanor was cold and devoid of any emotional expression as he scoffed. A mere jester. He then turned and departed from the Seoul arena, returning to the private box where Lei Ming awaited, preparing for his next match. 10 minutes later, Tang Xian and Tang Chen concluded their bouts in the other two arenas, returning to the box, their victories predictably overwhelming. Lei Ming observed the live feed from their matches on the Seoul-guided screen in the box and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Splendid indeed. Keep it up. He encouraged Qian Yuhan and his companions. Next, may contestant number 0666 from the Tiando Royal Academy and contestant number 0002 from the Yuhua Advanced Professional Soul Master Academy proceed to the first Seoul arena. Betting for the audience has commenced, with a countdown of 10 minutes. Muchen sprang up from the sofa in the box, exclaiming, "It's my turn. Let's go." Fang Yi cheered him on from the side. Muchen smiled and nodded. "I've got this. Just watch me." The contestant from Yuhua Advanced Professional Soul Master Academy, number 0002, stood firmly, slightly bowed, and then clasped his fists in a traditional gesture of respect towards Muchen, declaring in a clear voice, "I am contestant number 0002 from Yuhua Advanced Professional Soul Master Academy, a level 45 assault system soul sovereign. Please enlighten me." Faced with such a polite and composed adversary, Muchen did not dare to be negligent and promptly returned the gesture. However, at that moment, he was startled. This opponent had already reached the soul sovereign level, and his soul power was evidently superior to his own. This indeed was a formidable foe. Taking a deep breath, Muchen endeavored to compose himself. Straightening his chest and raising his head, his gaze resolute and steady as he addressed his opponent, "I am contestant number 0666 from the Tiando Royal Academy, a level 39 assault system soul master. Please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath his feet, and simultaneously, a colossal golden crocodile king phantom began to materialize behind him. In contrast, the contestant number 0002 across from him wore a slight smile, the corners of his mouth lifting. Then, a flash of light emanated from beneath his feet, revealing 4 radiant soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Furthermore, a shimmering blue dragon appeared behind him, its presence ethereal yet imposing. The dragon roared fiercely, surrounded by arcs of crackling lightning that enveloped it completely. Undoubtedly, this opponent wielded a martial soul that commanded respect throughout the Douluo continent. A top-tier beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qian Yuhan gazed at the screen where the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, its vibrant blue and yellow radiance bursting forth upon the soul fighting platform below. Squinting slightly, he murmured, "Third brother, you shall be just fine." Chapter 126, Breakthrough in Battle the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Muchen narrowed his eyes, studying his opponent. The student from Yuhua Academy, designated as number 0002, could not help but be awed by the Golden Crocodile King's spirit manifestation behind Muchen. It is indeed the Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hailing from the esteemed Yuhua Advanced Professional Soul Master Academy, belonged to Yu Tianlong. Yu Tianlong. Truly, Yu Tianlong. The crowd of seasoned spectators discerned the identity of the No. 0002 student through his martial soul and affiliation, recognizing him as the prodigy Yu Tianlong from the Yuhua Advanced Professional Soul Master Academy. Muchen, of course, heard the cheers of the surrounding audience, muttering to himself, "What of the soul sect? I fear it not." His aura surged dramatically, as a faint golden soul power radiated outward from his core. First soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail. Muchen, with the Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul activated, swung his crocodilian tail towards Yu Tianlong, unleashing a golden-hued attack that roared forward. Yu Tianlong's first soul ring beneath his feet flickered as he shouted decisively. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Yu Tianlong's gaze appeared to contain the fury of countless storms. With the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul empowering him, his physical strength surged to new heights. Yu Tianlong's hands coalesced into dragon claws, charging towards Muchen's onslaught, his white hair billowing in the wake of Muchen's skill. In an astonishing display, Yu Tianlong's clawed hand seized Muchen's golden crocodile tail, his arms straining as he forcefully tore it apart, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that rippled through the air. Muchen, however, was not idle. He understood that Yu Tianlong would find it relatively simple to defend against his golden crocodile tail. Thus, he preemptively gathered energy for his next assault. The golden crocodile King Martial Soul endowed him with formidable strength and enhanced defense, visibly augmenting the robustness of his limbs. With a powerful thrust of his legs, as Yu Tianlong shredded his soul skill, Mu Chun deftly maneuvered to position himself before Yu Tianlong, delivering a well-prepared punch. Yu Tianlong, anticipating the move, hastily raised his arms in defense, yet was still forced back several meters by the force of Mu Chen's blow before he could regain his balance. Golden Crocodile Domain. As Mu Chen's eyes transformed into a golden hue, he purposefully directed the full force of his Golden Crocodile Domain upon himself, eschewing the previous shield-like formation. This approach bore the advantage of immunity to external pulls, allowing the domain's enhancement to persist unceasingly upon his being. With a profound understanding of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, Mu Chen recognized its renown for lightning-fast assault. He was acutely aware that should he deploy a shield, any pull beyond the domain's limits would render the amplification effect null, potentially ensnaring him in peril. Observing Mu Chen's actions on the battlefield, Lei Ming discerned the rationale behind his strategy and nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Shenlong darted about like a bolt of blue lightning on the periphery, while Mu Chen firmly anchored himself at the center of the arena. With a casual punch, Yu Shenlong found his attack rebuffed, resulting in a surprising recoil. How infuriatingly resilient, he muttered, shaking off his numbed hand. Unleashing his third soul skill, Thunderous Might, the purple third soul ring at Yu Shenlong's feet shimmered. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and the surrounding lightning intensified as multiple arcs struck Yu Shenlong, fortifying him rather than causing harm. He is absorbing the power of thunder, Tang Xian remarked with a grave expression directed at the unfolding duel. Mu Chen's ally, Yi, cast a concerned glance at him. Is he preparing to unleash his most powerful strike? Mu Chen, closest to Yu Shenlong, felt the escalating pressure of his might and mentally cautioned himself. With a swift motion, he activated his second soul skill, Golden Armor. The yellow second soul ring beneath him glimmered, enveloping him in a formidable carapace while forming 3 golden layers of protective shields, clearly indicating his readiness for defense. Yu Shenlong chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe this will suffice to thwart me? Such naive optimism. As his hand gesture shifted, the purple fourth soul ring beneath him flickered. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head. Yu Shenlong's soul power coursed through him, resembling a Tai Chi master. Though seemingly gentle, his movements concealed immense strength. This fellow possesses some merit, Lei Ming observed intently, analyzing Yu Shenlong's every motion. With a powerful punch, Yu Shenlong unleashed a semi-ethereal visage of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, akin to a divine dragon descending upon Mu Chen. The first shield was shattered with ease. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen altered his hand gestures, channeling all his soul power, as the golden crocodile spirit behind him materialized more tangibly. Yet, could Mu Chen truly withstand Yu Shenlong's fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head? Despite his utmost defensive efforts, the second layer of his shield succumbed to the force of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, as the rampant lightning ravaged the shield, deepening its fissures. You have performed admirably to reach this point. However, you are merely a soul sovereign, while I am a soul sect, Yu Shenlong remarked with a slight smile, exuding an air of assured victory. Third brother, you can do it. Qian Yuhan silently encouraged. Come on, third brother. Tang Xian shouted out loud, while Tang Chun, though silent, raised his fists in support of Mu Chen. Fang Ye echoed Tang Xian's enthusiasm, cheering, Go Mu Chen. The glass of the private room could not muffle the fervent shouts of encouragement from their friends. Naturally, Mu Chen heard them, especially Fang Ye's voice resonating in his ears. I cannot afford to lose. The little voice within Mu Chen roared. Clenching his teeth, Mu Chen declared, The word surrender does not exist in my dictionary. You have yet to win. Bring it on. His aura surged once more, with his left arm emanating a warm, earthy glow. The king of the earth unleashed his right arm's soul bone skill, Savage Quake. Mu Chen's right fist struck the ground with immense force. The impact cracked the earth, sending seismic waves that made the ground beneath Yu Tianlong tremble, already showing signs of fissures. The violent vibrations forced Yu Tianlong to stabilize his balance. Soon, he made a decisive choice, abandoning his steadiness and channeling all his soul power for a decisive strike. The might of the Thunder Dragon's Head intensified, shattering the second protective barrier, as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus charged towards the first barrier, which soon cracked and crumbled. Mu Chen had not anticipated Yu Tianlong's decision to forsake his stability and unleash everything in a single blow. Initially, he intended to use Savage Quake to compel Yu Tianlong to divert some soul power to maintain his balance, But to his surprise, the opposite occurred. With no time to gather his own soul power, Muchen was struck head-on by the Thunder Dragon's head. The skill erupted, enveloping the area in smoke. The electric force contained within the Thunder Dragon's head coursed through Muchen, inflicting a pain akin to being devoured by ants. Fortunately, the power of the Thunder Dragon's head diminished as it broke through his protective golden aura. With the enhanced defense from the golden crocodile domain and the significant physical augmentation from his martial soul, Muchen barely endured the blow, though his meridians were still injured, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably in the air. The relentless onslaught of electricity was even more unbearable. "Surrender, you have lost," Yu Tianlong gasped, clutching his chest. I'm not defeated yet." Muchen slowly opened his eyes, his blood feeling as if it were boiling, relentlessly striking against his meridians. A faint golden light began to radiate from him. To Muchen's astonishment, it seemed as though the electric force was being absorbed by the soft golden glow emanating from him. The pain diminished significantly, and he sensed a power coalescing within him, ready to erupt at any moment. "Muchen," Fangya called out. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Muchen ceased his shouting. "What?" Yu Tianlong, having just relaxed, believed he had secured victory when a voice startled him. As the smoke cleared, Muchen emerged, surrounded by golden lightning. "Impossible. How could this be possible?" Yu Tianlong stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. "Well done, third brother," Qian Yuhan exclaimed with excitement. Lei Ming remarked, "His comprehension is exceptional, even in times of peril. He remains composed, adeptly absorbing and converting the power of lightning, rising anew." At that moment, Fangya, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her cherry blossom lips, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. "Muchen, he is broken through." Chapter 127. Victory. How could this be? The corners of Yu Tianlong's eyes twitched incessantly. He never anticipated that Muchen would achieve a breakthrough during their battle. Although he still lacked a soul ring to be deemed a true soul master, his spiritual strength and soul power had already reached formidable levels. Even at the pinnacle of Soul Sovereign, Muchen could withstand Yu Tianlong's most potent strike. What of the present? Moreover, Yu Tianlong had expended considerable soul power in unleashing his fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head, leaving him with little energy remaining. It seemed the tide had turned. Now, Muchen's soul power had reached level 40, bolstered by the lightning energy absorbed from Yu Tianlong's Thunder Dragon's Head. "Yu Tianlong, the situation has reversed," Muchen murmured as he stepped out of the smoke. "Golden Crocodile Domain," he declared. The Golden Crocodile Domain unfolded, enveloping the entire arena. "Third Brother's domain has expanded," Qian Yuhan noted. The golden light surrounding him intensified, reminiscent of bygone days. Muchen slowly raised his left arm, which radiated a soft blue glow. From behind him emerged the colossal phantom of a swift-wind demon wolf. The left arm soulbone skill, Demon Wolf Storm. As Muchen shouted, he abruptly pointed his left hand toward the sky. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the center of the battle platform. First, streaks of azure light coalesced from the void, rapidly intertwining to form a massive vortex. This vortex spun with increasing velocity, swiftly transforming into a breathtaking azure tornado. Within this tornado, a wolf's silhouette could be discerned, accompanied by the haunting howl of a wolf. Its diameter expanded continuously, as if the very air were being torn asunder, producing an ear-piercing howling. The violent gusts of air surged like an invisible hand, gripping everything around it, even causing distant spectators to feel an involuntary urge to be swept away. At this critical moment, the staff responsible for maintaining order in the arena reacted swiftly, activating the protective barrier. A transparent screen rose instantaneously, completely isolating the battle platform from the audience. The spectators breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful to have escaped being caught in that terrifying storm. However, the battle on the stage showed no signs of abating. Muchen shouted once more, "Go!" The once formidable azure tornado seemed to receive a command, suddenly accelerating towards Yu Tianlong. Simultaneously, the towering and majestic silhouette of the Gale Demon Wolf behind Muchen emitted a deafening howl that resonated through the air, akin to the beating of war drums, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. As the howl echoed, the specter of the Gale Demon Wolf began to gradually dissipate, transforming into countless flickering motes of luminescence. These glimmering lights cascaded down like falling stars, ultimately merging into the rapidly advancing tornado, amplifying its strength to unprecedented levels. In a private box, a woman sighed and shook her head, lamenting Yu Tianlong's recklessness. How could he expend all his soul power for that strike? Such a pity. She was the leading instructor of Yuhua Academy for the day. Yu Tianlong inhaled deeply, summoning every last vestige of soul power within him. At that moment, the yellow second soul ring beneath his feet shimmered brilliantly, radiating an impressive light. Second soul skill, Thunder Net Binding. With a fierce shout, countless arcs of lightning danced through the air like ethereal serpents, swiftly weaving into an immense thunder net that blotted out the sky. This net shimmered with dazzling lightning, seemingly harboring boundless power. However, at that instant, the terrifying storm of the demon wolf surged forth like a ferocious beast, charging with the force to obliterate all in its path. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, unleashing a shower of sparks and a cacophony of thunder, illuminating the entire arena with their fierce confrontation. Though the thunder net was incredibly resilient, it ultimately succumbed under the relentless assault of the storm, shattering into fragments. Damn it! Yu Tianlong gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, his gaze grew even more ferocious. Thunder Lion Right Arm Soul Bone Skill. Thunder Devastation Claw. He roared once more, and in an instant, surging arcs of lightning enveloped his right hand, dazzling in brilliance. The Dragon Claw, which had manifested due to his martial spirit, became even more robust under the enhancement of the Soul Bone skill. Die! With a sweeping motion of his arm, the claw descended with ferocity. Concurrently, a mighty lion forged from lightning roared forth with his movement, propelled by the overwhelming force of thunder, charging directly at the somewhat fatigued storm of the demon wolf with blinding speed. A thunderous explosion erupted, resonating through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The storm could no longer withstand such a formidable onslaught and ultimately disintegrated under the impact of the lightning lion. The furious winds surged uncontrollably, sweeping across the arena like tumultuous waves. Caught in the maelstrom, both Mu Qin and Yu Tianlong were violently thrust backward, only managing to stabilize themselves at the edge of the arena. Once steadied, Mu Qin's purple third soul ring flickered. Third soul skill, Rampaging Golden Crocodile. With a thunderous roar from Mu Qin, the space before him began to subtly distort, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. Within that resplendent radiance, an enormous golden crocodile gradually materialized, towering at a height of 5 meters and stretching nearly 20 meters in length. This colossal creature was enveloped in scales that appeared to be forged from pure gold, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance akin to a masterpiece adorned with countless jewels. Simultaneously, it emanated radiant golden beams, casting a golden hue upon everything in its vicinity. Go! With a decisive wave of his arm, Mu Qin pointed towards the distant Yu Tianlong. In response to the command, the giant golden crocodile opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar, then charged forward with tremendous force. Its powerful limbs striking the ground with such impact that each step sent tremors through the earth, stirring clouds of dust and debris in its wake. As the behemoth closed the distance to Yu Tianlong, now less than 3 meters away, a shadow suddenly appeared between them like a flash of lightning. Stop! At the sound of this voice, the figure extended its right hand, seemingly casually gesturing towards the giant golden crocodile. In that instant, an invisible force surged forth from its fingertips, striking the charging crocodile with unerring precision. Caught off guard by this mysterious power, the once ferocious and imposing golden crocodile abruptly halted, as if all its energy had been drained. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the golden radiance enveloping the beast began to swiftly retract, ultimately dissipating into a yellow glow that faded into the air as if it had never existed. At that moment, the figure who had thwarted the giant crocodile's attack fully revealed itself. It was an elderly man with graying hair and a stern countenance, clad in a flowing blue and white robe that billowed in the wind, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. After surveying the surroundings, the old man spoke in a deep and authoritative voice. I am the head of the #1 Battle Soul Arena of the Ice God Sect for today. The outcome of this match is clear. I hereby declare that the victor of this contest is contestant number 0666 from the Royal Academy of Tiando. Bravo, 0666. The applause erupted in a continuous wave. Mu Qin and Yu Tianlong bowed respectfully to the elder in the pale blue robe. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and then fixed his gaze upon Mu Qin, remarking, "The golden crocodile, King Martial Soul. Indeed impressive, my young friend." Mu Qin smiled as he said, "You have not tarnished the supreme martial soul. Splendid. The future is promising." The elder chuckled before vanishing into thin air. Upon returning to the private room, Mu Qin was approached by Tang Xian, Fang Ya, and Xin Yuhan. Tang Xian was the first to exclaim, "Brilliant. Well done, third brother." Xin Yuhan patted Mu Qin on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. Mu Chun turned to Fangya, who stepped forward and embraced him, exclaiming, "You were amazing." Mu Chen's face flushed crimson as he scratched his head, breaking into a silly grin. Qian Yu and Han Heng exchanged a glance, bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 128. Familiar Training Subjects. Fangya was directly assigned to 2 consecutive matches in the Ice God Soul Arena, each a decisive victory. The explosive capabilities of the 3-headed Fire Phoenix martial soul are among the finest across the Douluo continent, and her opponents, possessing only mediocre martial souls, were naturally unable to withstand the searing flames of the Phoenix, resulting in their inevitable defeat. Throughout the afternoon, the 5 participants engaged in soul battles within the Ice God Arena. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Tang Chun delivering the final blow using the earth-shattering Haotian hammer. Fortunately, Mu Chun faced adversaries of lesser strength in his subsequent 4 matches, and despite enduring injuries, he persevered to complete the task. Exhausted, Mu Chun slumped onto the sofa in the private room and sighed, I'm utterly drained. Finally finished, I can finally rest." Lei Ming looked at the others sprawled on the sofa and chuckled, shaking his head. "Children, your performance in this afternoon's training task was nothing short of exemplary." Qian Yu felt a tightening in her heart, an unsettling sense that misfortune was looming. Lei Ming continued, "In a while, we shall return to the academy for dinner and gather at the auditorium entrance at 8 o'clock this evening." Mu Chun exclaimed, lamenting, "Teacher, we still have to practice tonight. Did you not say that our performance this afternoon was nothing short of perfect?" Tang Xian inquired as well. Lei Ming replied, "Precisely because of your commendable performance, you must undertake even greater responsibilities. Indeed, you are prodigies, yet one must not allow the slightest complacency. Rather, you should impose stricter standards upon yourselves. The evening will consist of some physical training, but fret not, it shall not be overly exhausting." Qian Yuhan felt a sense of perplexity. Could it truly be that they were not fatigued? After several individuals emerged from the Ice God Battle Soul Arena, they proceeded along the first avenue of Tiando towards the academy. A figure gradually materialized in the shadows, concealed in a corner, observing Qian Yuhan and the others. How could they have spent an entire afternoon in the Ice God Battle Soul Arena? This individual was Zhao Shuo, who had been dispatched by Wu Yifan to shadow Qian Yuhan. He had skipped an entire afternoon of classes, altering his appearance to keep pace with them. Upon witnessing their entrance into the arena, Zhao Shuo refrained from following them inside, as entry required identity verification. To attempt such an act would surely expose his presence. Thus, he opted to wait in a tea house situated outside the arena. This entire afternoon had been devoid of activity and yielded no discoveries. Qian Yuhan's attendance in class posed no issues, leaving Zhao Shuo in a state of deep frustration as he trudged back to the academy, his head bowed in discontent. "What a feast." "Thank you, Teacher Lei, for treating us," Mu Chun said contentedly, patting his belly. "Indeed, you must ensure you are well fed." Lei Ming replied with a hearty laugh. "Qian Yuhan and Fangya, this seems somewhat familiar." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the moon hung bright against a backdrop of sparse stars, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside the hall. At this moment, Qian Yuhan and the others were gathered when Teacher Lei, with a serious demeanor, announced, "Children, the iron suits are ready for you. After ensuring you are well fed and well rested, it is now time to run and stretch your limbs." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's heart erupted in disbelief. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What? Really? No?" It seemed he could hardly fathom the words he had just heard. "Are you serious, Teacher Lei? Are we starting right now?" he asked, his face a portrait of astonishment. Teacher Lei nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, it is time." Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Qian Yuhan wore a grim expression, yet without hesitation, he boldly stepped forward, skillfully donning one of the iron suits with swift motions. Seeing this, Tang Xian refused to be outdone and quickly followed in Qian Yuhan's footsteps, grabbing another iron suit to put on. However, as he donned the suit and took his first step, he was taken aback by the weight, exclaiming, "Wow." It turned out that each suit weighed a staggering 20 pounds, equating to nearly a quarter of the children's own body weight. Imagine running in such heavy attire. The energy expended with each stride was truly incalculable. Yet, in the face of such a formidable challenge, the children displayed no signs of retreat. "Come on, third brother. Are you afraid of this?" With a gentle smile, Qian Yuhan vigorously waved at Mu Chen, who wore a frown despite donning his iron armor. Mu Chen's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes betraying a reluctance, yet he gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Fear? When have I, Mu Chen, ever been afraid?" With that, He laboriously yet resolutely set forth, his legs burdened as if by an immense weight, striving to catch up with the already departing main force. Not far away, Lei Ming observed this scene with a satisfied nod, silently praising, "These children truly are remarkable." He swiftly donned his own heavy iron armor and, like an agile leopard, sprinted after the children, matching their pace. Meanwhile, on the academy's path, several students took advantage of the night to stroll and enjoy the scenery. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, they paused to gawk and began to murmur amongst themselves. "Hey, look, what are they doing?" A petite girl curiously pointed at the determined runners. A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the scene before commenting, "It appears they are engaging in some form of running exercise. Quite the dedication, especially at this late hour." Another chubby boy gasped in astonishment, "Wow, look at the iron armor they're wearing. It must be incredibly heavy." Upon hearing this, the onlookers' gazes converged on the gleaming iron armor, their faces etched with disbelief. How can they possibly run with such heavy armor? One person marveled. "Indeed, I wonder how long they will continue." Another pondered, "Isn't that the exchange student from the Wuhuan Temple Academy who spoke this morning?" A boy with a center part squinted and remarked, "And the last one, isn't that Lei Ming?" Thus, the group of students continued to speculate as they watched Qian Yuhan and the others gradually fade into the night. An hour later, Tang Xian and Tang Chen breathed heavily. After all, they were a year older than Qian Yuhan, Mu Chen, and Fang Ya, and their stamina was naturally superior. "How much farther, Mu Chen?" he complained, hands on hips, lagging behind the others. He belonged to the less athletic type, and suddenly facing such intensity today was quite a challenge. "Keep it up, Mu Chen. Just run back to the auditorium's entrance, and you're done." Lei Ming encouraged from behind. "Really? You're not pulling my leg this time, are you?" Mu Chen perked up at the thought, though he recalled having been misled twice before, making him somewhat skeptical. Upon reaching the auditorium's entrance, Lei Ming called a halt. Addressing the group, "Children, today's training session has concluded. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. Let us strive for even greater achievements tomorrow." Chapter 129. When to admire the bright moon as the night enveloped the city, the clamor gradually yielded to tranquility. Fang Yu concluded her evening run and bid farewell to Qian Yuhan and the others before making her way back to the dormitory. Sweat dampened her forehead and back. Despite the fatigue etched upon her features, a smile remained on her lips. Upon finally arriving at the dormitory building, the familiar door seemed to transform into a sanctuary for her weary body. She gently pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit interior, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the window. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. "Who is it?" Breathless, Fang Ya hastily removed her outerwear and hung it on the coat rack by the door. She then bent down to deftly slip into her soft, comfortable slippers. Responding in the direction of the voice, "Sister Luo Shui, it's me, Fang Ya." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ouyang Luo Shui, who was bathing in the restroom, felt a sense of relief and did not inquire further. The sound of running water continued unabated, seemingly narrating Luo Shui's fatigue from a day of study. Meanwhile, Fang Ya quietly entered her room, seated herself at her desk, and picked up an unfinished book. Waiting for Ouyang Luo Shui to finish her bath before she would take her turn. Running in iron attire was no easy feat. Although Fang Ya and Qian Yuhan had previously undergone training akin to that of Yu Ziyang at the academy, a winter break without exercise made the abrupt return to such rigorous activity rather challenging. After finishing her bath, Ouyang Luo Shui emerged into the living room. Hearing the commotion, Fang Ya exited her room to join her. "Did you go for a run?" Ouyang Luo Shui inquired with a smile, drying her damp hair. Fang Ya approached the table, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Ouyang Luo Shui, saying, "Yes, I ran 3 laps in iron attire. It seems that Teacher Lei's teaching style remains unchanged." Ouyang Luo Shui remarked, setting her towel aside and taking a sip from the glass Fang Ya had filled. "I heard you went to the Ice God Arena this afternoon." Surprised, Fang Ya asked, "Sister Luo Shui, how did you know?" "Well, the arena is owned by my family, so I naturally have some knowledge of it," Ouyang Luo Shui explained. With Ouyang Luo Shui's words, Fang Ya recalled that during her conversation with Qian Yuhan, she had learned that Ouyang Luo Shui held a distinguished status, seemingly the young lady of the Ice God sect, a junior sect master. Indeed, it became evident that this Ice God Arena belonged to her family. The academy had a collaboration with the Ice God sect, thus granting free access to the arena for students, although a token of identity, the soul card, was required. Ouyang Luo Shui emphasized the significance of this soul card and continued, I see you have quite a penchant for reading, little ya. Ouyang Luoxue cast her gaze towards the bookshelf in the living room that had previously been empty. Fangya followed her gaze and smiled, remarking, indeed. I do enjoy reading. As she looked at the bookshelf, which had filled with books in just one day, she continued to explain with a smile, this is wonderful. When I have time, I shall take you to a place where the books are just as good as those in the academy. Upon hearing this, Fangya's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Really? Ouyang Luoxue nodded with a smile, absolutely. It's a promise? It's a promise. Fangya rose to her feet, saying, I'll go take a shower first, Luoxuejia. After I'm done, we can continue our conversation. After her shower, Fangya, having just dried her hair, picked up the glass of water on the table to take a sip. Suddenly, she remembered something and inquired, Luoxuejia, have you broken through? Ouyang Luoxue was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she would say such a thing. Fangya set down her glass and explained, when I entered, I felt that your spiritual energy in the bathroom seemed to have strengthened. Ouyang Luoxue smiled and nodded. Indeed, you are correct. After returning to the Tianshui city and spending a few days in seclusion, I managed to break through to level 44 just before I came back. Wow, Luoxuejia, you are quite extraordinary. Fangya exclaimed in awe. Oh, who else do you consider extraordinary? Ouyang Luoxue teased. Who else but our class leader, Qian Yuhan? Fangya replied. Him? Ouyang Luoxue elongated the last syllable playfully. Luoxuejia, I heard you had a duel with the class leader, and you even won. Ouyang Luoxue reminisced about her battle with Qian Yuhan, shaking her head with a smile. That time was actually rather embarrassing. I was at level 43, while Qian Yuhan was a soul master. In the end, we reached a stalemate, and I won only because he exhausted his energy and conceded. Thinking back, it's quite amusing. I am 2 years older than him, and now his strength has surpassed mine. What does that make me? An extraordinary being. Luoxuejia, don't compare yourself like that. The class leader is simply not human. Abnormal doesn't he even begin to describe him. Excluding this extraordinary individual, are you not extraordinary as well? Fangya comforted her. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Qian Yuhan was persistently sneezing at his desk. Tang Xin inquired, Old Four, are you coming down with a cold? Qian Yuhan shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I hope it's not. Ouyang Luoxue chuckled in response. Indeed, haha. By the way, Luoxuejia, let me tell you, this afternoon, the 5 opponents I faced were simply. Fangya continued to converse with Ouyang Luoxue about the events that transpired in the soul fighting arena that afternoon, and they chatted for a full hour. Eventually, feeling fatigued from their lively discussions, the two retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Fangyu and Ouyang Luoxue's quarters were distinct from those of their peers, featuring a spacious 2-bedroom layout with a living room and a bathroom, which was undoubtedly superior to the accommodations of other students. Ouyang Luoxue had returned to the academy a few days earlier, and Fangya found her companionship during this time to be exceedingly pleasant. She discovered that Ouyang Luoxue was not the icy figure others had described. Rather, she exhibited genuine concern for her, akin to the affection an elder sister bestows upon her younger sibling. Simultaneously, Ouyang Luoxue recognized Fangya as a delightful young lady. As she learned more about Fangya's past, their bond grew increasingly stronger and more intimate. Ouyang Luoxue could empathize with the torment and oppression Fangya endured due to her martial soul deficiencies, which had led to her marginalization by her family and derision from classmates. Consequently, Ouyang Luoxue felt a sincere compassion for her, treating her as if she were a beloved sister. Their time together had been truly enjoyable. Upon returning to her room, Ouyang Luoxue opened the envelope she had retrieved at noon, reading the letter written to her by Qian Yuhan. With a smile, she finished reading and softly murmured to herself, Fool, you even questioned whether I might have developed feelings for her. If you knew that I am your pen pal, would you like me even more? Humph, I won't tell you. You can remain blissfully ignorant. As she muttered, she retrieved stationery from a nearby drawer and began composing her reply. Lost in thought, she wrote for an entire hour, gazing out at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars that adorned the night. Ouyang Luoxue mused, It's time for bed. But when shall we enjoy the moon together? Chapter 130, Self-Directed Performance. Early the next morning, Qian Yuhan awoke as per her usual routine and set out for a morning jog. Upon reaching the academy's side gate, she paused to check if her letter had been taken. Not seeing the envelope, Qian Yuhan surmised, it seems Shui took it yesterday. Knowing she had arisen quite early, she speculated that Shui might still be asleep and had not yet delivered her response. She decided to wait until noon to check again. As anticipated, Ouyang Luo Shui remained in slumber, the sun already high in the sky with no sign of her waking. Without any classes scheduled for the morning, she could study either in her dormitory or within the classroom. Ouyang Luo Shui generally avoided lingering in the classroom outside of lectures, as her mere presence would attract numerous individuals seeking her contact information, which she found quite bothersome. Time passed, and eventually, perhaps due to hunger, Ouyang Luo Shui finally opened her sleepy eyes. After half an hour spent in grooming and dressing, Ouyang Luo Shui departed from her dormitory, making her way towards the cafeteria. Passing by the side entrance of the academy, she casually deposited a letter into the mailbox before continuing on her path. Just as Ouyang Luo Shui exited the side door of the academy, Wu Yifun's subordinate, Yu Yang, unexpectedly emerged from the shadows. Observing Ouyang Luo Shui's retreating figure, he approached the mailbox to retrieve the letter she had just sent. Yu Yang noticed a light blue envelope, which seemed to shimmer with something peculiar. Upon opening the mailbox, he immediately spotted the envelope at the top, taking it out and examining it, muttering to himself, "Quite an exquisite piece. I wonder what it contains." As he contemplated opening the envelope to unveil its contents, he found it stubbornly resistant to his attempts, resembling a piece of Play-Doh that refused to yield. Just as frustration began to boil over, he spotted another individual approaching to mail a letter, prompting him to pocket Ouyang Luo Shui's letter with the intention of handing it over to Wu Yifun during class. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Ouyang Luo Shui fortuitously encountered Qian Yuhan and her companions, who were standing in line. Sister Luo Shui. Fang Yu was the first to notice her, waving her over. With a smile, Ouyang Luo Shui joined her friends, only to hear Mu Chen lamenting, "Oh, my back, my legs. I felt fine after yesterday's run, but this morning is torturous." Mu Chen grimaced and occasionally twisted his neck, eliciting a chuckle from Ouyang Luo Shui. She could empathize with them. After an afternoon and evening of rigorous training under teacher Lei Ming, it would indeed be odd if their bodies were not weary. "Luo Shui, did you just wake up?" Qian Yuhan inquired, glancing at her. Curiously, Ouyang Luo Shui asked, "How did you know? What gave it away?" There's something at the corner of your eye," Qian Yuhan pointed out, and Ouyang Luo Shui quickly realized that in her haste, she had rushed out without properly washing her face, driven by hunger. "Oh, thank you," she replied with an embarrassed smile, quickly tidying herself up as she joined the queue behind Qian Yuhan and the others. "Hey, who do you think you are? Cutting in line?" Just as Ouyang Luo Shui stepped into the midst of Qian Yuhan's group, a harsh voice came from behind her. "Get to the back of the line." At that moment, Tang Xian, who was positioned behind them, turned around with a friendly smile and said, "That brother, we're all together. She just finished class, and we arrived a bit early to save her spot. Could you cut us some slack?" Tang Xian's tone was amicable, and he initially believed the individual would relent. However, unexpectedly, the person retorted, "Cut slack? Who do you think you are? I've had my eye on you exchange students from the Spirit Hall for a while now. I want to allow that girl to cut in, no matter what. This morning, our teacher lavished praise upon you, and I must say, it was quite remarkable. I have long held a discontent towards you all, and I adamantly refuse to allow any interjections. This is specifically directed at you, this group of little prodigies." Tang Xian found himself momentarily speechless. Yu. The individual witnessing Tang Xian's predicament grew increasingly arrogant. "What about you? Let everyone see. Those exchange students who have been exalted by our teacher, unable even to utter a coherent word." Ha ha. Laughter erupted from some classmates who shared the same class with that individual. How could these few endure such mockery? Mu Chun was about to retaliate when Ouyang Luo Shui intervened, shaking her head to signal him to remain silent, and she turned away. As Ouyang Luo Shui turned, the laughter from those behind her abruptly ceased. "You, Luo Shui?" The previously arrogant individual was struck with disbelief, rendered speechless. Ouyang Luo Shui's demeanor was cold, and it seemed as if the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly due to her presence. Some even began to shiver. "What's the matter, Ning Kaixian? Are you at a loss for words as well? Just like your brother, Ning Kaiwan." Qian Yuhan then realized that this person was actually Ning Kaiwan's younger brother, the fifth young master of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect, Ning Kaixian. "Luo Shui, be quiet. Do not address me in such a manner. It makes me feel nauseated." Ouyang Luo Shui interrupted him, speaking in a low voice. "Ah, Sister Luo Shui, had I known it was you, I would have certainly set this matter aside. How do you plan to rectify the insult you have inflicted? People like you have brought disgrace upon the academy." Sister Luo Shui, I slap. Before Ning Kaixian could finish his sentence, A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving a distinct red mark on his right cheek. Ning Kaiwen had appeared out of nowhere, delivering a sharp reprimand to the still protesting Ning Kaixian. Covering his mouth in disbelief, Ning Kaixian looked at his fourth brother, Ning Kaiwen, and exclaimed, "Fourth brother, you should just leave." Ning Kaiwen sternly admonished him. Ning Kaixian, filled with indignation, cast a glance at Ning Kaiwen and Qian Yuhan before turning away and departing the dining hall. After Ning Kaixian left, Ning Kaiwen intended to say something, but was met with a disdainful glare from Ouyang Luo Shui. Before he could utter a word, she had already turned her back. "Hey, Luo Shui." No. That Ning Kaiwen attempted to speak. Qian Yuhan stood between Ning Kaiwen and Ouyang Luo Shui, stating, "They have no desire to engage with you. If you persist, it could be construed as harassment. Furthermore, keep a close watch on your younger brother." Ning Kaiwen's expression visibly darkened, as his meticulously crafted plan had just crumbled before his eyes. Initially, he intended to have his fifth brother create a disturbance, allowing him to step in and resolve the conflict to win Ouyang Luo Shui's favor. Yet, it seemed as though Ouyang Luo Shui had seen through his scheme. And who did Qian Yuhan think he was, speaking to him in such a manner? Did he truly believe that Ouyang Luo Shui's protection granted him impunity? Ning Kaiwen sneered at Qian Yuhan, saying, "Just you wait. We shall see." Chapter 131. Breaking through level 40. Ning Kaiwen turned and departed, after which nothing further occurred. Qian Yuhan glanced at his companion beside him and smiled at Ouyang Luo Shui, saying, "Thank you, Luo Shui." Ouyang Luo Shui replied, "What are you thanking me for? If I hadn't come to find you, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to speak to them this way after joining this team." At this moment, Feng Ye interjected, "Sister Luo Shui, please do not blame yourself. It has nothing to do with you. We have communicated well, and it is merely their audacity that has led to this." As they approached the dining area, Ning Kaiwen was suddenly seized by Ning Kaixian by the collar, demanding, "Ning Kaiwen, what on earth are you trying to do? What does this mean? You never mentioned anything about slapping my face." Ning Kaiwen effortlessly broke free and spoke slowly. "Fifth brother, there's no other way. The conversation has reached this point, and I must proceed thus. Here, take this." He pulled out a card from his pocket and continued, "This card should still hold several tens of thousands of gold soul coins. It's yours." Upon hearing that there were several tens of thousands of gold soul coins, Ning Kaixian's expression instantly transformed, his face lighting up with joy. He snatched the card from Ning Kaiwen's hand, fearing he might retract it. "Fourth brother, this time I truly have your back. But did you stage this entire act just to vent your frustrations on those exchange students through me? You must understand that I have made a fool of myself in front of Luo Shui. How am I to pursue her now?" Ning Kaixian hastily tucked the card into his pocket and addressed Ning Kaiwen. Ning Kaiwen approached and patted Ning Kaixian on the shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I will assist you later. Didn't you have another matter to attend to at noon? You should hurry along." Ning Kaixian suddenly recalled that he had dozed off in class that morning, and the homeroom teacher had asked him to find her at noon. With a dejected expression, he trudged towards the office building. Watching Ning Kaixian's retreating figure, Ning Kaiwen sneered, "Fool, with your demeanor, you dare compete with me for Luo Shui? It's laughable. She will never be your girlfriend, only your fourth sister-in-law. Ha ha ha." After finishing their meal, Qian Yu and the others parted ways. The four young men returned to their dormitory to meditate and cultivate their skills, while Feng Ye and Ouyang Luo Shui also returned to their luxurious dormitory for an afternoon rest. Qian Yuhan harbored a profound sensation that the absorption of the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom had not reached completion. How could two of the most exceptional celestial herbs be assimilated so swiftly? Muchen and the others had only managed to absorb one type of celestial herb each, and they had yet to fully harness its essence. Presently, Tang Xian and Tang Chen were engrossed in their meditation, intent on completely absorbing their respective herbs in preparation for a breakthrough into the soul sect. Mu Chun had achieved a breakthrough under immense pressure during yesterday afternoon's soul duel. Yet his foundation remained precarious. He was currently focused on solidifying this stage of his cultivation. Tang Xian and Tang Chun, both possessing remarkable comprehension abilities, were not significantly inferior to Qian Yuhan. They still had a trace of the original cosmic energy lingering within the heavenly thunder devouring heart grass and the marvelous mushroom of transcendence. Moreover, they sensed that they were on the brink of breaking through to the soul sect. This morning, they briefed Lei Ming on their circumstances, who was overjoyed and granted them a half-day reprieve. Thus, Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun were entrusted with safeguarding Tang Xian and Tang Chen during this time. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. Qian Yuhan gradually emerged from his meditation, observing Tang Xian and Tang Chen seated cross-legged on the floor of the dormitory. He encouraged them, "Elder brother, second brother, you are doing splendidly. Persevere." At that moment, Mu Chen also stirred awake, stretching languidly. Just as a soft groan was about to escape his lips, Qian Yuhan swiftly covered his mouth. Mu Chen, with a hint of grievance, gently pushed Qian Yuhan's hand away and cast a forlorn glance in his direction. Qian Yuhan chuckled softly as he patted Mu Chen's shoulder, casting a glance at Tang Xian and Tang Chun, who were still engrossed in their cultivation. "Are they not finished yet? It's nearly time for dinner. Should we rouse them?" Mu Chun inquired with a hint of confusion. Just as he reached out to awaken the two, Qian Yuhan halted him. "Perhaps it is best to refrain for now. I sense they are nearing a critical moment. Their energy is steadily intensifying. Interrupting them at this juncture would render all their efforts in vain." Mu Chen nodded in agreement, responding, "Then I shall remain here to guard them. Old Four, why don't you prepare some food for them? It seems they will not awaken anytime soon, and it would be prudent to have something ready for when they do." Qian Yuhan nodded, then donned her academy jacket and stepped outside. She intended to visit the side entrance of the academy to check if there was a reply from Luo Shui. Upon reaching the mailbox, she searched thoroughly but found nothing. Qian Yuhan sighed, contemplating, "Alas, it is my fault for not having written back in these past few days. Perhaps she is unaware that I have sent my letter here. That cannot be right. Did Luo Shui not mention that all students of the academy place their correspondence in this very spot? She must be aware of my presence here. Alas, she must be upset." Qian Yuhan searched once more, confirming the absence of anything before departing with a sense of regret. Shortly after her departure, Zhao Shua appeared, pondering the purpose of her visit. After rummaging for quite some time and finding nothing, he wondered who she was waiting for. Just as Zhao Shua was lost in thought, he noticed Qian Yuhan swiftly moving out of his sight and hurriedly pursued her. Qian Yuhan did not linger in other areas of the academy for long. He made his way to the cafeteria, packed some meals, and returned to his dormitory. Zhao Shua had been trailing behind Qian Yuhan, only departing after witnessing him enter the dormitory. Upon returning, Qian Yuhan observed that Tang Xian and Tang Chen showed no signs of awakening. He gently addressed Mu Chen, saying, "Third brother, you should eat something first." "Yes, I need to eat something. My stomach is growling," he replied with a chuckle. Qian Yu, with a smile, pulled Mu Chen up and took the seat he had previously occupied. After a while, he turned to Mu Chen, who was enjoying his meal, and said, "Mu Chen, have you noticed? It seems as though someone has been following us the entire day." Qian Yuhan furrowed her brows slightly and spoke softly to Mu Chen beside her. "Is someone following us? Who is following us?" Mu Chen, holding his meal, shook his head in confusion, indicating he had not sensed anything amiss. "I always feel as though a pair of eyes is watching us, yet whenever I turn around abruptly to look, I find nothing but emptiness. It is indeed quite strange." Just then, the two brothers, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, who had been in deep meditation with their eyes closed, seemed to share a silent understanding, almost in unison, as they slowly opened their eyes and exhaled a long breath of impure air. "Haha, splendid. We have finally broken through to level 40. Tang Xian exclaimed with exuberance. "Once we acquire a suitable soul ring, we will officially become powerful soul sect practitioners." Tang Chen could hardly contain his joy, expressing his excitement. It is worth noting that for young soul masters like them, every increase in soul power is an arduous and protracted journey. Now that Mu Chen, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun have all successfully reached the threshold of level 40, they are but a step away from the coveted realm of the soul sect. A fact that evokes immense exhilaration. Chapter 132. Your laughter resembles a eunuch's. Zhao Shua watched as Qian Yuhan returned to her dormitory, then left the dormitory building and headed towards the classroom of their class. "Boss, I'm back." Zhao Shua greeted Wu Yifan, who was playfully teasing a girl at a seat. Wu Yifan gestured for the female student to rise, playfully swatting her behind as he said, "You can leave now. Remember, be at my beck and call." He then gazed at the girl, who was quite attractive and well-developed, with an impish grin. The girl shivered, nodding and replying, I will, young master." Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan frowned and solemnly uttered, The girl, realizing her mistake, quickly corrected herself, "Understood, master." Wu Yifan's expression softened slightly as he stood up, approached her, and kissed her earlobe, whispering, "Now that's more like it. Off you go." The girl, caught off guard by Wu Yifan's playful demeanor, initially thought she would have to endure something unpleasant again today, but was surprised when he let her go, and hastily left the area. Observing her retreat, Wu Yifan let out a low, Cold chuckle. That little vixen will have her day tomorrow. Today, I'll let her rest. At this moment, Zhao Shua stepped forward. And Wu Yifan inquired, so what about the third one? Did anything happen today? Zhao Shua shook his head and replied, no. He spent the morning in the classroom assigned by the academy for theoretical lessons. In the afternoon, it seems that old coot Lei Ming gave him a break. So he didn't attend the class on the basic principles of soul guiding devices with class 6. Only that girl named Fanya showed up. Wu Yifan, reclining with his legs crossed, retrieved a small knife from his desk and began to play with it, saying, were you able to find out what they were doing in the dormitory this afternoon? Zhao Shua shook his head, initially intending to inch closer to eavesdrop on Lei Ming's conversation with Ma Lingling. However, he ultimately refrained, as Lei Ming exuded an overwhelming aura that rendered him unable to discern anything from outside the door. Useless. Wu Yifan was about to berate Zhao Shua when Yu Yang happened to enter. Ah, you're here, second brother. What is the situation? Yu Yang nodded, extracting an envelope he had pilfered from the mailbox earlier that day and handed it to Wu Yifan. Here. Wu Yifan scrutinized the envelope in his hand and asked, what is this? Yu Yang explained, boss, Ouyang Luoxue has been in the dormitory all morning. It seems she had no classes. When she emerged around noon, she placed this letter in the mailbox, and I took it out directly. Wu Yifan nodded in satisfaction, turning to Zhao Shua. See that? Do you notice the difference? Cut it out. Zhao Shua turned his head away, scoffing softly. I want to see what's written, Wu Yifan said, reaching to tear open the envelope. Yu Yang interjected. Boss, that envelope. Before he could finish, he watched as Wu Yifan gritted his teeth, tearing at the envelope with no success. Zhao Shua and Yu Yang stood by, struggling to suppress their laughter, especially Zhao Shua, whose face turned crimson. Fool, and you dare to mock me, Zhao Shua thought bitterly. How curious. Why won't this wretched envelope tear? Oh right, what did you just say, second brother? Yu Yang replied. I meant to say it seems this envelope cannot be opened. Wu Yifan's expression darkened. Why didn't you say so sooner? I wasted all this effort. He decided against further attempts to open it, and placed the envelope in his desk drawer, continuing to address the two. You both did well today. You've worked hard during this time. At this moment, Zhao Shua added, boss, Qian Yuhan also went to the mailbox this evening. It looked like he was searching for something, but ended up leaving with his head hung low. Oh, interesting. I wonder if that kid was looking for this. Wu Yifan remarked with a sly grin, retrieving the envelope he had just placed in the drawer. Lost in thought, Wu Yifan raised his gaze to the two. Follow them, and see if my suspicions hold true. They might be writing to each other in secret. If one is continuously writing without receiving a reply, haha, boss. You're brilliant. Zhao Shua flattered. Wu Yifan chuckled, let us steal a week's worth of correspondence first. All right, no problem. Both Zhao Shua and Yu Yang replied in unison. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and Tang Chun had finished their dinner in the dormitory and, along with a few others, headed to the office building to find Lei Ming. As they exited the dorm, they unexpectedly collided with Wu Yifan and his companions returning from the teaching building. Qian Yuhan did not spare a glance at the three individuals. A mere sidelong glance sufficed before he resumed his conversation with Mu Qin and the others. Wu Yifan, witnessing this, was filled with indignation and exclaimed, Hey, it's been quite uncomfortable for you these past few days, hasn't it? Hiki. Qian Yuhan gazed at Wu Yifan, who was calling out to him. He noticed Wu Yifan raise his hand and perform a gesture as if to cut his throat, followed by a wicked grin directed at him. Qian Yuhan helplessly shook his head and let out a bitter smile, exchanging glances with Mu Chun and the others. What are you all laughing at? Wu Yifan questioned. Qian Yuhan remarked, My friend, are you addressing us? If so, first and foremost, none of us bear the name He. Moreover, chuckling, my dear friend, does your laughter not resemble that of a eunuch after their demise? What exactly is a eunuch? Wu Yifan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Yuhan's comparison of his laughter to that of a eunuch, though he was unfamiliar with the term, surely did not imply anything positive. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Qian Yuhan waved his hand, urging Mu Qin and the others to hastily retreat. This person was utterly deranged, and it was imperative to distance themselves promptly. Qian Yuhan held no grievances against him, and she could hardly recall when she might have offended such a person. Upon their first encounter, he brandished a knife to his throat, spouting nonsensical utterances. Was he not deranged? As she watched Qian Yuhan and her companions depart, Yu Yang remarked, Boss. Wu Yifan sneered. Ha ha ha. Let him enjoy his delusions for a few more days. Remember, in the coming days, keep close to them. Every single letter of theirs must be brought to me. Qian Yuhan and company hurriedly made their way to the entrance of the office building. Oh dear, slow down. We're out of breath. Mu Chen grasped Qian Yuhan's arm. Why are you all running? Fangya, who had just exited the girls' dormitory intending to meet up with them, noticed the four rushing towards the office building and quickly followed suit, breathlessly inquiring. That lunatic didn't catch up, did he? Qian Yuhan remarked, glancing back. Lunatic? Who? Fangya turned to look behind her, only to find no one there. He didn't make it? You, the fourth one really. Tang Xin chimed in. The group continued to discuss and poke fun at the earlier antics of the eccentric Wu Yifan, and Fangya finally grasped the situation. Upon reaching the door of Lei Ming's office, Qian Yuhan knocked softly. Please enter. Qian Yuhan pushed open the door, and as the five of them entered the office, they discovered Lei Ming seated on the sofa, engaged in a cheerful conversation with someone. To their surprise, the individual conversing with Lei Ming was none other than Zhao Ku. A familiar face among them, Mu Chen exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. Qian Yuhan chuckled and remarked, when did they become so familiar with each other? Tang Xian and Tang Chen shrugged in response. Mu Chen turned to Zhao Ku before him and inquired, Kezi, how are you? Have you fully recovered? Zhao Ku smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have completely healed. He deliberately elongated his tone, pausing momentarily. Mu Chen, taken aback, asked, and what else? Suddenly, he felt the powerful fluctuations of soul energy emanating from Zhao Ku, stronger than his own, and exclaimed in astonishment, You? Have you made a breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan's expression mirrored a sense of astonishment. Zhao Ku nodded with a smile, acknowledging that their previous ambush, despite inflicting considerable damage to his meridians, had presented him with an invaluable opportunity to fully absorb the immense celestial energy of the Seven Absolute Lotus. Are you suggesting that you have completely absorbed the Seven Absolute Lotus? Mu Chen inquired. Indeed, I finished absorbing it all before arriving here, Zhao Ku responded. Upon awakening, I discovered my soul power had reached level 40. Subsequently, my mother guided me to acquire the fourth soul ring. So, what is your current level now, Kezi? Mu Chen asked with curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Ku replied, post-absorption of the soul ring, my body had not yet fully recuperated. After returning, I rested for another 2 or 3 days, and once I completely absorbed the Seven Absolute Lotus, my health improved significantly. As for my level, I would estimate it to be around level 44. Qian Yuhan marveled inwardly, level 44, surpassing even Luo Shui. I must select a type of celestial herb for Luo Shui. The earlier it is consumed, the more pronounced the enhancement in strength will be. Mu Chen remained in a state of shock, unable to collect his thoughts. Lei Ming chuckled. You little rascals are truly formidable. The reason I called you here today is twofold. Firstly, to reunite you all. This time, you are genuinely gathered, and thus, your journey to Tiando officially commences. Secondly, I wish to inform you that tomorrow we shall embark on the quest for your fourth soul rings. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian raised his hand and said, Teacher Lei, I may need to return home tomorrow. He proceeded to explain the unique circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the fourth soul ring. Unlike his peers from Haotian sect, who were set to obtain the defensive soul skill Haotian protective body at their third soul ring, he had ventured out independently to seek a soul beast and therefore did not acquire the Haotian protective body. The sect leader, Tang Zhen, had helplessly insisted that he must return to obtain his fourth soul ring. After Tang Xian finished explaining, Lei Ming nodded and said, Very well, you may go. Travel safely. How many days of leave will you require? After pondering for a moment, Tang Xian replied, approximately 4 days, including the weekend. Understood. I will arrange for your leave at the academy, Lei Ming assured him. Thank you, Teacher Lei. Tang Xian expressed his gratitude with a bow. Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. All right, you have all worked hard today. Make sure to rest well. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow. On the way back, Zhao Ku inquired, Class leader, may I ask you a question? Qian Yuhan responded, What is it? What seems to be the problem? Please. Ask away. Class leader, regarding the 7 Absolute Lotus you gifted me, from where did you acquire it? I inquired. When my mother visited me at the hospital, she noticed the transformation of my martial soul and remarked that my 7 kills sword martial soul had evolved into the legendary 7 Absolute Killing Sword, which is said to exist only within the 7 Kills sect. She inquired about the reason behind this, and I informed her that you had bestowed upon me a 7 Absolute Lotus, which might have catalyzed this evolution. Upon hearing Zhao Ku's account, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but feel astonished. It seems I truly made the right decision in bestowing it upon you. Congratulations. In truth, this divine herb was something I fortuitously encountered during my time training outside. It happened during our outdoor practical exercise. I was struck and sent flying by the pincered poison scorpion king, which led to our encounter. Qin Yuhan continued to elaborate. Subsequently, I took Fangya with me to that location. Given her extensive experience, I requested her assistance in identifying suitable specimens for you. We only discovered a single plant of the 7 absolute lotus. Fangya nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Yuhan initially hesitated to share this matter with them. However, they were his brothers and friends, and there was little reason to conceal it. Thus, he remarked, since you've discovered that location, it must still harbor quite a few celestial herbs, right? Muqin responded with a smile. Fangya gently patted his back and replied, what are you planning? That place has already been thoroughly scavenged by me and the class monitor. We cannot return there for the time being. The celestial herbs left by the monitor have taken root and will continue to grow. Fangya explained anxiously, but Muqin interrupted her with a smile, saying, of course. I understand. I was merely jesting. Qin Yuhan remarked, cooler, thus we may have to wait longer for another 7 absolute lotus. Zhao replied, I understand. You are right, class leader. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Ku comprehended Qin Yuhan's intentions. Although this mystical herb garden was splendid, its resources were finite. Unrestrained exploitation would only lead to its ruin. As the saying goes, excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Let us safeguard the secret of this place. I have only confided in a few of you, Qin Yuhan instructed. This locale is known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. The others unanimously assented. Upon returning to the dormitory after tidying his bed, Zhao Ku was taken out for a stroll around the academy by Muqin and Tang Xian. Meanwhile, Tang Chun had retired early to prepare for the next day's acquisition of a soul ring. In the tranquil night, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Qin Yuhan's tidy desk. He sat quietly at the desk, delicately retrieving a stack of snow-white stationery from the drawer, and carefully laid it flat on the surface. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up an exquisite fountain pen and began to inscribe upon the paper. Each character seemed to carry the weight of his innermost emotions and thoughts, flowing forth gently with the movement of the pen's tip. However, unbeknownst to Qin Yuhan, earlier that day, Ouyang Luoxue had already sent him a letter in return. This correspondence, intended to convey her concern and greetings, was meant to reach Qin Yuhan's hands. Unfortunately, it had been stealthily pilfered by someone with nefarious intentions. Qin Yuhan remained utterly focused as he continued to compose the letter. He began by sincerely expressing his apologies regarding a certain matter, elaborating on the events that transpired and the profound regret that weighed upon his heart. Subsequently, he shifted his writing to discuss his plans for the following day, indicating that he would be embarking on a journey with friends to acquire soul rings. A venture he anticipated would require 2 days, thus he would likely not return until the day after tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuhan hastened his writing, assuring her that his delay in correspondence was unintentional and beseeching her forgiveness. Finally, he gently set down his pen, meticulously folded the letter, and placed it into the same envelope used by Ouyang Luoxue, inscribing the word shui upon its surface. Upon completing this task, he glanced at the clock, realizing he had unwittingly spent nearly an hour writing. Just as he was about to retire for the night, Muqin stormed in, visibly agitated, followed closely by Tang Xian and Zhao Ku, who also bore a troubled expression. They inquired, "What's wrong? What happened? Don't even mention it." "I encountered that lunatic again on my way back," Muqin replied while removing his outer garment. Tang Xian added furiously, "We didn't provoke him. Yet he unleashed a tirade of insults upon us. What kind of person is that? Just because he has a bit of money?" At that moment, Tang Chun, having been roused from his slumber, sat up to assess the situation. Just as Muqin was about to continue his complaint, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Chapter 134. A beautiful punch in the girls' dormitory. Ouyang Luoxue sat at her desk, penning a letter, completely unaware that Qin Yuhan had not received her previous correspondence and remained oblivious to the situation. Fangya returned from the office building, entering and saying, "Sister Luoxue, I'm back." "Oh good. Just remember to lock the door, little ya," Ouyang Luoxue replied from her room. "Done. By the way, Sister Luoxue, Teacher Lei is taking us out tomorrow. Muqin and the others are set to break through to soul rank and need to acquire soul rings, so they might not return until the day after tomorrow." Ouyang Luoxue opened the door, walked into the living room, and poured herself a glass of water. "Oh, Teacher Lei is taking all 5 of you?" Fang Ye chuckled. Not 5. Ouyang Luoxue, puzzled, asked, Not 5? Who is not going? Qian Yuhan? Fang Ye laughed. Ha ha ha. No, no. It's 6 people. Ouyang Luoxue continued her inquiry. 6 people? Who else is going? You guessed it. Zhao Ke. He just returned today. Was he injured in Yelin City? Ouyang Luoxue thought Fang Ye's mention of 6 people meant she was also invited to join the outing, only to realize it was a misunderstanding. What is wrong, Sister Luoxue? Fang Ye asked, noticing Ouyang Luoxue's awkward expression. Ouyang Luoxue quickly composed herself and replied, It's nothing. Really, I don't have anything planned for the next couple of days. May I join? Sister Luoxue, you want to go too? Fang Ye exclaimed in surprise. Ouyang Luoxue questioned, What is wrong with that? Is it not permissible? It is not impossible, but I must consult with Teacher Lei. There is no need. I shall directly accompany you tomorrow to seek him out. By the way, how are the classes in your cohort? It is of no concern. Our teacher does not dare to reprimand me. Thus, this decision is made with great pleasure, Ouyang Luoxue remarked with a smile. Fang Ye smiled in response, inwardly reflecting on the distinct advantages of having connections. In the boys' dormitory, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Moments ago, Mu Chen was about to voice a complaint when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Wu Yifan and his companion standing there. Qian Yuhan and Tang Chen swiftly leapt from the bed, approaching the trio. What further do you intend to do? Do not overreach. Do you truly believe we are easy to bully? Mu Chen questioned sternly. Wu Yifan sneered, Indeed. I consider you quite vulnerable. To confront me, you've truly bitten off more than you can chew. Are you seeking your own demise? Do you know my standing? Mu Chen's voice deepened, clearly on the verge of igniting. You? What standing could you possibly have? Does the spirit hall have someone backing you? Wu Yifan retorted with a chuckle. Even if they do, my Wu family is unafraid. We possess ample wealth to manipulate anyone behind you. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with money and beauty. Wu Yifan produced a black card from his pocket, grinning. Mu Chen then launched a fist. With a resounding thud, it struck Wu Yifan squarely in the face, catching him utterly off guard. The blow landed with undeniable force, momentarily distorting his features. Wu Yifan was sent hurtling backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air, with blood from his nose splattering forth. His body crashed against the door of the room across the corridor, shattering it upon impact. The individuals residing opposite Qian Yuhan's dormitory were utterly taken aback by the unexpected arrival. Several individuals, including Qian Yuhan, noticed 6 people inside the room arranging a soul-guiding screen on the table, which was displaying rather provocative content. What on earth is happening? One exclaimed. Observing the multitude of curious eyes peering in from outside, another quickly reacted and hastily shut off the soul-guiding screen. What is going on, Yuhan? Inquired a tall young man as he stepped forward. In recent days, Qian Yu and his companions have become acquainted with the 6 individuals across the hall. One of them explained, a lunatic has lost his mind. He then glanced at the motionless Wu Yifan on the ground. The tall boy cast a fleeting look at Wu Yifan sprawled on the floor of his dormitory, and with a subtle gesture, he signaled the others to hastily remove Wu Yifan from the scene. Zhao Shua and Yu Yang each took an arm, lifting Wu Yifan, whose mouth and nose were stained with blood, mumbling incoherently as they escorted him away. As they left, Yu Yang and Zhao Shua spat. Son scoundrel, you're finished. Just wait for the Wu family to come after you. They departed in a clamorous manner, presumably heading to the infirmary. The tall boy quickly grasped the situation and turned to the still fuming Mu Chen, saying, Brother Mu, calm down. Aware of his own loss of composure, Mu Chen cupped his hands in apology toward the tall boy, saying, I apologize, Brother Gao. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. The tall boy smiled faintly and shook his head, replying, It's no problem. The door can be repaired later. Yu All Shun-Ti stooped to his level. He has been like this since last semester, behaving arrogantly due to his family's influence. The administration is too afraid to take action against him, as his father is a major shareholder of the academy. Mu Chen nodded, expressing, I still owe you an apology. Without a door tonight, you. The tall boy waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, We're not worried. Ha ha ha. He then raised his thumb in commendation, saying, However, Brother Mu, that punch you threw was absolutely powerful. We Yi long found him insufferable. Indeed, we Yi all endured quite a bit from them last semester. Chimed in a fellow dormitory resident beside the tall boy. Just then, the dormitory supervisor finally made his appearance. He had arrived earlier but hesitated to intervene when he witnessed Wu Yifan causing trouble. He feared offending the young master of the Wu family. knowing that such an affront could cost him his job. With a son who squandered money on frivolities and a sick wife to care for, losing his job was not an option. Remember to report the broken door for repairs. Everyone disperse, the supervisor shouted, shooing away the students who had gathered to witness the commotion, which had indeed attracted a significant crowd. After Qian Yuhan and a few others had apologized to their opponents, they returned to their dormitory. Lying on their beds, they tossed and turned, finally succumbing to slumber in the early hours of the morning. The following day, as anticipated, none of them rose early. They were eventually stirred from their slumber by persistent knocking at the door. The closest to the door, Tang Xian, dragged his still dormant body to open it. Upon seeing the visitors, he instantly became alert, fully waking up in an instant. Before Lei Ming could utter a word, the door was abruptly closed, which was quite amusing, as Tang Xian was only clad in his undergarments. Outside, alongside Lei Ming, stood two girls, Ouyang Luoxue and Fang Ye. He had not expected these two girls to be able to access the boys' dormitory. "Get up, brothers. We're late. This is a disaster," Tang Xian called out anxiously. From outside, one could hear the clamor of belongings being hastily organized within the dormitory. "Hey, don't step on my pants. I can't wear them now. Sorry. These pants are a bit tight." "Those are my pants, third brother. You've put them on by mistake." Chapter 135. The primal ice flower. After Qian Yuhan had changed into suitable attire, he followed Lei Ming and the others as they departed from the dormitory area. "I have prepared everything you need for this outing," he declared. "This time, the hunt for soul beasts is entirely in your hands. Given your recent experiences in Yelin City, I trust you are no longer intimidated by ordinary soul beasts." "He indeed," Mu Qin responded, thumping his chest in confidence. Lei Ming then inquired, "Do you have any specific requirements for your fourth soul ring?" Mu Chun was the first to respond. "I desire a soul skill that leans towards control, as I find myself lacking in that area." Tang Chen added, "I feel the same. My first three soul skills are entirely offensive and defensive, leaving me short on control." Lei Ming nodded approvingly. "Excellent. It is essential to have an understanding of your own abilities and to acquire soul rings that meet your needs." "Understood." The group replied in unison. Qian Yuhan, Zhao Ku, and Ouyang Luoxue have all ascended to the soul sect, while Fang Ye, during this period, has nearly absorbed the chicken-crowned phoenix sunflower, bringing her closer to the same level. Lei Ming has invited them all to join him on a journey to the Sunset Forest, where he intends to impart knowledge about soul beasts, illustrating his points with practical examples for greater efficacy. Upon arriving at the school gate, Tang Xian shouldered his belongings and, along with the others, returned to Haotian sect to procure his fourth soul ring. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan seized a moment to approach the mailbox and deposited a letter within. Upon his return, Ouyang Luoxue inquired, "Was that for your pen pal?" Qian Yuhan nodded, yet her mood seemed rather dismal. "What troubles you?" inquired Ouyang Luoxue. "Perhaps my pen pal is upset with me. I noticed my letter was taken yesterday morning. I intended to check here last night for a reply, but to my dismay, there was none. I suspect it is due to my prolonged silence," Qian Yuhan responded. Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed in disbelief. "Not received? How could that be? I distinctly placed it in the mailbox yesterday at noon." Approaching the mailbox, she rummaged through its contents, her heart sinking. Indeed, it was absent. "How peculiar," she mused. "Are you ready, Yuhan, Luoxue?" "We must depart," called Lei Ming. "We're coming," Qian Yuhan replied to Lei Ming, then turned to Ouyang Luoxue. "Let us go. I shall search for you again upon our return. Perhaps last night's darkness obscured my view." Ouyang Luoxue furrowed her brow, muttering, "Which rascal dares to steal my letters? I shall ensure I catch you." After the group departed, Zhao Shua and Yu Yang, who had been hidden nearby in the underbrush, emerged. "Brother, are they off to obtain soul rings?" Zhao Shua inquired. "It sounds like it," Yu Yang replied, stroking his chin. "Then they likely won tea return today. We can enjoy a day of rest." "Indeed. I've had quite enough of this. I cannot sleep in," Zhao Shua complained. "What is the matter?" "Brother, you do not know. Qian Yuhan is truly a peculiar individual, rising at the crack of dawn. Every time I open my eyes, he has already returned from outside, looking as if he has been jogging. Truly a peculiar fellow," Yu Yang chuckled. "Now, retrieve the letter that the lad inserted earlier. We shall conclude today's task." "Understood." The two approached the mailbox, extracted the letter, and departed. All the while, an observer took in the entire scene. "I never anticipated that Zhao Ku would break through to the soul master level," Fang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha ha ha, merely a stroke of luck," Zhao Ku responded, laughing heartily. Ouyang Luo Shui scrutinized Mu Chan with a look of shock. Just half a month prior, Zhaoko had lagged significantly behind her. Now, he had surpassed her. This led Ouyang Luo Shui to question whether she had become too complacent in her training during this period. Are you taken aback? Qian Yuhan asked with a smile. Observing Ouyang Luo Shui's reaction. No, not at all. I merely reflect that I have been too lax lately, only training for 4 hours each day. It appears that is insufficient. Qian Yuhan's eyes twitched at the corners. For hours of cultivation, must it be so relentless? In my past life, I toiled over my studies, and in this life, I toil over my training. In truth, dedicating 4 hours daily is already quite substantial. There is no need to extend it further. Do not deceive me. Observe how swiftly you all progress. Your training must be far more arduous, far more exhausting than mine. As she spoke, Qian Yuhan retrieved a luminous herb radiating a brilliant blue light from the Frost Heart Dragon God bracelet adorning her right wrist. The moment it was unveiled, the interior of the Soul Guide carriage became suffused with a powerful aura of primal energy. Ouyang Luoshue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the herb hovering before her. Its stem was a rich brown, crowned with a delicate blue ice flower, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur that suggested it was to be admired from afar, not trifled with, while emanating a chilling aura. Who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide, zeroing in on the herb that Qian Yuhan had presented to Ouyang Luoshue. Chaos. Origin. Ice. Flower. Pronounced each word distinctly. Teacher Lei, what did you say? The Chaos Origin Ice Flower? Ouyang Luoshue exclaimed, her head snapping towards upon hearing the name. She found staring, equally dumbfounded, at the herb known as the Chaos Origin Ice Flower, nodding in affirmation. Receiving her answer, Ouyang Luoshue turned back to Qian Yuhan. Yuhan, is this truly the Chaos Origin Ice Flower? Qian Yuhan chuckled. Indeed. Fangya interjected, authentic and genuine. Hee. My heavens, in my lifetime. I have actually encountered the legendary Hunyuan Ice Flower. Lei Meng swallowed hard. Teacher, are you familiar with this celestial herb? Qian Yuhan inquired. Lei Meng nodded. Indeed. I once learned about this herb from an ancient tome. Upon hearing it was from an ancient text, curiosity piqued among Qian Yuhan and the others, prompting them to ask, Teacher, please elaborate. I stumbled upon it by chance. You have truly stumbled upon a treasure, Lei Meng replied. The celestial herb that shares fame with the Hunyuan Ice Flower is the Xiangxi Duan Changhong. Xiangxi Duan Changhong. They exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. If the Xiangxi Duan Changhong is the king of celestial herbs, then the Hunyuan Ice Flower is the deity among them. For ice attribute soul masters. This herb is a coveted treasure, Lei Meng remarked, glancing at Ouyang Luoshue, who was still fixated on the Hunyuan Ice Flower. Ouyang Luoshue, aware of her slightly unrestrained demeanor, nodded and said, Indeed. It is said that our ice god sect's ancestor fortuitously acquired this herb, laying the foundation for his subsequent breakthrough into that legendary realm. Heavens! Fangya exclaimed. Ouyang Luoshue nodded, indicating that this celestial herb is a prerequisite for ice attribute soul masters to transcend the shackles of the world. Chapter 136. The Lesson. This is a gift for you, Qian Yuhan said with a smile. The words struck Ouyang Luoshue like a thunderclap. For me? Yes, for you. Mu Chun and the others and I have also attained our current prowess by consuming similar celestial herbs. Qian Yuhan explained. We are indeed good friends. So your presence is indispensable. Ouyang Luo Shui, her hands trembling, accepted the Hunyuan Ice Flower. Thank you, Yuhan, she exclaimed. In her heart, she continued, Thank you. Yuhan, in the future, I shall reciprocate for you. This Hunyuan Ice Flower, Luo Shui. I recommend you return to your sect and seek your father's assistance in absorbing it, Lei Meng suggested. After all, the celestial energy contained within this herb is incomparable to ordinary ones. Your sect's ancestors have absorbed it before, so there must be some methods of absorption that have been passed down. Lei Meng's words awakened the others. Indeed, Qian Yuhan glanced at Fangya, recalling her words when she had picked this Hunyuan Ice Flower. Class monitor, I believe this flower is indeed the legendary Hunyuan Ice Flower. Oh, the Hunyuan Ice Flower? Fangya mused. We have stumbled upon a great treasure. This Hunyuan Ice Flower is worth the entirety of the herbs found within the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. Fangya continued. This particular Hunyuan Ice Flower holds little utility for us. Only a soul master with an ultimate ice attribute martial soul can truly benefit from its absorption. And to a significant extent. Well, let's keep it for now, she added. I have heard from some elders in my family that a sect called the Ice God Sect in the Tiando Empire once expended great efforts searching for this Hunyuan ice flower across the continent, but ultimately found nothing and abandoned the quest. Returning to the present, Fangya looked at Qian Yuhan and nodded slightly. Yes, Luo Shui. It would be best to wait until you have the time to return to your sect before absorbing it. Do not rush. Ouyang Luo Shui suppressed her inner excitement and nodded. Yes, I understand. Lei Ming chuckled wryly. You little ones seem to have all absorbed celestial herbs. Qian Yuhan nodded and remarked, Indeed, it was quite a serendipitous encounter with a few plants, which I promptly gathered. With a hearty laugh, he continued. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength. I am increasingly optimistic about your potential. It shall be intriguing to see what marvels you will inscribe upon the Douluo continent. Lei Ming stroked his beard, chuckling warmly. Qian Yuhan remarked, The teacher said to take one step at a time. To remain grounded and not to dwell on those matters for now. Ha ha ha, you have matured beyond your years. Though young in age, your mindset is remarkably sophisticated. Qian Yuhan chuckled, Is that so? Ha ha. The few individuals within the carriage continued their lively conversation, and Lei Ming gleaned numerous startling revelations from their discourse. For instance, he learned that Qian Yuhan was, in fact, the heir to the Spirit Hall. Mu Chun was the son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Tang Xian and Tang Chen were the offspring of Tangxian, the leader of the Hautian sect. Good heavens, children, if I have failed in my teachings, do not hold it against me. I cannot bear such a burden. They all laughed, waving their hands in jest. Teacher Lei, we have faith in you. Mu Chen replied with a smile. He had always perceived Lei Ming as a stern and serious elder, so he was pleasantly surprised to discover this amusing side of him. Did I just hear you say that Yuhan has defeated a soul sage? Lei Ming suddenly recalled something and addressed Mu Chen. At this moment, Qian Yuhan elucidated. It was merely a stroke of luck. Lei Ming, with an expression of utter disbelief, retorted. How could a soul master vanquish a soul sage level evil soul master solely by chance? However, considering you are the offspring of His Excellency the Angel, it is not entirely unexpected. What is surprising, though, is that you have not inherited His Excellency's six-winged angel soul. Qian Yuhan shook his head with a smile and said, Master, I was found by my father on the road, and he raised me. Thus, it became clear. In fact, within the soul-guided carriage, apart from Lei Ming, there was another individual who was equally astonished, Fangya. While she was aware that Mu Chun was the son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and had surmised that the backgrounds of Qian Yuhan and the others were likely extraordinary, she never anticipated the extent of their significance. The heir to the Spirit Hall, the young master of the Hautian sect, and now, the recently discovered fact that Ouyang Luo Shui is the young lady of the Ice God sect. All these revelations continuously reshaped Fang Ya's understanding. The individuals surrounding her were indeed remarkable. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at their destination, the outskirts of the setting sun forest. Lei Ming presented a token to the guard, who then bowed respectfully to the group before opening the forest gate. Here we are again, Mu Chen exclaimed. Indeed, Fang Ya replied. Lei Ming inquired. Have you been here before? Qian Yuhan nodded and said, Indeed, I have previously participated in outdoor tactical exercises here. Lei Ming seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Oh, it has come to me. The Martial Soul Hall Academy had indeed visited here before. So it was during the time that you all came. Qian Yuhan and a few others nodded in agreement. Lei Ming let out a cold laugh, remarking, We all thought the Spirit Hall Academy had lost its mind, sending freshmen to the Soul Beast Forest for practical training. What can they possibly demonstrate when they know nothing? It seems utterly pointless. They should at least learn for a semester first. Lei Ming could not help but voice his complaints, while Qian Yuhan and the others merely smiled politely, as it was the Academy's decision, and they felt it inappropriate to criticize. Fourth brother, you were just like Tang Chen back then, he said. Qian Yuhan cast an awkward glance at his second brother, Tang Chen. Brother, you truly have a way of bringing up old scars. At that moment, Tang Chen chuckled. Qian Yuhan's embarrassing moments are few and far between, such as being effortlessly swatted away by the Scorpion King with its pincers. Lei Ming led several individuals deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, he began to speak. Children, how well do you understand spirit beasts? Not very well, came the response. Isn't it one of the prerequisites for soul masters to advance? At this moment, Fang Ya chimed in. Spirit beasts once enjoyed a glorious era, a time when they were under the leadership of the Dragon Clan. Correct, continue, Lei Ming encouraged. Fang Ya continued, however. Shortly after the strongest of the Dragon Clan broke through their shackles, they mysteriously disappeared. Consequently, the Dragon Clan gradually declined, while humanity rapidly progressed. altering the circumstances for spirit beasts. Lei Ming nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Xiaoye has read quite a bit. Fangye smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Although the dragon clan had waned, their influence over spirit beasts remained. With a swift motion, Lei Ming summoned a powerful spirit beast. A lion-like creature known as a Xiao dog, approximately a century old, appearing in his grasp, held firmly by its neck. Observe its limbs, they are quite robust. Are they not? The group scrutinized the limbs of the century-old Xiao dog, nodding in agreement. These sturdy limbs are a result of evolution akin to that of the dragon clan. Hush now, little one. You may go, he said, releasing his grip. The Xiao dog shot a resentful glance at Lei Ming before howling and departing. Lei Ming waved cheerfully at it, remarking, "What a charming little creature. You see, spirit beasts are not as terrifying as some may claim. Their animosity towards humanity stems from relentless hunting by humans. Excessive hunting leads to a consequence of beast tide." Mu Chen stated solemnly. Indeed, most beast tides originate in this manner, Lei Ming affirmed with a nod. Now, observe once more. With another gesture, he conjured a diminutive peacock featherbird. Peacock featherbird, Qian Yuhan remarked. Impressive, you recognize this spirit beast, Lei Ming replied. Qian Yuhan earnestly stated, yes. My fourth spirit ring comes from the peacock featherbird. Oh, I see. This spirit beast is indeed a peacock featherbird, albeit a mere hatchling. Lei Ming gently caressed the little bird and continued to narrate. Those under 1,000 years are referred to as hatchlings, typically serving as prey for carnivorous spirit beasts, which has rendered their kind quite scarce. Every 100 years, they grow a new feather color, and by the time they reach 1,000 years, they possess 10 different colors. Truly a sight to behold. Of course, such exquisite beauty naturally attracts its share of troubles. Human capture? Ouyang Luoxue quickly inquired. Precisely. The peacock featherbird, upon reaching a millennium, can be said to have entered its growth phase. After transitioning from its juvenile stage to this period of development, it experiences a remarkable leap in power upon metamorphosing into a 10,000-year soul beast. This growth phase is crucial for the maturation of its tail feathers. A 9,000-year peacock featherbird's tail feathers can fetch more than 10,000 gold soul coins, illustrating their immense value. Once they surpass the 10,000-year mark, they become the target of relentless hunting and capturing by other soul beasts and humans alike. Mu Chen remarked, indeed, this is the case. Therefore, a 10,000-year peacock featherbird is a formidable entity. While it may not rival the dark golden fearclaw bear or certain dragon lineage soul beasts, it certainly stands as a powerful being among soul beasts. Glancing at Qian Yuhan, he added with a smile, thus, Yuhan, you were fortunate to have encountered a 1,000-year peacock feather bird. Should it have been 10,000 year, it would have posed a considerable challenge. Qian Yuhan smiled awkwardly and remarked, Teacher Lei Ming is unaware of the age of my soul rings. He assumes my fourth soul ring is a millennium one. Mu Chen interjected directly, oh no, Teacher Lei. You're mistaken. Oh? Mu Chen shrugged his shoulders and continued, you underestimate the fourth one. With such extraordinary prowess, how could his soul ring age possibly conform to the ordinary? Qian Yuhan's eyes twitched slightly at the corner. Mu Chen, you have quite the loose tongue. Indeed. That was the case. As he spoke, Qian Yuhan summoned his martial soul, the radiant divine sword. Beneath his feet, 4 resplendent soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, quietly emerged. 1 purple and 3 black. Lei Ming exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? It is due to the nature of my martial soul that the absorption period of my soul rings has increased. My father told me so. Yuhan, you truly are extraordinary, remarkable even. With a martial soul that instills a sense of trepidation within me, Lei Ming swallowed hard, shifting his gaze to the dazzling golden long sword in Qian Yuhan's hand. This is my martial soul, the radiant divine sword, Qian Yuhan introduced. The radiant divine sword, you say? Is this truly the radiant divine sword? Lei Ming repeated in disbelief. How do you know of this sword, teacher? Qian Yuhan inquired, noticing Lei Ming's astonished expression. Lei Ming's demeanor softened as he suppressed his inner shock, nodding. Well, I have some knowledge of it. Once, I too was a bookworm, deeply enamored with literature, both human and soul beast. You have even read books about soul beasts? Written by soul beasts? Fangya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ha ha ha. Yes, but only after translation. The history of soul beasts far predates that of humanity. And their races surely record certain events, Lei Ming explained, then continued, I have perused numerous accounts of their histories, from ancient times to the present. And many of those records mention the name Radiant Divine Sword, hence I have some impression of it. Please, do share. Fangya eagerly urged. Lei Ming smiled and began. It may have been over 10,000 years ago, during the reign of the Dragon Clan, when humanity lived under their dominion, akin to prisoners, far removed from their current status. Within the human race, there existed a most exceptional youth, wielding a golden longsword as his martial soul, safeguarding the last vestiges of human territory. The various soul beast races were perplexed, unable to fathom how a seemingly lowly human could emerge as such a formidable figure. How formidable? Muchen inquired, intrigued. According to records, he was said to be on par with the highest ruler of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King, both possessing comparable strength. Wow, Muchen gasped, then remained silent, listening intently to Lei Ming's narration. This youth, through relentless training and combat, eventually surpassed the Dragon King in cultivation. Lei Ming continued. Surely the Dragon King would take action, then? Fangya speculated. Astutely observed. The Dragon King could hardly tolerate the emergence of such a powerful human, for this unprecedented strength signaled a potential resurgence of the human race. Thus, the Dragon King covertly transformed into a human and instigated a brutal conflict between humans and various soul beasts. For nearly a millennium, the young warrior fought valiantly for humanity, wielding his sword across the battlefield, quelling countless conflicts and resolving innumerable wars between humanity and the soul beasts. He also represented humanity in aiding many disadvantaged soul beast races. How could the Dragon King have anticipated such outcomes? Over these 1,000 years, subtle signs of camaraderie and shared prosperity between humans and soul beasts emerged, starkly contrasting with his initial expectations. Curiosity piqued, Tang Chun inquired further. Numerous accounts exist, Lei Ming replied with a wry smile. Some chronicles depict a climactic duel between the young warrior and the Dragon King, during which the Dragon King unexpectedly broke through his limits, resulting in their mutual demise, leaving behind only a sword as a remnant in the world. Lei Ming recounted this version with a chuckle, adding, however, I find this narrative rather implausible. Another version suggests that the young warrior and the Dragon King ultimately reached a peace agreement, ushering in an era of tranquility between humans and soul beasts. I find that notion utterly absurd. Indeed, I too find it somewhat far-fetched, Fangya remarked, with Ouyang Luoxuan nodding in agreement nearby. The final version posits that the young warrior ascended to the legendary realm of the divine, breaking free from the shackles of this world. Before departing, he vanquished the inept Dragon King of his time, leaving behind his weapon that had accompanied him for a millennium. No, according to this account, it should be referred to as a divine artifact, known as the Sword of Light. If we adhere to your last version, then the Sword of Light in my possession is indeed the very weapon left by that formidable being? Qian Yuhan pondered aloud. I cannot say for certain. That sword was his martial soul. Its legacy would undoubtedly be passed down through his descendants, ensuring his name endures through the ages. Yet, no precise records have been transmitted regarding this. The preceding information was derived from the perspective of the soul beasts, while the closest name associated with humanity is a place known as the Valley of Light. The mention of the Valley of Light captured everyone's attention, as none had ever heard of such a name. Indeed, this location is shrouded in mystery, and its whereabouts remain unknown. Chapter 138, a rematch with an old rival in the divine realm. Within the Hall of Light, the God of Light gazed at the images displayed on the grand screen, exclaiming, "Ah, I never anticipated that my glorious deeds would endure through the ages." Suddenly, the God of Light burst into laughter, startling a nearby attendant. Coughing to regain composure, he mused, "It appears the plot has advanced considerably. This young fellow's teacher possesses quite the intriguing identity. He even knows of the Valley of Light. However, I cannot permit you to venture there just yet. If you arrive too early, your cultivation is insufficient, your foundation unstable, and you would be unable to withstand my divine power." At that moment, a beautiful envoy entered the hall, greeting, "I pay my respects to the esteemed God of Light." "Oh, please rise. What brings you to my Hall of Light?" The God of Light spoke slowly. The envoy who entered the grand hall did not dare to raise his head and respectfully said, "Your Excellency, the God of Light. The God of Azura has convened the 137th Divine Council meeting. We were merely awaiting your presence, having previously attempted to contact you without a response." "Ah, I see. Let us be on our way," the God of Light replied, his expression somewhat awkward. He would certainly not divulge to anyone, save for himself, that he had previously been preoccupied in his chamber, having silenced all communications, and had only emerged briefly to check on Qian Yuhan's condition. Please wait a moment." The envoy, blushing, said shyly, Is it not urgent?" The god of light furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes as he inquired. His tall and imposing figure stood there like an unmovable mountain. It is urgent, but I believe you ought to. The envoy lowered her head, her voice trembling as she stammered. It seemed she wished to convey something but hesitated for some reason. What should I do? The god of light raised his voice slightly, his tone tinged with impatience. His deep-set eyes bore into the envoy, as if seeking to penetrate her innermost thoughts. You ought to change your attire. It would be more appropriate. Your current appearance is rather. The envoy finally mustered the courage to articulate this, but as she reached the final words, her voice dwindled to a near whisper. The god of light glanced down at his own attire, momentarily taken aback. He found himself bare-chested, his bronze skin radiating a healthy glow, with 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles arranged in a flawless formation, and his robust chest accentuating his masculine allure and strength. Below, he wore only a pair of loose sleep pants, dangling carelessly at his waist, and on his feet, a pair of golden slippers, exuding an air of casual indifference. The female envoy's face had turned crimson, unable to meet the gaze of the god of light. Her eyes darted about, sometimes fixating on the ground, other times glancing fleetingly to the side, her heart racing like a startled deer. After all, facing such a perfectly sculpted deity, few could maintain their composure. In the setting sun-drenched forest, Qian Yuhan contemplated whether Lei Ming knew the whereabouts of Light Valley. Lei Ming, with a resigned gesture, replied, I'm afraid I do not know, but perhaps your father does. He then smiled at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan sighed and remarked, My father has been missing for nearly a year. Inquiring about him seems futile. I must seek him out myself. I am determined to go to the Valley of Light. Lei Ming approached Qian Yuhan and gently patted her head in a gesture of comfort, saying, Yuhan, your father must be preoccupied with something of great importance. With his formidable strength, who could possibly have abducted him? The absence of any news could very well be his way of protecting you from danger, given your youth. Once you have developed sufficient strength, you will undoubtedly receive word of him and be able to assist him. Qian Yuhan nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding. Ouyang Luoshua approached Qian Yuhan and sat beside her, offering comfort. Take it lightly. Only by continuously growing stronger can you become Uncle Qianma's most capable assistant in the future, right? I believe you can overcome this brief separation, don't you? Perhaps Uncle is already aware of the events that transpired in Yelin City and is undoubtedly pleased with your performance. With that, she grasped Qian Yuhan's hand, her face radiating warmth and encouragement. Qian Yuhan took Ouyang Luoshua's hand, smiling as she replied, Yes, rest assured. That's the spirit. Next time, be more optimistic. Every time we mention Uncle, you react this way. It won't do next time. Indeed, it shall not, Qian Yuhan affirmed. Hey. Are you two not ashamed to be so flirtatious in front of us? Mu Chen complained, casting a sidelong glance at Fangya. He found her exchanging a glance with Fangya, both sharing a smile. My apologies. Qian Yuhan released Ouyang Luoshua's hand, and both turned their heads away, a flush of crimson appearing on their cheeks in unison. Ha ha ha, the youthful naivety is quite delightful. I truly envy you. Lei Ming chuckled as he gently patted Qian Yuhan on the back. He then continued, Let us proceed further inside. The soul beasts outside are rather unsuitable for you. Being too feeble, under the leadership of Qian Yuhan, Lei Ming and his companions ventured deeper into the sunset forest. This place seemed somewhat familiar, Mu Chen remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Fangya nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed. Qian Yuhan spoke solemnly, the Scorpion King with pincer fangs. Indeed. Look at the surrounding emerald green poison mist, Mu Chen pointed out, indicating the dense green fog enveloping them. Lei Ming chuckled. It appears that you were quite impressed by that previous battle. Indeed, Mu Chen, your target is precisely this Scorpion King with pincer fangs. What? Mu Chen exclaimed in surprise. What is the matter? Lacking confidence? Your current strength is vastly superior to before. What is there to fear from the Scorpion King? Well, Teacher Lei, if I recall correctly, this creature we last encountered was a formidable beast over 20,000 years old, Mu Chen replied. Fear not, for I am here with you. Just focus on your attacks. Its lair is nearby, and the surrounding poison mist has been isolated by my lightning, ensuring it will not affect you. As Lei Ming spoke, he reinforced the electric field around them, dispersing much of the noxious green fog. Suddenly, a faint yet urgent rustling sound emanated from directly ahead, as if a colossal entity was navigating through the dense thicket. This eerie noise shattered the tranquility of the surroundings, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. It's coming. Qian Yuhan issued a low command, his deep, star-like eyes fixated on the movements ahead, while his right hand resolutely gripped the bright, divine sword. A radiant brilliance erupted from the blade, resembling the most dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky. Simultaneously, 4 resplendent rings of light flickered at his feet. One exuded a noble and mysterious purple hue, while the other 3 radiated an aura of profound darkness. At the very moment Qian Yuhan revealed his soul rings, the remaining 5 individuals did not lag behind. They collectively shouted in fury, their soul powers surging forth. And their respective martial souls manifested. Clearly, everyone was prepared for an impending fierce battle. The heavy footfalls grew increasingly closer, each thud reverberating like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. It was evident that the sound originated from the razor-sharp limbs of the Fang-Claw Poison Scorpion King, pounding the ground with formidable force. The deafening noise hinted at the terrifying power harbored within its massive form. With a resounding crash, akin to thunder erupting from the ground, a colossal shadow suddenly leaped from the thicket, descending with unparalleled impact onto the earth. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, causing the very ground to tremble. As the haze began to lift, the onlookers could finally discern the unmistakable figure of their old adversary, the Fang-Claw Poison Scorpion King. It stood defiantly about 100 meters away, emanating an aura that instilled dread. Chapter 139. Intense Battle Combined. Everyone, be cautious, Qian Yuhan cautioned. Muchen took the lead, swiftly positioning himself ahead of the group, and commanded, Golden Crocodile Domain, activate. The Golden Crocodile King martial soul manifested, and a colossal golden energy shield silently rose from the ground, enveloping them. Second brother, Qian Yuhan called out to Tangshan. Their gazes met, and they understood each other's intent, to launch a preemptive strike and deny their opponent any chance to counterattack. Second soul skill, Earthquake. Tang Chen's yellow second soul ring materialized beneath him, and the weight of the earth-shattering Haotian hammer in his hand dramatically increased. Surrounding stones instinctively converged towards the hammer as he activated the soul skill, transforming the hammerhead into a massive stone mallet. With the reinforced earth-shattering Haotian hammer in tow, Tangshan charged towards the Fang-Claw Poison Scorpion King. As the scorpion narrowed its eyes, preparing to retaliate, Qian Yuhan had already stealthily appeared before it. Second soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. The black second soul ring beneath Qian Yuhan's feet illuminated, enveloping him in a radiant sphere of light. In an instant, he divided into 4 distinct forms, each manifesting around the Scorpion King of the Toothclaw Poison. Each avatar grasped a divine sword of light. As Qian Yuhan's true self proclaimed, Luo Shui, do you understand? Ouyang Luo Shui brandished her ice spirit staff, and 2 violet soul rings emerged beneath her feet, unleashing her second and third soul skills simultaneously. Second soul skill, Ice Domain. Third soul skill, Cage of Ice. As Ouyang Luo Shui directed her ice spirit staff towards the Scorpion King, a mysterious blue pattern gradually materialized beneath its feet, clearly establishing a control domain. The intricate design completed, the Scorpion King, realizing the imminent danger, prepared to leap high to escape Qian Yuhan's encirclement and the strange array. Yet it was too late. The array began to release snowflakes from below, and the Scorpion King, in a state of terror, discovered that its limbs had been frozen solid. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Observing that the Scorpion King was ensnared and that Tangshan was in position, Qian Yuhan nodded in acknowledgement. The purple first soul ring beneath his feet shone brightly. The 4 divine swords of light in his avatars gleamed as they charged simultaneously towards the Scorpion King. Die. Tangshan gritted his teeth, leaping into the air with the earth-shaking Haotian hammer, joining Qian Yuhan in their assault on the Scorpion King. Concurrently, in the distance, a colossal golden crocodile and a storm of sword shadows advanced towards them. The third soul skill of Muchen, Furious Golden Crocodile, alongside Zhao Ke's sword Shadow Barrage. As 4 formidable attacks converged, the Scorpion King raised its 2 massive pincers, unaffected by the frost, to withstand the oncoming onslaught, while its venomous tail arched, aiming to deflect the strikes aimed at the surrounding avatars of Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan smiled faintly as her 3 clones converged back into her true form, rendering the scorpion tail of the jawed poison Scorpion King quite forlorn. With a resounding crash, the attack descended, and Qian Yuhan and Tang Chun returned to their companions. As the thick smoke dispersed, the 2 enormous pincers of the jawed poison Scorpion King began to crack, the hardened outer shell splintering, while a deep green blood oozed from the fissures. The Scorpion King's eyes blazed red as it roared towards the heavens, proud as a soul beast. It would not permit these insignificant human children to humiliate it so thoroughly. In an instant, its massive form vanished, enveloped by a dense, emerald mist. Where did it go? Qian Yuhan wondered, glancing around in confusion. Mu Qin remained vigilant, voicing his concern. Has it fled? Fang Ye shook her head, asserting, it is unlikely to retreat. Such soul beasts are quite proud. We have wounded it. It would not let us off so easily. Let us proceed with caution. The group nodded in agreement. Look. Tang Qin was the first to notice something amiss, pointing towards the distant green mist, where it appeared something was emerging. Oh no. Mu Qin exclaimed as he recognized the creatures emerging from the mist, with countless more behind them. Children, be cautious. These are the descendants of the Jade Poison Scorpion King. I suspect it has temporarily retreated to its lair to recuperate, and this toxic mist along with these young scorpions is likely a ploy to exhaust and delay you. Lei Ming's voice resonated in the ears of the group, offering a warning. Understood. They responded in unison. Subsequently, Qian Yuhan exchanged a glance with Zhao Ke. She unfurled her radiant wings and ascended into the air. Zhao Ke, standing atop the 7 absolute killing sword, took to the skies as well. Kue. Leave those behind to you. I shall handle the ones ahead, Qian Yuhan declared. No problem, Captain. Zhao Ke replied promptly. As Qian Yuhan felt his soul power surge dramatically, the radiance of the divine sword intensified, and the black 4th soul ring beneath his feet shimmered. With the activation of his 4th soul skill, Baptism of Light, surrounding Zhao Ke was a gentle azure aura. While the 7 absolute killing sword emanated an overwhelming intent of the blade, the black 4th soul ring at his feet flickered, astonishing those on the ground. Who would have thought that Kezi's 4th soul ring was also a 10,000-year soul ring? Mu Qin remarked. With the invocation of his 4th soul skill, return of the 10,000 swords, a colossal circular halo seemed to materialize behind Zhao Ke, within which the character for kill subtly manifested. As the black soul ring pulsated, it transformed into energy that merged with the 7 absolute killing sword. The sword vanished from beneath Zhao Ke, who then summoned an illusion of the 7 absolute killing sword beneath him, allowing it to trail behind him. How impressive! Mu Qin exclaimed. The 7 absolute killing swords soared into the air, passing through the character for kill within the circular halo, morphing into countless replicas of the 7 absolute killing sword. Go! Zhao Ke commanded with a pointed finger, unleashing a torrential rain of swords that cascaded towards the crowd behind him. Behind Qian Yuhan, the peacock-feathered bird spread its wings and let out a long cry in the air. The divine sword of light flew from his hand, transforming into an array of vividly colored long swords that gathered behind him. Go! With a slow lift of his left hand, Qian Yuhan pointed downwards at the venomous scorpions. The vibrant rain of swords descended, resembling a splendid rainbow. What followed was an interminable bombardment of sword rain lasting over a minute. As the venomous scorpions made their appearance, they were simultaneously ensnared by Ouyang Luoshue's frigid domain, significantly enhancing the strike accuracy of Qian Yuhan and Zhao Ke's aerial assaults. Once the sword rain subsided, the unfortunate scorpions, believing they had a moment to breathe, were met instead with the fierce scorching of the phoenix flames, alongside the brutal impact of the golden crocodile king and the earth-shattering hammer. In an instant, 80% of the venomous scorpions were annihilated, and the remaining ones fled in a frantic and disheveled manner. No need to pursue. This race must endure. Qian Yuhan halted those intent on chasing further, pointing towards the nearby dissipating toxic mist that revealed a dark, gaping cave. All right, charge. Mu Qin nodded, leading Tang Chun as they ventured inside. Maintaining the realm of lightning to disperse the toxic haze, Lei Ming observed the scene with satisfaction. Ugh, how disgusting, Ouyang Luoshue remarked, shivering as she gazed at the blood-dripping remains on the surrounding walls. These appear to be the food stored by the venomous scorpion prince, Fang Ye stated, suppressing her discomfort as she surveyed the area. This heap of soul beast carcasses and human skeletons would unsettle anyone, let alone these children. Boom. As the group continued along the narrow path deeper into the cave, a tremendous roar echoed from ahead. It was coming. As Qian Yuhan extinguished the torch, Fang Ye unleashed the phoenix flames upon the surrounding hay, illuminating a radius of 100 meters, gearing up for battle. In front of them, a pair of crimson eyes slowly emerged from the darkened surroundings, drawing ever closer. As it entered the light, it revealed itself to be none other than the fearsome Scorpion King. Coward, even you tremble, Mu Qin exclaimed, pointing at the Scorpion King. With a thunderous roar, the Scorpion King responded. What a roar! You truly lack courage, sending your offspring to face us. However, we have already vanquished them, Mu Qin retorted with a smile. The Scorpion King's roar intensified, shaking the very walls of the cavern, causing dust and small stones to tumble down. Do not provoke it, Fangya cautioned, gently patting Mu Chen's back. It is already enraged. Qian Yuhan replied solemnly, gripping the divine sword of light, ready for combat. Mu Chen summoned his martial spirit, feeling his stature increase significantly, and grumbled, so easily angered. Here it comes, Golden Crocodile Domain. First soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail Sweep. Without further hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill towards the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King, preparing to evade with its powerful limbs, was met with Ouyang Luoshua's Ice Spirit Staff. Activating her second soul skill, the Ice Domain was cast, ensnaring the Scorpion King completely, leaving it no avenue of escape. This swift resolution was a testament to the efficacy of Qian Yuhan and his companions, who had swiftly dealt with the minions outside, denying the Scorpion King any opportunity to emerge, cornering it at the city gates for a lethal confrontation. They understood that the Scorpion King had just been wounded by their combined assault, and now was the opportune moment to press the attack. Fangya spread her phoenix wings, while Qian Yuhan unfurled his radiant wings, both soaring to a diagonal position above the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King twisted and turned, managing to break free from the icy confines, scuttling along the wall in an attempt to escape the Ice Domain. Dream on. Fourth soul skill, Winter has arrived. Ouyang Luoshua declared, her black fourth soul ring flashing as a fierce blizzard, accompanied by ice shards, surged towards the Scorpion King against the wall. As the Scorpion King spewed venom from above, it was swiftly frozen mid-vent. In response, the Scorpion King changed tactics, sweeping its deadly pincers towards the ground where the four stood. Be careful, that claw is venomous, Mu Chen shouted, activating his yellow second soul ring. Protective golden light. A brilliant golden aura enveloped the four on the ground, shielding them from harm. In a moment of synchrony, Qian Yuhan and Fangya executed their strategy with precision. Fangya launched a direct assault on the body of the Scorpion King, while Qian Yu wielded the Sword of Light, channeling his soul power. The blade, augmented by radiant brilliance, elongated and expanded, before delivering a decisive strike that inflicted excruciating pain upon the Scorpion King. Overwhelmed by the sensation, it plummeted from the wall, its tail severed by Qian Yu's sword with a clean cut. An exquisite sword. Mu Chen marveled. Quick, subdue it, urged Qian Yuhan, with a resolute command. Third soul skill, Ice Prison Bind. The Scorpion King, upon hitting the ground, was immediately ensnared by Ouyang Luoshua's third soul technique. The creature, enduring the agony of its pincers, relentlessly battered the icy cage. Each strike echoed with a thunderous roar, accompanied by the grotesque expulsion of emerald blood into the air. Hurry, Mu Chen, deliver the final blow. Understood, Mu Chen affirmed. He summoned the Golden Crocodile Domain, radiating with a resplendent golden light. Luoshua, in perfect harmony, swiftly dismantled the prison. Got it. Ouyang Luoshua nodded gravely, fully aware that this was the crucial moment. With a fierce shout, Mu Chen unleashed the right arm soulbone skill, Savage Quake. A brilliant pale gold light flickered from his powerful right arm. Without hesitation, he swung his fist downward, akin to a meteor crashing to earth. A tremendous roar resonated as the ground seemed to tear apart under an immense force, fissures radiating from Mu Chen and extending toward the Scorpion King. At that moment, all the Scorpion King's focus was consumed by its desperate attempts to escape the icy prison, leaving it oblivious to the impending threat from below. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once level ground began to sink, as if an invisible giant hand was pulling it into the earth. Caught off guard, the Scorpion King lost its balance, its massive form tipping forward clumsily. The suddenness of the event left it no time to react, and it could only watch helplessly as it tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Almost simultaneously, Mu Chen's third soul ring erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. Amidst a deep, resonant roar, a colossal crocodile, resplendent in its golden hue, gradually emerged from the shimmering light. This magnificent golden crocodile exuded an unparalleled aura of might, with each scale glistening ominously, and its sharp claws and formidable teeth evoking a sense of trepidation. Upon completing its summoning, the golden crocodile did not hesitate. Instead, it immediately harnessed its full power and surged forth like a streak of golden lightning towards the fallen Scorpion King. Simultaneously, Ouyang Luoshua, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, seized this perfect chance. With a subtle wave of her ice spirit staff, the icy cage that had previously imprisoned the Scorpion King dissipated into nothingness, fully liberating him from his constraints. Unfortunately, at that moment, the Scorpion King was still unable to rise, utterly defenseless against the ferocious onslaught of the golden crocodile. In an instant, the formidable soul skill unleashed by Mu Chun ruthlessly struck the Scorpion King in its most vulnerable area, devoid of any hard-shell protection. Blood splattered everywhere as the Scorpion King let out a piercing wail, writhing in agony on the ground. The colossal form of the golden crocodile did not stop, rather, it barreled through, crashing against the wall behind the Scorpion King. The cave erupted in chaos, smoke billowing into the air. As the haze began to clear, the Scorpion King lay motionless, a dark soul ring slowly materializing above it. Chapter 140. The Poison of Death with the Demise of the Scorpion King. The verdant poison mist enveloping the cave was swiftly eradicated by the lightning unleashed by Lei Ming. Upon entering the vast cavern, Lei Ming observed Mu Chen diligently recovering his soul power and state, for he intended to confront the fourth soul ring of a millennium in the most pristine condition. Having consumed the Diamond Dragon Heart Seed, Mu Chun's physical prowess had significantly enhanced, and with the already formidable spirit of the golden crocodile, absorbing the soul ring of a higher level posed no challenge. Well done, children. Your cooperation was commendable, Lei Ming praised. However, your little team is rather peculiar. Lacking a support-type soul master, he chuckled. Nevertheless, it seems to have little impact. Indeed, Qian Yuhan and the others were all primarily offensive-type soul masters, and Ouyang Luoshu's presence somewhat compensated for the lack of control. While Qian Yuhan's attack speed was impressive, it still paled in comparison to a true agility-type soul master. Do not be overly concerned. Mu Chen's golden crocodile domain provides a substantial enhancement effect. It is more than adequate for engaging with soul master teams of equivalent or slightly superior rank, Lei Ming continued. Qian Yuhan and a few others were seated cross-legged on the ground, simultaneously replenishing their soul power while listening attentively to Lei Ming's narration. As time slipped away, half an hour had swiftly elapsed. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chun gradually rose from the ground and respectfully called out, "Master." Before his voice could fully fade, Lei Ming's steady and resonant voice echoed back, Go ahead. Remember to maintain your composure. When you absorb the soul ring of the poisonous Scorpion King, you will inevitably engage in a fierce struggle with the lingering soul contained within the ring. This creature harbors profound resentment. Do not let your guard down." Mu Chen nodded earnestly, acknowledging his master's counsel. He then turned around, striding resolutely toward the corpse of the poisonous Scorpion King. As he approached, he slowly settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and summoned his golden crocodile King Martial Soul with focused intent. As the martial soul manifested, a formidable and regal aura enveloped the environment. Mu Chen then opened his eyes, his gaze fixated upon the inky blackness of the Millennium Soul Ring. He meticulously controlled his soul power, guiding it toward the soul ring in an attempt to establish a connection. Just as the link between his martial soul and the soul ring was successfully forged, Mu Chen felt a dizzying whirlwind, as if his soul had been abruptly drawn into another mysterious realm by an unseen force. When Mu Chen regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. He found himself enveloped in an endless darkness where not even his hand could be seen, rendering the existence of anything around him indiscernible. Fortunately, Mu Chen reacted swiftly. He immediately executed the martial soul embodiment technique. In an instant, a dazzling golden light radiated from him, illuminating a small area around him. Yet, even with this illumination, his vision remained obscured. Just as Mu Chen endeavored to further explore this peculiar space, a chilling sense of being watched suddenly enveloped him from a distance. His heart raced, and he turned swiftly to see a pair of enormous blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Mu Chen instantly recognized that those eyes, brimming with malice and resentment, belonged to the poisonous Scorpion King. "Come forth. Am I to fear your broken and wretched soul?" Mu Chen declared boldly. After some time, Qian Yuhan and the others had also nearly restored their soul power, feeling a significant replenishment within them. Qian Yuhan was the first to open his eyes, rising to her feet and approaching Lei Ming. "Teacher," she called. Lei Ming awakened from his meditation, opening his eyes with a smile as he replied, "Are you fully restored?" Qian Yuhan replied with a smile, "Indeed, Master, it was merely a depletion of soul power. But recovery comes swiftly." After speaking, Qian Yuhan noticed Mu Chen, who was intently absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring with his eyes tightly shut, and inquired, "Master, how long has Mu Chen been absorbing it?" "Well, it's only been half an hour. Given his current condition, it will likely take a bit longer," Lei Ming remarked after glancing at Mu Chen's state. "Let him continue to meditate for a while longer. We shall not seek soul beasts today. Tomorrow morning, we will find a suitable one for Tang Chun. With that, Lei Ming closed his eyes once more, channeling his soul power. Ouyang Luoxue and the others also completed their recovery and opened their eyes, entering a meditative state to consolidate their cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and an hour and a half elapsed. As dusk fell, the setting sun cast a sanguine hue across the horizon, painting the sky in a resplendent orange red. A gentle breeze swept across the land, bringing a touch of coolness and tranquility. Mu Chen's tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly before he gradually opened them. In an instant, a surge of formidable soul power erupted from within him, akin to a roaring river in tumult. With a long exhale of stale air, Mu Chen's voice rang clear and resonant. He slowly sat up, feeling the surging soul power within him, and a joyful expression graced his face as he softly declared, "I have finally succeeded." As his words fell, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, radiantly ascended from beneath his feet, encircling him. Each soul ring emitted a dazzling brilliance, seemingly proclaiming his enhanced strength to the world. At that moment, the others, who had been in quiet meditation not far away, sensed the intense fluctuations of soul power, concluding their training and rising to their feet, hastening towards Mu Chen. "You did it?" Qian Yuhan was the first to reach Mu Chen, her gaze falling upon the soul rings adorning him, a glimmer of joy sparkling in her eyes. Mu Chen smiled and nodded at Qian Yuhan, then turned to the side where Fang Yu stood, exclaiming with excitement, "I am now level 42. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she gently clapped her hands in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations. You have become even more powerful." Mu Chen chuckled and asked, "Master, what about us?" Lei Ming stroked his beard, responding, "We shall conclude our endeavors for today. Mu Chen, now that you have just broken through to the Soul Master stage, your internal soul power requires stabilization. Let us retire early tonight and seek a suitable soul beast for Tang Chun tomorrow morning." Seemingly recalling something, Lei Ming inquired, "Tang Chun, do you also wish to seek a 10,000-year one?" Tang Chun nodded earnestly, murmuring in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan and Zhao Ku circled around Mu Chen, with Zhao Ku asking, "Chen Gu, what is your 4th soul skill?" Fang Ya and Ouyang Luoxue also curiously perked up their ears. "My 4th soul skill, which I have aptly named Deathly Miasma, allows me to unleash a poisonous circle within a designated area. Enemies trapped within this circle will experience a 50% reduction in speed and will be unable to teleport, relying solely on their soul power to withstand the toxic assault. The miasma persists for 5 minutes, with both its range and duration enhancing as my soul power level increases." After hearing the news, Qian Yuhan and the others nodded in astonishment. Mu Chen's 4th soul skill, the Death God's poisonous miasma, is undeniably formidable. Whether it is used in conjunction with his 3rd soul skill, the Fierce Golden Crocodile, or in collaboration with teammates to restrict the movement of opponents, thereby creating a more advantageous environment for attack. Lei Ming also listened intently to Mu Chen's mention of his 4th soul skill, nodding in satisfaction and murmuring to himself, "Ah, Chen Yu, you must be secretly reveling in the success of such an outstanding son in your Golden Crocodile Hall. Thank you, esteemed Lord of the Hunting Crows, for your generous support and likes." Chapter 141. The Supreme Arts of Haotian. Within the borders of the Tiando Empire, surrounded by towering mountains, lies a quaint village reminiscent of the Sacred Soul Village. This small mountain village serves as a forward outpost for the Hautman sect, with its true location atop the peak directly ahead upon exiting the village. Upon reaching the summit, a stone chain leads to another mountain, where a colossal stone structure stands like a fortress, its main entrance towering 5 meters high. Above the entrance, 3 powerful characters are carved, embodying a grandeur that rivals the surrounding peaks. Haotian sect. Flanking the main entrance, the words resonate with strength, renowned throughout the 8 desolations, the pinnacle of all souls. 14 robust characters, imposing and majestic, depict the might of the sect. Tang Xian, carrying a satchel, had just arrived at the foot of Haotian Peak when he caught the attention of patrolling disciples at the village gate. "Hey, isn't that the young master standing at the village entrance?" One patrolling disciple elbowed his companion, inquiring. "It looks like it," the other replied. As they approached, they recognized Tang Xian and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, young master." "Tang Ke, Tang Li, are you on duty here today?" Tang Xian smiled. The disciple who had been elbowed, named Tang Li, and the one who elbowed him, Tang Ke, exchanged glances. Tang Ke replied, "Indeed, young master. We are on duty today. Your return means I am here to obtain my fourth soul ring, Tang Xian stated. As the three conversed and walked inside, Tang Li and Tang Ku exclaimed in shock, "Young master, you are about to break through to soul rank." Seeing their astonished expressions, Tang Xian chuckled. "Why so surprised? Your faces are all twisted." Unable to contain his laughter, he continued, "Come on, why are you standing there?" He urged the two to follow him. Tang Ku remarked, "Young master, in terms of age, I am 2 years older than you, and Tang Li. We are also considered quite talented within the sect, yet we have only just reached level 35. This is truly unexpected." Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm still a bit behind my roommates." Tang Ku and Tang Li halted in their tracks, their eyes wide in disbelief. Tang Li slowly spoke, "Young master, you're not joking, are you? Is there truly someone more extraordinary than you? Ha, let us go." "Stop dawdling." Tang Xian pulled the two who had stopped, continuing, "My roommate Chen Er and the other two from the Wuhan Hall Academy are even more astonishing. And they are a year younger than us, yet their strength surpasses ours." Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, both Tang Li and Tang Ku were taken aback, nearly choking on their own saliva, followed by a fit of coughing. Noticing that he had arrived at the mountain path, Tang Xian waved goodbye to Tang Li and Tang Ku. Once he departed, Tang Li, blushing, inquired, "Do you think the young master is intentionally provoking us?" Tang Ku nodded earnestly, responding, "Indeed, he must have learned that we haven't been diligent in our training lately. He is certainly trying to motivate us to strive harder and not be complacent." Tang Li agreed with a nod, "Yes, I share your view." Upon returning to the sect, Tang Xian stood outside the sect leader's residence, adjusted his attire, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Father, Xianer has returned." At that moment, the heavy doors of the sect leader's residence began to open slowly. A deep voice resonated, "Welcome back. Come inside." Entering the residence, Tang Xian traversed the opulent corridor crafted from white jade, arriving at the main hall, where he knocked on the door. "Enter." Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a figure adorned in flowing blue-black robes, with a head of white hair, yet strikingly handsome features. His white bangs obscured his forehead, and his profound eyes seemed capable of piercing through any facade. His chiseled features, rosy lips, and the golden armor adorning his chest exuded an air of nobility and strength, complemented by 2 flowing ribbons at his back. This person was none other than the current sect leader of the Haoyan sect, Douluo Tangxian. "Father," Tang Xian greeted respectfully. "You must have had a tiring journey, Xianer," Tang Xian remarked with a smile. "Not at all. I have reached level 40 and returned to obtain a soul ring," Tang Xian replied. Tang Xian nodded. "My child, why were you in such a hurry to leave and not return for your 3rd soul ring? Now, placing the soul skill of the 3rd ring onto the 4th is not ideal." "Father, enough about that. My intention is to learn the Haoyan protective technique, which is a unique skill of our sect. The sooner I learn it, the sooner I can benefit. It's never too late. Let us proceed." As Tang Xian prepared to rise, Tang Xian interjected, "Wait a moment, father. What is it?" Tang Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. "Father, do we have any soul beasts of 10,000 years in our sect that can endow us with the Haoyan protective technique?" Tang Xian inquired. Let me think. Did you say 10,000 years? My child, do you wish to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for your 4th ring?" Tang Xian responded. "Indeed, father. I wish to give it a try. But your body, there is no issue. I have absorbed the Heavenly Thunder Heart-Devouring Grass, which has significantly enhanced my physical strength and mental fortitude. I believe absorbing a soul ring beyond my level should pose no problem." The Heavenly Thunder Heart-Devouring Grass. Tang Xian seized upon this key term. "Where did you obtain such a celestial herb? Was it provided by the Martial Soul Hall Academy?" "Surely not," Tang Xian chuckled, lightly covering his forehead. "My roommate gave it to me." At this revelation, Tang Xian was even more astonished. "A roommate? Your roommate's identity is quite remarkable. He is the heir of the Spirit Hall, the son of that esteemed figure. You and your brother truly have exceptional luck. Haha. In our dormitory of 4, there is another individual named Mu Chen, the son of the golden crocodile Douluo. Is the offspring of that old rascal Chen Yu also in your company? Haha. Splendid." Tang Xian appeared to be as elated as if he had won the lottery. "Father? Ahem, my son, you and your brother must closely follow in their footsteps. It is undoubtedly within your grasp to become unparalleled powerhouses in the future. Your attribute of absorbing the Heavenly Thunder Devouring Heart Grass is most suitable." "Yes, father. After absorbing it, I feel I have a more refined mastery over lightning," Tang Xian stated, clenching his fist. "Indeed, My son will certainly excel with a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring, haha. By the way, after your absorption, stay at home for a while. I will discuss with the elders in the sect, and I believe they can begin imparting some of our sect's profound techniques to you. Tang Xin said with a smile. Profound techniques of the sect? Tang Xin inquired, for despite being the vice master of the Haotian sect, he had little knowledge of these techniques. As Tang Xin and the elders had never mentioned them in his or his brother's presence, today was the first time he learned of such matters. Indeed. Before you delve into our Haotian profound techniques, your foremost task now is to break through to the spirit master level. As Tang Xin spoke, he waved his hand, instantly transporting Tang Xian to a plaza within the sect. With another wave, a rift in space opened 100 meters before Tang Xian, from which a 10,000-year spirit beast emerged with measured steps. Come, child, give it your all and engage in battle with it, using all your strength. Tang Zhun commanded before vanishing from sight. I extend my gratitude to Yi Wenjie from Dongwang and Acacia from Shiqing for their heartfelt support. May the new year bring prosperity and smooth sailing. Let us exchange gifts for a year of wealth and rising fortunes. I also thank Ling Tianzong, who cherishes the wooden grape, for their generous contributions. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 142. The expensive sandbag having vanished from sight. Tang Zhun left Tang Xian firmly gripping the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer, with subtle lightning swirling around the hammer's body. Tang Xian regarded this battle with the 10,000-year spirit beast with great seriousness, for it was his first independent challenge against such a formidable creature. The spirit beast before him was a giant rock black bear, a species nurtured by the Haotian sect. The sect could significantly enhance a spirit beast cultivation through various herbs, typically raising them to the millennium mark. Naturally, the sect would also invest heavily in high-grade herbs to rear several 10,000-year spirit beasts. This giant rock black bear was approximately 12,000 years old. Come forth. Tang Xian felt the surge of soul power within him as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath his feet. The colossal rock bear did not launch an immediate attack, seemingly uncertain of how to proceed. This bear had been well fed and cared for by the Haotian sect, lacking the primal instincts typical of spirit beasts from the forest. Raising the Haotian hammer skyward, Tang Xian observed as the heavens appeared to drape themselves in a veil of darkness, followed by the ominous rumble of thunderclouds. Lightning descended, and the Haotian hammer absorbed this electric force, radiating a brilliant light. Just as Tang Xian prepared to strike, he noticed the gigantic bear lying on the ground, convulsing, its massive paw shielding its face. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xian's eyes. Could it be that the rock bear feared thunder? He pondered this mystery. In the distance, Tang Xin and several elders paused to watch, exchanging awkward glances, each silently questioning the other's thoughts. Sect leader, this. Disregarding their reactions, Tang Xian let his third soul ring, the purple one, pulse quietly beneath him. Third soul skill, Thunder Shadow. He released the Haotian hammer, which floated gently before him, enveloped in crackling electricity, as if brimming with boundless power. The storm intensified, ultimately coalescing into a sphere of lightning. Tang Xian extended his hands into the heart of the sphere and then flung them outward, revealing 2 Haotian hammers, now electrified, in his grasp. This third soul skill, Thunder Shadow, was particularly intriguing. During his studies at the Spirit Hall Academy, he had advanced to the Soul Sovereign level with the assistance of a combat instructor, successfully slaying a Thunder Shadow beast and acquiring this skill, which he named Thunder Shadow. The skill possessed 2 distinct effects, allowing him to choose one form for release. The first effect, which Tang Xian had previously employed, manifested as a lightning illusion that fought alongside him. The second effect harnessed the power of lightning to create a duplicate of the Haotian hammer he wielded, albeit with half the potency, enabling him to engage in combat with dual hammers. Upon learning of the skill's effects, his combat instructor advised him, Tang Xian, the first effect of Thunder Shadow is well suited for teamwork, while the second may yield remarkable results in individual combat. Tang Xian had engaged in numerous clandestine training sessions at the Soul Duel Arena, effectively mastering the use of the Lightning Shadow skill to create a dual hammer effect. Showcasing his impressive prowess, he hurled the Thunder Hammer, replicated with his left hand, towards the colossal rock bear, which, upon hearing no further thunderous sound, cautiously revealed its head. Unfortunately, it was met with a swift strike. The rock bear braced itself, absorbing the blow with its face, sustaining minimal damage, merely losing a couple of teeth. As the teeth clattered to the ground, a twinge of pain stirred the beast into a restless frenzy. Rising to its feet, it began to lunge in various directions. while the hurled thunder hammer soared into the air due to inertia. Tang Xian deftly positioned himself beneath the agitated rock bear, propelling the thunder hammer towards its chest with precision. As anticipated, it struck true, causing the bear to be propelled back into the air by the sheer force of the impact. In a moment of synchronicity, Tang Xian found himself briefly locking eyes with the creature, channeling the power of thunder and lightning into his fists. He unleashed a barrage upon the bear's visage, one punch from the left, followed by another from the right. After delivering the right hook, he grasped the previously deflected thunder hammer, which collided with the illusory hammer he had conjured, returning to his hand as if choreographed in advance. Without pause, he executed another strike, suddenly reappearing behind the rock bear to target its lower limbs. The lumbering beast was unable to keep pace with Tang Xian's speed, stumbling under the force of the blow. With its massive frame destabilized, Tang Xian leaped once more, catching the descending illusory hammer, and with both hands, he delivered a dual strike to the bear's cranium. Boom! Blood erupted from the bear's orifices, indicating it had sustained a grievous injury. It was well known that the rock bear possessed formidable defenses, its rocky armor on the chest capable of repelling the blows of the thunder hammer, attesting to its resilience. Tang Xian, displaying keen insight, had meticulously observed the creature before the battle, recognizing its defenses as nearly impenetrable. However, he astutely identified its most vulnerable areas, the head and the groin. Initially intending to strike the lower region, he found his plan thwarted as the creature, sensing the electric energy, cowered on the ground, denying him the opportunity to attack its underbelly. Consequently, Tang Xian adjusted his strategy to target the head, yielding remarkably effective results. "Ah, Xianer is quite astute," remarked an old man with a shock of white hair, his beard and eyebrows equally silver, clad in a black robe, as he observed the unfolding scene from a distance. Though the beast has lost its ferocity, any chance of inflicting significant harm in a short span lies in a surprise assault on its head or lower region, added a middle-aged man, similarly garbed in black, who stood beside him, his hands adorned with prayer beads. At that moment, Tang Xian spoke up. "The elders have witnessed Tang Xian's performance. I believe we can advance the matter I previously proposed." "I, an old man, concur." The white-haired elder nodded in agreement. "Isn't it a bit premature?" inquired a middle-aged man, fiddling with his prayer beads. "No, it's not too early. After Xian and Chun learn that ultimate technique, they will need ample time to fully comprehend it." Tang Xian replied with a furrowed brow. "Very well, sect master. I shall leave this in your capable hands. Xian and Qin should be at comparable levels now, correct?" the elder asked. Tang Xian nodded in affirmation. Then, as previously discussed, Xian, with his heavenly hammer bearing innate lightning attributes, shall inherit the 9 supreme techniques of Haotian. As for Qin, let him attempt to inherit the great Shumi hammer, the elder declared, producing 2 scrolls from within his black robe and handing them to Tang Xian. Tang Xian was taken aback by the elder's swift and decisive action in retrieving the 2 ultimate technique scrolls, as he had previously been one of the most vocal opponents, advocating for a delay until Tang Xian and Tang Chun attained the rank of title Douluo. The elder chuckled. "Everything is for the Haotian sect. Why should I hesitate any longer? As for Xian, let him utilize this opportunity to practice his dual hammer combo and absorb the soul rings. For that bear meat boulder cost quite a fortune," he added, eliciting laughter from the 3. Chapter 143, Explosive Rings. In the Sunset Forest, Lei Ming led Tang Chen the following day to obtain his 4th soul ring. After a morning of searching, they finally discovered a suitable 10,000-year soul beast by noon. This abyssal magic pearl, with an age of approximately 15,000 years, should grant you commendable control skills. Tang Chun gestured for Qian Yu and the others to refrain from attacking, as he wished to confront the creature alone first. After more than 50 exchanges, Tang Chen surprisingly began to gain the upper hand, launching rapid assaults that left the abyssal magic pearl no opportunity to retaliate. The creature dodged left and right, evading the immense weight of Tang Chen's earthquake heavenly hammer. However, with each evasive maneuver, it was inevitably struck by Tang Chen's ferocious blows, leaving the abyssal magic pearl increasingly bewildered by such an unrelenting and reckless onslaught. Following the battle in Yelin City, Tang Chen seemed to have discovered a fighting style that suited him, a style characterized by relentless pressure, overwhelming the opponent, and attacking with all his might. In the days leading up to the school term, Tang Chen had also deliberated with Qian Yu, and they had gained considerable insights from their sparring sessions within the spirit fighting arena of the Tiando Royal Academy. "I shall grant you the finishing blow," Tang Chun declared solemnly, devoid of any unnecessary words. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated beneath his feet. The abyssal magic pearl seized the opportunity as Tang Chun prepared to unleash his skill, attempting to burrow into the ground. Sensing the presence of powerful soul masters nearby and realizing it was unwise to linger, Tang Chun, noticing the creature's intent, turned to Qian Yu and the others, stating, "Assist me, help me trap it." Qian Yu Han nodded, poised to step forward when Mu Chen halted him. With a smile, Mu Chen remarked, "Fourth brother, what control skills do you possess?" "Sister Ouyang, there's no need for you to intervene. Allow me." He simultaneously restrained Ouyang Luoxue, who had also intended to act. Ouyang Luoxue nodded in agreement. The black fourth soul ring at Mu Chen's feet shimmered with energy. Fourth soul skill, Deathly Toxic Miasma. As Mu Chen's hand gesture shifted, the subterranean magic spider suddenly noticed mysterious patterns manifesting on the ground beneath it, sensing imminent danger and preparing to leap away. In an instant, the patterns expanded dramatically, and Mu Chen raised his right hand in a supportive gesture, exclaiming, "Rise." From the patterns, thick black smoke began to ascend. Just as the subterranean magic spider attempted to move, it was engulfed by the dark mist. Immediately, it felt as though its entire body was burdened with immense weight. Yet, confronted with the specter of life and death, the subterranean magic spider ignited its own cultivation, straining to escape into the distance. "Second brother," Mu Chen called out. Tang Chun, having accumulated his power, activated 3 soul rings, yet no soul skill was unleashed. Qian Yu Han voiced her confusion, inquiring, "What is second brother attempting to do?" Lei Ming appeared to discern a hint of understanding, murmuring with a smile, "How intriguing." 3 soul rings manifested around Tang Chun, each quivering with an unsettling energy. As the first, yellow soul ring began to show signs of fissuring, Qian Yu Han squinted, murmuring to herself, "Could it be?" At that moment, Lei Ming exclaimed, "Blast ring! Blast ring!" The revelation that Tang Chun could execute a blast ring left Ouyang Luoxue astonished, given her esteemed status within the Ice God sect. Her father had often regaled her with tales of his youthful adventures alongside friends, including the formidable blast ring technique employed by the current master of Haotian sect, Tang Chun. Each soul ring could unleash a blast ring, releasing its full power instantaneously, merging into one's own strength and resulting in an overwhelming force far surpassing its original might. Ouyang Luoxue elaborated, noting that Tang Chun possessed only one earth-shaking skill as a strengthening technique, while the rift skill served a control function, and the Haotian shield was purely defensive. Thus, to achieve explosive power, a blast ring would be the optimal choice. However, she never anticipated he could wield such a skill at this moment. As the soul ring shattered, energy surged into Tang Chun's earth-shaking Haotian hammer. The hammer glowed with a golden radiance, its size increasing significantly. Gripping the handle with both hands, he swung it forcefully towards the deadly poison mist released by Mu Chen. Fully aware that the abyssal demon pearl lay within that toxic cloud, and his Haotian hammer's impact would certainly encompass that lethal area, the colossal hammer descended, cleaving through the sky towards the ground. The abyssal demon pearl sensed the imminent peril and swiftly summoned the remaining strength within its body to its 2 sharpest and hardest forelimbs, launching several attacks towards the perceived threat above. Yet, the strikes upon the earth-shaking Haotian hammer had no discernible effect on its descent speed. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ground, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and the air to surge like a raging tide, buffeting every blade of grass and every tree. Qian Yu Han and her companions instinctively mobilized their soul power to withstand the tumultuous waves. However, for Lei Ming, a soul warrior of his caliber, it was of little consequence, standing firm in place. "How formidable," Qian Yu Han murmured softly. "I could not withstand that blow." "Is this the enhancement post-blast ring?" Mu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Beneath the deep pit, the corpse of the abyssal demon spider lay motionless, its black soul ring hovering above. Lei Ming approached Tang Chun, who was meditating and recuperating, transmitting soul power to heal the minor internal injuries inflicted by the blast ring. Fortunately, it was only a slight shock. Had it been more severe, absorbing the soul ring would have been impossible, Lei Ming chuckled wryly. After an hour, Tang Chun sensed he had nearly recovered and approached the abyssal demon pearl to absorb its power. 2 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul rings manifesting upon the earth-shaking Haotian hammer. "Congratulations, second brother." "Impressive, second brother, that was quick. You finished absorbing it in just 2 hours." Mu Chen gently patted Tang Chun's back and smiled. "Indeed, you have succeeded. Your soul power is approximately at level 42, just like the third one." Tang Chun replied, What soul skill did you acquire? Mu Chun inquired with curiosity. Tang Chun sighed and shook his head. It is not the control skill I initially envisioned, but rather a formidable offensive skill, which I have named Shattering of the Firmament. At this moment, Lei Ming interjected. This is because your fierce assault did not allow the Abyssal Demon Pearl to unleash its abilities. Ultimately, it retaliated desperately, using attack to counterattack, thus granting you an offensive skill instead of a control skill. Don't worry, second brother. Your Haotian hammer was always meant to be complemented with such extreme offensive skills. I believe your Earth Shatter is more than sufficient, Mu Chun remarked. Qian Yuhan nodded to the side. Congratulations to you all for your ascension to the Soul Sect. Fangya remarked with a smile. Shaya, you should be nearing your turn as well. Keep up the good work. Mu Chun replied cheerfully. Yes, let's all strive together. Fangya responded with a grin. All right, we have collected all the soul rings. Let us return to the academy, Lei Ming declared. When the group returned to the academy, it was already evening. After bidding each other farewell, Ouyang Luoxue approached the mailbox beside the academy side entrance, eagerly searching for the letter that Qian Yuhan had previously deposited. After searching for quite some time, she found nothing. Ouyang Luoxue's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. It appears that someone has indeed stolen the letter. Old Lu, Ouyang Luoxue said coldly. Miss. Old Lu suddenly appeared behind Ouyang Luoxue, speaking respectfully. Investigate this matter. I wish to know who is so reckless as to act with such haste. Yes, miss, Old Lu replied, then vanished in an instant. Let us first stack the buffs. Thank you to the esteemed Xiao Guan for the heartfelt support. Thank you. Chapter 144. A path to certain death has been discovered. Upon returning to their dormitory, Qian Yuhan and Zhao Ku collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to slumber. The following dawn, as Qian Yuhan and Zhao Ku emerged from their quarters, preparing for their morning jog, Zhao Ku perceived a disturbance behind them. Turning to investigate, he beheld merely a few fallen leaves. What is it? Qian Yuhan inquired, astonished as he too glanced back. It's nothing, just a fleeting sensation that someone was behind us, Zhao Ku replied. Hearing this, Qian Yuhan was taken aback. Kur, did you sense it too? What is it, class leader? Zhao Ku asked. Qian Yuhan nodded and remarked that recently, she had constantly felt as though someone was following them. It was indeed peculiar. Who in the heavenly could possibly trail behind them? Qian Yuhan shrugged and remarked, forget it, let us warm up and run. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuo, having returned to the teaching building, clutched his chest and gasped for air. Huff, huff, that almost scared me to death. I nearly got caught. On the other side, early in the morning, Ouyang Luoxue sat by her desk in the dormitory, engrossed in her studies when she sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space. Lu Lao, have you found any leads? She inquired. Lu Lao appeared out of thin air, bowing respectfully as he replied. Miss, the spies I dispatched reported that, due to the lack of a specific time frame, they could not directly identify the person who stole the letter. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Luoxue's expression turned icy, causing Lu Lao to shiver slightly. He continued, however, there are two suspects. Please, elaborate, she urged. Lu Lao explained that a classmate had learned from their inquiries that after you and your friend left the school 2 days ago, someone had appeared by the mailbox, furtively searching for something. That must be them, skipping class to come here. Ouyang Luoxue scoffed. According to the classmate, the two individuals were named Zhao Shuo and Yu Yang, Lu Lao added. Ouyang Luoxue pondered, as if she had heard those names before. Lu Lao, I leave this matter to you. Find a way to extract some information. Understood, miss, Lu Lao nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Ouyang Luoxue recalled something. Lu Lao, I will be returning to the clan for a while and will not be at the academy. Please relay all the information you gathered to Qian Yuhan and inform him that I happened to notice and decided to investigate a bit. Understood. I shall take my leave, Ouyang Luoxue said with a calm demeanor. Lu Lao vanished in an instant. Ouyang Luoxue set aside her book and began to pack her belongings, leaving behind a letter in the living room before departing the dormitory. After finishing their breakfast, Qian Yuhan and a few others strolled towards the teaching building, engaged in light-hearted conversation while holding their books. Suddenly, a large hand clapped on Qian Yuhan's shoulder. Turning around, he smiled and exclaimed, Erkong, my brother. The newcomer was indeed Erkong, a tall boy whom they were not unfamiliar with, having encountered him the night before their departure, as he resided in the dormitory opposite theirs. Did you return last night? Erkong inquired. Yes, we came back last night. The lights were already out, Qian Yuhan replied. Oh, I see. By the way, there's something I think you should be informed about, Erkong said earnestly. What is it? Mu Chun, who stood nearby, asked curiously. Did you not go out with teacher Lei Ming the morning before last? I happened to pass by the side entrance and noticed you, Brother Yuhan, placing a letter into the mailbox. I intended to greet you, but you left before I could approach. Just after you departed, I observed Zhao Shua and Yu Yang sneaking around, rummaging through the mailbox. It made me wonder if they were perhaps tracking you and attempting to steal your letter to unsettle you. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan exchanged a glance with Zhao Ku and immediately felt that the sensation of being followed recently was indeed accurate. It seemed that the two of them had been shadowing her all along. Thus, it could be inferred that the individuals she had sensed trailing her earlier were undoubtedly the two of them. Qian Yuhan silently committed this matter to memory, intending to investigate it further after class. If this letter truly reached Shui, it might lead her to believe that Qian had no desire to engage with her, potentially causing their friendship to capsize. Upon entering the academic building, she bid farewell to her Kong, and they proceeded towards the classroom, where their soul theory and combat practical courses were taught by Lei Ming, who also served as the head teacher of their exchange class. For other subjects, they would attend classes with different groups, thus embodying the theme of intercollegiate exchange. Upon arriving in Class 3 of the Civil Department, they joined in on a lesson about the history of Douluo continent. No sooner had they entered than a crumpled piece of paper struck Qian Yuhan on the head. Qian Yu's brow furrowed as she glanced towards the direction of the crumpled paper ball that had been thrown. There stood Zhao Shua and Yu Yang at the back of the classroom, pointing and laughing uncontrollably at them. Beside them, Wu Yifan stood with his arms crossed over his chest, wearing a sly grin as he observed the scene. Apart from these three, the rest of the class seemed unfazed, each engrossed in their own activities, daring not to utter a sound. Qian Yuhan was well aware that these three individuals were likely the tyrants of the entire class. The other students, hailing from humble backgrounds, naturally did not dare to defy such privileged science. How outrageous! Upon witnessing his brother being bullied, Mu Chen could hardly contain his indignation and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the situation with fervor. Qian Yuhan promptly grasped Mu Chen's arm, smiling as she said, "Thank you, third brother, but I shall handle my own affairs." Mu Chen understood that the more composed Qian Yuhan appeared in her smile, the more formidable she became. Qian Yuhan approached Wu Yifan and then stood opposite Zhao Shua Yu Yang, smiling as he inquired, "Which one of you is responsible for throwing that?" Qian Yuhan tossed the crumpled paper ball into the air, deftly catching it again and then repeating the motion. Observing this, Zhao Shua lifted his chin and arrogantly proclaimed, "What of it? It's me." The commotion startled everyone in the class, who turned in unison to gaze at Qian Yuhan. In an instant, Qian Yuhan's fist collided with Zhao Shua's face, sending him crashing against the wall, which cracked under the impact. As Yu Yang finally grasped the situation, he stepped forward, intent on seizing Qian Yuhan by the collar, cursing, "You bastard, how dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qian Yuhan swiftly grasped Yu Yang's neck, applying pressure with his right hand, causing Yu Yang's face to flush from the lack of air. "Insult me? Do you think you are worthy?" Qian Yuhan spoke in a low, menacing tone, clearly unimpressed by Yu Yang's arrogance. Yu Yang's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, desperately pounding on Qian Yuhan's right arm. "Let go." Qian Yuhan squinted and said, "Is that incorrect?" Yu Yang continued to pat Qian Yuhan's right arm with both hands, uttering the words, "Wrong, wrong, wrong." Qian Yuhan relaxed his right hand, causing Yu Yang to collapse to the ground, gasping and coughing, tears and snot streaming down his face. At this moment, Wu Yifan chuckled and remarked, "Do not overstep your bounds. Do you not realize whose territory you are in?" This statement left Mu Chun and the others standing in front momentarily stunned, pondering whether he was truly lacking in sense, for it appeared he was courting disaster. It was evident that Zhao Shua and Yu Yang, the two sycophants, had been sent to pilfer Qian Yuhan's letter on Wu Yifan's instructions, and yet old Fourth, in a fit of rage, uttered such words. Chapter 145. The noisy clown. Just as everyone anticipated an explosive reaction from Qian Yuhan, he surprisingly suppressed his murderous intent and, with a smile, confronted Wu Yifan, saying, "So, is this your territory? I do not detect your scent here." Wu Yifan was momentarily rendered speechless by Qian Yuhan's unexpected retort. At that instant, the history teacher from Douluo continent entered the classroom, observing the chaos at the back and frowning as he inquired, "What is going on? Do you not realize that class is about to begin? Why the commotion? Prepare yourselves." After listening to the discourse, Qian Yuhan returned to sit beside Mu Chen and the others at the vacant table that had been prepared for them. This history teacher had naturally familiarized himself with the circumstances of Class 3 before the lesson and had long heard of the notorious incompetence of the three individuals at the back. In contrast, the 5 students seated in front were exchange students from the Wuhuan Temple Academy, reputed to be exceptionally gifted. It was evident that the 3 rascals at the back had provoked the exchange students, ultimately suffering the consequences of their folly. The history teacher's attention was drawn to Zhao Shua and Yu Yang. Zhao Shua, with a bloody lip and a missing tooth, and Yu Yang, blushing with a distinct red mark on his neck. The teacher could scarcely suppress a chuckle. It would be quite beneficial for someone to teach these stubborn little rascals a lesson, he mused internally. Otherwise, I might find it challenging to conduct this class. Having concluded his thoughts, he adjusted his glasses and addressed Zhao Shua and Yu Yang, urging them, "You two should promptly attend to your injuries." The duo exchanged glances before exiting the classroom. The other students, witnessing their disheveled appearance, could not contain their laughter, which soon erupted into raucous mirth. In stark contrast, Wu Yifan at the back of the class wore a dark expression, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yuan Kongyi furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What are you all laughing at? Do you not realize that it is class time?" Qian Yuhan scrutinized the middle-aged man before him. Lei Ming had previously informed them about their instructor. This teacher, who taught the history of Douluo continent, was a bespectacled middle-aged gentleman named Yuan Kongyi. Though he had less than a decade of teaching experience, he was a formidable soul sage at level 79, having traversed the continent for several decades. Realizing that he would no longer achieve further breakthroughs in strength, he transitioned to the study of history and took on the role of a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Today marks our first meeting, and I shall be your guide through the history of Douluo continent. My surname is Yuan, and I enjoy fostering a friendly rapport with my students. You may refer to me as Teacher Yuan or Brother Yuan in private, he proclaimed with a youthful exuberance. "Hello, Brother Yuan," a male student exclaimed with a smile. Yuan Kongyi responded, "This student, you lose 5 points." The boy's grin faltered, replaced by a look of confusion. "I mentioned that was in a private setting. This is class, and we must adhere to classroom decorum. Anyone who disrupts this atmosphere will face consequences," Yuan Kongyi stated sternly. "Considering this is your first offense, and you are unaware of my classroom rules, I shall let you off this time." The student nodded vigorously, sitting up straight. Muchen, observing the theatrical display of the boy, couldn't suppress a chuckle. "This classmate, please stand and answer a question. If you answer correctly, you shall be pardoned. If not, 5 points will be deducted," Yuan Kongyi directed, his gaze shifting to Muchen. Muchen slowly rose, seeking assistance from Fangyu with his eyes. "Muchen, is it?" "Incorrect answer, 5 points off," Yuan Kongyi declared. "Those guys from the Spirit Hall." Wu Yifan's voice rang out from the back of the classroom immediately after class ended, as Yuan Kongyi had yet to leave. "You need to settle the score for hitting my brother before class," Wu Yifan continued. Muchen quickly retorted, "Are you really that brainless?" Just as he was about to unleash a verbal barrage, Fangyu and Qian Yuhan intervened to restrain him. Qian Yuhan inquired, "How do you intend to repay your debt?" With a chuckle, Wu Yifan confidently replied, "It's quite simple. Engage in a match against the 3 of us. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense, then we shall consider the matter settled." Uft. Muchen, having just taken a sip of water, could not contain himself upon hearing Wu Yifan's words and ended up spraying it all over the unfortunate dramatic man opposite him. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Muchen quickly offered his apologies. Meanwhile, the other students began to murmur among themselves, discussing how Wu Yifan's actions were indeed shameless. Demanding a 3-on-1 match and requiring the opponent to last for a stick of incense, quite embarrassing. As for Muchen, he was astonished by Wu Yifan's audacity. Thinking it foolish to suggest lasting even a stick of incense, he suspected the competition would end before the incense was even lit, with the 4th brother being swiftly defeated. Yuan Kongyi observed the scene with a slight smile. He had a good rapport with Lei Ming and had learned from him about the formidable strength of these exchange students. His curiosity was piqued about their capabilities that even Lei Ming regarded them as unparalleled geniuses of the past millennium. "If you wish to compete, do so at the Academy's Seoul Arena, but do not engage in fights within the classroom," Yuan Kongyi advised. Wu Yifan responded, "Perfect. Teacher Yuan, you can serve as the referee to ensure fairness." Yuan Kongyi, amused, replied, "Fairness? You're asking for fairness while demanding a 3-on-1 match." Yuan Kongyi led the group to the Seoul Arena. They had only 2 classes that morning, and fulfilling Wu Yifan's request left them ample time. The other classmates opted not to return to their dormitories, eager not to miss the unfolding spectacle. With 3 arenas available, there was indeed a place to compete. Yuan Kongyi brought the 4 onto the battle stage. Seriously, I advise you to concede quickly. I want to make it difficult for you. A simple bow of the head to my 2 brothers, and we can consider this passed, he stated. Enough of your chatter, Qian Yuhan replied coldly. From the stands. Mu Chen remarked, this is going to be entertaining. However, Fang Ye wore a worried expression, saying, class leader, please go easy on them. It wouldn't be good to leave them severely injured. I suspect the 4th brother won't hold back this time, Tang Xin remarked. Zhao Ku, on the other hand, was cheering, class leader, go for it. Teach them a lesson. Qian Yuhan, a level 46 assault-type soul master, declared, let us begin. As he spoke. 4 soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, materialized around him. Yuan Kongyi was momentarily taken aback by this display. In the first year, only over 8 years old. And already a soul master. The soul ring configuration is astonishing, confirming the aura emanating from Qian Yuhan. Yuan Kongyi began to mourn for Wu Yifan and the others. A soul master. Truly audacious to flaunt such power before us 3. This is tantamount to courting death. Unleash your martial spirits. Wu Yifan commanded. Zhao Shua and Yu Yang were the first to summon their martial spirits, revealing 2 yellow soul rings. Zhao Shua wielded a red tassel spear martial spirit, while Yu Yang manifested a ghost tiger martial spirit. Excellent. Wu Yifan's aura surged as a majestic eagle appeared behind him, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifesting beneath his feet. My 2 brothers are both at level 29, while I, the young master, have reached an impressive level 33. Even if you are a soul master, what of it? My martial spirit is the Shadow Blood Eagle, a treasured legacy of the Wu family passed down through generations. It is not too late to surrender now. Qin Yu let out a cold snort, exclaiming, noisy. As he spoke, the black 4th spirit ring beneath his feet illuminated, activating his 4th spirit ability, Baptism of Light. What? Mu Chen gasped in astonishment. Chapter 146. A decisive strike with Qian Yu's low incantation, the 4th spirit ring, radiating a profound black light, suddenly flickered to life. Resembling a dazzling black gemstone ignited in an instant. This 4th spirit ring derived from a peacock feather bird, aged over 20,000 years, embodying immense energy and might. Wu Yifan, Zhao Shua, and Yu Yang, standing nearby, could distinctly sense its formidable presence. This can't be real. Zhao Shua's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding spectacle, gripping his red tassel spear tightly. Yet, his arm trembled uncontrollably, as if the spear weighed 1,000 pounds. Beside him, Yu Yang turned pale, his body involuntarily shaking as he murmured, this pressure feels all too real. Despite the fear and shock coursing through them, the trio showed no signs of retreat. Wu Yifan bellowed, what are we afraid of? Let us attack together. 3rd spirit ability, Feather of the Eagle. As his words echoed, a layer of azure light enveloped him, and a pair of colossal wings unfurled from his back, unleashing a barrage of fierce slashes towards Qian Yu. Simultaneously, Zhao Shua, unwilling to be outdone, raised his red tassel spear high and shouted, come. 2nd spirit ability, Red Tassel Break. In an instant, a crimson beam shot forth from the spear tip like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at Qian Yu's vital points. Finally, Yu Yang summoned all his strength, executing his 2nd spirit ability, Tiger's Claw Break. With a flurry of movements, golden claw shadows surged towards Qian Yu, howling through the air. In the face of such a ferocious onslaught from the 3, Qian Yu remained utterly unfazed. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from his back as a pair of wings, forged from pure light energy, slowly unfurled. Witnessing this, Yuan Kanyue, who had been observing the battle, felt his pupils constrict sharply, fixating on the luminous wings behind Qian Yu. He exclaimed in astonishment, it's an external soul bone. Qian Yuhan soared into the sky, surrounded by shimmering black soul rings. As Wu Yifan and his companions launched their assault towards the poised figure of Qian Yuhan above, the ethereal silhouette of the peacock feather slowly materialized behind Qian Yuhan as the radiant divine sword manifested in his grasp. Subsequently, the sword gracefully ascended, transforming into a torrential downpour of blades poised to strike. Go! With this command, the sword rain cascaded downwards, rendering the assaults of Wu Yifan and his companions utterly insignificant before the baptism of light bestowed by Qian Yuhan's Millennium Soul skill. Akin to a flood washing away impurities, their skills, upon contact, were effortlessly overwhelmed, disintegrating into twinkling starlight that vanished into the horizon. A sense of foreboding gripped Yuan Kongyi, who gasped in astonishment. In an instant, his form morphed into a shadow, teleporting at remarkable speed to stand before Wu Yifan and the others. Firmly planted on the ground, Yuan Kongyi's feet were anchored as the sixth soul ring. Dark as ink, suddenly radiated an ominous glow. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, "Sixth soul skill, silence of the abyss." With this thunderous proclamation, an invisible force erupted from Yuan Kongyi, enveloping the surrounding space in a palpable stillness, as if time itself had come to a halt. Concurrently, the dense sword rain unleashed by Qian Yuhan surged towards Yuan Kongyi with ferocious intensity. Yet, as these razor-sharp blades approached a certain radius around him, they suddenly encountered an indomitable barrier, halting their advance abruptly. The glimmering sword shadows trembled violently within the distorted space, but no matter how fiercely they struggled, they could not breach the confines of this peculiar realm. Yuan Kongyi mused inwardly. What a remarkable baptism of light, capable of trembling even in the silence of my abyss. To his astonishment, the relentless assault of the sword rain began to fracture the very fabric of the distorted space surrounding him. What? Yuan Kongyi exclaimed in disbelief. The silence of the abyss could only withstand the onslaught for mere seconds before shattering, along with the sword shadows within that space, dissipating into nothingness. A scant few sword shadows remained, plummeting towards the group, and Yuan Kongyi raised his hand to deflect a portion of them. However, the remaining blades inflicted wounds upon Wu Yifan and his companions. The radiant power contained within the thousand-feather cold sword casts a profound purifying effect upon Wu Yifan's shadow blood eagle and Yu Yang's ghost tiger martial spirit, resulting in expressions of heightened agony upon their faces as their wounds sear with intense pain. Alas, Yu Yang, whose cultivation is somewhat lacking, spews forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. Second brother, Zhao Shuan kneels on one knee, gasping for breath. As Qian Yuhan descended to the ground, the luminous wings behind him folded gracefully. He bowed to Yuan Kongyi, saying, "Master, I beg your pardon." Yuan Kongyi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. You truly are remarkable. No wonder Teacher Lei consistently praises you in my presence. You are indeed worthy." As he spoke, Yuan Kongyi approached Wu Yifan and Yu Yang, with Qian Yuhan closely following him. They were about to assist Wu Yifan and his companion to their feet when Yuan Kongyi placed a hand on Yu Yang. However, when Qian Yuhan reached out to Wu Yifan, he was brusquely rebuffed. "Get away, filthy hands. Don't touch me." Qian Yuhan did not bother to argue with him. With a gentle flick, Wu Yifan's entire body, which was just about to rise, collapsed back to the ground. "Scoundrel." Qian Yuhan turned her head and nodded to Yuan Kongyi, saying, "Teacher Yuan." Yuan Kongyi understood and gestured for Qian Yuhan to depart. Qian Yuhan clapped his hands together, seemingly attempting to cleanse them of the dirt acquired from his earlier encounter with Wu Yifan, before turning to depart. Yuan Kongyi gazed down at the motionless Wu Yifan and spoke in a somber tone. "Do you require assistance? Oh, never mind. Make your way to the infirmary." With that, he cradled the unconscious Yu Yang and proceeded toward the medical facility. In frustration, Wu Yifan struck the ground fiercely, his eyes fixed on his swollen hand and the deep sword wound measuring nearly 20 centimeters. With rage boiling within him, he let out a furious roar toward the heavens. The surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving him isolated on the desolate Duhan platform. At that moment, a pair of footsteps approached Wu Yifan slowly. He did not turn his gaze toward the source of the sound. Instead, he knelt on the ground, bracing himself with his hands, his eyes reddened. Lost in his own thoughts, the newcomer walked closer, laughing and clapping, exclaiming, "Ha! Master Wu possesses remarkable courage. I told you long ago that this fellow is not one to provoke. Did you truly believe you had a clever plan? Ha ha! Do you and your two useless lackeys think you can compete with him? How naive, childish, and utterly ridiculous." Only then did Wu Yifan turn his head to regard the intruder, uttering, "It's you. Thanks to HRGL for the triple support with love. Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 147. It is her. Qian Yuhan walked alongside his companions toward the cafeteria. Mu Chen inquired, "Old Four, why do Wu Yifan and that descendant of the ghost tiger martial soul, Yu Yang, appear to be in such agony, while Zhao Shuan merely gasps for breath, seemingly unaffected?" At that moment, Fanya interjected, "The young man named Wu Yifan possesses the shadow blood eagle martial soul, while Yu Yang wields the ghost tiger martial soul. Both of their abilities are imbued with dark attributes. I suspect that the radiant power inherent in the class monitor's divine sword may have a purifying effect. Purifying? Mu Chen exclaimed, gazing at Qian Yuhan in astonishment. Qian Yuhan nodded with a smile and said, indeed, Fanya is absolutely correct. The purifying power of light directly strikes the soul against the dark attributes, inflicting dual harm of soul tremors and physical burns. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen grinned and gave Qian Yuhan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's fierce. I like it." Qian Yuhan, with a hint of disdain, pouted and remarked, "I'm leaving now. Third brother, you really have this peculiar habit." With that, she hastily strode ahead. Ha ha ha, the class monitor was taken aback. Zhao Ke chuckled. The others also quickened their pace to finish their meal. On the soul fighting platform, Wu Yifan turned his head to look at the newcomer. "Ah, it's you. Young Master Ning, here to witness my misfortune?" The visitor was none other than Ning Kaiwen, fanning himself gracefully like a refined gentleman. However, those who knew him well understood his malicious and ruthless nature. It is the most terrifying when someone appears outwardly courteous and gentle but harbors treachery within. If an unsuspecting person mistakenly labels him a good man, they should prepare for suffering. Ning Kaiwen waved his folding fan and smiled. "Not at all. How could I possibly come here to mock you, Wu Sanxiao? What brings you here, then?" Ning Kaiwen crouched beside Wu Yifan, chuckling. "You are the epitome of not shedding a tear until you see the coffin, and not turning back until you hit the south wall, aren't you, Wu Sanxiao?" Wu Yifan sneered. "If you're here to lecture me, you'd best leave while I'm still in a good mood." Ning Kaiwen put away his fan, saying, "You only realize this after hitting the wall, don't you? I told you so. In terms of raw strength, you are no match for him. You wouldn't listen. Even when he was just a soul master, he could match Ouyang Luoxue, who had already become a soul sect. Do you really think you can defeat him? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wu Yifan retorted. "You should have listened, right, Wu Sanxiao? It's not too late to come to your senses now. The injury you've sustained is not in vain." With that, Ning Kaiwen extended his right hand, reciting, "7 treasures turn out Liuli, 3 days of healing." The 7-treasure Liuli pagoda shimmered with dazzling 7-colored light, and Wu Yifan's arm wound gradually healed, though it ultimately left a scar. "Wu Sanxiao, follow me from now on. Your standing in this academy is insufficient." Wu Yifan observed his slowly healing wound and replied, "I'll follow you. But if you dare to neglect me," Ning Kaiwen smiled and assured, "that will never happen." He then pulled Wu Yifan along and retrieved a bottle of elixirs from his storage soul-guiding device, handing it to him. "Share this elixir with your 2 little followers. Take it for 7 consecutive days, and your strengths will progress without regression. I will find you again when I have further plans. Just be ready, as we have a common goal, don't we?" Wu Yifan snatched the elixir bottle, consuming one immediately. A warm sensation spread through his body. As Ning Kaiwen walked ahead, Wu Yifan followed closely behind, unaware of the peculiar smile that fleetingly crossed Ning Kaiwen's face. As Qian Yuhan and a few companions finished their meal and were about to return to their dormitory, they were halted by an elderly man. "Young one, you must be Qian Yuhan, am I correct?" Mr. Liu said with a smile. Qian Yuhan nodded and said, "Indeed, I am." "And you, esteemed elder?" "I am Liu," he replied, "and I have been sent by the young lady of my household to deliver something to you." "The young lady of your household? Oh, she is none other than Ouyang Luoxue. Here, take this," Liu the elder explained with a smile, as he produced a silk pouch from his robe and handed it to Qian Yuhan. Upon hearing the name Ouyang Luoxue, Qian Yuhan felt a wave of relief wash over him and said, "Ah, so it is a gift from Luoxue. Thank you, dear Liu." Qian Yuhan bowed gracefully in thanks, and then waved his hand as he departed with his companions. Old Liu observed the retreating figures of Qian Yuhan and his friends, nodding with a smile as he remarked, "These youngsters have made remarkable progress. Just last time in the Sunset Forest, they were merely spirit elders, and now, in less than 6 months, they have ascended to spirit sect status. This young fellow, Qian Yuhan, is quite extraordinary, indeed, very extraordinary." With a sense of admiration in his heart, old Liu turned and vanished from sight. After bidding farewell to Fangya, Qian Yuhan and his 3 companions returned to their dormitory. Mu Chun immediately collapsed onto his bed, continuing his well-known habit of excessive sleep. Strangely, Tang Chun and Zhao Ke seemed to have caught Mu Chen's lethargy, as they too fell asleep without delay, leaving Qian Yuhan alone and alert. He retrieved the silk pouch given to him by old Liu, opened it, and discovered 2 sheets of paper inside. Upon closer inspection, one of them was indeed evidence that Zhao Shua and Yu Yang had stolen his letter. After processing this revelation, Qin Yuhan unfolded the second sheet of paper, which turned out to be a letter from Ouyang Luoxue to Qin Yuhan. Yuhan, by the time you read this letter, I will have returned to the sect to absorb the primordial ice flower. Before our departure for the Sunset Forest, a friend of mine inadvertently noticed someone lurking around the mailbox shortly after we left. They retrieved a letter from within, and upon returning, she informed me of this incident. I feared they might have stolen your letter to your pen pal, so I had someone investigate it with utmost urgency, and it appears I was correct. This is the evidence of those two stealing the correspondence, and I leave it to you to handle. Do not worry that your pen pal is upset and ignoring your letters. Perhaps her correspondence has also been stolen. I shan't elaborate further. I will return in due time, and we shall meet again. Ouyang Luoxue. After reading, Qin Yuhan smiled faintly. However, while reading, he noticed a certain familiarity in the texture of the paper. Now, as he carefully felt the stationery with his fingers and scrutinized the handwriting, he pondered, how peculiar. The texture of this letter is strikingly similar to that of the paper Snow used for her correspondence. Moreover, the style of the writing has evidently been deliberately altered. As for the content of the letter, the notion that perhaps her letter was stolen too seems odd. Could she be Snow? The resemblance is uncanny. No, it is almost certain that it is indeed her. With this thought, Qin Yuhan examined the handwriting again, and it increasingly resembled Snow's writing style. The more he looked, the more convinced he became. It is her. But why would she hesitate to reveal her true identity as Snow? He murmured to himself. Furthermore, a friend inadvertently discovered that it was I who placed the letter inside, and when they returned to retrieve it, they found it missing, leading them to believe it had been stolen. Perhaps she refrained from writing more out of fear that she would inadvertently expose herself. With this realization, everything fell into place. It must be her. In due time, I shall write another letter to ascertain the truth, he thought with a soft chuckle. For now, I must first resolve their matters. The foolish Qin Yuhan had finally deduced Snow's identity. To hasten the blossoming romance between the protagonists, he decided to quicken the pace. Let us send some love-powered gifts, dear friends, brothers, sisters, and comrades. I humbly request your generous gifts and encouragement for updates. He added, I shall take a day off tomorrow to attend to some matters, but regular updates will resume the day after. My sincere gratitude to the God King for the love-powered gifts. Chapter 148. Absorption of the ice flower within the borders of the Tiando Empire. Atop the ice god Snow Mountain stood a magnificent palace. Upon closer inspection, the castle was adorned with opulent decorations, and its exterior sparkled under the sun's rays. The plaque at the main entrance boldly inscribed the words, Ice God Sect. These three characters exuded an air of dignity, elegance, and ancient charm. What, my dear? What did you say? The primordial ice flower. Ouyang Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Ouyang Luoxue chuckled. Father, please maintain your composure. Coughing slightly to regain his poise, Ouyang Jia inquired, I apologize for my excitement. Where did you acquire this primordial ice flower? It was not entirely unexpected for Ouyang Jia to lose his composure. The Ice God sect had long sought this legendary herb, as recorded in their ancient texts, for thousands of years. Countless sect leaders had exhausted their efforts in pursuit of it, and now, in his generation, they had finally found it. My friend, you should be familiar with him. It was a gift from Qin Yuhan. Ouyang Luoxue replied calmly. Oh, Qin Yuhan? Wait a moment, my dear. Are you referring to the one from your uncle Qin Mo's family? Ouyang Jia asked. Ouyang Luoxue nodded and countered. Who else could it be? Father? Do you think there is another Qin Yuhan? Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Jia felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had initially intended to encourage his beloved daughter to engage more with the children of his elder brother's family. However, he understood his daughter well. She harbored no interest in the opposite sex. This reflection prompted him to ponder whether he had inadvertently instilled some negative notions in her, leading to her aversion to males. Just as he was uncertain about how to broach the subject with her, fate intervened, alleviating his concerns. Dear child, take this primordial ice flower and come with me. Ouyang Jia called to Ouyang Luoxue, beckoning her to his side. Ouyang Luoxue tucked away the primordial ice flower and stepped forward, clasping her father's hand. Ouyang Jia immediately shifted their surroundings, transporting them to a hidden realm. Father, where is this place? Ouyang Luoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar surroundings. My dear, do you know the name of the mountain where our Ice God sect resides? Ice God Mountain. Ouyang Luoxue replied without hesitation. Indeed, this Ice God Mountain is the very site where the mighty being, the Ice God, attained divinity, Ouyang Jia explained. The Ice God? Does divinity truly exist? She asked. It does exist. Our ice god sect has worshipped the ice god for generations, Ouyang Jia affirmed, continuing throughout history. Every sect leader has been chosen by the ice god as a great devotee, awaiting the arrival of the heir selected by him. The ice goddess heir? Ouyang Luoshua questioned, puzzled. Indeed, my child, you are the most pure-blooded individual of our ice god sect in thousands of years. And you hold the greatest promise of gaining the ice goddess recognition and inheriting his legacy. Can I really? Ouyang Luoshua pondered softly. My dear, have confidence. You are undoubtedly one of the leaders of the new generation. The martial soul hall is quite similar to our ice god sect, albeit on a much grander scale. They have been faithful followers of the angel god for generations, and your uncle Qianma serves as a great devotee in this era. Alas, it is unfortunate for Yuhan, as he lacks an angel martial soul, and thus has no opportunity to undergo the angel goddess trial. The goddess trial? Ouyang Luoshua seized upon this key term, inquiring further. If chosen by a deity, a trial will be bestowed. Each deity has distinct criteria for their trials, making it challenging to standardize the details. For our ice god lineage, should you be subjected to the 9 trials of the ice god, it would signify your selection as the heir of the ice god. The 9 trials of the ice god? That sounds arduous. It requires courage, strength, wisdom, and various admirable qualities to pass the assessment. I, too, faced the 8th trial of the ice offering in my youth. I brought you here because the concentration of ice elements in this place will greatly aid in your absorption. Now, present it. All right. Ouyang Luoshua nodded as she took out the primordial ice flower. Ouyang Jia pointed to a statue in the distance, saying, That is a statue of the ice god, crafted from the purest ice. Sit there and absorb its essence. I shall protect you. She replied. Ouyang Luoshua stepped forward and sat cross-legged, as the primal ice blossom floated gently before her. Subsequently, she began to harness her soul energy to absorb the primal ice blossom. What Ouyang Jia had not disclosed to Ouyang Luoshua was that they were currently situated in the Ice God's Inheritance Plaza, the very heart of the Ice God sect. The surrounding space warped, and 6 enigmatic figures clad in white robes materialized behind Ouyang Jia. Great Elder. The 6 bowed in reverence. You have arrived, Ouyang Jia replied. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Luoshua. As the 6 attendants approached Ouyang Jia, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the celestial herb before Ouyang Luoshua, exchanging incredulous glances. Is it true? Am I not mistaken? One murmured. Indeed. It appears so. The aura cannot be wrong. It is the primal ice blossom. Their earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by childlike curiosity as they leaned forward. What are you doing? Ouyang Jia called out, drawing them from their reverie. Great Elder, we have never seen this legendary celestial herb before. We are simply curious, remarked the 3rd attendant. Ouyang Jia shook his head in resignation and stated solemnly. The emergence of the primal ice blossom signifies that the mission entrusted to us by the ice god may soon come to fruition. Great Elder. Can she withstand the ice goddess trial at this moment? I fear her body may not endure, the 2nd attendant said, concern etched on his face. That is beyond our knowledge. The ice god has his own designs. We merely await his instructions, Ouyang Jia replied. In the divine realm, at the ice god palace. The light god chuckled, holding a goblet of wine. So, Cord, you should be grateful to your brother. Cord cast a sidelong glance at the light god, retorting, What does that have to do with you? You are being ungracious. Consider this. Was it not that boy Yuhan who gifted the primal ice blossom to Ouyang Luoshua? Yes. And what of it? What connection does that have to you? The light god was momentarily at a loss for words, huffing, feigning ignorance while being fully aware. Drink your wine. Cord laughed heartily. Finally, I've managed to best you once. Many thanks for the wine. But you have sent the primal ice blossom from my ice god lineage to the place where your successor discovered it. You, my friend, are truly amusing. The light god replied with a smile. If thanks are to be given, it should be to that fellow Shura, for he entrusted it to me. He wished to avoid you, leaving me to play the Good Samaritan. By the way, regarding your conflict with him, I believe it's best to let it go. There's nothing insurmountable. All in due time, once my successor inherits my divine position, Cord said. Brother, are you still not allowing that boy Yuhan to enter the Light Valley? Step by step, inform him. What awaits him is a divine trial of dual God King caliber. His foundation must be solidified for what lies ahead. Luo Shui is indeed an admirable child, yet it would be prudent not to impose assessments upon her too early. I understand that the elusive Shura has conveyed a message. Luo Shui must attain the status of ice god only after Qian Yuhan has secured his divine position. I intend to delay her examination until she is bestowed with the title of Douluo. Shura always speaks in half-truths, leaving one perplexed, the god of light remarked. Thank you for the triple support from the eternal ghost blade, as well as to my brother for the likes and shares. I am also grateful to Xiaoguan for the love-driven support. Chapter 149. The Great Auction House of Tiando at the Ice God Sect, within the Ice God Heritage Square. High Priest, has the young lady not yet completed her absorption after 2 days? Inquired the 7th priest. Ouyang Jie shook his head. I am uncertain how much longer it will take. After all, none of us have encountered this primal ice flower before. High Priest, look. The crowd turned their gaze towards Ouyang Luo Shui, where a beam of blue light entered her forehead. What is this? It exudes a familiar yet powerful aura. Ouyang Jie murmured as he observed the blue light. I share your sentiment, brother, remarked the 3rd priest. Half an hour later, Ouyang Luo Shui's eyes slowly fluttered open. High Priest, the young lady has awakened, announced the 2nd priest. Ouyang Jie hurried forward and embraced Ouyang Luo Shui, asking, Shui, how do you feel? She nodded slightly. I sense a significant enhancement in my soul power, likely reaching level 48 now. Excellent, excellent. Ouyang Jie exclaimed repeatedly, Shui, you must rest now. Dad. Just now I heard a voice in my mind, Ouyang Luo Shui stated. A voice? Ouyang Jie pondered, having noticed no unusual occurrences during her protection these past days. Save for the blue light that had entered her forehead moments ago. It said it was. Ouyang Luo Shui began. What was it? The ice god. The mere utterance of these words struck like thunder, leaving Ouyang Jie and the other priests astounded. The ice god? What tidings did the ice god convey? Ouyang Jie inquired, eager for details from Ouyang Luo Shui. It said, Congratulations, Ouyang Luo Shui, you have discovered the heirloom of my ice god lineage, the primal ice flower, and successfully absorbed it. You are now qualified to inherit my ice god divinity. However, you must elevate your cultivation to the level of title Douluo and return here to unlock the ice god's legacy. Ouyang Luo Shui recounted the words spoken by the ice god within her consciousness. This is the will of the ice god, and it is best to comply. Shui, your immediate task is to focus on cultivating the title Douluo. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Ouyang Jie advised. Ouyang Luo Shui nodded in agreement. Understood. Tiando Royal Academy. Qian Yuhan entrusted the evidence brought by Lu Lao to Lei Ming, seeking his assistance in resolving the matter. After all, he was not particularly familiar with the higher-ups of the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, aside from his companions and Lei Ming, no one at the academy was privy to Qian Yuhan's true identity. He was reluctant to expose himself over such trivial matters, deeming it not worth the risk. In Lei Ming's office, Qian Yuhan sat beside Lei Ming's desk. After perusing the evidence, he indignantly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Does that Wu Yifan truly believe that my teacher Lei Ming's students are easy to bully? Subsequently, Lei Ming turned his gaze towards Qian Yuhan and gently remarked, Yuhan, you have done splendidly. It's commendable to seek your teacher when faced with difficulties. Rest assured that brat Wu Yifan has repeatedly tormented you. I shall advocate for you. Qian Yuhan gazed at Lei Ming, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively and replied, Oh, it's nothing. Really. By the way, Yuhan, I heard from teacher Yuan that you had a little altercation with that Wu Yifan fellow. Yes, indeed, teacher. It was merely a sparring match, Qian Yuhan clarified. Ha ha ha. I certainly understand. That's a good thing. Teacher Yuan came to my office and sat in your current seat, praising you for half an hour. I am humbled by the teacher's kind words, Qian Yuhan responded. Lei Ming nodded in satisfaction. Staying humble and composed is commendable. Do you have any training plans for tonight? Qian Yu shook her head, saying, I have no plans for cultivation this evening. I thought it best to consult with you to resolve this matter, thus alleviating my concerns. As for the others, I am not entirely certain. After finishing my dinner, I parted ways with them and did not inquire about their plans. Very well, after your classes tomorrow, come here to find me, and I shall take you to a certain place, she continued. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was dusk on the following day. After finishing their dinner, Qian Yuhan and several others arrived at the door of Lei Ming's office. Just as they were about to knock, the door swung open. Lei Ming stepped out of the office and smiled upon seeing them, saying, You've arrived. Teacher, where are you taking us? Muchen inquired curiously. To the Tiando Grand Auction House. The auction house. This is the largest auction house in the Tiando Empire. and the items that appear here are of extraordinary value. It will be an eye-opening experience, and you may even encounter unexpected treasures. Moreover, our teacher has a bit of a treasury as well. What are we waiting for? Let us set off, Muchin exclaimed. The group proceeded to the entrance of the Douluo Grand Auction House. They were awestruck by the resplendent gates before them. This magnificent auction house was funded by the royal family and constructed by the people. The first 3 floors catered to everyday commodities. The 4th floor was dedicated to luxury goods, and the entire 5th floor served as a grand auction area. Oh, this auction house is truly vast, Feng exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Despite her noble background, her family was merely a second-tier clan in Wuhan City, and she had never encountered such opulent architecture before, especially as there were no buildings of this type in Wuhan City. It's almost comparable to the main castle of the Wuhan Hall, don't you think, Lao Si? Muchin nudged Qian Yuhan. It may not surpass the Wuhan main hall, but its scale is somewhat similar to my father's sanctuary. Qian Yuhan mused to himself. Muchin remarked, I feel quite dazzled. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a staff member. Hello. It's a pleasure to serve you. Lei Ming produced an invitation card from his pocket and handed it to the staff member. There are 7 of us. Please confirm the number. Understood. Please follow me, everyone. I will escort you to the VIP box. We will take the members-only elevator. Wow, a members-only elevator? How exclusive. Muchin exclaimed in wonder as they walked. Muchin gazed at the surrounding walls, crafted from gold and adorned with numerous diamonds. Qian Yuhan, much like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, gazed around with a sense of wonder and curiosity. What about that elevator over there? Qian Yuhan inquired. Oh, that elevator is for ordinary people to access the 1st to 4th floors for purchasing supplies, not exceeding the 5th floor, came the response. What sorts of things are sold inside? Qian Yuhan asked. Food, toys, cooking items, an array of soul-guiding devices, and numerous crafts await you. You can take a stroll when the time comes, the staff member replied respectfully. The auction will commence at 9 o'clock tonight. Allow me to escort you to your private box to familiarize yourselves with the seating arrangements. Mu Chun patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. 4th. That sign of yours seems promising. Perhaps we could consider setting up a stall here to sell some items. Qian Yuhan chuckled. Indeed. I intend to consult with Luo Shui when the time comes. She possesses great knowledge. Chapter 150. The auction commences at the Douluo Grand Auction House. A captivating auctioneer clad in an opulent gown welcomed the esteemed guests to the imperial auction, which featured a total of 66 exquisite items. Within the private box, Muchin inquired, what exactly is the level of the imperial auction? A service attendant within the box smiled and explained, indeed. The auctions at the Douluo Grand Auction House are categorized into 3 tiers, imperial, sect, and civil. The imperial auction is held annually, the sect auction quarterly, while the civil auction takes place on a monthly and weekly basis, though the latter is rather unpredictable. Lei Ming added with a grin. The primary reason for bringing you all here today is to fulfill a task assigned by the Academy, which entails acquiring several items to bring back. Additionally, I thought it prudent to see if we might stumble upon any hidden treasures. Should there be surplus funds, I shall assist you in procuring something of value. As the group engaged in lively conversation within the box, the auctioneer began to present the first item for bid. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural item of this auction is a premium bespoke soul-guided carriage, crafted by the Royal Soul-Guided Apparatus Research Center. This carriage boasts the most advanced and intelligent facilities available on the entire continent. Notably, its smart driving assistance system requires only a minimal consumption of soul power to sustain 3 hours of autonomous driving. Additional pertinent information has been uploaded to the soul-guided screens before you, allowing everyone to continue reading and exploring the details. The audience eagerly interacted with the screens, expressing their astonishment. Qian Yuhan was taken aback, exchanging solemn glances with Mu Chun and the others, silently contemplating. Has the technology of soul-guided devices in the Heavenly Do Empire advanced to this extent? Ladies and gentlemen, the first auction item, a high-end customized soul-guided vehicle. Let us breathe new life into it. The starting bid. The auctioneer deliberately elongated the announcement, causing many attendees to grip their bidding paddles in anticipation. 10 million gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid no less than 100,000 gold soul coins. 10,500,000. Excellent. Number 0498 at 10,500,000. 11 million. 12 million. Number 9033 has bid 12 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This soul-guided vehicle is undoubtedly worth 15 million. A portly middle-aged man, clad in a black formal suit, topped with a black hat and mask, shouted. Mr. Meng from VIP Box 3 has bid 15 million. 16 million. A gentleman in a white suit raised his paddle to increase the bid. Hey, who dares to contest me? This vehicle is mine. Mr. Meng in the box grumbled indignantly. You're marvelous, master. A cat-eared girl nestled against Mr. Meng, exuding charm. Mr. Meng's hands were restless. One hand pressed on the bidding device while the other began to caress the cat-eared girl. Do you like it, darling? Master, may I? Of course. No problem. However, you must accompany me more often at night. There can be no more refusals. The cat-eared girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her body involuntarily shuddering. Of course. Mr. Meng replied with a slight smile, pressing down on the bidding device again. 40 million. Mr. Meng directly called out 40 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly, aware that the better the auction's outcome, the more substantial her bonus would be. How could she not be thrilled? Oh my darling, you're quite. Please, just see if it gets sold. I'll serve you wholeheartedly if it does. Mr. Meng's gaze sharpened as he spoke. Why yes, master. Mr. Meng pressed the bidding device once more. 50 million. The auctioneer, gazing at the soul-guided screen displaying the bid, could scarcely believe her eyes. This was her first time serving as an auctioneer for a royal-level auction, and she had certainly paid a hefty price to secure this opportunity. With the first item commanding such a high price, her confidence in the subsequent items soared. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time, the auctioneer announced slowly. Is there anyone else willing to try? We are about to drop the hammer. Clang. The hammer fell, clean and decisive. Congratulations, Mr. Meng. The high-end customized soul-guided vehicle has been secured for 50 million. The goods will be delivered to the address you provided, and at that time, our personnel will arrive at your suite to assist you with the necessary procedures. The auctioneer stated. In the private room where Qian Yuhan and the others were gathered, an air of silence enveloped them as they exchanged wide-eyed glances. Observing this, Lei Ming chuckled and remarked, What is the matter? Are you frightened? Mu Chun swallowed hard and replied, Indeed, it's quite astonishing. My home is in the Tiando Empire, yet I have never witnessed such advanced technology being mastered there, let alone sold at such a high price. Tang Chen added. Qin Yuhan was equally astonished. This price was akin to that of a supercar from the original world, yet the vehicle's exterior resembled that of a soul-guided sedan. Its true value undoubtedly lay in the soul-guiding technology it possessed. Master, have you secured it? Let us commence. You have ignited a fervent fire within my heart. Come now. Darling. Mr. Meng rolled over, pinning the cat-eared maid beneath him, beginning to undress. I must warn you, please hold on a moment, master. There will be staff for the handover shortly. Let us wait until everything is settled. Hee. I have already anticipated this and have someone waiting at the door to assist me. Now, here I come. The next item up for bid is the Undying Fiery Feather Fan, an 8th-level soul-guided weapon crafted by the Royal Soul-Guided Device Research Center of the Tiando Empire. The auctioneer announced. Our target has appeared, Lei Ming remarked. What a rich essence of fire attributes, Fang Yim mused to herself. The auctioneer continued. Though this is merely a fan, those who underestimate it will surely pay a heavy price. This feather fan is a soul-guided weapon developed after years of research on the exceedingly rare Phoenix Soul Beast, enhancing the combat prowess of fire attribute soul masters significantly. The starting bid is 1 million gold soul coins. Now, let the bidding begin. Alas, my esteemed companion is not of the fire attribute. It is of no use to us, a merchant lamented. A fan, no matter how it is presented, remains just a fan. Whoever buys it is a fool. Others chimed in, with few voices raising their bids. VIP Box 1 bids 3 million gold soul coins. The auctioneer declared. After several revisions, it finally passed approval. Regrettably, I had to present a condensed version to offer some benefits to my brothers. Chapter 151. The mysterious fragmented map teacher, Mu Chen began, but was interrupted by Lei Ming raising his hand. What? Do you not trust the teacher? While I was dominating the auction floor, you were likely unaware of my prowess. Just watch, Lei Ming chuckled. Mu Chen had actually intended to say, Are we not bidding high enough? In the seats below the VIP boxes. The audience began to murmur upon hearing the auctioneer's bid. Which wealthy young master is here spending money? This fan cannot possibly be worth that price. Why should it concern you? If they are wealthy and willing, who are we to judge? Did you not hear? The individual who just bid on that high-end private soul-guided vehicle was apprehended while I was in the restroom. What happened? I heard that fellow is from the Ming family of Tiando. He simply did not have enough funds and was directly seized in the box. Rumor has it. He was still there, laughing. Such pretentiousness. He truly believes himself to be significant. Is it possible? At present, one cannot ascertain the authenticity of such funds. Subsequently, Lei Ming escalated the price to 5 million gold soul coins, and without further negotiations, the transaction was finalized at that sum. The staff diligently verified identities and cross-checked item information, facilitating the payment seamlessly. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. We shall not intrude further. The staff member respectfully remarked before gently closing the door behind them. In the corridor, several staff members began to express their thoughts. Look at him. That is a true magnate, entirely decisive and unfaltering. Indeed, unlike that rather rotund individual we encountered initially, and that woman. Another staff member shuddered at the recollection. 5 million to secure it. I had anticipated it would require 5 million, Mu Chen exclaimed in admiration, gazing at Lei Ming. Just average. Lei Ming waved his hand with a smile. He continued, now that the academy's task is complete, we still have a budget of 5 million remaining. Let us see if there are any suitable items for you. It would be even more splendid if we could find a hidden gem. The group displayed expressions brimming with anticipation. Qian Yuhan was lost in thought, sensing that there was something of great significance awaiting discovery. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in VIP Box 1 for acquiring the Level 7 Soul Guidance device, the Death Ray, for 500,000 gold soul coins. Furthermore, congratulations to the same esteemed guest for securing the All-Terrain Detection Soul Guidance device for 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Teacher, what purpose does this All-Terrain Detection Soul Guidance device serve? Tang Chen inquired at that moment. You little ones might find it difficult to comprehend. You are all formidable attack and control type soul masters, yet you lack support and agility type soul masters, which is a shortcoming in your team. Lei Ming remarked while stroking his beard. Fangya, quick to react, responded, are you suggesting that this all-terrain detection soul guidance device could function as our agility type soul master? Lei Ming chuckled. Indeed. Fangya is sharp. While Fangya grasped the implication, Qian Yuhan and the others remained perplexed. Teacher, what do you mean? This device is faster and more powerful than any of us. Mu Chen asked. Ha. Come, Xiaoya, enlighten them, Lei Ming replied, laughing at Mu Chen's question. Fangya stifled a giggle and proceeded to elaborate. Certainly, the speed and attack power of this all-terrain detection soul guidance device cannot match ours. However, we are all strong attack and control type soul masters, lacking agility and support type soul masters. Without Sister Luo Shui, our control capabilities would be significantly diminished. Mu Chen interjected. Fangyu continued, in a team, strong attack type soul masters serve as the primary offensive force, while support and control types enhance the capabilities of the strong attackers, elevating them to their utmost potential or providing boosts to the entire team in facing adversaries. Control-type soul masters primarily weaken the opponent and disrupt their attacks. Agility-type soul masters act as scouts, gathering vital intelligence on enemy positions and the battle environment before the engagement. I see. We have indeed been lacking such a role. And this all-terrain detection soul guidance device is a perfect fit. Qian Yuhan finally understood. Do you grasp it now? Lei Ming inquired with a smile. Qian Yuhan held great admiration for his teacher, Lei Ming, whose dedication to his students was truly remarkable. He was astutely aware of the elements they overlooked in battle and devised tailored solutions for them. The auctioneer then announced the final item of the evening. Here it comes. The grand finale of the auction. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, eager to see what it was. The item was indeed peculiar. As the attendant approached, she unveiled a tray covered with a mysterious red cloth. How strange. Is this what I sensed earlier? Qian Yuhan muttered to himself. What's wrong, old for? Mu Chen inquired. Nothing, just a feeling. I must possess this item. Qian Yuhan's gaze remained fixated on the object presented by the attendant. But Yuhan. We don't have Lei Ming, he heard a voice say. Qian Yuhan smiled and shook his head, saying, It's all right, teacher. I can afford it. I have some money. The crowd murmured, having forgotten that this young man was quite wealthy, a scion of affluence. The elegant auctioneer glided to the podium, gracefully extending her delicate hand to gently unveil the vibrant crimson cloth draped over the tray. The moment the fabric was lifted, every gaze in the room converged upon the tray. To their astonishment, however, what lay within was not the coveted treasure they had anticipated, but rather a tattered piece of paper weathered by the passage of time. A ripple of laughter erupted from the crowd, the first chuckle igniting a chorus of derisive mirth. "Did you make a mistake, my lady?" Someone called out. "What is this rag?" Another voice chimed in, adding to the cacophony of mockery, which surged like a tidal wave. Yet, the auctioneer remained composed, a serene smile gracing her lips as she stood steadfast on the stage. Clearing her throat, she addressed the audience. "I can assure you, everyone must be curious about the true nature of this final item. I can responsibly inform you that anything showcased at our prestigious auction has undergone rigorous authentication and selection. There is absolutely no attempt to mislead you." Before she could elaborate further, a chorus of disdainful comments erupted from the audience. "I am eager to see how she spins this worthless trinket into something grand," one scoffed. "Indeed, mere rhetoric cannot deceive us. I shan't be fooled," another added. "I wouldn't accept this even for free, let alone pay for it," someone spat. "In the end, it is merely a worthless scrap." Undeterred by the relentless waves of skepticism and derision, the auctioneer maintained her poise. Raising her voice slightly, she declared, "Please, everyone, remain calm and listen. This seemingly insignificant item is, in fact, a fragment of the legendary map to the fabled Valley of Light." Her proclamation struck the audience like a thunderclap. The previously raucous venue fell into an astonished silence, all eyes wide with disbelief as they scrutinized the aged paper. Even the esteemed guests in the luxurious boxes, well-versed and knowledgeable, found themselves holding their breath, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Thank you to Brother Eternal Ghostblade for the generous support. Chapter 152. The winning bid. The Valley of Light is shrouded in mystery, rumored to conceal secrets that may unlock the shackles of this world. The auctioneer continued. "Unlock the shackles of the world. What does that mean?" Someone from the audience queried. "Fool. It means to become a god, the legendary deity," another responded, elucidating the question. "Then this is indeed a valuable item." "Certainly, but regrettably, it is merely a fragmentary map, which likely diminishes its value considerably." The crowd began to speculate on the starting bid for this incomplete map. "Well, I trust everyone has developed an interest in it now." This is the final highlight of today's auction, with a starting bid of 1 million gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed a minimum of 100,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer announced. "What? 1 million? My goodness." After hearing the starting price soar to 1 million, the crowd began to hesitate, deeming such a high price for a fragmented map unjustifiable. In the private box, Lei Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard, and remarked, "Heh, these short-sighted individuals." He then cast a glance in the direction of Qian Yuhan. "Yuhan, it's your turn to make a move." Qian Yuhan nodded slightly and pressed the bidding device within the private room. The auctioneer, who had initially anticipated that this final lot would go unsold, suddenly noticed the bid displayed on his soul-guiding screen, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, the esteemed guest in VIP room number 1 has placed a bid of 1 million. Is there a higher offer?" Qian Yuhan's bid can indeed be regarded as her salvation. If the final piece of the royal auction were to go unsold, it would become a laughingstock in the auction world, and there may never be another opportunity to grace the royal auction stage again. Of course, this is undoubtedly related to the quality of the item. 1,100,000, declared the auctioneer for the second time. 1,100,000. He repeated for the third. Just as he was about to bring the gavel down, a voice interjected, "Wait, 1,500,000. In the opposite private room, where Qian Yuhan and his companions were situated, Ning Kaiwan lounged comfortably on the sofa, a goblet filled with drink in hand, casually crossing one leg over the other. With a leisurely demeanor, he pressed the bidding device, apologizing through a loudspeaker. "I beg your pardon, everyone. I must have just dozed off." His gaze, however, was provocatively fixed upon Qian Yuhan. "The esteemed guest in VIP room 6 has bid 1.5 million. Would the esteemed guest in VIP room 1 like to continue increasing the offer?" The auctioneer inquired. It was evident to her that the individuals in room 6 were deliberately attempting to irritate their rivals, particularly targeting the one competing for the item in room 1. As the auctioneer, she naturally hoped to witness an escalating contest between the two parties. Within VIP room 1, Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun, and others clearly recognized the individual from the opposite room. Mu Chun, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What a scoundrel! Old four, that brat is intentionally trying to vex you," claiming he just fell asleep. Qian Yuhan smiled faintly, and Ning Kaiwan remarked with a sense of perplexity, "It is indeed strange. We have no grievances with anyone in the academy, and our interactions with other classmates have been quite harmonious. Why, then, do we always encounter such individuals?" Fanya could not help but interject with her own observations. Lei Ming, seemingly privy to the underlying truths, chuckled as he remarked, "Indeed, who could blame us?" From the moment Yuhan arrived, she exhibited a closeness to that girl, Luo Shui. As for the previous Wu Yifan, I am not familiar with him. But I do know that Ning Kaiwen is an ardent admirer of Luo Shui. That explains everything, Zhao Ke chimed in, giving Qian Yuhan a playful pat. Qian Yuhan remarked, "I am simply good friends with Luo Shui." "Oh, stop talking and hurry up and place your bid. The hammer is about to fall." Lei Ming chuckled, offering a timely reminder. "The current bid for VIP Box 1 stands at 1.6 million, announced the auctioneer, relaying the ongoing figures. The audience below had transformed into mere spectators, as some individuals in the other boxes surmised that two prominent figures were engaged in a competitive duel, choosing to observe without causing any disruption. "Continue," Ning Kaiwen casually stated, while a maid beneath him pressed the bidding device. "The esteemed guest in VIP Box 6 has raised the bid to 2 million. Ning Kaiwen thought to himself, "Though this worthless item holds no value for me, I am intrigued to see just how much determination you, Qian Yuhan, possess." Qian Yu's cold expression hardened as he pressed the number on the bidding device. 550,050 million? The auctioneer exclaimed. Inside Box 6, Ning Kaiwen's countenance darkened upon hearing the bid. Does this fellow truly possess such wealth? In a dim corner of the box, an anxious voice interjected, "Ning Kaiwen, why aren't you raising your bid? He is about to secure it." The speaker was none other than Wu Yifan, who had recently allied with Ning Kaiwen. "Hush, just focus on your own business," Ning Kaiwen replied with a smile, turning his head. Wu Yifan scoffed, muttering inwardly, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do not expect to eliminate him in one fell swoop. We must proceed slowly, gradually wearing him down." "That is how one truly strikes," Ning Kaiwen articulated. "It's akin to being a mosquito or a fly while he sleeps, disturbing his rest without him being able to locate or contend with us. In the end, he will leave." Wu Yifan feigned a smile while internally ridiculing, "What a fool. Likening himself to a mosquito or a fly, don't associate me with that. He may seem clever, but not by much." Congratulations to the esteemed guests in VIP Box 1 for successfully bidding on this final highlight item. The auctioneer announced, "Our staff will be in touch shortly for the handover." Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, the royal auction of this year has now concluded. We look forward to seeing you at the upcoming grand and public auctions. Let us meet again next year. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, each individual wearing a radiant smile. Some rejoiced in acquiring their desired items, while others mocked the unfortunate souls who squandered their money on worthless trinkets. Qian Yuhan retrieved the card left for him by Qian Mo from the cold-hearted dragon god golden bracelet. After transmitting his soul power for payment, he obtained a fragment of the map. Simultaneously, the staff handed him a small box. Upon receiving the box, Qian Yuhan inquired about its contents. The staff member smiled and replied, "Young one, this box is a request from the person who sent the fragment of the map to our auction house. The map and the contents of this box must be delivered to the same individual, though I must admit, I am not entirely aware of what lies within." "Oh, thank you." Qian Yuhan expressed his gratitude. "You're most welcome. The transaction has been completed. We shall take our leave," said the staff members as they exited the private room. One female staff member excitedly remarked, "Wow, that little boy was so adorable. I'm certain he will grow up to be a handsome young man." Another male staff member glanced back as the door closed, saying, "Keep your voice down. Do you want to jeopardize your job by discussing a VIP? I was merely speaking the truth. That little boy wouldn't hold it against me, and besides, I was complimenting him," she retorted. "Consider it a conquest," Lei Ming interjected. "Indeed." Yet Qian Yuhan gazed into the empty private room across from him and solemnly stated, "If he desires to provoke me, then I shall meet him in kind." With that, Qian Yuhan opened the box, only to discover a dazzling golden diamond gemstone radiating brilliant light. Before anyone could react, the gemstone flew from Qian Yuhan's forehead into his body, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness before collapsing. "Yuhan! Yuhan!" The crowd anxiously called out his name. Chapter 153, The Sacred Land of Light. Gradually, Qian Yuhan opened his eyes, perceiving everything around him as if in a dream. He was astonished to find himself in a realm resembling a paradise, a veritable utopia. Looking around, he beheld lush trees surrounding him, their greenery flourishing like an emerald sea. The wild grasses in the thicket grew abundantly, swaying gently in the breeze and producing a soft rustling sound. Radiant sunlight pierced through the layers of clouds, cascading down like golden threads, illuminating this enchanting land with a resplendent glow. At that moment, Qian Yuhan stood quietly at the edge of a steep cliff. Cautiously, he stepped back, only to discover a narrow cave concealed by dense vegetation. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the secrets hidden within. Qian Yuhan took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and then cast her gaze once more upon her surroundings and the breathtaking scenery below the cliff. Upon this observation, she was utterly mesmerized. Beneath the precipice, a myriad of trees flourished, varying in height and shape. Bathed in the brilliant sunlight, they radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Some displayed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blazing flames. Others shimmered with a haunting azure glow, akin to the profound night sky, while still others emitted a delicate green luminescence, as if sculpted from exquisite jade. In the distance, atop a remote mountain peak, a resplendent golden beam of light soared towards the heavens. This radiant pillar was so striking. It appeared to serve as a bridge connecting the earth and the sky. Qian Yuhan widened his eyes, striving to discern the origin of the enigmatic beam of light. However, the distance proved insurmountable, leaving only a vague silhouette in view. Following the direction of the luminescence, he could faintly perceive a village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Wisps of smoke ascended gently from the village, infusing the entire scene with warmth and tranquility. Neatly arranged plots of land were abundant with crops, their verdant expanse stretching all the way to the base of the mountain upon which Qian Yuhan stood. "Greetings, young one," a venerable voice emanated from beside him. Startled, Qian Yuhan turned to behold a kindly old man, bent with age and smiling warmly at him. "Good sir, may I know who you are?" Qian Yuhan inquired. "My child, there is no need for you to know my identity just yet. When the time is ripe, you shall come to understand who I am," the old man replied slowly. "Ah, very well, esteemed elder. Can you tell me where this place is?" Qian Yuhan asked. "I cannot fathom how I have arrived here. Just moments ago, I was at the Grand Auction House of the Tiando Empire." "Ha ha ha. You were at the Grand Auction House of Tiando? How amusing." The old man chuckled. Qian Yuhan regarded the elderly man before him with keen scrutiny. Although the old man emitted no discernible fluctuations of soul power, a profound sense of otherworldliness emanated from his gaze. It was a look that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence. A gaze Qian Yuhan had only witnessed in his father's eyes. Could he possibly be a limit Douluo? A vague suspicion began to unfurl within Qian Yuhan's mind. "Child, your intuition is not mistaken," the old man chuckled, revealing his identity as a limit Douluo. "Qian Yuhan, how could he possibly know what I am thinking? How terrifying. Grandpa, how do you know what is on my mind?" Qian Yuhan inquired aloud. The old man chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, "I do not know what you are thinking, my child. I merely inferred it from your facial expressions." Qian Yuhan was somewhat skeptical of the old man's words. "You still haven't told me where this place is. What is going on?" Qian Yuhan pressed on. The old man responded, "This is the sacred land of light. You have merged with the gem of light, and your consciousness has directly connected to this place." "The sacred land of light? The valley of light?" Qian Yuhan questioned, puzzled. The old man smiled faintly, but did not elaborate. He then gently said, "Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand nonchalantly, and in an instant, the surrounding environment transformed as if stirred by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves beside a tranquil and mysterious pool of water. The pool resembled a brilliant pearl embedded in the earth, radiating enchanting hues. The water's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the fluffy white clouds in the sky and the lush trees surrounding it. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous yellow light points hovering above the pool, resembling a swarm of delicate fairies gracefully ascending, infusing the entire scene with a dreamlike quality. Standing at the edge of the pool, Qian Yuhan gazed around, captivated by the breathtaking scenery. In the distance, the rolling mountains harmonized beautifully with the azure sky and white clouds. Nearby, vibrant flowers and flourishing grasses competed for attentions, releasing waves of delightful fragrance. At that moment, Qian Yuhan could not help but look up in astonishment, discovering that the towering beam of light he had seen earlier was now only 100 meters away from him. It stood like a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, as if connecting the mysterious forces between heaven and earth. Observing Qian Yuhan's astonished expression, the old man smiled and explained, "This is the legendary sacred pool of light. Now, you must enter the pool and calm your mind to begin meditating. I believe that meditating here will bring you unexpected surprises. However, Qian Yuhan was still concerned about his teacher. If his consciousness did not return in time, his physical body would remain in a dormant state, worrying his teacher and friends. Ha ha ha, you certainly think ahead, the old man laughed. Rest assured, the passage of time here is not the same as that cliff you encountered earlier. A year spent here equates to merely a day in the real world. How is this the opposite of the divine realm? Qian Yuhan murmured. The little one knows of the divine realm. Ha ha ha, you are indeed remarkable. The old man, intrigued by Qian Yuhan's awareness of the divine realm, decided not to inquire further and gestured for him to enter the pool known as the sacred pool of light. This place is not the divine realm. It is merely a special space created by that great being before ascending. The elder spoke another word to Qian Yuhan after he entered the sacred pool of light. Upon finishing his statement, he vanished from the spot. Has he truly disappeared? Qian Yuhan murmured. As Qian Yuhan's consciousness merged with the waters of the holy pool, he felt an elevation of his awareness and a nurturing of his spiritual energy. Outside the medical room of the Royal Academy of Tiando, Lei Ming paced anxiously, never having felt such tension before. His concern for Qian Yuhan's condition weighed heavily on him. As a teacher, it was natural to feel distressed when a student faced trouble. After a while, the door of the medical room opened, and the doctor emerged. Lei Ming hurried forward to inquire, Dr. Liao, how is my student? Dr. Liao replied, the child is physically unharmed, but a pause from the doctor caused Lei Ming's heart to leap into his throat. Calm down, Teacher Lei, he continued. This child appears to have entered a deep state of meditation. Lei Ming's anxious heart finally eased, and he playfully slapped Dr. Liao on the back, exclaiming, you rascal, don't leave me hanging like that. A doctor's pause is quite alarming, you know? Ha ha ha, there's no need for such urgency. What exactly is the matter? Upon examining him, I discovered an immense power within him, alongside a significant amount of natural elemental energy, both of which seem to be merging and absorbing each other. Lei Ming shook his head, saying, I'm not entirely sure. As long as the child is fine, that's all that matters. If anything were to happen, how would I explain it to those old geezers? In truth, Lei Ming suspected that the immense power within Qian Yuhan might stem from the gem that had entered his body. While the elemental energy was undoubtedly the result of the celestial herbs he had absorbed. However, these were personal secrets, and as a teacher, he would never divulge them without the student's consent. This was his principle. The following morning, just as Dr. Liao was about to check Qian Yuhan's condition, Qian Yuhan slowly opened his eyes and awoke. Dr. Liao's hand trembled, causing the items on his tray to scatter across the floor. Oh my, he is awake. Thank you to Brother Eternal Ghost Blade for the triple support and flowers. Much appreciated. Chapter 154. You've reached level 50? He is awake. Dr. Liao exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the revived Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan entered a profound state of meditation. It seemed implausible that he could awaken so swiftly. Dr. Liao pondered for a moment, suspecting that perhaps his eyes were deceiving him, and rubbed them gently. Upon focusing once more, he confirmed that indeed, Qian Yuhan had awakened. You are awake, he stammered as Qian Yuhan sat up from the bed. Surveying his surroundings and realizing he had returned to the academy. I am the physician of the academy. My surname is Liao, Dr. Liao managed to say, suppressing his astonishment. Hello, Dr. Liao. Thank you for your care, Qian Yuhan replied with a warm smile. It was nothing, really, it is merely my duty. Besides, I hardly did anything. Dr. Liao responded with a wave of his hand, still smiling. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Little Yuhan, I thought you had entered meditation. How is it that you have awakened so soon? Quick? Was it truly quick? As Qian Yuhan finished speaking, he recalled the peculiar space in which his consciousness had resided, where time flowed at a slower pace than the outside world. He had meditated there for half a year, while only half a day had passed in his physical form. Perhaps my constitution is somewhat extraordinary, Qian Yuhan mused with a wry smile. Dr. Liao nodded gently, remarking, that is indeed a possibility. After all, during your previous examination, we discovered the astonishing power and immense elemental energy within you. Just as the two were conversing, a thunderous voice echoed from the doorway. Upon entering, Lei Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? He beheld Qian Yuhan, awake and smiling as he chatted with Dr. Liao. Yuhan, how is it possible that you? Lei Ming stood there, stunned by the scene before him, his voice trailing off. Teacher, I'm perfectly fine. I apologize for causing you concern. Qian Yuhan replied with a hint of remorse. Lei Ming hurriedly approached, scrutinizing Qian Yuhan closely. At that moment, Dr. Liao laughed heartily, saying, Haha, If anyone was most worried about you, it would be your teacher and that group of friends. They were like a chorus of death's heralds, incessantly inquiring about your condition yesterday. Yuhan, are you truly all right? Lei Ming asked, examining him from head to toe. Teacher, I assure you, I am completely fine. You see. Qian Yuhan shrugged with a smile and said, That's good, that's good. Lei Ming sighed deeply, releasing his soul power to sense Qian Yuhan's physical condition. After a thorough examination, he exclaimed in astonishment, You have broken through? Yes, teacher. I have reached level 50, Qian Yuhan replied calmly. At that moment, Liao Tian, who was drinking water, choked upon hearing the news of Qian Yuhan's advancement to level 50, splattering water all over Lei Ming. You rascal, Lei Ming scolded. Young friend Yuhan, have you truly reached level 50? Dr. Liao, disregarding the disgruntled expression on Lei Ming's face, inquired eagerly. Yes, Qian Yuhan nodded in response. Remarkable. You have completely absorbed the elemental forces of heaven and earth. I never expected such power to enable you to ascend 4 levels in one go. Lei Ming marveled. A child under 9 years old, at level 50. My heavens, Dr. Liao exclaimed, nearly collapsing from the shock. With mediocre cultivation abilities, he had barely reached the level of a soul emperor in his middle age. However, his keen interest in medicine led him to abandon his cultivation to focus on becoming a healer. Yuhan, what about your 5th soul ring? Lei Ming inquired. Well, I was just about to mention that. I would like to request leave to visit the Douluo forest, Qian Yuhan stated. The Douluo forest? What soul skill do you wish to acquire there? It is perilous to venture there alone. I am concerned, Lei Ming replied. The Douluo forest hosts a plethora of soul beasts, allowing me to explore and select a suitable skill. Absolutely not. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone. Lei Ming insisted firmly. If anything were to happen to you, I could not bear that responsibility. As your teacher, I must be accountable for all of you, whether in daily training, academic pursuits, or your safety. Very well then. Might I trouble you to accompany me to the Douluo forest? Qian Yuhan, understanding Lei Ming's intentions were for his own good, smiled without pressing further. Agreed. Let us plan for the day after tomorrow. You have just concluded your training, and your body and mind are in a state of fatigue. You must take the next couple of days to recuperate and not rush your progress. As for tonight's physical training, I will consider reducing the intensity for you. Lei Ming said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, eagerly nodding in response. Thank you, teacher. I understand. He was acutely aware that Lei Ming's physical training was notoriously rigorous, often intimidating many with its intensity. Thus, receiving even a slight reduction in the demands placed upon him was undoubtedly a momentous boon for Qian Yuhan. Lei Ming regarded the youth before him. Slightly immature, yet brimming with vitality, and a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. You little rascal, he jested affectionately, turning his gaze toward Liao Tian. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Despite Qian Yuhan's remarkable talents in cultivation, he remained, after all, merely a child yet to reach adulthood. Both Lei Ming and Liao Tian were acutely aware that the path to growth is long and winding, even with exceptional aptitude. It requires careful nurturing and guidance to allow this young sapling to flourish and ultimately transform into a towering tree. Seeing that Qian Yuhan had no further concerns, they encouraged him to return to his companions. Wow, old four, you're back? Qian Yuhan knocked on the dormitory door, and Mu Chun responded with delight. Is everything all right? Tang Chen inquired. All is well now, second brother. I'm feeling quite good, Qian Yuhan replied. You seem even stronger, class leader. Zhao Ke remarked. Indeed, I've made some progress. Qian Yuhan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun and the others could no longer contain themselves. Mu Chun leaped from his bed, and simultaneously, Tang Chen swiftly joined the others by Qian Yuhan's side. The three of them, filled with exuberance, quickly surrounded Qian Yuhan, forming an impenetrable circle. What do you all want? Qian Yuhan asked, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. His eyes were filled with confusion and apprehension, completely unaware of the motives of these three individuals. Hee. What do we want? Mu Chun revealed a sly smile that suggested mischief. He leaned closer to Qian Yuhan and lowered his voice. Here's your chance. Confess. What is your current strength level? Upon hearing this query, Qian Yuhan softly replied, level 50. Oh, only 50? Wait, how much? Mu Chun initially failed to grasp the significance, but as the number registered, his eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, Mu Chun suddenly shouted, Brothers, let's go. This guy is already at level 50. We can't allow him to be so arrogant. Let's take him down together. With his call to arms, the other two immediately complied. However, Qian Yuhan clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events and hurriedly attempted to explain, "Hey, wait, you can't do this. Listen to me." But before he could finish, a hand reached out and yanked him to the ground. Laughter erupted as Mu Chun and the others began their playful assault on Qian Yuhan. Some tickled him, while others took the opportunity to playfully smack him. In the midst of his struggle to escape, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. No. Stop tickling me, it's too much. Ha ha. The laughter and pleas of Qian Yuhan resonated throughout the room, intertwining with the jovial sounds of Mu Chun and others, creating a scene of extraordinary revelry. Chapter 155. I must say, you are truly a fool. In the corner of the dormitory, Qian Yuhan trembled with trepidation. Isn't brother back yet? Mu Chun inquired at that moment. Tang Chen shook his head, estimating that he would return in a few days. Does it really take that long just to obtain a soul ring? Zhao Ke queried. Tang Chen smiled and replied, I suspect father intends to impart some of our Haotian sect's profound secrets to him. Profound secrets? Mu Chun and Zhao Ke exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Is it akin to the explosive ring that second brother possesses? Qian Yuhan then asked. Tang Chen nodded. The levels are quite similar, yet I practice the great Sumeru hammer, while brother is likely to train in the 9 ultimate techniques of Haotian. Great Sumeru hammer, 9 ultimate techniques of Haotian, Qian Yuhan murmured thoughtfully. Qian Yuhan. In the previous life, I read in a novel that the male protagonist learned these 2 exceptional skills from his father and uncle, which significantly enhanced his strength and made him increasingly arrogant. If my elder brother and second brother were to master these 2 extraordinary techniques, our team's power would ascend to new heights. By the way, Chenair, have you mastered that formidable great Sumeru hammer? Mu Chun inquired. Tang Chen shook his head, expressing regret. My strength is insufficient. To wield the great Sumeru hammer, one must at least attain the rank of a title Douluo. A title Douluo? How lofty! Zhao Ke exclaimed. Indeed, thus I have only grasped the essence of the great Sumeru hammer's explosive ring. I am still far from fully mastering the great Sumeru hammer. Tang Chen remarked while waving his hand. Speaking of which, fourth brother, you have reached level 50. When will you acquire your 5th soul ring? Your breakthrough seems rather. Tang Chen shifted the conversation towards Qian Yuhan. In a few days, Teacher Lei will take me to the Stardow Forest. Oh, you must exercise caution. The soul beasts there are notoriously fierce and savage, not to mention the existence of dangerous creatures, Mu Chun cautioned. Yes, rest assured, I will be prudent. Qian Yuhan replied with a smile, patting Mu Chun on the shoulder. That evening, the 4 of them, along with Fangya, went to the academy's cafeteria for dinner. Along the way, Fangya said, Sister Luo Shui just returned this afternoon. It is said that her absorption of the primordial ice flower's soul power has significantly enhanced her abilities. Mu Chun curiously asked, what level is she at now? Fangya shook her head. I'm not quite sure. I can no longer see through her strength, and she appeared quite fatigued upon her return this afternoon, merely greeting us before retreating to her room to rest. Qian Yuhan mused. Luo Shui has returned. It appears that the Hunyuan ice flower has indeed arrived at an opportune moment for her. She is likely on the verge of breaking through to the Soul King. Mu Chun inquired, Xiaoya, how has your cultivation progressed? Didn't Yuhan provide you with the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Once you absorb it completely, achieving a breakthrough to the soul sect should be a certainty. Fangya nodded in agreement. Indeed, the herb given by the class monitor possesses exceptional quality. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower can be regarded as the sovereign among divine herbs, its quality rivaling that of the heartbreak red. I currently feel that I have absorbed barely half of it. Qian Yu smiled and said, there is no need to rush. We shall proceed step by step. Indeed. I sense that with each bit I absorb, the flames of the phoenix within me become increasingly refined. Qian Yuhan remarked, this is indeed a positive development. In truth, if my conjecture is correct, your martial soul has yet to undergo complete evolution, and there still resides a malevolent fire within you. Qian Yuhan gazed at Fangya and continued, once you have fully absorbed the elemental essence from the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, I believe the flames within you will transform into the most exquisite fire in existence. Your strength will undoubtedly ascend even further. He understood. Thank you, class leader. Fangya replied gratefully. As they say, great accumulation leads to a sudden outburst. In terms of quality, Fangya's 3-headed evil fire phoenix martial soul surpasses Mu Chun's golden crocodile king, and she is destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Tang Chun added with a smile to encourage her. Yes, I will strive to catch up with all of you. Fang Yu responded cheerfully. By the way, have you all heard? Fang Yu seemed to recall something and said, this morning. Teacher Lei informed the higher-ups of the academy about Zhao Shua and Yu Yang sneaking messages. That's splendid. It's about time they dealt with them. They have been a nuisance. Mu Qin remarked, shaking his fist as he walked. What did the academy say? Qian Yuhan inquired. Fang Yu waved her hand dismissively. I'm not entirely sure. I merely overheard some conversations in our dormitory building. It seems Zhao Shua and Yu Yang have been suspended. They implicated Wu Yifan, who is now also facing suspension. But the Wu family has come to the academy to negotiate, and they should still be in discussions. Fang Yu shared what she had heard with the others. This minor issue doesn't even require negotiation, Tang Qin scoffed. Exactly, Zhao Ku concurred. After the five finished their meal and stepped out of the cafeteria, they were halted by an official dressed in uniform, presumably a leader from the academy. Qian Yuhan, as well as the rest of you, he called out. Qian Yuhan halted his steps upon hearing a voice and turned to look. You must be Qian Yuhan, he said, first bowing respectfully before inquiring. Oh, do not be anxious, young Yuhan. Have you and your friends just finished your meal? The middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile. Yes, we have just finished. Qian Yuhan replied politely with a smile. That is splendid. Do you all have some time? Please, accompany us for a while, the middle-aged man inquired cheerfully. Qian Yuhan glanced at his companions, who nodded in agreement, eager to discern the matter at hand. We have no objections, let us proceed. Qian Yuhan conveyed on behalf of the group. The middle-aged man chuckled. Upon reaching the top floor of the office building, they had scarcely exited the stairwell when a woman's voice resonated through the air. You old fools, have I not spoken to you long enough for you to comprehend? My precious son has committed no wrongdoing. Why should he be suspended from school? Why should he apologize to those inferior beings? Qian Yuhan exchanged glances with a few individuals, their guesses aligning closely. It was likely that they were the relatives of those few individuals, most probably from the Wu family. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, they arrived at the office of the Education Committee. Here I am. I have brought the middle-aged gentleman with great respect, he said. Upon entering the office, Qian Yuhan and a few others immediately spotted a corpulent woman seated opposite the Education Committee. What an enormous figure, Mu Qin murmured quietly to the group. Commenting on her appearance, Qian Yuhan and the others were also amused by Mu Qin's candid remarks. The Education Committee member, Qian Yuhan, quickly composed himself, approaching the committee member with a respectful bow. So, you are Qian Yuhan. Indeed, just as Lei Meng described, you are quite the distinguished figure. The committee member praised with a hearty laugh. However, before Qian Yuhan could respond, he was abruptly interrupted by a rather rotund woman beside him. You little brat. So you are Qian Yuhan? Qian Yuhan furrowed her brows and replied, Yes, that is indeed me. Hurry, hurry. Sign this letter of understanding. Oh, and you little ones. Please sign it quickly as well. What letter of understanding? Qian Yuhan looked at the Education Committee in bewilderment. You see how useless he is? Once you sign this letter, all matters concerning my son will be settled, and the Wu family will not trouble you anymore. So please, do not waste my time. My son needs to return to school promptly, the plump woman insisted. Qian Yuhan cast a glance at the so-called letter of understanding lying on the table. And the more she looked, the wider her eyes grew. By the time she finished reading, she lifted her gaze incredulously towards the woman. Observing her reaction, the woman remarked, Have you finished? Sign quickly. Do you think we are easy to bully? Qian Yuhan suppressed the fury within her and replied in a low voice. What did you just say? The corpulent woman appeared to have misheard Qian Yuhan's words. I said, you were truly foolish. Chapter 156, Do you really think we are easy to bully? I said, you were truly foolish. Qian Yuhan scolded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the plump woman opposite appeared utterly taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief. You scoundrel! Dare to insult me! The woman's aura surged dramatically, leaving Qian Yuhan astonished. It turned out this woman was also a soul master. Qian Yuhan glanced at the woman, whose ample figure seemed to glisten with grease, and inwardly scoffed. Want to fight? I shall oblige. Qian Yuhan, resolute and unyielding, would no longer indulge such individuals. Beneath his feet, for soul rings emerged. A striking combination of 1 purple and 3 black, an extraordinary display. Oh dear, please refrain from such behavior, the Education Commissioner exclaimed, recognizing the brewing conflict. He hastily rose to intervene and restrain the two. The woman cast a disdainful glance at the commissioner, shook off his grasp, and retorted, Do not lay a finger on me. She then fixed her gaze on Qian Yuhan and continued, In consideration of the Academy's reputation, I shall grant you another opportunity. Qian Yuhan naturally gave face to the education committee, suppressing his soul power. However, upon hearing those words, his expression darkened considerably. The committee members also cast resentful glances at the woman, inwardly cursing her as a shrew. At this moment, Mu Qian and the others stepped forward. With Mu Qian soothing Qian Yuhan's emotions, as he understood that his younger brother was on the verge of an outburst. Fangya then picked up the so-called letter of understanding that Qian Yuhan had just been reading. Wu Yifan of the Wu family has been found innocent upon investigation. According to witness testimonies, it was Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Zhao Ku, and Fangya who instigated trouble, showing blatant disregard and provoking Wu Yifan, which led to him and his companions retaliating in self-defense against bullying. The more Fangya read, the more her expression soured. She closed the so-called letter of understanding just as Mu Chun was about to take a look, but she stopped him, saying, "It's better if you don't see this, or you'll surely explode as well." "What did it say, Xiaoya?" Mu Chun inquired. Before Fangya could respond, the woman interjected, "What did it say? Do you really need me to say it? You've read through the entire incident, haven't you? Just sign it, little girl. And don't go looking for trouble. If you don't sign, what is this letter of understanding?" Fangya, who usually had a good temper, was now thoroughly infuriated. Is this something a person can write? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she threw the letter of understanding at the woman. "Ah!" The plump woman shrieked, causing the others in the office to cover their ears. "You little brat," she shouted, charging towards Fangya. The committee member intervened, saying, "Madam Wu, please calm down. Don't you dare block me." "Meng Jilin," the woman threatened. "Let me tell you, Madam Wu, your son was in the wrong from the start. You're here making a fuss and spouting nonsense, thinking we are easy to bully?" Qian Yuhan stepped forward, standing resolutely at the forefront of his companions and spoke with righteous indignation. He had long suspected that this rotund woman, Madam Wu, was indeed the mother of Wu Yifan. It seemed that the Wu family was not a respectable lineage, given the presence of such a clown. Meng Jilin observed the escalating situation, having previously reviewed the letter of understanding presented by Madam Wu. He was well aware that this document was nothing short of a fabrication, yet what could he do? Madam Wu was representing the Wu family, a major stakeholder in the academy, second only to the royal family. If the royal family chose not to intervene, he would dare not offend them. As Yuhan was about to offer some words of comfort, he was abruptly silenced by a raised hand from Qian Yuhan. "Dream Commissioner, this venue is no longer suitable for such discussions. Let us find a more spacious location." Meng Jilin rubbed his hands together and glanced at Madam Wu beside him. "What are you staring at? Don't you wish to discuss this? Let us move to a larger place," Madam Wu retorted with a vexed demeanor, offering Meng Jilin no semblance of respect. "Follow me." Meng Jilin led the group to a large conference room, where Madam Wu sat alone at one end of the table, while Qian Yuhan and his companions occupied the opposite side. "Listen here, you little ones. I warn you not to overstep your bounds. The Wu family is not to be trifled with," Madam Wu sneered. "You jest, Madam Wu. We do not seek your approval, for we hold it in no regard. Your words are far too slick." Qian Yuhan's retort left Mu Qian and the others momentarily at a loss, their faces twitching in suppressed laughter until they could no longer contain themselves and burst into guffaws. Lady Wu found herself speechless, merely shaking her finger at Qian Yuhan, her frustration palpable. "Very well. If you refuse to acknowledge my authority, I shall show you just how serious I can be." In a fit of rage, Lady Wu retrieved a jade token from her possession. Qian Yuhan squinted and whispered, "I recognize the spatial jade slip, but alas, it is too late." As she spoke, Madam Wu shattered the jade slip, and the atmosphere in the conference room surged with soul power. A rift appeared behind Madam Wu, seemingly connecting to the void. From this abyss, a figure emerged slowly. I had no intention of personally seeking an explanation for my son, yet you little brats are truly courting disaster." A flamboyantly dressed but corpulent man stepped through the rift, exuding an overwhelming pressure. As he approached Madam Wu, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, materialized beneath his feet. The oppressive force of his soul power forced Qian Yuhan and the others to bow down against the conference table. "Dear husband, they are bullying us and hurling insults." Madam Wu instantaneously adopted a sycophantic demeanor. The figure that had appeared was none other than Wu Yifan's father, Wu Guangfu. How revolting! Despite being suppressed by the soul power, Mu Chun could not help but voice his disdain. This little creature has quite a sharp tongue," Wu Guangfu remarked slowly. "Wu Guangfu, not just him, but also her. See to it." Madame Wu clung to Wu Guangfu's arm, voicing her grievances. To dare bully my wife and son, you. Wu Guangfu was interrupted mid-sentence as Meng Jilin entered, disrupting his flow. Meng Jilin sensed the immense wave of soul power within the conference room, far exceeding his own as a soul Douluo, and thus decided to investigate. Dark Eagle Douluo. Meng Jilin exclaimed in astonishment. Huh, Meng Jiaowei, I trust you are well. I am not here for you, but for them. You may leave, Wu Guangfu replied indifferently. Dark Eagle Douluo, let us speak civilly. They are merely children, Meng Jilin urged. Meng Jilin, do you presume to command me? Wu Guangfu's gaze fixed upon Meng Jilin, causing him to shiver, and he chose not to speak further. Huh. Mu Chen scoffed at Meng Jilin's cowardice. I advise you to retract your soul power pressure, otherwise. Qian Yuhan warned coldly. Ha 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 ha, I shall not retract it. What will you do? I intend to torment you. What can you do about it? Wu Guangfu sneered, preparing to continue his mockery when a voice interrupted him. What can you do? You, who have only recently attained your title, are rather arrogant. A booming voice resonated from the entrance of the conference room. Lei Ming. The voice belonged to Lei Ming, who effortlessly disrupted Wu Guangfu's soul power pressure with a wave of his hand. Qian Yuhan, panting heavily, turned to the newcomer. Old master, he gasped, bowing respectfully to Lei Ming. Children, I apologize for my tardiness. I was caught up in a meeting. I had no idea that old dream Jilin would. Lei Ming explained. Qian Yuhan and several others smiled and shook their heads, indicating that Lei Ming and his companions had not committed any significant transgressions. They were well aware of Lei Ming's kindness, which they had observed and cherished in their hearts. Wu Guangfu, has your newfound title of Douluo emboldened you to flaunt your authority here? Lei Ming mockingly addressed the furious Wu Guangfu beside him. Humph, Lei Ming. I advise you not to provoke me. There are countless ways to bring you down. Do not court your own demise. Wu Guangfu retorted fiercely. Ah, Wu Guangfu. Achieving the rank of a titled Douluo has undoubtedly changed you. Your ambitions can no longer remain concealed. While I am unaware of how you overcame your challenges, I must caution you that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. To become a titled Douluo, one must think long-term and aspire to benefit all of humanity. Get lost. Lei Ming, I do not need your lectures. Wu Guangfu seethed, baring his teeth as he yelled at Lei Ming. You and I have fought since childhood. And while I have always been defeated by you, I can accept your admonitions. However, now that you are no match for me, you should bow your head and know your place. Lei Ming could only shake his head and force a smile. Why are you in such a rush? Let us set aside our past. But to leverage your strength as a titled Douluo to intimidate children is rather excessive, don't you think? Wu Guangfu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Indeed, using his own power to bully these children felt shameful. Yet, he felt compelled to assert himself in front of his wife, who had pushed him into this corner. Just as Wu Guangfu was about to raise his hand to speak, Lei Ming interrupted him with a grin. Enough. You don't even need to move to know what you're about to say. Are you truly unaware of your son's behavior at the academy? Lei Ming questioned. My son is an undeniable prodigy at the academy. He is the model that everyone admires and aspires to emulate, Wu Guangfu proclaimed proudly, pounding his chest and standing tall with an air of unwavering confidence. At that moment, a sudden, melodious laugh broke the tension. It was Qian Yuhan, who could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Wu Guangfu's expression instantly darkened as he glared at Qian Yuhan, angrily demanding, What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Yuhan hastily waved his hands, repeatedly bowing in apology, saying, I'm truly sorry, Your Excellency Dark Eagle. Please do not be angry, it was my fault. Please, continue. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, taking 2 steps back to join his companions. Once near Mu Chen and the others, Qian Yuhan lowered his voice, unable to suppress a smile, and remarked, I was deceived by my son. Before he could finish, he and the group hid behind the burly Lei Ming, stifling their laughter. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, with a look of helplessness, listened as Wu Guangfu lavished praise upon his son. Growing increasingly uncomfortable, Lei Ming attempted to interject, Guangfu, your son is actually, however, he was abruptly cut off by Wu Guangfu. My son has been bullied by them. I am here to seek justice. Why should my son be suspended while they go unscathed? Wu Guangfu pointed at Qian Yuhan and his companions. Bullied? What is this nonsense? Lei Ming retorted. Go ask the students of the academy. Who does not know what kind of person your son truly is? Is he truly as extraordinary as you claim? I am aware that your son was injured, but he chose to challenge Qian Yuhan. And it was a 3-on-1 match where he was defeated. Impossible. Wu Guangfu exclaimed, incredulous as he glanced at his wife, who dared not speak further. My wife said it was Qian Yuhan who injured my son in a 3-on-1 situation. Enough of your words. I am here to seek justice for my son. If he cannot return to school, then the funding from the Heavenly Douluo Royal Academy will be withdrawn from our family. Ah, Your Excellency Dark Eagle. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Meng Zhiling entered, having overheard the conversation. Not wishing to interrupt, he had allowed Lei Meng to enter while remaining outside to listen. Upon noticing him, Lei Meng shot him a glance and commanded, Silence, Meng Zhiling. You are merely an acting committee member. With the 3 committee members in seclusion, look at how the exchange students have been treated under your watch. You cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Under Lei Meng's scolding, Meng Zhiling fell silent. Originally, the committee had intended for Lei Meng to assume the role of acting committee member before the seclusion, but he had declined, leading to Meng Zhiling's appointment instead. Now, facing Lei Meng, he resembled a son before his father, afraid to utter a word. Wu Guangfu's eyes shifted as he altered his tone. Lei Meng, let us do this. I will investigate my son's matter further upon my return. Since I am here today, it is only fair that we settle the outcome of our duel from 5 years ago. I am not unreasonable. I shall first apologize to these young ones. It was rash of me to jump to conclusions without sufficient evidence. After glancing at his wife's flustered demeanor, he could not help but confirm the suspicions brewing within him. As the current head of the Wu family, Wu Guangfu had emerged victorious amidst the power struggles among his siblings. How could he possibly remain oblivious to the present circumstances? He was well aware that his longtime rival, Lei Meng, was a man of integrity, steadfast and truthful. Furthermore, his wife's earlier state clearly indicated that she was concealing something from him. He surmised that his deep paternal instincts had perhaps led him to overreact upon learning of his son's injury, resulting in both him and his wife possibly misjudging the situation regarding the children. Thus, it appeared that his son might not be the spy within the family as suggested by his wife. He would need to investigate further. Ha ha ha. You old rascal must be itching for a fight with me, right? Come on. Chapter 158. The Dark Eagle Battles the Thunder Dragon Part 1. Lei Meng led his old rival to the Seoul arena of the Tiando Royal Academy. It was now 7 in the evening, and the arena was rather sparsely populated. Observing the Seoul arena, which was considerably smaller than he had anticipated, Wu Guangfu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Well then, shouldn't you, as a stakeholder, hasten to invest in expanding it? There is still a plot of land to the west of the academy, where 2 more arenas could be constructed, Lei Meng suggested. Defeat me first, and then we shall discuss it, Wu Guangfu retorted, somewhat irked. Lei Meng laughed heartily. It's a deal. A few individuals trailed behind Qian Yuhan, eager to witness the battle between the Seoul Douluo and the title Douluo. In their hearts, they harbored the belief that Seoul Douluo's mentor might struggle against Wu Guangfu, who had ascended to the rank of title Douluo. This was not merely a disparity of a single soul skill, but rather a vast chasm in soul power reserves. Old fellow, let us see if you can still manage a smile today, Wu Guangfu remarked with a light chuckle. Lei Meng responded, then allow me to experience the esteemed skills of the Wu clan leader. The two positioned themselves on either side of the combat platform within the first Seoul arena. Lei Meng summoned a protective barrier around the arena to shield the observing students from any collateral damage, ensuring their safety. The battle was on the brink of commencing. Lei Meng, rank 89 Assault Type Seoul Douluo, at your service, he proclaimed first. In turn, Wu Guangfu, unwilling to be outdone, surged with soul power, showcasing the undeniable might of a title Douluo. Wu Guangfu, rank 91 Agility Type title Douluo, title Dark Eagle, I await your guidance. Is this the confrontation of high-tier combat prowess? It's my first time witnessing such a spectacle, Mu Chen exclaimed excitedly. Around Lei Meng, flashes of electricity danced like ethereal serpents, crackling with a symphony of thunderous sounds. His once pitch-black hair had transformed into a cascade of snowy white, flowing like silver threads in the wind. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary blue luminescence, seemingly capable of unleashing cataclysmic power at any moment. Simultaneously, the heavens appeared to resonate with this formidable energy as the distant rumble of thunder echoed relentlessly. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, casting an oppressive and fearsome pall over the landscape. In the academy, nearly all students were aware of the booming thunder. Some timid souls turned pale, repeatedly murmuring, "The thunder is rolling, I am so frightened." They paused their activities, gazing skyward, eager to discern the nature of the disturbance. On the other side, Wu Guangfu was enveloped in a swirling shroud of black energy, reminiscent of smoke entwining around his form. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a pair of colossal black and crimson wings sprouting from his back. These wings, when unfurled, spanned several meters, shimmering with a dark red glow, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and terrifying. Clearly, this was a unique ability bestowed upon him by his martial spirit. As he gently waved those black and crimson wings, a formidable wind pressure surged forth, causing the surrounding air to tumultuously whirl, as if it could indeed summon a ferocious whirlwind. Beneath Lei Ming, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red soul rings materialized, with the vibrant red 100,000-year soul ring standing out prominently amongst the others. Under the feet of Wu Guangfu, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings quietly emerged, representing an optimal configuration of 9 soul rings. Although there were 9 rings, they paled in comparison to Lei Ming's awe-inspiring 10th ring of 100,000 years. "Old fellow, let us see if you have made any progress over the years," Wu Guangfu remarked with a devilish smile. It was time to showcase true strength. Lei Ming clenched his fists together, preparing for the onslaught. First soul skill, Thunder Strike. With a fierce roar, Lei Ming did not hesitate to launch the initial attack. He was acutely aware of the considerable gap between his own strength and that of his opponent. Allowing Wu Guangfu to seize the initiative would lead to dire consequences, potentially leaving him unable to withstand even a single blow. With fists tightly clenched, his muscles coiled like springs. Bolts of electricity surged through him like serpents of lightning, rapidly converging upon his fists. In an instant, his fists were aglow with dazzling arcs of thunder, crackling with immense power as if they contained boundless might. However, Wu Guangfu merely scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his face, clearly unfazed by the impending attack from Lei Ming. At that moment, with a thunderous shout, Lei Ming declared, "Take this punch." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed all the gathered energy in a single, forceful strike. This punch surged forward with incredible momentum, accompanied by a fierce gale and the violent force of lightning, resembling a ferocious dragon roaring as it lunged toward Wu Guangfu. Astonishingly, in the face of such a formidable assault, Wu Guangfu remained steadfast, rooted to the spot without flinching, his cold gaze fixated on the rapidly approaching attack, betraying no hint of fear. Is he not going to defend himself? Teacher Lei's first soul skill possesses considerable offensive power, Mu Chen remarked. Qin Yuhani remarked, the distinction between a title Douluo and a soul Douluo may appear to be merely a matter of rank, yet in reality, it is an abyssal chasm. A title Douluo can effortlessly fend off the assaults of a soul Douluo, provided those attacks are not extraordinarily formidable. Qian Yuhan elucidated. As the attack descended, a resounding explosion echoed across the Duhan stage, enveloping Wu Guangfu in a thick cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, it revealed Wu Guangfu steadfastly shielded by his enormous black and red wings, the force of the blow only causing a few feathers to fall. "Old man, you've grown weaker." Wu Guangfu chuckled lightly as he brushed off the dust from his attire. "Now, witness what constitutes a true assault." With that proclamation, the yellow first spirit ring beneath his feet shimmered, and he unleashed his first spirit ability, Demon Wing Guillotine. The feathers of his black and red wings transformed into sharp, resilient blades, akin to a myriad of daggers. In the next instant, Wu Guangfu vanished from sight. As an experienced adversary, Lei Ming was acutely aware of Wu Guangfu's movements and promptly channeled his spirit power, activating his yellow second spirit ring, second spirit ability, Thunder Dragon Shield. A phantom of a roaring thunder dragon materialized behind him, its might reverberating through the air, subsequently merging with Lei Ming, who was enveloped in a layer of dragon-scale armor that shimmered with flickering arcs of electricity. As anticipated by Lei Ming, Wu Guangfu materialized behind him just as the Thunder Dragon Shield was fully manifested. With wings honed to a razor's edge, Wu Guangfu attacked relentlessly, as if wielding dual swords against Lei Ming. Each strike against Lei Ming's armor produced a sizzling sound, clearly indicating that the surrounding electrical arcs were retaliating in defense. "Let us see how long you can withstand this," Wu Guangfu taunted, his onslaught unyielding and delivered with remarkable speed. Tang Chen squinted from the audience, striving to discern the unfolding battle, but ultimately sighed in resignation. "It's futile. I cannot perceive the attack patterns of that dark eagle Douluo. The speed is simply too swift." "I too find it challenging," Qin Yuhan remarked, mirroring Tang Chen's sentiments. "In a confrontation of such pinnacle power, it is understandable that we cannot grasp the finer details. We can only learn from the strategies," Zhaoko interjected. Currently, Lei Ming found himself in a precarious position, a scenario he had anticipated, though he had not foreseen Wu Guangfu's ascension to the title Douluo rank, which had significantly bolstered his offensive and defensive capabilities as a sensitive attack-type spirit master. Lei Ming pondered anxiously. I cannot allow this stalemate to persist. I must devise a means to create distance between us. His gaze was fixed intently on his opponent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, Lei Ming stomped his foot, causing his sixth spirit ring, radiating a mysterious black light, to flare to life. He then shouted, Sixth spirit ability, 3,000 Thunder Dragon Shadows. In the blink of an eye, Lei Ming transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, his figure reappeared suspended in midair. Concurrently, the initially ethereal form began to split at a visible pace, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of exquisitely crafted yet imposing phantom thunder dragons emerged, encircling the colossal battle platform. These thunder dragon apparitions writhed and roared, each shimmering with brilliant lightning, as if poised to unleash a lethal strike upon their adversary. However, in the face of such a breathtaking spectacle, Wu Guangfu merely smirked coldly. He disdainfully remarked, Humph, these are merely tricks of illusion. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp with such feeble tactics? With that, Wu Guangfu too sprang into action, the black fifth soul ring at his feet suddenly radiating a brilliant light. He then bellowed, Fifth soul skill, Dark Eagle Tornado. As his voice echoed, he shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the already expansive wings at his back, empowered by the soul ring's formidable ability, grew even more robust. He vigorously flapped his wings in midair, unleashing powerful gusts of air that intertwined, ultimately forming an enormous black tornado. This menacing vortex resembled a ferocious beast, its gaping maw sweeping towards the encroaching thunder dragon apparitions. Many of the thunder dragons found themselves unable to flee, getting ensnared within the terrifying storm. They struggled desperately, twisting their bodies in the tumult, but ultimately succumbed to the fate of being devoured. Soon, these unfortunate thunder dragons were torn apart into countless fragments of electricity, gradually merging into the ominous crimson tide and vanishing from existence. What can you do about it? Ha ha ha. Wu Guangfu laughed joyously, gazing at the heavens. Yet, in the air, Lei Ming's black seventh soul ring shimmered. Seventh soul skill, true form of the thunder dragon. The onlookers below, including Qian Yuhan and others, finally beheld the spectacle as Lei Ming's figure flickered and transformed into a magnificent blue dragon, reminiscent of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, but with an even more vibrant display of electricity surrounding him. The dragon's roar drew a crowd of students to the first battle arena, astonished to witness a teacher participating in a demonstration match at night. This dragon is so majestic. Seventh soul skill, Shadow Blood Eagle True Form. Wu Guangfu understood well that the enhancement effect of the martial soul's true form was indeed remarkable. Lei Ming initiated his martial soul's true form first to narrow the gap in soul power. How could he allow Lei Ming to have his way? Thus, he too activated his martial soul's true form. The haunting cry of the dark eagle resonated, mingled with the roar of a dragon, echoing across the expanse. At that moment, the true form of the thunder dragon, embodied by Lei Ming, shimmered with green light. The soul bone skill of the water spirit serpent's torso. Heavenly water descends. What? Wu Guangfu's eyes locked onto the transformation of the thunder dragon before him. A torso soul bone. You have actually obtained a torso soul bone. At that instant, thunder erupted in the sky, and Wu Guangfu sensed impending doom. Soon after, raindrops began to pour down. For the thunder dragon, this rain was an epic enhancement. While this torso soul bone skill might seem somewhat ordinary to other soul masters possessing soul bone skills, for Lei Ming, it was nothing short of divine. The silhouette of the thunder dragon surged forth amidst the torrential downpour, akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, moving with an unparalleled swiftness. You scoundrel! Playing tricks on me! Wu Guangfu cursed. He could never have anticipated that Lei Ming had acquired a torso soul bone, one that granted him a soul skill capable of summoning rain. Eighth soul skill, Long Eagle Breaks the Void. The Blood Eagle, manifested from Wu Guangfu's martial soul true form, suddenly swelled in size, rendering the thunder dragon comparatively diminutive. Yet, this colossal blood eagle soared skyward, rather than targeting the thunder dragon. He intends to directly obliterate Teacher Lei's rain summoning skill, Fengyu remarked. If it succeeds, Teacher Lei will be in grave danger, Mu Qin stated solemnly. Naturally, Lei Ming would not allow Wu Guangfu to succeed. Permitting him to summon rain would be his gravest mistake, and Lei Ming would not squander this exceptional opportunity. Beneath him, the vibrant, flame-like red soul ring, 100,000 years in age, suddenly ignited with brilliance, resembling a resplendent ruby sparkling in the air. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelmingly vast and powerful energy surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Infused with this astounding energy, the Thunder Dragon trembled, its already formidable presence escalating even further. It raised its head to the heavens and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the sky, its sound akin to rolling thunder, resonating far and wide. 8th Soul Skill. Dragon's roar shakes the 9 provinces. As the Thunder Dragon bellowed the name of its technique, the entire space seemed to tremble in response. At that moment, a light drizzle fell from the sky, yet these seemingly delicate raindrops became exceptional catalysts for the Thunder Dragon's power. Under the nurturing and enhancement of the rain, the Thunder Dragon flickered and vanished from its original position. Its speed of movement astonishingly surpassed even Wu Guangfu's Long Eagle Breaks the Void technique. What? Wu Guangfu was struck with disbelief, his gaze fixed on the figure of the Thunder Dragon soaring into the depths of the clouds. He could hardly fathom that such a trivial drizzle could amplify his opponent's strength to such a terrifying extent. Meanwhile, the once tranquil thunderclouds began to churn violently, gradually morphing into a colossal vortex. At that moment, an enormous dragon's head slowly emerged from the swirling mass, its cold, unfeeling eyes fixated on the equally massive blood eagle below. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's mouth opened wide, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning that cleaved through the sky, aimed directly at the blood eagle. Thanks to the rain's excellent conductivity, this lightning struck with astonishing speed, firmly ensnaring the blood eagle's massive form. Before Wu Guangfu could react, the Thunder Dragon descended with cataclysmic force, unleashing its 8th soul skill in a thunderous explosion. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as the ferocious energy crashed down like a mountain upon the blood eagle, bound by the lightning. A deafening boom resounded as Wu Guangfu's transformed giant blood eagle was utterly unable to withstand such overwhelming might, plummeting to the ground and raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Enough, Wu Guangfu shouted. Lei Ming, you seek death. Unparalleled soul power began to coalesce like a vortex. 9th soul skill. Thank you, dear family, for your love and support. If you could offer more, the author would be immensely grateful. A humble request, filled with anticipation. I must be away for a few days due to business, so I apologize for the lack of updates. Normal updates will resume next Monday. Chapter 159. The Dark Eagle Battles the Thunder Dragon, Part 2. Enough, Lei Ming. With an enraged roar, Wu Guangfu's voice reverberated through the air like thunder. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with fury. He fixed his gaze intently on his adversary, Lei Ming. Wu Guangfu swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations as powerful soul energy surged from within him, sweeping through the surroundings like a torrential flood. In an instant, the very fabric of space began to warp under the influence of this soul power, as though it could be torn asunder at any moment. 9th soul skill, 10,000 souls blood eagle dance. Accompanied by Wu Guangfu's furious roar, a heart-stirring force erupted suddenly. His body was instantly enveloped in a dense, black luminescence, the light swirling like a tangible substance. Simultaneously, a flock of blood-red eagles screeched forth from the shadows, their enormous wings obscuring the sky, sharp claws glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Each of these blood eagles exuded an even stronger oppressive aura than the previously unleashed soul skill, the Long Eagle's piercing void. They danced and spiraled in the air, emanating a terrifying presence, intertwining and colliding to form a colossal vortex of storm. Within this tempest, Wu Guangfu resembled a descending deity, radiating an imposing majesty. Old fellow, you were the first to compel me to unleash this soul skill since my ascension to title Douluo. To be vanquished by this strike is your honor. Wu Guangfu laughed wildly, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth, deafening in its intensity. At this moment, he unveiled his full strength without reservation, determined to defeat the formidable opponent before him in one fell swoop. Just then, the originally pitch-black night sky underwent a startling transformation. A brilliant full moon, unbeknownst to them, had been tainted a deep crimson, resembling an eye from hell, coldly gazing down upon the crowd below. The eerie red light spilled onto the ground, imparting a chilling sensation. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chan involuntarily trembled, his face as pale as parchment. He stammered, "What a terrifying feeling. Why do I feel so cold?" Beside him, Qian Yuhan furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, "I feel it too." What kind of soul skill could evoke such a horrifying spectacle? For them, it was their first time witnessing a title Douluo unleash their 9th soul skill. Previously, in Yilin City, they had only seen Elder Seven perform the soul-destroying world obliteration array. Today, witnessing it firsthand, there was no doubt that the power of this ninth soul skill far surpassed that of Lei Ming's earlier eighth soul skill. Teacher Lei is in danger. The thunderclouds are dispersing, Feng Ye remarked. Teacher Lei must have a way to cope, right? Tang Chen expressed his concern. We must trust Teacher Lei. He would not engage in a battle without confidence, Qian Yuhan reassured them. The words of Qian Yuhan undoubtedly ignited anticipation among Daida's companions for Lei Ming's response. Revive, come at me. Let me see if your so-called immensely powerful ninth soul skill can break through the impenetrable defense constructed by my eighth soul skill and the right arm soul bone technique. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Lei Ming's mouth, revealing a blend of confidence and provocation. As his deep voice resonated, a dazzling pink light suddenly erupted from his right arm. This brilliance shone as brightly as the most resplendent stars in the night sky, almost blinding to behold. In the next moment, sparks began to drift from his right arm, gradually coalescing in the air to outline a vividly lifelike phantom of a rouge dragon. This phantom appeared almost alive, swirling majestically behind Lei Ming, exuding an aura of grandeur and mystery. At that instant, the rouge dragon opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon breath. The breath blazed in vibrant red, as if forged from countless flames, surging forth with a terrifying might capable of annihilating worlds. Not far before Lei Ming, the intense dragon breath swiftly condensed into a colossal fireball, resembling a blazing sun suspended in the sky, radiating boundless light and heat. The surrounding air seemed to warp under the influence of this formidable energy, with subtle ripples manifesting in the space around them. Simultaneously, the red eighth soul ring beneath Lei Ming reappeared, its power undiminished. At this moment, Lei Ming retained the form of his martial soul, embodying a colossal and majestic thunder dragon, its body shimmering with brilliant lightning. The thunder dragon abruptly extended its sharp claws, striking with remarkable swiftness to grasp the mysterious and potent extinguishing flame with precision. Then, with a mighty flap of its wings, the thunder dragon soared upward, carrying the blazing extinguishing flame toward the heavens. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it unhesitatingly hurled the flames toward the remaining thunderclouds above. Surprisingly, the seemingly incompatible extinguishing flame and the thunderclouds summoned by the torso soul bone reacted wondrously upon contact, merging together as if they were two halves of a perfect whole. What everyone anticipated to be a violent clash of fire and water instead defied their expectations entirely. This fusion was not merely additive. It was a remarkable transformation of mutual enhancement and synergy. Fall. With a thunderous roar emanating from Lei Ming, the already formidable thunderclouds began to surge once more, bolstered by the ominous flames of extinction. Simultaneously, Lei Ming himself showed no signs of respite. He summoned the tumultuous soul power within him, preparing for the imminent execution of his eighth soul skill. At this moment, the thunder dragon suspended in midair fixed its piercing gaze upon Wu Guangfu, who was in the process of unleashing his ninth soul skill. 9 colossal blood eagles circled gracefully above, their sharp eyes locked onto the lightning dragon that Lei Ming had transformed into, seemingly poised to strike with a cataclysmic force at the slightest opportunity. In this atmosphere charged with tension, a dark crimson storm began to coalesce, embodying boundless power and an aura of peril. Its sheer magnitude left the spectators in awe, rendering them speechless. The students who had hurried to witness the spectacle were captivated by the astonishing scene, unable to contain their astonishment. Battles between the continent's top-tier powerhouses were a rarity, especially when it involved a title Douluo-level adept unleashing a ninth soul skill. How exhilarating! Wow, what a magnificent dragon! What is that blood-red entity? So terrifying. Annihilate. With this bellow from Wu Guangfu, his ninth soul skill reached its culmination. The once ethereal blood-red abyss began to take form in the air. This abyss seemed to possess an insatiable gravitational pull, stirring the surrounding air into whirling vortices. With a sweeping gesture, Wu Guangfu issued the command to attack. Go. The blood-red abyss surged forth as if commanded by a divine edict, propelled by a fierce wind and an oppressive aura towards Lei Ming, suspended in the air. The onlookers below felt their hearts race, particularly Qian Yuhan, who clenched her fists tightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she fervently prayed for Teacher Lei. Teacher Lei, you can do it. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, brimming with excitement, shouted at the top of his lungs, Teacher Lei, go for it. In the midst of the sky, the thunderous dragon confronted the menacing crimson abyss without a hint of fear. It raised its head towards the heavens, opening its colossal jaws to unleash a resounding roar that echoed through the clouds. This dragon's roar, akin to the thunderclap of the heavens, was deafening, causing the entire arena of soul battles to tremble. At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the arena. Upon closer inspection, the crowd realized that a vast golden magic circle had quietly materialized, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura, gradually revealing numerous spectral images of soul beasts. These ethereal forms varied in shape, yet each one bowed reverently before the thunderous dragon suspended in the air. Subsequently, the spectral images transformed into countless brilliant specks of light, streaking across the sky like meteors, converging towards the dragon incarnated by Lei Ming. With each speck of light that merged into the thunder dragon's form, its physique expanded further, and its radiance grew ever more resplendent. Sensing the support of power rising from below, Lei Ming tilted his head back and let out another long, resonant roar. This time, the sound was even more formidable, creating waves that seemed to warp the very fabric of space itself. Following this, from Lei Ming as the epicenter, a massive pillar of light erupted skyward, surging towards the encroaching crimson abyss. However, in stark contrast to the overwhelming momentum on Lei Ming's side, Wu Guangfu's expression suddenly shifted. He was astounded to find that his martial soul quivered involuntarily before the burgeoning might of Lei Ming's thunder dragon, as if confronted by an immensely fearsome nemesis. Revealing a flicker of trepidation, the thunder dragon, enveloped in a dazzling golden light, resembled a majestic figure clad in golden armor, exuding an air of supremacy. Meanwhile, upon the towering pillar of light, the spectral forms of the soul beasts gradually became more distinct, re-emerging with a slow yet resolute pace. These spectral images swiftly transformed into formidable shields, closely encircling the thunder dragon, akin to loyal guardians protecting their supreme monarch. Each shield shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, harmonizing with the golden light emanating from the dragon, creating a breathtaking tableau. Just then, an unparalleled attack descended like a mountain crashing upon an egg, stirring up dust and enveloping the battlefield in a haze. The once boisterous environment fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft sound of dust settling. Yet Wu Guangfu, who had just been astonished by the tumult of his martial soul, now experienced a dramatic transformation in expression. After a moment of slight bewilderment, he could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, Lei Ming, in the end, you have succumbed to my hand. His laughter echoed triumphantly, filled with pride and exhilaration. However, when he heard a faint response, his laughter abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped his throat. Oh, indeed. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Guangfu was momentarily taken aback, his smile abruptly freezing on his face. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the dissipating smoke, filled with disbelief and astonishment. It cannot be possible, he murmured, his voice dwindling to almost a whisper. Under my full force strike, even if you were not killed, you should have been grievously injured. How could this happen? He struggled to comprehend the sight before him. His longtime rival had managed to withstand such a fierce assault. It was worth noting that he had resorted to using his ultimate trump card, the ninth soul skill, to defeat Lei Ming. Yet, even so, the latter seemed utterly unscathed. As this realization dawned on him, Wu Guangfu's expression darkened, an unnamed fury igniting within him. He clenched his teeth, his hands instinctively forming fists, nails digging into his palms. Damn it! This Lei Ming has pushed me to such an extent. It is utterly outrageous. He muttered under his breath, his anger reaching its zenith. For someone of his high self-regard, being forced to exert his full strength against a slightly inferior opponent was an immense humiliation. There was nothing impossible as the smoke cleared. Lei Ming merely clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, not suffering the grievous injuries or demise Wu Guangfu had anticipated. How could this be? Your eighth soul skill. How? How could it withstand such power? Noticing Wu Guangfu's incredulous expression, Lei Ming chuckled and replied, Indeed. My eighth soul skill alone would struggle to endure. However, you have underestimated the capability of my right arm soulbone skill. Annihilation Flame. What purpose does that serve? It merely enhances your thunderclouds, allowing them to regroup, fortifying your lightning attribute power. It cannot possibly. Before Wu Guangfu could finish, Lei Ming interrupted with a laugh. The thunderclouds I have gathered are not as simple as you think. They are not ordinary thunderclouds. In the rain they produce possesses the annihilating attribute of the Annihilation Flame. What? Are you saying that the rain contains annihilating properties, which have disintegrated my attack? One could say that. though it merely reduced the potency of your ninth soul skill by 40%, coupled with the rain's enhancement of my lightning attribute. My eighth soul skill's defensive capabilities were sufficiently bolstered. This balance allowed me to withstand your assault. Wu Guangfu was momentarily speechless, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas. What a disgrace. Haha. In just 5 short years, your strength has increased so dramatically. There is nothing to be ashamed of. If anything, one should be envious. Wu Guangfu waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such comforting words. We are both titled Douluo, and I am hardly your match. Alas. Let our previous words stand. I shall return to investigate the matter, and we shall duel again another day." With that, he vanished in a flash, accompanied by a wisp of black mist that dissipated into the air. This old fellow, still clinging to his pride. There are far too many matters to address. And I had hoped to resolve all the accumulated issues last week, only to find new tasks awaiting me this week. Sigh. Thus, I may not be able to update daily, but I will certainly persevere to complete it, as it is a fulfillment of a childhood dream. I am grateful for everyone's support. Synopsis. Upon opening my eyes again, where am I? Have I truly crossed over? I find myself in the Douluo continent. Adopted by the esteemed Elder Qianma of the Spirit Hall, becoming the young master of the Spirit Hall. And awakening dual spirit souls, the divine sword of light and the Shura demon sword. What an extraordinary path awaits Qian Yuhan, the future soul master. With these two seemingly contradictory divine spirits, what sparks will arise from their collision? Let us embark on this journey through Douluo together.